his face darkening as he declared, "Is more than enough." Then Caesar swung it down, slashing with great force. Lacromu's helmet fell and rolled on the ground as he collapsed defeated. "I have nothing more to say. You sliced right through my armor with a broken sword." In the end, Laomu had to completely and utterly admit defeat. "You truly are the Empire's greatest swordsman." Zera's brows furrowed as he replied with annoyance, "You weren't so shabby yourself." Just then Jinung ran in asking for help. "Sir Zera, are you finished? Please help us. The Empire's reinforcement fleet is about to land." He turned back, his expression determined as he commanded, "Bring me a new sword." Seeing the sword was no longer intact, the boy complained angrily, "Hey, that sword was really good, you know. Do you think a summoner would carry an entire blacksmithing workshop with him?" Hearing this, Zera coldly turned and walked away. "Then I guess I can't help." But Jinung patiently searched his inventory. "Wait a minute. I still have a sword I got from Oven." From his inventory, a legendary grade soulbound sword appeared. Zera glanced over and his eyes lit up with excitement. "I like this one, give it to me." Seeing his reaction, Jinung generously turned back. "I can give it to you even though it's legendary grade because it's a soulbound weapon," he calmly stated, with a hint of a warning. "It's configured to always return to me." The boy scratched his head, explaining sheepishly, "So you have to become one of my subordinates to be able to use it." Understanding the situation, Jinung immediately opened a system screen. "It seems Sir Zera would never agree to become my subordinate. I'd better find another sword. Here we go." According to the info, it's a level 1 rusty sword. But suddenly a system notification arrived. "The undefeated swordsman. Zera wants to become your subordinate." Jinung's expression turned sly. "The plan of our He stood behind him, urging impatiently, "Hurry up, I believe you were the one who said we don't have enough time." The boy quickly complied, turning to answer, "Understood. Sir Zera, you have accepted the undefeated swordsman Zera as your subordinate." The undefeated swordsman, Zera's talent is Mythic Grade Plunder, and his current stats are at the Legendary Grade. Yan's current number of subordinates, 6 out of 20. Jinung stared at the screen, utterly amazed by this development in the Manhwa recap Mythic Grade Plunder. "This is insane." Zera, standing behind him, grew impatient and grumbled, "Hurry up, you said this was urgent, so why are you as slow as a turtle now?" He then moved forward using a metaphor that would probably be more accurate with a snail. Hearing that, Jinung, who was behind him, turned back and scolded, "What kind of subordinate behaves so strangely?" Meanwhile, another army was slowly disembarking. Ryan, who was walking, suddenly stopped. He looked surprised. "Who is this?" He quickly recognized the person in front of him. "Isn't that Zera?" Ryan frowned, looking extremely annoyed. "Him being here means we're really too late." Zera smirked and emphasized fatally late. He then powerfully swung his sword, drawing a line in the dirt before fiercely stabbing the blade into the ground. Zera's tone was sharp as he declared to them, "If you cross this line, you will all die." Ryan tried to remain calm and warned, "Don't get arrogant just because you defeated one skilled swordsman. Do you think you can decide that on your own?" he said, gesturing to the force behind him. "Look at this army." Then Ryan pointed his hand forward, shouting the order, "Attack! Crush every last one of those Lucipin scum!" This action manhwa is about to get even crazier as Jinung steps in to help summoning his monster. The abyssal slime appeared and attacked. He tore through the enemy. Soldiers seized the opportunity to leap high and prepared to unleash a flurry of slashes at the enemy's core who couldn't withstand. They all collapsed at once. Jinung looked up to survey the battlefield, utterly surprised. "Isn't that the skill that comes with the sword?" He just got it a few minutes ago, and yet he's already completely mastered it. The system then sent a notification. "Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Quest Rescue. Prisoners of War 1. Completion rank A. You have obtained 2,000 contribution points. You have received 2,485,909. You have received 15,000 fame. You have leveled up. You are now level 124. He accepted this with great delight. It was finally worth it, huh? Jinung trembled, stretching his tired muscles. I'm starting to feel exhausted. Should I log off? Suddenly, a surprise quest appeared. Rescue Prisoners of War 2. A linked quest. The prisoners have successfully boarded the ship, but unfortunately the Empire's reinforcement fleet has arrived at Pascal Prison. You must escape them and bring the prisoners safely to the Royal Palace of Lucipin. Quest difficulty SS. Quest condition user must have successfully completed the Rescue Prisoners of War 1 quest. Time limit 1 day. Reward 2,000 contribution points. The royal contribution rate will change depending on the completion rank. Fame will change depending on the completion rank. Do you accept the quest, yes or no? After reading it, he immediately changed his mind. The time limit is 1 day, I'd better start right away. The ship sped across the sea. Jinung raised his shield to block a blow and shouted loudly. His companion immediately rushed over from a distance to help. The screen showed its live stream channel. On the screen, notifications kept popping up. This is the first time I've ever seen such a large-scale war. Seriously, just a glance shows at least over 200 soldiers. Yeah, that's right. From what I know, the soldiers must be at least level 120 or higher. I guess the commanders and knights must be over level 150. Everyone was amazed by the scale of this action manhwa battle. If I even tried to join in, all I'd see is a black screen. Hey everyone, does anyone recognize Jan's monster? Is that the blood flame wolf that evolved from the rookie tournament? There's no way a normal wolf could evolve to be that strong. I agree with the comment above. I also have a blood flame wolf, not to brag or anything, but mine is currently level 90. Unaware, Jinung was panting with exhaustion. How many hours have passed? They keep attacking, so I can't rest. He had to continuously fend off their attacks. It was truly exhausting. Suddenly, someone ran up to report the situation. Baron Lucipin's naval reinforcements have arrived. Jinung returned to the ship, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, no one has to be sacrificed. He looked into the distance with great satisfaction. Those bastards are retreating. The system sent a series of new notifications. You have completed the Rescue Prisoners of War quest, as well as the entire linked quest chain. Completion rank. You have obtained 5,000 contribution points. You have received 42,349,000. You have received 25,000 fame. You have leveled up. You are now level 126. You have successfully completed the Imperial Linked Quest for the first time. The royal contribution rate for the Kingdom of Lucipin has increased by 1,000. Suddenly, an announcement summoned everyone. All users, please pay attention. The system is sending out a notification to everyone. There will be a short maintenance period soon. The system also requires all players to follow instructions for the update. Please log out as quickly as possible. While talking, Jinung let out a long yawn, his eyes watering. Great, I'm getting sleepy too. My mission is complete, so I'm logging off and going straight to sleep. He collapsed onto the couch with a cooling patch on his forehead. I should have gone to my actual bed, but I don't even have the strength for that anymore. Suddenly, the doorbell rang from outside. On the couch, Jinung had to stir and get up. Heron, standing outside, found it very strange. Is no one home? I thought someone would be home today. She called inside as she punched in the password, "Can I come in, Jinung?" Heron opened the door and peeked inside, curiously looking around. "Jinung, are you sleeping?" At that moment, the system also completed its update, sending a new update notification, PK penalties removed, and the central continent reclaimed. That demonic chair had been delivered to him not long ago. Jinung's eyes sparkled with excitement as he praised it wholeheartedly. "This is so cool!" Rohan, standing beside him, asked smugly, "So, are you happy with it?" He smiled brightly, slinging an arm around Rohan gratefully. "Of course! Thanks for putting it together for me." Seeing that reaction, Rohan was at a loss for words. This kid. Heron, who was also there, smiled from ear to ear in agreement. "You're so lucky. I don't even have the old model." Jinung looked at the new monitor and suddenly realized, you still don't have a login pod." He quickly raised his hand to confirm, still nothing. Jinung made up his mind and then asked, "Do you want my old pod?" Hearing this, Rohan's eyes widened in surprise. If he sold that machine, he could definitely get at least 1,000,000 world for it. This kid must have a crush on Heron, right? Her face flushed bright red, tucking her hair behind her ear shyly as she explained, "It's all right, I have the money, but my dad just won't let me buy one." He understood then and offered a solution. "Oh, really? Then I guess I'll just sell my old pod?" Heron seemed to have something else on her mind. But if it's okay." Her face was flushed as she nervously suggested, "Could you maybe keep it so I can come over to play sometimes?" Realizing what she meant, Jin-sung immediately scratched his head and agreed, "Sure." He was also thoughtful enough to add, "Then let me give you the door code." Rohun, standing behind them, saw this and had to warn her, "Heron, make sure you tell your dad what you're planning." But immediately after, Rohun was kicked hard against the wall. Before she left, Heron turned back to say a few more things. "I'll let you know before I come over." He replied with an affectionate gaze, blushing as he agreed. "Okay." And at that very moment, she was at the door calling out repeatedly, "Now, Jin-sung, are you sleeping? Jin-sung." Heron looked into the bedroom, completely bewildered. He wasn't there. She panicked, running around the house and calling out loudly, "Jin-sung, where are you?" Heron ran from one corner to another, searching for him. Jin-sung. After a while, her gaze finally landed on a suspicious spot. Could it be Heron nervously opened the lid? As it lifted, she exclaimed in total surprise, "He's really in here." Heron leaned down, worrying as she gently shook him. "Jin-sung, why are you sleeping in here instead of in your bed? Isn't it uncomfortable in here?" Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist, and Jin-sung, his eyes still closed, pulled Heron into the pod with him. She blushed, completely flustered and panicking as she wondered, "Are you really asleep?" But there was no answer. But no reply came. Seeing this, Har could only sigh helplessly and gently chide, "Do you think I'm some kind of pet?" Seeing him sleeping so soundly, she didn't have the heart to wake him, so she accepted staying in Jinung's arms. With no other choice, Har decided not to wriggle out of his embrace. "I'll just stay here for a little while." When he opened his eyes, he found himself hugging a stuffed rabbit. Jin-sung shot up and looked around, wondering, why is there a stuffed rabbit here? Suddenly, he caught sight of a box. She had left a small note. "Jin-sung, it's okay to play games, but you have to go to school sometimes too. Heron." She had also thoughtfully prepared some food. Reading the note, Jin-sung Heron must have dropped by, he wondered as he ate the food, "So should I go to school today?" In the end, Jin-sung decided to go to school. He walked through the hallways looking all around, but Heron was nowhere to be seen. Completely confused, Jin-sung took out his phone. "I'll try calling her." But suddenly from a distance, Yoo-hoon came running in a panic, shouting, "Hey, Park Jin-sung!" He hastily grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "You're here! Thank goodness, let's go." Jinung, still completely clueless about what was going on, asked, "Go where?" Yoo-hoon dragged him to the auditorium and emphasized, "The esports competition you're participating in." Jin-sung turned, looking completely bewildered. I didn't sign up." Yoo-hoon then quickly explained, "I signed you up for it." He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you." Just then, an announcement echoed from the stage. "The Korea University esports competition is about to begin." Jinung was already inside, geared up and ready to go. "That bastard Han Yoo-hoon," he muttered. The announcer continued, introducing the virtual reality technology department. He then announced the matchup. They were facing the creative writing department. A figure was slowly moving through the jungle. Jin-sung, our overpowered main character, instantly appeared and attacked from behind. When he too was ambushed and quickly eliminated. Double kill. The crowd couldn't help but be amazed. This is the kind of action manhwa recap we love to see. He's so good. Isn't that the guy from the event video? Quadra kill? The crowd watched the match with growing excitement. Really, I'm a huge fan. He's the guy who won first place in the recent event. Finally, the match came to an end, and the announcer declared the virtual reality technology department the victor. The MVP is Jin-sung. As he stepped down from the stage, everyone quickly realized, he's Yan, isn't he? Suddenly, Jin-sung looked up, startled. A massive, enthusiastic crowd had gathered below him. "Please accept my friend request on Kalen. Can we get a picture together? Let's exchange numbers. Can I have your autograph? I'm your fan." Before he could even process what was happening, he bolted, shouting, "Stop following me!" But they had no intention of giving up and chased right after him. "Accept my friend request. Take a picture with me. Give me your autograph." Hiding behind a large wall, Jinsung wondered, why is this happening all of a sudden? Outside, the crowd was still searching for him. Has anyone seen Park Jinsung? Just then, his phone started ringing in his pocket. Jinsung answered the call, still flustered. "Hello?" The person on the other end immediately began, "Hello? Is this Park Jinsung? My name is Sojin. I'm a user." Hearing this, Jinsung just looked confused. What is it the person on the other end had to explain? Someone had posted a video of you fighting 30 opponents at once during the guild battle. This is a classic. The caller got straight to the point. I edited it a little, then re-uploaded the video to the cast and made quite a bit of money. I'm calling because I want to share the profits with you. Jinung finally understood and asked in a softer tone, "So how much do I get?" The person offered a number that was fair for both sides. 3 million, about 10%. He was quite surprised by this and had to praise them. That's not bad. The person then started to offer another deal. "Furthermore, if you can send me a few more gameplay clips, I can edit them and post them up there. We'll continue to split the profits like this." Okay? The more Jinung heard, the more interested and excited he became. So that means I can make money just by playing the game. "Thanks for the offer. I'll think about it and make a decision soon." After that, he hung up the phone. This is great. But suddenly someone spotted him, Park Jinsung. He panicked in fear, completely caught off guard. "Damn it, I've been found." So Jinsung had to run for his life. "Stop following me." At this point back in the game world, there was a new rule. The first continent had no PK penalty, the central continent. Facing their rivals, a mighty roar echoed. Attack Rahan had appeared here, wanting to conquer the #1 guild. Is this the wasteland we have to cross to get to the central continent? A piece of cake? On the other side was a vast desert, the second-ranked guild titan. Saran led the way, not forgetting to remind everyone. Make sure you always have enough water, because we might get a water debuff. On another side, the guy with glasses from the third-ranked guild Splendor complained, "Getting to the central continent isn't as easy as I thought." The blonde girl also sighed, helplessly suggesting, "How about we just observe the situation for now?" Another group wanted to reap the rewards without doing any work. The fourth-ranked guild, Ogre. The other guilds have already paved the way, so we just have to follow behind them. Finally, among them were Jinung's people and the Lotus Guild. He was flying high above, extremely doubtful. "Are we going the right way?" Seiya, sitting behind him, confirmed, "Yes, we are." Jinung let out a sigh of relief, finding it easy. It's a good thing Seiya knows the way. A system quest then popped up. Find the Golden Dream Holy Grail in the Sikh historical ruins. The Golden Dream Holy Grail doubles the base development speed on the central continent. Base capture time is multiplied by 0.5. Quest difficulty SS. Quest status unknown. Time limit none. However, if a user from the Empire obtains the Holy Grail first, the quest will automatically be considered a failure. Do you accept this quest, yes or no? He understood the implications and began to think clearly. So I have to find it before my own empire does. Jinung then formulated a plan in his head. If that's the case, I absolutely have to be the first one to find. At that very moment, the system sent a series of notifications. You are the first person to discover the Sikh historical ruins. Your fame has increased by 100,000. The rewards for hunting monsters inside the Sikh historical ruins will be doubled. The fame of the Lotus Guild has increased by 100,000. He excitedly clenched his fist, pleased. This is great. Jinsung smiled with hope and confidence. We're off to a good start. The sky was now turning a sunset color. From inside the castle, Huni's angry voice echoed, "What's this?" His face darkened in disbelief. Did someone get here before me? Honey gritted his teeth with grim determination. I have to kill that guy. Jinsung, who was walking, also stopped to think. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Ba Lam looked on and turned to ask, "Do you even know where we're going?" Huni chuckled a few times and replied casually, "No." The boy's eyes widened as he laughed with great excitement. "But I'm confident that I just need to follow the trail of darkness." He just went with it, his declaration bold. A sphere of swirling purple energy flew towards him. Huni was a little surprised. "What is that?" The boy watched it and made a decision. "Let me try to feel it, darkness." Huni reached out his hand, his gaze sharp and thrilled, a wild smile on his face. "Do you desire me?" The boy seemed surprised, his eyes wide, his expression shifting from arrogant confidence to utter shock, not understanding what was happening. In Huni's hand was a dark purple circular object with a symbol in the middle. A notification appeared: Gwol Dream's crown to possess immortal power. You need to absorb the dark energy from Gwol Dream's crown in this wooden badge. Defeat Gwol Dream and obtain Gwol Dream's crown. Hidden quest. Quest difficulty. A completion condition. Obtain Go Dream's crown limit 1. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. The scene shifts to another area with a large, classically styled architectural gate. Zera, walking with Jinung, spoke up with a worried tone. "Master will soon have to enter the tomb and face the boss-level monster." But he had a question. "Is someone inside?" Before them, dust billowed from the large stone gate. He was also a bit surprised, standing frozen with a look of confusion and vigilance. "We are the first to enter these ancient ruins, but there's someone inside the tomb." "Yeah." The two stood still and watched. How is that possible? The atmosphere was silent. The gate opened, and as they looked inside, a surprised "huh" escaped their lips. Honey saw the two of them. They stood facing each other. Jinung was surprised. "You are—" The kid cursed, "You bastard!" He glared and shouted the kid's full name, his voice filled with anger. Ganji Hun, Huni, with the same furious expression, called out his name, Yan. The kid recalled a memory from before when Jinung had leaned down to look at him with a mocking smirk. Honey lowered his head, the brim of his hat hiding most of his face, revealing only a twisted smile. The kid just stood there, laughing eerily. Sarah's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief. "Is that guy insane?" Honey let out a crazed and gloating laugh, clenching his hands into fists. "Finally, I have the chance to get my revenge for the humiliation of that day, my dear Yan." A moment later, the kid was already on his knees, his hands raised high as if surrendering. Honey held his hands out, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. "Damn it, why is this bastard so strong?" Jinung looked at the kid with a sinister smile. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "But it seems this guy is stronger than I thought. And he also seems to know this dungeon very well." Jinung had something to say and called out, "Hey, Ganji Hun." The kid's face was tense. "Yes, sir." He crossed his arms sternly. "I think you're a pretty amazing guy." Hearing this, Honey was visibly surprised. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Jinung explained. "Well, it's true. You know about the 8 trigrams, and you're very smart too. Besides, you know the structure of this dungeon very well, don't you?" The boy said nothing, his shy eyes softening with sincerity. He said calculatingly, smiling in a friendly manner, "I'd be very happy if you'd agree to be my teammate. Is there anything you desire?" Huni puffed out his cheeks and pouted stubbornly, making a promise. "The Gwol Dream crown I won't lose to you." Jinsung's eyes crinkled into a smile, looking carefree, but that was far from the truth. "Of course the crown is the most valuable artifact after all," he thought to himself, "even though I have no idea what it is," and then said aloud, "Then the rest is mine. Okay?" The kid grinned confidently. "As long as I get the crown, I couldn't care less about the rest." Ba Lam, standing beside them, stammered awkwardly. Huni asked him, "What's wrong?" Ba Lam just laughed excitedly. "All right, let's go defeat the dungeon boss monster." The group arrived at a dilapidated wall, which had a strange-looking seal on it. Ba Lam announced to everyone, "We're here." Jinung stared intently inside, asking with a hint of caution, "Is this the gate?" The kid's expression turned serious, his eyes focused. "I can feel the darkness inside." Huni placed a crest into a round slot. It emitted a vibrating energy, and the entire wall began to move with a loud cracking sound. The gate slowly opened, sending clouds of dust into the air as everyone lined up ready for battle. Jinung looked ahead with an expression of shock mixed with tension. It's opening! The kid standing next to him let out a soft laugh. The powers of darkness have resonated with each other. A torrent of dark energy immediately flooded out. It swirled into twisting ribbons of dark purple smoke. On a stone throne sat a skeleton in a majestic pose holding a wine glass. He was Wool Dream. His eyes flew open as he shouted in surprise, leaning forward and yelling, "It's the Holy Grail!" Huni had a similar reaction with sweat beading on his face. The crown. Jinung's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Wait a minute, his level is 207. The kid flashed a confident smile, not a trace of fear in him. Don't worry, Jan. Huni pushed up his glasses, his face beaming. He exuded an air of absolute confidence. Waldream is the ancient king of the giants from the central continent. Waldream was a great king who ruled the continent in peace, but near the end of his reign, he became a puppet of the immortal god and sowed the seeds of darkness across the entire central continent. This is because Waldream's crown holds all the dark power he accumulated over the years. Huni's gaze sharpened as he held an orb forward. I have come to take back that power. Waldream. The orb in the kid's hand flared with light. I am Ganji Hun, the successor to the immortal god of darkness, and I have come to fulfill the contract from Waldream roared in agony as the power was drained from his body, his face contorted in panic. The system announced that the contract of the Dark Lord, the immortal god, had been executed. Waldream's stats are reduced by 40% for 10 minutes. Waldream is temporarily blinded. Jinung smiled in satisfaction, his voice filled with pride. That was great, Huni. The kid struck a pose with a sly grin. Those were just a few of my basic tricks. He waved his hand, signaling to advance. Let's defeat the boss monster as fast as we can. That's the quickest way to get what we want. Huni was thrilled. I want that too. Skeletons swarmed and climbed up Waldream's feet, looking just like a colony of ants swarming their prey. Slap also latched onto his foot, its eyes glowing fiercely. Lai threw its head back and lunged forward, its red and white mane flowing like a burning flame. It bit down on his arm, launching a series of attacks, creating dazzling slashes of light. Waldream's face contorted in ultimate rage and agony, letting out a horrifying shriek. Purple light erupted from his empty mouth like a vibrant, soul-filled flame. The system announced that Slap's HP had decreased by 41,000. 209L's HP had decreased by 97,432, and Finn's HP had decreased by... Jinung stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his temple. It's terrifyingly strong. If it weren't for Ganjin, I would have been in grave danger. Not even Caesar could be a match for it. He paused for a beat, startled by a sudden realization. Wait a minute, where is Caesar? Jinung turned his head in surprise. Caesar, have you been here this whole time? He was just lying there calmly, with his hands casually resting behind his head. Caesar looked unbelievably carefree amidst the surrounding chaos. That's right. Don't bother me with that snail-like weakling. Jinung was so worried he had to plead, damn it, that monster is way too strong. Help us. But Caesar just smirked. What a pain. Unless I get some legendary armor, I'm not moving a muscle. I'm so sick of my current outfit. Jinung bit his lip in frustration, holding up the item panel. Fine, what a waste. I mean, here it is. The legendary armor. You want it? Caesar slightly raised an eyebrow, a lazy smile playing on his lips, not even bothering to sit up. Thanks. With a dramatic flair, he put on the armor and stood tall, gripping his sword powerfully. I'll be right back. Caesar smirked, a look of pure confidence and excitement on his face, as if he was savoring this very moment. He unleashed a blinding slash toward Waldream without a moment's hesitation. Despite the massive size difference, the monster was sliced clean in two. Its desperate scream echoed. Waldream vanished, leaving behind two items, a holy grail and a crown. Both items were sparkling brilliantly. You could tell how valuable they were just by looking at them. Jinung picked up the glowing holy grail, his face filled with excitement. The system announced, you have completed the quest. Find Waldream's holy grail in the SS rank sick historical ruins. He was ecstatic. I did it. Huni, holding the crown, was equally overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with delight. The kid opened his mouth to exclaim, "I did." But before he could finish, a notification popped up. "Whoa, Dream's crown is selecting the strongest person in this room to be its new owner." Huni watched in disbelief as the crown flew out of his hands. "What the?" The two others behind him also watched intently. The crown flew straight to Caesar's head, and he let out a hearty laugh in excitement. The system announced Wodream's crown has chosen Caesar as its new owner. The kid stood there completely stunned, his eyes wide with rage, trembling. A curse hissed through his gritted teeth. Damn it! The four of them were inside the battle area, standing and looking at each other in silence. Caesar broke the silence with a loud laugh, turning to them with a proud expression. "This crown really suits a handsome guy, don't you think? See, that's just how amazing I am." Huni was completely dumbfounded. His mouth hung open. Eyes wide in shock, and sweat poured down his face. "Holy crap, without Wodream's crown I can't complete the quest." The kid clenched his fist, his eyes wide with fury as he yelled, "Hey, that's not what we agreed on." Jinung glanced over with a wary expression, thinking he didn't expect things to turn out this way either. To happen this way. Huni was furious but helpless, clenching his jaw with a look of pure rage. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? It's obvious I'm no match for that white-haired guy." Beside him, Ba-Lam offered a solution. "There's another way for us to complete the mission." The kid immediately asked, "What is it?" He then detailed the method they needed to follow. "This crown is merely a conduit for the immortal god to completely seize control of Wodream. So if you stay close to the crown's owner for the next 100 days, you'll be able to absorb the leaking dark aura using the wooden coin." Huni's expression finally relaxed, and his eyes lit up. Laughing with excitement, "Is that true? What a relief." However, Shia wore a look of annoyance, his words dripping with provocation. "Oh really? And who gave you permission to do that? Don't even think about getting close to me." The boy shouted, "What? Why?" Zia frowned. Gritting his teeth and glaring at him, he said simply, "Because you're annoying." Huni was stunned, his mouth hanging open at the reply, completely shocked by such a comment. The boy yelled in fury, "Annoying! How dare you say that to the future Lord of Darkness? I'm the one who will inherit the immortal god's power." Zia shot back once more. "That's exactly why you're so annoying." Just then, Jinung stepped in to defuse the tense situation. "Sir Zia, why don't we help him out just this once?" Zia replied coldly. "And why should I?" Jinung leaned in and whispered, "Can't you see he's quite a pitiful kid? The way he talks, you can tell he's not all there." And surprisingly, Zia agreed, "That's true." He then made a serious proposal. "All right then, hey kid, I'll consider it if you agree to my terms." Huni's eyes started to well up with tears. Hearing this, he quickly asked, "What terms?" Zia crossed his arms, a smug smirk on his face. "You must become my subordinate. However, if you ever become stronger than me, I will grant you your freedom. If you're truly the descendant of the immortal god, you should at least have that much guts, right?" The boy became furious upon hearing this, grinding his teeth so hard they audibly scraped. "A subordinate? This guy is trying to humiliate me, but to get stronger, there's no other choice. I'll get strong enough to crush that white-haired bastard." Huni considered the stakes and finally accepted. "Fine, I agree." The boy opened his status window. As they were talking, Papuji suddenly appeared behind them. It let out a few familiar chirps as it approached, staring intently at them. Papuji's eyes were wide and sparkling, staring straight ahead before letting out a startled cry. It began to move forward step by step, mesmerized by some unknown scent. A moment later, Papuji reached the open doorway, still inching forward one step at a time. It then passed through the doorway and went outside. Before the door could close back at the central guild on the Titan continent, explosions rocked the area, sending debris flying. Spron spun around, drawing his arm back before unleashing a slash that tore through the air, his eyes cold and completely focused. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was sent flying, its body shredded by the razor-sharp blade. He stomped his foot and launched himself high into the air, the force of his jump kicking up a cloud of dust. He swung his sword, creating a brilliant arc of light that sliced through the air. The enemy was sliced in half. Golden sand billowed as fragments of the foe scattered everywhere. Sprawn tightened his grip on his sword, showcasing the brutal combat of this action with a firm stance. He was the guild master of Titan. Sakran turned to look, his gaze calm to the point of being cold, his dark red pupils making his expression even sharper. Silen stood looking down at the scattered debris on the ground. He smirked, but in a refined way. "It's hard to believe you were the first one here. Sakran, I am Silen, the Vice Master of Titan." His attitude was incredibly calm, his tone decisive yet casual. "Yes, I am certain it was the Dark Luna Guild." A subordinate holding binoculars looked into the distance and reported, "Sakran, there is something over there." He whipped his head around upon hearing that while Silen laughed excitedly. "Is that the historical relic? Did you find it?" Sakran froze, his eyes wide with shock, clearly reflecting his anxiety. "Is that a dungeon?" "No." It was a colossal tower that stood majestically against the pale blue sky. Each level was exquisitely constructed, a tower of war. At the Dark Luna Guild base in the Midlands, the yellow sand and the ceaseless wind whistling through the walls gave the place a desolate atmosphere. A person standing in the shadows asked a subordinate, "Solon, have you found any clues about the Holy Grail?" She bowed her head respectfully, looking straight ahead as she reported, "Guild Master, I have found it." This person was Solon, a member of the Dark Luna Guild. She turned to look with an imposing gaze. "Where is it located?" She was Lai Rahan, the Guildmaster of Dark Luna. Solon tilted her body slightly in a gesture of reverence. "According to the reconnaissance reports, it is in the central part of the historical ruins in Reem's tomb." Rahan gave the order. "All right. Then you will immediately take 30 people and set out. I will follow closely behind." She raised her eyes, but her voice lowered, laced with caution. "But Guildmaster, there is a small problem." Rahan asked. "What problem?" Solon reported. "Someone has entered the ruins before us, and judging by their banner, they seem to be from the Lucipan Kingdom." Rahan's expression changed instantly, a smile forming beneath her cold mask. Someone from the Lucipan Kingdom was able to enter the central area this quickly. Solon's eyes were cold, yet they showed clear-headedness and decisiveness. "How should we proceed, my lady? Should we strike fast to win? Fast, seizing the Holy Grail as quickly as possible?" She disagreed. "There is no need to rush." Rahan began to walk, speaking as she went, "We can use this time to our advantage." Solon glanced after her somewhat hesitantly. "Does that mean—" She walked with strong, decisive steps. "We just need to make sure we do not lose track of them." Rahan's eyes flashed with a sharp, cold glint, her eyebrows arched with clear determination. "We will crush those Lucipan fools the moment they step out with the Holy Grail in hand. This is the perfect setup for a revenge plot." Meanwhile, Jinung was feeling gloomy. His face darkened as he bit his lip in frustration. He checked the information on the items he had received. Besides the Holy Grail, everything else was useless. "Well, at least I completed the quest." The system announced, "You have acquired the Holy Grail of Google. You have completed the Explore the Sycan Ruins quest with an S rank. You receive an additional 25 million FB for successfully completing the quest." A new quest link has been established. The information appeared, "Use the Holy Grail of Google Dream to capture a barracks. The holy water in the Grail increases the expansion rate of bases in the and also shortens the time required to capture a barracks. Use the Holy Grail's ability to seize a base." This Manhwa review notes another quest for our quest difficulty unknown. Quest conditions unknown. Time limit 7 days. If you lose or the Holy Grail is stolen, the system will automatically register the quest as a failure. If you wish to retrieve the Holy Grail, please restart the quest. Do you accept this quest? Yes. No. Jinung stared at the notification window deep in thought. Wait a minute. If there are instructions like this, it means... His eyes focused his hand on his chin in a thoughtful pose. Considering the dangerous circumstances, there might be other parties trying to steal the Holy Grail. Jinung glanced over at the other group. His expression remained incredibly tense as he assessed the current situation, looking at the notification window with a focused gaze. Even if we manage to capture the base, the Holy Grail will still be stolen. What bad luck if I lose this quest. I still need to get stronger first. After a long moment of thought, Jinung quickly made a decision. Let's go. But then he suddenly realized something was missing, looking around and saying, "Where did it go?" Cancel Pipuji's summon. The system announced familiar Pipuji refuses to be unsummoned. Jinung was a bit startled by the notification. What the heck? The system continued to announce familiar Pipuji cannot be unsummoned. He looked all around, searching for any sign of it, calling out for Pipuji as he scanned the area. Elsewhere, its face was flushed, its eyes filled with extreme excitement. "My name is Pipuji. I'm just taking a little walk right now." It followed an alluring scent so captivated that it was drooling. "I keep smelling something so delicious." Pipuji arrived at a certain spot and looked up, following the scent. "These cliffs are so high and steep." It bit its lip, grimacing as it looked up with determination. "But I just need to climb this. I can do it." Pipuji struggled to get a handhold on the cliffs, climbing with all its might until it was drenched in sweat. It was thrilled. This fragrant aroma is irresistible. A dazzling red flower was the source of that scent. Pipuji took a bite of the flower, its eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed with satisfaction. So tasty! Suddenly, something started pulling it away. It tried to hold on tightly to the flower. This was the system notification: Jinung is attempting to cancel the summon. Pipuji thrashed about angrily as it was being pulled, its eyes bulging with rage. "I still want to eat more." Suddenly, the force pulling it stopped and it let out a surprised yelp. The system announced, "Summon cancellation has been nullified by the power of the 100-year rainbow herb." Pipuji fell freely, smacking its face painfully against the ground. It clenched its fists, its face contorted, and it cursed through gritted teeth. "My master is a real jerk. I only got one bite, and he tried to unsummon me." I was silently thanking the plant's effect. "But thanks to the power of this herb, I'm safe and sound." A voice echoed from nearby. "Who the hell are you?" It turned its head, looking around. "Who said that?" The voice spoke again. "How old do you think I am?" Pipuji looked over and its eyes widened, its mouth agape in shock. "No way," it recalled what Jinung had told it before. "Pipuji, do you know something?" He stroked its back and explained, "On the northern continent there's a turtle named Pip-Paji. Apparently he's the most handsome turtle in the world." Jinung's face darkened, his expression filled with rage. "But you know, I can't stand hearing those words." He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white with anger. "I know no turtle is as handsome and amazing as my Pipuji." Tears streamed down Jinung's face. Groaned. "So do you know what I was thinking? Perhaps my Pipuji has been eating too much and has gained weight. Could that be the reason why you're not the most handsome turtle in the world?" He stroked its head. "That's why I can't let you eat too many meatballs. Pipuji, you understand how I feel, don't you?" It too was moved by these words of concern. At that moment, Jinung was incredibly determined. "So just you wait. Pipuji, I will make you the most handsome turtle in the universe." Pipuji froze its eyes, flashing with a mix of confusion and bewilderment, cold sweat beading on its face. "I never thought I would meet it in a place like this." "That one over there is Pipuji." Its small face glowed as if covered in a soft, pearlescent light. Amidst a desolate and gray cliffside, two small creatures with round bodies and gentle blue skin stood out. At this moment, Jinung's group had arrived at the location where it was found. "Boogie," he panted, clearly exhausted from the run. "Lai had a hard time tracking your scent, so we could barely keep up." Just then, Jinung suddenly noticed the turtle beside it, which was glowing brilliantly. His jaw dropped in surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What is this turtle?" Jinung leaned down for a better look, somewhat taken aback. "Is this Pipuji?" It looked at him with sparkling eyes, smiling gently with a sense of relief. "I'm so moved. You have found my lost identity. To show my gratitude, I will offer you something I treasure." Jinung was momentarily stunned but still knelt down, holding out his hand to receive it. "If it's offering, I should probably take it, right?" The emperor turtle then came forward. It stuck out its tongue, presenting a sparkling orb. The sight left him frozen in place. Jinung took the orb. It was the turtle spirit orb. The orb shimmered brilliantly, radiating a golden light. The system chimed with a notification: "You have received the item Turtle Spirit Orb." He paused, staring intently at the shimmering orb in his hand. The system displayed the information: Turtle Spirit Orb, classification magic, grade legendary, use restriction. Equipable status depends on familiarity. Options: All combat abilities, plus 55%. All innate ability cooldowns, reduced by 15%. When worn by an ancient turtle species, it regenerates 0.5% health per second. When worn by an ancient turtle species, it allows the wearer to use the innate ability Water Curtain. The Water Curtain prevents any weapon from passing through. The effect lasts for 15 seconds with a 1-minute cooldown. Returns to user Yan can be transferred once at the beginning. It is an ancient item containing a part of the soul of the legendary ancient emperor Turtle Pippaji. It holds the secret for an ancient turtle to evolve and become a dragon turtle. Jinung stood silently, somewhat bewildered by the information he received. A dragon turtle? If Pippuji evolves, he wondered, can it become a dragon? He wasn't sure if a small turtle could evolve into the image of a powerful dragon. The Emperor Turtle frowned slightly, not looking very confident. I have slept for a very long time, so I don't remember much. Please, it began to ask gently. Help me restore my memories. A system notification appeared. Quest from the Emperor Turtle Pippaji in the ancient ruins. The giant's tomb? The dragon turtle has awakened from its long slumber. However, because of that long sleep, Pippaji does not remember its past. To restore its memories, you must find the Dharma Pearl of the Yellow Dragon. The orb is hidden somewhere in the catacombs. Find the magic orb of the Yellow Dragon Turtle and return to Pippaji. This is a hidden quest. Quest difficulty is SS rank. The condition is that the player must gain the trust of the Yellow Turtle Pippaji. The player must successfully defeat Wool Dream. There is no time limit. The reward is the egg of the Yellow Turtle, and only one team member can receive it. Dragon Turtle Scale Armor. All team members will receive reputation based on their clear rank. Do you accept this quest, yes or no? His eyes showed a bit of confusion from the information he received from the system. I needed to gather information to upgrade Pippaji, but it ended up giving me a quest instead. Yundung figured something out. His eyes suddenly lit up as he smirked confidently. This was a win-win situation. Meanwhile, back in the room where they had gathered, Cha was still lying on the floor, relaxing casually, not caring where everyone else had gone. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of utter boredom on his face. Everyone has gone off to find that ugly turtle. So boring. Cha sat up and looked outside. I should go out for some fresh air. Outside, the sky was clear and blue. A flag fluttered in the wind. He stretched his arms to loosen his muscles, letting out a huge yawn that brought tears to his eyes. He let out a yell of satisfaction. A man in a black hood holding a dagger was secretly watching him, preparing to strike. His eyes were fixed on Sa's every move. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, the assassin leaped at him from behind. But Chia noticed just in time and dodged the slash from the hooded figure. The assassin quickly repositioned after his failed attack. But Za was right behind him in an instant. He was determined not to let him escape. Za caught up, grabbing the man's wrist with immense force. His face was a mask of irritation. He brought his elbow down hard on the assassin's arm. The man cried out in pain, tears streaming from his eyes. He let out a loud scream. Za clenched his fist, his eyes burning with fierce determination as he aimed his next attack. He landed a powerful punch right on the hooded man's face. The impact distorted his features. The weapon the man had used flew high into the air. It spun as it went. Za snatched it out of the air, gripping it tightly. The assassin slammed onto the ground. His face contorted in pain as he groaned. Za stood tall, looking confident and powerful as he held the captured weapon. He pointed a finger forward with an arrogant smirk and said, "Hey!" On the cliff above, a group of black-robed figures appeared. She questioned them, "Who are you people?" Solon looked down in astonishment, not expecting her subordinate to be taken down so quickly. She lowered her head slightly, her brow furrowed and sweat beading on her face. "I knew they were strong enough to clear the dungeon, but I never imagined they were this strong." Ka's face was filled with indignation. He repeated his question sternly. "I asked you, who are you?" Solon stepped forward, her attitude arrogant as she made her demand. "Hand over the Holy Grail." Tie shot her a look, a scornful smile playing on his lips, radiating absolute confidence. "Come and get it then." "Go." Solon's eyes turned icy as she stared him down quickly, giving the order to kill him. Za took a defensive stance, his brows furrowed as he faced the group. Tiza quickly leaped high into the air, leaving only a cloud of dust where he had been standing. Just as the group rushed forward, he was already high above them, his reaction time incredibly fast. The group looked up in surprise. Looking up at the figure that had just soared into the sky, screams erupted loudly, attracting the attention of the other men. Zera's eyes glinted with intensity, his face completely focused on the battle. Then he landed back on the ground, landing lightly, a clear display of his skill. Zera stood coolly before Solon, taking her by surprise. The other men quickly moved in to attack him. They were following her order to kill that bastard. Meanwhile, Zera remained perfectly still. He watched them with a scornful smile and a look of utter contempt, completely confident in his own power. Zera's eyes sharpened. A wave of energy radiated from him. He let out a yell and swung his dagger, cutting them down in a diagonal slash. Solon watched in horror as her guild members were instantly annihilated. She gritted her teeth in fury. She couldn't believe her team had been defeated so easily. Solon tightened her grip on her sword's hilt. She raised her weapon, her eyes blazing with determination and killing intent. Die. Zera's expression was just as unflinching, perhaps even a little mysterious. Solon attacked while strategizing. With her master on the way, she thrust her sword downward. A powerful ray of light erupted as she thought, I have to buy as much time as I possibly can. Zera just smirked, his expression a mix of contempt and confidence. His reaction was lightning fast. A simple sidestep was all he needed to evade her attack. They moved at such incredible speeds that they became blurs, looking like two streaks of light crossing paths. They both came to a halt in a steady stance. Zera's eyes were filled with confidence as a faint smile played on his lips. He then asked, Did I tell you? Did I? Just then she coughed up blood. Zera turned his head back, a mocking glint in his eyes, his demeanor designed to provoke. I didn't bring the Holy Grail. Solon collapsed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, as the bodies of her subordinates began to vanish. She too started to fade away, muttering apologies and regrets. Such damn bad luck. I'm sorry, Master. Zera lifted his weapon and stared at it for a moment, complaining softly, as if this happened all the time. My weapon's broken again. Zera immediately tossed it away without a hint of regret, then lazily picked his nose. There must be some good loot around here, right? This event would later become known as the Nightmare of the Central Continent, especially among the members of the Dark Luna Guild. The sun was high in the sky, its bright rays illuminating a towering spire. Saren's group made their way inside, finding the long corridor completely empty. He glanced around silently pleased. It's great that we managed to get this mission. Sekren let out a smug grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I heard about the war tower from Laramu during the previous mission. He recalled standing over a defeated Laromu on the floor, mocking him. You look pathetic. Sakren's gaze was filled with disdain as he spat out the name Chromu. The man grimaced, using the last of his strength to speak. I apologize for my failure. You probably won't be able to reach your goal now. Lachromu's eyes were shrouded in deep shadow as he continued. In exchange, I will give you information about the War Tower. The War Tower was a place for hunting monsters, with sunlight casting its glow upon its ancient walls. It was also a place to purchase ancient artifacts or rare items, but entry required at least 5,000 contribution points. Sakren gazed towards the tower, his eyes distant and thoughtful. What I seek there is the flag of the Pharaoh. A flag fluttered amidst a sea of fire and ash. He calculated in his mind an artifact that could double the experience gained from hunting monsters. If I can just get this artifact, I'll become much stronger. The Khan territory will win the war. Wait a minute. Shran's eyes widened, his brows furrowed, and sweat beaded on his face. The object was a book neatly placed inside a glass case. It was emitting a brilliant light. This was the skill book. Loyalty of the Desert Warrior. The system notification showed its classification: skill book passive skill. Consumption value none. Cooldown time none. You can create a sword curtain by focusing your mind, with a 15% chance to form the sword curtain against a surprise attack. The curtain will block 300% of the damage to the user and reflect 150% of that damage back. Usage requirement: swordsmanship skill must be higher than the swordmaster level. Each time the sword curtain is formed, the player's damage increases by 10% for the next 15 moves, and it can stack continuously for 10 attacks. He placed his hand on the glass case, looking at the book with intense desire. A legendary item. If I get this skill book, my stats could increase at an incredible rate. However, Sakura realized a major obstacle, but I'd have to use all of my contribution points to buy it. If I do that, I can't buy the Pharaoh's flag anymore. He bit his lip, his eyes slightly downcast as he weighed his options. Is it okay to spend all my contribution points right before a huge war breaks out, but I might never get another chance to obtain this skill book? Saren gave a wry smile at the difficult choice, standing there thinking for a long time. A moment later, a system notification appeared. You have purchased the skill book Loyalty of the Desert Warrior. Your contribution points have decreased by 12,000. Remaining contribution points 375. He held the brightly glowing book in his hand, having finally made his choice. Shran clenched his fist, his expression determined as he remembered Rahan. That's right, once I become stronger, the whole team will become stronger. This time, I'll definitely defeat that bastard. After finishing their purchases, the three of them walked out of the tower together. They walked slowly, his face still somewhat lost in thought. Back inside the tower, the display cases containing the items sat silently. Something was left alone in one of the cases. It wasn't very large, looking like some kind of emblem, but it was emitting a light similar to the skill book from before. Could this also be a legendary ranked item? Beneath a clear blue sky stood a sheer cliff made of massive, sturdy rock formations. Jinsung's group was standing in a corner, apparently waiting for someone. A person approached, raising a hand high to wave at them. Hey, Run was overjoyed to see everyone and called out a greeting. Have you guys been waiting long? Violen gave a gentle, soft bow. Hello. Crossing her arms with a radiant smile, her words seemed like a scolding, but were actually just teasing. You're finally here. You're late. He replied, then asked about their current situation. Yeah, so any progress? Jinsung's eyes lit up, excitedly showing off his achievement. Of course I even got the Holy Grail, but I still have a few questions. Johan placed a hand on his chin, his eyes gazing into the distance as he speculated. So you're saying you need to find the magic jewel of a turtle named Pip Podgy. He confirmed the speculation. Yeah, but how can there be a turtle named Pip Podgy? Folan held out her hand, sharing his insight. I heard about this a long time ago, but there's a hidden NPC related to your job. He crossed his arms and frowned as if trying to process that explanation. It made sense since hidden NPCs are named based on their background. Huni suddenly turned to him and shouted, Hey! The boy's eyes glowed a menacing and gloomy red, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The darkness within me is boiling. I want to face our enemies as soon as possible. At that moment, Jinsung turned and said with a startled expression, Oh, right. Since everyone's here, do you want to go hunting? Rohan glanced over, frowning slightly, and asked, Who's this kid? Huni angrily bared his teeth, threatening, I'm not a kid. The protagonist looked down and explained the boy's identity. He's Exe's subordinate. Huni shouted in outrage, I'm no one's subordinate. Just then, Jinsung realized Zera was missing and looked around for him. Hey, now that I think about it, that bastard Zera. The boy was so angry he could spit fire. I will become the Lord of Darkness, you insolent fool. But the protagonist was still just thinking about the other guy. I bet he'll find his way right. A thunderous sound echoed and the ground rumbled from some kind of impact. Jinsung pointed forward and commanded, his face completely focused. Ray Dragon's breath. It spread its wings and soared, high, powerful energy radiating around it. Ray opened its mouth and unleashed a breath attack forward. Flames billowed out furiously. A sharp claw slammed down on the stone ground, cracking it. An explosion erupted, fire flashing across the area, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Smoke from the blaze spread all around the cliff. Rohan, with a stern expression, shot upwards to attack. He flew towards the scorpion, slashing down with a powerful and incredibly fast strike. Phelan channeled energy into her magic staff, a purple current flowing around it. She focused her gaze forward. Wizard's Blessing. The energy swirled around them. A system notification appeared. Harry's power has increased by 30%. Empowered, he delivered a mighty slash against the monster's claw. Huni also buffed Baalam. Death Knights make our opponents suffer with the darkness of despair. Jin-sung frowned tensely and shouted out his commands. Lai Lai also followed the order, charging forward to attack with the others. Each one landed a strike on the scorpion, every slash like a flash of light. A system notification appeared. "You have defeated the monster scorpion." Jin-sung let out a breath, staring intently at the screen. "I think we're mostly done with the hunt here." He looked down, asking with a cheerful smile. "Right, Pipuji?" But its face was filled with fear, darkening as if sensing danger. "Something is coming." Both he and Huni next to him were startled by the resounding noise. Lai and Ba Lam looked at each other, caught off guard, and not knowing what was happening. Ray heard the sound and seemed puzzled, while Fiolan ducked slightly in fear. A massive explosion occurred. Thick dust and smoke from above enveloped the entire area. A hand with razor-sharp fingers emerged from the solid rock. A pangolin-like creature with a glowing gem on its head rose up, its red eyes filled with danger. It reared back, opened its mouth to reveal razor-sharp teeth, and let out a deafening roar. The system announced, "Sunbur Ake, level 200, a hidden boss equipped with a magic gem." The gem on its head shone brightly, its crimson eyes cold and sharp. Jin-sung's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in surprise. The magic gem. The ground shook violently. Layers of dust and rock were thrown up like crashing waves as the giant Salin emerged from underground. Its eyes glowed a fiery red, and it let out a deafening roar that seemed to tear the sky apart, raising its enormous, terrifying arm. Seeing this, he was startled and shouted, "Lai, dodge!" It quickly backed away, avoiding the attack from Salin. The wind from that attack gusted out, and Jin-sung had to block it with his arm. He gritted his teeth, straining. "Damn it! Just the wind pressure alone feels like it could blow me away. I need to act fast." He tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with determination as he yelled. Rohun began to tank. He was positioned below, using his shield to block the falling rocks and debris. Rohun gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, showing the immense strain. "Sorry, just blocking these falling rocks is already my limit. I think you'll have to do something about that Godzilla over there." Jin-sung clenched his fists, his face hardening, his eyes filled with uncertainty. "What should I do? Its level is too high for me to defeat it without Zera." At that moment, Salin was no longer visible in the pit. Huni shouted a warning to everyone. "That damn thing is crawling out of its hole!" It emerged with its massive and powerful form, charging quickly towards them. Salin opened its mouth, and a blinding light emanated from within. He gaped in shock, his eyes wide with fear. "Is that a breath attack? If that hits, we're dead for sure." Jin-sung turned around, his face urgent. "Everyone run," the system announced. Fiolan is afflicted with the fear effect due to Salin's breath skill. Ganhun is afflicted with the fear effect due to Salin's breath skill. A blazing fire with powerful energy spread all around the gem on its head, glittered brightly, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. Salin used its breath, a roaring flame erupting from its mouth, blazing outwards. Salin's eyes glowed crimson, its mouth wide open, spewing fire, displaying its immense power. The system announced, "Yan is afflicted with the fear effect due to Salin's breath skill." He gritted his teeth, his face contorted. "Damn it, am I gonna die in a place like this?" Jin-sung's eyes showed a hint of helplessness, even though he didn't want to give up. The situation was dire. Is this the end? The system announced the companion pet Pipuji's spirit turtle effect has been activated. It puffed up its cheeks, making them big and round, its mouth filled with something trying hard to compress it. Then Pipuji used all its strength to spew a massive stream of water. Seeing that spectacle left Jin-sung gaping in astonishment. Pipuji activated the spirit turtle skill it received from Pipagia. It completely blocked Salon's breath attack. A drop of water fell on Huni's hat, making him jump slightly and let out a small yelp. The boy looked up, holding out his hand to catch the droplets with a surprised expression. The steam created from the breath attack has condensed into rain. He looked at it with tears welling up in his eyes, feeling so proud. "Pipuji, you're so cool. You're number one." Just as he was getting emotional, a sound from the other side caught Jin-sung's attention. That big-headed turtle! Zera strode forward powerfully, with a cold expression, offering a word of praise for Pipuji. "It's pretty useful." He was a bit startled when he saw that it was Zera. "Where's the armor and weapon I gave you?" he answered seriously. "I put it in my inventory so it wouldn't get sandy, but I didn't know it was going to rain." Jinung cried helplessly, his voice full of grievance. Good job, but why are you so late? Zera, with a calm expression, answered curtly. I was warming up. He continued. Well, since you're here, you might as well do something about that Godzilla, he said, looking toward the giant Salan in the distance. It stood there proudly, and his face tensed for a moment, his sharp, cold eyes glancing at the sweat pouring down his face. That's no Godzilla. It's a Salan that has only partially absorbed the power of a magic gem. Sa flopped onto the ground, covering his face with his hand and letting out a lazy sigh. And I refuse. I already warmed up. But then it started to rain, which is a real pain. A reward would change my mind, though. Diendong trembled with rage, his eyes filled with a mix of... He bit his lip to hold back the curse that was about to escape. This guy would only lift a finger if there was a reward. Through the curtain of rain, he turned away and replied calmly, Fine, we'll do it ourselves. Jinung and his group struck an incredibly cool pose, before charging into the kind of epic fight you see in the best action manhwa. Besides, I've already figured out a way to defeat this Salan. He raised his hand high, shouting a clear command, Summon Finn and slap. A magic circle appeared showing the images of two powerful beasts. Then Jinung called out loudly, Ray, return. The creature quickly flew back to their side. He stepped forward decisively, a scepter in his hand. It began to glow as blue light gathered at its tip like a magical spirit forming the scepter's head. Jinung's face tensed. His eyes filled with determination as his commanding shout echoed, Armor of the deepest abyss. A rough armored roar. The overpowered main character unleashed a powerfully swirling purple orb, compressing energy to its absolute limit before it erupted violently, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. Johan couldn't hide his surprise, his face lighting up as he saw the rubble being sucked inward. He continued to issue commands, Johan, keep tanking with slap! The man quickly complied. The Salan let out a deafening roar, making the entire cliff face tremble. Jinung's eyes were sharp and clear-headed as he quickly assessed the situation as this manhwa recap continues. He then turned to speak. Ganji Ji-hoon, you and Ba-lam draw its attention with your skeleton soldiers. Lai and I will provide support. Hooni pouted slightly, clicking his tongue in annoyance but still accepted. I don't usually take orders from those weaker than me, but since you need my shadow power... The young man quickly shouted a command, Go, my servants! Ba-lam landed a slash on the Salan, the strike emitting a brilliant light. Jinung turned to give careful instructions. Fient! When I fly up on Finn, please give me a buff. Got it. He then mounted Finn and soared high into the air, flying towards the ongoing battle. It flew at incredible speed, shooting towards its destination like a rocket. In just a moment, they were high above the battlefield, looking down at the Salan below. Jinung assessed the situation carefully. Even if it was a level 200 Salan powered by a magic gem, he was sure of one thing: if they all attacked it at once. A notification popped up. Salan's health had decreased by 88,832 points. With Ba-lam also fighting fiercely, the monster was certain to take damage. A great manhwa review would praise this teamwork. The system continuously announced Salan's health has decreased by 12,842 points. Salan's health has decreased by 14,775 points. A notification appeared. Your attack power has increased by 30%. Jinung was completely focused. Good, the buff is active. Summon. He called out the name Jaji. A bird with shimmering golden feathers appeared. Its body enveloped in a stream of energy. A brilliant golden light erupted from the tip of his scepter, so dazzling it seemed to shake space itself. Thunderbreak energy erupted amidst the pouring rain. Jinung's face was a mask of absolute concentration, ready to get his revenge. As bolts of lightning crisscrossed like dazzling chains across the sky, blue-white orbs of energy were enveloped by. Golden lightning crackled violently all around. A massive thunderbolt ripped through the sky as our main character soared upwards, his entire body enveloped in a blinding golden aura. Salan roared in agony, sensing the immense threat hurtling towards it. This is a classic scene. His eyes narrowed, his voice a deep yet urgent command. The rain had absorbed the lightning along with the charged energy crystals. The bolt of lightning engulfed Saloon's colossal body, its silhouette flickering within the electrical storm as it roared in utter despair, striking deep into its open wounds. The system notifications flooded in. Saloon's health has decreased by 13,121 points. Due to the effect of the lightning strike, Saloon has been inflicted with paralysis. Saloon's health has decreased by 33,739 points. It writhed in absolute agony, letting out one final earth-shattering roar. Gray smoke billowed upwards, blanketing the battlefield. Saloon, now charred completely black, collapsed onto the ground. The thud of its massive body echoed as a radiant golden orb dropped from it. A brilliant golden light pulsed from the orb. System notification. You have successfully defeated the hidden boss Saloon. Our overpowered main character makes it look easy. You have gained 587,789 experience points. You are the first to defeat Saloon. Your reputation is increased by 30,000. Ian was still seated on his flying mount. You have obtained the title Scale Slayer. His eyes were focused, taking in every single notification. You have successfully prevented Saloon's evolution. The magic orb of the golden dragon turtle has restored its power. The mount had now landed gently on the ground below. The sound of its claws touching down echoed softly. Ian dismounted and picked up the orb. This was the exact item that Poppy had requested, an item capable of changing a being's evolutionary potential. This is a key part of this Manhwa recap. Holding the orb in his hand, it emitted a dazzling golden light. The magic orb. The system announced, "You have obtained this magic orb." Ian thought to himself, now that I have this, I can finally evolve Pippigi. Meanwhile, Pippigi stood with its arms crossed, trying its best to look cool. Ian gazed at the glowing orb with an excited expression, a wide smile spreading across his face. The magic pearl? I bet after I appraise it, I won't be able to stop thinking about its potential. Ian's gaze deepened, his pupils trembling slightly. There had to be a special reason why he'd worked his tail off for days just to obtain this legendary item. System notification: magic pearl of the golden dragon turtle. Type combination. Rank unknown, legendary. Usage restriction: can only be used by a specific race. Effect when possessed by a summoner. All combat stats of summoned beasts of the dragon race will increase by 3%. Usable item. Has the ability to evolve a summoned beast of any race that has reached its maximum level, but it will cause side effects. Quest item. This is an item containing the memories of the golden turtle Poppy. If used or lost, the quest will automatically be considered a failure and you will face Poppy's wrath. Item is bound to the player Ian. It will not be dropped upon death and cannot be transferred or sold to other players. It can only be transferred once. This is an incredibly precious magic pearl, containing sparkling golden essences. If it could be sold, the price would be astronomical. As he was pondering, his stomach suddenly rumbled. How should I manage this incredible item? Now that I think about it, it seems I missed my mealtime by a long shot. Ian turned to his companion. Hey, I'm gonna grab a bite. You can clean this mess up yourself, okay? Huni's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Huh, why do I have to? The kid raised his hand, his mouth hanging open, unable to finish his sentence. Jinung had vanished, leaving Heron completely speechless, with her face frozen in shock. A moment later, the gaming capsule in his house lit up. He let out a long, tired yawn, followed by a sigh. I'm so hungry, time to eat. As soon as he stepped out of the machine, Jinung wondered what to eat. What should I order today? On the other side, Heron let out a mischievous grin. Hearing the laughter, he immediately turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. She ran up and hugged his arm. Nuzzling her face against his arm, Jinung was taken aback, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Heron, she pouted, pretending to be annoyed. What are you so surprised about? I thought you said I could come here whenever I wanted. Jinung scratched his face in confusion, not knowing how to explain. Yeah, but by the way, do you want to have lunch with me? Suddenly, Heron's expression became a little awkward, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Jinung wondered, is there something else? She pointed forward, flashing a confident smile. No matter what, today I'm going to drag you out of that world of grinding. Jinsung was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What Haran pointed directly at him, her face full of determination. Hurry up and get dressed. He froze for a moment when she said they were going on a date. His mouth hung open in surprise and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Huh. Jinsung's face turned red with embarrassment, his eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. A date. The two of them went to an amusement park together. Haran was so excited her eyes crinkled into a smile. He smiled gently, with a surprisingly sincere expression, looking at her and asking, "You wanted to go to an amusement park, didn't you?" Haran blushed shyly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "That's right, I love roller coasters." She quickly grabbed his hand, startling Jinsung a little. Haran pointed towards the big Ferris wheel over there, pulling him along as she said, "Let's go on that one." Jinsung's face was filled with happiness, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Okay." A little later, they bought some candy to eat, both of them munching away with their cheeks puffed out. Haran was looking something up, probably checking the ingredients. After that, she and Jinsung went on the roller coaster. Haran was incredibly excited to be on the ride, while he just sat there with his mouth agape in surprise. Jinsung's mind was filled with images of him riding the phoenix and soaring high in the sky. Very quickly the sun set. The two held hands tightly under the night sky. Fireworks bloomed brilliantly in the sky, and below they watched the beautiful sight, completely mesmerized. Jinsung looked up at the fireworks, and as he watched he said to her, "Haran, actually, there's something I want to tell you." Haran turned to look at him, her heart filled with anticipation. Is he finally going to confess? She thought excitedly, asking him, "What is it?" But Jinsung just wanted to ask a question. If you suddenly found something that belonged to someone else, but it was something you really needed, what would you do? Her face fell in disappointment because it wasn't what she expected. It's not a confession. Haran thought for a moment before giving her answer. No matter how much you need it, it should be returned to its rightful owner. She explained her reasoning to him, since it rightfully belongs to them. Right hearing. The Jinsung looked at her with a surprised expression, then he broke into a gentle smile. Satisfied with the answer he received, Jinsung's face flushed, and his eyes crinkled into a smile. "You're absolutely right," he said. "Thanks." Haran also looked at him with a shy yet gentle expression full of affection. The two of them then returned and stood together, for a while before heading their separate ways. Jinung expressed his feelings about their outing. "Hey Haran, I had a great time with you today. It was really fun." She replied, "Really? Thanks to you, I had a lot of fun today too." Haran then asked cheerfully, "You're planning to play games all day tomorrow too, right?" He scratched his head, a bit flustered, but confirmed his work. "Yeah, because I still have something I need to finish." As soon as she heard his answer, she continued to ask, "Is that so? Then what about today?" Jinung replied enthusiastically, "Like I said, I had a really—" She cut him off. "No, you dummy, that's not what I meant. What I mean is—" Haran tucked her hair behind her ear, striking a gentle and shy pose. "How did I look today?" He didn't dare to look directly at her, averting his gaze to ease the awkwardness. "You looked very beautiful." Hearing that answer, Haran turned to leave, not forgetting to turn back and say goodbye. "Thank you. I'm heading home now. Get home safe." She hummed a little tune as she walked, showing how happy she was. Jinsung watched her figure disappear and smiled to himself. Only after she was out of sight did he turn to head back. Jinsung walked on smiling happily, his heart pounding in his chest. His eyes sparkled like stars in the sky, clearly showing the image of someone in love. The next day the sun rose high again, the clear blue sky illuminating the house. He once again entered the machine, going inside the game to continue his quest. Huangui saw Jinsung and let out a surprised, "Oh!" He said excitedly, "Yan, you've returned safely." Jinsung stared at him intently. Huangui quickly asked, "What about the magic pearl?" He held out the shining pearl. "Here, I brought it back for you." Its eyes filled with joy, expressing its gratitude. "Thank you, I really—" But then Jinsung pulled the pearl back instead of giving it to Huangui, surprising him. Its attitude suddenly changed, its face contorting in rage. "Are you messing with me?" He then said, "To be honest." Jinsung sincerely spoke his mind. I really wanted to use this for Pipuji instead of honoring our deal. However, I will definitely return it to you. He smirked his face full of confidence. Because this belongs to you anyway, right? Huang Gui's face darkened, and he remained silent for a long time. Then, he suddenly looked up with a sincere smile, his face flushing as he praised him profusely. You truly are a great person. Jinung was a bit surprised. He had no choice but to hand it over. Here you go. Things didn't go as he had imagined. I thought he would get angry, but he didn't. The creature thrashed on the ground. Thank you for telling me the truth. Yan, I almost lost my composure and hurt you. Huang Gui took the pearl in his mouth, his eyes glistening with emotion. It's easy to control the thoughts in your head, but not the ones in your heart. You have miraculously overcome temptation and greed. Even though you hesitated, I highly value your honesty. A golden light enveloped its body, the energy radiating powerfully. Now I can finally reclaim the glorious past of my life. Jinung squeezed his eyes shut. He shielded his face with his hand to block the light. It was too bright. A brilliant golden foot with sharp claws appeared. Huang Gui began to grow 3 shining golden dragon heads. He peeked through his fingers, but it was difficult to see in such an intense light. Is it over yet? When Jinung could finally open his eyes and look directly, his expression was one of pure shock. He could only exclaim, "Holy crap!" Before him was a 3-headed dragon with an incredibly massive body. Its face radiating immense power. Jinung thought in awe, so this is Pipuji's true form. His jaw dropped in utter amazement. If I used the magic orb on Pipuji, would it have looked this cool? A system notification appeared. Hidden quest. The quest of the Imperial Turtlebark. Paji has been completed. You have received the reward, Dragon Turtle Scale Armor. You have also received 200,000 reputation points. Jinung was surprised as he looked at the notification panel. That's strange, why didn't it give me the proof of the Imperial? The Imperial Turtle suddenly spoke, Yan, I have a proposal. He looked towards the source of the sound, his face showing clear surprise. Its eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. I was very moved by your kind nature. Jinung's eyes widened as he looked at the Imperial Turtle, a bit tense as he waited for its next words. The Imperial Turtle's voice was calm, gentle, yet solemn. The soul of Wool Dream is no longer here, so I no longer need to protect this place. With that, it bowed its massive head low before Jinung. Would you be troubled if I were to join you? A system notification appeared. The Imperial Dragon Turtle Park. Podge wishes to become your retainer. Do you accept? If you accept, you will not receive the... His eyes widened in clear astonishment, his brows furrowing in thought. My retainer? Just a single glance was enough to tell that this was no ordinary retainer. This manhwa review highlights how our overpowered main character Jinung had a... That's right, I knew working myself to death to transfer that magic orb was all for a good reason. Of course, if Heron hadn't given me that advice, none of this would have been possible. An image of her gentle smile appeared in his mind, and he broke into a bright smile. I have to admit, I was still having second thoughts. Jinung's eyes lit up, eagerly welcoming the Imperial Turtle, opening his arms to it. He celebrated internally, thinking this was a massive win. Information was delivered to him. The current situation on the Central Continent is as follows. The guilds belonging to the Sea Empire, the Dark Luna, and Titan guilds are living up to their reputations. They hold the first and second positions among the top guilds, having already secured their bases and are now developing their territories. On the other hand, the guilds belonging to the Lucipin Kingdom, the Strander and Valian guilds, have just formed an alliance and have begun to occupy key positions. But this is a new continent, a desolate wasteland. Developing a territory is incredibly difficult when there are almost no resources or food available, because these guilds are burning through the funds of their respective empire headquarters, while the other empire possesses the overwhelmingly powerful first and second-ranked guilds. A group of people gathered outside their faces. Focused, Johan voiced his concerns about the current situation. This is a serious problem. The other guilds have already established their bases, but we've only just formed our alliance. Jinung gestured forward as he explained. Even if we rush, it won't do any good. The monsters on the Central Continent are all around level 130. Even if you manage to establish a base, it'll be meaningless if you can't defend yourselves against those monsters. Since our comrades, including Cloven, have all arrived, we need to start making our move. He became curious. Have you thought of a place? He turned to ask Beiji. Do you know of any origin? The creature hesitated for a moment before answering, I've never heard of a name like that. Jin-sung grew a bit anxious. Could it be that he doesn't understand this term that only players use? He continued his questioning. Then do you know a place with a large village? Baji immediately confirmed he understood. Ah, that I do know. It has been a long time, so I'm not sure if it still exists. They arrived at a desolate area with a few lone buildings. Jin-sung stared ahead, assessing the scene. There's no origin here. What they discovered was a system notification. You have discovered the War Exchange Post. Your contribution points have increased by 3,000. With the contribution points you've just received, you can exchange them for items inside the exchange post. He let out a small smile. His gaze was incredibly confident and calculating. Although this situation was unfortunate, it was actually a massive gain. Our overpowered main character had finally figured out the use for all the contribution points he'd been. Baji, this guy is really useful. He's familiar with the central continent, and even though he sometimes acts like Pipuji, his stats are unbelievable. He's even mythic grade Yellow Dragon Turtle. Level 150. Attack 2,730. Defense 3,825. Agility 1,575. Intelligence 2,355. Health 183,300 out of 183,300. Classification near God, grade mythic. Personality cautious. Cannot evolve. Innate ability. Guardian of the Desert. Passively absorbs damage by creating. The barrier can absorb damage up to 30% of its maximum health and lasts for 20 seconds. Absolute defense. While stealthed, you are immune to all damage and possess complete immunity to status effects. He sighed, closing his eyes in disappointment. I was hoping for some kind of artifact. But all I can trade for are food and resources. These are only useful if we have an origin. Zera asked, Are you talking about the Tower of War? Jin-sung turned to him, his face filled with surprise. What is this Tower of War? Now that I think about it, you were the one who led me to Ghoul Dream's tomb. His eyes turned cold and serious as he interrogated him. How do you know so much about the Central Continent? My dear partner, I hope there are no secrets between us. He replied while wiping his sword. That's because before I was captured by the Kim Empire, I was active on the Central Continent. Everyone was so shocked their jaws dropped. What? Jin-sung's eyes went wide, his mouth still hanging open in complete shock. Why are you only telling me this now? Zera calmly replied. You never asked, and I forgot. He held his sword up to admire it, a satisfied smile on his face. Anyway, there's a place called the Tower of War where you can trade contribution points for artifacts. Our main character was thrilled. All right, then let's head there right now. Zera's face darkened, his earlier smile completely gone. We can't. The Tower of War is in the west, which means it's occupied by the Kaimi Empire. The sun beat down its light, shining on the Tower of War. As Saran sat inside a tent, a voice called out. Rahan narrowed his eyes and spoke to him. Look here, Saran. This isn't what we agreed upon. He gave a faint smile in return. What do you mean by that? Lai Rahan, is there a problem? She asked, frowning with displeasure. This is a war between two empires, after all. Didn't we agree to share information? I never would have dreamed you'd monopolize the war tower like this. Shran put on a fake smile. Oh, is that what you mean? The Duna Guild seems so focused on expanding its territory that I must have forgotten to mention it. He clenched his fist, his face hardening as he tried to control himself. A war between two empires. Don't make me laugh. You're just keeping your distance so we can't catch up to you. Rahan shot him a cold, furious glare. If that was his game, she crossed her arms, creating distance, and then demanded his answer. You won't have a problem if I use the war tower right now, will you? Shran's face darkened, his cautious eyes betraying a hint of panic. Of course, go ahead, Rahan. If I refuse this witch and let Dark Luna turn against me, the damage will be far greater. He struggled to suppress his emotions as much as possible, and I also have to keep an eye on the Lucipin Kingdom. There's too much to think about. I need to calm down and reassess. Rahan said coldly. Thank you, Shran. At that moment he cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Solin's mistake, we would have taken it back by force already. How frustrating. Anyway, Shran glared at her, his eyes shooting daggers. What a wretched pest. He sat in his chair, his leg bouncing restlessly, a clear sign of his anxiety over how to solve the problem. Shran bit his nails, his eyes vacant as he was lost in thought. Damn it, this has blown up into a huge problem. We haven't even had a chance to properly explore the war tower. He frowned with worry. But if they find some mythical artifact or something that we missed. Just then Rahan's party emerged. He turned to look and her expression didn't seem happy at all. Thank you for letting us use the war tower, Shran, but it seems we arrived too late. There's nothing useful left to trade. Rahan turned away, raising a hand in farewell. Well then, I'll see you later. Inwardly, Shran was silently celebrating. Thank heavens they didn't find anything. At that moment his gaze softened, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. All right, see you next time. But he had no idea that Rahan's expression had darkened as she laughed to herself. That fool, Shran, she had just obtained an incredible item, a truly unbelievable find left behind. A system notification appeared, a classic moment in this kind of action manhwa. Rahan has acquired the relic of Magellan. Johan pointed at the map, laying out the current situation as he seriously gave his own assessment. I don't think it's time to occupy the core yet. However, Jinung disagreed. No, we've waited long enough. The longer we wait, the wider the gap between us and the Empire becomes. Phelan also stated her point of view. The outer territories are already established. Shouldn't we wait and claim the core once it's on the verge of destruction instead? He picked up a game piece, moving it across the map. No, we're going to storm and claim a piece of land. We will seize a frontline territory. All three of them shouted in strong protest. What? That's impossible. She clenched her fists, frowning as she questioned him. You know how dangerous that is. If we get caught in a battle there, it's all over for us. He calmly explained to everyone, his face full of the confidence you'd expect from an overpowered main character. It's true that the risk is very high, but the competition is low, and we won't have to waste a massive amount of effort to occupy the core there. Since the Lucipan Kingdom is on our side, we don't need to worry about them, which means we only need to stop the subsidiary empire. Johan was sweating with worry. He voiced the potential problems they might face. But if the Empire keeps attacking us, we'll eventually run out of resources and food. Besides, can we really withstand an attack from the top two guilds? A sharp glint appeared in Ian's eyes as he smirked confidently, as if he already had a plan. I have a great idea for this problem. At the vast base, the remaining time to capture it was 4 minutes 32 and 17 seconds. Johan was excited that they were finishing so quickly. Thanks to Wool Dream's Holy Grail, the construction was going quite fast. Phelan was also happy with their achievement. That's right. Ian's efforts are paying off, but I'm not sure if building a base on the front line was the right decision. His face was beaming as he responded with extreme positivity. Don't worry, Phelan, just trust me. Ian then told the two of them that their teammates had arrived and he was going out to greet them. Poin's group had finally arrived. Gobble waved him over, shouting, "Hey, over here!" Paulin greeted them with a bright smile. "Long time no see." Lord Ian quickly walked towards them. "Cloven Wan Polin Saria, thank you for coming." He turned to her and asked a question. "Saria, do you have any spare leadership points?" She replied, "Yes, I do. Why do you ask, my lord?" Ian explained, "I got a new familiar, but I'm short on leadership points." "Could you take care of Slap for a while?" Saria happily accepted. "Of course it would be my honor." He thought to himself, thanks to the pure dragon's feather. I don't really need to earn more leadership points, but I don't have enough to summon all my spirit beasts at once. Since Pip Podgy is a heavy-hitting fighter, I'm sure that even if I summoned Slap, there wouldn't be much for it to do. Ian gave a calculating smile. If I leave it with Saria, I can use Slap as a secondary fighter whenever I'm with her. She looked at him with an innocent gaze, unaware of his calculations. Ian quickly looked up and summoned Slap. He gently touched it and spoke comfortingly. "Slap, I'm sorry, but can you stay with Saria for a while?" Ian looked at it and gave a reassuring smile. "I'll get stronger and come back for you." Saria immediately turned to befriend it. "Let's do our best, together." He didn't forget to add a reminder. "Slap don't cause any trouble. Make sure you listen to her." A light emanated from within Ian's group's base. Rahan and Solon, standing on high ground, looked down and saw the base. She then asked her subordinate Solon, "Who are those fools building a base on the front line?" Solon replied, "Yes, they are ranked 107, the Castle Guild from the Lucipin Kingdom." Her eyes turned cold as she let out a faint smirk, showing her disdain. "Lucipin, huh? I was just getting bored. What perfect prey." Solon offered his personal opinion. "My lady, forgive me for interrupting, but if you attack their base now, there's a risk that other Lucipin guilds will send reinforcements from the outer regions." He suggested, "Why don't we use Magellan's relic that you received from the War Tower?" Rahan listened intently to the plan. Rahan let out a sigh, agreeing with the idea. "Fine. Since you were defeated by those weirdos, our current guild members are all at a low level." Rahan took out the item and a light emanated from it. "It's all the same anyway. We should test Magellan's relic to see the power of these desert warriors." Magellan's relic, an item you can only obtain after being recognized by the desert warriors of the central continent. The one who receives this relic will be protected by the desert warriors, and all NPCs on the central continent will become allies with the wielder, as well as their nation, and it grants you the ability to command the desert warriors. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes filled with valor and confidence. "Wipe them out." Rahan called a name that even surprised Solon, Ka-Tho-Jian. He gripped his weapon tightly, raised it high, and Ka-Tho-Jian slashed down with incredible speed and power, creating an image of two energy beams flashing past. Solon's eyes widened in shock. "When did he get here?" She remarked, "That guy is strong." Ka-Tho-Jian's eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast craving its prey. A resounding bell rang its sound, spreading all around as a group of riders approached, kicking up a cloud of dust. "It's the desert warriors. All troops prepare for battle." His eyes flowed with a fearsome blood-red energy. Jinung's group stood on the fortress wall observing what was happening. He turned to Zera, a little surprised. "Zera, aren't the desert warriors supposed to be neutral?" He replied calmly. "It's Magellan's relic." Tay's gaze turned sharp again. He had realized the problem. It is an item that allows you to command the desert warriors. I guess it fell into C's hands? Jinung felt it was unfair. That's basically cheating. How can you just command a dozen level 120 NPCs at will, Zera? You'll help us, right? He put his hands behind his head and turned to leave. "I'm not getting involved." Zera walked straight inside without looking back. "I owe the desert warriors a great deal." Jinung's expression wavered slightly. If that was the reason, Zera's loyalty was only at 3. It was a miracle he had not slapped him across the face yet. Sweat beaded on his face, showing his anxiety. "I guess I have no other choice. Somehow we have to try and stop the desert warriors ourselves." Jinung gave the command to summon Lai Hall and Pipagi. A brilliant light exploded, and the beasts he summoned quickly appeared in full. Syria eagerly welcomed the new member. "Is that the servant you just acquired?" "Pipagi." The group outside looked towards the gate where Jinung and his servants emerged. Ka-Tho-Jian was surprised to see the three-headed dragon. "Is that the Imperial Dragon Turtle?" His eyes lit up, seemingly realizing the situation. The fact that the Imperial Dragon Turtle, the former guardian of Gwoldream's treasure, is fighting like this? Does that mean they were the ones who defeated Gwoldream's vengeful spirit? Ka-Tho-Jian turned to instruct his companions. "Don't let your guard down, they're not ordinary." They obeyed. "Yes, sir." Jinung smirked, a confident look on his face as he faced the other group. "I have a combo I've been wanting to try. Should I use it now?" He pointed his scepter forward and gave a decisive command, "Lai charge!" The man's eyes flashed with red energy, his hands gripping his weapon tightly. Lai advanced to attack Ka-Tho-Jian. The two powers collided, creating a blinding flash of light. The system announced, "Pipagi's skill Dragon Turtle's protection is in effect." He slashed at Lai, but it had no effect. Ka-Tho-Jian trembled all over, completely bewildered. "My sword!" The system announced that Pipagi had absorbed 1,274 damage on behalf of Lai. Now when Lai was attacked, the damage was reduced. Then Jinung waved his hand and commanded, "Hey, Guardian of the Wind!" The system announced that the agility of all allies had increased by 30%. Lai used Fenrir's rage, entering a berserk state. All stats increased by 50% and the critical hit rate rose by 20%. It aggressively charged towards Ka Tho-jan, swinging its massive arm to attack. Lai's claws raked upwards with incredible force, making him cough up blood and cry out in pain. Is that his spirit beast? Ka Tho-jan still couldn't believe what had just happened. How could a small beast stomp the ground and cause it to crack? It leaped up so quickly that the spot it launched from flared with light. Lai kept leaping and attacking the men behind with unbelievable speed, a classic move from our overpowered main character's summon. Ka Tho-jan gritted his teeth, unable to believe they were losing so quickly. "Defeat all of us desert warriors! Ah!" He spurred his horse and charged towards Jinung's position. "No, if we can't take down that spirit beast, we have to kill the summoner." Bin suddenly appeared, slashing once and sending him flying. Ka Tho-jan coughed up blood again, his dark eyes widening in pain. He leaned on his spear and smiled. "Ha, just as you said, Master, they immediately targeted you." Jinung smiled back, his face filled with excitement. Of course they would. The group of attackers now lay scattered on the ground, surrounded by his forces. Solon emotionlessly assessed the situation. To be defeated by a guild ranked 107. Is Ka Tho-jan too weak? When she received no reply, she turned to look puzzled. Rahan was frowning, in anger veins popping on his face, his eyes filled with killing intent. Solon had to call out again. "Master." Her expression darkened, unsure of what to say in this situation. Rahan angrily turned and walked away. First Solon's failure and now the desert warriors. A string of defeats. Her eyes blazed red with fury, veins bulging on her face. This was a disgrace to the name of Dark Luna, a perfect motivator for future revenge. She turned and gave an order. "Solon, send a message to Titan. When the time is right, we will begin." Rahan showed fierce determination, his gaze looking like he could eat someone alive. "Hunt Lucipin." The group of attackers from before were covered in injury, lying on the barren ground. They began to fade away and streams of purple energy pulsed out. In just a moment, that purple energy swirled around, surprising Jinung. He closed his eyes, enjoying the sensation of that aura flowing into him. The system announced that Cassius's hatching rate had reached 91%. Jinung was overjoyed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Excellent, Cassius is about to hatch." He stepped down and pointed towards the gate. "Now let's go inside." Jinung cautiously walked into the base, his eyes still warily scanning the surroundings. "It's a good thing I arrived when I did. But defending this base without me seems like it would have been difficult." Jinung's expression turned serious, his eyebrows furrowing and his eyes turning sharp. "We need a plan." Rohun was thrilled to see his swift victory. "Thank you. It seems we didn't even need to step in. We always held on to hope that things would be all right." Jinung gave a small, excited smile. "Isn't it a good thing that nothing happened?" Then he fell silent for a moment, his expression shifting to become more serious. The smile on his lips vanished, replaced by sheer focus. Jinung said frankly, "I'll be honest, the desert warriors, defeating them was much harder than I thought. If Pip, Podgy, and Poland hadn't joined the fight, we would have been defeated. You raise your hand to voice your opinion, so there must be something we can do right, Yu Hyun. Can you protect the base for a while?" He smiled cheerfully and accepted. "Of course." As soon as he heard that, Jin Sung immediately turned and left his face like ice. "Thanks, I'll be back later, take care." In the kingdom of Lucipin, in the capital city of Moran, a soldier shouted an announcement. "If you're here for the Central Continent mission, get in line here." You run up out of breath and surprised. "Damn it! Are all these people trying to get to the Central Continent?" The soldiers shouted, "Form a line. All adventurers heading to the Central Continent." Jin Sung rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, "This line is way too long. How long will I have to wait?" A soldier approached him with a gentle smile. "Are you Baron Yan?" Jin Sung was startled and asked back, "Yes, that's me. And who might you be?" The man placed a hand on his chest proudly. "I'm not sure if you'll remember me, but I was in the same barracks as you during the Griffin mission and the Prisoner of War mission." The soldier sincerely asked Jin Sung, "What brings you here, my Lord Baron?" He turned his head to look at the massive line. "I just want to get to the Central Continent, but as you can see, this line is..." The man eagerly pointed to himself. "Leave it to me. I'll take you to Captain Hailei right away. Jin Sung showed his gratitude. Really, thank you. In the distance, two people watched the entire exchange between him and the soldier. One crossed his arms looking over with a cold expression. Who is that guy? A royal soldier recognized him and is giving him special treatment. Noah was also annoyed. I guess even in a game it's all about who you know. Suddenly, Tamer remembered something, his eyes widening in surprise. He broke out in a cold sweat as he recalled Jin Sung's face. Is that him from those Rank 1 announcement videos? Noah crossed his arms and wondered aloud. You mean that summoner? I think his nickname was Yan or something, right? So that guy was him. He couldn't believe the famous summoner was standing right in front of him, the overpowered main character of this action manhwa. Tamer squinted, a forced and skeptical smile on his face. I don't think so, but I'm sure his level is only around 17 or so. Suddenly a voice came from behind them. No, Yan must be over level 130. The two of them turned to look. It was the voice of a girl in a pink cloak. Who are you, and how would you know? She slowly lowered her hood. Striking a cute pose, she greeted them and introduced herself as the one and only #1 summoner Lauren. The two men's eyes turned into hearts as they screamed like fangirls, the summoner idol, Lauren. She gave a mischievous smile, explaining confidently, summoners can be judged by the spirits they command. Most people wouldn't know this since Yan keeps his stats hidden. An image of Jin Sung smiling confidently appeared. Yan is the strongest summoner here, he just doesn't like to show it. The door to the room opened, gently. Hailei looked up at the person in front of him with some surprise, then broke into a welcoming smile. Yin, what brings you here? Our overpowered main character gave an arrogant smirk. Lord Hailei, I want to fight on the front lines of the central continent. Back at the base, Fiolan saw Rohun lost in thought and asked with concern, What's on your mind, Sai? He let out a breath. His eyes tinged with sadness. No matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to understand Ian. She smiled gently, reassuring Sohun, Don't worry, Fiolan has complete faith in you. Everything will be fine. After all, that's Ian we're talking about. As time passed, the war between the Lucipan Kingdom and the Sea Empire raged on without end. In these battles, the Empire's victory seemed assured as the Lucipan Kingdom suffered continuous defeats. Therefore, Ian returned to the base to reinforce his forces for the next battles. All the objectives this overpowered main character had set were now complete. Based on the outstanding achievements he had contributed, Ian was put in charge of completing a fortress with 3 watchtowers and an outpost on the front lines. Jin Sung and Rohun stood atop the fortress wall bathed. He turned to express his gratitude. It's thanks to you that the fortress was completed. Rohun was extremely curious about his methods. But how did you manage it? Jin Sung replied. Why do you ask? He frowned, slightly confused. Even with all of his outstanding achievements, there was no way he could have had enough money or manpower to build such a massive fortress. Jin Sung let out a loud laugh and replied, If I want it done, it gets. He looked incredibly confident. Now let me explain the most important part. Jin Sung began his story. Accumulating wealth and materials in the middle of a desolate desert is an incredibly difficult task. That's why other guilds all used funds from headquarters to transport materials from other regions to expand their bases. Of course, we basically did the same thing, but with one key difference. That difference was the scope and the advanced preparations. He recalled the breeding operation back when I established the Spirit Beast breeding facility with Professor L. Jinguk on the Pita side. I made a lot of preparations for any contingencies. Rohun's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in surprise. So, just how many summoners are out there? I had no idea you popularized the summoner class to such an extent. Jin Sung stopped him. Hey, let me finish first. He then recounted his past achievements with a proud look on his face. I posted all the strategies on how to become a summoner on the notice boards, including the secrets of monster evolution. This was essential for summoners and their spirit beasts, and how to care for them. As a result, the number of summoners in our territory grew exponentially, leading to a boom in trade that made this region incredibly wealthy. On top of that, I'm currently opening a second large-scale spirit beast farm in a city I've had my eye on. These places will serve as our financial backbone. Hearing this, Rohun was amazed, but had another question. That's incredible. But what about the manpower? Lauren gave a slight smirk and said, as for that. She crossed her arms with a confident expression. I can explain that part. Rohun's jaw dropped and his eyes formed into hearts, completely starstruck by his favorite idolized summoner. Lauren clasped her hands together, feigning a shy expression. What is a noble lady such as yourself doing in a shabby place like this? Jinsung felt indignant. What the place I built with my blood, sweat, and tears is being called shabby. Lauren proudly puffed out her chest. In short, but the labor will be provided by us, the Golden Summoners. Johan was a little confused. Golden Summoners. She explained the Golden Summoners are a group of approximately 20 summoners who are extremely talented and high-ranked. A dream team for any summoner. But in reality, they are a secret group of followers of the unofficial ranker Yan. Clan Lian, she explained with an incredibly intense expression. Clan Lian began to actively help ever since Lord Yan, who never reveals anything publicly, shared a post on the bulletin board. It is a touching story about why we help. He was a little intimidated but still impressed. Lauren, everyone's idol, is a founding member of this amazing organization. Jinung, however, was already used to it. I was pretty shocked at first, too. Johan raised a question. But is it okay for you to help him for free? Lauren cheerfully explained, Oh my, what are you talking about, for free? Of course we will receive a worthy reward. He let out a small smile. I gave her a few charms, all with Papuji's image on them. She was excitedly running back and forth. The charms featured Lord Yan's familiar mascot Papuji. So to put it simply, Johan asked again to confirm his thoughts. You handled the request for labor and manpower after meeting Lauren in Moran and accepting Anma's soldierless village, your property. And to secure more funding, you are also building a spirit beast farm. Jinung confirmed, Yeah, that's right. Lauren ran closer with an exaggerated gesture. Please take good care of me, Lord Yan. The sound of something crashing echoed from a distance. Hearing it, he turned to see what it was. Har was standing there, and upon seeing Lauren hugging him, she dropped her lunchbox. Her face darkened, and flames of anger erupted. Jinung, what are you doing? Jinung's mouth fell open in fear, sweat pouring down his face. Heron. He hurriedly tried to explain what just happened, his eyes filled with panic. Heron, it is not what you think. Har quickly opened the door to leave. Her eyes were sorrowful, and before leaving, she did not forget to say, anyway, have fun. Jinung froze on the spot, so bewildered he did not know what to do. Why is Heron here? At this time, I did not think she was at a level where she could come here. Johan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, she said she was bored at the northern estate and wanted to come here. Did I forget to mention that Jinung exploded with rage, the flames in his eyes practically spilling out? You guys, a scream echoed throughout the vast fortress, shifting the scene over to the Dark Runa Guild's base. Saran wore a friendly smile. It seems it will snow on the central continent tomorrow. Do you intend to strike Lucipin first? Her eyes and smile held a hint of teasing. I thought you were not interested in the kingdom of Lucipin. Han's face darkened. Her eyes were resolute as she said nothing. She thought to herself, I cannot even reveal our defeat to them. If they find out, they will definitely try to surpass our faction's ranking to take the top spot. He also happily agreed to the suggestion. Fine, if we attack them from the front together, we will not need any strategy. But then Ra objected, No, let's do it like this. She laid out the plan. Our guild will attack from the front. Titan should take a detour and handle the Glan and Strander orcs. Saran frowned slightly, a confused look on her face. His eyes showed a hint of reluctance. Was there a special reason? The damage would surely be immense if dark. Luna is moving out from the front lines without us. Aren't you afraid of the Snail Clan or Splendor? Rahan was startled and suddenly grew tense. No, of course not. This is nothing more than a one-sided massacre. We will execute our strategy tomorrow. In the clear blue sky, an eye-like machine flashed and a voice spoke. Hello, viewers? The excited face of an announcer named Hens appeared, introducing the broadcast from Ken Hens. She continued along with Lucia, who then brought up the current issue. To this day, there have been numerous clashes between the Kaon dynasty and the Lucipin kingdom over the central continent. Hens leaned forward with a confident expression. But this is the first time the guilds of the Kaon dynasty have contacted our correspondents to— Lucia smiled, his eyes crinkling as he clapped his hands in admiration. That's right. With the Kaon dynasty pushing forward with such high morale, we can speculate that they're making a move to completely conquer the central continent. He pointed out the advantages. Now we can even see the scale of the Kaon dynasty's forces. It's the top guild, Daruna, and the Desert Warriors hens commented that it was an unbelievable sight. She then continued, the Desert Warriors are joining forces to fight with Dark Luna. I guess the rumors about Michelle's relic falling into Liahan's hands must be true. Looking into the distance, he spotted another group. On the other hand, the Lucipin Kingdom's forces are a bit suspicious, aren't they? Which guild is occupying that base? Lucia looked up the information. It's the Lotus Guild, ranked 95th. I think they only recently broke into the top 100. Hens laughed loudly, showing her excitement. Will guilds ranked 34th like the Snail Clan and Spender really support them? His face was being broadcast live on the system screen. Samuel watched and cursed under his breath. Support my ass. He fumed. Is anything really going to change? Even if we send reinforcements, right? This was Samuel, the leader of the Snail Clan. Elsewhere. Ma pushed up his glasses, frowning seriously. You're right. Ma, the leader of the Sprender Guild, gave his assessment of the situation. It won't make a difference for a guild ranked 95th, even with reinforcements. Roy Chen shot him a sharp, cold glance. He was the leader of the Valiant Guild. Roy Chen's expression was cold, and he remained silent. Meanwhile, Jinsung and Rune stood on high ground looking down below. He looked a little worried, his brows furrowed in confusion. Are you sure we can stop them? Don't you think another guild will send reinforcements? He crossed his arms, his eyes serious as he analyzed the situation. No, there won't be any reinforcements from other guilds, but don't worry. Jinsung's eyes lit up as a confident smile spread across his face, a true overpower. Because we have them. Elsewhere, Rahan's group was riding across a vast open plain under the blazing sun. Rahan handed a sword to her and said, Solon, take this. Solon was a bit puzzled. This sword is— Rahan explained. This is a sword enchanted with a summoning spell. Her eyes filled with resolve. Use it to attack the rear gate. Solon quickly replied, yes, as you command. Rahan raised her voice powerfully to command, all right, all soldiers. She screamed, let's crush these bastards, and the group charged forward to attack. Johan clenched his fists, trembling with anxiety. It's starting. He lowered his head completely, lacking in confidence. We're going to lose our opponent, is Dark Luna. This will be a difficult battle in this action manhwa. Seeing this, Jinsung patted his back reassuringly. He spoke with immense confidence. Just enjoy the show. After all, it's just a game. At that moment, Rohun finally managed a small laugh, releasing his tension. He held his head high, vitality returning to his face. All right. Rune stretched his hand forward, his voice stern as he gave the order. All soldiers prepare for battle. His eyes were resolute, showing the strength of a true commander as he activated the defense tower. The sounds of cannons preparing to fire echoed one by one, the prelude to a great battle. Jahan's face tightened, her eyes incredibly cold as she gripped her horse saw forcefully. A deafening sound boomed and the attackers' faces twisted in horror. On Jinsung's side, they also quickly joined the fight, showing why this is a top-tier action manhwa. The sounds of weapons rang out as a large cannon was moved into position. The light emanating from the muzzle showed the power it held. Flames and smoke erupted violently from the cannon's barrel, symbolizing explosive power, rage, and an overwhelming attack. The glowing projectile tore through the air, leaving a trail of white smoke and fire. The surrounding warriors were thrown back, tumbling and staggering with expressions of pure panic and terror. Their mouths hung open, sweat poured down their faces, a sign of absolute fear. His expression clearly showed panic, tension, and dread. He glanced into the distance, his eyes wide with confusion as explosions erupted one after another, sending dust and smoke billowing across the entire area. Rahan's expression was stern, her eyes filled with a chilling coldness. These bastards' defense tower isn't an ordinary one, did they? Upgrade it to the max? Her brow furrowed, a look of worry mixed with calculation. At this rate, we'll lose half our forces before we even get through that gate. A shell flew straight towards her. Rahan looked up, sensing the danger. Rahan thrust her hand forward, unleashing a magic circle in front of her. The projectile sped forward at high velocity, and as the two collided, their power erupted, creating a massive explosion. She frowned, retracting the energy into her hand, remaining silent and tense. Rahan gripped her horse saw and quickly dashed away. The entire scene was engulfed in blinding light and thick smoke, showing the terrifying destructive power of the recent attack. Rahan leaped from her saddle, soaring upwards at high speed. Rahan gathered energy in her hand as she flew towards the top of the fortress wall. Her face contorted, her gaze sharp and cold. This magic Rahan unleashed the accumulated energy in a forward attack. The system announced Rahan has destroyed the defense tower of the Fiora base belonging to Lotus. Her eyes were filled with thought and calculation. This creates a path for our forces to advance. Rayan stood alone before the fortress gate, showing steadfastness, vigilance, and a firm determination to press forward in her revenge. Rahan's eyes widened, her gaze sharp, a clear mix of indignation and surprise. These crazy bastards. Did they spend a fortune reinforcing their base? But where did they get that kind of money? She looked up at the giant statue. I don't think I've ever seen this type of defense tower before. Rahan gripped the hilt of her sword. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed like a domino effect. She frowned, her eyes cold. The important thing now is... Rahan lunged forward, weapon in hand, ready to attack and annihilate them all. Jinung stroked Finn and exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the #1 ranked guildmaster. He smiled with excitement, even though I had high hopes for it. Jinung, our overpowered main character, assessed the situation and made a decision. Either way, we can't let her break through this wall. Should we make our move now? He grabbed the scepter, preparing to head outside. Jinung climbed onto Phi's back. Settling firmly into a battle-ready stance, it quickly soared high into the sky at great speed. Dust kicked up as Phi flapped its wings, soaring through the deep blue sky. Plumes of black smoke billowed toward the heavens from the fortified city with its towering watchtowers. Hen's face lit up with an excited smile. The battle had already been raging for a while. On both sides, bodies were strewn across the ground, a truly tragic scene. He commented with enthusiasm, seeing the significant losses they had suffered. Gabuli sat slumped on the floor amidst the smoke and ashes, his mouth hanging slightly open. Cloven was also collapsed on the ground, his eyes rolled back, completely drained of energy. Others lay scattered around the combat zone. At the rear gate of the Lotus base, Solon and her group rode on horseback towards the entrance. She looked inside with a hint of worry. He said he would send a signal once he was inside. But why have I not seen anything yet? Besides, Solon raised her binoculars, her eyes filled with fear. That guy? She saw Seiza standing over there, with that freak she had faced before. If that monster is part of the Lotus Guild, his face grew stern, his lips turning down slightly, maintaining a cold demeanor while guarding the rear gate. Thick black smoke billowed from within, and a loud shout echoed. The gate has been opened! Solon's eyes hardened, her gaze fixed forward with determination. Ah, no! There is still a small chance to win as long as the sword my master gave me is in my hand. The city gate swung open as smoke and dust poured out from inside. Within, bodies from the recent battle lay everywhere. A masked man shouted loudly, "The gate is open!" He pointed forward, his voice strong and resolute. "All troops advance." The group from outside stormed in, their faces fierce. Suddenly the masked man fell silent and said no more. He slowly removed the mask that concealed his true face. It turned out to be Rune. He frowned seriously. "Now then, it is my turn to deal with you, Bok Shung." The other group quickly ran inside the base. Raha watched, looking somewhat surprised. What is happening? There are still too many defensive towers to destroy before our army can advance. She glanced upwards, her eyes a mix of fear and surprise. High in the vast blue sky, Phi spread its wings, carrying Jinung as it flew over. "It is you, you bastard!" He flashed a confident and challenging smile. The light from the scepter flared up. The core member of Lotus Yan. The group outside the gate was taken by surprise when it suddenly slammed shut. The people murmured among themselves. The gate closed. There is another wall inside this one. Should we keep going? Did we not come here to fight? Rahan's face tensed, her eyes wide with panic, as she suddenly realized the problem. No. Jinung held the scepter forward as it began to emit a light. It is too late. He smiled with satisfaction, stretching both hands forward. This was his great revenge for his guild members. A powerful energy burst forth. The statue's eyes glowed brightly as a deep crimson energy radiated out from around it, followed by a torrent of blue light energy pouring down from the sky onto the base. The system announced Warrior has received 35,161 damage. Pedro has taken 32,878 damage. Deezer the Warrior has taken 33,634 damage. Hua has taken 41,277 damage. Strange sounds emanated from the statues. Energy from the bodies on the ground flew up towards the statue. The rising energy formed a hazy aura that spread all around. Cathoan coughed up blood, his eyes turning bloodshot, as if his energy was being drained. In just a brief moment, did he stab his sword into the ground to minimize the damage by letting the current run through his body? Jinung's eyes widened in surprise. What a formidable fighting spirit. He was worried, but when he considered fighting him with his guild members in their current state, Jinung smirked. Having figured out a plan, he shouted a command. Bolin, he leaped high into the air, spinning his spear with an excited expression. A stream of red energy like blood flowed from Cathoan's eyes. Bolin struck down with a powerful blow, and he cried out from the impact. However, Bolin was pushed back, struggling to stay on his feet. But Cathoan was completely unharmed, which surprised Bolin. He let out a sharp breath, his gaze turning fierce. Did you come here to be defeated again? His eyes glowed as he replied confidently, You talk too much. Let's see if you can still talk in a moment. A powerful energy radiated from around Cathoan. I won't be defeated like last time. He gripped his sword with both hands and charged powerfully at Bolin as if he hadn't been attacked at all. His eyes widened in surprise. The guy's movements were too fast, he wouldn't make it in time. At the back gate of the Lotus Guild headquarters, just as the lightning struck, a flash of light forced Solon to cover her face with her cloak. Her eyes were cold and sharp as she analyzed the situation, thinking, I'm not mistaken, that's definitely... And then she gave the order. All troops prepare to attack. Upon seeing the light, Solon recognized it as her master's signal. She quickly commanded her troops. We will storm the back gate. Solon rode valiantly, advancing swiftly towards the fortress with the sword her master had given her. She was extremely confident in her plans, believing that no matter how much they resisted, they would only meet with failure this time. While riding, Solon raised her sword high and used her skill to summon a bronze giant. The bronze giant appeared with glowing red eyes and a menacingly open mouth, its enormous body towering above as it raised a fist to attack. Behold, she declared with confidence, this is the power of Dark Luna. Huni quickly took out his mystic staff and used a skill, spreading darkness. The system announced that the bronze giant had been affected by the skill spreading darkness. Under this effect, the bronze giant's movement speed was reduced by 30%. Solon's expression turned grim, her cold eyes assessing the situation. It's useless. Sa donned his armor, gripping a weapon that was gathering immense energy. His eyes were filled with killing intent and a powerful will, and his entire face tensed. Seeing this, Solon's eyes widened in surprise. With a single strike, Za sliced the massive bronze giant in two, easily taking it down with his weapon. She looked up, stammering in utter fear. This is insane. How can he so easily slice a level 200 bronze giant in half like that? The bronze giant collapsed to the ground, split in two. Za landed lightly, completely unaffected. Solon was terrified. If so, just how high is his level? The system announced that the bronze giant had taken 999,999 damage and was defeated. Solon was crushed by the rubble and died. Menda was crushed by the rubble and died. The boy broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were also filled with bewilderment. I'm such a fool. Even if I received power from the immortal god, there's no way I could ever defeat that bastard. Huni also realized one important thing about that bastard. The young boy thought this was a monster, while Zera let out a satisfied smile. On the other side, Poland was fighting with all his might. His face was already covered in wounds. Johan pushed him aside to dodge a slash from Kathagan. Then he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. It emitted a powerful energy. Johan unleashed a powerful slash at him. He landed on the ground with a valiant posture. The system announced that Kozan's skill, Will of the Desert Warrior, had reduced the incoming damage. Kaiten took 5,201 damage. Johan gritted his teeth in surprise. Damn it. That hit wasn't enough damage. I waited so long for that opening. A spear with a razor-sharp tip glowing with light came flying. Palin threw the spear swiftly towards Kathagan, and the energy light exploded. He was completely caught off guard by the attack. Because of that attack, the system displayed a notification Kathagan had taken 65,212 damage and was defeated. This is a great action manhwa scene. Bin landed steadily, his eyes and faint smile filled with contempt. Rahan's face contorted with rage. Veins bulged on her face as she gripped her greatsword and took a combat stance. You bastards! Rahan's eyes blazed with rage and killing intent. These scoundrels! She snarled, using an ultimate sorcerer skill. Jinung was startled and turned to see Rahan unleash the Phantom Ghost Step technique. Fai was attacked and couldn't evade. The system announced Fai has taken 31,989 damage and has been defeated. He was truly bewildered. Did Fai die from just one hit of that skill? Since he was in free fall, he had to summon something quickly. Jinung called for Bark Poggy. It appeared and grabbed the hem of his clothes. Jinung was caught by Bark Poggy, preventing him from hitting the ground and leaving him suspended in midair. He was then lowered to the ground steadily. He didn't forget to turn back with a smile and say thanks. Jinung quickly summoned Lai and Bark Poggy. Rain stood above looking down at him and his summons. Her eyes blazed with anger as she stared intently. Rahan stood proudly above looking down with an arrogant attitude. It's useless, she thought. Jinung frowned his eyes looking somewhat weary. What should I do now? The situation doesn't look good at all. His mind raced. She's strong enough to take down Fai in a single blow. This is a tough revenge plot. Jinung analyzed the situation and decided to abandon his strategy of attacking from the air with magic orbs and arrows. He was quite worried. Although I still have Zai, its defense is weaker than Fai's. So the same thing will just happen again. Jinung raised his scepter high, continuously casting skills. Blessing of the Wind. Blessing of the War God. The system announced that Lai's attack power had increased by 30 and its agility had increased by 42%. Lai's face filled with power, its eyes glowing crimson. Protection of the Turtle Dragon Fenrir's Wrath. Due to the effect of the skill Protection of the Turtle Dragon, all damage Lai receives in the next 2 minutes will be transferred to Bark Poggy. The system announced that due to the effect of the skill Fenrir's Wrath, all of its stats were increased by 50%. Jinung smirked. The overpowered main character is back. His expression became confident once more. All right, if Lai is in this fully buffed state, then this is worth a shot. Rahan lowered her head, her eyes narrowing with a heavy and fearful gaze. She clenched her fists, her expression turning grim, using the skill Sorcerer's Blessing. A source of power spread out, enveloped by a purple aura. The energy enveloped the tip of her sword before erupting. Rahan's eyes were filled with intense fury. Rahan exuded a powerful and fierce aura, her eyes wide and her brows furrowed, showing her surging rage. The system announced, all of Rahan's stats will be increased by 80% for the next 3 minutes. Damage dealt by skills is increased by 100%. Jo-hoon's jaw dropped in surprise, sweat pouring down his face in bewilderment. H and Lucia, watching through the screen, also felt the palpable fear. Jin-sung looked up and could only let out a chuckle. Are you serious? His eyes lit up a bit timidly. I think I have to take back what I said about it being worth a try. Lucia was so worried her eyes went wide, her mouth agape at the sight. She looked over with a terrified expression. Mr. Hensley Rahan's form has changed so frighteningly. He also frowned tense. Indeed, I guess this is the first time you've seen this. Lucia, I'm sure some viewers of this manhwa recap don't know, so I'll explain. H explained player Lai Rahan's class is a hybrid class called a witch, which allows her to use both magic and swordsmanship. Whether she's more proficient in magic or sword skills hasn't been revealed. Everyone assumes that the top swordsman of Sakharin and the top mage of Ramia are only on the same level as her. H pointed up as if giving a lecture. The reason her appearance changed is because witches actually use dark magic. When using dark magic, their appearance changes accordingly. Lucia suddenly flinched. That's so scary. He turned to her puzzled. Why? Because it's dark magic. She replied, no. She clenched her fists, stammering, unable to form words. Lucia looked at the screen. That's just overwhelming power. At that moment, Rahan was standing and looking down at Jinung, who had fallen to the ground. Bipuji was on the ground, trembling and clutching his head in fear. Lai had been thrown against a wall, slumped over and unable to get up. Even Huang Kui was collapsed on the ground, letting out small growls. He looked up, his face covered in injuries, his eyes filled with rage. The scene was one of utter devastation, with only Rehan standing proudly surrounded by her energy. This is a classic. She frowned in anger. You really impressed me, but now, Rahan said as she raised her sword preparing to strike, you must die. A brilliant circle of energy radiated from a shield scepter. Haran stood on the other side, raising her scepter high to use a skill. Rahan's strike towards him was blocked, which surprised her. Her gaze wavered. A support player? Where did they come from? The system announced. Wedding Ring of the Forest has been activated using the power of Elm. You have summoned your partner, Haran. Jinung let out a defiant smirk. Why so surprised? His face was filled with excitement and confidence. We're just getting started. This is where my revenge truly begins. She gripped her glowing scepter tightly, her gaze focused and stern. Jinung smiled, beads of sweat on his forehead, his expression a mix of relief and embarrassment. It was definitely the right move to apologize to Haran that day she was upset with me. Rahan was tense and on high alert. I thought it was suspicious that no one from his guild came to support him. She was furious and suspicious veins popping on her forehead. What else is he hiding? And she's a troublesome priest. Lucia's eyes lit up again, filled with curiosity. For this Manhwa review, for Hens, why couldn't player Lai Rahan's attack break through the priest's defensive skill? It seems the skill gap is immense. Hens is serious and highly focused, his gaze sharp as he analyzes the situation with the witch using dark magic. A priest's magic is supposed to be a direct counter to dark magic. Har maintains a calm yet confident expression, his lips curling into a slight smile. Rehan laughs cruelly and mockingly, radiating contempt and ridicule for their foolishness. She exudes an overwhelming and arrogant aura, her eyes filled with killing intent and an angry expression. Where did you get the confidence to fight me with that mere priest? Rahan's sword closes in on Young's body. Rahan declares, even though our powers are counters to each other, the difference in our levels and skills is just too vast. Look, your defensive magic barrier is shattering. Her crimson eyes glow in the darkness, brimming with bloodlust. After I break this defense, I'll bury you both together. Har strengthens his magic, maintaining his cold gaze and defiant expression. The system displays a notification. The blessing effect of the magic armor has been enhanced. Rahan is both surprised and furious, a defense even stronger than before. Then I just need to attack even faster. Jinung looks up, a slight smirk and a sharp gaze showing he isn't scared at all. What should I do now? On the other side, Phelan gives a meaningful smile, her hand on Haran's shoulder. Because I knew things would turn out this way, I've already prepared some backup. High-level support. She carries herself with a calm and sharp demeanor, a slight smile on her lips, and a steady posture that exudes the aura of a commander. I think we... Down below, he is surrounded by a sturdy barrier, his sharp eyes and arrogant smile showing his confidence. Jinung's group is gaining the upper hand in this action, Manhwa. Rehan grips her sword tightly, extremely wary and tense. The two girls continuously create barriers to protect him. She explodes with rage and desperation, her eyes wide and bloodshot, radiating madness. Shut up, Haran and Phelan say in unison with determined eyes. Barrier. Jinung smiles calmly and says, space switch, as if he had planned this next move all along. Papuji looks bewildered and lets out a cry as Rahan swings her sword down at it with extreme speed and violence. Papuji's face tenses up, its eyes wide and mouth screaming in absolute panic. It retracts its head into its shell as its self-defense instincts kick in. She unleashes an incredibly powerful slash, a fierce white light sweeping across the frame. Rayan, with a cold and contemptuous look, remarks, "Runs fast, doesn't it?" The system announces that Pipuji received a critical hit from Rahan and took 3 damage. Hearing this, she is somewhat surprised. What, only 3 damage? Jinung shouted as he dodged and gave a signal, his eyes gleaming with initiative and absolute trust. Pipuji spat out a stream of water. It squeezes its cheeks, puffing up its body, its eyes filled with determination as a powerful stream of water erupts, shooting straight towards her. Rahan takes the full force of the water, forced to shut one eye and curse, "Damn it, I can't see!" Behind her, the 2 mages chant in unison. A magic spear flashes intensely, its brilliant white light erupting as if to shatter space itself. They chant in unison. Summonji, a creature covered entirely in radiant golden fur, appears. He tightens his grip on the bow, his gaze firm, surrounded by surging energy. Jinung fires a colossal golden energy blast that tears through space, striking like lightning. JG shot forward like a bolt of lightning, its body seemingly dissolving into the electric glow. It spread its wings amidst a sky crackling with golden electricity, roaring as it gathered a massive amount of energy within her body. Sweat poured down like rain. Her eyes widened, filled with fear. A sound rang out as Rahan took damage. Rahan staggered. Her gaze was a mixture of confusion and unwillingness to accept defeat. Lai Rahan took a critical hit from Ian and received 66,126 damage. The system announced that Lai Rahan was paralyzed by the effects of electricity manipulation. Rahan was also slowed, her movements reduced by 30%. Haya shouted with excitement. Rahan was hit. Will Ian, our overpowered main character, successfully turned the tables? It seemed like she was about to be defeated, but she revealed that it was far from over. Rahan roared, gripping her giant sword, sweat covering her face. Just 1 hit. Do you really think you can defeat me? Jinsung raised an eyebrow slightly, his calm gaze mixed with a hint of doubt. Yeah. With that, she took step after step, signaling the start of her counterattack. Rahan brought her sword forward into a fighting stance. This is just the beginning. Zera was surprised. What? He had a serious expression, his eyes sharp. His tone showed surprise and caution. She's not defeated yet. Rahan tensed up. Is this the person Solon was talking about? Did the Solon army fail because he approached from behind? Har quickly healed her teammates. The system announced that Hares and the high-ranking knight Paulin had been healed. She gradually realized she was surrounded and at a disadvantage. They've all regrouped, including the support. The damage I took is too much to face them all at once while I'm paralyzed and slowed. Rahan thought blankly, am I going to lose? She laughed maniacally, as if she couldn't believe she was on the verge of defeat. She showed a complete loss of control in an extreme emotional outburst. Rahan screamed, "How interesting! I admit my defeat today." Jinsung was somewhat surprised. Her eyes blazed red, shining with anger and hatred, a clear promise of future revenge. "But I swear I will repay you for this humiliation." Rahan activated a magic scroll to retreat, while her opponents lowered their guard, shouting, "Return!" She tore a Dagruna map with her hands. Rahan maintained her fierce and determined gaze as she gradually faded away. The bodies of the other soldiers also began to disappear. Solon was also enveloped in a blue light and vanished. All of the attackers disappeared at the same time. Jinsung looked up at the sky, sweat and blood still on his cheeks, his expression a mix of exhaustion and surprise. She retreated. He sat down, showing his exhaustion after the battle. In any case, Jinsung, his face covered in wounds, managed a faint smile. It's over. Hen was so overwhelmed with a mix of shock and joy that he was stuttering. Everyone around was amazed and full of admiration. I can't believe that was Lotus. He was extremely excited. His mouth was wide open as he yelled. They had successfully defended themselves against the #1 guild Dagruna. Lucia smiled, wiping drool from her mouth. Heh, this is truly a complete miracle. He was absolutely ecstatic. Oh no, this can't be called a mere miracle anymore. He put one hand on his hip and swung the other forward with a confident gesture. Everything was a success. This action manhwa recap shows it's all thanks to the #1 summoner from the Lotus Guild, the player Ian and his unique strategy. He was calm and smiled slightly. Me. Jinsung scratched his cheek, smiling awkwardly. Well, it was my strategy after all. Looking clearly exhausted, affirming the importance of the victory. Even though it was just barely enough for him to survive, a win is still a win. Jinung reminded himself firmly. No, I shouldn't let my guard down like that. The reason Luna could hold on was because of the top guild. The image of her mysterious and dangerous appeared with an extremely angry and ferocious expression, all because of Lee Rahan's crazed obsession with victory. Just then, Pipuji walked over looking cool, and he seemed to have a question. He flashed a bright smile with words of thanks. Pipuji, you were really scared just now, weren't you? You did a great job. Thanks to you, I survived. But all Pipuji could remember was what happened earlier, when Jinung had said space transfer. Pipuji angrily swung a fist with an indignant face. It socked him right in the face. Jinung just took 3 points of damage from Pipuji. Pipuji stomped away in a huff, fuming with anger. Jinung was at a loss for words, wondering when it would ever grow up and evolve to become even stronger. Huang Kui approached. Master? He cracked open his eyes to see what the old turtle wanted. Huang Kui asked, How much do you know about Pipuji? Jinung was concerned. Pipuji, are you all right now? Huang Kui calmly replied. I am fine. Jinung stroked his chin and thought. He's a big-headed turtle who likes meatballs. The old turtle maintained his calm demeanor, humble before his master. I understand. Then please allow me to explain everything from the beginning. Pipuji belongs to an abyssal species from an ancient era. There are 2 ways for our ancient species to grow stronger. The first way is to use a magic orb, just like the one you obtained from me, Master, but if you intend to evolve it using a magic orb, then it may not be able to ascend. You might also encounter side effects. Jinung interrupted. Wait a minute, what's so great about ascending, Huang? Kui continued, a dragon turtle, wishes to ascend into a divine dragon, so it is extremely important. As Pipuji is an abyssal species, it will have the ability to freely control the power of water. Jinung, still looking weary, held out his hand, eager to learn more. So, what's the method to get stronger without a magic orb? Huang Kui, with his majestic and powerful appearance, tilted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the brightly glowing gem. It is the turtle spirit residing within my body. You need to collect 3 turtle spirits and bring them to the shrine of the water god. The scene in the picture exudes a sense of peace and mystique. A turtle spirit can be created from Pipuji, or be entrusted to you by any of our kind. That is all I know. He sat in silence, his gaze focused and determined. It's a bit complicated for Pipuji to get stronger, huh? But Pipuji isn't the only one who needs to power up. I've felt this through the many battles I've fought in this action manhwa. But the summoner class is just too weak for PvP. This whole manhwa recap is about my journey to become an overpowered main character. Jinung's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the screen. The inventory. The system announced Kuss's egg has a 93.7% level up rate. Although things might have been different if Kuss had hatched. He no longer looked shocked or surprised, but rather filled with self-blame. But this time I failed to kill the apostle, and Lai Rahan returned, so I didn't accomplish anything at all. My revenge will have to wait. Jinung stood before his base with its collapsed walls. Well, I guess I'll just have to fix the base next time. Rahan, looking utterly ferocious and enraged, seethed, that damn summoner. In the dark room, Shran sneered. You came back after losing almost everything, he said with a smug and disdainful look. What's with that attitude, Saran? Didn't I tell you to attack Lucipin from behind? He smirked smugly. Your attitude at the last meeting was a bit suspicious, so I did a little digging. Rahan frowned in annoyance. You lost the crown of Guol Dream, and just as the desert warriors died and were punished, you revived them only to wipe them out completely. I guess the famous Lee Rahan is nothing but a punching bag now, huh? Rahan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Shut up and state your purpose. Saran crossed his arms and let out a faint laugh. You're here to take the top spot after destroying Dark Runa. He approached with an arrogant attitude. Of course not, even if we were the top guild right now. Rumors could still spread, And those Lucipan bastards could unite to claim the title amidst the chaos? Saren raised a question. You were quite stunned that the Lotus base looked like a fortress, right? Aren't you curious how they managed to fortify their base when they aren't even elite warriors? Rahan grimaced, both curious and annoyed. How he leaned in close, his eyes ice cold. They've already acquired war trade rights. I'll give you the power to take them down. In return. Saran smirked. You need to hand that over to us, right? She suddenly burst into crazed laughter. Rahan, with her blazing red eyes, revealed her long-suppressed rage. All right, I accept. She tightened her grip on the arrow in her hand. She thought to herself that she knew from the start Saran was a cunning bastard, but for him to know so many details meant there was a traitor in Lucipan. Samuel looked up in surprise. 3 figures sat around a square table. Samuel was filled with surprise mixed with disbelief. They actually managed to defend themselves against Luna. My goodness, has spring finally come to Lucipan? Roy Chen tried to remain calm, though his eyes and expression betrayed his anxiety and caution. I believe it's still too early to say. Why don't we start strengthening the Lotus Guild right now? Ma Yun appeared with a tense and serious expression. No, it's already too late for that. This is the worst-case scenario. Samuel's expression was clear. Surprise and worry. What do you mean? Isn't it more beneficial for us if they hold everything back from the front line? He exuded a calm and confident demeanor. We're ranked quite high enough to be 3rd or 4th among all guilds, because our guild is standing by idly, while a guild ranked around 90-something is struggling on the front lines. So the community must be busy bad-mouthing us right now. Ma-eun revealed his sharp eyes from behind glasses that reflected a cold light. It's finally complete. And what's even more frightening is their growth. They went from rank 100-something to rank 90-something in just 1 week. And who knows where they are now, since they were able to defend themselves against the Dark Guild. Luna, that is. Metaphorically, it's like the 3 of us are trapped inside the mouth of a giant creature we're going to be swallowed whole by them. Samuel showed extreme panic and anxiety. So what are we supposed to do? Roy Chen exuded dissatisfaction, mixed with frustration and impatience at the situation before him. Ma Yun gave off a mysterious and somewhat frightening aura. It's simple. We just need to strike before they do. Turning back to our protagonist, Jinung was overjoyed. It's finally done. It took an entire week just to repair the base. At least we can earn some special service points and fame after stopping Dark Luna, right? He said with a bright smile, his confident eyes radiating the energy of an optimistic and overpowered main character. Even though the numbers are still huge, we can totally aim for the top rank, can't we? Below them, Papuji cried out. Jinung watched with a mix of interest, confidence, and a hint of arrogance. I think all we need to do now is level up. With that thought, he looked thrilled and full of energy. Let's go. Papuji, find us a hidden dungeon. Huangqi had a humorous yet flustered expression. My lord, Papuji doesn't have that ability. Jinung scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, feeling both embarrassed and amused. I guess that makes sense, huh? Xia stood with his expression calm and confident. Hey, lord, are you looking for a place to level up? He asked with a hint of surprise mixed with hope. Yeah, Xia. Do you know of a place? Xia struck a relaxed pose, but his tone was tinged with contemplation and reminiscence. When I regained my memories, I realized a few things. Jinung's jaw dropped in surprise. Forget that for a second. Why does he look so ripped? Where is this place? Xia replied with a serious and somber expression. The altar of Senimus. Hoang Kui was visibly shocked and horrified. If it's Senimus, do you mean? Xia flashed a calculating and confident smile. That's right. It's exactly as you've guessed. The tribe that has produced only summoners since ancient times. The group of warriors prepared for the battle, each with their own unique aura and style. The Shrine of the Senimus tribe. Jinung's mouth fell open as he yelled, his face filled with panic. This is insane! His eyes were wide, his pupils trembling as sweat dripped down his face. If it's the Shrine of the ancient summoner tribe, won't it be filled with ancient artifacts and legendary monsters? Xia smirked mysteriously. Then our next destination is decided. He crossed his arms, standing proudly. We're going to the altar of Senimus. Jinung hesitated, pointing a finger as he was about to say something. But Zia, he began to complain, his face a mixture of annoyance and sarcasm. Are you really planning to go dressed like that? You absolutely reek. He crossed his arms with a clueless look on his face, letting out a questioning sound. Zera's hair was a total mess, and his skin was smeared with dirt. He looked down at his body, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You damn brat!" Zia was lying on a stone arch under a clear blue sky, the sun shining brightly. Huni gripped a ledge to pull himself up. The kid grimaced and yelled, "Why are you napping in a place like this, Balam? Hold me steady." Balam held Huni's leg firmly to keep him stable. "All right." Hearing the voice, Zia opened his eyes. With a tired and bored expression, he asked, "Is that you? What is it?" Chia, calling him brat, clearly annoyed Huni, whose eyes widened as he stared. The boy clenched his fists to hold back his anger, thinking, "I've been following this guy day and night just to learn how to absorb ancient power." Huni gritted his teeth. "But on the next mission, I have to get away from him." The boy clenched his fists, squeezed his eyes shut, and shouted, "Zia, face me." Zia looked at Huni with a calm expression, not responding at first. Then Zia smiled knowingly, understanding the situation. "Are you trying to escape your servitude?" He immediately sat up, accepting the challenge. "All right then." She propped a hand on his knee, looking at Huni with an excited glint in his eyes. "Do your best, kid." Jindung's jaw dropped, surprised. "So does looking like this mean you lost?" He calmly replied. "Are you an idiot? How could I possibly lose?" Hearing this, the boy grew even more curious. "Given your current state, why do you look so filthy then?" Flashing back to that moment, Zera stood facing Huni and Balam. Balam quickly leaped forward, charging at him to attack. Balam raised his weapon, high dark energy shrouding the sword for a shadow slash. Zera raised his dagger to block the strike. The two weapons clashed, creating a brilliant flash of light. Zera smirked in approval. "You're not half bad, are you?" Huni gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he block Balam's ultimate attack with just that dagger? Zera swung his dagger up, his eyes filled with cold confidence. "Is it my turn yet?" Zera thrust his dagger downwards, catching Balam completely off guard. The thrust was unbelievably fast. Huni extended his scepter and yelled, activating his skill Shadow Suction. Suddenly, Zera's feet began to sink into the ground. The spot where he stood turned into a swamp. He kept sinking, his face twisting in a slight panic. Zera's eyes widened in shock as sweat poured down his face. He gritted his teeth as the ground sank beneath him. This made me accidentally unleash a wide-area attack instead of a simple thrust. Huni and Balam were also horrified, their eyes bulging as they froze in place. A colossal mass of light erupted, sending a cloud of dust rolling across the entire battlefield. The boy lay unconscious for a while, before slowly opening his eyes. Zera was sitting there casually, his body covered in scratches, but his expression was completely calm. "You're awake. Thanks to you, I'm completely filthy now." The boy shot him a look that was a mixture of annoyance and resignation. Then Huni quickly opened his system window. Inventory. The boy started to pull something out. Seeing this, Zera asked curiously, "What are you doing?" The boy pulled out Balam, who was tightly bound by ropes. The boy's eyes shimmered with tears, showing his frustration. "Don't come looking for me." Zera was taken aback by his actions, unsure of what to say. He just sat there and yelled after him, "Hey, I don't know where you're going, but you better be back next week." Huni gritted his teeth, feeling both sad and furious. That heartless jerk. I thought he would at least show some pity, seeing as we've traveled together for so long. And yet he blew me away without a shred of mercy. From behind, he was still shouting warnings that the idiot lord might launch a surprise attack, so I shouldn't go too far. But the boy was only thinking about power. "Once I obtain the power of the immortal god, I will return to settle this score." This is a classic revenge story for a manhwa review. And with that, Huni walked away without a single glance back. Zera just sat there with a pensive and unreadable expression. His eyes followed the boy, but he made no move to stop him. After Zera finished telling the whole story, he concluded, and that's what happened. Hearing this, Jinung was left speechless. His face was a mask of surprise, but he also seemed to have a faint realization. It looks like they had a huge misunderstanding. By now they had arrived at their destination. Zera looked forward. "We're here!" Jinsung's eyes widened in shock. What the? In front of him was just an empty wasteland filled with dust. "There is nothing here." Jinsung furiously began to curse him out. "Are you kidding me? This is just a desert?" Suddenly, he missed a step and unexpectedly lost his balance. A wide and deep crater formed right where Jinsung had been standing. He stood above, looking down, a thrilled smirk on his face. Then Zera also leaped high, preparing to jump down. He jumped parallel to Jinsung, who was now crying after falling down. He slammed hard into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, clutching his head in pain. The system announced, Yan fell from a great height and took 10,526 damage. The Sand Palace helped reduce some of the damage taken. Pipuji fell from above and took 1 damage. Right after Cha also landed steadily. "We've arrived." He flashed an excited smile as he introduced the place to him. "This is the Temple of Sen Limas." As the dust gradually settled, Jinsung also saw the entrance to the temple. He widened his eyes in surprise. "This place is amazing. I feel quite excited. My heart is trembling." Xa extended a hand towards him, which surprised him a little. Were Jinsung's eyes sparkling like stars? "Is he reaching out to help me up? He's gotten so much sweeter. This adorable jerk." "Apologize, you say? But life is not a fairy tale." He demanded, "I'm telling you to apologize to me for doubting my words before we got here." His face froze. My heart just stopped. What a trickster. I'm so disappointed. Jinsung scratched his head and replied, "My apologies, sir." He looked around curiously. "Should we take a look around the temple?" As he walked, Jinsung looked around, his eyes wide and his mouth agape in awe. Reaching the door, he wondered, "What should I do? It doesn't look like this gate will open by itself." Xa touched the door. "What else could you do but use brute force?" He turned back to look at him and proposed a method. "I'll open it." Xa pushed the door with all his might and creaking sounds echoed. Light began to shine through as the door opened a crack. He smirked confidently, his eyes filled with self-assurance. When the door swung wide open, a brilliant light flared up. Jinsung covered his eyes because the light was too dazzling for him to see. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing the light had subsided. The door was now wide open. He looked inside in astonishment. So this is the Temple of Senimus. Every nook and cranny inside is shining with a dazzling golden light. In front of Jinsung was a vast, magnificently decorated room. The system announced, "You are the first to reach the Temple of Sen Lamas, the place that preserves the history of the ancient summoners." Reputation points increased by 10,000, leadership and stamina increased by 10. Combat stats increased by 10. He was a bit surprised to hear that and wondered, but in the distance a person with a resolute gaze turned to look at him. "Who is that scary old man standing over there?" Cha suddenly spoke up, greeting him in a friendly manner. "Long time no see, huh? You look so old I almost didn't recognize you." Eclipse replied in an equally friendly tone. "You, on the other hand, haven't changed a bit." Jinsung moved closer to Cha, curious. "Sir Xa, you know him?" He then remembered he needed to make an introduction. He is the only one who survived a one-on-one duel with me. The guardian of the Sen Lamas tribe, Eclipse. Eclipse laughed heartily, revealing he was a lingering spirit, and added, "Actually, I became a ghost after taking down those titans." He stared in amazement, but if he fought an overpowered main character like Cha and survived, doesn't that mean he's also incredible? The old man then pointed towards Jinsung and asked which left Cha at a loss for words. "But who is that kid? Have you taken another Tamer as a disciple?" He looked at the boy and introduced him with a deadpan expression. "I am under the command of this Tamer lord." Eclipse couldn't believe what he had just heard. "What? What did he say to you that made you willingly bow down and become his subordinate? Is that even possible?" Jinsung, feeling a bit guilty, scratched his head and explained, I gave him a legendary item." The old man found it even harder to believe it was that simple. Is that all?" Eclipse leaned in close, meeting his eyes, and asked again, "Is that so?" He dropped the concerned act from before. He turned his back, creating some distance. "All right then, I believe you, kid." This sudden 180-degree shift in attitude left our overpowered main character stunned and confused. What was that all about? A test of nerves. Eclipse got back to the main point. But what brings a kid like you to a place like this? Jinsung regained his composure and replied, "Ah yes, I heard this is the land of the Sen Lemus, a tribe of summoners." A question suddenly popped into his head. Does that mean you're a summoner too? You look more like an ancient warrior. The man looked at Jinsung pensively. Am I a summoner, you ask? Suddenly something cut through the air, catching Papuji's attention. Eclipse summoned a sand dragon and confirmed with a smile, "That's right, I am Eclipse, a brave summoner and warrior of the Senimus tribe." The immense power from the summoning created a massive gust of wind that nearly blew him off his feet. He gritted his teeth to withstand it. This wind is incredible. The man's declaration also made Jinsung wonder to himself. But what does he mean by a summoner and a mighty warrior? Is he a dual-class user? The guardian standing before him spoke up, "That's enough joking around, Eclipse. We are here to take on the trials of Sen Lemus." Hearing this, Eclipse's brow furrowed. He leaped down from the dragon's back, landing softly on the ground. He then approached Jinsung, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Eclipse rubbed his chin, looking hesitant. Naturally, this made Jinsung anxious. "Is something wrong?" The man laughed reassuringly. "It means you seem to meet the qualifications. You'll probably be able to pass all the trials." The last word, plural, caught him by surprise. Trials, as in more than one. There must be a reward, right? With that thought, Jinsung asked, "Mr. Eclipse, what does passing a trial entail?" Eclipse replied, "To begin a trial, you will have to demonstrate your abilities." He and Papuji both stared at the system window with confused looks. The hidden trials of the Sen Lemus tribe quest initiated. This Manhwa recap is getting intense. Many tribes once lived in peace on the great ancient continent. Among them, the Senimus were the strongest, but they were wiped out during the war with the Titans. A classic backstory for an action. They were cursed by the immortal gods, and their final wish is the only thing that remains in this underground shrine. Guardian Eclipse of the Sen Lemus tribe has seen within you the potential to bring glory to his people and to all summoners. He will put you to the test. If you can overcome all the trials, you may obtain the lost power of the Sen Lemus tribe buried deep beneath the great continent's desert. The quest difficulty is S rank. Conditions: a summoner with sufficient contribution points on the great continent. Time limit none. Rewards: 1 random Sen Lemus tribe skill book, the item Soul of the Righteous King. 1 random weapon. Eclipse then asked him with a serious expression, "So, Summoner, do you think you can overcome these trials?" Jinsung immediately hit accept on the system window. With a look of determination, he said, "Of course I can." A large circular stone pattern began to rumble and shift slowly, revealing a secret underground entrance. He eagerly rushed inside but unfortunately tripped, prompting Eclipse to call out, "Watch your step now!" He looked at the passage in surprise, thinking to himself that he never would have expected a secret entrance in a place like this. Jinsung stepped forward. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a system notification chimed. "You have arrived at the first stage of the Sen Lemus trials. You will be unable to use your familiars in this space. They will now be forcibly summoned." Another subspace. "All equipment stats have been disabled, and all of your skills have been sealed. You can only use the equipment and skills provided in each trial stage." Immediately, Jinsuung's summoned beast vanished before he could even react. Inside the underground shrine, Eclipse's loud laughter echoed as he asked, "What do you think, kid?" This expression left Jinsung a bit confused, and he glanced over at CZ. Eclipse repeated the requirement: "The trials of Senimus will only recognize you as a true warrior if you can pass the trial without your summons and equipment." Jinsuung was a little startled after hearing this. "What?" He cursed inwardly. "A true warrior. My foot, how is a summoner supposed to fight without being able to summon spirits?" Seeing his expression, the old man immediately comforted him. "Everything depends on your own abilities. I was a summoner too, you know, but I also went through a similar situation to overcome my own obstacles." Jinsuung listened indignantly. "That's because you're an NPC with a pre-programmed storyline." The old man's voice suddenly turned serious. "All right, now choose. The system announced that you must choose a weapon to use in this stage. Each chest contains a different type of weapon with a different structure and can only be opened after selecting a card. Eclipse looked at the chests. Are these weapons meant to help you complete this stage? Jin Swung thought to himself, if it's random, then it doesn't matter which one I pick. Then he made his decision, I'll choose the one in the middle. The system announced that you have chosen the final chest. Immediately after, he clasped his hands together in prayer. Jin Swung thought silently, only prayer can help me now. Please give me a spell book, a bow and arrow, or a magic wand. After that, the mystery chest opened with a brilliant flash of light. A green sword tip appeared with an aura of power that couldn't be ignored. He had to use both hands just to hold it steady. Jin Swung could only gaze at the sword in awe. The system chimed, you have obtained the Great Sword of the Soul King's Judgment, a quest item. Jin Swung looked at the sword in his hands. The Great Sword of the Soul King's Judgment. Just by looking at it, I can tell it's powerful. The Great Sword of the Soul King's Judgment. All stats, plus 100 leadership, plus 200 communication, plus 150 damage, 1,350 to 1,500. A legendary grade greatsword. Usable class summoner durability. 2,000. Assigned skills. All of the summoner's familiars gain plus 15% health, and their attack's power is divine word. If a critical strike is landed from the ground, there is a 10 to 20% chance to activate before other preset skills. The power of judgment has a 10% chance to summon a judgment in a small area. The power of the judgment depends on the summon's strength and scales with its stats. If a summon is hit by the judgment, its power will be reduced when judged by the item. The system then coldly announced, all effects of the Great Sword of the Soul King's Judgment have been sealed, causing his face to fall. Jin Swung looked at the remaining usable stats and remarked, at least I can still use the 1,500 damage, right? 1,500. Jin Swung exclaimed in astonishment. 1,005. This greatsword is insane. It's even stronger than a legendary item? Eclipse looked at him thoughtfully. I don't know if his scrawny body can even lift that sword, but oh well, just do your best. This remark made Jin Swung realize something. That's right, I'm a summoner, and I've never used a greatsword before. The old man spoke up. Now I'll explain the trial for you, kid. The ancient Senlam tribe divides its warriors into 5 ranks based on their combat abilities, starting from the lowest rank elite, then commander, imperial master, imperial general, and the highest rank is great king. We will summon a warrior spirit with power equal to yours. When you defeat him, a higher ranked warrior will appear. Get ready. Hearing this, Jin Sheng was once again surprised. Equal power means you're only judging physical strength. He tremblingly took a stance, ready to accept. All right, it won't be long before the king-level warrior has to join the battle. Zera looked on doubtfully. With that body. Eclipse laughed loudly. I like your confidence, kid. Let's begin. As he finished speaking, a giant magic circle lit up beneath their feet. From the empty space, a person suddenly appeared, his hand gripping the hilt of a heavy greatsword. He was also wielding a greatsword. He was an elite-level warrior of the Sen Lamas tribe. Eclipse moved to Zera's side and said to him, now let's just watch. The two of them watched as Jin Sheng and the warrior prepared to face off. He got serious. Jin Sheng seized the initiative and charged in to attack first. The warrior was still in a state of shock, unable to react in time. He closed the distance and swung the greatsword in his hand, striking first to gain the upper hand. Jin Sheng landed a clean slash on him. The warrior was hit, crying out in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Eclipse never expected this confrontation to end so quickly. With Jin Sheng's confident smile, the trial of the Sen Lamas tribe began. A brilliant light illuminated the entire chamber. The warrior defeated by Jin Sheng was slowly fading away. Eclipse laughed happily, praising him. That kid, he's pretty good. Having won, Jin Sheng let out a sigh of relief, glad that his strategy had worked. He forcefully plunged the greatsword into the ground. Wiping away his sweat, Jin Sheng replied, I knew the preemptive strike tactic would be a successful trump card. Jin Sheng also knew that. But this tactic only worked because of my high agility stat and the weapon's powerful attack. If that bastard had been able to block my attack, I definitely would have taken a hit from his greatsword. A system notification sound rang out. You have completely overwhelmed the Sen Lemus warrior. The job class will be adjusted to match your abilities. We will now proceed to the match against a Sen Lamus warrior priest class. The greatsword in Jinung's hand slowly vanished, much to his surprise. Eclipse laughed loudly in praise. Magnificent! A bright light, the power of his summoning technique, appeared in his hand again. All right, choose another item, summoner. Rows of gauntlets and armor were neatly displayed. Weapons from bows to spears were arranged neatly on racks. Jinung looked at the collection in surprise. I really get to choose this time. Instead of a random selection, he happily confirmed, "That's right, kid. Feel free to choose whatever you want." He scanned the collection, evaluating his options. Daggers, spears, staves, bows, and arrows. What a variety. Jinung began to ponder, using a bow and arrow would be quite convenient, but I wonder if I can take down a priest with bare gauntlets. But if I use those gauntlets and can't use them to fight other classes later, it would be quite risky. He asked a question to be sure. When I move to the next round, will the weapon disappear and will I get to choose a new weapon from this selection? Eclipse chuckled smugly and confirmed, "No, kid." He put his hands on his hips and continued, "That one depends entirely on me." The answer left him stunned, unable to believe the shocking information he'd just heard. Looking at the smugly laughing Eclipse, Jinung wondered if this old man had gone senile. He thought to himself with a bit of dissatisfaction, which means according to this old man, even if I win with a different weapon, I won't know which weapon I'll get to choose in the next round. So the answer is already set. Jinung spoke up decisively. "All right then, The system announced, "You have chosen the Spirit King's Bow of Judgment." Quest. He took the bow, smiled, and declared, "I'll take this one. I'll choose the weapon I'm most confident with. The Spirit King's Bow of Judgment. Attack 1,500 to 1,720. Durability 2,000 out of 2,000 attack speed, plus 300 leadership, plus 200 stamina, plus 150 classification, equipment restriction. Sen Lamus Tribe Warrior. Archlord class inherent power. Magic Arrow. You can fire magic arrows even without any arrows. Judgment Storm sealed. There is a 10% chance to summon a Judgment Storm upon attack. The Judgment Storm is governed by the Soul Mana stat, and all enemies damaged by the Judgment Storm will take 1% of their remaining health as damage. This item is exclusively owned by the user Ian. This is a temporary quest item. All options are sealed. Looking at the stats, Jinung drooled with desire. I wish I could get this as a quest reward. Seeing that he had finished choosing Eclipse, began the summoning ritual. Now that you've chosen your weapon, let's begin. A Sen Lemus Tribe Warrior with the Priest class was summoned. Power Dust. Everything gradually gathered to form a silhouette, and a bow, flickering like a flame, was also created. Jinung raised his bow, preparing to shoot, silently apologizing to the figure, "Sorry for doing this while you're still being summoned." He grinned and thought, "But I'm going to attack first." Then the arrow left the bow, whizzing forward. It powerfully flew towards the warrior who was about to take form. But just as the arrow was about to hit, the female priest was fully summoned. Her eyes widened instantly, sensing the danger, and she swiftly tilted her head to the side, dodging by a hair's breadth. She was stunned as she saw the powerful arrow punch a hole in the wall behind her. The two of them held their positions for a moment. A wound left by the arrow appeared on the female priest's cheek. It began to bleed on her beautiful face. This time the challenge was a Sen Lamus Tribe Warrior Priest class. The failed attack plan made Jinung click his tongue in disappointment. Looks like that tactic won't work from this round onwards. He drew his bow once again. The female priest hadn't fully understood the situation, but still raised the bow in her hands, preparing to counterattack. Jinung released his hand and the arrow shot forward. At the same time, she also fired her arrow. The two of them moved continuously, dodging while simultaneously shooting arrows at each other. Her feet moved nimbly across the ground. Jinung didn't stop either. He continuously drew his bow and fired. The female priest struggled to dodge 4 arrows that he shot at the same time. Then she quickly regained her posture, drawing her bow to counterattack. Jinung also stood strong, ready with the weapon in his hands. Then the two arrows swiftly collided. Two streams of power, one blue and one red, clashed, creating a powerful shockwave. In the end, his arrow was stronger and gained the upper hand, slicing the other one in two. Eclipse couldn't help but praise Tsa. "Your master is quite skilled, isn't he?" Ja frowned at him, asking, "Never mind that. What is your purpose here?" There were no witnesses in the previous round. Eclipse explained, his eyes fixed on Jinung, who was fighting ferociously. "I'm rather curious. Why did you choose to stay with him? You must be getting some significant benefit from him, right?" Chiza remained silent, lost in thought. Cha began his story. "To be honest, I don't have many memories of my past. I was captured by the Empire, lost everything, and was tortured like a prisoner of war for a long, long time." Recalling that moment, he was hung up, shackled by his hands and feet, his voice trembling with emotion. "That was when my master came and saved me." From the very first glance, Xa sensed something from his master, a feeling that was somehow connected to his past. Xa remembered the moment Jinung awkwardly asked for his help, saying, "But it's designed to return to me, so you'll have to become one of my subordinates to be able to use it." An opportunity to learn more about this rascal of a master presented itself, and Xa agreed at that moment. "Hurry up, I thought you said we were running out of time." And so I became Jinung's subordinate to find out what that feeling was. Eclipse burst out laughing. "How very convenient for you, Cha." But a single detail made him pause. "Wait a minute, you said you lost your memory. So how did you find your way to this place?" Xa explained hesitantly. "Even though it's only little by little, my memories have been returning ever since I set foot on the central continent. By coming here, I'm hoping to restore another part of my memories." The thunderous sounds of the battle ceased, and Eclipse was stunned by the sight of Jinung standing victorious. "Is it over already?" the system announced. "You have completely overwhelmed the Senimus Tribe Warrior Priest class. The class will be adjusted to exclude the Grand Marshal class. We will now proceed to the match against the Senimus Tribe Warrior High King class." Eclipse laughed, pointing at the boy. He then turned back to Sa. "That's pretty amazing. Even I couldn't fight like that at his age. This is a truly overpowered main character." Jinung drank a recovery potion and asked him to please summon the weapon and the High King class warrior. The system announced, "Your health has been fully restored." Eclipse unexpectedly refused. "There's no need for that." Jinung's eyes widened in astonishment. Eclipse powerfully reached up, grabbing the hilt of the sword on his back, his other hand clenched into a tight fist. The sight left Jinung completely stunned. The recovery potion in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Eclipse drew his sword, taking a stance, announcing, "I myself am the final trial of the Senimus tribe and the Pharaoh class warrior. I am Eclipse the Summoner. Now prove your strength." The final battle of this action Manhwa had begun. The terrifying aura radiating from him made Jinung's face pale. "What is this immense pressure?" He immediately tried to stop him. "Wait a minute, old man. I thought you said you fought Cha survived and stayed here to pass down the story to future generations." He understood Jinung's concern and reassured him. "You don't have to defeat me, kid. You just have to prove your strength to me." The moment he finished speaking, Eclipse shot towards Jinung like an arrow, his eyes glowing a deadly red. The sudden charge left the boy momentarily stunned, unsure how to react. And then, the sword in Eclipse's hand lunged forward with immense force. Jinung instantly leaped high into the air, dodging the powerful blade. Eclipse looked up at him from below, not moving an inch. He let out a hearty laugh and praised him. "You're quick on your feet," Jinung desperately shouted back, to remind him. "Weapons. Weren't you going to give me new weapons?" Hearing this, Eclipse paused in realization. "Oh, that's right, weapons." He laughed heartily. "All right then, they're free anyway." Eclipse confidently declared, "I'll allow you to use any weapon here as you please." This statement surprised the boy, his eyes wide with astonishment. A system notification sound chimed. "You are permitted to use all of the Spirit King's judgment weapons. To change weapons, shout 'change' plus the weapon's name." The weapons once again appeared in their entirety, every option available among the Spirit King's judgment weapons. He gritted his teeth, thinking, If he's willing to accept such a disadvantage, then Jinung shouted, "Change greatsword!" Instantly, a sword radiating a powerful golden Jinung swung down, creating a powerful shockwave. He told himself, "I can win this." The system announced. The effect of the Judgment Flame has been activated. Eclipse parried the sword and asked, "Are you ready to fight now, kid?" Jinung grinned and replied to him, "I'm ready. You better prepare yourself, old man." As soon as the words left his mouth, Eclipse spun and swung his sword, forcing the boy to leap back. Before Jinung could even steady himself after landing, he saw another blade rushing toward him. He immediately raised his sword to block. Jinung was constantly calculating parrying the blow with the great sword, a weapon with a wide surface area. He shouted, "Change spear," and attacked with the spear, a long-range weapon. The spear appeared and thrust forward, making the old man a bit anxious as he dodged. The system announced the Spirit King's Judgment Spear has a 10% chance to activate the Judgment Frost effect on attack. It freezes the enemy. The spear thrust out repeatedly. Eclipse skillfully dodged each one. The old man began to gather power at the tip of his blade again. An immense pressure from Eclipse surged toward the boy. Jinung broke out in a cold sweat. He's about to unleash a powerful attack. A cloud of dust and smoke spread out along with high-speed slashes. Sunstorm created a massive sand tornado. Luckily, he saw it coming and was able to duck and evade. Jinung shouted, demanding change staff. A new weapon appeared in his hand. Eclipse was surprised, exclaiming, "You dodged that. It seems you're not just fast on your feet." Suddenly, he felt something. A pair of spirit-like hands wrapped around his body. He was still calculating how to win this action manhwa battle. It's a good thing I carefully reviewed all the weapon options earlier. The Spirit King's Judgment Staff has a 60% chance to activate the Spirit King's after-image effect on attack, restraining the enemy. Jinung thought to himself after restraining him, and once again requested change bow and arrow. Jinung gripped the weapon, which was already very familiar to him. He quickly switched the bow to his dominant hand. Jinung drew the bow, planning to attack from a distance. Each arrow, imbued with immense power, was instantly fired. Immediately after showing the quick thinking of an overpowered main character, Jinung requested a new pair of weapons appeared in his hands as he shouted, "Daggers." The Spirit King's Judgment. Daggers have a 60% chance to cause a bleed effect and deep wounds on the enemy. Jinung dashed in front of him at the same time. He used the daggers, trying to finish the old man off. Eclipse didn't flinch at all. Instead, he flashed a mysterious smile. Just as the daggers reached his face, he managed to raise a hand and stop the boy's wrist. Jinung knew it wouldn't be that easy. He smiled and changed weapons once more, thinking to himself, in case of an unexpected variable, you counter it with another variable. Jinung switched to the bear gauntlets and immediately grabbed Eclipse's wrist. The Spirit King's Gauntlets of Judgment have a certain chance to activate the Spirit King's aura effect when attacking, creating a brilliant flash of light. Jinwoo raised his other hand into a fist and punched Eclipse straight in the face. Since he was held tight, he couldn't dodge the blow. Immediately after, an arrow struck one of his shoulders, and the other shoulder was similarly pierced by an arrow. Jinwoo swung his arm once more. The light of power from the gauntlet flared up again, landing another blow on Eclipse. It made him cry out in pain, after which our overpowered main character requested another swap, this time switching back to the dagger. Holding the dagger, he flash-stepped behind Eclipse, who was still reeling from the pain of the previous attacks. Jinwoo unleashed two crossing slashes, the powerful attack on Eclipse's back, making him scream in agony. The plan was a success. He thought happily to himself, "It's over." But before he could finish the thought, a fist swung up from below and Eclipse punched Jinwoo straight in the face. It was an incredibly powerful blow. After that hit, he was sent flying, crashing straight into the wall behind him. Jinwoo struggled to emerge from the wall in the cloud of dust. That punch left Jinwoo's body bruised and trembling in pain. He panted heavily, looking forward, only 3 HP left. Remembering that powerful punch, his health had dropped to just 3 after a single hit. Eclipse once again erupted with power. Jinwoo looked at his aura and wondered what kind of skill is this. Eclipse was radiating a dense crimson mana. He warned in a grim voice, "The trial isn't over yet, summoner." A system notification appeared, "Will of a Sen Lamer's warrior." All combat stats increase by 40% for 20 minutes, and the duration of all adverse effects will be reduced by 50%. As the dust settled over the ruined landscape, Jinwoo struggled to his feet, looking at Eclipse lost in astonishment at the system notification. He wondered to himself, what is that insane skill? He couldn't comprehend it all. Those stats? Are they all combined to enhance another stat? Recalling the punch from before, Jinwoo speculated is that how he was able to move so quickly. Now, I don't just think I'm sure Eclipse is faster than me. He let out a loud laugh and praised him. Your attacks are quite fast and effective, you know. So I decided to match your speed. Then Eclipse added a well-intentioned reminder, you don't have much time left. The system continuously displayed notifications along with the wound on his back. Eclipse had taken 825 damage from the bleeding status. The arrow wounds were also causing him to lose blood. Eclipse had taken 717 damage from the Judgment Storm skill. Jinwoo, of course, realized that he was continuously taking damage from the previous attacks. This battle in the end is just a race against time. The gears of time turned with his every thought in this amazing action manhwa. Noticing Eclipse's sword lying on the ground from before, Jinwoo wondered why Eclipse had dropped his weapon. At that moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as Eclipse continued to take more damage. Our hero was calculating every possible way to win, even though I'll be taken down in just one more hit. Jinwoo tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. I still have a weapon that can change into a long-range form. If I keep stalling for time, I'll definitely... Before he could finish his thought, Eclipse's fist was right in his face. Jinwoo instantly snapped back to reality, dodging to the side just in time to escape the fatal blow. He quickly turned and focused on running away. Like a cat that had seen a mouse, his opponent pursued him without any hesitation. Jin-sung immediately requested a staff change, thinking, I don't even have time to think. The music staff instantly materialized in his hands. Jin-sung told himself he needed to create some distance between himself and the old man. Jin-sung stopped abruptly, his feet skidding across the ground from the momentum. He faced an Eclipse that was frantically charging toward him. Jin-sung slammed the staff into the ground. He began to activate its skill. Instantly, shadowy hands emerged from behind Eclipse, reaching for him. Meanwhile, the man leaped into the air, lunging toward Jin-sung. The shadow hands frantically reached out, targeting Eclipse's legs, as the scene shifts to a quiet royal palace at night. A fully masked individual was up to something shady. He hid in a corner watching the patrolling guards walk past him. Once the coast was clear, he removed his mask, letting out a sigh of relief. Limlong rubbed his chin, still wondering what the purpose of all this was. He recalled a certain morning where a yellow flag with a 3-arrow emblem fluttered in the wind. This marked the easternmost region of the central continent, the base of the Organ Guild. Someone calmly entered, drawing the attention of the person inside. Limlong turned to look at the newcomer and asked, Is something the matter? Samuel immediately locked the door behind him as he entered. Limlong asked, Why did you lock the door? Samuel replied in a serious tone. Limlong, I have a request for you, as your employer. Limlong didn't agree immediately. That depends on the request. He explained briefly, this is what happened during the meeting with the Lucifer Guild. The scene then flashed back to that meeting. Roy Chen slammed his fist on the table, angrily protesting, I will not listen to any more of this nonsense. Attack them. Why would we do that when we're supposed to be on the same side? Ma An just watched and let out a small chuckle. He then dropped a bombshell in the middle of the meeting. To be honest, we've been secretly selling information about Lucifer to the Titan Guild. His words left everyone completely stunned. Ma An continued. It wasn't that long ago. When we found out that the Lotus Guild had secured exclusive rights to the transfer base, we sold that information to the Titan Guild for a very handsome price. His expression turned serious. They've informed us that they plan to form an alliance with the Dark Luna Guild, the very guild that failed in their fortress assault. Ma An's voice grew excited. And they've just proposed a massive deal to us, with a reward of 50 million gold in cash. Hearing such a large amount, Samuel gulped. He then asked curiously, What kind of deal is it? Ma An's face darkened as he looked at the system screen and answered, The item for trade is the complete blueprint of the Lotus Guild's base. They want every detail right down to the number of turrets inside. His voice echoed as the two men across from him listened with greedy eyes. But our guild is made up entirely of mages, so obtaining that information is too difficult for us to handle on our own. Ma-on smiled, asking for their opinion. So what do you all think? His voice then called out to Johan. Johan, meanwhile, was frowning deeply in thought. Then Ma-an turned to ask, "And you, Samuel?" Samuel broke out in a sweat, unable to answer immediately. He laughed, trying to persuade them, "The fall of Lucifer is inevitable, since things have already come to this. Why don't we seize this opportunity to get rich before we're defeated?" Roy Chen jumped to his feet, refusing. "After hearing all that nonsense, it felt like he'd just been punched in the ear." He glared menacingly at Ma. "Consider us withdrawn from the alliance effective immediately. We don't want to do this." Ma didn't press the issue, instead turning to ask for another opinion. "And what about you, Samuel?" Samuel broke out in a cold sweat at being called out. He looked at Ma and asked directly, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Back in the present, Lim Long recalled Samuel's words to him. "This all happened because you belong to the assassin class. I hope you'll be able to come and help us. Oh, and since you're a mercenary, you can just treat this as another job." Lim Long adjusted his face mask, muttering to himself, "I came here as a mercenary because going solo in the central continent is incredibly difficult. But it looks like I've strapped a ticking time bomb to my own back. I need to get out of here the second this job is done." He then cast a spell and his body gradually dissolved into a shadow. The shadow then slowly seeped into the ground, leaving only the faintest ripple. Shadow travel was activated. Lim Long's shadow instantly teleported to a new location. He continued to glide and observe, thinking to himself, "They said this was the Lotus Guild's base, and it's absolutely massive. They have reinforced walls, a watchtower. Everything is perfectly designed, they're not missing a thing. On top of that, they even have access to the trade headquarters, a place where they can easily restock their resources through trade. The fact that the notorious Dark Luna Guild couldn't even breach this place, it really makes sense now." Finding a suitable spot, he stopped and his head emerged from the ground. Then Lim Long's entire body materialized, kneeling as he muttered, "He should be back soon." But before he could finish, something shot towards him, cutting him off. Lim Long quickly realized what was happening, his eyes widening as he looked in that direction. He swiftly raised his arm to block an incoming claw attack, but the force was so overwhelming that Lim Long was sent flying backward. A sharp blade was suddenly at his neck, accompanied by a loud shout, "What kind of lunatic are you?" Before the speaker could even finish, Lim Long tensed up, seeing the sharp weapon pressed against his throat. Jinung smirked, finishing the thought for him. "I guess I am a little crazy." Across from them, a massive tiger growled menacingly. Our overpowered main character then questioned the intruder, "So what kind of bastard does that make you?" Caught off guard, Lim Long couldn't answer right away. He frowned, thinking to himself, of all the times, it had to be now. Jin Sung taunted him with a mocking tone. "What's this? Pleading the fifth. Did you find something you weren't supposed to? Hey, move it. Why are we running into a suspicious creep like this right after that trial?" He then smiled, glancing at the new weapon in his hand. "Is this a sign from the heavens? A chance to test out my new weapon?" In a brief flashback from this action, Manhwa Jin Shung's staff was planted firmly on the ground, his feet seemingly frozen to the spot in that very moment. At that time, Eclipse was charging in with a powerful fist. The hands summoned by Jin Shung were only just beginning to rise, but it was already too late to catch Eclipse. A system warning immediately popped up. "You have failed to stop the opponent from using Shadow Spirit King." Jin Sung shuddered upon seeing the system notification in this manhwa recap. "I failed to stop him. To think I'd fail at this level?" Eclipse charged forward with bloodthirsty eyes, his fist ready to strike. This overwhelming power made Jin Sung completely lose hope. "I'm a goner." And just as he squeezed his eyes shut, the fist abruptly stopped in midair. Instead, it was just a light flick on Jinung's forehead. He was sent tumbling to the ground, his face scrunching up from the slight pain. Eclipse chuckled and said to Jinung, "And with that, the trial is over. My summoner friend, you did well." Clutching his forehead in confusion, he muttered a, "Huh." Then another system notification popped up. "You have been acknowledged by a Spirit King warrior of the Selamus tribe. Congratulations on successfully completing the trial and achieving victory." Yinung's eyes widened at what he had received. What in the world is happening? Seeing this, Eclipse laughed heartily. "Congratulations! You've passed the challenge with flying colors." Jinung, still in disbelief, asked again, "Huh? But didn't I lose?" Eclipse recalled a past memory. Did I not tell you you only needed to prove your strength to me? It's true he did say something similar before. You don't need to defeat me, as long as you can prove your strength. Eclipse maintained his booming laugh, teasing Jinung. From the very beginning, it was never a battle you could win. In fact, it was quite dangerous for me because you fight very well. Meanwhile, the boy sat quietly pondering. I think he's right, but for some reason it still annoys me. Jinung sighed. Even though I lost, I guess I fought well, right? The important thing is that I've completed the quest. Eclipse snapped his fingers and continued. Since you've earned the rank of Spirit King, I should probably give you a reward, shouldn't I? He materialized something in his hand, presenting it to Jinung. This is a gift for the warrior who endured the trial. It was a mysterious gift box and some kind of magic book. Jinung accepted them, his jaw dropping at these strange new items. The system immediately analyzed them for him. You have obtained the Spirit King's Judgment Weapon Chest and the Selamus Warrior's Will Skill Book. Jinung suddenly remembered something. He seemed unimpressed. Isn't that the ridiculous skill from before? The system continued to display item information Selamus Warrior's Will, type active skill, rank legendary, usage restriction, level 38 plus, cooldown 30 minutes, available abilities. All combat stats are increased by 40% for 20 minutes, and all non-combat stats are combined to enhance a desired combat stat. In addition, while Selamus Warrior's Will is active proficiency with all handheld weapons, will increase by 15 levels. And as a result, the user will be able to utilize their full combat potential. No other skills can be used while Selamus Warrior's Will is in effect. Jinung's eyes widened as he began to realize its true value. What the heck? Looking at the details, it's full of huge risk factors. I mean, it would probably be cheating if such an overpowered skill didn't have any limitations. The chest in his hand began to glow with a brilliant golden light. Jinung quiet. His voice held a hint of barely concealed anticipation and the most anticipated item. He prayed as he opened the mysterious box. Please let it be the bow and arrow set I used before. A brilliant golden light flared up and Jinung squinted with a smile, exclaiming excitedly, Open up! The light before him was so blinding it left Jinung bewildered. A green color appeared, and on top of it was a sharp spearhead. Jinung stared blankly at the staff in his hand. Item information. The Spirit King's Blade of Judgment Leadership, plus 200 Vitality, plus 150. The vitality of all summoned spirit beasts increases by 15%, and their attack rate increases by 35%. As a legendary grade long spear, it also gives the option of all combat stats. It has an available ability. Divine Response. When a decisive attack is used against an opponent, there is a 20% chance that the ability of one of the summoner's guardian gods will be activated. Eclipse's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the item, a key moment, followed by his trademark laugh. How absolutely fascinating. Summoner no my Sen Lamas warrior. Jinung wondered what he was trying to convey. What's so funny? Finding him a bit ridiculous, Jinung asked, Hey Eclipse, are you okay? He replied, Of course. Of course I'm okay. Jinung returned to his original question. What's going on? What is it? Seiza explained on Eclipse's behalf. That weapon is the Spirit King's Judgment. He added, It's the spear once used by the most skilled among the great Selamus warriors. Eclipse. Jinung was completely flabbergasted. I thought Eclipse was a swordsman. Eclipse rubbed his nose, flattered by the praise. You're making me blush. Seiza immediately chimed in about his true power. If Eclipse had held that spear, you would have died in just 5 seconds. Jinung smiled, thinking to himself. So that's why he fought bare-handed at the end, because he wasn't used to wielding a sword. He spoke gently. In any case, thank you so much, I will put it to good use. Eclipse then became serious and reminded Jinung, It's too early to thank me. There's a condition that must be met to truly wield that weapon. The main character in this revenge story wondered again. A condition. What kind of condition? It was revealed that the judgment was an evolving weapon. Jinung quickly checked its description to verify. An evolving weapon, the system issued a new quest, the trial of the Sen Lamas tribe. A major turning point in this action manhwa, a continuous hidden quest. You have been recognized as a Pharaoh-class warrior by Eclipse Guardian of the Selamus tribe. You must now complete this quest to become the strongest Cenimus warrior. If you awaken the flying dragon of the Cenimus tribe, it will guide you. Quest difficulty SSS. Quest condition. Be an S rank. Cenimus warrior a summoner above level 200, and there is no time limit. The reward is the evolution of the magic seal, the Spirit King's judgment, and Spirit King's summoning. Do you accept this quest, yes or no? This Manhwa review will cover the outcome of this pivotal choice. Jinung felt that these events were all connected. I guess it's a system where things evolve by completing quests. But with a level 200 requirement and SSS difficulty, I should probably do it later. Eclipse spoke his final words before departing. I suppose the will of the Cenimus warriors will live on? Jinung was stunned as he watched Eclipse's figure fade. Eclipse, your body? But Eclipse replied calmly, don't worry about me, I'm simply returning to where my family is waiting. Not understanding what was happening, Jinung uttered, Eclipse. Eclipse continued, it is almost time. Zera remembered to take good care of the last remaining Cenimus warrior. He had no choice but to agree, understood. As Eclipse faded away completely, a faint tearful smile appeared on his face. Then farewell, Yan. The two stood there listening to his final words, our last remaining wish. Jinung had no more questions. This entire manhwa recap has been, so I asked the person next to me, but he was already gone. I guess we should head back too, right, Zera? He answered decisively. Very well, my lord. Back in the present, Jinung grinned sadistically as he threatened Lim Long. If you don't answer me right now, you'll be facing a death sentence. Zera could only watch this scene and helplessly think to herself, I'm sorry. Eclipse thought to himself that this guy was completely insane. A certain old man shared the sentiment, crying internally, if you're going to use it like that, then just give it back. Suddenly, Lim Long mumbled something. Stubborn Ronnie. Instantly, he vanished from his spot between Jinung and Zera. He panicked, not understanding what had just happened. He was gone, just like Eclipse. Jinung wondered, but did you hear what he said? Zera replied. That bastard just said stubborn. Jinung searched his memory for the guild ranked 4th among all the archer guilds in the Lucipan Kingdom. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Snail Guild specializes in espionage and intelligence gathering. Jinung had a bad feeling and quickly began planning his next move. A guild like that had brazenly infiltrated right in front of his own base. This is a very concerning development. I should inform Joe Hun so we can reinforce our guild's defenses. The scene shifts to Samuel's house, where he was pacing back and forth anxiously. His constant pacing and worried expression made it clear that this was no small matter. Just then, Lim Long's image materialized in the middle of the room. Samuel looked relieved and eagerly asked for an update. You're back. So what's the news on Lotus? He crossed his arms and replied, I've obtained the intel. Lim Long pulled down his mask and continued. But in the process, I was discovered by Summoner Yan. Samuel was no stranger to that name, and his face instantly filled with shock. Yan, a core member of the Lotus Guild. He pressed further. So did you defeat him? Lim Long, holding a scroll, answered, No. There was some freakishly strong guy with the summoner. So I figured it was best to retreat and came straight here. Samuel wasn't surprised. He grabbed his things and flashed a cunning smile. Well, that's fine. He laughed heartily, his voice dropping low, because in 4 days, the Lotus base will become a raging sea of fire. This is the kind of revenge plot you love in an act. Huni and Bullum were walking together looking close. The Death Knight beside the young boy asked Huni, I know you were determined to leave. But what do you plan to do now? Huni answered blankly. I don't know. The boy tried to organize his thoughts. I can't go to another continent because my contract with Ka is still in effect. Huni calculated. So I still have things to do on the central continent, but there's not much I can handle on my own. Suddenly, an explosion in the distance caught their attention. Huni was startled and called to his companion. There's a fight over there, Balam. Let's go check it out. He agreed, all right. The two of them hid behind a rock, observing stealthily. It was Kanoan pointing and commanding his companion in battle. Go Yong Yong, attack the tail. Obeying its master, it ran in front of the opponent, its mouth filling with fiery breath. Yong roared, spewing a blazing stream of fire from its mouth. Then it tried to bite the scorpion's tail, but the creature dodged in time. At the same time, its sharp stinger whipped around in a counterattack. A direct hit to Yong's face made it lose its balance and roar in pain. Seeing this, Kanoan panicked and shouted loudly. Yong the two beasts clashed while he watched in bewilderment. What should I do? Huni wondered silently. He secretly observed and assessed him. He can't control it. Yan is indeed very strong. The boy continued his assessment. It seems he just reached level 100. So what is he doing in the central continent? The monsters here are all level 120 or higher. Nightbalam noticed something and pointed it out. Hun, look, I've noticed something strange about that belt. Honey looked over and couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. It turned out Kanan was having a fearful internal struggle. What should I do? What should I do? What? This allowed Huni to easily guess that it was the Pact of the Shadow Lord. The boy left his hiding spot, startling Balam. Hun, what's wrong? The boy shouted tensely. That's the item we need to obtain the power of the immortal god, the Pact of the Shadow Lord. I have to save him and find out how he got it. Balam tried to calm the boy down. I'll help you. On the other side, Kanan, seeing he was outmatched, immediately ordered his beast, Yong, run. The ferocious scorpion swung its sharp tail, lunging forward with a venomous attack. Yong roared in pain, with tears streaming down its face, clutching the swollen lump on its head. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out, shattering the tense and gloomy atmosphere. Balam flew through the air, his sword followed by a blue wave severing the scorpion's tail. In the blink of an eye, the scorpion's tail fell powerlessly to the ground. At this moment, Yong peeked open its eyes to look. The defeated scorpion began to disappear. Seeing this, Kanan's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Whoa!" Huni muttered, "Well, I guess I didn't need to step in." With tears welling up in his eyes, Kanan said, "Thank you for saving my life. You two are amazing. I've never seen such a powerful dark mage." The boy laughed smugly. "Before my darkness, these scorpions are nothing but small fry." Huni threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Praise me!" Then the boy's expression returned to normal and he asked, "Anyway, who are you? Why are you hunting monsters here? You noob." Kanoan thumped his chest. "My name is Kanoan, a summoner, and this is my familiar Yong. The boy also introduced himself. "My name is Gon Honey, the one who will become the Shadow Lord. This is the Dark Tin Can Balam." He also introduced himself. "I am the Death Knight Balam." Huni looked down at his hip area. "So where did you get that belt?" Kanoan took the belt and replied, "This thing, I got it after defeating a skeleton soldier in the Annihilation Dungeon somewhere in the central continent." He smiled at the boy's bewildered expression. "If you want, I can buy you an identical one at the auction." Huni thought with annoyance. "The Dark Annihilation Dungeon. I've cleared it 20 times, and yet the belt dropped from some random mob. Is this guy mocking me?" Huni spoke up. "That's a character-bound item, so you can't find it at auctions." The boy gritted his teeth. "Because it's a character-bound item. It won't drop even if I PK you." Kanoan suddenly clapped his hands. "There's an item in the cash shop that allows you to trade character-bound items. If you agree, I'll give you this old belt." Huni was shocked. "Huh? That item costs 300,000 won. He opened his screen, smiling cheerfully. "It's not that valuable, so I'll give it to you right now." The boy was stunned into silence. Come to think of it, this idiot is wearing all the best gear. Kanoan happily pressed the trade button on his screen, thinking to himself, "I guess I should buy another belt for myself." He completed the transaction and cheerfully announced, "I've just sent it to you." It turns out the summoner Kano is the second son of SH Electronics, Korea's #1 conglomerate. After receiving the item, the kid's face darkened. Then Huni burst into tears, jumping onto Kanan and crying out, "Brother?" The kid clung to him, crying, "If you ever want to try clearing a dungeon, just call me, I'll carry you." The scene shifts back to the real world. On the street, Unjin runs after someone shouting, "Wait, Mina!" She turns around in surprise and asks, "Unjin, is something urgent?" Unjin, out of breath, remembered the professor's instructions. "Something important came up, so he asked me to announce that today's class is cancelled." He then repeated to Mina that Professor Lee Jin-guk's class was cancelled. This made Mina curious. Huh, really? Why? Unjin asked in surprise. Do you really not know what day it is today? Mina then gasped worriedly. It's today. Unjin smiled. Yes, it's today. The scene changes, revealing a fortress wall. A war is about to begin. Maiman Empire versus Lotus. The sun beats down on the watchtower. Jin Sung seriously commanded, everyone is fully prepared. The scene cuts to Rahan's guild. There was Kay, the top guild of Darduna, and also Sakran's guild, the second-ranked guild titan. Catan gritted his teeth in anger. You cross-eyed bastard, I will have my revenge. He crossed his arms, standing with Song Dao and the desert warriors. Jin Sheng frowned, thinking, compared to them, we are outmatched. Zera looked at him, thinking, that kid still hasn't shown up. His subordinate Poland's face was pale. He squeezed his eyes shut, a sudden chill running down his spine, and the same went for his subordinate Syria. She pressed her lips together, her anxious eyes betraying her unease. The members of the Lotus Guild also stood there waiting anxiously. A flag bearing Jin Sung's face appeared fluttering in the wind. Down below, a gold-rank summoner was dancing with his summoned beast, cheering them on. Just then someone stepped forward. Jin Sung exclaimed, You're here! The newcomer was from the Vion Guild, the stern-faced leader Vu. Jin Sung broke into a satisfied smile. Even though they weren't the third or fourth-ranked guilds, Strander and Ogun, they were the only guild to come to our aid. He said cheerfully, Thank you for your help, even though you had to break your own alliance to do it. He replied casually, It's nothing. I apologize for arriving so late. Just let me know if you need anything. Jin Sung turned away, his voice thick with emotion. Very good. He stood on the fortress wall, looked down, and commanded, Then let the... Amidst the army's solemn atmosphere, Shran rode his horse to the front of his soldiers. He looked at the person before him and called out with a smile, Hey, Lai Rahan? Shran asked, Do you think the Lotus base has gotten any stronger since you tried to besiege it? She frowned, thinking he was testing her reaction despite already having a spy on the inside. Rahan gave a one-word answer, No. Shran continued, Then our victory is assured. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Rahan's face darkened as she replied, You'll get your trading post. All I want is the head of that summoner bastard. Her will blazed in her determined eyes. Prepare yourselves. As a 5-second countdown began, Jin Sheng cast a summoning spell. Lai Bi Puji Baji Vin. On the other side, an enraged Rahan created a purple orb. The mage Roy Che cast his blessing as Lion prepared to defend. On the Titan side, Real Saran casually rode up on his horse and commanded, All legions prepare for battle. Rayhan's eyes glowed a ferocious red. She let out a roar, her face contorting in rage, revealing clenched teeth as a murderous aura exploded from her. A frenzied aura. Attack. With that command, the army below immediately charged towards the city walls with overwhelming force. Johan shouted his command, Stop them! Warriors leaped from their positions. Jinung and his summons charged forward from both the air and the ground. Sakran swung his twin blades, creating two intersecting streams of blade energy that flew forward. The clash of techniques created a massive explosion, and he dashed forward at high speed with a sinister smile on his face. Rahan, enraged, shouted with magic in her hands, Mystical Phantom Technic! Instantly, numerous large purple swords emerged from the magic circles. A loud voice boomed, Protective Shield! Her swords were blocked by the shield. Again, Johan and Roy Chen strained to defend fiercely, while Lai dove from the sky to attack Rahan. Sensing the danger, she gripped her greatsword tightly. Rahan quickly raised her sword to block Lai's sharp claws. The two of them plummeted down in front of the Allied forces' soldiers. The powerful impact created a loud crash and a cloud of dust. Jinung, riding on Finn's back, observed from above. He remarked that Lai was doing well, but his opponent was Lai Rahan, so he would not last long. The image of Sakran appeared along with Jinung's command. Finn, let's go meet that bastard! Just as he finished speaking, a blast of energy shot down, blocking Sakran's path. Jinung and Finn were now blocking Sakran's way. Seeing him, Sakran smiled and spoke. We've met before, haven't we, Summoner Yan? Jinung replied indifferently. Long time no see. Jinung recalled his previous encounter with him and continued, When I was on Pascal Island, I didn't know who you were. He summoned his weapon and smiling added, Because of you, I almost failed my mission. The two faced off and Jinung continued, Still, you've really destroyed a lot of the fortress. Do you have any idea how much that cost? Jinung turned to his divine beast, Fin. Attack the soldiers besieging the main gate, then cast your swamp summoning magic. Jinung and his divine beast took a stance ready to attack. You won't get past me, Sakharin of Titan. Hearing these words, Sakharin suddenly burst into a delighted laugh. The scene shifts elsewhere. War horses were prepared and ready with a rider already mounted on one, and that person was none other than Tsa. Phelan stood beside him and reported, Sir Tsa, all preparations are complete. He replied, Excellent. He smiled and gave the order, Now open the gate. Outside, the enemy soldiers had gathered and were relentlessly attacking the gate. Just then, the gate slowly creaked open and dark figures emerged. One of the soldiers in the crowd announced in a panic, The gate is opening. The image of summoned beasts and warriors from within the city stepping out appeared. These were the members of Jinung's team along with his summons. Seeing them, the one named Katojan grew excited. He let out a cold laugh. Katojan roared, You've finally shown yourself, you damn bastard! Seeing his reaction, Bolin was simply speechless and remained silent. Silence said in alarm, You can tell it's a trap just by looking. The person next to him said dejectedly, These bastards won't listen. Because they're NPCs. The moment he finished speaking, Katojan's feet launched off the ground. He leaped high into the air, his hands gripping his gleaming twin blades tightly. The white snake charged straight ahead. Its speed was blindingly fast, as if tearing space itself apart. Seeing this, Kathogian gritted his teeth and froze mid-motion in terror. Just a second later, its massive body coiled tightly, crushing his two arms. The giant white snake tightened its body around the mummy, causing him to writhe in agony in midair. Bin stepped forward, his spearmanship unparalleled in this action manhwa. Lucipin screamed in terror, Let me go! Bolin charged forward using lightning spear. Seeing the sharp spear glowing with blue light hurtling towards him, he screamed in panic and fear. On the other side, our overpowered main character Jin Sung faced off against Shran with a thoughtful expression, silently reaching out to gently stroke Hai's head. In another corner, Lai growled fiercely, his wary eyes fixed on Rahan. After that last blow, Kathogian hung his head motionless, dark red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Zera coldly drew his sword, the gleaming blade reflecting a cold glint of steel. He lowered his head, his cold voice ringing out like an irrevocable declaration of war. Come at me! Zera snarled, his voice filled with the need for revenge. You hunting dogs of Khan. The camera in the sky captured the entire moment. In the observation room, the editor suddenly exclaimed, What does this mean? Lotus beside him turned in surprise and replied, Hens, is something wrong? Hens shouted, There's definitely a problem with this Lotus. Do not open the gate and release the soldiers immediately. Lotus, strengthen the defenses right now. Inside the game, the Allied forces were still relentlessly attacking the castle, while the other side defended with bows and spears. Cutting to the real world, a large screen was broadcasting the battle live for this manhwa review. Unjin turned and asked, So, did an NPC just pull a fast one? Mina hesitated before replying, I think so too. She continued, I saw them before. This left Unjin a bit confused. Mina recalled a time not long ago in the lecture hall where Jin Sung's snoring caught her attention. He was sleeping so soundly that he talked in his sleep, Har isn't there. Suddenly, something caught Mina's eye. A drawing in Jin Sung's notebook seemed to foreshadow today's battle in this reincarnation story. She noticed the image in the drawing, one person holding back an army. Back in the present, Mina blushed and shouted, Unjin, you don't know anything even if his drawing is terrible? Unjin tried to calm her down. What first? Just calm down. But she still growled and yelled, How can I be calm? Mina remarked. This is all part of Jinung's strategy. Cutting back to the battle in the game, Zera charged forward on his horse, which reared up and neighed loudly. Before them was the large army of the Allied forces, and he rode alone straight into the middle of their legion. This is a classic overpowered main character moment. Then, Zera gave a mysterious smirk. Both he and his horse now had glowing red eyes filled with killing intent, and with the greatsword in his hand, he roared, "Go die, you little bastards!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zera gritted his teeth, let out a shout, and swung his sword with determination. From a distance, one could only see a powerful shockwave and soldiers being thrown into the air. This Manhwa recap is getting epic. Afterward, the image charging straight into the middle of the army. His warhorse relentlessly threw aside anyone who blocked its path, while Zai relentlessly swung his sword left and right. He let out a frenzied roar, his eyes blazing with a deadly light. The soldiers below scattered in chaos, screaming, "Run! Save me!" Just then, Finn appeared in the sky. It unleashed its special move, Pulverize, creating a whirlwind that sent the soldiers below flying to support Zai. Hannes took the mic to comment. That amazing NPC is performing an incredible feat, as if he's betting his life on this final battle. "Lucia, who is that NPC?" Lucia replied. "If my research is correct, that's the undefeated swordsman Zai, a once-in-a-century talent, and his rank is legendary." Hannes was shocked. Legendary. Even a legendary rank NPC belongs to Lotus. So it wasn't a fluke that he could kill the bronze giant with a single slash. His expression darkened as he turned and hesitated. "Lucia, could it be? Is it possible?" Hannes suddenly smiled and continued. "Lotus might actually win this siege battle." Lucia looked at the screen and suddenly exclaimed, "Hannes, look!" His eyes widened in utter amazement, and he frowned with a gasp. In the game footage, everyone had been taken down by Zai and Finn. Hannes asked in shock, "They've wiped them all out! Lucia, what just happened?" She looked at the information panel. The focus of this battle might be Z, but the players and NPCs near the gate are no pushovers either. First, there's the #1 ranked summoner, Loran, and Commander Thunder Poland, ranked 83 overall. Next is the Ice Mage Firin, with a radiant smile. The new priest Heron is there, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly, and finally the support summoner Seria. She flashed a confident smile standing before her summoned monsters. As we can see from the replay, when Fiolan used her ice magic to freeze the enemies, the allied siege forces were completely immobilized as the ground beneath them froze solid. Thunder Poland and Loran's summons then launched a powerful attack to finish them off. They dashed past them and unleashed deadly skills. Meanwhile, reliable tank summons under Seria's command protected them. Lucia looked over with sparkling eyes, her voice hesitant. But most importantly, her voice continued over footage of Heron. Those buffs were distributed through the new chef's dishes. Heron himself seemed a bit surprised to hear this. "This is the first I'm hearing about food providing buffs." Hearing this, Lucia's expression darkened slightly. Her voice faltered, "Every one of them." She looked over and affirmed, "Showcased their incredible abilities in the right positions." This information made... Meanwhile, Unin analyzed, "I knew it. That guy named Jinung sent Zai out as the centerpiece to wipe out the entire army and then fall back to recover HP and mana, a so-called hit-and-run strategy. I guess he's very confident." Mina stared at the screen, captivated. There he is. In the game, our overpowered main character Jinung was thinking to himself, "As a summoner, it's difficult to fight one-on-one. I'd probably die if I fought alone." He held his spear and gave a command. "It's time to return Ahli Bapuji." Just then, a warning shout called out to Jinung. Sran had ignored H and charged straight at him. A slash was unleashed. Fortunately, he managed to lean aside just in time, narrowly dodging it. Jinung smiled in satisfaction, thinking, "All right, I dodged it." But his relief was short-lived, as a second attack was launched immediately after. The system announced that Yan took a critical hit, suffering 74,275 damage from the Void Illusion. He wondered in confusion, but I already suppressed it. And the name of that skill is Void Illusion. Before he could even resolve his confusion, Sran charged forward again with another slash. This time, Jinung used his spear to block it. He collected himself and thought I only attacked him once, but I heard two distinct impact sounds. A spear and a sword? I think I understand the theory behind it now. Immediately, Jin Sung jumped back a few steps to create some distance. Seeing this, he smirked sarcastically. "I thought something was strange about you since we last met, but I couldn't put my finger on it." He took a stance with his dual swords and smiled. Then Shran replied, "So you figured it out." How surprising, that's right. My class is Phantom Warrior. Immediately, Shran created a clone and continued, "I can create another copy of myself to attack." Jin Sung began to worry. A decisive attack with 2 swords, and on top of that he was reminded of another anime character, a continuous assault using clones. It reminds me of that anime. This is a bit unexpected, but I'm no ordinary summoner either. Both of his bodies took an attack stance and Shran confidently declared, "Now let's end this duel." He shouted, "Here I come, Summoner Yan." The moment he spoke, both versions of Shran charged and attacked Jin Sung. He unleashed a flurry of blows toward him. Jin Sung and his summon retreated while dodging. Hei swung its arm up to block Shran's attack. He was knocked back, sliding a considerable distance behind him. Jin Sung gritted his teeth, his face beaded with sweat. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I can block all of his attacks, but I have no opportunity to strike back at all." He knelt on one knee, looking over and calculating. I have to use a skill eliminate his clone immediately. Jin Sung shouted, summoning his pet Hei, guardian of the twins. It let out a mighty roar, answering his call. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Jin Sung's feet, along with a notification that his allies' agility had increased by 30%. Taking advantage of this, he rushed towards Shran like the wind. He couldn't react in time, only able to stand there and exclaim inwardly, "So fast!" Jin Sung shot him a death glare. The sharp spear in his hand was also ready. He charged forward, wanting to quickly finish off Shran's clone. Suddenly, Shran broke into a sinister smirk, but he saw that Jin Sung was unguarded from behind and seized the chance for a sneak attack. What an opening! He laughed with delight, about to achieve his goal. One down. Shran also gave a wicked smile, thinking he could finish Jin Sung. His sword then slashed down hard on the turtle shell on his back. He was stunned to see that Jin Sung was completely unharmed. A notification popped up. Puji has received 1 damage from Shran. This left Shran inwardly astonished. How is it only 1 point of damage? Jin Sung quickly spun around to attack, but he still managed to dodge. When Jin Sung turned back, he was shocked to see the clones were still there. Still here. Was that just another one of his clones? He was then quickly surrounded by Shran and his clones. Shran looked at Jin Sung and asked with a hint of caution, "I guess we both have a trump card up our sleeves, don't we?" He anxiously glanced around. Hey, Jin Sung is completely surrounded by Shran's clones. This is clearly cheating. He looked at him with contempt. "Hey Yan, if you still want to fight, you'd better summon the rest of your crew." Jin Sung gritted his teeth. Trying to think of a counter strategy, just 1 clone was tough enough. Now there were 4. All 4 clones stared at him with a chilling smile, making him a little worried. I'm definitely done for. Suddenly, Shran gathered the swords. Another red light appeared. "It's over, summoner." His eyes looked demonic as he unleashed that technique. The illusions attacked relentlessly. Elsewhere, the ground was littered with corpses and the city gate was now just a pile of rubble after the battle. Zera smiled and turned to praise him. "Well done, Sir Poin." He replied, "You did well too, Zera." Her face held a hint of sadness as she gazed into the distance. But wasn't Sir X a bit terrifying this time? He turned his head, revealing his cold and furious eyes. Poin could only sigh in sympathy. Ever since Sir Shah endured torment in the Lesser Empire, he has been filled with so much hatred. Oh, is it really over? Suddenly, a wisp of purple smoke emerged from a crack in the wooden gate. It flew towards the corpses on the ground and seeped into them. Meanwhile, Jinung was still struggling against Shran's assault. Oh, is it really over? Damn it! The purple smoke emerged, forcing him to halt his attack. The clones quickly ducked to avoid the mysterious smoke. Our main character's eyes lit up as he spotted an opening. This is my chance. Jinung quickly swung his spear behind him and blood suddenly poured onto the ground. He had landed a fatal blow, finishing off Shran. A series of system notifications then appeared. The Void Illusion has taken 137,172 damage from Yan. The effect Judgment of the Spirit King was activated by the successful attack and the Light of Judgment has been summoned. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him and his clones along with him. After a moment, Shran's body was charred black from the electricity. The system notifications kept flooding in. The Void Illusion has taken 999,999 damage from the Judgment of the Spirit King and has been completely annihilated. Shran has taken 561,631 damage from the Judgment of the Spirit King. The Void Illusion has taken 543,162 damage. The Void Illusion has taken 573,981 damage. The Void Illusion has taken 1,981 damage. The Void Illusion has taken 573. Cuss's egg is at 6% until hatching. Jinung was somewhat terrified by the sight. So this is the effect of the judgment of the Spirit King. Luckily, he mistook the energy used to incubate Cassius's egg for an attack. After dealing with him, our overpowered main character smiled in relief. The fact that we summoned this energy means everything is going according to plan. Fi and Papuji did a great job. From the sky above, Fi roared and swooped down towards him. Jinung was overjoyed to see his companion praising with a smile. Perfect timing, Fi. He immediately jumped onto Fi's back, soaring above Shran. While everyone was still stunned, Fi carried Jinung high into the air. Hei pounced, tearing Shran's clone to shreds. A notification followed. The Void Illusion has taken 372,883 damage from Hei. He looked down and praised his companion with a smile. Good job, Hei. Fi soared higher before quickly circling back around. It helped Jinung dive swiftly towards Shran to end things once and for all. Seeing that the tables had turned, Shran could only grit his teeth and curse, "Damn it!" He looked up at the sky, seeing Jinung riding Fi. He couldn't believe the tables had turned with just a single stab. What the hell is that weapon? Jinung grinned with satisfaction and said, "All right, let's go for another round." Jinung powerfully hurled the spear towards Shran. But the spear was suddenly stopped by a mysterious energy. He was shocked to see something capable of blocking his attack. Sword Key! This wasn't just any ordinary sword aura. Spran was relentlessly unleashing streaks of red light from his sword, leaving no room for error. Dance of the Heavens. The sword aura radiated everywhere. He shot Jinung a hateful death glare. If he wanted to turn the tables, he thought, I have to use this skill. Jinung anxiously shouted for his tiger Hei. After taking too many hits, it slowly faded away. Hei took 872,877 damage and disappeared. Jinung's face was covered in sweat as he looked down in alarm. Hei was defeated by just a single skill. And after Shran completed his summoning technique, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, the Will of the Desert Warrior. The Will of the Desert Warrior. Jinung thought anxiously of Kathagan, exclaiming internally, "This is exactly like the skill that Ice-Covered Bastard used. Could it be he also went through some kind of trial?" Jinung stared intently. He even knew to dismiss his own clones to avoid area of effect damage. His combat prowess was truly formidable. Shran stood in the center of the vortex, glaring. "Why don't we—" His face darkened as he finished his sentence, "End this now." With that, he leaped straight at our overpowered main character. Jinung swiped his hand, unleashing Fin to sweep Shran away in the middle of the whirlwind. Despite taking the hit, Shran struggled to press forward. The system notification rang out. Shran received 73,121 damage from Fin. The whirlwind sliced at his legs, and he received 73,121 damage from Fin. The system pinged continuously due to Shran's unexpected assault. The Will of the Desert Warrior was activated and a curtain of swords formed. He struggled to advance. The system continued to ping due to the effect of the sword curtain. Shran's attack power increased by 15%. Sword blades materialized and shot towards Jinung. They were called the Desert Sword Dance. Shran's figure blurred past, leaving a flurry of crisscrossing slashes aimed at Jinung and Fin. Struck by the powerful blow, it let out a pained cry as its form faded. The system announced Fin has taken 861,478 damage from Shran. The moment it vanished, Jinung began to fall, reaching out and screaming, "Fin!" Shran's eyes burned with red-hot fury as he lunged forward, yelling, "This ends here!" He leaped up and slashed down at Jinung, his ultimate skill, Phantom Flash. Slash. Jinung looked up anxiously as a blinding light shone down from above. After the attack, the ground was covered and he quickly landed on the ground right at that spot. Shran stood up, a weary smile on his face. It's over. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the dust cloud and clamped down on his mouth. Jinung's eyes sparked with furious lightning in this epic action manhwa. He used the Will of the Slimus Warrior. He gathered all his strength and raised his fist to strike Shran. But suddenly swords appeared and flew forward. They formed a barrier blocking Jinung's fist. Shran spoke with anxious difficulty. "It's useless no matter what you do." A sword flew at him as Shran declared, "I can always counter with an even stronger blow." It shot past his face, leaving a long gash. The system announced, "You have received 10 critical damage from Shran." Shran's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He only took 10 critical damage. Unwilling to give up, Jinung punched the sword barrier repeatedly. Other swords continued to slash at his body, and the system notifications kept ringing out. "You have received 11 critical damage from Shran. You have received 7 critical damage from Shran." Cracks began to appear on the sword barrier. "The sword curtain is shattering." Shran frowned with worry. "This is not good if it continues." He then teleported away. "Against you, I'll have to try something else." He took a battle stance using his Twin Shadow skill. Shran's face was incredibly ferocious, putting all his strength into this one strike as he yelled, "Slash!" He slammed his blade into the ground, creating 2 powerful shockwaves that shot towards Jin. He was horrified as the 2 waves of sword energy rushed towards him and the ground beneath him began to crack. Jin Sung tried to reach out and grab onto something, but Shran just smirked, thinking to himself, "Got him." He leaped high into the air, watching him fall into the abyss. "Now farewell, Tamer Yan." Jin Sung looked up with a worried and unwilling face. Just like that, his powerless body plummeted into the depths of the earth. The scene shifts to a place with spotlights. 2 commentators spoke worriedly into their microphones. "It has been 2 hours since the invasion by Dark Runa and Titan began. What we're seeing on the screen right now is the collapsed first wall of the Lotus Guild and its defensive towers." One of them said worriedly, his voice faltering. On the screen, they watched Shran walk away. While Jin Sung was being buried and continued his announcement, Shran is now advancing inward after successfully defeating Summoner Yan. He was buried deep underground with only an arm reaching out. Jin Sung was trying to move his hand when he and Papuji suddenly burst out from the ground, gasping for air. Jin Sung coughed repeatedly from the dust and gasped for breath as the system chimed in. "The skill Warrior's Will of the Sen Lamas tribe has been deactivated for exceeding its time limit." He struggled to look around. "I've lost him. We were lucky. We only survived because I transferred all excess stats to defense thanks to the effect of the Warrior's Will." Jin Sung recalled the moment he was crushing Shran's face, that bastard Shran. His confused expression when he realized he was dealing negative damage was hilarious. "I should have taken a picture." He slowly got to his feet. "Well, even if the first wall was destroyed, that was to be expected. I should go help Lai." Jin Sung saw his spear stuck in the ground not far away. He walked over and gently pulled it out. Jin Sung rolled his shoulder and smiled triumphantly. "All right, let's go." Meanwhile, Shran was still moving at high speed, his feet barely touching the ground as he leaped forward. As Shran moved, he wondered to himself, "Who the hell is that bastard? He's abnormally tough. He's supposed to be a summoner class with limited defense." Shran continued to ponder, but then thought, "Whatever the biggest obstacle has been eliminated. Now all I need to do is find a way inside. Victory already belongs to Cayman." The scene shifts to a stone cave, where a voice echoed from within. "Well, this match is more intense than I thought," he muttered while looking at the screen in front of him. "But is it really okay for you to stay here?" He then glanced at the monsters lying scattered on the ground, and continued, "If I remember correctly, you have someone you need to defeat over there." Hun stood there with a grim expression. In his hand, he held a dark flame. Behind the young boy stood a ferocious creature. The scene shifts to a location behind the lotus walls, where a green healing light glowed brightly. Heron used a healing spell on him and said, "They're all done." Jin Sung looked at her and smiled. "Thank you, Heron." He then added, "Oh, I think we need to go help Lai. Are you with me?" Heron replied, "Of course." He raised his hand, casting a spell to summon Jay. Afterwards, they both climbed onto the red dragon, and Jin Sung said, "Hold on tight. Let's go." Jay received the command and soared high into the sky. Its massive silhouette gradually shrank against the vast blue expanse. The scene shifts to a place littered with corpses, blood, and weapons scattered across the ground. Jin Sung's familiar footsteps approached. Both he and Heron had the same shocked, wide-eyed expression as they took in the scene before them. Beyond the mountain of Allied forces' corpses, Lai was standing there. Jin-sung clenched his fists, his face darkening as he growled angrily, "What the hell is this?" Jin-sung angrily touched his friend. Rune had been defeated. He furiously asked Lai, "What in the world happened here?" Jin-sung screamed. Lai slowly turned its head, its dark eyes looking almost lifeless. Flashing back to Lai's battle with Rahan, Lai leaped into the air, lunging forward. At that moment, Rahan had already drawn her greatsword, gripping it tightly. She used it to block Lai's sharp claws. Their momentum carried both of them plummeting towards the ground. Their crash landing sent a shockwave and a cloud of dust through the ranks of soldiers. It landed hard on Rahan's chest, slamming her back into the ground. Rahan quickly gripped her sword tightly in her hand. Despite being at a disadvantage, she managed to unleash a counter-slash to stop Lai's advance. A nearby soldier rushed in, ramming his shield into it. Lai was now surrounded by the Allied forces with Rahan kneeling before it. Her eyes glowed red, and she snarled sarcastically, "You stupid mutt, you must really want to die." Veins bulged on her face. Her eyes filled with ferocity as Rahan asked, "I guess that beating I gave you last time wasn't enough for you." Lai growled in response. "Of course not." She seemed a little surprised to hear it speak. "So this mutt can actually talk. Then you must know, right?" Rahan was referring to Jin-sung and Heron. "Your summoner and your precious priestess aren't here to protect you now." Lai's aura flared, and its voice dropped to a low growl. "That's right. Since no one else is here." It began to transform into a more powerful form, declaring, "I can finally go all out." An image of it with other beasts appeared. Lai is an ultimate Fenrir, the king of all wolves. But ever since evolving from a blood Fenrir into an ultimate Fenrir, it hasn't had a chance to show off its true strength. That's because it had witnessed with its own eyes both Charot and Oven falling under Lunasi's control. An image of Jin-sung and the other beasts flashed through its mind. Since Lai knew Lunasi would target Jin-sung and its allies, it had been holding back its power. An image showed a gap in Lai's body, revealing a smaller glowing version within. Its full power could only be unleashed when it was completely alone. A system notification rang out along with its howl. Lai had unleashed the power of the ultimate Fenrir. Its powerful form emerged with golden eyes and blazing red runes covering its body. Rahan still looked on with contempt. "Pathetic tricks." The moment she spoke, Lai lunged forward, its claws glowing with an intertwining red and gold energy, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. A single swipe created 3 shockwaves that cut through the surrounding soldiers. Instantly, they were all cut down, blood spraying relentlessly from their wounds. They let out agonizing screams. Rahan's eyes widened in complete astonishment, veins bulging on her face. Rahan powerfully swung her sword, shattering Lai's attack. Lai's claws smoldered, and with all the soldiers now gone, Rahan started to... He thought to himself, the battle has only just begun. Lai kept the bloodthirsty eyes of a supreme Fenrir fixed on her. He stomped on the ground, using the force to launch himself forward, while Rahan also quickly charged in for a confrontation. They both leaped into the air, lunging at each other. Lai used his claws while Rahan used her sword. A dark, sinister aura appeared and gradually enveloped the tip of her blade. Lai unleashed a claw strike filled with intense bloodlust, and Rahan countered with her dark death sword. He tried to block, but surprisingly his fist missed its target. Lai noticed something was wrong. He directed his attention down to her knee, but it seemed he was too late. A knee strike smashed directly into his face, making a sickening crack. Lai's body fell limply to the ground. He landed painfully on his back. Before he could even register what happened, Rahan continued to create a magic circle in her hand, aiming it at him. Her eyes glowed with a purple aura. A series of magic formations appeared around the central point of light. The ultimate skill Ragnarok was unleashed. Thousands of swords materialized from magical gates in the sky. Their target was Lai, lying helpless below. He was also quite surprised by the relentless barrage of attacks. At that very moment, a flash of light signaled a teleportation. Rohun and Roy Chen appeared, raising their shields in front of Lai. Johun turned back and instructed him, "Lai, protect Jin-sung for us." Then agonizing screams echoed as the shields failed to hold and shattered. They took the full force of the damage directly. The system notifications rang out non-stop. Hairs has taken 2,070,166 damage from Lyra Han. Roy has taken 2,070,166 damage from Lyra Han. Lai used Knight's invasion, causing the sky to change color. The system announced that all of Lai's attacks would now be critical hits. Lai's movement speed increased by 15% and his evasion rate rose sharply. Her face darkened, she clutched her chest and used Mask of Torment. Rahan's crimson eyes were filled with a contemptuous smile. On the other side, Lai roared with rage, his figure blurring as he shot into the air. Facing him, she continued to conjure countless swords from the void. Lai took a stance with his razor-sharp, glowing red claws. The two torrents of power collided, creating a long streak of light and a deafening shockwave. Afterward, Lyra Han's feet touched the ground lightly. In front of her now, Lai was on his knees, bleeding profusely. The system announced that the Sorcerer's Blessing effect from Lyra Han has been nullified. The Mask of Torment effect from Lyra Han has been nullified. She turned away, looking at Lai with contempt, and said, "You did well for a mere familiar, but your master and his guild will fail." Tears streamed down his face as he said in a pained voice, "I'm sorry, master." Lai cried in agony under the night sky as his body began to fade away. The final battle notification appeared. Lai has been killed by a critical hit from... Returning to the present, Lai sat in a pool of his own blood with Jinung and Haran behind him. His form was slowly disappearing from the game. Johan, lying nearby, was experiencing the same thing. Jinung watched this scene, his voice trembling with sorrow. Lai and Rohun. The system announced, Lai, who activated the skill Knight's invasion, has died. The skill has been deactivated. At this moment, the darkness in the sky began to dissipate. The coughs of the survivors could be heard. He urgently asked Haran to heal them. She waved her hand and replied, "Okay." Green light flowed into Roy Chen from her healing skill. He approached and asked him, "Roy Chen, are you okay?" Roy Chen answered with difficulty, "Yeah, I'm fine." He turned to look at Jinung, "But you shouldn't be here right now. Ian and Lyra Han have already gone inside." Suddenly, a screen popped up next to him. It was a message from Juan. The message screen read, "This is urgent, sir. You need to come here immediately." He asked back, "Why, what happened?" The other end reported on the defense of the city gate. "The second gate has been breached. She doesn't know how they found the basement mechanism." Jinung urgently commanded, "What, you and CZA try to hold them off?" He replied, "The NPC is bugged too. He's not moving at all, like he's frozen." "Huh? It looks like the battle is still raging. I have to go." The screen went black, leaving Jinung absolutely furious. "Damn it." Roy Chen, who was beside him, asked about the situation. "Is there a problem?" he replied. "The second city gate has been breached. I'm not sure what went wrong." Images of Samuel and Ma flashed through his mind. "They finally made their move," Roy Chen said softly. "Shrender? Are you confused?" a voice asked in surprise. He looked into his eyes and continued. "Shrender and Samuel have joined forces with Titan," Jinung thought in disbelief. "So that's why the assassin who returned last time showed them how to open the city gate. Damn it, this situation is terrible." He struggled to look towards the gate. And what's worse, the only divine beasts he had with him right now were Pipiji and Papuji. "What the hell is Xa doing at a time like this?" Haran spoke up. "But Jinung, what is that over there?" They both stared wide-eyed in that direction. Suddenly he was startled, his face filled with worry and fear. Jinung's gaze froze as he focused his observation. Scene change. At that moment at the city gate, Xa, along with his army of divine beasts and other members, were confronting the allied forces. His face darkened, completely speechless. Kabuli was slashed, blood spurted out as he screamed in agony. Lauren sat beside her summoned beast, both of them shedding tears. All she could do now was look up at the sky, screaming and crying her heart out. A scene of pure tragedy was unfolding around Xa. He was fighting an intense internal battle. "I can't move anymore." Nearby Gloven was painfully impaled straight through his body. Rahan continuously cast magic circles from his hands. Zera was helpless, tears just kept streaming down her face, her teardrops falling onto Pollen's face. She held him in her lap, her voice trembling as she called out Sir Pollen. Sa still stood there utterly speechless, his heart in turmoil. Why the hell do I feel so agitated on another side of the battlefield? The swift divine beasts charged towards Shran, the shadows of their feet about to crush him. Blades of sword energy, carrying immense destructive power, appeared and slashed at the divine beasts' bodies. Shran, with dual swords in hand, zipped past them. Huangqi and Slap collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood and crying out in pain. Shran tilted his head, looking down at them with a contemptuous smirk. Meanwhile, Violin raised her staff, casting a spell that completely froze everyone in front of her. Even she herself was partially frozen by the spell. Za's eyes widened in a daze as he thought, "It's this feeling again." He remembered the time he was changed. It was the same feeling he had when he met his lord. In another part of the battle, muddy footsteps were climbing the steps. Saran was slowly advancing towards the door in front of him. He stood there with his dual swords, smiling. It turned out this was one of Scran's clones. She was standing there with her original self, and for a moment she froze upon seeing and hearing this person. The soldiers behind her had the same shocked expression. Shran spoke up. "I have opened the city gate just as I promised." Rahan understood and replied, "Good. I will kill all the monsters, leaving only that one." Her sword tip was pointed directly at Zera. He was still sitting motionlessly on his warhorse. Rahan frowned, but he's not moving at all. It's as if he's paralyzed or bugged. Saran stepped forward, pointing his sword right in Za's face. "So I guess I'll just end you. I just need to chop off his head," he thought. She agreed completely. Rahan then unleashed his magic, his eyes glowing a menacing purple. It was his ultimate shadow technique. Saran also charged forward, using his continuous shadow slash, his eyes burning crimson red. Just as they were about to deliver the final blow, a sudden flash of light forced them both to stop. A blinding pillar of light unexpectedly shot up, piercing the heavens and engulfing the entire castle grounds. They paused their attack and looked on with concern, asking, "What in the world is that?" The scene then shifts to the highest floor of the dimensional magic tower. A woman was sitting there writing something down. A smile then spread across her face as she said, "He has finally awakened." This woman was Gripper, the master of the dimensional magic tower. The scene then cuts to the northern continent. The dragon tamer, Ak, stood there gazing into the distance. His eyes were fixed on the pillar of light as he marveled, "Has he truly awakened at last?" Ak continued to watch, saying, "My old friend, one of the 5 divine dragons." A majestic and powerful blue dragon then appeared. This was the divine dragon Cassius. Its entire body radiated an immense aura, and its claws were clenched tight. Its sharp spiked tail swished menacingly below, adding to its majestic and ferocious presence. In this amazing action manhwa, he is also known by another name. The gem on its chest began to glow as it let out a heaven-shattering roar. Rahan and Saran could only stare with wide, worried eyes. Meanwhile, Jin Sung sat down looking at Roy Chen, who was leaning against a rock. Suddenly, Heron turned and asked him a question. "Hey Jin Sung, what is that thing?" Hearing her, he turned his head and simply said, "Huh." Instantly, both Jin Suong and Pipuji's eyes widened in utter shock. Spirals began to form within our overpowered main character's eyes. A mysterious purple aura suddenly erupted from his hand. It wasn't just his hand. Jin Suong's entire body was now radiating a deep purple mana. He stammered, "What is this?" In his mind, Jin Suong wondered if Cassius's energy came from those wretched creatures he had defeated earlier. A system notification popped up. The energy required for Cassius's egg has been fulfilled. At that moment, the iron-shelled egg cracked wide open, emitting blinding flashes of light. The notifications continued to appear in this manhwa recap. One of the 5 legendary divine dragons is hatching due to the absence of a leader. All summons of other familiars are hereby cancelled. Immediately after, Papuji was unsummoned, crying out, "Papuji!" Even Jay was unsummoned, leaving him completely baffled. Then a powerful burst of light flashed so brightly that Jin Suong and Haran had to quickly shield their eyes. He looked up completely bewildered and stuttered, "So this is Within the blinding light, a divine dragon appeared, hovering in midair with its back turned to them. This was the war dragon Cassius, and its face looked incredibly ferocious. Its eyes were red, constantly overflowing with bloodlust. After a moment, Cassius asked in a cold, deep voice, "Are you the one who awakened me?" Hearing this, Jinung was terrified, but he still managed to stammer out an honest reply, "Yes." Upon hearing his answer, the great beast gazed into the distance and spoke, "I can sense a soul out there that is just like mine." Jinung was completely astonished by these words. He thought to himself, a soul just like Cassius's? The dragon then spread its mighty wings and declared, "I will go on ahead, follow me." After that, Cassius opened its maw, revealing massive sharp fangs, and let out an earth-shattering roar that was filled with immense power. The roar echoed through the heavens, and the earth powerful enough to make everything feel like it would explode. It caused everyone to stare with wide-eyed astonishment. Saren thought in terror, "What in the world is that? That's not a serpent. It's a real dragon." Rahan also let out a shaky breath. Seeing this, he turned and asked, "Do you find the current situation amusing?" She replied, "No, that dragon seems to be part of it." Rahan looked at the level above Cassius's head and said, "But it's only at level 1. She began to raise her hand to cast a spell. Her power surging with anger, she said, "I have no idea how that damned summoner managed to tame a dragon. But we still have a chance to succeed." On the other side, a ferocious roar was followed by an earth-shattering howl. The dragon Cassius immediately soared into the sky. Jinung turned and said, "Let's follow him." Heron replied with a worried tone, "All right." A moment later, Cassius arrived at the battlefield. It looked down from the sky at the coalition army below. Shran's hands trembled as he gripped his sword, shaking in fear. He looked up in utter confusion, wondering how this could have possibly happened. Should we assemble an aerial combat unit and attack it all at once? Rahan remained silent, her eyes darting over to observe. Cassius continued to stare down intently. Sa also frowned slightly, looking up at the divine dragon. After a moment, it asked in a deep voice, "May I borrow your power?" He immediately gave a radiant smile and agreed. "So that's it. This feeling was coming from you. Very well, I will lend it to you." Hearing this, Cassius replied satisfied, "Thank you." Then it looked at Sa and continued, "Another of my powers." He immediately raised his hand, channeling his power towards it. Very quickly, streams of power were transferred to Cassius. Suddenly, Sa's entire body swayed as he lost his balance, tilting over unconsciously. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed flat on the ground. Just as Jinung and Heron arrived, still panting from the run, Jinung shouted, "Za!" As for Sa himself, he was struggling to prop himself up, gasping for air. Seeing this, Shran let out a sarcastic laugh. "Look, that foolish dragon is attacking its own ally." Hearing this, Rahan turned and retorted, "Hey, are your eyes just for show?" At that moment, Cassius, having borrowed the power, let out a mighty roar. The gem in the center of its chest began to glow with a purple light. Its entire body erupted with terrifying power. Very quickly, it reached level 302. He looked up and saw this. Cold sweat poured down his face, his eyes wide with shock, as he silently exclaimed, "It jumped to level 302? So the dragon wasn't attacking him. This is a classic It was absorbing his power." Rahan warned, "Prepare for battle." Cassius now opened its massive jaws. It revealed its sharp fangs with a horrifying roar as a ball of blinding light formed, illuminating the entire space. Shran, utterly shocked, screamed, "It's about to use that skill, everyone get away!" Immediately after the orb of light was unleashed, it created a deep vortex, the black hole of death. At that moment, his vision went completely dark. Shran tried to flee but found his feet were stuck. He looked down and yelled, "What is going on? Why is something holding me in place?" He immediately created a clone to help pull his leg free. As Shran gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" The moment his foot was lifted, he used the force to spring off the clone's hand, and Shran's entire body flew up, flipping in midair. He shouted, "Illusion technique!" At that moment, a magic circle appeared beneath Rahan's feet. Instantly, a platform launched her off the ground. The person standing next to Huni shouted, "They're trying to escape!" Suddenly, a power was summoned, Grave of the Dead, and the young boy's face filled with astonishment, his eyes wide open. He stared at the light emanating from below. Suddenly, a skeletal arm clawed its way out of the ground. Then many other arms emerged, linking together to form a cage of bones. As fast as lightning, a sturdy cage made of skeletal hands materialized, imprisoning everyone. Shran was now truly terrified, utterly panicked. Rahan was also horrified as she stood on the platform. Cassius then spat out a powerful invisible beam of light energy downwards. Shran turned his head and realized what was happening, his face a mask of shock, his mouth hanging open. As for Rahan, her brow furrowed tightly, her eyes went wide, and she only had time to scream, "Oh no!" Immediately, the energy blast shot down like a hurricane. It shattered the bone cage. In an instant, the skeletal arms were blasted into countless pieces. This attack was incredibly powerful, soaring high into the sky far beyond the town before it gradually dissipated. It left behind a massive scene of destruction with smoke and dust clouding the entire area. After absorbing the recent energy, Casus let out a burp. Seeing this, Jin Sheng was astonished and said, "Damn it, is this for real? In the sky?" Sparks of electricity crackled and the ground was fractured as if a powerful earthquake had just struck. Witnessing this, he stammered, "Is this really happening?" A notification appeared the Titan and Dark Luna guilds had been completely annihilated. Huni and his group stood on high ground looking down at the scene of utter ruin and desolation below. The boy turned and said, "Let's go." Kanuan turned back and asked, "Huh? Leaving already?" Huni glared and replied, "Yes," thinking to himself, "I'm sure we'll meet again soon." Down below, Caesar woke up staring at the crater beneath where he had been lying. He said with immense relief, "That was a close call." A notification appeared just 5 centimeters from his breath. The Lotus base has been blown away by an ally. Caesar stood up, dusting off the dirt and debris from his clothes, and said cheerfully, "The defense was a success, and my power has returned." Recalling the battle, he smiled to himself. That final moment was all thanks to his skill. Then Caesar raised a hand to his nose, closed his eyes, and thought calmly, "He must have become much stronger. I look forward to meeting him again." Jin Sung, on the other hand, threw his hands up in anger and shouted, "What do you mean a success? That stupid dragon blew away our entire base." Hearing his name mentioned, Cassius looked back in confusion. He glanced around and thought, although it was quite an impressive display in this action manhwa, thanks to that we were able to fend off the number 2 ranked guild from Kayan. Heron tried to comfort him. "Jin Sung, don't be so angry." He looked towards the dragon and continued, "Now they won't be able to challenge us anymore. Because we managed to get some loot from those scoundrels. We can repair the base and level up at the same time." He turned to the side and called out, "Oh right, Sir Caesar!" Jin Sung thought about Cassius and him, then asked, "What is your relationship with that dragon?" In the era of Kayan's birth, there were 17 gods with different powers, and among those gods, 5 descended to the human world to stop the invasion of the demon realm. However, those gods could not directly interfere in human affairs, so the god of war bestowed his power. One part was for the divine war dragon Cassius, and the other was for humanity's hero, Lucipin, the undefeated swordsman Sa. After that, Cassius fought a battle with the demon dragon Khalifa alongside the Dragon Master on the northern continent, and that was the end of it. The god of war, Kararis, was concerned that Za would also be in danger, so he sealed his memories. That was how Kuza's journey of wandering the human world ended. But over time, the seal weakened and Za's memories fully returned when Cassius hatched. The reason was the connection through the power of the war god Chares. Hearing this, Jin Sung wondered, is that part of the preset lore? He thought of Cassius dressed as a worker and happily doing its job, and mused that this story had nothing to do with him. The problem is that I need to help him regain his original power. Jin Sung watched it work diligently, thinking further, and I need to let him reach his hidden ability at level 100. But because he borrowed Cha's power and leveled up on his own, the other workers were praising that divine beast for being so skillful. Thanks to it, the work is going really smoothly. He looked at it and calculated that it was probably only missing about 2%, although it doesn't make a huge difference. Meanwhile, Cassius was wondering, can I just leave it here? Jin Sung crossed his arms and pondered as he walked. And if I summon this guy, I can't summon my other subordinates due to a lack of leadership points, so I'll definitely need some help. He raised his arms and stretched after those heavy thoughts, then put his hands on his hips, looked up and said, "That's enough." Jin Sung smiled slightly and said to it, "Let's go ask Sa for help." The scene changes to the Titan stronghold. A guard on duty noticed something, his eyes widening in alarm. Instantly, Rahan rushed in from nowhere, jumped behind him, and took him down. She furrowed her brows, veins popping, and cursed under her breath. Damn it. Shran, on the other hand, thought to himself that the guard was one of their own guild members. Then he spoke up and asked Rahan, "What are you going to do now?" He raised his hand and continued. "Our ambush failed even though we control many NPC kingdoms. Do you have any other ideas?" Rahan's face darkened, veins bulging, and she shot back, "Hey, are you so weak that you're thinking of giving up right now?" She turned and walked inside, saying as she went, "We'll come up with a new strategy to attack them, so come inside for the meeting." But he didn't go in. Instead, he turned and replied, "I'm fine. Silently, you go in my place. Just report back to me later." Receiving his orders, the man stepped forward and answered, "Understood." Rahan just frowned silently, watching him go. The scene shifts back to reality. The lid of the gaming capsule opened with Jinung lying inside after a long battle. He stepped down onto the floor. Jinung casually grabbed a bottle of water and said cheerfully, "At least with Xa's help, Cassius will be able to reach level 100 soon. The central continent is the best place for leveling up after all." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket started to vibrate. He picked up the phone and answered, "Hello." On the other end, a girl sitting in front of a computer greeted him brightly. "Hello, this is broadcaster Sojin. I'm contacting you to discuss the profits from the second siege defense video." Hearing this, Jinung immediately realized and replied, "Oh, that's right. You said the video would be streamed tonight or tomorrow, right? How much will the profit be?" Sojin looked at her computer screen and said, "Well, I'll know the exact details once the video is released. But the profit from the full video will probably be around 8 million won, and the highlight, that's just your share of the profit alone." Hearing this, Jinung got excited and shouted, "Oh my god, that much!" His voice was so loud that she had to pull the phone away from her ear. She fiddled with the strap of her top and continued, "After all, you're one of Ken's top rankers now. Thanks to you, I can even hire a whole editing team with the profits." Sojin continued, "I'll contact you again when the video premieres." Jinung bowed his head slightly and replied, "All right, thank you." After hanging up, he raised his hands cheerfully and said, "What should I do with all this money? Should I transfer it to my parents' bank account?" But then as Jinung pulled out his chair, he said softly, "No, forget about it. They'll suspect I stole it. I think I'll just use it to grab a bite with Heron." He sat down at his computer desk, turned on the PC, and said, "It's been a while since I checked the community, hasn't it? I should go take a look since I won the siege." The computer screen lit up with headlines about the god Yan's strategy. Who are Yan's confidants? Yan's subordinates are awesome. Lotus is truly the light of Lucipin. Lotus is amazing. Comments flooded in. Hey, does the Lotus Guild have any open spots? Lirahan and Shran are both fake rankers. No way you'd die just by touching a single strand of Lirahan's hair. You'd be killed by the Vice Guild Masters. No, the Desert Warriors would get you first. You're all a bunch of noobs. What rock have you been living under? Seeing this, Jinung rested his cheek on his hand and smiled smugly. Yes, this is great. Yes, this. On the screen, images of Ma and Samuel appeared with sarcastic comments. The strongest rankers of Lucipin are in hiding. They're so pathetic. Just quit the game and delete your characters. Why don't you try being a little braver? There are rumors that they made some dirty deals with Titan. What a betrayal. After reading this, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, it really doesn't make any sense that the Lotus Guild ranked 41st could defeat Condon on their own, while the top-ranked guilds of Lucipin, Strander and Auckland, just kept hiding. Jinung thought of the other names. Besides that, they put us in a dangerous position by allying with Titan. Strander and Auckland decided to join hands with Titan. He thought of Cassius and mused, come to think of it, if we didn't have Cassius, we probably would have lost. This is really pissing me off. As Jinung thought this, he blurted out, how dare they mess with us? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He then flashed a sinister smile, cracking his knuckles and growling, I will get my revenge in the most ruthless way possible. After that, Jinung leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. He thought to himself, I know I said I'd get revenge on Auckland and Strander, but how? Other than what Roy Chen said, I don't have any evidence. Then Jinung moved the mouse, thinking to himself, It would be great if I could find something. Is there really nothing? Suddenly his face turned extremely panicked, his mouth agape and his eyes wide open, but soon after, the corners of his lips curved into a cold smile. Jinung grinned his eyes, looking a bit dazed as he said sinisterly, "I've found what I was looking for." The scene shifts to the game Ken at a campsite near the Leaning Tower. At this moment, Silent and Rahan were sitting and reading some information. He spoke up saying right now in the Ken community, everyone is buzzing about the Oakland Empire and Sprenner is making a deal. Hearing this, she asked in astonishment, What are they talking about? Silent glared and continued, "It's a deal with Titan, not some minor empire." The image of him quickly drawing, his sword came out then. Silent pointed it straight at Rahan, his face full of anger. He shouted, "Shut your mouth! You already agreed to it." Hearing that, she glanced aside without saying a word. But that was just what Silent was imagining. He closed his eyes and smiled, thinking to himself how annoying this was. But that can't happen, I'll die. Rahan then spoke up. "So what is this deal with Titan?" Silent stammered in response. "Well, our strategy is to use it to our advantage." He gestured towards the papers on the table and continued. "There's a post in the community about Lotus trying their best to find the spy and use it as an advantage. When Lotus joins the war with the Orc clan and Sprenner Silent pointed to the map and said, 'We will ambush and defeat all 3 guilds.'" Hearing this, Rahan thought, "That's definitely a good plan. If we're lucky, we can defeat them without lifting a finger." He stood up and continued, "However, we must plan properly to execute this strategy." Hearing that, she asked, "How do we plan it?" Silent raised both hands and said, "We need to push Lotus to engage in the war with the Orc clan and Sprenner as much as possible because they'll just end up watching each other, and that will be the end of it. And we can capture all the surrounding strongholds except for Lotus's." He imagined a scene of Jinung's defeat, leaning against Kusus, who was lying flat on the ground, and continued, "And Lotus will be eliminated from the battle, completely destroyed with no way out." Hearing this, Rahan crossed her arms and smiled. She looked up and said, "That's an appealing idea. I like it. All right, let's proceed." The scene changes to a few days later at the Lotus stronghold, with the sun shining down on the castle. At the central table, Jinung, Fiolan, and Jo-hun were sitting together. Jinung then spoke up. "So there's a post in the community saying that the Orc clan and Sprenner will attack us." Jo-hun replied, "Yeah, that's right. Haven't those bastards had enough of backstabbing us?" Fiolan thought of Sakran and Rahan and said, "It could be some kind of plot to divide Lucipin's forces or something." Hearing that, he put his hand on his chin in thought, then lowered it and said, "I think it's both." Jinung continued, "The Orc clan and Sprenner have been pushed to the edge of a cliff." He thought of Samuel and Ma standing on a high cliff, cornered, reaching out their hands to fight, and added, "Who knows what they'll do when they have nothing left to lose?" Jinung added. As Fiolan said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Kaon. He raised his hand to analyze all the surrounding stronghold. That's the clearest evidence. They are using this situation to their advantage. Jo-hun heard this and asked in shock, "So what should we do?" As expected of our overpowered main character, Jinung immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, I already have a pretty great plan." Then he pushed forward a golden book, which Jo-hun picked up with a confused look. After that, Jo-hun opened the book. A dazzling light immediately shone from within. He furrowed his brow, his eyes widening as he stammered, This Manhwa recap continues at the Titan stronghold. Rahan, with a grim face, was walking with Silent when suddenly her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes widening as she stared. The door was slowly opening and light from outside streamed in. Sakran and the people inside looked out, with a look of astonishment. Raha and her subordinate stood there, having just kicked the door wide open, with a furious expression on her face. Rahan stormed in, radiating a murderous aura, her face scrunched up fiercely. She immediately reached out and shoved Silent backward. Rahan growled fiercely, demanding, "What the hell is going on, you bastard? It's been days since that post went up, but those Lotus dogs still haven't made a move." Seeing this, Shran quickly tried to calm her down. "Calm down, we're also making plans for that." The person next to him raised a hand and said with a hint of fear, "Since 80% of the central continent has been invaded, Lotus has no choice but to act." Suddenly Solon placed his blade against the man's neck, glaring as he whispered, Shut your mouth. He hasn't given you permission to speak. Seeing this, Shran became furious, veins popping on his face, and growled, Are you trying to cause more trouble? Meanwhile, Silen, who was being held tightly by Rahan, raised a hand and said with a strained smile, trying to keep calm, I'm fine, everyone. Please calm down. He pointed a finger and began to analyze this. This is one of the scenarios we anticipated. If they don't make a move, we'll just have to invade them, Silen continued. We have more bases. All we need to do is strengthen our forces and invade at the right time. He looked up, smiled, and said calmly, Time is on our side. As soon as he finished speaking, Rahan let go of Silen. He breathed a sigh of relief. She turned back and warned fiercely, You'd better take responsibility for what you just said. Meanwhile, Solon also retracted his weapon, and then the two of them left. The door slammed shut with the force of an earthquake. Only then did Silen relax, frowning slightly as he spoke. Seriously, what a hothead. But what the hell are those bastards from Lotus doing? Why haven't they made a move? Meanwhile, Jinsung raised his hand high and shouted, Summon Cuss! Instantly, Cassius appeared with a bright light on its chest. He then raised his hand to summon the information window. The stats for Cassius, the War Dragon, appeared. Cassius, the War Dragon. Level 100. A legendary rank Holy Dragon with the Destruction attribute evolvable with health points of 89,250 out of 89,250. Attack 2,992, Defense 1,318, Agility 1,420, Intelligence 1,658. Skills include God of War, a passive ability, which increases the attack power of allies within a 150-meter radius by a certain percentage, depending on the number of opponents. After Jinsung smiled smugly and said, Who knew Cuss had a skill like this? Then he stretched out his hand and shouted, Cassius Polymorph! Instantly, the dragon seemed to gain even more power. It opened its mouth and roared, its entire body exuding a ferocious aura. Suddenly, a tanned, muscular arm appeared, followed by a sturdy foot. A tall, brawny man with a thick beard stood there amidst the dust and smoke. Jinsung's eyes widened in utter shock as he exclaimed inwardly, What in the world? Looking at the man Cassius had transformed into, he thought, Is that supposed to be the friendly neighborhood uncle? My Cassius? He mused with a laugh. It's been a while since I've been in this form, hasn't it? A notification window appeared stating that after polymorphing, all of Cassius's stats would be reduced by 30, and he couldn't use any active skills during this time. He looked down at his own hands and said, It's been a very long time since I've taken this form. Seeing this, Jinsung asked, Cassius, is this your default form every time you polymorph? I guess I'll have to get used to addressing you differently. Cassius replied, This isn't my default form, but it's the one I feel most comfortable in. What's with that look? Are you disappointed I didn't turn into a woman? Hearing this, Jinsung reached into his pocket to look for something, then pulled out a picture of Samuel and Ma asking, Can you transform into these people? Cassius took the picture, looked at it thoughtfully, and then replied, Of course, that's no problem at all. Hearing this, the corners of Jinsung, he flashed a sinister, scheming smile and said, Is that so? 1 week later, at the Snail Guild headquarters, Samuel stood gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with deep thought as he clenched his fists in bitter frustration, thinking to himself, Damn it, we've been played. Samuel's brows furrowed in anger, his fists clenched tightly, and his jaw set. Veins bulged on his face as he thought, I should never have listened to that damn Ma Yun. He crossed his arms and stared outside, his thoughts racing. Thanks to him, everyone is now suspicious of us, wondering why we didn't help Lotus, and if we made a deal with Titan behind their backs. Samuel thought of Joy Chen and the masked leader, his mind seething. That damn assassin mercenary fled in the blink of an eye, and now we've even fallen behind Valiant in the guild rankings. His brows furrowed in pure rage as he thought, This whole situation is a damn mess. Suddenly, Samuel looked down and saw Ma Yun standing there with 2 other people. He thought in shock, Ma Yun, what the hell is he doing here? Down below, his subordinates were trying to verify the man's identity, saying, Even if you are leader Ma Yun, we still need to verify your identity. Suddenly, one of the people with him raised a hand, giving a subtle signal. The guild member looked confused for a moment, but just then the man raised his staff, unleashing streams of yellow and green energy that struck the two guards. Huni swung his staff down and yelled, "Mana Orb!" Instantly, powerful beams of light rained down from the sky, creating a massive explosion. The other guild members scattered, screaming, "Run for your lives!" The other attacker raised his staff and yelled, "Ice Storm!" Immediately, sharp crystal-like shards of ice rained down. This is a classic action manhwa scene. The ice pierced through them as endless screams echoed. Samuel watched in utter shock, yelling as he started to move. "What the hell? What is going on?" He then launched himself into the air quickly, descending to the ground below. He skidded to a halt, bracing himself with one hand before shouting, "Wait!" But just then, Ma Yun turned around, raised his middle finger, and gave a provocative smirk. Samuel was taken aback, a flash of worry crossing his face. He then straightened up, exhaling sharply. In a low, commanding voice, Samuel ordered, "All members of the Snail Clan." The rage was now clearly visible on his face. He tilted his head and snarled, "Grab your weapons and head for the Splendor Guild." The scene then shifts to the gates of the Splendor Guild's fortress. The revenge plot is heating up in this manhwa recap. A golden orb suddenly appeared before the two gatekeepers. Then an arrow shot straight at the white-haired guard, causing him to scream in pain. The man in the wizard hat shouted, "Warning, it's an ambush!" The newcomers were none other than the Auk clan led by Samuel. He raised his bow and fired an arrow forward. Samuel shouted his command, "Everyone focus." Immediately after, two of his subordinates swung their ropes, launching shaped grappling hooks. Grappling hook. It flew through a gap in the fortress wall and embedded itself firmly. Samuel immediately ordered, "Quick, climb up." His subordinates immediately obeyed and climbed up together. Very quickly, they set foot on the walls of the Splendor Guild. But both Samuel and his subordinates stared wide-eyed at the golden circles surrounding their feet. He said in utter shock, "This is a trap." Immediately after, magic circles appeared above their heads. Samuel and his men all looked up at the golden chains. The chains were then lowered from the circles above, forming a sturdy cage. He glanced to the side, gritted his teeth, and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, my body won't move at all." Suddenly, a foot stepped forward and a voice asked, "Why?" Mayun pushed up his glasses and said, "Why would you do this to us?" He growled, his brows furrowed and veins popping on his face as he said, "Samuel." Samuel was also furious, his brows furrowed tightly, the veins on his face bulging like scars as he said, "You attacked our guild members first and then ran away, you coward." Ma-un held out a hand, sighed deeply and replied, "What are you talking about? Why would we do that at a time like this? Don't you have time to reflect on yourself right now?" He recalled the past incident and explained, 2 days ago, one of our guild members was assassinated with an arrow at the Scorpion hunting ground." Ma-Yun stepped closer to Samuel and said, "That was the work of the orc gang, you cowardly scoundrel." Hearing this, he became furious, gritting his teeth and saying, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Ma-Yun stood still as Samuel continued, "Why would our archer go all the way out there to hunt those tough scorpions?" Hearing this, Ma-Yun swung his sword and cut all the chains surrounding them. After he was done, he pushed up his glasses and said, "I think someone wants to drive a wedge between us." Hearing this, Samuel held out his hand and asked, "Are you sure? Finally, my body can move again." He replied, "Not entirely, this is just a guess." At that moment, Jinung and the fake Samuel were hiding below, listening to Ma-Yun's words from atop the fortress wall. "Samuel, you're not as smart as I thought," he replied. "That's not it." At this point, he looked at Dam Chiu and thought, "They figured it out sooner than I thought. I was planning to stage another scene at Samuel's base. What a shame." Anyway, it seems they still suspect each other. Jinung looked up and thought, "This might buy me enough time." Just then, Kai brought up a screen and said, "Master, take a look at this." The screen displayed the information, "Immortal Dark Lord Hidden Consecutive Quest." You have met all the conditions to awaken the power of the Immortal Lord. You established an immortal empire underground thousands of years ago. You have successfully completed all quests from the Immortal Soul and are now qualified to become the next Dark Lord. Now awaken the Immortal One sleeping on level 100 of the underground dungeon and defeat him to become the Dark Lord. Quest difficulty: SSS Quest Conditions. One player acknowledged by the Immortal Soul. Time limit, none. Reward. Class change to Dark Lord Necromancer. Depending on the participating player's class, the reward may vary. He added, "It seems that kid found a way to trigger this quest. That's why the quest window was shared with me, because that kid is my subordinate." Jinung looked at the screen and asked, "Huh. Even a subordinate's quest? The quest my subordinate undertook is also shared with me." The screen continued to display The Immortal Dark Lord, a consecutive hidden quest. Quest difficulty SSS, quest condition. A player acknowledged by the Immortal Soul. Time limit none. Reward 200,000 reputation points and a legendary grade summoner's equipment box. After reading, he was utterly astonished, thinking that an SSS difficulty was on par with the dungeons of the Sen Lamas tribe. What is this guy up to, and he can get a legendary grade summoner's item box? After thinking, Jinung muttered, "I don't think I can just ignore this." With that, Jinung reached out and opened the message window. He smiled and quickly sent a greeting message. On the other end, Huni looked on with some confusion. On the other side, Jinung sent another message. "I heard you just got a big quest, am I right?" Reading this, the young man's eyes widened in shock at a loss for words. Jinung licked his lips and sent another message. "Don't play dumb. I already know that XCZA is my subordinate right. Since you're XCZA's subordinate, this quest is also shared with me." Seeing this, Huni let out a sigh and typed back, "So what do you want from me?" Seeing the reply, Jinung broke into a wide grin and answered, "I want to join that quest with you." Huni quickly responded, "It's a dark magic quest anyway, so you won't benefit much, right?" Hearing the young man's message, Jinung gave a confident smirk and continued typing, "Don't worry, we'll discuss it when we get there." Now Huni's face was filled with a bit of anger, veins popping on his forehead, but he still replied, "Yes, I understand." After sending the message, he slammed his elbow into a nearby tree. Instantly, a powerful force knocked the tree over, leaving Kanuin completely stunned. His jaw dropped as he asked in astonishment, Hey, what's going on?" Huni, holding up his scraped fist, said in a low voice, "It's nothing major. It seems someone else will be joining our quest." The young man thought of that man and said with determination, "We need to finish this quest quickly and deal with him." Kanuin, overhearing this, asked, "Him?" Then his eyes lit up as he suddenly asked, "Are you saying it might be the summoner, Jan?" Huni glanced up and said softly, "He might be there too." Hearing this, Kanuin started jumping around, unable to hide his joy as he exclaimed, "Awesome! I finally get to meet him!" The young man turned to him and asked, "You admire him that much?" He clenched both his fists excitedly and replied, "Of course you know he's the strongest summoner." Then Kanuin raised his hands high and continued, "If I meet him, I'll definitely ask him to teach me how to train dragons." The scene shifts back to town where Johan was looking at something and taking notes, asking, "Will this be all right?" Fiolin walked up, looked around, and then turned back to ask him if he had seen Yan anywhere. He looked up and answered, "Yan." "You ask?" "He said he had something important to do and left already." Johan looked up and asked, "Is something wrong?" She scratched her head and gave a wry smile. "Not that important, but I was going to ask him about Kin's next updates." Then Fiolin thought of Jinung and asked, "Oh, and also about what was written in the book Jan showed us last time." Hearing this, Johun put down his pen and said, "If you're asking about that, then our plans for the future." He gave a confident smile and continued, "The Lotus Plan." Hearing Johun say that, she asked again, "A plan?" He replied curtly, "Yes, Lotus will." Then with a radiant expression he announced loudly, "Leave the central continent." Phelan was utterly astonished by this, her eyes widening as she let out a gasp of surprise. Feeling a mix of frustration and confusion, she asked loudly, "What about everything we've built up until now?" Johun replied, "Currently, over 85% of the central continent belongs to the sub-empire. With just our defensive turrets and our current strength, we can't make a difference. The plan is when they target this fortress, we will return to the fortresses in the northern continent and capture all the strongholds around the Lutpel Empire." Fiolin held out her hands and then asked again, "But won't the other guilds fight back?" Johan clasped his hands, rested his chin on them, and answered, That will be fine. We have the pretext of being the only guild that stood up against the Empire on the central continent using the reputation we've built here. Johan thought of the revered Jinung and said, Jin Sheng will be promoted from vice commander to commander, and we will create the Lotus Kingdom. After he finished speaking, she clutched the side of her head in confusion. This is too complicated. I can't grasp it all at once. Johan pointed and explained in detail. Right now we can take over the night guilds, or the magic towers, special defense towers, and other game content on the central continent. Hearing this, Violin was surprised and thought to herself, a kingdom created just from our guild. With that thought, a fire seemed to ignite within her as she raised both hands, full of determination, and said, I'm ready. Johan continued, when we declare the founding of our nation, the ones with the ambition to unify the continent will definitely attack us. Then he leaned on the table and asked, do you know what rank our guild is? Violin stammered in response. We're ranked 11th, not too high, not too low. As soon as she said it, she realized something, her eyes widening once more as she wondered, wait, could it be? Johan clenched his fist, his face beaming, and said, our rank has been completely manipulated. He continued, we need to hide our true strength while we continue to grow stronger. He raised a clenched fist slightly and added, when we are ready, we can face Kaon head-on. Returning to Jin Sung, he was now kneeling beside Zera. Jin Sung scooped up a handful of sand to examine it. The atmosphere is so bleak, even the sand is all gray. He continued to explain, well, that's understandable, since this is the land of the undead. Both of them were now staring ahead into the gloomy space. Jin Sung turned and asked, Zera, do you know anything about the undead of the Black Sea? He answered hesitantly, a little. He put a hand to his chin and said, the undead, to put it simply. Zera thought of the Shadow Lord and his monsters, then said, they are allies the Shadow Lord can manipulate the dead and turn them into his minions. Their true nature is evil. But for a millennium, humans and the undead joined forces to fight against demons. Hearing this, Jin Sung asked, demons? He replied, yes. Demons from the underworld. He spoke of beings from beyond our world, pointing upwards and saying, and since humanity also needed to protect its territory, they shared a common goal. The demon's purpose is to conquer this dimension. He continued, and during the alliance with the undead, the necromancer class was formed. Caesar thought of Huni and added, the supreme immortal is the source of all sorcerers. Just then, the boy suddenly appeared with the words of X, the Lord of Darkness. Seeing Huni, Jinung raised his hand to greet him. Oh, Huni, long time no see. He held out his hand to compare their heights, saying, you're so different now, I think you've gotten taller. But the boy didn't seem to care much, and turned around, urging, that's enough, let's get going. Jinung quickly got serious again and asked, oh right, where are we going? Hearing this, Huni turned his head back and replied coldly, we're going to take down the immortal. The scene shifts to the attack, where monsters and some zombies appeared. Facing them were Jinung's summoned beasts and the rest of the group. Meanwhile, Caesar was just lounging on the ground. From behind, Jinung pointed upwards and commanded, Lai, attack! Hearing the command, it shot forward with its sharp claws. Lai leaped high into the air, spreading its arms and unleashing powerful attacks towards them, before landing back on the ground. Lai looked at its hands, its eyes now filled with a fierce, killing intent. Kanan, watching from the side, marveled to himself. That's Yan's playstyle. He looked at the boy and praised, Yan is truly amazing. Meanwhile, Jinung was praising internally. Lai, you're quite enthusiastic after not being summoned for a long time. Seeing this, Kanan also clenched his fist. His eyes filled with confidence as he said, awesome, I can't fall behind either. Then he held out his hand and shouted, Yang, attack! Upon hearing the command, it opened its mouth wide, revealing huge, sharp teeth as it charged forward. On the other side, a zombie suddenly flew up, spread its hand, and threw out a long piece of cloth. Instantly, Yang's leg was wrapped up by the strip, and it was pulled down, crashing hard onto the ground. Yang let out a painful cry, its eyes welling up with tears from the pain. Seeing this, Kanan called out worriedly, Hey, Yang! Jinung saw this and thought to himself, Kanan, your skills are still severely lacking. Over on Ba Lam's side, a deathly aura was radiating along with his spirit/technique. As soon as the words were spoken, an extremely powerful slash was unleashed, carrying immense power. Huni raised his hand holding an eye and said, "Vengeance of the underworld's curse." Immediately after, the boy threw the eye high into the air, shining a dazzling light down below. A notification appeared: Immortal Ghost Emissary is stunned, Immortal Skeleton Emissary is stunned. The notification continued: Immortal Scorpion Emissary is stunned. At this moment, all the monsters, skeletons, and zombies stood completely still. Then a foot with razor-sharp claws landed and a terrifying explosion erupted in front of it, illuminating the entire area. A notification appeared: Congratulations, you have completed dungeon number 36 of the Immortal Clan. Seiza, lying leisurely on the side, thought in amazement, "Kid, I sensed it last time, but your skills have truly improved a lot." He looked at Huni and wondered to himself, "So you're a sorcerer acknowledged by the Immortal Clan, huh?" Jinung also walked over and praised him. "Wow, Huni, you've really improved." He also recalled the previous battle and asked, "By the way, were you the one who captured Lai Rahan and Saran last time?" The image of them in the bone cage appeared once again. Huni turned to leave and Jinung said, "At least say goodbye before you go, I'm really grateful to you." The boy looked at Seiza and replied, "There's no need, I just don't want that bastard to be killed by someone else." After saying that, Huni shot a glance at him. Seiza caught the look and was stunned, looking confused. Jinung, on the other hand, broke into a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, "That's an opponent we can't easily handle." He rested the spear on his shoulder and looked up, thinking, "By the way, the first-time dungeon clear bonus is still the best. I've leveled up and my leadership skill has improved a lot." Jinsung thought about his two extremely powerful summons and mused happily to himself, a key moment in this Manhwa review. Now I can summon both lie and cuss at the same time. He looked towards Huni and Kanoan and said, "Let's hurry. Let's finish this quickly and go hunting." Soon after, they arrived at the 100th underground floor of the Immortal Tribe's dungeon. Huni immediately stepped forward, standing before the door of this floor. Seeing this, Jinsung thought to himself, just as expected, an SSS rank dungeon is no joke. He glanced at the beasts and pondered. Everyone's summons were exhausted and the party's stamina was nearly depleted. Jinsung gripped his spear and approached the door anxiously, wondering if they could defeat the Immortal in this state. After thinking, he turned back and said, "Ah, right, Zera. If the Immortal Tribe are allies, why do we have to kill them?" Hearing this, he put a hand behind his head and replied, "As I said, they are temporary allies." He thought of the Immortals and continued, "Now that the war against the demons is over, the Immortal Tribe could become our enemy at any moment." Then, thinking of the hordes of monsters everywhere, he added, "And the number of undead monsters has been increasing recently. Haven't you noticed?" Zera pictured it and deduced, "It seems the Immortal Tribe is plotting something. I'm sure Rufin and Kay don't want to see these undead monsters running rampant." Hearing this, Jinsung looked up, thinking that essentially they were just helping to remove a fest. Huni then spoke up, "Then I will open it." He agreed, "Okay. Go ahead and open it." Immediately after, a glowing black orb appeared in the young boy's hand. Huni held the orb high and shouted, "O Immortal Dark Lord." The boy stood in the center of the group and continued to chant, "Your descendant has completed all preparatory rites and has come to the Dark Sanctuary." Immediately after, the door slowly began to open, releasing wisps of mist. At that moment, a pale face suddenly appeared from within, accompanied by a chilling voice that echoed, "Have you witnessed the true realm of death with your own eyes?" The entire group was utterly astonished, their jaws dropping. Immediately after, purple lights and an aura enveloped everyone as a loud shout rang out, "Dark Slash!" Darkness quickly covered the entire space, leaving the group nearly immobilized. Jinsung was gritting his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I can't see a thing!" At that moment, a deathly pale foot stepped out, accompanied by the same cold voice as before. "I presume you wish to see that realm." The Immortal appeared, stepping out with a skull-topped staff, and continued, "I myself." At this, Kanoan also clenched his fists defensively. Yong immediately spewed fire to create light. Huni also summoned a purple orb in his hand and made it glow. Balam also raised his sword ready for battle. Jinsung was also drawing his spear defensively. Lai also got into a battle-ready stance and let out a growl. The Immortal gave a sinister smile and said, "I shall guide you." Then a green gas began to leak from his eyes. It was a horrifying sight. He then broke into a grotesque grin and continued, "And show you the realm of death." Seeing the immortal's expression, our overpowered main character Jinung immediately used the summoning formation on his hand, wondering to himself, "Are we just jumping straight into this fight? Right now." He shouted, "Appear, Casus." From the summoning circle, the image of the divine war dragon gradually emerged. It materialized before the immortal, a radiant ruby glowing on its chest. He looked up at the massive body before him, vaguely recognizing it. Dragon. "God, Casus, is that you? A descendant of the northern dragons, right?" Jinung bent his knees into a fighting stance, gripping his spear tightly while the immortal stroked his chin and continued, "But this is strange. I don't sense any heroic aura at all." Hearing this, he was a bit dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "What does that mean? Is he asking if I'm a hero like Caesar?" The immortal's eyes flashed blue as he shifted his gaze to the side. He looked and sensed the aura from Caesar, then continued, "Instead, I sense the heroic aura from you." He frowned, his face blank with confusion as he asked back, "Me?" The immortal raised his hand to create a magic circle and replied, "There are many things I want to say, but I don't think I can let you participate in this battle." His voice continued to echo, "Please wait outside." Immediately, Caesar's figure slowly vanished from the dungeon. Along with it came the sound of a system notification. "Caesar has been expelled by the dungeon boss Imoto." The immortal tilted his head with a sinister smile and declared, "I will make good use of your comrade's corpse." The scene shifts to outside the dungeon where a faint blue silhouette shot up. Then Caesar appeared with a confused expression after being expelled. He scratched his head, explaining to himself, "It's not like I intended to fight anyway." Caesar stood alone under the moonlight with a big question on his mind. Should I just go home since I got kicked out? Returning to the inside of the dungeon, Jinung stood there with his summoned beasts. Where Caesar had disappeared, only a swirl of dust and smoke remained. He quickly exclaimed, "Oh no, my cheat-like trump card!" The immortal continued in a low voice, "I don't know how you obtained a divine dragon." He looked at Casus and continued, "Once it dies, it will become a magnificent bone dragon." Hearing this, Casus became slightly annoyed and retorted, "How dare you, you little brat!" The immortal looked over at Huni and said, "And my descendant should get more accustomed to the darkness." The young boy was summoning fire in his hands, and upon hearing those words, his body trembled involuntarily. Jinung quickly cut him off. "You talk too much, don't you?" Kus attack. Receiving the command, the two summoned beasts immediately charged towards the immortal. He stood there calmly pointing a finger. "Ah, that's right, I don't think I'll need that wolf anymore." A sharp claw was striking at him, while he continued to ramble, "So you can keep it." Just as he finished speaking, the giant arm of Casus slammed right into him. The powerful force sent the immortal flying straight into the cliff wall, creating a shocking impact. He coughed once and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lai also quickly leaped off the ground, unleashing a claw attack imbued with deadly crimson damage. The immortal's eyes went wide as the attack was right in front of him, and he was once again slammed into the cliff wall by Lai's blow. The air was thick with dust. Jinung stood there, raising a hand to shield his face. Then he took careful aim and hurled his spear at him. The spearhead pierced the immortal, pinning him to the dungeon wall. After that, his body fell limply to the ground. The immortal's landing stirred up a massive cloud of dust. He lay motionless amidst the shattered earth. A notification window appeared. The immortal had taken 9,315,167 damage from Kuslai and Yan. Kanun saw this, and his jaw dropped in astonishment, letting out a gasp. Huni, with a similar expression, said, "That was completely overwhelming." The immortal was thrown back by the attack, but he was completely unharmed, stretching out his hand. A cold smile was still playing on his lips. Swiftly, the immortal used his skull staff to push himself up, then raised it and said coldly, "Arise, my army of the undead." Instantly, a skeletal hand glowing with purple light burst from the ground. Soon after, humanoid skeletons appeared one after another before him. The immortal smirked and shouted, "Soul Guard!" Immediately, the life force was drained from the skeletons and drawn upwards. They opened their jaws and let out ear-splitting deathly screeches. A notification then appeared. The immortal had fully recovered his health. Looking as if he had just finished a satisfying meal, he licked his lips, wiped his chin, and asked, "Attacking while I'm talking. Are you in that much of a hurry?" Huni saw this and cried out in shock. "He's devouring the undead to heal," the boy shouted. "We have to destroy the skeletons first." Hearing this, Jinung gave the command, "Kuslai, attack them." The immortal watched a sinister smile spreading across his face as he spoke. "Oh, so you truly wish to kill me?" Suddenly, Kus, who was about to attack, froze, his eyes widening as he stared blankly into space. Lai was in a similar state, his eyes wide as he looked up. Abruptly, the immortal raised his staff high into the air. Powerful beams of purple light erupted from its skull. Restless souls swirled upwards with the light, and then he suddenly roared, "Age." Instantly, Kanan and Yong seemed to age by decades. Beards sprouted on their faces and their hair turned snow white. The immortal shouted again, "Exhaustion!" At that moment, Lai's body went limp as if he'd been struck, completely drained of all strength. He looked at Jinung and uttered, "Blindness." Immediately, the boy became dazed as spirits swirled around him. A notification appeared, "Kus. Kus is immune to the curse thanks to his dragon scales. Lai is immune to the curse thanks to his dark resistance. Balam is immune to the curse thanks to his dark resistance." The immortal propped up his staff, a demonic smile still on his face, and said in a cold voice, "It seems a few little bugs are immune to my curse." He then flew high into the air, brandishing his staff toward the undead below and said, "Well, it doesn't matter. I'll just let my undead finish the job." Jinung was now gripped by fear, thinking frantically, "What do I do? We're at a huge disadvantage fighting with these status effects." He looked at his hands and thought, "On top of that, I can't focus because of the blindness. The only ones who can still fight are Lai and Balam." With that thought, Jinung shouted loudly, "Huni, do dark mages have any weaknesses?" At that moment, Huni was extending his hand, conjuring a magic circle. He yelled back, "A single powerful magic attack might be effective." The boy continued at the top of his lungs, "We can't let him absorb all the souls at once." Down below, Jinung was on one knee, looking up and thinking, "Maybe but if he uses it, the entire dungeon will collapse on us." He gritted his teeth, his mind racing with worry. How can we possibly take him down in one move? Suddenly, Huni turned and said, "I have a plan." Then the boy, filled with anxiety and hesitation, stammered, "But with this plan, we have to bet our lives." Hearing this, Jinung's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "Huh, what bet our lives?" "Still kneeling?" Jinung asked. "What kind of insane plan is that?" The horde of skeletons was still surrounding them. Huni took out the dark eye and calmly answered, "Death's retribution." Upon hearing that, he immediately, remembering the previous fight, asked about that skill. "Are you talking about the counter skill you used in the arena last time?" The kid immediately held up two fingers and replied, "Yes, but to aim it at the immortal, there are two prerequisites." Huni thought of the immortal and said, "First, the immortal must unleash a very powerful attack." Then, thinking of himself, he continued, "Second, we have to be able to block that attack." The kid looked at the kneeling Jinung and said, "Balam and I are ready, but we can't deal a significant amount of counter damage because of the warlock's passive dark resistance." Huni turned to Kanuan and Yong and said, "As for you, your weakness level is low, so you won't be able to block his attack." The kid turned back to Jinung and continued, "Since you were the one who dealt the most damage before, if you approach him, he will definitely retaliate fiercely." Hearing this, he turned and said, "So in short, you're saying I have to be the meat shield." Huni saw this and immediately asked, "What's with that sudden change in attitude?" The kid, now full of doubt and anger, asked, "Can you do it?" Jinung looked up with a slight smile. "I have to try. Just make sure you time your skill perfectly." Suddenly, a large hand descended from the light behind him. Cassius picked up the spear, handed it to Jinung, and said, "I understand what I must do, master." He looked up and replied, "Thanks, Kus." Then Jinung took the spear, stood up, and continued, "All right, let's give it a try." But Jinung still bowed his head slightly, thinking, "Honestly, this is still a reckless strategy." He looked up at the immortal, thinking he had to approach such an overwhelming foe. Jinung glanced over at Huni, thinking that he had to completely trust the kid's timing. Then he looked at his own condition and silently affirmed, "What's more, I'm not sure if I can block his attack in my current condition." But Jinung raised his spear, gritting his teeth and thinking this aura is terrifying. Then he shouted loudly, "Cuss fly towards the immortal!" He thought to himself, in about 3 seconds, Cassius will clash with him. Following the command, it immediately sped towards the immortal. Seeing this, the immortal smirked and said, "Sai attacking is useless." Seeing this, Jinung thought that this was the moment and then continued to command loudly, "Dragon's roar!" Instantly, Cassius opened its mouth wide, sucking in all the surrounding air. This left the immortal slightly bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Kuss recoiled and launched Jinung forward, spear in hand. The immortal, seeing this, was a little surprised and asked, "Wait that formation!" The immortal shouted loudly, "Death Serpent!" At the same time, Jinung also yelled from below, "Pressure boost!" Huni tossed the eyeball orb into the air and shouted, "Death's Retribution!" Immediately, the skull staff created a magic circle. From within it, a massive serpent with its jaws wide open lunged down, suppressing Yang-Yang's power of light. Instantly, the two of them collided. His determined eyes met the serpent's gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. Very quickly, Jinung was caught in the serpent's bite. In his shock and horror, he dropped the spear. Jinung felt like he was about to die, as blood spurted from the bite on his neck. He opened his mouth to scream, his eyes rolling back as he reached for the serpent latched onto his neck. A notification window appeared. "You have taken 912,855 damage from the immortal." Trailing a long streak of blood, Jinung plummeted towards the ground. The powerful impact created an earthquake-like explosion, causing the ground to sink and sending rubble flying everywhere. Dust and smoke billowed up. Everyone was completely stunned. Lai's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with utter shock. Yang and Kanoan were also frozen in place, their aged faces etched with worry. Over here, Huni and Ba Lam were rooted to the spot. The young boy dazedly wondered to himself, "What's the outcome? What just happened?" At that moment, Jinung was lying motionless on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Golden sparks of electricity still crackled around his body, and the ground around him was completely fractured as if it were about to shatter. A notification window appeared. Yan had used the will of the Sen Lamas tribe. His magic resistance had increased dramatically, and Yan had 2% of his health remaining. The immortal above, though slightly panicked, acted nonchalant and said, "That was nothing special." But suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The immortal's brow furrowed, his eyes widening as he thought, what could it be? Death Retribution. He activated that skill in that brief window of opportunity. The immortal looked down at Jinung, who was enduring the pain and silently cursing that damn dark magician brat. Suddenly, the immortal's entire body went into a free fall. With his last bit of consciousness, he thought, "What is this?" Immediately after, his giant body slammed into the ground, sending large chunks of rock flying in front of the horde of zombies. He lay motionless on the ground, his long hair splayed out as he whispered, "My defeat." A notification window quickly appeared. The immortal suffered 1,675,050 damage from Death Retribution. The horde of zombies rushed forward, leaning down to look at the fallen immortal. Kano noticed and pointed, shouting, "Huni! That guy is about to use Soul Devour again." Huni heard this, turned to look, and replied, "No, he's not." The boy looked at him and said, "The downfall of a dark magician." The immortal's pupils were now filled with terror. He raised his staff and screamed, "Don't you dare come near me! I am your master." Immediately after, the zombie's hands touched him, making the immortal cry out, "It hurts." Very quickly, he was consumed by the zombies with only one hand raised amidst a spray of blood as he screamed in agony. A notification window appeared. The immortal is dead. The curse has been lifted. Huni couldn't believe his eyes and turned to ask, "Did we win?" At that moment, Jinung was struggling to get up, cursing, "That crazy bastard! If it weren't for Sister Thuong, I would have died too." A notification appeared. Yan's vitality is slowly recovering. The young boy waved his hand and said, "Looks like our strategy was a success." He replied, "Yeah, I guess so." Then Jinung asked brightly, "Your timing was perfect. Great job, being praised like that." Huni's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The immortal, now in a zombie-like form, charged forward, grinding his teeth and saying, "You think you can kill me?" Jin-sung was completely astonished, thinking to himself, "Damn it! He came back by turning his own body into a zombie. We can't dodge this." He lunged forward viciously, shouting, "Die!" A cold blue light flashed in his eyes. Just as everything was hanging by a thread, just as Jin-sung thought he was about to die, a figure suddenly dashed in front of him. Jin-sung was utterly shocked and looked up at the person shielding him. It was Huni. The young boy turned back to look at him and gave a faint smile. Seeing this, Jin-sung's brows furrowed in worry as he called out, "You?" But before he could finish, the immortal swung his axe down, slashing across Huni's body. Jin-sung's voice screamed, "Huni!" The boy couldn't bear to watch the attack and squeezed his eyes shut. When Huni didn't feel any pain, he doubtfully opened one eye. His eyes widened in shock as he looked to the side. Just then, Caesar appeared from above, striking straight down at the immortal below. He raised his radiant sword. A shimmering light plunged fiercely into the creature. The immortal, startled, looked toward Caesar and asked, "Who are you?" Caesar's eyes flashed with a golden light, and gritting his teeth, he stabbed downwards with all his might. Seeing this, an excited Jin-sung raised his fist and yelled, "You made it just in time!" The immortal's head tumbled to the ground as he screamed in disbelief, "How dare you!" Immediately after, Caesar plunged his hand deep into its chest. A system notification immediately popped up. "You have defeated the immortal. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon of the immortal clan." Jinung quickly ran towards him, shouting, "Caesar!" With a beaming smile, he excitedly exclaimed, "I thought you were gone for good, but you came back." Huni bent down and picked up the scepter from the ground. The young boy held the scepter up, admiring it endlessly. Immediately after, a system notification popped up. "Immortal Shadow Lord Hidden Chain Quest completed, rank SSS. You have gained 300,000 fame points. You have received 8,250,000 FB. You have obtained the item Scepter of the Immortal." Huni looked at the sparkling ruby in his hand and let out a curious sound. Immediately after, the ruby shot into the mouth of the skull on the scepter. A faint purple light instantly emanated from the staff, wrapping around everything. Huni's eyes also began to glow with a purple light as he gripped the scepter tightly. After a while, the boy had completely absorbed the immense energy. A system notification appeared. Ganjahun has successfully advanced from Dark Mage to Lord of Darkness. Jinung was startled and thought to himself, "So that's Huni's new class." Huni's voice rang out, demanding, "Why did you save me?" Jinung frowned and looked over with a questioning glance. The young boy stared intently at Caesar, agitatedly demanding, "Why did you save me?" Caesar heard this and asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Huni immediately roared, "Stop pretending you acted like you were going to kill me before." Caesar put a hand to his chin and fell into thought, asking, "Did I do that?" Suddenly, Caesar realized, is he talking about that time? Immediately, he touched the system interface. Huni was startled to see a line of text appear on his screen, "Master-servant relationship with Caesar has been terminated." Seeing this, the boy's face filled with rage and he gritted his teeth hard. Huni yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Are you saying I'm not even worthy of a proper fight anymore?" Hearing this, Caesar crossed his arms and calmly replied, "No, it's just a misunderstanding." He frowned slightly and added in a soft voice, "I only meant to scare you that time, but you were so good that I accidentally got serious." A memory flashed through Caesar's mind of himself saying, "Live well, kid." And Huni smiling brightly in return, "Yes, master." Thinking of this, he exclaimed, "I just wanted to mess with you a little and then release you from the contract, but you never showed up again, so I couldn't." Zeza scratched his face and mumbled softly, "Well, anyway." Immediately after, Huni was startled. He stood stunned as Zeza's voice rang out, "I'm sorry." Then Zeza gently raised a hand toward the boy and shouted, "Congratulations on becoming a hero." Hearing this, Huni also reached out to Zeza, saying, "You really—" The boy gripped his hand tightly, adding, "I'll let you off this time." The corner of Huni's mouth curved into a small smile as a tear welled up in his eye. As for Zeza, smiled faintly as he looked back. Jinung and Kanuin heard the system notification and shouted, "Ganhun has achieved the second legend of the Central Continent." He looked at the dazzling light emanating from the box and exclaimed, "It's all over, I should check the rewards." Then Jinung looked at the cloak he was wearing and smiled, saying it wasn't bad at all. The system screen appeared with a notification, Cloak of the Immortal. A user-restricted cloak for legendary rank summoners. Defense 1933 plus 244. Special ability, when the summoner's health drops below 3%, it can temporarily hide the summoner in the shadows. The hidden summoner and the shadows will enter a state of invisibility during that time. This item belongs to user Yan, an immortal cloak suitable for a spy. It has been ownerless for a long time. Then he looked up at Kanoan and asked, "Since you're a summoner, you probably received a mythical grade item, right?" Hearing this, he smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I received the commander's earrings." Kanoan held out the earrings and introduced them with a smile. "It increases my command stat by 15,000. Pretty good, huh?" Seeing this, Jinung scowled and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I'm the one who needs that the most." His face filled with anger, he raised his fist and yelled, "Is there—" "Stop showing off." Hearing this, Kanoan reached for his system screen and said, "I'll share it with you." Jinung looked down at the shared quest notification, the wish of Dragon Tamer Dak Lai, and shouted, "No, you don't have to." The system screen immediately displayed a notification, the wish of Dragon Tamer Dak Lai, hidden chain quest. Thousands of years ago, the Puer Lini Valley in the Morocco region was home to the dragon tamers. But after a bloody battle with the demon dragon Khalifa, they were completely wiped out, and now there are no dragon tamers left in the world. Find the soul of Dak Lai, who is somewhere on the Malacca continent, and overcome his trial. Quest difficulty. Quest requirement user must have knowledge of immortal souls. When Jinung saw the notification, he immediately thought of Ox and shouted, "It's the old man's quest." Immediately after a notification appeared, "You have failed to share the quest." Kanon looked at the screen startled and yelled, "What's wrong with this thing?" Hearing him, Jinung immediately raised his hand and shouted, No, you don't need to share it with me." Jinung stroked his chin and muttered, "Anyway, that old man, I thought he disappeared after doing something with his legacy, didn't he?" Just then, the skull on the scepter opened its mouth and a voice asked, "You know about Ok?" Huni, seeing the group look back, let out a startled sound of confusion and stared at the scepter. The boy pointed at the scepter and yelled, "No, it wasn't me, it was the staff." The immortal let out a loud laugh and asked again, "Did you think I would die so easily?" Hearing this, Kanoan jumped in shock and yelled, "He's not dead?" Zera raised a hand behind her and called out, "It's all right." He looked in that direction and shouted, "I don't sense any killing intent. I think we should hear him out first." The immortal's soul immediately appeared and said, "I moved my soul into the scepter before my body was destroyed anyway. I'm asking you, do you know about Ok, the summoner?" Jinung heard this, smiled, and exclaimed, "Well, I have met him before." Inwardly, he frowned and thought to himself, "I can't tell him I received this quest before. My hidden class would be exposed." Hearing this, he replied, I thought there was something unusual about you when I saw you confront the holy dragon, and I can also sense Ariel from you." Hearing this, he thought of her and wondered, Ariel? Is he talking about the one from the Forest of Love? Suddenly, the immortal's voice rang out asking, "Will you grant my request, summoner?" Then a system notification appeared. The demon's move, a hidden quest. The immortal Lord of Darkness has sensed demonic energy all over the Central Palace. He was preparing for the battle against the demons, but he was defeated by adventurers. To prevent the tragedy of thousands of years ago from repeating, you must find the root cause and gather the heroes from across the continent. However, not all heroes have appeared yet, and you need to gather information about the demons in the meantime. Seek out the manager of the Forest of Love, Ariel, and get more information. Quest difficulty S. The quest requires a summoner who possesses the soul of the Holy Dragon, a first-class summoner leader. Time limit, none rewards. This quest is connected to the hidden quest, the Shadow of the Demon Dragon Khalifa. Do you accept the quest? Yes, no. Jinsung frowned, glancing at the immortal and wondering, "Wait a minute. So we just killed this guy who was preparing for a war against the demons. That makes me feel terrible." His voice echoed from the skull, calling out, "And my descendant." Hearing this, Huni immediately looked up and replied, "Yes." The immortal looked down from above and shouted, "I entrust the war against the demons to you." The skull's eyes flashed with a faint green light, then turned a gloomy black. Huni looked up at the skull, shouting in confusion, "He's gone." The young boy heard a sound from behind and looked back. Zera's face was grim, his teeth clenched, as he looked up in that direction. His face was filled with alarm as he asked uncertainly, "Did he just say demons?" Sunlight illuminated the entire small building. Inside the room, the lights were on, shining down. Jinung sat alone and silent in front of his computer, his hand constantly clicking the mouse. He stared at the blank computer screen before him without a word. Soon after, a message appeared on the screen, "Send the Dimensional Wars." The screen began to play a video. The game's introduction video spanned across every continent. A voiceover began its continuous introduction. Gates connecting different dimensions have begun to appear. An image appeared as the voice continued. Through these barriers, creatures from other dimensions will join the war. On the screen, a purple shadow emerged as the first barrier opened. In the other world, the demon realm, and the creatures of that world are demons. It stared greedily ahead. Adventurers were no match for them. A new power was born from a strong desire. The dual class finally appeared before the adventurers. The dealer class is a mode that combines players of different levels, created to defeat the creatures from the other world. Form a dual class by pairing up with a player of a different level than you. Prepare yourself for the war. After watching the introduction on the screen, Jinung chuckled and wondered, "This must be the new mode from the system update, right?" He touched his chin, looking thoughtfully at the screen. A mage capable of casting red lightning, a swordsman fighting with his sword in midair. But an image formed in Jinung's mind as he thought to himself, "So what the hell does a summoner do?" Suddenly he yelped in surprise. "Wait, on closer inspection, they're demons, not monsters." A two-headed monster lunged forward with its mouth wide open, flashed through Jinung's mind. Thinking of this, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right, I'm glad I remembered." Jinung laughed out loud. His hasty conclusion scared me to death. The image of Zera's face darkening appeared in his mind. Back then, his face was grim as he asked in a low voice, "Did you say they are demons?" Seeing this, a startled Jinung asked from the side, "Why are you so tense?" Zera's face was shrouded in shadow as he said coldly, "Many people performed great deeds in the war against the creatures from the other world." In his mind, he pictured those heroes standing against the sun. Zera turned his head to look back and exclaimed, "They are called heroes because they were the ones who fought directly." He frowned and asked, "They know more about those creatures than anyone else." Zera thought of those 4 heroes and exclaimed, "That's why each hero prepared for the war in their own way." Thinking of this, he frowned and inquired, "So how do we get to the Forest of Love?" Jinung pouted, raising a hand and saying, "Right now, no rush." He looked towards the group and shouted, "Until the first-time dungeon exploration buff from the immortal race ends, we have to clear all the stages here to make the most of that effect." Jinung looked at the 2 people, Lato Hun Kanoan. "You 2 must join us in this battle." His face was full of smiles as he bumped his fists together and said with a laugh, "All right, let's start the fight." Thinking back on this, Jinung put his hands on his head and exclaimed, "Thanks to the dungeon battles, we grew closer and improved our skills." He looked down at the table, thinking to himself that the greatest prize of all was the Ring of the Spirit King. Jinung stood up, one hand in his pocket, having finally obtained the item that would increase his leadership stat. He thought of Cassius's group and mused, "Thanks to this, I can now summon Cassius, Elfin, and Ixley at the same time. If I get Ken's command earring, I'll be able to summon Pipuji and Pipuji simultaneously too." Awesome. Jinung touched his chin, staring at the VR helmet on the sofa and saying, "But this is a major step forward." He immediately reached for it with a joyful laugh. "I think it's time to go to the Forest of Love." After putting on the VR helmet, Jinung laughed cheerfully and logged in immediately after. A sound echoed and a blinding light burst forth. A moment later, that light appeared on the central continent, in Lotus City. Jinung looked at the system screen in front of him and wondered, "The Forest of Love is in another dimension, so do I have to climb to the top of the magic tower and ask Greeper to take us there again?" He glanced to the side. Come to think of it, back then, Ariel held up a crystal orb glowing with blue light and said with a smile, "Also, please accept this." Seeing it, a curious Jinung asked, "What is that?" She handed it to him, saying, "If you have this crystal orb, you can contact me anytime." Hearing this, Jinung was shocked and exclaimed, "Really, but why are you giving it to me?" Remembering this, he immediately touched the system screen and commanded "Open Inventory." Then Jinung licked his lips and reached into the system interface to search. Looking at the crystal orb in his hand, he shouted, "I've got it right here." Jinung held the crystal orb out to Zera and said, "You should hold on to this." He watched as Zera took the crystal orb, which was glowing brightly, and shouted, "Ariel, can you hear me?" On the other side, Ariel saw the crystal ball next to her light up and exclaimed, "Oh my!" She looked down at the orb and suddenly froze. Then, with a completely flushed face, Ariel stared at Za's abs displayed on the screen, shouting, "What is the meaning of this, Sir Yan?" Jinung immediately leaned down and shouted back, "Ariel, can you hear me?" Seeing this, she let out a flustered noise. Blushing, Ariel raised both hands, covering her eyes and screaming, "Please put some clothes on!" Hearing this from his side, he was startled and exclaimed, "Huh, but I am wearing clothes?" Then Jinung's gaze fell upon Xa's abs opposite him, and he paused. He thought about the sight of those abs and replied blankly, "Oh." Right after that, Jinung looked at the purple orb of light in front of him. He immediately raised his hand and said with a smile, "This is truly amazing. I can't believe rubbing the crystal ball 3 times can take us to the Forest of Love." After that, Jinung immediately stepped through the orb, entering the Forest of Love. The two of them stared blankly at Ariel, who was already waiting for them. She looked at the two of them and said, "You've arrived?" On her arm, Ariel was wearing a tight armband. She raised a hand to tuck her hair back, announcing, "Welcome back to the Forest of Love." Ariel gently bit her lip, staring intently at him, and softly called out, "Sir Yan?" Ariel looked at Jinung and his companion, asking, "Let's go to my house and continue our conversation there." In the forest, 2 horses were looking at each other while drinking from a stream. Deep within the trees, 2 elves were leaning against each other, gazing forward. Jinung glanced to the side and wondered, "I think she's nice, but I already have a girlfriend. So what about Cha?" He stared at him, smiling to himself. He doesn't look very comfortable. He's been single for 1,000 years after all. Cha, the loyal companion in this Manhwa recap, frowned and asked, "Master, is the atmosphere here always like this?" Hearing this, Jinung asked blankly, "Yeah, so what?" He immediately drew his sword, yelling, "I must cut them all down." Seeing this, our overpowered main character was startled and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" 2 unicorns hugged each other tightly, looking over in fear. Shortly after, Ariel looked at Jinung and saw sitting opposite her. The teacups on the table emitted a fragrant aroma with hot steam rising up. She smiled faintly and asked him, "I know the reason you've come. You wish to learn about the demons from the immortal race for your revenge. Is that correct?" Jinung looked at her and confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Ariel smiled and asked, "Then why don't you ask Sir Sa about those who have fought against the demons in this action manhwa?" To who was resting his chin on his hand, replied, "I'm not the type to remember such trivial details." Hearing this, Jinung burst out laughing and replied, "My friend is a bit simple-minded." Hearing that, Ariel covered her mouth and exclaimed, "You're right about that." Right after, the 2 of them flinched when they saw Tiza drop his hand and sit up straight. Hearing that, Ariel gave a forced laugh and replied, "Anyway, you're in such a hurry to help the When will it be my turn?" Immediately after, the system's voice, a staple in any good manhwa review, rang out with a notification. The hidden dark side of the Black Dragon Khalifa, the guardian deity of the Forest of Love. The Master Elf Summoner Ariel has been facing a difficulty for As your skills improve, she will share her request with you. Quest difficulty. Conditions. The Master Summoner must possess the soul of a dragon god. Master Summoner Level 3, time limit none. If you do not accept Ariel's crystal ball, the quest will be automatically cancelled. If you refuse the quest, your affinity with Ariel will a crucial choice decrease and your magic power will be reduced by 20. Do you accept the quest, yes or no, when Jin-sung saw it appear? He was startled and thought, oh, I completely forgot about that quest. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks as he thought I tried to level up as fast as I could. I'm sorry for being so weak. Ariel immediately pushed herself up from the table and said, I'm just kidding. Wait a moment, I have the few things I want to give you. Hearing this, Jin-sung was startled and let out a questioning sound. What is it? Immediately after a gourd and a tattered old scroll were brought out. He looked down at them, asking in bewilderment, what are these? Ariel, hearing that, she burst out laughing and exclaimed, this is the ancient scroll and the gourd bottle used in the battle 1,000 years ago. It contains clues about this war. The clues about the demons are top secret. The ancient scroll is currently sealed. She looked towards the gourd and explained, the gourd bottle is an artifact created by ancient magic. If you use that bottle to collect monsters, you will be able to imprison their souls inside. Hearing this, Jin-sung was startled, thinking to himself, monsters? Does she mean the monsters that live in the demon world? He then raised his hand and asked, what kind of monster's soul do I have to collect? He stared at the words that suddenly flashed on the system screen in front of him, and a notification immediately appeared. Hidden Strategy of the Demons 1 continued. The deity who rules the Forest of Love. The outstanding elf summoner, Ariel, possesses the power to open a barrier to the demon world. She has given you the 1,000-year-old magic gourd. However, the ancient scroll is sealed and you cannot view its contents. You will need to collect the souls of the Raccoon to break the seal. Collect the souls of 200 Raccoon inside the gourd bottle, then return to Ariel. Quest difficulty S rank. Conditions. A summoner possessing Cassius. Master of Summoning level 3. Time limit none. Reward. This quest cannot be refused. Beside him, Ariel smiled, raising a finger and saying, if you can subdue the low-level monster Raccoon and bring me the souls of 200 of them inside that gourd bottle, I can break the seal on the ancient scroll. Hearing this, Jin-sung shot up from his seat, slammed the table with force, and roared, does this mean we can enter the demon world now? She looked at him and exclaimed, that's right, but the demon world is another world, just like this one. So I can open a barrier for you to the outskirts of the demon world, but the longest you can stay there is half a day. Hearing this, he scratched his head and mumbled, half a day. Sighing inwardly, he thought, half a day is too short. Ariel frowned slightly and said in a low voice, that's right, I wish I could keep the barrier open longer, but I'm not a demon, so it takes a lot of my power to open the barrier. Jin-sung smiled faintly and said, I understand, it's all right. Then I'll be on my way now. Meanwhile, in the real world, a building stood tall in the city center. On the podium, Suman stood straight, looking down at the audience below. She then spoke, we have now concluded our presentation on the 3rd update for Ken. Thank you for your attention. The crowd below simultaneously looked up at the main screen. Gu stared at the screen, stroking his chin in thought. Vice President Go Eun-cha looked over with a smile and said, thank you for your report, Director Kim. He then asked with a slight smile, in your opinion, what is the biggest difference compared to the last update? Hearing this, Suman smiled brightly. She exclaimed, Mr. Chairman, that's a feature where the content changes based on the player's decisions. Of course, our original storyline has plenty of room for development, but upon closer inspection, players can only change the content within a permitted framework. She raised a finger pointing to the screen and said, no matter how they play, it's only a difference in the time it takes and the final result. The general direction of the stages remains the same, but with the latest update, depending on the player's abilities and decisions, they can branch off onto a different path. Hearing this, Guan furrowed his brow and inquired, can you give me an example? Sumi looked at the screen and replied, yes. For example, in the first content release, related to the demon world, in the game, players can choose the battlefield based on completing mandatory quests scattered across the continent. Her voice rang out as she softly explained, we don't know if this war will take place in the human world where the players are, or in the demon world, where the demons reside. On the screen, the demon race and the human soldiers stared each other down. Suman looked out at the audience and announced loudly, it's unpredictable even for the game development team. Ideally, if the players complete the quests according to our expectations, the war will proceed with an invasion of the demon world. Hearing this, Guan crossed his arms, smiled, and asked, "And if they fail the quests, the human, right?" She looked at him and affirmed with a smile, "That's right. Depending on where the battlefield is, the plot details and the content will change." Guan's eyebrows raised slightly as he let out a surprised sound asking, "Oh, that's a bold idea. When can players take on these mandatory quests?" Sumin replied with a bright smile. "The quests are already scattered across the continent, but the demon world is still being finalized because we estimate users will only for 3 weeks. Suddenly, Gu burst through the door shouting an urgent report. She immediately looked at him frowning as she asked, "What's the problem, manager? I recall telling you not to interrupt the meeting." Gu bowed his head, panting as he said, "I'm sorry, but this is a real emergency." His face was covered in a cold sweat as he glanced to the side and said, "The map to the demon world, the one that's still being finalized, has been accessed." Upon hearing this, Sumin was stunned, speechless, just staring at him. Gu remained motionless, meeting her gaze. Guanchan was also dumbfounded, and a moment later a loud shout echoed, "What did you just say?" Meanwhile, inside the game, Jinsung and Seiza stood still watching as hundreds of pairs of glowing red eyes stared intently at them. With a low rumble, hundreds of demonic beasts charged relentlessly from the distance. Jinsung and Seiza watched as they swarmed around them. He looked at them and wondered doubtfully, "Are these the raccoons that Iriel mentioned?" The demonic beasts raised their heads, baring their fangs warily at Jinsung. He immediately summoned his long spear and said with a grin, "Well then, time to start the quest." Immediately after, a faint green light began to glow from the body of one of the beasts. Then, Jinsung raised his spear and sent a group of charging demonic beasts flying. Nearby, Seiza and Kuss scanned the surrounding horde. After a short while, all of the demonic beasts had been completely annihilated. Seiza looked ahead, frowning as she asked, "Master, are you sure these are demonic beasts? They are much weaker than I remember." Hearing this, Jinsung smiled slightly and affirmed, "Trust me, they are definitely demonic beasts." He frowned a little silently, calculating in his head, "Why are they so weak? It must be because of that thing, right?" Then Jinsung quickly strode forward. He glanced around asking, "So this is the demon world. It's not that special, is it?" Jinsung then looked at the system screen that popped up and asked, "What's magic resistance?" Immediately after, a notification appeared in front of him. "You have entered the 127th temporarily opened region of the demon world. To ensure the challenge in this newly opened area goes smoothly, you will be temporarily granted 99 magic resistance. Starting now, you will have the ability to absorb 99% of all damage dealt by enemies in the demon world." He stared at it, wondering to himself, "A challenge? So does this mean the demon world map is still in its development phase?" Jinsung stared intently at the screen, deep in thought. "If they're increasing our magic resistance, for us to complete the challenge, doesn't that just mean they're drastically lowering the difficulty to gather data for quality analysis?" He looked at the Magic Turtle's information screen, musing that the magic resistance was also granted to all of his subordinates and companions. Which means... The corners of Jinsung's mouth curled into a sly grin. "In this demon world, I am the king." He covered his mouth, letting out a triumphant laugh. Who would have ever guessed that their perfect plan had such a glaring loophole? Then Jinsung turned and shouted forward. As if on cue, a giant demonic beast charged from the distance, lunging right at him. It bit down hard on Jinsung's arm. At the same time, a notification chimed, "You have been attacked by the low-rank demonic beast, Rahum. Due to your magic resistance, 9,405 damage has been absorbed. Your health has decreased by 95. He looked at the demonic beast, clamped onto him, and shouted, "Even if I'm a low level, I can still crush you guys with ease." Following that, a pale green ray of light enveloped the entire area. As the light faded, Jinsung watched the demonic beast's corpse collapse to the ground, thinking to himself, "Phew, without that magic resistance, I would have had a life-or-death battle on my hands just to defeat this one monster, right?" Zera looked at him, frowning as she asked, "You mean it's because of the magic resistance? We've become stronger, but why?" Hearing this, he pointed to his own head and replied with a grin, "Even if I explained it, I'm afraid you wouldn't understand." Then with a wide smile, Jin-sung looked straight ahead and said, "For now, we just need to focus on wiping out every single one of these scumbags." Outside dusk had completely settled over the skyscraper. The technical staff were still glued to the giant projection screen in front of them, monitoring the situation. Suman crossed her arms, frowning as she said, "I can't believe some lunatic actually dared to sneak into the demon world at a time like this." Chu turned to her and asked, "Director Kim, what should we do? Should I contact the server team and have them force a disconnection?" Hearing this, Suman lowered her head with a sigh and asked, "Manager Joe, if we could have done that, do you really think we would still be standing here right now?" She shot him an intense glare. "This is a full-dive pod-type VR game, so if we abruptly disconnect the server, the players will be directly affected. The moment that happens, the careers of our entire team will be over." Cheon-gu raised an eyebrow at her words, staring intently. Suman crossed her arms, looking straight ahead as she thought, "And if?" With this unfortunate incident, she thought of Chairman Go Eun-chan of ISORT, picturing someone whispering into the chairman's ear. Suan was lost in thought about him. For decades, Chairman Go Eun-chan has always been the best strategist in this entire industry. That must be the reason for his choice. She looked at the screen in front of her, thinking about how he was involved in every step of every update for Ken, which led to the resounding success Ken has today. Suin gripped her arm tightly, thinking she really couldn't forget his gaze. In her mind, an image of Guan appeared, shouting, "Director Kim, I will give you one chance to fix your mistake. Just use any means necessary." At that thought, Suin lowered her head as cold sweat dripped down her face. She lifted her head to look at the screen, thinking to herself, "That's right, I need to solve this no matter what it takes." Suddenly, Cheon-gu looked at the screen and made a confused sound. "Huh?" Suin looked over and asked, "What is it now?" Hearing that, he looked up at her and replied, "That bastard is digging up all the demon crystals." Inside the game, Jin-sung bent down and reached for a purple crystal on the ground. He picked it up, a wide smile on his face, and exclaimed, "Another one. Who would have thought that Raku would drop items like this?" Immediately after, a system notification appeared: lowest grade demon, crystal type. Great ancient artifact, rank none. Durability 50. A gemstone with high energy purity from the demon world. You can use the demon crystal to enhance your equipment. The lowest grade demon crystal can be used on items that are +5 or lower. The success rate for enhancing equipment with this crystal is very low. However, the equipment will not be affected even if the enhancement fails. Jin-sung narrowed his eyes and licked his lips, thinking to himself that he was quite disappointed about not getting any more experience points. I wonder how much money I can get from selling these? But with items like these, it's a completely different story. Right after, he immediately used the crystal and shouted, "Enhance!" Jin-sung looked up at the crystal as it emitted a blinding purple light that shone downwards. After a moment, he frowned and raised his hand to block the light, exclaiming, "It's too bright." Next, the long spear immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. The system screen immediately displayed a notification: "You have successfully enhanced the Spirit King's Judgment. Spirit King's Judgment has been upgraded from +2 to +3. Enhancement result: attack power increased from 2,190, 2,406 to 2,372, 2,606. Combat stat increased from 180 to 195. Leadership increased from 240 to 260. Synergy increased from 180 to 195. Jin-sung raised the long spear high, shouting excitedly, "Nice, what a great enhancement!" Outside, the group watched his dancing figure on the screen. Suin's face darkened and she thought in a panic, "Don't make things any worse. This madman." Inside, Jin-sung's eyes sparkled as he pressed his face against the long spear and said with a smile, "Since the stats increase by 10% with each enhancement, if I enhance the weapon to +10, everything will double." His summon looked over at him and exclaimed, "Master, I believe we've killed over 200 monsters already. How much longer do we have to do this?" KCS also turned his head and asked, "That's right, they don't even give us any experience points. On top of that, their attacks can't even scratch us. So why did you advise us to dodge them when fighting?" Hearing that, Jinung let out a soft sigh. He looked up at it and called out, "Right now our magic resistance is extremely high, so their attacks don't affect us much. However, the next time we come here, we'll have to fight without the bonus magic resistance." Wouldn't it be better if we memorized their attack patterns now? Huh. You idiot. Cassius was startled, thinking to himself, how dare you call me an idiot? Lai X came up from behind and said, so I guess we'll keep hunting until the gate closes. Ah, he turned his head and said, not even close. Jinung declared with a wide smile, I plan to set up camp right here. Outside, Sumin and Che Gu held their faces in their hands, looking like the famous Scream painting. Che Gu looked at the screen and muttered, how much longer is that user planning to stay in there? Suin heard this, closed her eyes, and said, I guess we're not going home to sleep tonight. So she scowled and announced they would hold a meeting to find a way to kick that player named Yan out of the demon world. Inside the game, Jinung looked straight ahead. The Rachams were nothing to him now. This is a great Manhwa recap. Jinung looked at the demon beast before him, thinking, their left eye is their fatal weakness. He frowned, lost in thought, because it has better vision than the right eye and the lowest defense stat compared to the rest of their body. Besides, I've already figured out their attack patterns. Jinung looked back, wondering, I've already collected 200 Racham souls from all this fighting. He turned his head to look at the demon beasts he had just collected. Jinung let out a sound as they raised their heads, Guak! Immediately the group's eyes lit up as they stared intently at them. Jinung glanced to one side, calculating to himself, I've already collected 200 Racham souls from all this fighting. He thought about the items he had gathered, musing, and 140 of their teeth, too. The system screen immediately popped up with a notification, Racham's Tooth, a unique grade material. The tooth of a low-level demon beast, Racham, can be combined with other materials to create a new item and is purchased at a high price in shops. Cassius looked at Jinung and cried out, Master, how much longer do we have to hunt? This is so boring. Lai, standing beside him, heard this. He frowned and said, stop complaining. The underlings aren't as bad as you say. And besides, I like this place. Jinung, with a wide smile, slung his spear over his shoulder and said, we'll hunt until I feel like sleeping. After a moment, our overpowered main character looked straight ahead. He asked, should we start heading deeper inside? Jinung raised his hand and looked forward, shouting, Cassius Lai, unsummon! Immediately after, he raised his hand high into the air and powerfully yelled to summon Phobos. Jinung immediately mounted Phobos and flew high into the air. He sat on its back, soaring into the sky, and said, let the journey to explore the demon world of Park Jinung and friends begin. At a mountain surrounded by a bloody aura, completely enveloped in red light. Jinung and Caesar dismounted from Phobos, looking around. They frowned, staring intently at what was in front of them, and soon after the demon beast was defeated and knocked unconscious. Before long, Jinung arrived in Area 120 of the demon world. Glancing around, he looked straight ahead and shouted, it seems there's nothing here but these desolate ruins. Suddenly, Jinung was startled and exclaimed, huh, hey, stop right there. He pointed his hand at a magic circle on the ground and shouted, hey, you guys! This gate looks different from the ones we've seen. Hearing this, Zhejiang frowned and said, that's not a gate, it's a magic summoning seal. Cassius, who was beside them, also confirmed, that's right. I can feel a terrifying amount of magic radiating from that seal. Hearing this, Jinung looked over. He gasped in shock, whoa, this giant thing is a magic seal. He then pointed at the magic circle and yelled, something's coming out of the magic seal. Yankin, with his red hair and muscular arms, appeared before Jinsheng's group. Its eyes were bright red as it tilted its head back and let out a massive roar. It looked down from on high and questioned them. How dare you step into this demon realm so brazenly without a shred of fear? You creatures from another world? Jin Sung looked up at Yankin as it let out a piercing shriek. His eyes went wide, his jaw dropped, and he yelled, holy moly. Jinung pointed right at the creature and laughed loudly. You're the one who should be scared? What's your name? Hearing this, Yankin looked down from above and replied, I am one of the 12 duodenums who guard the entrance to the demon realm. It bared its sharp teeth and added Yankun. Jin Sung smirked. He summoned his blue long spear and said, the 12 duodenums. You mean like the part of the small intestine? Hearing this, Yankin's face filled with rage. It clenched its teeth and glared down. It looked straight ahead and shouted contemptuously, a brat like you has a smart mouth, but I hope you're not all talk. Our hero let out a cold laugh, raised his spear, and yelled, Of course not, bring it on, you damn ape. Jinung clenched his teeth and thought to himself, so that guy. He looked at the demon thinking, his level is even higher than Z's. Right after that, Yonkin raised its massive leg and stomped down hard where Jin Sheng's party was standing. Then it raised its fist high, preparing to slam it down. Yankin smashed its fist straight into the ground with immense force. It held the pose as dust and debris immediately billowed into the air. Jin Sung held his pose with the spear raised, looking up with a questioning gaze. Yankun's 6 eyes widened in shock. It screamed, "What?" Immediately, system notifications began to pop up one after another. Demon Realm General Yankin has used the innate ability Earthburst. You have received fatal damage from the attack of Demon Realm General Yankin. Due to your powerful magic resistance, you have absorbed 288,605 damage. Your health has decreased by 895. Seeing this, Jin Sung tightened his grip on his spear, thinking, damn, even with a magic resistance buff, I still lost that much health. Without that buff, I would have been a goner after just one hit. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he thought. But with magic resistance, it's a whole different ballgame. A wide grin spread across Jin Sheng's face as he shouted, "All right, everyone, let's erase this guy!" Hearing the command, Cassius immediately raised its claws. It then aimed straight for Yankin's chest and threw a powerful punch in this epic action manhwa. It gets punched and immediately lets out a pained shriek. Right after Zhejiang also raises his fist and charges at Yankin to strike. Ashley also raises its claws, dashing towards the beast. It opens its maw wide and bites down hard on Yankin's body. Meanwhile, at Isort, in the development planning room on the 6th floor, the monitor is still on. Suman pushes the door open from the outside and steps inside. She looks straight ahead and asks, "What's the situation?" Chaegu glances back and replies, Manager Kim. Has the meeting ended yet?" Currently, player Yan is battling Yan Kun, the gatekeeper of the 120th Demon Realm. Hearing this, Suman crossed her arms and thought to herself that Yan Kun is a high-level monster, ranked in the top 100 of the demon world. If it's Yan Kun, then he should be able to hold Yan back. Suddenly she was startled, wondering, but why? Suman watched the fight on the computer screen, thinking it looked like a whole party was ganging up to pummel the boss. On the screen, Yankin was constantly crying out in pain. "Ouch, that hurts." Jinung stood on Yankin's head, aiming his spear directly at the monster. Yankun clutched his head with both hands, his face covered in tears. What is going on? How can a mere human possess such strength? With a stern expression, Jinung gripped his long spear tightly and aimed it at him. A brilliant light instantly burst forth from the weapon. Immediately, Yankun collapsed, his head slamming hard into the ground. Lying there, he glared at Jinung and roared, "You're strong, human." He opened his mouth wide and shouted in frustration, "But if I hadn't let my guard down, I would have easily defeated you scoundrels." Hearing this, the corner of Jinung's mouth curled into a smirk. He smiled and asked, "Is that so?" Then he turned his head and shouted to those behind him, "Hey everyone, stop!" Startled, Yankun asked suspiciously, "What are you planning, human?" With a bright smile, Jinung stood up and announced, "I want a proper fight with you when you're at your best." Then he raised his hand and called out, using his magic to heal Yankin. Cassius, full of doubt, asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Tia also frowned, asking unhappily, "Have you finally gone insane?" Jinung just kept channeling magic into Yankin and said with a bright smile, "It's fine, I have a plan." Immediately, a system message appeared before him. The vitality of the demon world gatekeeper Yankun has been restored. He immediately propped himself up, looked at Jinung before him and exclaimed, "I have never met a human as arrogant as you. Your confidence in your victory and strength will lead you to your doom." Jinung grinned at Yankun and said confidently, "Of course, I am the strongest warrior of Sen Lemus after all. I don't need my comrades to join in. I will fight you by myself." After a long while, the battle was finally over. White smoke billowed into the air. Yan Kun was lying face down on the ground, smoke rising from his body. Then he pushed himself up with all his might, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible again!" Hearing this, Jinung looked at Cassius and ordered with a smile, "Hey dragon, you're up next." Startled, it asked back, "Me?" A moment later, Yankin was defeated by Cassius again. Utterly bewildered, he screamed, "This is ridiculous again!" Seeing this, Jinung burst out laughing. "Hey, next up!" Harley raised its claw, and seeing that Yonkin raised his hand in response, he stared blankly as he held his hand up towards Harley. In the end, he just lay motionless on the ground, tears streaming endlessly from his 6 eyes. Late at night at the company headquarters, most of the lights were off, but one office remained lit. Suman crossed her arms, staring at the computer screen with a frown. Why does player Yan keep healing Yan-kun instead of finishing him off? Doesn't he want to explore the demon world anymore? Che-gu looked up, his eyes dark with exhaustion, and replied, "Don't you think he's studying Yankin's attack patterns? Perhaps they think they won't get any more experience or reputation points, and all his items will be confiscated." He turns his head to look at the computer screen, adding, "So he's probably fighting it to figure out its attack patterns." Hearing this, Suman is startled and exclaims loudly. If that's the case, her eyes well up with tears as she grits her teeth and moans, "When are we ever going to get off work? Back inside the game." Yonkin's entire body is enveloped in a faint blue light. A grinning Jinung cheerfully asks, "That makes 63 wins for me. Want to go again?" Immediately, he's bewildered when he sees it wave its hand in refusal. "No more!" Yankin kneels on the ground, kowtowing before him and shouting, "I wish to submit to you, master." Jinung looks over at the creature and asks pensively, "What did you just say?" Yankin raises its head and replies sincerely, "I have been humbled by your power. I wish to serve you." Hearing this, the corner of our overpowered main character's mouth curls into a smirk as he asks, "Is that so?" Jin-sung smiles brightly and exclaims, "In that case, I accept." Back in the real world at the game company over at an empty desk, at another workstation, Cheon-gu and Suman are staring at the computer screen. He looks over at her and asks, "Director, are we going with the plan we discussed in the meeting?" Suman is startled by the question and exclaims as she looks over, her bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen. "Yes, for now, all we can do is continue to observe." Shortly after, inside the meeting room, Suman looks down at her team. She addresses everyone, announcing, "This is the topic for this meeting." Suman raises a finger and says, "Our goal is to remove player Yan from the unfinished Demon World map. Even though we've stopped him from gaining any more experience and reputation points, item drops and information about the Demon World are still being continuously exposed." She thinks back to the events in this action manhwa and adds, "The same goes for the enhancement system." An employee immediately raises his hand and suggests, "Since we've already frozen his experience and reputation, can't we just have him log out after we roll back all his items and enhancement points?" Sumin immediately objects, "Absolutely not. Player Yan was playing the game normally. This is clearly our fault for missing this exploit." Immediately, Cheon-gu raises his hand high. He offers a slight smile and asks, "What if we negotiate with him?" She frowns at the suggestion. "Negotiate how?" Che-gu explains softly, "In exchange for him not leaking information about the demon world, we'll let him keep his enhancement points and items." Hearing this, Suman's eyes widen in astonishment. She immediately slams her hand on the table and stands up, saying with a laugh, "That's a brilliant idea, especially since we're rushing to prepare everything for the Demon World map update." She then glances over at him and delegates, "So, Manager Che, I'm putting you in charge. Get player Yan to log out." Che-gu raises his hand and asks blankly, "Me?" Immediately, Suman's voice rings out declaring, "This meeting is now adjourned." She and the others turn to leave, saying, "Thanks for your hard work." Seeing this, he was startled and shouted, "Hey!" Che-gu clenched his fist tightly as he watched the group leave, letting out a questioning sound. Are they planning to leave me to do everything? Meanwhile, back in this game, a system screen immediately popped up in front of Jung. He looked at it and made a confused sound. "What is this?" A series of notifications appeared instantly. "You cannot recruit the Demon World's Guardian Yan. Subjugate Colin. You do not meet the conditions to accept a demon as a subordinate. You cannot subjugate the Guardian of the Demon World, Yan Colin. Unable to subjugate a monster." Seeing this, Jinung immediately looked up and called out, "Yan-kun, I'm sorry, but it seems you can't become my subordinate." Hearing this, Yan-kun asked tearfully, "Is it because I'm too weak?" Hearing this, he immediately raised his hand and replied, "Don't worry, it's not that, it's probably because I'm not of the demon race." Hearing that, it pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "If it's just that, then it's a relief. If you continue in that direction, you will set foot in the true demon world. Yankun stared at Jinung and asked, "And could you grant me a favor?" Hearing this, he smiled slightly and asked, "Of course, what do you want?" Immediately after, a long quest window appeared. Help Yankin, the guardian of the demon world, to be continued, one of the duodenum who guards the entrance to the demon world. Yankin has a worry within the area under his watch. There has been an unusual appearance of glitched monsters. Yankin had wiped them out time and time again, but their numbers kept multiplying. Although he didn't think much of it before, the growth rate of the demonic beasts continued to increase and eventually became a serious threat. This is a classic setup in an action manhwa. Yankin was deeply impressed by your strength. He believes that if it's you, you can solve his worries. Quest difficulty: SS quest condition player recognized by Yankin. Time limit none. Reward: intermediate demon crystal. 20 units of pure demon blood. If you refuse the quest, your affinity with the guardian of the demon world Yankin will be greatly reduced. Jinung looked in that direction and thought to himself, "It's a quest," then asked with doubt, "But what is pure demon blood?" Yankin calmly replied, "It is simply the pure blood of a demon. If you drink it, you will become a half-demon." He was completely shocked to hear that sound. Jinung's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "This manhwa recap is getting intense. A half-demon like that guy from Chronicles of the Netherworld." A slight smirk appeared on his face as he thought of Douglas. Jinung raised a hand to his chin, his face dark as he thought, "An intermediate demon crystal is also amazing. Is it enough to make the class change fun? But this pure demon blood is as incredible as Murin's crystal." Our overpowered main character is about to get even stronger. He looked up at it and shouted, "All right, Yankin, I will solve this problem for you." Immediately after, a notification appeared. Your affinity with the guardian of the demon world Yankun has reached its maximum. It bowed its head towards Jinung and shouted, "Thank you, please take these items." He looked at the two items in Yankun's hands and asked, "What are these?" A series of notifications immediately popped up. You have received the item High-Grade Demon Seal from the Guardian of the Demon World in Kun. You have received the item Map of the Demon World from the Guardian of the Demon World, Yankun. Yankun looked down at Jinung and explained, "That is a high-grade demon seal and a map of the demon world. If you possess the high-grade demon seal, low and mid-grade demons cannot touch you." Hearing that, he smiled brightly and said, "Really, thank you." It stared at Jinung and advised, "Although cunning monsters exist everywhere in the demon world, most of them only appear in Sector 115 and 107. Jinung's eyes were filled with dark circles as he thought, "Even though my eyes are about to close, I have to endure until this quest is over how?" Then he raised his hand towards it and shouted, "I have to go now. Yang can see you next time." He walked forward. After a moment, Jinung spoke up, "Getting a mission is a good thing, right, Zera?" He noticed she was silent. Not saying anything, he turned his head and shouted, "Zera!" Then Jinung looked up at the crimson sky above him. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Has time stopped?" Just then a notification popped up. "Master Yan, may I have a word with you?" Jinung looked at the notification and thought, "Is this the system operator? I figured they would talk to me at some point, but I didn't expect it to be now." He reached a hand towards the system interface and thought, "Well then, after that." He replied, "Yes, of course it's me." Suddenly Jinung froze and let out a loud cry. He looked around in astonishment. The scenery around him instantly transformed. Jinung looked at the new space and yelled, "What the heck is going on?" Gu appeared with a smile, calling out, "Hello, Master Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Then he smiled, faintly, bowed his head, and said, "I am one of the M1 system operators, GM Gu." Seeing this, Jinung scratched his head and asked, "Yeah, hello, I can chat with you, but I'm pretty busy, so I can't stay long. What's this all about?" His eyes were filled with determination as he thought, "I need to stand my ground." This is a crucial moment for our overpowered main character. Gu clutched his head, muttering under his breath, "I'm busy too, thanks to someone." Above his head, the words level 500 appeared. He thought, I forgot he could hear that. Jinung saw the text and was startled, wondering, "Isn't level 500 a bit overkill?" An image of being bullied flashed through his mind and he whispered to himself, since a GM isn't a demon, there's nothing I can do. He could just snap his fingers and I'd be gone. Cheon-gu looked at him and called out, my apologies, I don't intend to waste your time. First Yacht wishes to extend a sincere apology to you, Master Yan. He gave a slight bow and said, due to a problem with storyline control, you had to continue the game with many abnormalities. It is all our fault. Hearing this, Jin Sheng raised a hand and said, it's fine. With a bright smile, he thought, he's being so polite. It's hard for me to act indifferent. Then he smiled faintly and asked, so what are you going to do about it? Jin Sheng stood on his tiptoes, but he quickly lunged forward, shouting, you're not planning to... Jin Sheng grabbed Cheon-gu's tie. This is the kind of action manhwa scene we love to see in a manhwa recap, and asked, just a simple apology, is that it? The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk as he said, I have to set my conscience aside and seize this opportunity. Being shaken relentlessly by Jin Sheng, he laughed and replied, of course not. We acknowledge our mistake, but instead of simply granting you in-game power. Right after that, Cheon-gu grabbed his hand and declared, we want to offer you a deal. The plot of this reincarnation story is getting really good, as his arm was held tightly. Jin Sheng looked down at the GM's hand and asked, a deal, while thinking to himself, what is this strength? Cheon-gu's voice rang out asking, that's right, why don't we make this mutually beneficial? He raised a finger and beckoned, saying, as you know, there's a massive update in a few days. Cheon-gu then revealed a scene of demonic beasts, explaining our game development staff has completed the final preparations before releasing the new content. But we can't do that because you're still in here. Hearing this, Jin Sheng covered his mouth and let out a dry cough. The GM looked straight at him and announced, that's why we're proposing a deal with you. The condition is, you will log out of the game. Hearing this, Yan calmly asked back, so what's in it for me? Che's voice rang out with a suggestion. What if we leave 5% resistance for your character? Jin Sheng looked at his resistance stats and wondered. They're letting me keep 5% resistance. This deal is better than I thought. But he pouted and shouted. But the problem with resistance is that it's a stat that increases naturally just from fighting demons. I don't know if that 5% is really that valuable. In a situation like this, he had to press his advantage. Hearing this, Che-gu raised his hand and shouted, of course you can increase your resistance through quests by continuing to fight demons. He thought to himself, the way this guy talks is really asking for a beating. He raised his hand and added, but even 1% resistance is hard to increase. 5% is not a small number at all. I don't know why you're saying that when you already know it full well. Hearing this, Jin Sheng probed further. But is there a maximum resistance cap, or is it like other stats? Hearing this, Che-gu laughed and replied, of course there is. The maximum level for resistance is 30%. He looked straight at him and demanded, then let me have an extra 5% on top of that 30%, and I'll log out of the game immediately. Hearing this, Che-gu frowned and wondered, if I agree, his maximum resistance stat will be 35%. He stroked his chin, pondering to himself, it's practically impossible for him to max out his stats anyway. Should I just go along with it? Then Cheon-gu, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, yes, we can do that. Jin Sheng was taken aback by this and thought, he agreed so willingly, should I ask for more? This is a classic overpowered main character move in this action manhwa. Then he thought about the items he had obtained and asked, what about the items and loot I got in the demon realm? Che-gu's voice replied, as soon as you log out, the items and loot will disappear. Because this is a quest area in the demon realm, the item codes will be automatically deleted. Hearing that, Jin Sheng turned to look at his cloak and asked, then what about the things I enhanced using demon crystals? Hearing this, the man raised his hand and said, we will let you keep the enhancement points and your ongoing quests will also be preserved. Hearing this, he thought, well, of course they should. Jin Sheng thought angrily, I spent hours enhancing those items. Then he frowned and shouted, well, thank you then. Cheon-gu looked at him and said, it's nothing. We apologize for interrupting your gaming experience, so when will you be logging out? Jin Sheng immediately bowed his head and exclaimed, you can go on ahead. I'll just wrap things up and log out as soon as possible. The man raised his arm, glanced at his watch, and added, "Yes, please try to log out within the next 10 minutes. Hearing this, our hero scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Of course I'll be done in 5 minutes, don't worry." Right after that, Cheon-gu waved and bid him farewell. Then he forcefully pushed Jin-sung back into the game world. As he fell from the sky, Jin-sung shouted back, "Goodbye." Jin-sung squeezed his eyes shut and let out a terrified scream. His face went pale and he kept screaming with his eyes tightly closed. Zera, who was behind him, saw this and asked with confusion, "You're being very strange, my lord. What are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Jin-sung asked dazedly, "Am I back already?" Her head was filled with questions as she quickly walked closer to where he was standing. Seeing Jin-sung take off his clothes, Zera shrieked in alarm. "What in the world are you doing, master?" He just looked at the crystals in his hand and smiled. "If they're going to be taken anyway, then I have to make the most of it." Then, with a bright smile on his face, Jin-sung watched the dazzling light flash. He shouted, "Enhance!" Outside in the real world, the curtains in Jin-sung's bedroom were drawn as white smoke billowed. The VR game pod immediately opened. He let out a groan, stretching his trembling shoulders. Jin-sung looked at the time on his phone. He exclaimed, "Is it that late already? No wonder I feel like I'm about to pass out," he said with a wide grin. "I definitely got a great deal. I can't believe they let me choose from fully enhanced transcendent items." Back in the game along with a dazzling green light, Jin-sung's shout echoed, "Enhance," immediately after. A series of identical notifications kept popping up. Jin-sung had successfully enhanced the item past +5 and obtained a transcendent grade item. He looked at the white cloak in his hands, exclaiming, "It's fully enhanced. Finally, the job is done." Jin-sung put it on, turning his head to look behind him and said, "When it's fully enhanced, does it glow with a white light?" He frowned, staring at it thoughtfully. "This glow is a bit too flashy. I don't want to attract any attention." Then Jin-sung raised his hand to look at the system screen, thinking to himself, "I've already set all my personal information to private. There's no way I'm walking around with this thing. Luckily, there's an option to turn off equipment effects in the settings." He gripped the long spear in his hand tightly, thinking, and a notification screen popped up. Item Information Spirit King's Judgment Transcendent Option. When you successfully dodge an opponent, there is a 15% chance to deal damage equal to 30% of your attack power and a 30% chance to recover 10% of your health. Jin-sung stared intently at the spear in his hand, cheering, "I've got an extra item to trade and a recovery option too." Other items could never have options this good, even if they were enhanced to the transcendent grade. Even though it's a conditional option, this is still quite compatible with my playstyle, at least since agility is my main stat. Back in reality, he lay still on his bed with heavy dark circles under his eyes, saying, "Still, it's hard to believe." Then Jin-sung closed his eyes and mumbled as the air conditioner on the ceiling hummed, blowing cold air down. Inside the game, Samuel rested his chin on one hand, looking at the Demon King, who was sitting opposite him reading a book. He looked over, in that direction, frowning as he exclaimed, "We've successfully held off the Minor Kingdom until now, even though we were in danger for a time." The hidden demon stared intently at the book in his hand and replied, "It's because the kingdom's jankers left the battlefield to do an otherworld quest. Thanks to their foolishness, of course." Hearing this, he lowered his hand and asked, "There are 5 days left before the massive update. Should I just stay here?" The hidden demon calmly replied, "It's no use, because without us, Lucipin would have fallen long ago." Samuel raised a finger and tapped the table, lightly probing. "But don't you think with this situation, the kingdom will have the advantage in the next update?" He reached out, closed the book, and said, "It's only temporary. The amount of goods they receive from the central region is no joke, and I have no idea what will be added in the new content. I guess they'll release something strange incomparable to our special skills." Ma Yun thought of that sign. He added, "But in the new content, you will of course receive higher level rewards than usual." Hearing this, Samuel frowned and exclaimed, "What?" He wondered doubtfully, "So wasn't I right from the very beginning?" He thought about those groups of people and continued, "What if I do that? I will use war to prevent war." Ma Eun imagined the scene and said they should also find another world to promote its content. His voice rang out, "I will rotate the roster every week, although this method might be a bit slow. I can prevent the chaos in the central region and continue with the other world content." Samuel clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's a great idea!" interlacing his fingers as he declared, "Then I'll trust you one last time." Meanwhile, a small bird chirped on Jin Sung's balcony, light from the window streamed inside. Our overpowered main character immediately put on his VR headset and lay down in the gaming pod saying, "Time to start a new day." Blue lines of data appeared. Scrolling by quickly. Soon after, Jin Sung looked at his surroundings and exclaimed, "Isn't this the forest of love? I guess I've been sent to the demon world." He looked around and said, "All this pink is making me dizzy. Since the demon world is usually just darkness, I'll bring C back." Then Jin Sung raised his hand to touch the system screen, checking on his gourd and ancient book. Great, confirming they're still intact. With a bright smile, he cheered, "Now all I have to do is meet Ariel." Soon after, Jin Sung was standing in front of Ariel's house. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. She immediately ran out, her face beaming as she exclaimed, "You've returned safely, Sir Yan." Ariel smiled brightly and said, "I was worried you wouldn't come back before the barrier closed." Hearing this, Jin Sung scratched his head and replied with a laugh, "Sorry I'm late. Ariel, there were some complicated matters in the demon world." When she heard that, she gestured inside and asked, "I'm very happy to see you're well because that was not an easy mission. Why don't you come inside?" He replied, "All right." A small piece of cake was placed on the table. Jin Sung glanced at the tea and cake on the table without saying anything. Ariel looked at him and began to ask, "Did you bring back all the souls of those Rakans?" Jin Sung immediately took out the gourd, emmeling as he said, "You bet they're right here." Immediately after, in this part of the Manhwa recap, a series of notifications appeared. You have completed the quest Hidden Demon Step. Continuing rank. Your reputation is increased by 50,000. You have received 100,000 gold because your clear rank was lower than B. Ariel's favorability towards you has decreased by 3. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, "Only a C rank. Is it because I completed the mission too late?" Jin Sung looked at the cake on the table and thought to himself, "Well, it's fine either way. Losing 3 favorability points isn't a big deal." Ariel, holding a map in one hand and the gourd in the other, laughed and exclaimed, "This is amazing, Sir Yan. You've collected exactly 200 souls." She immediately held out her hand and shouted, "Then let me begin restoring the ancient book." Streams of red energy flowed towards the ancient book. The sound of Ariel's chanting filled the air. Jin Sung let out a gasp as pink rays of light flashed before his eyes. After a moment, Ariel held out a book towards him with both hands. Jin Sung took it and asked doubtfully, "This is..." Immediately a notification appeared. "You have obtained the item Handbook of Ancient Monsters." Ariel raised her hand, revealing a pink glow, and said, "Let me explain. I will send you to the demon world first." He stared in amazement as phantom demon beasts flew out from within the book. Jin Sung's eyes widened, staring in awe at the vivid images. That night, the lights were on inside Ariel's building. Jin Sung had his head down on the desk, his eyes lifeless as if his soul had been drained. He looked at the text appearing beside him and spoke, "So in short, my drawings look so beautiful, it's a joy to look at them." His voice rang out. "Turns out demons and fiends are 2 completely different species, so there is no power that exists between the 2. Jin Sung thought about the information inside and said, "Demons can be divided into royalty and nobility, while fiends are divided into high rank, mid rank, and low rank. And those classes aren't just naturally born, they're determined through battles." He thought about those intense confrontations, a key element in any action manhwa. Jin Sung's voice spoke softly, "Fiends also have rankings. They use a camp system similar to monsters in the human world." He calmly recalled these details and exclaimed, "The ones ranked higher than legendary are unbelievably intelligent and can even communicate with humans." Jin Sung immediately raised his hand and continued, "Any species can become a demigod if they use pure demon blood, and they will learn how to handle a new type of energy called dark energy. This is the kind of lore you'd expect, and they can even connect with fiends of a lower rank than the heroine. Finally, you can participate in an official match to determine the rank of the demon." Jin Sung glanced at the book, thinking to himself, "What worries me is whether the author of this guide has been there too. An elf summoner became a demigod by using pure demon blood. An image of a person appeared in his mind, thinking of the half-demon elf Serbian. Light from inside Ariel's house shone everywhere. Immediately after a notification window appeared before him, the demons moved 2 stealth. Next, the Master of the Forest of Love and Master Rank Summoner Iriel has placed great faith in you for restoring the ancient demon beast guide. She wants you to uncover their plans. Infiltrate Area 100 of the demon world, the city of Ross, and meet Serapim, a half-demon of the noble class. Find out the demon's next move with Serapim's help, and stop them from invading the human world. This high-stakes quest is perfect for this manhwa recap. Quest difficulty, SS. Quest condition, the user must have completed the quest, the demon's move 1. Time limit, no reward. This quest cannot be cancelled. Jinung sat still, reaching his hand towards the system screen. He looked at it silently, wondering to himself how he received this new quest from Iriel just by collecting the ancient demon beast guide. But what kind of quest could possibly be related to a noble half-demon? In his mind, Jinung imagined the person's silhouette, thinking to himself that from what he'd heard earlier, it was a hero of humanity who became a half-demon. This sounds like a plot full of potential for revenge. He rested his chin on one hand, let out a sigh, and thought there was nothing he could do until the Demon World update. Jinung raised his hand thoughtfully. Just now I tried to open a gate to the Demon World to experience it, but it failed. Jinung looked at his own hand, asking, why isn't it working? But he had expected it not to work. He glanced to the side, thinking to himself, it's going to be hard to level up in the short time I have left. Jinung thought about that group of people, pondering, maybe I should return to the central continent to give Yu Hyun this information and come up with a new strategy. I'm back, he said. Propping himself up with his hands, he stood up and laughed loudly. Shall we begin then? The next day, Jinung returned to the central continent and explained what had happened over the past few days. Although it was supposed to be highly confidential, Yu Hyun and Fiolin were quite shocked. The two of them turned pale and muttered, what the hell did we just hear? And Jinung also bragged a little. Anyway, the group had unified their goals through this meeting. To become the #1 guild from their current 10th position, even with power comparable to the top 5, they would strengthen their forces to a level that even the top guilds couldn't reach. And with Lucipin as the foundation, we will be able to create a new independent nation. That was the biggest goal for Jinung's group. One day before the Demon World update outside a small coffee shop, inside the coffee shop, Jinung sat quietly, looking at Haren across from him. She lifted the glass in front of her, bit the straw, and took a gentle sip. Haren looked at him, smiled brightly, and said, I can't believe they're taking the servers down. I'm so excited for the latest Ken update. Jinung replied, I'm just as excited as you are. She had a radiant smile on her face, happily exclaiming, and thanks to that, we get to enjoy our date today. It's perfect. Right after that, Haren's expression fell as she asked, right? He scratched his head, forcing a smile as he replied, of course, I'm enjoying it a lot too. Jinung raised his hand and asked, hey Haren, do you want to come to my place and play Ken together? She heard this and agreed, okay. Suddenly he reached into his pocket searching and said, wait a moment. Jinung held out a notebook and said with a smile, here I've organized some information on the quest to enter the demon world and the ingredients you might need for cooking. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do the quest with you, he said with a bright smile. Call me when you're all done. I'll be gathering information on the demon world. Haren took it with a cheerful smile and replied with a laugh, thanks, Jinung. After that, the two of them looked at each other and chatted happily. The next day, sunlight filled Jinung's entire house. He lay down in the game capsule and urged, hurry up, Haren. The server opens in less than a minute. She turned her head to look at Jinung, wondering to herself, does he really love Ken this much? He cheered with a bright smile. The server's up! Immediately after the game capsule closed. Jinung and Haren smiled slightly and shouted in unison, log in! Streams of light blue data appeared before them. Iriel was inside her house when she heard a knock from behind. She looked towards Jinung and laughed. You have returned, my lord. Iriel saw him walk in carrying a long spear and exclaimed, Lord Yan! Right after that, a notification window appeared in front of Kanoan. Player Yan has successfully entered the demon world for the first time. Seeing that system message, Lauren cheered with a laugh. I knew it. Johan looked up at the notification and smiled faintly. Roy Chen saw the message and pressed his lips together, breaking into a bright smile. Ma Yun and Samuel looked up at the alert and frowned, saying nothing. Saren looked out the window and exclaimed, "She's going to lose her mind, that girl with her anger management issues." Meanwhile, Rayhan raised her fist, clenching it tightly. Then, her eyes turning red with fury, she slammed it into the wall with all her might. Rahan let out a breath and roared in fury. "That bastard!" Back in the demon world, a series of notifications immediately appeared. "You have successfully entered the demon world. On your first attempt, a first among all players. You have received 300,000 reputation points. You have obtained the title Prophet of the Demon World. Experience and item drop rates will be doubled for 1 week. All drop rates for items of heroic grade or higher will increase by 50%. You have permanently gained 2% resistance. You have permanently gained 1,500 demonic power. Due to the concentrated demonic energy, all stats are reduced by 30%. You have permanently gained a 5% chance to activate. The reduced stats will gradually recover over the next 24 hours. Due to the concentration of demonic energy, movement speed is reduced by 20%. Jinung looked at the notifications and said with a smile, "Discovering a new realm is on a completely different level than finding a new dungeon or mining area." He raised his hand, touched the system screen, and said, "And a 2% increase in resistance is absolutely amazing." Jinung stared at it, wondering, "I don't have 99% resistance anymore, so I'll have to fight with all my might just to catch a rabid mutt, huh?" Then he raised his hand and shouted with all his strength, "Summon Cassius!" Immediately it emerged from the void. Then Jinung's voice rang out again, "Quickly summon Lai." Huang Gui also quickly appeared before him. Seeing them rush towards the demon beasts, Jinung shouted, "Let the hunt begin." After a while, Jinung, carrying his spear, looked at the corpses of the demon beasts before him. Cassius frowned and said calmly, "It's finally over." Huang Gui looked at him and said, "That was tough, Cassius. I think the master will continue hunting." Cassius turned to look at him and said, "I think so too. What should we do? I don't think we'll get any rest for the next week." Huang Gui thought of Pipuji and sighed, saying, "I'm jealous of Pipuji, I want to rest too." Hearing this, Cassius replied, "But haven't you rested enough? I'm the one who gets summoned constantly." Hearing that, Huang Gui bowed his head and said, "If you don't work regularly, you lose the will to work. Humans call it the Monday morning syndrome." Cassius asked quizzically, "Monday morning syndrome?" Huang Gui calmly explained, "That's what the master's girlfriend told me." He thought about people going to work and explained, "People go to work with their shoulders slumped in despair. Monday after the weekend break is called Tired Monday, and everyone hates the thought of working." Hearing this, Cassius nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Huang Gui looked up at the sky and said, "The sky in the demon world is blood red, such a depressing color." Cassius asked softly, "Isn't it because we're the ones who are depressed?" Jinung looked over at them, thinking to himself, "Are these two trying to act out a play?" He reached out to pat Lai, who was beside him, and shouted, "Hey, why are you two treating hunting like a job? You guys are so lazy." Hearing this, Lai licked his head and said with a laugh, "Master, I want to hunt." Jinung laughed and praised him. "That's my Lai." Cassius, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Is Lai crazy or something? Why would he want to hunt insane?" Hearing this, Huang Gui lowered his head and said, "This is called..." His voice continued, "A workaholic, a fearsome disease." Lai stuck out his tongue and yelped excitedly, "Master, I think you taste like flesh and blood." Being licked, Jinung screamed in horror, "Stop it!" 4 hours later, Za arrived at this location with Pauline and Saria. Jinung, with a wide smile, raised his hand and shouted, "Hey everyone, long time no see, I have a quest for you." He looked towards her and commanded, "Saria, you will only pick up items of hero rank or higher." She answered with a bright smile, "Perfect." Then Jin Sheng looked over at him and said, "Bolin, you'll be the one to aggro the monsters." He also smiled in return, "As you command, my lord." Finally, he turned his gaze to the last man and said, "Zera, you're hunting with us." Hearing this, Zera remained silent, his brows furrowing tightly. Then he coldly replied, "I don't feel like it." Jin Sheng heard this and yelled in frustration. "Why not?" Zera said with a calm expression. "These normal monsters are just too boring. If a rare grade monster appears, then I'll make my move." Hearing that, he shouted back, "No, why would we waste time on rare grade ones? The normal monsters give way more EXP." His face filled with anger, he frowned and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Next, Jin-sung raised his hand to touch the system screen and said, "Ranking window." He looked at the screen, muttering in a low voice, "My current level is 179. And rank 1 is 181. Jin-sung touched his chin, thinking to himself, "I thought I was about to catch up, but it looks like I still have a long way to go." But a thought crossed his mind. Wait, wasn't Remia number 1 on the rankings originally Remia? A famous mage held the top spot, but now her information has vanished. Jin-sung frowned, wondering to himself, did she set her profile to private? Why would she do that? He then raised his hand to close the system screen, looking ahead as he thought. If Remia hadn't quit, I'm sure she'd be at least 1 to 2 levels higher than the current number 1. Jin-sung clenched his fist, telling himself he just had to work harder. Right after that, a dazzling pink light appeared. Remia stepped out from the circle of light, asking with curiosity, "So this is the demon world?" She looked around and exclaimed, "It's more pleasant here than I thought." The red flame. King Remia, holding her scepter, walked forward step by step. She was a former member of the Splendor Guild and the previous number 1 player on the level rankings. Her signature magic has always been Red Flame. Back on the central continent, she completed the Fire Dragon quest and became the game's first legend. She became the Red Flame King, the successor to the will of the Fire Dragon Renahin. Remia looked around, smiled, and asked, "The first person to enter was Yan. I wonder where he is." The Red Flame King had finally set foot in the demon world. She smiled faintly to herself, thinking, "I don't know how he got into the demon world so quickly, but this Remia won't be outdone." Meanwhile, on the other side, this part of the action manhwa is intense. Jin-sung, our overpowered main character, raised his long spear and charged forward. Immediately after, he thrust it straight into the demon beast, and it tilted its head back, letting out a pained shriek. Beside it, another serpent-like creature raised its claws, roared loudly, and charged. Jin-sung glanced its way, then leaned to the side, effortlessly dodging its attack. Jin-sung forcefully ripped his long spear from the other monster's chest. Next, he raised the spear high, aiming at another serpent and striking down. It screamed in agony as it was pierced through the chest, and immediately another monster opened its jaws wide to bite him from the side. From a corner, Zera instantly swung his sword, rushing to slash at it, just as he swept past. Its head flew high into the air as fresh blood spurted out. Zera, with a calm expression, looked straight ahead, as the monster behind him collapsed to the ground. Jin-sung stood still, watching the snake man fall. He asked with a wide smile on his face, "Due to the effect of the Soul King's judgment, you recover 10% of your health after dodging an enemy's attack. It's been 1 week since they entered the demon world." "I guess it's time for a quest," Jin-sung said with a bright smile as he looked at the system window. The quests are related to the demon world. One is from Iriel, and the other from Yankun. I have to finish Yankun's quest first before I can take on the one assigned by Iriel. His voice was calm as he declared, "Let's start the first quest." Then suddenly Jin-sung remembered something. He thought, wait, to do this quest I have to go through the area Yankun is guarding. Could my affinity with him have been reduced because of the update? Jin-sung looked at the ground and thought, last time I defeated him easily because of my broken magic resistance stat. But now I'm not sure if I can win. His voice echoed in the cave. It's fine. As long as the quest is still active, my affinity should have been maintained. Area 120 of the demon world. The entire surrounding area was desolate and empty. Jin-sung looked around confused. What's going on? Why isn't Yankun here? I don't see that massive summoning circle from last time either. Does this mean I can't take care of the corrupted monsters? He thought, scanning his surroundings. This is my first time in this area, so I should be careful. Suddenly a crack appeared in the ground, and it rapidly widened. A moment later, something shot out from the ground in a brilliant flash of light. Speeding towards Jin-sung, it pierced straight through his chest, sending blood flying as he cried out in pain. A group of chows slowly emerged from the ground. Jin-sung stared in shock as they began to walk towards him. One of the chows opened its mouth wide and roared. Jin-sung clutched his chest, thinking, Damn it, what kind of damage was that? When he saw Polan and Za reach for their weapons, he raised a hand and said, "I'm fine." Jinsung looked at the two of them and raised his hand, assuring them, "I can handle this myself." He then looked at the text above their heads. Level 263 Chows and level 262 Chows. He said, "This is the first time I've seen this type of monster. They're called Chows." Jinsung thought to himself as he looked at them, "and they're level 263. He frowned as he watched his blood drip to the floor, thinking, "If my magic resistance was even 1% lower, I'd be dead." Jinsung immediately raised his hand, gathering his energy and shouting, "Summon instantly Huanggui." Lifin and Kuss were all summoned forth. They appeared around him warily, staring down the pack of Chows. With a huge smile on his face, Jinsung yelled, "All-out attack!" His voice rang out with the command. Command. Beep beep Dragon Turtle's blessing on Lai and activate absolute defense. Jinsung turned to Huanggui and gave the order. Lai Fin use Crush to obstruct the enemy's vision. Then he glanced to the side, instructing Kuss to keep watch. For them. It calmly replied, "Understood." Finally, Jinsung raised his long spear and yelled, "Lai, engage in close combat with me." He stared straight ahead, roaring as he activated the will of the Celamus warrior, converting all his stats to speed. Power surged through Jinung's legs as he yelled out the transcendent effect of the Soul King's judgment immediately after with his hair. Of gold, he raised his long spear and charged swiftly towards the Chaos Horde. Phi also soared into the air, flapping its wings with great force, a wind-based attack. Kuss also advanced, raising its claws and staring intently at them. Jinung rushed forward, wielding his long spear, stabbing forcefully into a chaos creature. He raised his spear, his face grim as he stared directly at it. Then Jinung relentlessly thrust his long spear forward. The chaos creature's eyes flashed with red light as it stared back before swiping with its claws, and charged, striking fiercely at him. Seeing Chaos raise its claw to attack, Jinsung leaned back to dodge. He leaped up, avoiding another claw that swiped past. Immediately after, Chaos slammed down on the ground to gain momentum. It opened its mouth wide and charged straight at Jinsung, trying to bite him. He frowned, staring right at the Chaos, just as it raised its claw for a horizontal swipe. Jinsung immediately jumped forward to evade. He glanced back and sighed, a breath of relief. Immediately, a series of notifications appeared. Activated upon dodging an enemy attack with a 15% chance to inflict lightning damage equal to 30% of attack power. Upon dodging an enemy attack, there is a 30% chance to recover 10% health. Upon dodging an enemy attack, there is a 15% chance to inflict lightning damage equal to 30% of attack power. Upon dodging an enemy attack, there is a 30% chance to recover 10% health. Right after, a pale green light instantly enveloped the Chaos's entire body. It was struck by the light and threw its head back, screaming in agony. Lai immediately dashed towards the standing Chaos. Then it extended its claw and swiftly pierced through that Chaos. Seeing this, the other Chaos monsters immediately charged towards Lai, seeking revenge. They let out a scream and rushed at Lai. Then a Chaos opened its mouth wide and spat out a beam of light, a purple one. As they charged, Lai balled its fist and punched one straight in the face. Another Chaos's eyes glowed, dashing towards it. Lai immediately raised its claw and punched it squarely in the face. Lai let out a roar as its entire body radiated a golden light. A series of notifications appeared due to the Dragon Turtle's blessing effect. Bark Paji took 412,129 damage instead. Bark Paji is in an invincible state due to the absolute defense effect, taking 0 damage. Immediately after, the Golden Turtle raised its head, emitting a dazzling golden light. Lai immediately raised its claw high into the air. The Chaos that was punched straight in the face let out a painful cry. Right after, it collapsed to the ground. A series of notifications appeared. You have defeated a Chaos? Seeing this, Jinung smiled and exclaimed, "Easier than I thought. Since all my stats were converted to speed, my attack power is weaker." He looked at his chest, which had healed completely, and thought, but thanks to the transcendent option, I can both recover health and deal damage to the opponent just by dodging. Jinung touched his chin, analyzing, and from this battle, I've also identified the team's weaknesses. In his mind, he pictured his team members calculating the tankers on his side. Currently, we have Pipuji Slap and Syria, and I guess Pipuji should be included too, right? Jinung thought of the others. For damage dealers, there's Mitsupoin, Lai, Fin, H, and Kuss. He thought about her, realizing, right now, only Syria has healing abilities. Jin Sung touched his chin and wondered, too much damage but not enough support. It's a miracle we've come this far. He touched his chin, muttering softly, should I have Poland? Who has pretty high defense join the tanker team? It seems I need to find more support quickly. Rank 37, the BU guild emerged from the magic circle shouting, this is the demon world. 10 days after the update, they had finally found this place. He looked at the surrounding scenery and exclaimed, the Sen community forums said that the terrain of the demon world is different in each region. If that's the case, this must be the outskirts of the demon world. The guildmaster of the Byoldo Guild looked down and shouted, everyone, let's level up together. The members immediately raised their hands in response. Suddenly, a guild member looked in one direction and exclaimed in confusion, that guy. Seeing the demonic beasts charge towards the Bow Guild's master, he screamed in shock, that's a rum! They immediately lunged at the members of the Bow Guild, tearing them to pieces. The Bow Guild's master grabbed a demonic beast and shouted, everyone, don't ignore them! We will defeat the Raccoon. The post on the community page said, we'll get rich by picking up magic stones from them. A member of the Bow Guild heard this and said, magic stones. Another member lying on the ground clutched his head and muttered, rich. The Bow Guild's master raised his fist and roared excitedly, let's wipe out all the Raccoon. 10 days after the Demon World update, high-ranking guilds began entering this area one after another. Meanwhile, in area number 115 of the Demon World, a crystal was emitting a magnificent purple light. Jin Sung looked towards it and exclaimed in doubt, this crystal? He stared at the giant crystal before him, wondering, what is this thing? The entire area 115 had turned into a desolate wasteland. Jin Sung's group walked briskly forward. He glanced at the surrounding scenery and thought to himself, it's been 10 days since we entered the demon world, but I'm still stuck in area 115. Jin Sung pursed his lips, frowning in contemplation. On the way here, besides Chaos, I've encountered countless other monsters and the corrupted monsters mentioned in Yonkin's quest. Thinking of those monsters, he muttered to himself, I can't get past this place because they're blocking the way. Jin Sung turned his head to look back and called out, everyone, let's rest for a bit. Then he raised his hand to open the system window, saying, fortunately, we've made progress on Yonkin's quest by killing a rare-grade corrupted monster. I received an intermediate magic stone. Jin Sung stared at the magic stone in his hand and exclaimed, I can't believe an intermediate magic stone actually appeared. His face filled with frustration, he forcefully threw the stone to the ground and yelled, but if it can't be purified, this thing is no different from a regular rock. Right after Jin Sung thought about the monsters and muttered to himself, besides, I have no idea where these damn corrupted monsters keep coming from, they're endless. He clenched his fist tightly and said with a smile, in this situation, the only way is to get to the root of the problem. Jin Sung immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly. Summon Kuss and Fin quickly emerged from the magic circle. He looked at them and instructed, the corrupted monsters are appearing continuously. We can't just keep fighting forever. Go scout the area and report back if you find anything suspicious. Kuss immediately replied, understood. He watched their figures fly up and away. Then Jin Sung immediately put on his glasses and said, now I should get some rest. Cassius and Finn flew parallel to each other high in the sky, looking straight down below. Cassius was the first to speak. Hey, don't you think the master summons us way too much? I should probably report this to the Department of Jobs and Labor. Right after Finn immediately chirped twice in response, hearing that it froze in place watching Finn glide past. Cassius looked straight ahead and muttered, what the heck is it saying? Suddenly it looked towards Finn and chirped once. That's right, let's do our best. On the other side, Jin Sung was wearing sunglasses, sipping orange juice from one hand. Just then, Finn flew down quickly from above, calling out loudly as it approached him. Jin Sung took off his sunglasses, sat up and asked, Finn, did you find something? Immediately it flapped its wings continuously and then chirped repeatedly. Hearing this, Jin Sung clapped his hands loudly and shouted with a smile, "Excellent, break's over, everyone move out!" On the other side, Zera was lying on a mat snoring. He walked over and said coldly, "I know you're not sleeping. Get up." He sat up frowning and clicking his tongue. Back in the present, Jin Sung's group stood still, looking at the giant crystal emitting a dark aura in front of them. He approached it touching his chin and thinking, "This looks suspicious at first glance. What is this thing used for?" Zera immediately reached for the sword on his back. He walked over and forcefully pushed Jin Sung aside, saying, "Get out of the way." Then he frowned, gritted his teeth, raised his sword, and brought it down with a powerful strike. He struck down hard on the ceiling crystal. A series of notifications instantly appeared. "You have attacked the Demon World Ceiling Crystal. The ceiling crystal's durability has decreased by 7,984, equivalent to 0.23%. The ceiling crystal's remaining durability is 360,717, equivalent to 97.77%. The hidden NPC inside the ceiling crystal has taken 155 damage, so Byeon has 14,277 health remaining." Seeing this, Jin-dung frowned and roared in anger. "What the hell are you doing? Why would you just attack it like that?" Zera heard him and calmly replied, "You can tell there's something wrong with it just by looking. You fool, the only thing to do is to destroy this thing." Suddenly, he froze when the system notification showed that So-Byeon had 14,227 health remaining. Jin-dung was shocked and yelled, "What?" He immediately turned his head to stare intently at the crystal. Jin-sung looked towards it and shouted in astonishment, "The system says there's someone named So-Byeon in here." He clutched his head with both hands and groaned. This is a critical moment in our Manhwa recap as Jin-dung remembered the book and began to wonder. But the thing that puzzled him most was the author of this guidebook. He thought about that person contemplating an elf who became a half-demon by using demon's blood essence, the half-demon. So-Byeon. Jin-dung raised a finger and gave a strained smile. It's that half-demon, the summoner that Ariel mentioned. This is the kind of lore reveal that makes this action manhwa so compelling. Then shouldn't we find a way to break this crystal without harming the person inside? He looked over and said, "I think so too. I'll summon more people to get it done." Our overpowered main character immediately raised his hand, used his magic, and shouted. Summoned a crowd of people, raised the hammers in their hands, and yelled, "Everyone, let's carve it out! Let's do this!" After a long while, small shards of the crystal lay scattered on the ground. Jin-sung's eyes widened as he looked forward, letting out a cry. Finally, he looked at the shattered crystal and exclaimed, "We actually managed to break it!" The system screen displayed a notification. Ceiling crystal's durability is now at 0%. Jin-dung let out a weary laugh and said, "I'm exhausted. This item had a durability of 3 million, what an insane number." From within the crystal, a faint blue light suddenly appeared. Immediately after that, light grew increasingly blindingly bright. Jin-sung turned his head away and shouted, "Light is bursting from the crystal. So-Byeon's soul has awakened." Right after the system's voice chimed in with a notification, a classic reincarnation trope. The quest, opening the 2 realms of the demon world, has been activated. Hidden class demon training summoner. So-Byeon walked out from within the blue light. As Jin-sung looked over, he let out a gasp. The man lifted his leg and gently set it down on the ground in front of. So-Byeon looked at him and inquired, "Human, was it you who freed me?" He placed a hand on his chest and said with a smile, "Thank you. Thanks to you, my soul, which has been slumbering for so long, has finally awakened." Jin-dung looked over in that direction, asked with suspicion, "What is your name?" The man heard this and replied with a faint smile, "I am Serbian." Jin-sung. He looked towards Serbian and introduced himself. "My name is Jan." The boy looked at him in surprise, thinking, "What is this? I thought he would be very old, but he's much younger and more handsome than I expected." Serbian looked over and asked doubtfully, "Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry to bother you, but could you listen to my story?" Hearing this, Jin-dung wondered to himself, "Is this a quest?" He then immediately agreed, "Yes, of course." He placed a hand on his chest and said, "I was the first among all races to become a demon tamer. I captured countless demons. I studied them and collected a vast amount of data. Serbian recalled those demons and exclaimed, "The demons were far stronger and more mysterious than I had ever imagined." Thinking back to the past, he added, "So the more I researched, the more I longed for even stronger demons." Serbian recalled those demons and exclaimed, "That's why I tried to create a legendary grade demon. I tried countless times and failed just as many. Finally, he thought of it and cried out, 'I created Hund, the highest ranking demon I could tame.'" Serbian glanced to the side and said, "That's when my mistake began." His voice echoed as he recounted the events. "My mistake was using that hellhound to obtain even stronger demons." Serbian recalled the experiment and exclaimed, "I conducted an experiment to fuse two demons. The experiment was a success." He muttered softly, "But its power didn't improve significantly." Serbian recalled as he explained, "So I continued my experiments and I created the first legendary grade demon, the Demon Dragon." His voice rang out as he added, "Then I continued to combine legendary grade demons with each other." Serbian said in a low voice, "I had become a demon Tamer with bottomless greed. Wanting to create an epic grade demon, I combined the Demon Dragon with other legendary grade demons," he shouted in a cold voice. "And the epic grade demon I created was a catastrophe." Thinking of it, Serbian cried out in agitation, "The Demon Dragon Khalifa." He recounted the memory. "As soon as it was born, it immediately trapped me in a ceiling crystal." Serbian remembered the massive explosion at that time and cried out, "Then it destroyed my research facility and disappeared." Hearing this, Jinung's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Is that the same Khalifa that was mentioned before? You're the one who created it, that Khalifa." Serbian trembled all over, bowing his head and muttering, "My own greed caused this disaster." Jinung stared at him intently and asked, "So do you know about the corrupted monsters that have appeared in this area?" Hearing this, Serbian asked doubtfully, "Corrupted monsters? What do you mean?" Jinung immediately raised his hand and opened the system screen, saying, "One moment." He took out a fang that was glowing with a purple light and said, "Here." Serbian looked. He felt the energy radiating from the fang and mused, "This energy." Serbian looked towards his laboratory and replied, "I suspect the problem arose when my laboratory was destroyed by Khalifa." Hearing this, Jinung asked in surprise, "Because of your laboratory?" He bowed his head and affirmed, "Yes." Serbian's voice rang out as he softly explained, "To fuse demons, I needed seeds of frenzy to control their demonic power." He recalled them and explained, "The demons affected by the seeds of frenzy went berserk." Jinung heard this and asked doubtfully, "Seeds of frenzy?" Serbian thought about it and said calmly, "To be precise, they are seeds made from the components of a frenzy stone. Refining rage stones will create rage seeds." Hearing this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that the rage stones were the root of the problem. He looked straight ahead and said, "Behind my laboratory, there's a mine with a large quantity of buried rage stones. I usually manage it very strictly so the demons can't get close. It's possible that when Khalifa destroyed the laboratory, the demons seized the opportunity to invade." Jinung looked at the system window before him, wondering, "So if we manage to seal that mine, we'll complete Yankin's quest, right?" A system notification popped up, "A favor for Yankin, gatekeeper of the demon world." Continued. One of the high-ranking officials of the demon world and its gatekeeper, Yankun. He has long been troubled by a persistent worry, the abnormal appearance of corrupted monsters in the area under his management. Although Yankun regularly hunts them, their numbers are still constantly increasing. While he didn't see them as a problem at first, the demonic creatures have continued to evolve at an exceptional rate, becoming a potential threat. Yankun is greatly impressed by your power. He believes that you are capable of resolving his concerns. Quest difficulty SS. Quest requirement player must be acknowledged by Yankin. Time limit none. Reward: 20 intermediate demon blood essence. If you refuse this quest, your affinity with the demon world gatekeeper Yankin will decrease significantly. Yankin is currently in the City of Wrath. He looked at the notification with confusion, wondering, "What is this? Did Yankin's location appear because I passed through the area?" He protects Jinung. looked up at Serbian and asked, "So how do we seal that mine?" Hearing this, the man immediately held up a hand and asked in return, "I will tell you the method. But first, will you listen to my request?" Our hero's voice rang out with certainty. "Yes, of course." Right after that, the system window popped up once more. The beginning of Hidden Demon Alchemy. A quest for a half-demon linkage. The demon summoner Serbian wants you to become his successor in researching demon fusion. However, demon alchemy is not something that just anyone can perform. Only a truly talented summoner can successfully conduct Serbian's experiments. This is a key plot point in this Manhwa recap. Serbian will test your skills. Go to Area 107 in the demon world and find Serbian's destroyed research facility and eliminate all the corrupted demons there. Quest difficulty SS. Rewards are available. Will you accept this quest, yes or no? He looked at the screen and asked, "So I just have to wipe out all the corrupted demons at the research facility and then return?" He mused internally. "I need to ask for details because he might just disappear like Yankin did." Serbian crossed his arms and said coldly, "I'll go with you." Hearing this, X crossed his arms and asked in annoyance, "Then why don't you do it yourself? Isn't it the Khalifa you created that caused all this trouble?" Cassius, who was beside him, also spoke up irritably, "I agree. You should solve the problem you created yourself. I was sealed by that demon dragon." Seeing this, Jinung was startled and wondered to himself, why is an NPC saying that at this rate won't the quest be cancelled? Hearing this, Serbian scratched his head and replied with a laugh, "I'd like to do it myself, but I don't have a body right now, and I don't know the whereabouts of the demons I tamed." Hearing this, he gave a forced laugh and thought to himself, "I need to resolve this quickly before the quest disappears." Then he spoke up, "That's right, we have no choice but to help him. We have to deal with these corrupted monsters anyway, right?" Jinung clenched his fist tightly, thinking, "Awesome. This is a classic scene for I'll finish this quest quickly and head to the City of Wrath to find Yankin. Then I'll use the demon's blood essence and become a half-demon." He calculated in his head that he would upgrade his hidden class to a pure demon master. In Area 111 of the demon world, a strong wind blew out from inside a factory. Immediately after, a powerful explosion erupted from within the city. Jinung gripped his long spear tightly, looking towards the demon beasts. He immediately raised his hand and stared forward. Then Jinung raised his spear, leaped up, and lunged forward. He held the long spear high in his hands, intending to stab down with great force. Just as Jinung struck down with all his might, a green light flared up from that spot. Nearby, another corrupted demon beast opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. It forcefully wrapped itself around Jinung, binding him tightly. He immediately raised his arms, gritting his teeth to block the attack. The centipede carried Jinung with it, slamming him hard into the ground. Seeing this, Z immediately dashed towards it from the side. He raised his sword and effortlessly slashed the centipede. It was struck. Green blood continuously poured from its mouth, and it cried out in pain. Jinung sat on the ground and let out a groan, saying, "It seems the further we go, the stronger the monsters get." Z looked at him and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Sen held out a hand to Jinung and said, "The reason these demons are getting stronger is because they've been poisoned by the frenzy stone. It's like when humans use stimulants. You did well." He turned his head to look in one direction and said, "If we get past this place..." Serbian looked up at the building in front of them and said, "We will enter Area 110. As they walked, Serbian looked at everyone, laughing and talking non-stop. Cold sweat formed on Jinung's forehead as he thought about the man. He glanced at Serbian beside him and thought, "He's so damn talkative." Serbian held up a finger and continued to explain that the Lost's weak point is its lower back. Its spine is very weak, so even a small impact will make it writhe in pain. Under the moonlight, which was as red as blood, Serbian's voice rang out, "There's also a monster called Hekarun. You need to pay attention to its eyes. When its eyes glow bright red, that's when it will attack more fiercely." Jinung glanced at him, thinking to himself. However, his words weren't entirely useless. On the contrary, they provided useful knowledge. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, startled, looking at the purple light emanating from up ahead, shouting, "This is it!" The group stared at the dazzling purple light coming from a magic circle. Serbian looked towards it and began to explain, "We've reached the gate to Area 109. To get to the next area, you have to face one of the gatekeeper generals," he asked with a wide smile. "You're going to fight right away, aren't you?" "Well, that's a given." Immediately after Serbian lifted his foot and stepped towards the magic circle, Jinung clutched his head and yelled in agitation, "Wait." Seeing his foot just inches from the magic circle, he screamed, "Hold on!" Jinung then touched his chin deep in thought. What should I do? In the fight against Yankan, I won, because I had a 99% magic resistance buff. But now if I have to fight someone on Yankan's level, this Manhwa, he frowned and gritted his teeth. It's a 100% chance of failure. Jinung scratched his head and said with a forced laugh, "Fighting right now is a bit difficult." Hearing this, Sen frowned and asked, "Didn't you already clear Area 120? He heard this and replied with a faint smile, "That's right, but I was just lucky back then." The man pursed his lips and made a sound. He fell into deep thought. Then Serbian's voice rang out, "It's not that there isn't another way." He crossed his arms and calmly pointed out, "If you don't want to fight, you need to obtain the demon seal of the gatekeeper of Area 120. Serbian touched his chin and said, "But the chance of getting that is like the sun appearing in the demon world." Immediately after, Jinung's voice replied, "I have it." He held out a red gem with a demon seal on it, asking, "Are you talking about this?" Serbian immediately circled the demon seal, exclaiming, "Isn't this the demon seal of Yankan, a high-ranking demon? How do you have something so precious?" Cold sweat appeared on Jinung's face as he asked, "But how do I use it to get past this place?" Hearing this, he touched his chin and replied with a smile, "It's very simple." Serbian pointed at the tombstone and asked, "Do you see this tombstone?" He pointed to the small round hole at the top and said, "Just place the seal in the hole." Jinung obeyed, walking over with the demon seal. He then looked at the tombstone without a word. Jinung reached out and placed the demon seal into the small hole. Immediately after, the magic circle turned red and lightning flashed continuously. Streams of energy swirled around, gathering in one spot. Jinung looked at the magic circle and asked doubtfully, "Is it done?" He looked over with a slight smile and asked, "So we can pass Area 100 without fighting. Isn't that great?" Jinung clapped his hands, looked over and shouted, "All right, let's go in." Soon enough, Jinung's group arrived in Area 107. He looked around and exclaimed, "This place is like a maze." Hearing this, Serbian replied, "You're right, that's why I set up my laboratory in this area 107. His voice rang out as he explained, "The royal and noble demons, they were incredibly troublesome to me because they are much stronger than the demons around here." Serbian thought back to the past and said, "I didn't want them poking their noses into my experiments." He explained in a low voice, "So I came to this place with its maze-like terrain. They didn't pay any attention to this place, so I could conduct my research freely." Serbian took a step forward and stopped. He looked at Jinung and said with a smile, "We've arrived at the place where I set up my laboratory." Serbian looked at the surrounding scenery and said calmly, "The demon factory." He looked up at the scenery around him and stammered, "The demon factory." Jinung followed Serbian inside and exclaimed softly, "It's so desolate in here." He looked at the scene before him and replied, "Of course, Khalifa destroyed everything, and it's been abandoned for over 1,000 years. Serbian crossed his arms and asked, "But how did we get from Area 10 to Area 107 without encountering a single demon?" A slight smirk appeared on Serbian's lips as he answered softly, "It's because of the frenzy stone." He looked straight ahead and said, "All the demons near Area 107 have caught its scent and are gathering here." Hearing this, Jinung cried out in shock, "What?" His face froze in horror as he asked loudly, "They're all gathering here." Serbian heard him and chuckled. "Not just from the areas I passed through, but demons from areas 105 and 106 are drawn here too. To demons, the frenzy stone is as alluring as a drug, just like how cats are drawn to catnip." His voice echoed as he explained, "I've told you before that it's similar to a stimulant. In reality, it's even more potent. If a demon absorbs a frenzy stone, it will feel no pain and become addicted to the stone." Serbian reached for the doorknob and said, "Now if we open this door, The moment the door was pushed open, a cloud of ash immediately billowed out. Jinung was choked by the dust, letting out a series of dry coughs. He squinted ahead and yelled, "It's so dusty!" Inside, a swarm of demonic beasts was ferociously Yundong looked down from above, letting out a confused cry. The demonic beasts immediately turned their heads, letting out confused roars. Jinung quickly slammed the door shut. He looked up at the old man, asking, "Sobian, how could you mistake the room?" The old man heard this and let out a forced laugh, saying, "I was just too flustered." Immediately after, a loud thud came from the door. Zera instantly raised the blade in her hand, looking warily in that direction. Bin also gripped his weapon tightly. The door was slammed against again, even harder this time. A loud crash echoed continuously. A demon thrust its sharp claws through the door, then tore it apart with immense force. Then the door crashed to the ground and the horde of demonic beasts charged out. Seeing this, Jinung yelled out, "Everyone hold them back!" The demonic beasts opened their maws wide, snapping viciously at him. Slap let out a cry, unleashing a blast of purple energy. It used its chaos abyss, continuously swallowing large numbers of the demonic beasts. Immediately after, a blue magic circle appeared as Jinung's voice echoed. "Summon!" he yelled, and a figure instantly materialized. At another command from Jinung, it leaped forward. "Bipuji!" Then he shouted, "Casus!" The creature was in the middle of drinking water and spat it out in shock. Cassius raised a hand to cover his mouth, letting out a groan. Jinung, seeing this from behind, asked, "Are you all right?" With tears streaming down its face, it mumbled back, "There are so many of them." Hearing that, he gripped his long spear and looked ahead. Jinung yelled, "All right, let's go together." Lai immediately charged straight at the demonic beasts. It then raised its claws and swiped at them. After Lai tore one beast to shreds, the others immediately swarmed in from behind. Jinung watched a confused look on his face as he looked at Lai. Lai bared its fangs, glaring at the demonic beasts nearby. When he saw it charge forward and annihilate them, he cried out in shock. "What the?" Jinung stared at his summon in disbelief, asking, "What's happening?" His eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, "Lai, what's with you? Have you always been this powerful?" It turned its head back and replied, "It's because the moons are very bright in this place, master." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Moons?" Sobian overheard and explained softly, "From Area 109 onwards, there are 3 moons." The old man glanced at Lai and added, "I believe they've made your wolf stronger." Jinung turned his attention to the system window, wondering, "That's possible." A notification immediately popped up. Lai, level 283, legendary grade beast. Personality courageous. Overall stats. Attack 68,690. Defense 47,252. Agility 321,154. Intelligence 20,318. HP 353,069. Innate ability. Lifesteal. Converts 25% of damage dealt to enemies into vitality. If a critical hit lands, it converts 70% of that damage into HP. Wrath of the Warwolf. 10-minute cooldown. Enters a berserk state for 3 minutes. All stats are increased by 50% and critical hit rate increases by 20%. Each critical hit on an enemy reduces the cooldown by 5 seconds. Kingdom of Shadows. Enters the Kingdom of Shadows state for 3 minutes, and all damage dealt becomes absolute damage. Critical. Reduces incoming damage by 70% and increases movement speed by 50%. Air of the Moon. A passive skill. When bathed in moonlight, all speeds increase by 30%. It also regenerates 3% of max HP per second. The dominant warwolf is the ruler of all wolf species, and only one warwolf in the entire world can inherit this title. He looked at the final notification and shouted in shock, "What?" Jinung. Our overpowered main character stared at the system in amazement, deep in thought. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought, does that mean a 90% speed increase and 9% HP regeneration per second? Jinsung looked over at Lai and exclaimed, "In that case, the moon here turns Lai into a zombie-slaying assassin." Serbian raised his hand and said, "Let's head deeper inside." The Frenzy Stone storage was in the center. Jinsung and the others headed inside, but Slap was too large and had to be unsummoned. Lai tilted his head back, his nose twitching slightly. He looked in a specific direction and called out, "Master, I smell monster blood." He stopped and turned to his summon, asking doubtfully, "Blood?" Jinsung frowned. "What kind of blood are you talking about?" Serbian gripped the door handle and pulled with all his might. The moment the door swung open, in this intense action manhwa scene, everyone stared inside in shock. A creature called Lakiel was relentlessly gnawing on a frenzy stone. Jinsung looked at the corpses on the ground and asked uncertainly, "Are all of these dead?" Zera glanced over and asked, "What is that crow-like monster?" Serbian looked towards it and replied, "That is a monster I spent a great deal of effort creating." The Lakiel continued to gnaw relentlessly on the frenzy stone inside. He raised a finger and explained, "Lakiel is a hero-grade monster, but its power is on par with a legendary grade one. This is a classic moment in any..." Serbian's voice added, "Lakiel's soul is the best ingredient for creating a legendary grade monster." Hearing this, Jinsung asked doubtfully, "It's an ingredient for creating a legendary monster?" He calmly confirmed, "That's right. It's an incredibly rare monster. If you fail to tame it, there's no telling when you'll find another one." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, what a waste. I don't have any demon's blood essence, so I can't even tame it. Why did I have to encounter it at a time like this? A tough spot for our hero on his path of reincarnation." Letting out a questioning sound. Then it stood up, spread its wings, and unleashed a sonic wave toward the group. Serbian music saw this and shouted in alarm, "No, it's pinpointed our location." Hearing that, Jinsung immediately raised his hand and yelled, "Summon!" His voice rang out. Boom! The massive form of the Emperor Turtle was summoned. Then Jinsung turned and shouted, "Zera, summon Slap." Hearing his command, she raised her hand and replied, "Right. Summon Slap." He immediately appeared, pounding his chest powerfully. He looked at the Emperor Turtle and yelled, "Biggie, work with Slap to hold it down." This manhwa recap is getting intense. As Jinsung then looked over and asked, "Serbian, does this Lakiel have a weak point?" Hearing the question, he immediately replied, "There are a few things you need to be aware of." Serbian looked at the Lakiel and began to explain, "Lakiel's feathers will ignite whenever its health drops to a certain threshold. That burning state will last for 5 minutes. He then thought about the color of the flames and added, "If the flames are red, it will be completely immune to all magical damage." Zera softly added, "And if the flames are blue, it will be completely immune to all physical damage." Jinsung turned his head and asked, "Do the flame colors appear in any particular order?" Hearing this, he frowned and replied, "I'm sorry, I don't know about that." He immediately responded, "I see, thank you." Jinsung frowned, thinking to himself, "So far my forces haven't suffered any losses, but it seems I'll have to accept some sacrifices to defeat that monster." On the other side, Lakiel was raising its claws to strike at the hybrids. He glanced over at Lakiel, thinking, "And I really don't want to kill it." Lakiel flapped its powerful wings high above its sharp eyes, staring straight down. Huangqi looked up, completely bewildered. How were they supposed to fight it while it was hovering in the air like that? But Jinsung's reaction was calm. "No problem, we can fly too." He pointed his hand forward, and a magic circle appeared. "Summon!" 2 other beasts appeared instantly, Jay and Finn. Jinsung's face filled with strong confidence as he declared, "The aerial battle begins." Lakiel opened its mouth in defiance, letting out a terrifying roar, and a brilliant golden light emanated from its mouth. 3 fireballs shot out from its maw to attack. Jinsung, riding his beast, calmly surveyed his surroundings before aiming to charge up from below. At that moment, Jinsung seized the opportunity to issue commands. "Finn, crush it." J-Dragon's roar. "B, use the Turtle Dragon's blessing on Cassius." Huangqi closed its eyes and calmly unleashed its power. Cassius extended its sharp claws. Sharp spikes began to sprout from its body. Cassius transformed into its dragon form, flapping its wings and letting out a roar. A long tail grew from its body. Then Cassius looked up at its target, preparing to fly up and charge. It used its sharp claws to grab onto Lakiel's wing. Its demeanor changed completely in the face of Cassius's fearsomeness. Lakiel opened its mouth and shrieked in confusion. Once again, glowing red magma appeared in its mouth. Then it spat a stream of fire directly at Cassius. At that moment, its eyes widened in utter surprise. Not only was Cassius unharmed, but it was also gathering death energy in its mouth. Witnessing this power, Lakiel panicked completely, only able to cry out, its two wings still restrained. In an instant, it was struck directly by that blast of power, roaring in pain. Lakiel's eyes bulged as it let out weak cries. Cassius also let go, and its body fell limply downwards at great speed. A plume of acrid gray smoke rose from its body. Suddenly, Lakiel's eyes shot open in astonishment. Lai was coming from below, leaping up to attack, swiping with its claws. Lakiel hastily flapped its wings to ascend. Feathers flew everywhere. This inadvertently neutralized Lai's attack. Its body was now covered in many scratches and wounds. Lakiel was trying to use its remaining strength to fly higher. Its entire body began to glow with a sea blue light. Lakiel turned its head, bringing its two wings together with a clap. The aura it emitted now was incredibly dense. Then it spread its wings and let out a terrifying shriek. Jinung had to raise his arm to block the force, his face contorting. He squinted, wondering to himself, what was that? What did that crazy bird just do? Can it shoot fire when its wings are ablaze? He watched intently, analyzing a defensive strategy. It's a blue flame. That means it's immune to physical damage. In that case, the attacks from Lai and Poland will be useless. Jinung found it difficult to make a decision, but the damage from Finn and Jay was too weak, and Cassius's Dragon Roar skill has too long of a cooldown. He grimaced again, gritting his teeth and resorting to a temporary plan. Damn it, everyone focus on dodging. For now. Jinsung's face grew tense. He stressed just until that flame subsides. He saw the situation was getting tense and had to encourage them to endure. Meanwhile, Lakiel roared continuously and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Cuss's eyes widened in surprise at its sheer speed. Jinsung also had a huge question mark in his mind. His summoned beasts exchanged confused glances with each other. Since when did Lakiel get behind Slap and the Imperial Turtle launching a combo attack at the same time? They had to scramble to escape. Seeing the situation was different from what he'd predicted, he wondered, what's going on? Why is it attacking the tankers first? Is it in a frenzy and can't see straight? Jinsung's expression softened, looking pleased. If that's the case, then it's perfect. Lakiel was frantically chasing after the Imperial Turtle and Slap. It spread its wings, searching for its prey. Jinsung smiled, waiting for the right opportunity. All right, the flame is dying down. He shouted a command to his beasts. Now's our chance. Everyone charge. But the beast was no pushover. It spread its wings, preparing to use another skill right in front of them. At that moment, besides the two tankers, Sez and Poland had been standing by watching. A notification appeared. Lakiel uses its unique skill, Roar of Darkness. Immediately after it let out a monstrous roar, Lai and the other two stood there watching, while raising their arms to shield themselves. The system immediately announced the damage dealt by Lakiel. The summoned beast Lai takes 276,311 damage. Another one was unlucky enough to be hit. The summoned NPC Poland takes 170,129 damage. The power of the sound wave dealt additional damage. The summoned NPC Zera takes 231,858 damage. Due to Lakiel's demonic energy, they take an additional 101,500 true damage. Jinsung became even more tense and shouted, "Everyone!" He gritted his teeth, looking extremely distressed. Then Jinsung mounted Finn and flew straight ahead. He gripped his weapon tightly, then Jinsung hurled his spear directly at Lakiel. It turned around its face, a mask of pure shock. The spear pierced straight through Lakiel's wing, letting out a terrified shriek. It opened its mouth wide and roared in agony. Now Lakiel stood before him, a wound marring its wing. Jinsung and Finn arrived beside their companions. He was sweating, his expression incredibly tense. Jinsung stopped and began to taunt it. "What are you going to do now? You can't fly anymore, can you?" His eyes quickly narrowed as he calculated his next move. Unfortunately, the effect of the Soul King's judgment didn't work. From Lakiel's mouth, a blazing red flame appeared before it spewed out unexpectedly. The target was straight ahead, right where he and his summoned beasts were gathered. Seeing this, Jinsung shouted a panicked warning, "What?" The Imperial Turtle immediately, its draconic scales beginning to glow. He yelled, ordering it to use absolute defense. Instantly, a brilliant golden barrier appeared. The Imperial Turtle stood at the front, blocking the damage for everyone. The point of contact between the fire and the shield erupted in a blinding light. The system displayed a notification about the damage his party took from Lakiel. The summoned beast, Paji, takes 341,244 damage. Due to the effect of absolute defense, the summoned beast Paji takes 0 damage. Jinsung then turned back, reacting quickly to remind her, "Seria! When absolute defense ends, heal Paji." She replied with a very worried expression, "But Slap is almost out of health," he shouted fiercely, making his stance clear. "We have to prioritize ourselves," Jinsung insisted. With that decision, he restored Baji first, then turned to those below and called out, "Za, attack with me." Hearing this, he looked up. He looked up and nodded in agreement. "All right." Jinsung, despite knowing the difficulty, was incredibly resolute. Even if it meant taking on more risks himself, he had to fight alongside them. Because if he lost his summoned beasts and supporting NPCs, his hunting efficiency in the demon world would be cut in half. Jinsung's eyes became incredibly fierce. The time was now, and he waited for the perfect moment. He shouted the command, "Go!" The two sides faced off, the atmosphere incredibly tense, his face smudged with dirt. He was breathing wearily. Jinsung's comrades were all exhausted, looking disheveled, their eyes filled with shock and fatigue. Meanwhile, Lakiel had already taken down several of his summoned beasts. Jinsung raised his spear and made a decision. "Everyone stop!" Exa turned his head in complete surprise, exclaiming, "What?" Cassius tried to stay positive, encouraging everyone, "We need to attack now to take it down." Jinsung observed carefully to come to a conclusion. The flame had already changed color 6 times. According to what Serbian said, Lakiel had less than 25% of its health left. He turned back, his expression grim as he made his decision. "I'm going to tame it," Serbian shouted in disbelief, his face aghast. "What?" From behind, he struggled to remind him. "Don't you know that only a half-demon can capture a monster from the demon world?" But of course, Jinsung already knew that. This overpowered main character always has a plan in this amazing I know. He clutched his chest using a healing ability. His entire body began to glow with a green light. His health gradually recovered. Then Jinsung turned back and gave a tense reminder, "Baji, on my signal, use the blessing of the dragon turtle on me." Baji heard this, committing it to memory and replying, "Understood." Lakiel was now growling, displaying its rage. Its mouth glowed red-hot with lava. It let out a ferocious roar, spewing fire towards him. Jinsung charged forward, just as powerfully, the spear spinning in it. He could spin it with incredible skill using just 2 fingers. Jinsung excitedly advanced with his spear. "Serbian, this is the reason." He charged forward, declaring his true motive, "I want to push it even further." Waiting for the perfect moment, Jinsung yelled the command, "Now!" The dragon turtle immediately closed its eyes. It focused deeply to use the blessing of the dragon turtle. Then Jinsung leaped into the air, spinning the spear in his hand a few times. He was in a posture ready to dive down and attack. Jinsung struck Lakiel directly with his spear. A long gash appeared on its chest. He nimbly leaped around, attacking it relentlessly, but Lakiel managed to swing its wing in a counterattack, striking Jinsung squarely. He grimaced in pain, and at that very moment a system notification appeared. Due to the effect of the blessing of the dragon turtle, Baji has taken 315,252 damage on your behalf. Jinsung swung himself around, gripping his spear tightly. He leaped high into the air, striking its face so hard that Lakiel had no time to react. The beast was instantly stunned. Its entire body slammed hard against the stone wall behind it. Lakiel tried to resist counterattacking with its flames, but Jinsung had already figured out the pattern. The red flame meant it was immune to magic damage. Then he confidently made his judgment. That meant it had less than 10% of its health left. With his deduction complete, he landed gently in front of Lakiel, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This Manhwa So before it could unleash its area of effect attack, he leaped high into the air, deciding to finish it. This is a classic overpowered main character move in a great action Manhwa. Seeing Jinung's actions, Lakia tilted its head back and roared with a look of confusion. It was under constant attack, but managed to defend itself with red flames. A system notification appeared. Lakiel has taken 45,621 damage. Lakiel has taken 39,881 damage. Lakiel has taken 42,913 damage. A cloud suddenly appeared hovering over its head. Then a bolt of blue lightning struck down from the cloud, hitting Lakiel directly. It let out a roar, and the system immediately displayed the damage report. Lakiel has taken 0 damage. Jinung smirked, thoroughly amused as he taunted it. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? Even if you take no damage, it still hurts, doesn't it? Then he agilely launched a barrage of attacks on Lakiel. Jinung's face was tense and grimy as he calculated his next move. My basic attacks deal physical damage, so they still work on it. But the effect from the judgment of the Spirit King is completely useless. Finally, he made his decision. All right then. I'll keep moving and dealing basic damage while torturing it with electricity without worrying about it dying. Zera placed her hands on her hips, observing and speculating carefully. I feel like I've seen this scene before. Cases had to nod in agreement. It's certainly an interesting experience. The two of them exchanged a knowing glance, remembering the time Yankin was tormented to the point of just sitting there clutching his head in defeat. This time Jinung was doing something. He was on top of Lakiel, relentlessly attacking it with physical blows. The flames on Lakiel's wings began to fade. He was thrilled, having waited for the perfect moment. The flames are out. Now's the time. Jinung immediately summoned a magic circle on his hand and shouted, "Capture!" Instantly, a magical spiderweb appeared, glowing as it restrained Lakiel. After it let out a shriek, the system announced, "You do not have demon blood flowing in your body. You cannot palm this monster until you become a half-demon. You have failed to capture the hero-grade monster Lakiel." Jinung leaped back and landed while it remained motionless in front of him. He was furious, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Jinung swung his arm, switching plans. Or rather, his gaze shifted to one of complete defiance. Was I not sincere enough? Lakiel's eyes widened, staring ahead nervously. Sobin held his head and shook it with a tired, exasperated look. Threatening it is pointless. You can't capture a monster from the demon world unless you become a half-demon. Lakiel's expression changed. Its face filled with its gaze grew tense as it stared forward. Suddenly it changed its attitude and knelt before him. Jin-sung couldn't understand this phenomenon. Damn, what is this? He immediately opened his screen to read the notification. The hero-grade monster, Lakiel, wishes to become your summoned beast. However, since you do not have demon blood flowing in your body, you cannot control Lakiel after summoning. Do you accept Lakiel as your companion? Seeing this, Jin-sung was immediately satisfied and smiled brightly. This is good. Very good. This makes things easier for both of us. Then he pressed the screen to make his decision. All right, I agree. As soon as he confirmed, a thick, dusty aura erupted in front of Jin-sung, where Lakiel was kneeling. The man standing behind him frowned in confusion. This is absurd. Seobin's eyes widened, his face becoming extremely tense. Something I thought was impossible for hundreds of years. Who would have thought this problem could be solved with brute force? Meanwhile, Jinung was absolutely thrilled. Lakiel, you're mine now, little one. Hearing the system's words, he immediately asked, Hey, did you just say violence? Jinung turned his face. His expression darkening as he insisted, those were just love taps. Serbian seemed reluctant to accept the truth. Do I really have to grant the Demon Tamer class to this guy? A series of system screens popped up in front of him, displaying a flood of notifications. You have successfully tamed an untamable monster. You are eligible to activate a hidden class. The hidden Tamer class evolves to the next level. The Tamer class has increased. You have obtained a new hidden skill. Communication 1. You have obtained a new hidden skill. Sacrifice 1. At that moment, reading the notifications, Jinung was stunned. What my class has levels? What are the rules for leveling it up? He scratched his ear a few times, deciding he needed to research this. And there was one more thing. A notification from the system provided a brief explanation of the new skill. Communication 1 skill type. Passive. Skill level 1. Proficiency 0%, cooldown none. Duration unlimited. If the distance between the summoned beast and the summoner exceeds the control range, a 300-minute duration will be created. If the summoned beast remains outside the summoner's control range after the duration expires, the summoned beast will be forcibly unsummoned. Conditions for use. This is a passive skill that only applies to summoned beasts with maximum intimacy with the summoner. A great summoner can communicate deeply with their summoned beasts. If the communication ability develops beyond its limits, the summoner will be able to control the summoned beast even in places where they are not present. Additionally, even if the summoner logs out, the summoned beast can be maintained in a summoned state for a certain period of time as the proficiency of Communication 1 increases. Sacrifice 1. Skill type. Active. Skill level. Level 1. Proficiency. 0%. Cooldown. 3. Conditions for use can be used on a summoned beast or on the summoner themselves cannot be used. On other players, NPCs, or other players' summoned beasts. Combat ability. Foes combat ability. The sacrifice beast by 2%. The sacrifice target will receive a penalty similar to dying on the battlefield. The buff is applied to the summoner and all summoned beasts you own. As the proficiency of Sacrifice 1 increases, the buff coefficient will increase and the duration will also increase. If the proficiency of the Sacrifice 1 skill reaches its maximum, you can learn the Sacrifice 2 skill. Jinung hugged his summon tightly, incredibly excited about the communication skill. However, the Sacrifice skill left him a bit confused. An image of his enraged, summoned beasts flashed through his mind and he broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning bewildered. I don't even know how to use it yet. Then he turned his attention back, asking curiously, Mr. Serbian, where are the remaining corrupted monsters? Hearing this, the old man asked in surprise, You still want to hunt more? Serbian seemed worried and urged him, You should rest. But Jinung was resolute, explaining, I still have requests to complete. The old man slowly got to his feet again. Hearing Jinung's determination, Serbian had no choice but to agree. He agreed. All right if you insist. The corpses of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Jinung now walked up to them. He and his summons stood looking at the aftermath before them. A series of system notifications appeared. You have defeated the corrupted monsters at Serbian's destroyed research facility, 375 out of 375. You have met the conditions to complete the hidden linked quest, The Beginning of Demonic Alchemy. Please speak with SN. Serbi, seeing this, was also extremely pleased and grateful. So we've dealt with all the remaining corrupted monsters in the laboratory. Thank you for your hard work. And the system also sent a notification. You have completed the hidden quest, The Beginning of Demonic Alchemy. Completion rank SSS. You have received 57,989,900 experience points. You have received 400,000 fame. Serbian has begun to trust you. Jinung also turned to express his gratitude. Thank you, Serbian. You've worked hard too. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation intensely. I thought the quest completion rank would be low because it took so long to capture Lakiel, but that's not the case. Jinung calmly looked at the glowing screen in front of him which read, The Beginning of Demonic Alchemy. 2. A hidden linked quest. The half-demon Serbian, the first demon Tamer, has recognized your leadership ability as the first quality of a summoner. He is very impressed with your combat skills and wants to conduct a second test. The second quality Serbian requires is the ability to tame beasts. After capturing 3 or more low-level monsters, return to SBN. Quest difficulty S. Quest condition. Pass SBN's first test. Become a half-demon. Time limit none. Rewards. 10 Berserker Stones. 10 low-grade, magical, alchemy stones. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes or no? After reading that, he was completely shocked. The quest condition is to be a half-demon. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Jinung recalled what SB had said, Pitiful human, do you have this quest? He rested his chin on his hand, realizing, so that's how it was supposed to be. At that moment, Serbian spoke up again. Initially, to test your qualities, I was going to give you a monster taming quest. His face grew tense as he asked, but you managed to capture Lakiel while still being human. Do you understand what that means? But Jinsung's face showed a look of complete confusion. I don't know. A blinding light suddenly appeared right in front of him. The system displayed a surprising notification. You have completed the hidden linked quest, The Beginning of Demonic Alchemy 2. He stared wide-eyed, not understanding what was happening. What the heck is this? I haven't done anything. How is the quest already completed? Jinsung looked around in utter confusion. No, anyway, he returned to the main point. Thank you for your recognition. So what do you plan to do now? Serbian smiled and stated his intentions frankly. I plan to stay here and repair this laboratory. Hearing this, Jinsung approached and shook his hand in goodwill. Then let's part ways here. He didn't forget to leave a promise. I will return after I obtain the demon's blood essence. The old man also smiled brightly, fully supporting his decision. All right, I wish you luck. After that, Serbian turned and walked inside while Jinsung's group also left the area. Jinsung's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. All right, let's head to the city. But right after that, he suddenly felt sleepy. Bipuji had no choice but to spray a powerful stream of water. Thanks to that, Jinsung immediately snapped back to his senses. So cold, he understood the intention and immediately started tickling it back. Thanks. Did you do that to wake me up? Come to think of it, I've been playing the game for 17 hours straight today. I should log out and get some sleep. 2 sets of footsteps were walking in perfect sync side by side. Huni turned his head as he walked and asked curiously, I wonder what Yan is doing right now, and where Kanoan walking beside him smiled and offered a guess. He's probably defeated a ton of demons and monsters to become something like a demon king by now. He found this a bit strange and started teasing. But why do you ask? Do you miss Sir Yan? The young boy immediately denied it repeatedly. No, of course not. Kanoon got the hint and stopped teasing, instead making a suggestion. Of course not. Then let's wander around and look for him while we're at it. I have some things I need to ask him. Then a beast appeared right in front of them, grinning from ear to ear. Goodbye. Back in the real world at Jinsung's house, Jinsung's eyes held a strange, thoughtful look. He sat up in bed and decided he should eat something and then get back to the game. A while later, Jinsung returned to the game. He opened his display screen to take a closer look at where he was before he logged out. Then Jinsung took a deep breath. He gathered all his strength and let out a loud shout. Everyone Huang Kui was still nodding off fast asleep. Kosus heard him but was very firm. I'm tired. I want to rest. Fiend's eyes shot wide open as it floated in the air. Lai, on the other hand, wagged its tail continuously, showing its excitement. I'm so happy. He put his hands on his hips, grinning widely as he praised them. You all did a great job. Jinsung watched the beasts fight and wondered, is this the power of a 1-star communication skill? Then he was suddenly reminded of something like auto-hunting. Jinsung opened his screen again to check his inventory and see what items he had obtained. Suddenly his gaze changed, staring intently. Jinsung's attention was drawn to some stones in his inventory and he exclaimed, more magic stones than I thought. He took out his spear, unable to contain his excitement. Low-grade magic stone. Type mixed rank 0, durability 50 out of 50. A rare item containing the pure energy of this world. You can use it to enhance equipment. Low-grade magic stones can only be used to enhance equipment up to +10. The success rate for upgrading equipment is very low. If the upgrade fails, the level will decrease by 0 to 2. Mid-grade magic stone. Type mixed rank 0, durability 50 out of 50. A gemstone containing the magic of mid-grade or high-grade demons. You can use it to enhance equipment. Mid-grade magic stones can be used to enhance equipment up to +15. The success rate for upgrading equipment is very low. If the upgrade fails, the level will decrease by 1 to 3. Jinsung gripped the stone tightly in his hand. He then took it and eagerly got to work. Let's begin. A series of notifications appeared. You have successfully enhanced the item Soul King's Judgment. The item Soul King's Judgment has been upgraded from +5 to +6. You have failed to enhance the item Soul King's Judgment. The item Soul King's Judgment remains at +6. The system continued to announce, you have successfully enhanced the item Soul King's Judgment. The item Soul King's Judgment has been upgraded from +6 to +7. After the exhausting process of upgrading to level 7, he dropped to his knees from exhaustion. Jinsung's vision blurred, feeling completely crushed. I used up 30 stones just to go up 2 levels. This is ridiculous. What should I do? He was at a complete loss, wondering what to do next. Should I keep going? Or should I just stop here? Let's try one more time. Jinsung decided to get up his resolve, hardening for his revenge. All right, let's go all in. He looked again as the item regained its original energy. This thing was made for this purpose, so I have to use it. What's the point of holding back? He then continued the enhancement and a notification appeared. You have failed to enhance the Soul King's Judgment. The Soul King's Judgment remains at +7. You have failed to enhance the Soul King's Judgment. The Soul King's Judgment has been downgraded from +7 to +6. Our overpowered main character lay stunned on the ground, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you piece of junk! Lai, who was beside him, asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? He turned his head, feeling a little comforted. In sad moments like these, you're the only one by my side. But just then it looked up and demanded, Master, get up quickly, we still have to go hunting. Helplessly, Jinsung agreed with tears in his eyes. All right. Meanwhile, in another place, shrouded in darkness, the City of Wrath. Here stood a colossal, sky-piercing tower, a key location in this action manhwa. It exuded a sinister aura. Yang Kun was sitting inside that tower, and he slowly turned his head with a mysterious air. I can feel it. Yang Kun had quickly sensed the power of our overpowered main character, his unique energy. As we continue this manhwa review, Jinsung was now standing below, looking excited. I finally arrived. Jinung stood right outside the gates of the City of Wrath. In front of him were 2 guards standing at the ready, level 300 gatekeepers. Jinsung innocently scratched his head and greeted them first. Hello! He put on a friendly face and introduced himself. I am Yan, here on a request from Yan Kun, one of the 12 demon captains of the demon world. May I enter the city? Then Jinsung presented an item as proof for them to inspect. One of the demon guards glanced down at the item. After a moment, he nodded in confirmation. You may enter. Jinsung beamed and quickly stepped inside, not forgetting to say thank you. The others followed him in one by one. Suddenly, a guard blocked Zijiang's path. He could feel a strange hostility from this guard. The guard then spoke with a harsh emphasis. You are not allowed to enter. Hearing this, Zijiang was completely taken aback, his anger flaring. This damn demon! Jinsung saw this happening and had to intervene to de-escalate the tense situation. Come on, those are the rules. We can't do anything about it. I'll be back soon. Everyone just get some rest. Zijiang's brow darkened with extreme anger, but he tried to calm himself down. He turned to make peace. All right, for the sake of that ill-tempered master of mine, I'll let it slide. Just then the other guard spoke up. Let me tell you something. The guard then emphasized the status of the person inside. Yang Kun is no longer a demon captain. The guard then gave a careful warning. We don't have a problem with it, but you should be careful. Because Yang Kun's situation is a sensitive issue in this city. And if you're looking for him, go to the Tower of Punishment in the center of the square. Jinsung turned and glanced around. They were all demons. So this is where they live. In any case, it's a good thing I made it to this city safely, and I even got a discovery reward for it. Suddenly, a series of system notifications popped up, a classic moment in this manhwa recap. You are the first to discover the City of Wrath. For the next week, the price of items purchasable in the City of Wrath will be reduced by 15%. Intimacy with the City of Wrath has increased by 10 points. Jinsung stopped in his tracks and asked, Is Yan Kun here? He stood there looking up at the tower and continued, The Tower of Punishment. Suddenly, a lifeless demonic face appeared, letting out a terrifying scream. Jinsung was so scared he jumped, tears welling up in his eyes. He slowly stepped into the tower, looking around cautiously as he walked. Jinung walked on his whole body trembling with fear. What is this terrifying atmosphere? Is this a slave market? The system sent him a notification and a reward. You are the first person to discover the Tower of Punishment. You have received 100,000 reputation points. Jinung held the scroll he had just received, feeling very curious. But what is this slave contract used for? There was a brief description explaining the item. Slave contract, miscellaneous goods, category. Rare, rank, durability. 50 out of 50. In the central square of the City of Wrath lies the largest slave market in the demon world. You must have a demon world rank equivalent to a high-level demon. However, if you possess this slave contract, you have the right to sign a contract with a slave once regardless of your demon rank. If the player's demon rank is higher than a high-level demon, the cost required for the slave contract is halved for one use. This item belongs to player Yan, cannot be transferred or sold to other players, and will not be dropped upon character death, and can only be transformed once. He smiled, no longer focusing on it, and made a decision. Since he didn't know how to use it yet, he just put it away for now. Time to find Yan Chun. But half an hour passed, and Jinung found himself lost. How strange. I feel like I've passed a place just like this before. He turned away, complaining in frustration. Finding my way is so hard. Why are there so many slaves? Jinung tried to look around, glancing everywhere, but he didn't see anything particularly special. Suddenly he spotted a figure and immediately rushed over. Hello, can you please tell me where Yan Kun is? But the person gave him an unfriendly look. Fortunately, in the end, they still gave him directions: the 10th floor central prison. Then he immediately turned and walked away. Seeing that strange attitude, Jinung stood there stunned. Did I do something wrong? The scene shifts to another location. Selakuma clenched his hand into a flaming fist, then without hesitation threw a powerful punch straight at Sakran's face. That punch was blocked by one of his clones. Immediately a notification appeared. Void Illusion received 748,212 damage from Selakuma. He immediately widened his eyes and turned around in astonishment. From the side of the clone, Shran dashed out at incredible speed. Selakuma couldn't react in time to the surprise attacks. 2 intersecting slashes struck his chest. He collapsed to his knees in pain. Selakuma, now in agony, acknowledged, compared to weak humans, you guys are quite strong. Shran and Silent finally revealed their faces. He held his sword with a smug look on his face. Just give up, you're no match for us. Selakuma's attitude wasn't harsh at all. He was calm. I admit that I have lost. You are qualified to enter. Suddenly a sword was pressed against Selakuma's neck. Saran's attitude was the complete opposite, utterly defiant. Do you have that right? After I kill you, isn't it my decision whether I go in or not? He spoke with a challenging tone. Again, killing you will get me fame and items, so why should I let you go? Selakuma tried to remain calm, trying to negotiate. Just as you said, killing me will get you items and fame, but you need to think this through carefully. He forced a smile, his face covered in sweat, and continued. If you kill me, a new gatekeeper will appear to protect this gate, and then you'll have to defeat him all over again to pass. Selakuma sensed their hesitation and pressed on. Think about it. Which choice will save you more time and effort? Suddenly, Silent reached out and grabbed one of Sakran's arms. Silent leaned in close, whispering his opinion. I think we should stop, Sakran. He turned back a bit surprised and asked, why? What if killing the next gatekeeper gives us better items? At this, Selakuma felt much more at ease, sighing in relief. Thankfully, at least one of them knew how to think. Silent, having thought it through carefully, expressed his stance. Of course, we might get a better reward, but it would also let others benefit. There's another group behind us eagerly advancing. With no gatekeeper, they could pass right through. It would seem like someone else already killed him. He didn't want others to benefit from his efforts. Now, if we kill him, we'll have to wait for the next one to appear while other players can pass through the gate freely during that time. Silent proposed a temporary solution. For now, let's just let this guy live. Sakran's expression was incredibly enthusiastic as he smiled fiercely. We will monopolize Area 110. Ramir, standing to the side, emphasized with a slight tremble, I am not a titan. Sakran slowly moved the sword further away. He sheathed his sword and declared with firm resolve, all right, let's end it here. A series of notifications arrived immediately after. You are the first to defeat the gatekeeper of Area 110. You have received 400,000 fame points. You may freely use Area 11 while Selakama is the gatekeeper. At that moment she turned around, and a light shone from her hand summoning Cassandra. It immediately appeared looking exhausted. Ramir excitedly turned to ask about the situation. How did it go, Cassandra? I see the gatekeeper is still there. That means we were faster than Yan, right? It seemed quite surprised, crossing its arms and legs as it floated in the air. Is that so? Maybe you were and maybe you weren't. She became confused and flustered, breaking into a sweat as she urged, What? What kind of weird answer is that? I just saw the notification that we were the first to defeat the gatekeeper of Area 11. It crossed its arms, pouted, and retorted with annoyance. It's true that your group was the first to defeat Selakuma, but it's a different story if that guy has a high-ranking demon seal. Rimia was extremely surprised to hear that and asked, A high-ranking demon seal, what is that? Cassandra immediately began to explain in detail. It's an item that grants you the privileges of a high-ranking demon. With it, you can freely pass through the gates. She calmly placed her hands behind her back, speculating on the situation. Gate 120 currently has no gatekeeper, so it's highly likely that Yangai has a high-ranking demon seal, because you're only the second person to enter the demon world. She then remembered something, and immediately turned to make a proposal. Cassandra, you're a demon too. You can give me that seal, right? She looked troubled and brought up the past. You know I've lost all my power. Besides, the conditions to get the seal are very complicated. Cassandra then suggested the easiest requirement, at the very least you have to one-on-one. Duel that demon and achieve an overwhelming victory. Rimia was terrified when she heard this, screaming, What? Her eyes filled with bewilderment, and she broke into a cold sweat. In that case, what the hell is that Yan guy? He's a monster, a truly overpowered main character, isn't he? Meanwhile, Jin Sheng had arrived at the right place. He had finally found him. He looked up at the massive figure. Yan Kun was sitting with his arms crossed over his chest. He turned his glowing red eyes toward the source of the voice he just heard. Jin Sung proudly raised his hand. Yan Kun, I've fulfilled your request. But deep down he was a little worried. I wonder if he recognizes me. Yan Kun's voice boomed. You're faster than I thought, Sir Yan. Then you must have discovered the cause of the corrupted monsters, right? The boy gave a thumbs up and smiled. Not only did I find the cause, but I also got to the root of the problem. It all started with vicious dark monsters with sharp teeth appeared in the hazy darkness. Frenzy stones. To think frenzy stones were causing the monsters to become corrupted. Jin Sung looked at the notification window. You have obtained Demon's Essence Blood, feeling incredibly excited. The Demon's Essence Blood would be the key to completing all his remaining achievement quests. Suddenly, Yan Kun expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, I can shorten my punishment time. Jin Sung asked in surprise. Shorten? What do you mean? Yan Kun explained. I'm trapped here. However, because you've resolved one of my mistakes, I can leave here sooner than expected. Probably in about a month. Jin Sung flailed his arms and legs wildly. Can't you just stand up and walk out of here? I don't see anything like a barrier around here. He shook his head in denial. It may look that way, but I actually can't move my limbs. Yan Kun sat down heavily and began to confide. The pillars around here seal my energy and keep me seated. Jin Sheng looked around in surprise. You mean these pillars? Seeing Jin Sheng swing his spear a few times, Yan Kun asked, What are you trying to do? Are you going to destroy the pillars? The boy answered nonchalantly. That's right, if you want to be free, I have to do it. Jin Sung gave a meaningful smile. Should I just bring this whole place down? But Yan Kun threw cold water on the idea, extinguishing the thought. Stop! If that happens, neither of us will see tomorrow's sun. The moment you attack that pillar, the master of the tower will appear and won't leave us alone. Jin Sung looked up at him stunned. The master of the tower? This tower has its own master. Aren't you strong enough to deal with him? Yan Kun confirmed. That's right. Lusika, the demon king of hatred, is ranked 5th in the demon world and is the master of this tower. He spoke humbly of himself. I'm just an ant compared to him. Yan Kun's words made Jin Sung ponder. Is the demon king of hatred really that strong? Yan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Maybe I shouldn't pick a fight with him. Yankin immediately interrupted his train of thought. I know this is embarrassing, but could you do me one more favor? Jinsung was startled when a notification about Yankun appeared. A favor for Yankin, the gatekeeper of the demon world, it read. Yankin is a high-ranking official of the demon world and the guardian of one of the 12 demon gates. Yankin was sentenced to 100 days of confinement for getting involved. His crime was failing to properly execute the orders of the Council of Elders. He is imprisoned in the Tower of Punishment. He was punished for failing to protect the gate in Area 120 from other races and for not discovering the cause of the monster corruption. However, the gates outside Area 50, which don't get much attention from the nobles, experienced the same situation, and the other gatekeepers also couldn't find the cause of the monster corruption. Therefore, Yankin suspects there's a hidden reason why he was the only one punished. Help Yankin resolve this matter and save him from the Tower of Punishment. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission requirements. The player has gained the recognition of the gatekeeper Yankin. The player has completed the quest, A Favor for Yankin, Gatekeeper of the Demon World 1. Continued. Time limit none. Rewards 30 low-grade magic stones. 15 mid-grade magic stones. After reading all this, he was at a loss for words. What a favor for Yankin, gatekeeper of the demon world. Continued. Jinsung's face turned pale as a sheet. What kind of damn quest is this, Long? This isn't a novel, is it? His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. It's too long, I can't read it all. What is all this? Jinsung calmed himself down, read each part carefully, and thought, let's see, let's summarize. After understanding everything, he came to a conclusion. Yankun, you were accused of failing to do something and were imprisoned for 100. Now you're asking me to do those things for you. Yankin immediately confirmed that's right. Jinsung sympathized with his plight and decided to help. All right, I'll help you. The demon was grateful and urged, please do it as quickly as possible. He asked curiously, as quickly as possible. Is this punishment that painful for you? You're only locked up for 100 days. He began to lament because these pillars are draining my demonic energy. If I endure the full 100-day sentence, I will lose 10,000 demonic energy, which is equivalent to 1/5 of my power. Before I was imprisoned, I was about to reach 50,000 demonic energy. So losing 10,000 demonic energy is a very serious matter. He looked at his palm thinking, demonic energy? I think I also received a demonic energy stat. Jinsung asked Yankun, what happens if your demonic energy exceeds 50,000? Does it have any special meaning? He immediately answered, it has great significance. If your demonic energy reaches over 50,000, you will meet the condition to challenge a high-ranking demon and become a noble of the demon world. Thinking about that scene, he was a little speechless. Jinsung thought deeply. So in short, if I complete this quest chain, Yankun will become my subordinate. A brilliant aura shone from behind him. The condition to become a half-demon could be fulfilled with a demon's blood essence. After I rescue Yankun as quickly as possible, I'll have him as a subordinate. And if I just raise his demonic energy a little more, I'll have a subordinate who is a noble of the demon world. Right? This prolonged silence made Yankun a bit uneasy. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Jinsung cheered excitedly. All right, Yankun, he declared aggressively. I will get you out of here as fast as I can. The demon was deeply moved by this enthusiasm. Although this request is outrageous, you still accepted it for my sake? I guarantee I will repay your kindness at all costs, immediately. The system announced that your intimacy with Yankun has increased by 5 points. Jinsung smiled brightly and asked Yankun, all right, so what should I do first? The scene shifts to the foe territory, a remote and cold place. In a magnificent palace, Violen sat perched on a chair. She was exhausted on the verge of tears. Oh my God, I'm so busy I could die. Violen slumped onto the table and sighed. Really? I'm happy to see this place developing, but I also want to go to the demon world. The others are always bragging about their items, and they say the experience is really fun, but I can't go anywhere because I have to manage the territory. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Haran peeked into the room and asked, is anyone home? Fiolan, still slumped over, replied, is that you, Haran? Haran cheerfully walked in to show off to her. Ian sent me a package. I just picked it up from the square. Phelan immediately perked up. He sent another package. At this rate, I might forget what Ian even looks like. Heron shyly covered her face and confessed, "Well, I can't forget him since I see him every day." Hearing her opponent say that her face darkened. "I guess I really need to find a guy to date." Phelan changed the subject. "What did Ian send?" "Is it an item?" Heron then opened her system to check. She took out a heavy bag of items. "I'm not too sure, but he called them the lowest grade magic stones. I think they're used for item enhancement," Phelan asked in astonishment. "Magic stones!" She held the bag and shrieked with joy. "Ian is truly amazing. This stuff is incredibly expensive. With these, any item can get into the top 5. In contrast to Phelan's joy, Heron was quiet and thoughtful. Noticing her strange expression, Phelan approached her and asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Heron? Heron shook her head, denying it. "No, it's just that hearing you say that made me suddenly want to see Ian." She was half worried, half suspicious about Jinung. "Where is he now? What is he doing? And who is he with?" "In the demon world, there might be another girl." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Phelan tried to comfort her. "I'm sure that's not the case." Her hands cradled the precious stone. "You don't need to worry about Ian. He's always focused on doing his mission well." This Manhwa recap now cuts back to Jinung, who was grimacing. Gritting his teeth, he was single-handedly fighting a formidable monster. Jinung flew high into the air, ordering his pet to charge forward. "Hiya!" The tiger immediately pounced on the monster's head, tearing at it. Jinung seized the opportunity, piercing through its body. He let out a sigh as thick dust swirled around him. Jinung gently rubbed his chin, calculating, "This is going more smoothly than I thought." Instantly, the system congratulated him. "You have successfully defeated the 25th demon." Jinung stared at the screen, panting heavily. "How many more times do I have to fight?" The number of battles wasn't specified in the system notification. Before this, Yonkin had given him a secret artifact. "Please take this, my lord." Jinung reflexively reached out to receive it. He introduced it. "This is the demon's blood essence." He looked at the sparkling gem in his hand. "If I use this, I'll become a half-demon." Let's check the information. Back in the present, Jinung was feeling extremely confident in himself. This overpowered main character felt lucky that the trial tested his combat ability. If it tested something else, it might have been much harder. He watched the monster's corpse before him gradually disappear. "I'm reaching my limit soon. I don't think I can endure many more of these, but I have to try my best anyway." Jinung shouted a request to the system. "All right, bring on the next battle in this action, Manhwa." Suddenly the system announced, "You have overcome the demon's trial." The trial has ended. He was surprised it's over already. As Jinung was phased out of the trial, he felt a little regretful. "It wasn't bad, but I feel like it ended prematurely." And more importantly, player Ian is the first to successfully become a half-demon. This Manhwa review now cuts to Phelan, her eyes wide with shock. "What is this, a half-demon?" On the other end of the line, texted her back. "Has anyone in the demon world seen Yan yet?" Everyone was buzzing in the group chat. "How is this possible? How do you become a half-demon? What even is that? Can someone explain?" "You guys still don't know. The information is in the library. On the game's homepage, it says you can become a half-demon if you get demon's essence blood. Haven't you all read it? Who doesn't know that? What I want to know is information about where I can get the demon's essence blood." At the same time, a man was reporting to the platinum-haired girl. "We went from Area 112 to Area 115, but we didn't see Yan." She replied indifferently with her eyes closed. "The 11th gatekeeper is still there. It seems no one has entered Area 110 yet. So where is Yan?" Scene change. Ramia looked at the notification with satisfaction. Finally found him. She was incredibly intrigued. "Yan," Cassandra grumbled from behind. "Too bad Ramia now. Even if you can use the power of a demon, you won't be the first one to have it, will you?" Ramia gestured irritably. "Let's go, Cassandra." She crossed her arms, pouting that she thought she would be the first to discover the clue to the demon's essence blood. Ramia was lost in her own thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, Yan isn't far from the City of Wrath. She thought of Jinung and his quality harem. Some people said Yan had no special abilities, but that's just absurd. It seems only Shran from Khan is evaluating Yan correctly. As for Ramir, who is in a league of his own, I need to reconsider my assessments. She aggressively drew her magic staff, unable to trust those top viewers who are slowly collapsing. Yan will be the most useful person for my goal. After thinking for a while, Ramia set off to find her target. "Let's go, Cassandra," it replied excitedly. "Let's go." She was fired up to find him. "That's why I must meet Yan," Cassandra teased playfully. "It feels like a dog chasing a chicken, doesn't it?" Remia immediately threatened her. "Do you want to die?" "It certainly seems so." Scene change. Jasper was guarding seriously when a sound disturbed him. He immediately looked up to find the source of the sound. It was Jinung walking over cheerfully. "Long time no see." Jasper knelt on one knee, respectfully welcoming him. "Lord Yan, you have returned." This action confused our main character. "Why so sudden?" he answered politely. "This is because you have shown the dignity of a high-ranking demon. Please be at ease." Jinung was stunned by this scene. Demons can sense it. Our overpowered main character lifted his chin to the sky, arrogantly enjoying the moment. Jasper remained in his kneeling position. "Yes, my lord." Jinung took the opportunity to ask a few more things. "So if I go north from the east gate, will I reach Seraphim's place?" He offered all the information he knew. "Yes, Lord Yan. It's an unusual castle. It won't be too hard to find." Jasper was a little curious. "But why do you wish to go there?" The hero of this action, Manhwa, answered calmly. "It's a request from Yankin. A few days ago, Jinung and Yankin were discussing a plan to rescue him. So I have to go meet Lord Seraphim. Will that get you released faster?" Yankun nodded and told him that's right. "You should go meet Lord Seraphim and say, 'I am being held here.' Tell him that you have solved the problem of the corrupted monsters." He listed the details of what needed to be done, and the Lord would take care of the rest. Of course, you might have to do a few quests. Jinung vaguely recalled Seraphim. "I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." He quickly opened his status window to search. Sword. That name was written in the Birth of the Demon Doctor quest. Perfect, I had to meet him anyway. Killing two birds with one stone. Back in reality, after getting the information he needed, Jin Sung said goodbye to Jasper. "So we're done." "Right? He's been kneeling this whole time?" "Yes. Just say the word whenever you need my help." Switching scenes, Bipuji was walking while scouting its surroundings. It nibbled on a leaf. There's a lot of food in the demon world that contains demonic energy, and while it's a bit tasteless, it's still okay. Bipuji wandered alone in the deep forest, suddenly missing its master and meatballs. But having freedom is also better, it thought mischievously. Even so, I still want to show my master that I've learned to speak human language. I have to wait for him to summon me, only then can I show him. Bipuji imagined the scene of Jin Sung praising it. "You've grown up." It longed to be called by him. "My mean master, summon me quickly. I've eaten a lot of herbs, so I've gotten smarter and my shell is harder. I want to show off." It accidentally ran into another monster resting, and their four eyes locked intensely. But Bipuji sassily yelled at the other creature, "What are you staring at me for? I'm in a bad mood. If you have something to say, spit it out, I'll take you on." The monster was wary, and acted like it didn't notice, turning its back to go back to sleep. Bipuji sighed, annoyed at the big creature. This guy is nothing special. Bipuji recalled the memory of playing with Huang Kui. It was truly amazing. I want to be praised. It continued on its way, searching for more interesting things, and found another type of grass. Bipuji delightedly enjoyed the roadside herb. Suddenly, its entire body lit up like a light bulb, brightly illuminating the quiet forest. Over on Jin Sung's side, he also sensed something strange. He looked ahead in confusion. What is this? Jin Sung and Cassius stood before a magnificent and splendid castle. He strained his eyes to take in the entire palace. What kind of architecture is this? Isn't this supposed to be a demon's castle? Cassius felt the same way. Besides its size, the brilliance of this place was truly unusual. Jin Sung put his hands on his hips and commented on it. That's right, other places are usually gloomy and dark. but it's so bright here. Although it's dangerous for the sake of rescuing Yonkin, our overpowered main character was determined to enter. Let's go, we need to meet Seraphim. The two of them then stepped inside the castle. Jinsung turned and asked him curiously, Cassius, can you sense anything inside? Cassius shook his head. I can't feel anything. It seems there's a barrier surrounding this garden. He looked around, noticing every little detail. A barrier Jinsung found it unusual. This place even has a barrier. Suddenly a voice spoke up, a human and a dragon. It's rare to see two such beings together, and not just a normal human, but a half-demon. It's been a long time since I've met a half-demon. He cried out in surprised alarm, Who is it? Could it be? The other person smirked. Yes, I am the master of this place. Seraphim sat majestically on a throne looking at the two of them. Seraphim spoke, his voice deep and raspy. It seems this guest is more important than I thought. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, his movements sharp. Well then, we can't talk here. Let's go inside. Beneath Jinsung and Cassius's feet, a strange, dazzling light appeared, a magic circle. He was puzzled by Seraphim's strange magic and asked him, What is this? Cassius answered, based on his own knowledge. It appears to be a magic circle. The scene in this manhwa recap shifts to where Rahan's group is in a chaotic battle with monsters. Her group, mages, cast spells, summoned shields, and unleashed firepower to fight the monsters. Many soldiers were wounded, yet many more rose up to fight without stopping. Rahan looked down coldly from above, assessing the situation. She frowned as she made her evaluation. Becoming a half-demon isn't the only way to get a dual class. There must be another path, but no one knows what it is. Suddenly, Rahan recalled a familiar face. Yan was truly impressive. Both his skills and his luck are outstanding, but I'll show you that some walls just can't be overcome. A moment later, her subordinate approached, bowing as he reported. Guildmaster, the area is clear. Rahan replied, satisfied. Is that so? Good work, everyone fall back. From now on, I will act alone. With that, she drew her sharp sword and slowly advanced. As she charged at the horde of monsters, Rahan thought to herself that she entered the demon world later than Yan. Her eyes blazed with killing intent, but I have a hidden quest. A monster opened its massive jaw full of sharp teeth, letting out a deafening roar. Rahan carefully dodged its attacks. With lightning speed, she swung her sword and slashed down the monster's leg, causing it to stagger and lose its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Rahan leaped from behind and landed right on top of its head. She raised her sword imbued with immense power and aimed straight down. The blade instantly pierced the monster's eye and sliced down its entire body. Rahan landed safely on the ground. As the smoke from the clash began to clear, the monster's massive shadow, now split in two, slowly collapsed. With the battle decided, everyone erupted into thunderous cheers of admiration. That's our guildmaster for you! Hooray! She sheathed her sword and walked away amidst the crowd's passionate cheers, truly worthy of the title of the strongest magic swordsman. At that moment, Rahan thought to herself, if I complete this hidden quest, I can become a true demon. Her eyes gleamed with a menacing thought. A mere half-demon could never hope to defeat a true demon. Rahan's last thought was just, you wait, Yan. Meanwhile, over with Seraphim, he extended a hand and called out, Hey kid, you heard the story about the demon of destruction from Ariel, didn't you? Jinsheng was sitting next to Kus. The old man was fast asleep, but the boy began to answer. Yes. She said their reincarnation is imminent and told me I need your help. I also have to prevent the conflicts within the demon world. Doing so will also prevent an all-out war between the human and demon worlds. Seraphim closed his eyes and began to contemplate. So Ariel needs my help. That kid is really something else. How can he grasp the situation so clearly from such a distance? Jinung thought worriedly, feeling a bit helpless about his companion. Is a new quest about to pop up? How can you sleep so well? Seraphim suddenly spoke with a smile which took the boy by surprise. All right, you've arrived just in time. Ariel sent you at the perfect moment. Just as he finished his sentence, the system announced a new quest right on cue. Find the demon lord, Ricardo, at the demon castle. Seraphim was a half-demon and a high-ranking noble in the demon world. Before becoming a demon, he was once a human hero. Because of this, he didn't want an all-out war between the demon world and the human realm. However, recently, some factions in the demon world, led by the demon of destruction, were plotting to invade the human world. To achieve this, they began purging any opposing members within the demon ring. Although for now, they didn't dare touch demons of noble rank or higher. Some high-ranking demons had already fall into their trap, and be locked in the Tower of Punishment or be assassinated. Before the destruction demons grow stronger, we must quickly gather the strength of the ordinary nobles to form a force to counter them. Go to the Demon Castle in Area 80 of the Demon World and inform Demon Lord Ricardo about this matter. The quest difficulty is SS. Quest condition: the player must have completed the linked hidden quest, The Rise of the Demon Race. The time limit is 30 days, and this quest cannot be refused. Jinung smirked, his heart filled with confidence. For this quest, I just need to find an NPC. Of course, infiltrating Area 80 would be easy. But he still asked the other person, "Is Demon Lord Ricardo the master of the Demon Castle?" He answered without hiding anything. "That's right." Immediately after, Seraphim summoned a scroll into the palm of his hand. Along with that came a system notification: "You have received the item Seraphim's Letter." After handing the scroll to Jinung, he suggested, "Give this letter to him. Prepare thoroughly before you set off." Jinung nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Yes, I plan to obtain a dual class before I leave." This commitment pleased Seraphim. "Good, that's a great idea." He pointed out the window and said, "If you go to that tower, you can unlock the dual class you want." "I understand," Jinung replied curtly, but in his mind he was calculating carefully. A dual class. No, I want a hidden class. First, I have to go to Serbian's research facility in Area 107. Seraphim only saw Jinung smiling foolishly, unable to guess his thoughts. A hidden class, just hearing it sounds awesome. Jinung suddenly asked him again, "Lord Seraphim, do you know a high-ranking demon named Yakin?" Seraphim replied matter-of-factly, "Yakin? Of course I know him." But upon hearing the name, he asked back doubtfully, "But how do you know him?" Jinung immediately said. "It's like this." And so he told Seraphim the whole story from beginning to end, leaving him feeling helpless after hearing it. Poor Yakun, he has truly endured so much. Meanwhile, Jinung was still smiling boastfully. "We just happened to meet by chance." Seraphim's expression turned serious again. "So that's how it is." I had no idea he was locked in the Tower of Punishment. Jinung thought to himself, "I can't believe Lord Seraphim, the Vice Lord of the City of Wrath, didn't know about this." He didn't comment on that, instead revealing more. "Because that city has been almost completely taken over by the destruction demons. They have blocked my eyes and ears. The original Lord Demon Lord Hien has already been corrupted by them." After learning the truth, Jinung felt a bit disappointed. So even Seraphim can't free Yakun. Right after that bad news, Seraphim delivered some good news. "But now that I know, don't worry, I will use my power to free him. 3 days at the earliest, a week at the latest. I will rescue Yakun. During that time, it would be best for you to obtain a hidden class." After hearing this, Jinung was completely reassured, letting out a sigh of relief. What a relief. Then he thought about his own progressing plan. The target to talk to is Yan. The target who's trapped is Yakin. And the target who's sleeping is Cassius. A map was forming in his head with the parts laid out in order: the path ahead. Seraphim's Villa. Serbian's Research Institute. The Tower of Punishment. Seraphim's recommendation: should I really go? With the matter at Seraphim's Villa settled, Jinung reviewed his plan. It seems my business with Seraphim ends here. If I can just get to Serbian's lab within 3 days, everything should be fine, right? I still feel like I'm missing something. Suddenly, Jin Sheng remembered something. It was like a light bulb went off and his eyes shot wide open. "That's it, the slave market, I need to go there too." Jin Sheng continued his train of thought. "I don't know what role slaves play in the demon world, but it's better than having nothing." He finally addressed the last remaining issue. "Sir Seraphim, I have one final question." The man listened calmly. "Go on." Jin Dung took out a piece of paper and presented it to Seraphim. He requested, "I want information about the slave market in the main square of the City of Wrath." A look of clear surprise crossed Seraphim's face. This question was completely unexpected. He replied, slightly stunned. "How did you get your hands on that? Jin Dung didn't notice anything was wrong?" What do you mean? Seraphim repeated. How did you get it? His tone grew more menacing. I am asking you a question. Jinung was taken aback, stammering in his thoughts. Did I do something wrong? Why did his attitude suddenly change so drastically? When he looked back for help, he saw old Cuss still passed out and snoring away. Jinung wanted to scream, "You pick now of all times to be asleep. Wake up, Cuss." Seraphim began to explain the details. In this city, the owner of the slave market declared that he would open the market on the lowest level, a place accessible only to demon kings or those carrying a slave contract. But for one time only, normally it's a place exclusively for demon kings. Only once a year does it open its doors to high-ranking nobles or high-ranking demons, he continued. Cha. And they're slaves so rare that they're practically unheard of or put up for sale. Jinung was stunned upon hearing this. His voice held a hint of unease. No way is this slave contract really so important that they'd go to such lengths. Holding the contract in his hand, he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. This was undoubtedly a fantastic opportunity, but at the same time it could become a huge headache and a source of trouble. Seraphim continued to calmly explain to Jinung. It's true that the slave contract itself may not be very valuable, but there is one crucial factor. He started to speak cryptically. It is extremely rare. Hearing this, Jinung's curiosity got the better of him, and he had to ask. But even so, the value you're describing for this slave contract still seems excessively high. Why would that demon named O go to such lengths? Seraphim sighed at the boy's question, looking exasperated. Finding it somewhat difficult to explain, there's a reason for it. And with that, the secret was finally about to be revealed. He was a very loving father who had a beautiful daughter. Jinung was once again so astonished he couldn't close his mouth. The scene shifts to a region in the demon world, the southern part, where a gate emitting lava lightning always shines brighter than car headlights. The young man Sagan was blown out of the gate, his face scraping against the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Unable to get up, Sagan lamented, "Damn it, it's too strong." Seeing this, Silent reached out a hand and asked, "Are you still alive, Sagan?" He grabbed his teammate's hand, his tone slightly reproachful. "Aren't you happy that your guildmaster returned safely?" Silent laughed teasingly. "Why are you saying that again? You know that's not what I meant." Then he asked Sagan about the lightning flash. "So can you tell us what happened in there?" He took a water bottle and quickly explained, "It's going to be difficult to enter zones 90 to 99 for a while. This is more troublesome than I expected. The gate to enter the double-digit zones is a little different from before." Saren began to explain in detail it's not a structure that multiple people can attempt at once. A mental map formed from his description. No matter how many people enter, each person is sent to a separate trial room, and it doesn't stop there. Saren explained that in each of these trial rooms a hero-grade monster lies in wait. While he took a drink, Silent curiously asked, "So did you defeat the monster?" Saran scowled at the foolish question. "If I had, would I have been thrown back out here? I made it all the way to Area 99. Silent was slightly disappointed, but still held on to his hope. "But you returned safely. Are you saying the monster defeated you, but spared your life, and just pushed you out?" Saren immediately denied it and interjected, "No, I was brutally beaten by that monster. However, when my health dropped below 10%, I was automatically ejected. Someone as strong as me was utterly defeated. I couldn't even get that monster's health below 50%. Pausing there, he addressed his teammates with a commanding tone. "For now, we're putting a hold on challenging the double-digit areas. We will return to the city of Ra to regroup." Everyone was bewildered. Why so suddenly? Just then, the gate once again radiated immense energy. Lightning and lava erupted with deadly intensity. Saren observed it again and made an estimation. "We'll try again after reaching level 200. "No." He stared intently and muttered to himself, "Even level 200 won't be enough. At the very least, we can only try again after obtaining a dual class." The scene shifts to Jinung and Seraphim. As Seraphim led the way, he explained the situation in detail. He is a high-ranking noble. His daughter, however, is just an ordinary demon. As he spoke, a mental image of the girl appeared. She wants a slave that she fancies for her 20th birthday present. Jinung's eyes just widened as he went, "Oh, He then scratched his head and asked quietly, "So you're basically saying he needs a slave contract for his daughter's birthday gift, as if he's just asking for a doll?" Seraphim chuckled teasingly. "Thanks to that slave contract, you've been given a fantastic opportunity, haven't you?" He then stopped before a large door, turning his head to say, "Well then let's go, Master of Fortune. I'll tell you the important things to consider when choosing a slave." As the two of them stepped inside, a voice called out in greeting, "Welcome, Seraphim." The speaker was a small ghoul. "It's been a long time since we last met. This friend of mine is the master of the slave market." Seraphim gestured to introduce Jinung. "Oh, this is the friend I mentioned before, and this is his first time visiting a slave market." Oh stroked his chin, intrigued. "I've seen this one before." He observed Jinung closely, looking thoughtful. "I thought he was just a high-ranking demon, but it turns out he's a half-demon. On top of that, he's a summoner." While our boy was dying of awkwardness, O remained completely unfazed. A truly special guest indeed. Jinung gave a polite laugh and got straight to the point. "Mr. O, this is the item Sir Seraphim told you about." Seeing him pull out the scroll, O's eyes lit up. "Ah yes, the slave contract." He chuckled to himself. "Good, the item is confirmed, and good. I'm curious how you obtained such a rare item, but that's not important." After finishing his inspection, O said, "All right, the deal is done. Follow me, I'll take you to the lowest floor. Seraphim, I'll see you later." Jinung then followed O inside. Deep inside, he looked around with a curious expression. "Is this the place Seraphim mentioned?" He stopped in his tracks. O shouted a loud welcome. He pointed to the fantastical scene behind him. "This is the lowest floor of the slave market in City R." As they walked, O explained further to Jinung. "Once you enter here, you can only form a contract with one slave. The time limit is half a day. If you don't sign a contract within that time, or as soon as you do sign one, you will be automatically teleported to the first floor." With his final words, he suddenly vanished, leaving only his cloak behind. "I hope you find a slave of at least hero grade." Jinung nodded in agreement. "All right, let's take a look around." He observed from the side, silently assessing. According to what Seraphim had said, most of the information about the slaves would be hidden. Jinung thought seriously, the most important information, the grade, cannot be confirmed until the contract is signed. He paused. That's why Seraphim had recommended 3 types of slaves. Jinung was suddenly surprised, his eyes seeming to have caught sight of something. In front of the containers holding strange creatures, Jinung slowly analyzed the Moon Elf, Dark Phantom, and Karagon. These were the 3 races. He recalled Seraphim once mentioning that buyers usually only focus on a slave's stats. They think this way because they believe it will be useful for their overall power in the future. He continued casually, "However, that is actually a foolish thing to do. Using a slave as a normal force in battle is the worst choice." Jinung didn't quite understand why. Seraphim had to explain again, "No matter how high a slave's stats are, go. My slave, they ultimately cannot defeat a high-ranking demon," and he concluded that is truly a waste of a slave. "Know my slave." Seraphim offered his advice. So when choosing a slave, instead of looking at their stats, look for the slave's special ability. Jinung began to understand the meaning he was conveying. That was why Seraphim had suggested 3 races with outstanding special abilities. This Moon Elf was one of those races. He recalled his knowledge of the races. But another important thing was the specialization associated with the race's special ability. Then the system window appeared, displaying the full taming information. The system showed the main info: Alia level 105, attack 2125, defense 1455, agility 2512, intelligence 3312 HP, 132,450 out of 132,450 level, 105. Race Moon Elf. Classification Slave Rank. Unknown personality. Sensitive special ability, a racial trait. Unknown special ability, B. Unknown. She is a Moon Elf. Under the influence of the moon, she will grant beneficial effects to her allies. Jinung had a revelation and deduced that race-related means the special ability is connected to the race, and race-specialized means that when a member of the race related to the special ability uses it, that special ability will be enhanced by 2 levels. Looking at the special ability section, he thought further, race specialized is only meaningful when it's paired with race-related as a prerequisite. Special ability A, race-related unknown. If a slave of the Moon Elf race has a special ability that isn't related to their race, even with the race-specialized option, it would be completely meaningless. It's all just a facade, an empty shell. Jinung turned to leave. Even though she was a Moon Elf, the options were useless. A race-specific special ability, so I'll pass. Jinsung apologized, then moved on to another species' glass chamber, one that was less complicated and more docile. Should I check this one out? He was also dissatisfied with the wild, bloodthirsty creatures. This isn't it either. After searching for a long time, Jinsung still couldn't find a species he liked. There were no suitable slaves at all. He then tried to reassure himself there wasn't much time left. But I will definitely find the best slave. Just then, Jinsung suddenly spotted a strange entity. A jet-black phantom-like transparent figure appeared before his eyes, inevitably piquing his curiosity. This person, based on their appearance, Jinsung wondered if it was a dark phantom Cassius, appearing out of nowhere, approached and screamed. Not understanding what was happening, he asked in confusion, "What is it?" "Cassius? Do you know something about this slave?" The scene shifts over to Sakran. In response to his passionate call, everyone cheered in unison. Sakran raised his sword high and roared, "Now is the time to shed the infamous title of always being in second place. This is our chance to rise and become the #1 guild." Everyone chanted in unison with Sakran Titan. Then he confidently continued to elaborate on his own abilities. "As soon as the reorganization is complete, I will end this quest." The scene changes and Cassius's sudden scream leaves Jinsung utterly bewildered. "Unbelievable! I can't believe such a creature exists!" Jinsung looked at the blue creature before him, unable to crack a smile. So this was a dragon. What kind of dragon is as fat as a pig? It even glared at him with contempt. "What are you looking at?" Jinsung wondered, "Isn't that just a lizard with wings?" He then turned to question the peculiar old man. "Cassius, did you also have a big chubby head like this when you were young? Is being chubby the beauty standard for dragons?" Cassius answered, a bit embarrassed, "What, as a divine being, there is no way I was ever like that, master." Jinsung retorted, "You just said it was cute." Cassius corrected his wording, "It's grotesquely adorable," hearing that Jinsung still had no idea what it meant. He tapped on the system window, his mind wandering. "I think it'll be a good fit. Let's see." The moment Jinsung saw its stats, he was taken aback. Is this creature really that amazing? Standardized information. Kaga Phantom. Level 145 attack power, 135 defense, 77 speed, 97 intelligence, 7,812, HP 2,334 out of 2,334, level 145. Race Kaga Phantom. Slave classification rank unknown. Personality timid. Special ability. A race-related race-specific. Evolutionary potential unknown. Special ability B. Rare ability unknown. Special ability C. Race-related race-specific. Evolutionary potential unknown. This is an ancient race that has long been forgotten. Some theorize they are the ancestors of the Dark Phantoms or the Kagan race, but the truth remains unconfirmed. They have large heads and small bodies, giving the impression that they are not fully grown. However, what is astonishing is that they are like living fossils, having lived for at least 3,000 years. They despise being called cute. I do not like humans. Its intelligence is 7,812. After reading the wealth of valuable information, Jinsung nearly drooled. These stats are ridiculous. He suddenly snapped back to his senses. He stopped himself from falling for it. How did I not realize this was a demon's temptation? The two of them stood there again, looking at the blue dragon. Jinung silently recalculated, telling himself to stay calm and make a rational judgment. Just as Seraphim had said, if it doesn't have skills useful in combat, I shouldn't choose it. His jaw dropped when the system displayed new stats. Now that I'm looking closely, the status window looks strange. Damage 135, defense 77 speed, 97 intelligence, 7,812 HP, 2,334 out of 2,334. Its intelligence is 3 times its HP. I've never seen anything like this before. As he imagined the possibilities, Jinung pondered, I've never seen a level 145 game character with less than 10,000 HP, which means even a light bite from Peepage could kill it instantly, right? He got a headache trying to come up with a new plan. What's the use of high intelligence if the other skills and conditions don't match up? Honestly, the risk of making a contract is just too high. Yet Jinung suddenly placed his hand on the glass right where Phantom was standing. I know that, but feeling completely stuck, he turned to ask his companion, what should we do? Cassius, should we choose it? Cassius replied gently and innocently, Master, I recently learned a saying. It was difficult to understand, but seeing you now has made me realize its meaning. Therefore, Master, please do what you want to do, whatever that may be. After hearing enough, he stood up and continued, My apologies. Then Jinung turned around, his face radiant as he said, Let's welcome a new friend. Leaving the cute Phantom behind the scene, shifts to the plump Selakuma. Cassius charged forward into the chaotic space. Huni quickly shouted a warning. Get back, Kanoan, this is an AoE skill. The other replied decisively, Got it. Kanoan aimed for the top of the monster's head, making it scream in pain. Dragon's Jaw. Summoned creature Kanoan. Kanoan has used Dragon's Jaw. The gatekeeper Selakuma is silenced for 10 seconds and afflicted with fear for 3 seconds. Then came the shout signaling the perfect moment for the remaining teammate. Lamb, now is the time to attack. Selakuma's flesh was pierced by a barrage of spears. The crowd below roared with encouragement, seeing the advantage. Awesome, are we really going to defeat it? Huni was also excited as he watched Selakuma's health bar deplete. We've almost taken it down. The boy laughed with delight, calculating in his mind, if we take this thing down, we might just level up again. Right, just one more level, and I'll reach level 180. Huni raised his staff thinking before casting his spell. It might unlock a new skill. The kid summons his dark magic and strikes Selakuma, which roars in anger, threatening, You insignificant humans! Just as Selakuma is about to grab the mastermind, Huni, an explosion from above, startles it, forcing it to let go. Seeing this, Huni shouts, Now's our chance. We just need to counterattack with precision, and this battle will be over. You know that, right? Kanoan, with absolute trust in his teammate, smiles and replies, All right. He calls upon his beast, Yong Yong, it's time. It flies towards Selakuma, carefully dodging the fireballs the opponent shoots at it. Huni, feeling the time is right, can't help but get excited. I've been waiting for this moment. The kid unleashes his ultimate move, Vengeance of the Spiteful Spirit. Selakuma music also conjures a massive amount of lava. The two sides clash violently, but Huni isn't done yet. He shouts and powers up. Final attack, take this! When Selakuma was hit, smoke billowed from its mouth, its body unable to take anymore. It finally collapsed at Huni's feet. Everyone simultaneously realized the situation was improving as the barrier began to disappear. A tremor shook the ground, carrying a powerful surge of energy. The path to Area 109 was now open, the gate unsealed. Kanan gave Huni a high five in celebration, also praising him. Hun, you're truly amazing. Great job. Huni smiled smugly. Of course, I'm the strongest dark mage in the universe. Then the young boy turned and thought of his senior Jinung. I know that some of the top players, including Yan, have already reached Area 100. But why is the gatekeeper of Area 11 still there? Despite the question, Huni's lips curled into a relieved smile for a split second. It didn't really matter anyway. With the task completed, the boy turned to leave with his teammates. I'll keep fighting and find Yan. The scene shifts to the Demon King's castle where a heavy door creaks open. This is a great action manhwa. A blue light grew clearer. Sakran's group stepped inside, guided by the system. You have entered the castle of the Demon King of Wrath for the first time. The guild's fame increases by 150,000 personal fame, increases by 50,000 for each member, and magic resistance increases by 0.5%. The happiest of all was Sakran. He thought excitedly, "I've finally made it here, and I'm the first among all the guilds to do so." Full of anticipation, Sakharine clenched his fists. This is the perfect place for our Titan guild to conquer. In the Demon King's throne room, Demon King Hakian sat upon his throne and declared, "I will not permit you." Sakharine was utterly bewildered and curiously asked for the reason. "What do you mean to refuse us the quest?" Hakian replied coldly, "That is correct. You must complete a trial under my conditions to be granted permission." As he listened, he gritted his teeth in frustration. With a total of 8 members, 1 from each character class, you must form a party and complete the trial. Sakharine fumed, internally cursing under his breath. Damn it! An unexpected complication after we thought we'd done so well. But at the same time, he carefully considered the reward for the Demon King's quest, becoming an official guild in the city. At first glance, it might not seem important, and could even be considered trivial. But being registered as an official guild in the city through this quest reward came with huge benefits. Shop fees within the city would be significantly reduced, and the guild would also be able to receive buffs from the demon shrine in the central square, not to mention access to the nearby teleportation gate. He felt helpless with the quest blocked like this, but he had no choice but to accept Hakian's demands. "Understood. I will meet the conditions in return." Outside the castle, Silent and the others waited for Sakharine's orders. "What do we do now?" He answered briefly. "We have assassins and dark mages around level 160 in the guild. Those 2 can probably be brought to the demon world somehow." But Silent easily guessed the crux of the issue. The problem is the summoner, isn't it? The highest level summoner in our guild is only level 140. Sakharine had no choice but to lay it all out. A level 140 player can't even be considered a formidable force. Just as the Demon King said, an inexperienced player won't be able to pass the trial. He clutched his head, complaining, "My God, this is such a headache. This Manhwa recap is getting complicated. Where are we supposed to find a summoner that powerful? Damn it, this is all wrong." He glared at Phantom Tom, who stood with his hands on his hips, furious that the guy was so useless. Jinung tried to observe the situation carefully. He tried to salvage some benefits, looking at its potential abilities. It was not completely useless. First, he tried to list its skills. The first was the signature skill of the Descendants of Darkness race, immunity to all attacks, except for attacks with the light attribute. And Phantom often left Jinsung completely stunned, taking 50 times more damage from attacks with the light attribute. Doesn't that mean it dies the moment it sees light? But there was still one more thing. He racked his brain thinking about it. There was another unique ability that did not sound too bad from its description. Unfortunately, Jinsung felt incredibly depressed that such a fantastic skill had landed on this creature. He recalled the skill he had witnessed himself. Seeing the Greedy Nightmare skill, Jinsung had a very deep understanding of this ability. If it slept, it could bring back rare items from its dreams, but he once got so furious he couldn't help but scream out loud, "When are you going to sleep?" At that moment, Phantom could only turn around wearily and confess, "Master, I don't know how to sleep. My entire race doesn't sleep, and I haven't slept for 3,000 years. This drove Jinsung, our overpowered main character, absolutely mad. He couldn't understand how it was supposed to bring back rare items if it didn't sleep. He clutched his head, blaming himself. "Oh my God, I was completely scammed. Damn it, this is my fault for making such an impulsive choice." Tears streamed down Jinsung's face, looking incredibly regretful. It had only one single use. Zera looked on with sparkling eyes, clasping her hands in praise. "Oh my goodness. Look at it, flap its wings, its belly is so round. Just my type." Zera blushed as she watched intently, noticing that every time it flapped its wings, its belly jiggled along with them. Jinsung stared at her expression, completely baffled. "Zera likes this kind of thing too. Do these two have the same taste?" He rubbed his head in frustration, and what a headache. It was like he had to carry another dead weight he brought upon himself. But no matter how useless it was, Jinsung pulled himself together and smiled, admitting that being cute was also a plus. Then he returned to the important matter, reminding everyone, "Attention, from now on, we're heading to Serby's Research Institute, and whoever contributes the most along the way will get the exclusive right to cuddle Gugu for an entire day." Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. At that moment, Jin-sung turned and changed the subject. They say even dog poop can be used as medicine, so using you as a stimulant could be interesting too. Phantom looked on with a fed-up expression at the people fighting over it. I won't lose Dream On. It sneered, dismissing the adjectives used to describe it. Cute? What's so cute? I really hate that word. Jin-sung just crossed his arms and stubbornly pointed out that attitude is precisely what makes you cute. You really are a stubborn little cutie. Serbi looked a bit awkward, sweating, uncomfortably wary of Jin-sung's monster. Jin-sung's expression was incredibly cheerful as he started teasing first. Long time no see, but isn't it a bit rude to say that I give up on you? He didn't waste any time and got straight to the important point. I thought it would take you at least a month no matter how fast you were. That's incredible. All right, then let's prepare for your dual class, a key part of this action manhwa recap. As soon as he heard this, his mood brightened instantly. Finally, this is amazing. Suddenly, Serbi spoke a mysterious and cryptic sentence. But I feel a bit guilty. Jin-sung's face froze as he waited for an explanation. What? He raised his hands and calmly shook his head a few times. I didn't expect you to return so soon. The laboratory isn't not yet ready, so more preparation time is needed. Just then, Jin-sung suddenly remembered something, his expression turning strangely dark. It seemed something was still unfinished. How long must we wait? Seobin struggled to stammer out a time frame. Probably at least another week. He enthusiastically volunteered to help out. Is there anything I can do? Anything is fine, just tell me. Seobin put his hand in his pocket, looking a bit dejected. You're quite impatient, aren't you? In another part of the city, as the sky turned pitch black, everyone was slumped over their desks, dozing off from exhaustion. Shran finally spoke up. His voice was filled with exhaustion and doubt. This is so frustrating. Is this really impossible? Silence slumped over. Who was next to him didn't know how to answer. If you're asking me. He suddenly shot up in frustration, slamming the table in regret. This is the third time. Damn it, we were so close to getting our revenge. Saran started listing all sorts of reasons for their failure. Is our level just not high enough? Even our skills can't make up for it. This is what happens when you neglect to recruit members with new classes. He sat back down, his eyes darting around as he thought. There's no use regretting it now. The only way is... Silent glanced over, thinking to himself. The guildmaster must already know the answer. To accept members who aren't part of the R mission roster, but from the guildmaster's perspective, that's not an easy decision. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The reward for completing the first ever rare quest, now he had to share it with another faction. It was simply unbearable. Just then, Shran raised his hand to rally everyone. If we just push a little harder, we can do it. Let's all give it one more try together. But at this point, everyone was completely drained, looking utterly lifeless in this action manhwa. Seeing their condition, Silence sighed and turned to advise him. Guildmaster, it's going to be difficult if we continue like this. But he wouldn't have it. He turned to emphasize, no, bringing in those trash players is unacceptable. The other man calmly tried to persuade him. No one wants to do that. But you must know we don't have any other solution. The other members below finally dared to speak up. We need a solution. Our members in R have reached their limit. Shran finally relented and gave an order. All right, let's do this. Among the high-level players with new classes, recruit the ones who aren't in a guild and invite them to join. He still seemed hesitant. He stammered as he turned away. In that case... Silence suddenly became agitated and quickly stood up. Guildmaster, I just remembered some interesting news I heard from our contact yesterday. He excitedly shared the valuable information he had. The gatekeeper of the 11th demon realm has been defeated. The dark mage player who did it. A true overpowered main character doesn't belong to any guild. Hearing this, Saran's face lit up. Is that true? What are you all waiting for? This is a great point in our manhwa review. Start the recruitment process immediately. Meanwhile, Seobin clutched his head, his face etched with exhaustion. Seriously, that guy has a talent for surprising people. Suddenly, a heavy bag was thrown onto the ground. Jin-sung wiped away his sweat. He announced wearily, I've brought everything back. Seeing him, the man was both pleased and concerned, asking about his condition. That's excellent, but are you all right? Even though Jin Sung's face was pale, this overpowered main character stubbornly raised a hand. It's nothing. But anyway, the job is done right. Seobin tapped on a screen looking very grateful. Yes, that's right, you've worked hard. Numerous notification windows popped up in front of Jin Sung. Seobin seized the opportunity and immediately made his offer. So do you want to learn the art of taming magical beasts? He instantly perked up, wiped away his sweat, and declared, I came here for that very reason. I'll change my class right now. A series of notifications appeared, detailing Jin Sung's transformation. You have accepted this class change. You have successfully changed your class to Demon Summoner. You have successfully obtained the first dual class. For the next week, the proficiency gain for your dual class skills will increase by 1.5 times. Additionally, the system also displayed his rewards. You have received 200,000 fame points. You have received the mysterious magical beast egg. Congratulations. A colossal beam of power shot down from the heavens. Even Seobin's eyes widened in sheer amazement. Everyone watched intently, waiting with bated breath. A magical light sent by the system began to glow in Jin Sung's hand. You have successfully changed your class. Player Ian has successfully obtained the first dual class. A scepter suddenly dropped to the ground. Ramia stared at it, her eyes wide in disbelief. No way, she shrieked, clutching her head in a panic. Ian, it's you again. The old man approached, patting his shoulder with a satisfied look of praise. Congratulations on becoming the first player to achieve a dual class. Jin Sung was still basking in the glory of his achievement. Thank you, I'm ecstatic. But immediately after he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Sorry, I've hit my limit. Seobin was taken aback and rushed over in a panic. Hey, are you okay? But our overpowered main character had just fainted from sheer exhaustion. I just need some sleep, I'll be back later. A system notification clearly popped up. Ian has logged out. Huangui grimaced with exhaustion, relieved to finally get a break. But Jin Sung had left a message before logging out. Sorry guys, just hunt for another 5 hours and then you can rest. One of them saw this and shouted in excitement. Awesome! The other two pets had a completely opposite reaction. Hagi burst into tears, complaining furiously. What a cruel master! The other one, however, jumped for joy at the message. I think I've finally found the right master for me. Seeing this display, Huangui broke out in a nervous sweat. That guy is completely insane. The one beside him nodded in agreement. I think so too. Meanwhile, Pipuji was hiding behind a corner, watching in silence. A look of apprehension was clear on its face. I definitely shouldn't go back. Master is terrifying. If I return now, I'll just be forced to grind again. Right after that, Pipuji grimaced and turned to leave. It's not like I'd be much help if I joined them anyway. Its expression turned cunning as it hatched a plan. I need to keep eating these herbs to get stronger. Pipuji, you're a genius. I'll become an even cooler turtle than Paji. Pipuji had already decided on his own course of action. Then I'll proudly return to my master's side. By now the sky had brightened, and pleasant sunlight streamed through the window. Jin Sung finally woke up, stretching and letting out a big yawn. Wow, it's been a while since I had such a good sleep. I think I slept for a solid 10 hours. Now fully awake, he made a cup of coffee and walked over to the window. The weather is warm. The sun is shining nicely. It feels like the world is filled with joy. A deep sleep truly is the best medicine. Jin Sung's mood was unusually relaxed and refreshed. He opened the window. Having slept and eaten his fill, it was time for this overpowered main character to get his head back in the game and focus on his main objective. Myself. Time to play the game. Let's get into Can. My dual class is waiting. At that moment, Kosis was lying on the ground, completely exhausted. I'm not fighting anymore. Just then, Jinung walked in and scratched his head, wondering if maybe he had been too harsh on them. Oh, my friends, he said weakly, his eyes barely open. So the master is aware of that, huh? Jinung then had to give them some instructions. Everyone rest up until the next hunt. If I keep forcing you to work without a break, your loyalty points will drop. Spion had been waiting there for a while. You've returned. He held out his hand, his face filled with excitement. Let's check your class information. Hearing this, Jinung immediately complied and held out his hand. Of course, I worked incredibly hard to get this. A status window appeared instantly, and he shouted, "There it is. The hidden class beast, Fusion Sorcerer." Spian leaned in close to the screen, pointing things out. Just like summoners you need leadership to summon beasts. To summon them, you also need demonic energy, which is specific to this class. Hearing this, Jinung immediately came to a conclusion. Demonic energy isn't like mana. It doesn't get consumed. Is beast compatibility the same as affinity? He quickly scanned the stats, focusing on the special traits. There's a proficiency stat too. After reading it all, Jinung felt incredibly discouraged. Damn, it does. This mean I still have to grind in the end? My head is going to explode. He tried to focus and get a general idea of the skills. And the mental concentration skill, which immobilizes you for 30 seconds. This skill resets the cooldowns of all the beast's signature abilities. It's a high-risk skill but incredibly useful in battle. It lets the beasts reset their cooldowns instantly. Jinung glanced at the next skill and immediately understood the core concept of this action Manhwa class. Beast Fusion is the very essence of the Beast Fusion Sorcerer class. Spian immediately began to explain in more detail, urging him on. Beast Fusion is a skill that combines a main beast with one or more material beasts to create a much stronger one. If the fusion fails, the material beasts will disappear, but the main beast will remain. You need to raise your fusion proficiency quickly. If your proficiency is too low, it'll be difficult to succeed even when fusing low-level beasts. Hearing this, Jinung was a bit surprised and asked a follow-up question. Even if it fails, won't my proficiency still increase quickly if I just keep trying to fuse high-level beasts? But Spian just shook his head and stressed the point: if a fusion fails, your proficiency won't increase at all. Naturally, it's more advantageous to continuously fuse low-level beasts at the start. Jinung put a hand on his chin, already forming a plan. This means the high-level beast Lakil that I caught earlier will be useless for a while. Spian then gestured forward and began to lecture him. The path to becoming a beast fusion sorcerer is not an easy one. Only through perseverance and tireless effort can one become an outstanding fusion sorcerer, just like the summoner class. You need to have a serious mindset for research. Choosing which beasts to fuse also plays a crucial role. Therefore, you must constantly research and learn from your experiences. Those keywords carved 3 words into his mind: research, exploration, and grinding. Jinung's eyes lit up with a surprising sparkle. This class is literally made for me, an overpowered main character. Seeing his reaction, Spian felt a little hesitant. I really didn't expect you to react that way. It was charging straight in to attack another monster. Jin Sung, standing below, shouted a warning up to it. "Lie, fall back. One more hit and you'll be dead." It immediately received the order and obediently complied. "I understand, Master." At that moment, he turned and continued to direct the battle. Baji blocked the front. Then Jin Sung busily looked up at the sky to monitor and check, then observe and warn us when they approach. Huang Kui bared its fangs and chomped down hard on the opponent. Jin Sung seized that very opportunity, waving his hand to issue the capture command. The system immediately announced the reward: you have successfully captured the low-grade magic beast Vigor. Your proficiency in magic beast creation has increased by 0.15%. Jin Sung gave a thumbs up, continuously praising them. "Good job, Baji, you two, Lai, and Vin." He then looked at his control panel and calculated. The mana required to capture a low-grade magic beast is about 500 to 1,000. My mana is about 17,000, so I can capture around 25 of them. This number should be the limit for now. Then Jin Sung turned and gestured to everyone. "All right, let's take a short rest." A fire was lit, illuminating the area in front of their tent. He began to indulge in his true passion. "Now let's try crafting magic beasts." Jin Sung carefully selected from what he had, choosing the low-grade magic beast Sai as the main beast, and the low-grade magic beast Vigor as the material. Adding a low-grade magic stone as a crafting ingredient, he finally pressed the keystone to lock it in, ensuring the success rate increased by 20%. A bright smile appeared on Jin Sung's face. "Excellent." The system beginning magic beast creation. Lai glanced over curiously with a very annoyed look on its face. "What the heck is that?" Right beside it, our hero closed his eyes and reminded it, Be quiet, I'm concentrating. The two vortexes of energy gradually merged. The system immediately sent a notification, "Congratulations, you have successfully created a magic beast. The mid-grade magic beast Kirov has been created." Detailed stats were also sent along. Your magic beast creation skill proficiency has increased by 1.5%. You have succeeded in crafting a magic beast for the first time. Jinsheng's face lit up with excitement. All right, that's what I'm talking about. The system continued to send him more rewards. Your fame has increased by 100,000. At the same time, the system provided more detailed stats for his current skill. Your magic beast creation skill proficiency has increased by 10%. Jinsheng was in an incredibly good mood now, turning around. "Get ready, it's time." The other was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. What is it?" He turned back with a mysterious and eager smile. "What else could it be? It's time to grind." In this action manhwa, our overpowered main character then excitedly made a comparison. Grinding never betrays you. In reality, studying English for 2 hours won't make you that much better. This gave him even more confidence and determination. But grinding in Kalen brings results very quickly, so let's capture them, keep capturing, and capture some more. From today on, I will be the Lord of Magic Beasts. Jinsung imagined a beautiful future, cheering magic beasts, "You are all mine." He looked over at them, trying to be kind. "All right, take a little break." But the three of them had already collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Finally, they could rest. "You're working us too hard, master." Immediately after, Jinsung returned his focus to his work, crafting magic beasts. After a long period of arduous crafting, the system announced, "You have completed the creation of a magic beast." But just a moment later, the sad notifications arrive. "You have failed in magic beast fusion. The loyalty of the main material Vigo has decreased by 5 points, and the sub-material has been destroyed." Jinsung now looks completely worn out, having tried dozens of times but only succeeding in creating a high-level magic beast 5 times. Is this some kind of gacha system for newbies? The success rate is lower than I thought. He has to pull himself together, motivating himself. But if I grind hard until tomorrow, I think I can level up once. Suddenly, X approaches from behind. "Master." Jinsung immediately turns around a bit surprised and asks, "What's up?" X crosses his arms and immediately asks a question. "Grinding is fine and all, but where are we going?" Everyone was wondering the same thing. Jinsung, understanding the situation, quickly explains, "We're going to continue hunting magic beasts like this, and then we'll return to the City of Wrath." He even emphasizes the main important goal: there's a new member there that we have to bring back. Jinsung smugly covers his mouth and chuckles. Now X will have a new superior. He can't wait to witness that interesting moment. I'm really looking forward to seeing his reaction then. Zera now steps forward with a question. "Where are we going?" He immediately turns back and answers, "Back to the City of Wrath." After a long while, they finally set foot in the City of Wrath. Huni's eyes sparkle brightly as he takes in the view. So that's the City of Wrath. Kanan eagerly runs closer, his heart filled with anticipation. We can finally enjoy the Demon World content properly. He then remembers something and turns to ask, "Hey Hun, to enter the City of Wrath, we have to do a quest for the security forces, right?" The boy confirms once more, giving a brief overview. "That's right, someone is already guiding people on the community forums. That person is from our Titan." The two of them continue to chat on their way. His in-game name is Silent, right? Is he a knight or something? From outside, someone runs in, opens the door, and reports, "Silent, they've arrived." He hastily sits up startled and asks, "What? Who?" Seeing this, the person quickly repeats the information. "The dark mage you were looking for has arrived in the City of Wrath." Silent regains his composure and sits up straight. "Is that so? Very good, prepare to welcome our guests." Suddenly a voice rings out, "Hello, are you Hun?" The boy is so startled his face scrunches up. What the heck? The saying, "Speak of the devil," is really true, isn't it? That voice rang out once again, continuing its speculation. "I guess you've reached the edge of Wrath City, our Titan. Shall we help you with your quest?" At that moment, Huni bolted forward in a hurry. "Hurry up and follow me." He followed behind with a calm demeanor, asking, "Huni, why the sudden rush?" The boy turned back, his eyes gleaming. We can pass through the gates of Wrath City for free. Kanan, surprised, hurried to catch up from behind. Huh. What do you mean? The scene in this manhwa recap then shifts to the view outside the city. Jinung and X had just arrived. Jinung then entered to report the situation. Sir Seraphim, I have returned with the dual-class character. The man sitting on the throne, who had been waiting for a long time, replied, You're back sooner than I expected. Jinung then turned to another pressing issue, worriedly asking, But what about Yankin? Has he been released from the tower? Have they been punished yet? Seraphim asked with extreme confidence, resting his chin on his hand. Of course, I took action immediately. He immediately broke into an excited smile. Thank you so much. Finally, all his long hardships had paid off. Seraphim knew this and immediately corrected him. No, the credit isn't mine. It was all thanks to your efforts. Seraphim wanted to explain it clearly. You were the one who resolved all the issues related to Yankin's charges. Then what's so difficult about releasing him? Jinung asked, getting straight to the point after a moment's hesitation. But thank you anyway. So where is he now? Seraphim quickly gave him the details. Of course he's waiting for you. As Jinung entered, he looked around with great interest. A high-ranking demon, a future noble, and another low-level character with insane stats. But Jinung had to calm himself down. No, this wasn't the time to be distracted by Yankin. He had to focus on delivering Seraphim's letter to Ricardo. Seraphim had been very careful to emphasize the deadline. 18 days left. He kept reminding himself, drilling the fact into his head. I can't forget that mission. Jinung looked up at a sign, curious. Is this the place? He slowly walked inside, looking around. This tavern was much bigger than he had imagined. So Yankin... Suddenly Jinung remembered a major problem. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, Yankin is huge. No matter how big this place is, it could hardly contain him, right? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, You're back, Yan? He was still skeptical and didn't dare turn around. Wait, is he really in here? Yankin had been inside for a long time. I was waiting for you. The scene shifts to a monstrous figure screaming as it disintegrates. Rahan scratched her head, looking a little tired. It's finally over, I guess. From the cheering crowd below the stands, a respectful voice rang out. Thank you for your hard work, Master. A system window popped up with a notification. You have completed the quest, Path to the Abyss. Completion rank A. Reputation gained 250,000. Someone from below yelled up in praise. The Master has worked hard. Just then, another system condition was fulfilled. The conditions to enter the demon world have been met. She scowled, still holding a grudge. Yen Yu stole the honor of being the first person to set foot in the demon world from me. But Rahan approached the gate that served as the bridge between the two worlds. The system then displayed a question, Do you wish to enter the demon world? She walked boldly towards it, seething with rage. That honor should have been mine. Back with our overpowered main character. Jinung turned and his face lit up with joy when he saw him. Yankin, he raised his hand, his expression a mixture of happiness, gratitude, and relief. Yan, thanks to you, I was released from that place early, so I managed to retain almost all of my demonic energy. Jinung looked at the figure before him in awe. Are you really Yankin? You look so different. Yankin excitedly added that it was all thanks to Seraphim's help. Yankin recalled the past. When I was released from the Tower of Punishment, my demonic energy was only around 45,000. It was Seraphim who patiently instructed me, telling me to chew it thoroughly. He was eternally grateful for that immense favor, but thanks to the ultimate spirit herb Seraphim gave me, I recovered. Completely recovered. Yanku looked at his body with anticipation. To contain such an abundant amount of mana, my body has also been reforged and refined from the inside. I also want a more stable form. He was incredibly satisfied at this moment and came up with a few more plans. Thanks to this, I've met the conditions to be promoted to the nobility. Of course, to truly become a noble, I need to participate in the promotion battle. Jinung was happy for him and very impressed. That's amazing, Yankin. He can develop on his own like that. This is like killing two birds with one stone. He then became serious and stated his desire. Yan, not only have I been freed from the chains of punishment, but I've also broken through the wall that has held me back for so long. It's all thanks to you. I am incredibly impressed by your power, and I am deeply indebted to you. I want to become your guardian, to carry the light and accompany you on this journey. Yankin knelt down solemnly, awaiting an answer. I wish to fight by your side from now on. The system quickly sent a notification about this. The high-ranking demon Yankin has offered to become your guardian. He looked at the system's prompt with great joy. Will you accept Yankun as your guardian? Then Jinung extended his hand to him. Thank you, Yankun. He wanted to help him up, anticipating their partnership. From now on, I'll be counting on you. The system understood this and immediately sent a notification. You have accepted the high-ranking demon Yankun as your guardian. Then suddenly, so many notifications appeared at once, stunning Jinung. He carefully read the text and pondered. So this notification appears when I have enough guardians. The screen clearly displayed a notification asking, do you want to be promoted to the title of Grand Duke? You have enough fame points for the promotion. Jinung glanced at it, calculating carefully in his head. With my current fame points, even if I get promoted to Grand Duke right now, I'll still have 10 million points left over. He shook his head and closed a few windows, thinking to himself, but I don't really need that title right now. The fame points are still more useful. The system immediately displayed Jinung's choice. You have declined the title promotion. At this moment, he looked towards him, feeling a sense of pride. Perhaps it's thanks to my enormous fame points that I was able to recruit an unbelievably strong guardian like Yankun. Jinung then glanced aside and opened up a status window. Let's check Yankun's information. An incredibly long status window appeared in front of him. He put his hands on his hips and looked up with great satisfaction. Indeed, both his passives and stats greatly increase the magic activation rate. With magic that has such a high fixed damage rate, he's the ideal choice for taking down tanky bosses. Suddenly, Jinung's expression shifted slightly, but there was still the point of disappointment. I thought he would be at least legendary grade, but he's only a hero. Kosus approached, looking up hopefully. From now on, I'll be counting on you. At that moment, he tried to compose himself and brushed the thought aside. With such a high level, and on top of that being a high-ranking demon, it shouldn't be a problem. Then Jinung quickly turned around and urged them on. All right, let's go. He clenched his fist, having already chosen the next destination. The Demon Castle in the 80th sector of the Demon World. We will go there to have an audience with the Demon King Li Chak-do. Zera saw that this was going exactly as planned, but she still reacted with utter shock. Master, what is this? Is this some kind of joke? How did that demon become your guardian? Jinung, showing off his overpowered main character traits, boasted, It's because I'm so exceptional that even a demon— All right, the new member is here. Everyone smile and give him a warm welcome. Yankun was also very obedient, greeting them warmly first, looking forward to cooperating. You're the warrior who fought me, right? The guy still hadn't calmed down, immediately stuttering his response. That reaction even surprised Yankun. He turned to look at Kaka, who had his hands on his hips, and asked curiously, Master, how did you manage to recruit this guy? Jinung also turned to look, growing curious. You know this useless guy? Hearing that word, the creature shot up, crying and complaining. How dare you call me useless, Master? You're being too mean. Jinung crossed his arms, questioning back with a calm expression. Besides being cute, what else do you have to offer? Kaka reacted fiercely, emphasizing once more, I am not cute. Yankun quickly recognized him, approached, and greeted, You're Kaka of the Shadow Tribe, right? Hearing this, it became incredibly smug and introduced itself. Finally, someone in the party recognizes me. That's right, I am Kaka Phantom, a great member of the Shadow Tribe. The warrior's attitude completely changed, his face darkening. It seems the rumors were true. Yankun's face turned bright red as he stammered out a shy compliment. You really are cute. Jinung, standing behind, was also surprised. You too, Yankun? Jinung's face became awkward, and he stubbornly turned away. All right, I guess we're all on the same page then. Kaka, flying above, still yelled to correct them. I told you I'm not cute. At this point, Jinung finally seemed satisfied. You guys seem to be having fun. Jinung then continued to ask for more information in this action manhwa. Yang-kun, do you know anything about Kaka Phantom? Hearing this, he vaguely tried to recall the information he had learned. I'm not too sure, I've only read about it in an ancient text. It said that the tribe looks extremely cute, and being a shadow race, they don't sleep. Seeing that he was on the right track, Jin-sung scratched his head and voiced his suspicion. That's precisely the problem. One of his skills is Greedy Dreamwalker. It's a skill that allows him to obtain rare items through dreams, but I don't understand how Kaka has it when he never sleeps. Yankin glanced down, pondered carefully for a moment, and then concluded, that is a bit strange. But in any case, it's not exactly a useless skill. At that moment, as we see in this Manhwa review, Jin-sung's face lit up as if he had just had an epiphany. At that moment, Yang-kun continued his unfinished explanation. When Kaka Phantom awakens, he'll be able to use that skill. The Shadow Tribe has the ability to sleep when they reach an awakened state, so that skill is still very useful. Jin-sung put his hands on his hips and continued to voice his question. That sounds great, but how do I activate the awakened state? But he grimaced and gave a disappointing answer. I don't know. Kaka, who was flying above, also called down gloomily. I don't know either, Master. Our overpowered main character wasn't expecting much, so he didn't blame them. Well, it's not like I had high hopes. Then he led the group up the cliff face. In this part of our Manhwa recap, the immediate task was to find a way through the gate to Area 100. 2 guards were already stationed in front of the gate to Area 100 of the Demon Realm. At that moment, Jin-sung's face was etched with tension and worry. As long as we have authorization from a high-ranking demon, we can pass through the gate, right? Please tell me I'm right, he replied, crossing his arms for emphasis. Unfortunately, even the Demon King couldn't just pass through the gate to Area 100. He had to pass a test to enter. He propped his hands on his sides and looked up. Is that so? Jin-sung was extremely puzzled but had no answers. So what is that test? Huni was inside discussing it again. So you're saying I have to participate in that mission no matter what the Demon King's trial is? Silent confirmed the information once more, explaining briefly, that's right. One of the mission's conditions is that the party must have at least one person from each class. The boy analyzed this in his head for a moment before asking a question. Helping others is a give and take, and besides, I get a free hidden quest. The Titan Guild even helped us get into the City of Wrath. So how long does that mission usually take? He also quickly explained this part. Usually one attempt takes about half a day. But don't worry, failing doesn't mean you die or anything. Huni bowed his head deep in thought and hesitation. Doesn't sound too bad, but I really want to see Yan first. Silent then expressed his side's sincerity. My party is in desperate need of a powerful dark mage. I'm sorry to say, even though our guild is ranked second on the entire server. His face showing clear tension as he emphasized, we don't have a single dark mage as skilled as you, Huni. Hearing this, the boy initially showed no reaction. Huni then awkwardly stood up full of self-praise. Ahem, well, it can't be helped, then can it? It's not that you guys are weak, it's just that I'm too strong. That's right, guys like him get a big head the moment they're complimented. He took this opportunity to offer another benefit if you agree to help Huni. We will widely promote that the mission was completed thanks to your assistance, which will also boost your reputation, right? Huni stood up excitedly and slammed the table with confidence. Sounds good, and you guys helped me with the patrol team too. All right, I'll show you my power. Hearing this, he was also satisfied and got straight to business. All right, I'll share the mission with you now. The boy quickly agreed to it. Let's do it. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have received the hidden quest. Trial of the Demon King. Suddenly at that moment, Huni's face twisted as he realized, wait a minute. This mission isn't shared with Yan like that immortality quest, is it? The system immediately sent a notification on the other side due to the established master-servant relationship. The mission will be automatically shared with Yan. He looked at the notification panel, still not understanding. Huh? What is this? Meanwhile, Jin-sung quickly refocused, having forgotten for a moment. This is no time to be casually reading notifications. Suddenly, something slammed hard into the ground, causing everything to shatter. He was sweating a little, a grin on his face, acknowledging the situation. This truly is a gate that even the Demon King would be wary of. This opponent will not be an easy fight at all. Jinsung looked at the giant monster before him with some caution. It was a tanker-type monster with extremely high defense like a golem, and its attack power was not weak in the slightest. The Imperial Turtle was doing its best to help him defend. Jinsung was well aware of its strengths. Moreover, the most annoying thing was its immunity to all crowd control effects. The system also spoke up with a clear warning: the target cannot be stunned due to its resistance to all crowd control effects. Seeing this, he was a bit panicked by the information. I've never seen this skill before. He's pretty tough. Indeed. Is a genuine punching bag, so just hit it as you please. Zera was now on top of the monster, getting into position. It ferociously spewed out a blazing red flame. Lai quickly raised his hand to create a shield. Seizing that opportunity, Zera jumped up, planning a sneak attack from behind. He leaped down from above, slicing it in two. Zera rested his sword on his shoulder with an air of extreme confidence. No matter how tough you are, you can't withstand my sword. But suddenly its body started to regenerate from behind. Yan Kun reacted just in time, rushing forward to finish it off. Zera turned back with a strange expression on his face and broke into a crooked smile. Yan Kun casually waved his hand, reminding him from behind, "That was a bit careless, teammate." He didn't look pleased, turning back without any gratitude. "You were just trying to steal the last hit, weren't you?" Jinsung watched from afar, smiling brightly with satisfaction. Normally, I don't use control abilities to weaken or restrain the opponent, but a win is a win. This is proof that we've all gotten stronger. He stepped forward to observe it for a moment before deciding, next time I meet Serbian, I have to ask him how to summon a golem. Suddenly, a beam of light shone from the gate. Jinsung placed his hands on his hips, looking ahead with satisfaction. The gate to the 100th floor had finally opened. He led the way, leaping straight in. All right, let's go. A system notification appeared announcing the start of the teleportation. You have successfully cleared the 100th floor space gate, transferring to the 99th floor of the Demon Realm. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Demon Realm. You have conquered the 100th floor space gate for the first time. You have received 150,000 reputation points. They stood on a... The system immediately issued a danger warning. A powerful demonic energy permeates the area. Movement speed decreased by 5%. Jinsung's face flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling. This place is exactly my kind of style. Meanwhile, Huni's head was spinning. He couldn't understand what was going on. The hidden quest should have been shared by now. The boy waited anxiously, his mood souring. Why isn't there any response? Huni broke into a cold sweat, panicking as he imagined the reaction. Knowing his personality, he should have dived headfirst into a hidden quest the moment he saw it. The memory of Jinsung was terrifying to the boy. Hidden quests, hidden classes, I'll uncover every secret here. Huni's vision swam as he tried to figure out the situation. Could he not be logged into the game right now? Seeing his reaction, Kanan grew worried from behind. Hey, what's wrong? Silent is waiting. The boy clenched his fists, a look of joyful determination on his face. The heavens have blessed me. Huni finally snapped back to reality and turned politely. My apologies. I was lost in thought. Silent, who had been waiting patiently, maintained his polite. It's fine, don't mind me. Just then the boy spoke up again. But Silent, I have a favor to ask. Silent was slightly surprised but waited to hear it. Go on. Huni pointed to the person behind him and made his request. If there aren't any other prominent summoners, could you let Kanan join the team? Kanan finally reacted to this, getting flustered. Why so suddenly? You can't do that. The boy, however, remained calm and analyzed the situation with confidence. He's only around level 150, which isn't high, but his skills are pretty solid. Huni continued to list his strong points, his outstanding strengths. He also possesses a hidden class that was just unlocked with the Demon Realm update, making him very powerful. This even made Silent... I was originally going to choose Yan, but after thinking it over, he made his final decision because of the hidden class. It's worth it, so welcome you two. Silent considered the mutual benefits after analyzing it with us. He was a less pressuring opponent than Yan. Huni also smiled cheerfully, clasping her hands in support. You did great. Kanun, on the other hand, was shyly scratching. "Thank you." Cohen then stood up and extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill. "I look forward to your guidance." Silent. He also slowly stood up to reciprocate. "We thank you for your support as well, Kanun." Suddenly, a monster's roar echoed through the air. An arm fell limply to the ground and a notification popped up. "Final round of the 17th level cleared." The system announced Rahan's remarkable achievement. "You have completed the demon's trial." She reached up high and snatched something from the air. As soon as she received it, the system immediately sent a notification. "Player, Rahan has officially become a true demon. You are the first to achieve the title of True Demon. You have received 500,000 fame points." The system announced a status transformation. Player Rahan's race has changed from human to demon. EXP gained from defeating demons and beasts has increased by 50%. Rahan was incredibly satisfied with the result she had achieved. "I've finally surpassed even the half-demons to become a true demon. From now on, no one in the demon world can keep up with my rate of progress." The system also sent her rewards. All combat stats increased by 20% in the demon world. Rahan looked at the information panels with some reluctance. "But it's a shame to give up the magic swordsman class, and I have to give up the guild too." The notification also listed additional changes. "The Black Moon Guild you were a part of is a guild for the human race. You will be automatically removed from it due to your race change to demon." It also added another important piece of information. "Your old magic swordsman class will be erased." She clutched her head and let out a weary sigh. "No, perhaps I've been too complacent all this time, just resting on my laurels as the #1 player and seeing the guild as a safe haven. That last incident was something I intentionally orchestrated, which is why I allowed them to defeat me." She understood the gravity of the situation. "Moreover, there are still countless people strong enough to contend with me. This is no time to cling to the hollow title of #1. Rahan then drew her sword, her heart filled with determination. "I will obtain overwhelming power to surpass everyone else. And to do that, I need a new class." Seeing a strange phenomenon in the sky, she stopped to contemplate. Rahan then made her final decision. "All right, it must be over there." Seeing a sword floating in the air, she was overjoyed. "I've found it." Rahan immediately recognized its identity. The sealed sword. The system sent a congratulatory notification. "You have discovered the sealed sword of the Demon King Luol." The moment she laid a hand on it, a warning appeared. "Warning, if you draw the sealed sword, the magic circle will be activated and the demon dragon will awaken." While Rahan was still being persistent, another note appeared. "If the demon dragon awakens, the destructive demon tribe's invasion of the human world will be accelerated by 30 days, and the demon forces will be strengthened considerably." She still hesitated, thinking it over carefully. Just as he said, the wave of monsters from the demon world will arrive sooner and the difficulty will increase. That guy once stood before Rahan and boldly declared the human world will be devoured by the demon world one way or another. Then the human world will become your own personal stage, you demon. If you draw Ricardo's sword, that will happen much sooner. That's reason enough for us to cooperate, human." Then she pulled it out without hesitation. The sword seemed to boast how tempting. As soon as he acted, a notification quickly appeared. "You have drawn the sealed sword of the Demon King Ricardo." Rahan pulled it out forcefully, raised it to the sky, and declared loudly, "All right, Mahamiu, the pact has been made." Just then, the system sent a notification. The black smoke ceiling formation began to activate. While she struggled against the power, the system sent another message. "You have met the qualifications to become a fighting demon, a berserker warrior." The black smoke ceiling formation has been successfully dispelled. The demon dragon Khalifa has awakened from the darkness. Elsewhere, Jinung was taking a sip of water in Demon World Area 95. He let out a tired, weary sigh and addressed everyone. "Somehow we managed to clear from Area 99 to Area 96 in just one day. Everyone fought very well. Now let's rest for a bit." Jinung glanced at his companions' attitudes. He had to admit they were still full of energy after such a fierce battle. They even turned to him cheerfully, their faces bright as they asked, "This hunt is so much fun, isn't it?" Hearing that, he was quite surprised. "Fun? Could it be they've already gotten used to my harsh training regimen?" Jinung then turns to look in another direction. As for the others, the three of them were completely focused on Kaka. So adorable. Are they always this cute? Seeing this, he didn't quite know how to react. It seemed his employee welfare policy was unintentionally effective. They were mesmerized watching it with sparkling eyes. It's so cute, I could just die, totally. He couldn't do anything but acknowledge that it was truly the team's shared pet. But this caused Kaka to react fiercely. What did you just say, Master? Hearing. This Jinsung's eyes glinted mischievously as he played dumb. What do you mean? It seemed to have seen right through him. You're making fun of me, aren't you? He just kept chuckling slyly. He said nothing more. How did you know? Suddenly, Jinsung's expression softened, turning melancholic. He reminds me of Pipuji. There was a time I let it act on its own because it wouldn't show up when summoned, even though it wasn't particularly cute. I wonder where Pipuji is and what it's doing now. Elsewhere, it was leisurely hunting and feasting with great delight. Finally, I found a delicious demon herb. Pipuji chewed on a type of herb. Its face was filled with delight. Even after finishing, it was still drooling for more, praising the delicious taste that melted in its mouth. This is definitely a high-quality item aged for at least 100 years. Just then, the system displayed Pipuji's status window. You have consumed a high-grade spirit herb. Spirit power has increased by 2.5%. Current spirit power level 99 proficiency, 81.94%. Seeing this, Pipuji was filled with determination. I just need to eat spirit herbs for a few more days, and I'll reach the maximum spirit power level. In its head, Pipuji was already imagining its dream scenario. I will definitely evolve into a turtle, even cooler than that bald-headed turtle. Pipuji, I'm number one, Pipuji. Pipuji even imagined the scene of its transformation. I'll be even more handsome than Cassius. Being this handsome is tiring. He'll definitely look over with a horrified expression. How disgusting, it kept crawling forward, its mind full of thoughts. Suddenly, I really miss my master. I wonder if master is doing okay now. Pipuji's mood was very sad today. I miss my master more than usual today, and I miss my other friends too. Back on the other side, Jinsung knelt down waiting. All right, it's been a while. Let's see your face. How noble our turtle god is. Kaka was utterly confused, crossing his arms and glancing over. What the? His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to ask in confusion, What's a turtle, master? Jinsung sighed and began to explain. It's just one person. And he made sure to emphasize the words, a friend who is just a little bit more useful than you. The moment Kaka heard that, his eyes blazed red, shooting a warning glare in a scene perfect for an action manhwa. What was that? Immediately after, Jinsung raised his hand to cast a spell. Summon Pipuji. On the other side, a notification window popped up for it. Master Ian is summoning you. Do you wish to answer the summons? Its face was filled with smug delight. Just as I thought, Master hasn't forgotten me. And so Pipuji raised its hand to press accept, but before it could, it suddenly snapped out of it in a panic. That was close. I almost answered the summons by instinct. Pipuji shook its head repeatedly, trying to calm down. If I appear right now, I'll look like some easy turtle. I have to stay calm. Turtles have pride too. But then the worst-case scenario flashed through its mind. If I refuse again, Master might never summon me again. Without hesitating for much longer, Pipuji made its decision. I don't want that to happen. I can't stand this loneliness anymore. On Jinsung's end, as we continue this manhwa review, a notification clearly appeared. Pipuji has answered. As soon as the notification appeared, it flew out of the teleportation circle. I have arrived, Master. He was overjoyed, welcoming back his precious turtle. Pipuji. Jinsung pulled it into a suffocatingly tight hug. Come here, my adorable little turtle. But Pipuji began to struggle. Let me go, Masters, I can't breathe. Only then did he slowly put it down, asking in surprise, Pipuji, when did you learn to talk? It slowly crawled forward and gave a casual excuse. I don't really know, I just suddenly could. Hearing this, Jinsung was still a bit suspicious. What's this? The information window hasn't changed at all. Then he brushed it aside, patting its head fondly. Whatever, I'm just so happy to see you again. Pipuji, still acting grumpy, stressed. I still haven't calmed down yet. Jinsung's voice softened as he took out some food he had brought along. Calm down now, I'll give you your favorite meatballs. It's been a while, right? Seeing them, it went into a frenzy and shouted enthusiastically, "Give them to me!" Kaka, still completely lost, watched from afar. "What's the deal with this goofy-faced turtle?" Jinsung, sitting beside it, continued to tease. "Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time." It looked from side to side with great confidence. "Look at that pathetic creature crawling on the ground. How can it possibly compare to my own noble form?" It does look quite transparent and bright, though. Suddenly, the flying Kaka stopped midair and stared intently. "Wait a minute, that turtle." Seeing that reaction, Jinsung immediately looked up, confused. "What's wrong?" "Kaka did? Pipuji bite you?" It clutched its stomach and shouted, "That's not it, you foolish master. There's no doubt about it. That turtle is—" Kaka had finally realized its identity as the final piece of the Seven Legends. Jinsheng was also incredibly surprised and couldn't believe it. "What? The final piece of the Seven Legends?" Jinsheng asked with a skeptical expression. "What are you talking about, you fat flying desert lizard? Stop spouting your personal stories that nobody else understands." Zera, who was resting in the back, suddenly chimed in. "Master, I know about that too. Although my memories are quite hazy, I'm trying to recall." Proposed a similar theory, but that must be the legend of the seven dragon gods. Hearing this, he turned back in complete surprise. What Kaka angrily glared toward Jung. The fat lizard, seeing Xa's strange attitude, also questioned him. "Why are you suddenly so excited just because a topic you know came up? You weren't like this before." Outside in the square, everyone received a general announcement that the seal of the Demon King Ricardo had been broken. The sealed Demon Dragon Khalifa has awakened from its long slumber, and the invasion from the demon world is about to begin. 29 days remain. 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 seconds remaining. Another warning about this event appeared right after. When the invasion begins, 3 demon gates will appear on both the central and northern continents, unleashing a wave of monsters. The system even emphasized the warning to everyone. Monsters from the demon world are extremely powerful, so prepare thoroughly to face them. On the public forums, everyone was buzzing with discussion. I heard Rahan broke the seal of the dark world. What? Even if he's number 1 on the rankings, he can't just endanger the entire continent for a single quest, can he? Even if Rahan did nothing, the game would have updated like this eventually, so don't get too worked up. Anyway, has everyone leveled up yet? I heard the monsters from the demon world are all level 150 and above. Everyone everywhere was talking about the same topic. The central continent has many high-level players, so they should be fine. But the players in the north are going to have a very tough time. Because most players on the northern continent are newbies and haven't even reached level 100. At the taverns, they were also talking about it endlessly. So does this mean we can now hunt demon world monsters without needing a quest to go to the demon world exactly? It used to be such a hassle to go there, but now this is amazing. They were even planning to stock up in advance since there are only 30 days left. Right? We have to reach level 150 before then. That way we can make some profit when the monster wave hits. There are many monsters over level 200, so we'll have to grind more. Elsewhere, at a magnificent and splendid castle, was the Lotus Guild. Clone held a stack of papers and announced to the crowd, "Within 30 days, a gate will open and summon monsters from the demon world. Even the lowest level monster from there is significantly stronger than the regular monsters on the central continent. So we need to come up with a strategy to deal with them." Phelan turned around her face, showing clear worry. "I'm not too worried about our territory, but the northern territory is another story. Will they have enough strength to withstand the attacks from the monsters?" He sat back down, his face dejected. "Yes, the Lotus territory is still a bit better off. But our Oliver territory has almost no defense system, and there aren't any formidable rival guilds nearby either." Gabali glanced over and asked about the situation. "By the way, has Ian left the demon world yet?" "Phelan, have you been in contact with Ian lately?" She shook her head sadly and dejectedly. "No, I haven't seen Ian in a long time. No one understands the demon world better than Ian. If only we had his help, it would be great." Heron, sitting right next to her, seemed more optimistic. "I'm sure Ian already knows about the monster wave. It seems like he's busy hunting bosses and doing quests. Even after logging out, I still check the community news regularly." She then mentioned some useful information. Last time I even saw him create a whole spreadsheet to compile information on the demon world monsters. Try sending him a private message to ask. Check out Folin, it'll definitely be useful. He raised his hand, cracked a few jokes, and then sighed. They say it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change a person's nature. But I knew that wasn't true the moment I saw him taking notes and comparing stats every time his summons leveled up. Fiolin, sitting right beside him, blinked and happily agreed. That's exactly why he's our leader. Thanks to him, we've also learned so much. Cloven then spoke up to summarize the situation and draw a conclusion. All right then, for now, let's focus on a plan to support the defense forces of the northern continent. As for a specific strategy against the demon world, we'll wait for Yan to provide more information. The scene shifts to Jinung, where Bipuji is sprawled on the ground asking a question. Master, do you know the legend of the 7 dragon gods? The one about the dragons who helped stop the demon world's invasion 1000. I'm so stuffed. Jinung, sitting calmly beside him, recounted, Of course I do. Xiao was the human hero on the front lines back then. Tay moved his face up close, raising a hand to challenge him. So, have you heard the story that there were originally only 5 dragon gods? Hearing this, Jinung was a bit confused. Sia then came up from behind and interjected, I've heard of it, so I've always been curious about that. He recalled the information and laid it all out. From what I know, in the beginning, only 5 dragon gods existed. So how did 7 of them end up stopping the demon world's invasion? Hearing this, he continued to tease him mockingly. What? You don't know something so simple? You're a lot dumber than you look. It's because there were hidden dragon gods. Among those 7 dragon gods, only 5 were true dragon gods. Jinung still looked unconvinced and turned around curiously. Cassius, you're a dragon god too, and you know less than he does. He had no choice but to correct him? Exasperated. I wasn't a god from that era. Cassius's face flushed red as steam practically shot from his head. Just because I'm a descendant with the same name, does that mean I have to know everything? Master, you just realized your mistake and quickly apologized. Right, my bad. CA angrily climbed onto Shung's face and reminded him irritably, Don't just ignore me like that. Master, keep listening. His vision was blocked, making him a bit flustered. All right, I'm listening. Just calm down. At that, his expression suddenly turned serious. The first 5 dragon gods never fully assembled until the gate to the demon world opened. CA recalled everything from the very beginning of this Manhwa recap. Initially, the forces of the human and demon worlds were fairly balanced. He then stressed a crucial turning point in this action Manhwa. But after Dragon King Khalifa appeared at the northern gate, the entire tide of the war was overturned. CA went on to recount a tragic event. To stop him, the northern hero, OK and the dragon warrior Cassius, fought with incredible valor, but they were still no match for the Dragon King. He then continued speaking of another character's appearance. At that moment, the great sage Solara, who was leading the war against the demons, sensed the coming annihilation. He believed the only way to stop Khalifa was to gather the other 4 dragon gods scattered across. He sought out his own master, the master of the Abyssal Tower, to find an answer. As soon as Jinung heard the title, he asked curiously, And who is that? Baka didn't really know much about that. I'm not too sure about that part myself. But there's something more important. The answer that the master of the Abyssal Tower gave was, he could only repeat what someone else had said. The Abyssal Turtle. Hearing this, Jinung started scratching his head in confusion. What the abyss? Turtle is the key. Seeing his reaction, Kaka had to interrupt. Listen to the whole story, Master. It clarified the point further, saying it was more accurately the ancestor of the abyss turtle. That is the crucial link to connect the other 4 scattered dragon gods. The abyss. Turtle is a species that can instinctively sense latent. Kaka continued to explain the process that follows, that when it evolves into the abyss dragon god, it can awaken and summon the slumbering dragon gods, although it didn't know the exact source of power that allows it to do so. At this point, the Emperor Turtle also chimed in. The Abyss clan is the only race that can self-trigger the evolution process. This means they have the ability to become dragons without borrowing the power of a planet. It emphasized their terrifying power. Just imagine a race that can evolve into a dragon without a planet. If they were to receive a planet's aid, they would reach a power level comparable to the holy gods. Jinung was now completely focused on the story. I remember the bald dragon talking about this before. The Emperor Turtle elaborated on the process. When the Abyss Dragon successfully evolves, all the latent power within the slumbering dragon gods will also be awakened. Kaka added, emphasizing the detail. That's why all the awakened dragon gods gather around the Abyss Dragon God. At this point, the whole picture was forming in his mind. With the combined information from Kaka, the bald dragon, and Kaiser, the complete picture that emerged was unbelievable, a plot twist worthy of the best action manhwa. He did a quick count in his head, then asked, "Wait a minute, 4 dragon gods have gathered on the continent plus the Abyss Dragon God and Cassius, the fallen dragon god that makes 6 in total. So who is the 7th? Aren't there 7 legends?" Kaka's expression suddenly, the last of the 7 legends is none other than, it could only mention a title it knew a human hero. I don't know their real name, only that they were called the Dragon Knight. Jinung's eyes widened in astonishment. He himself was starting to piece something together, a classic moment for an overpowered main character. Could it be? Chung slowly turned to look in another direction. That person is... Just then Zera spoke up, confirming everything. "I remember everything now," Zera said softly. He spoke with conviction. "My memories used to be very hazy, like a thick fog. But everything has become clear after hearing that story." Zera quickly recounted what he remembered, the Dragon Knight of Humanity, known as one of the 7 legends. His name is... He placed a hand on his own chest and said, "Zera." Zera's words were quiet, but they were enough to stun Jinung. "It is I, Master." He was completely stunned, wondering, what in the world is going on? The legend of the 7 dragon gods, the key to that grand event. Jinung looked at Zera and his other summoned beasts, thinking in amazement, they've all been right here with me this whole time. This reincarnation journey is full of surprises. Meanwhile, in the central Fyro territory on the mid-continent, Kylan Ryzen had just returned from an expedition and let out a happy sigh. This expedition was more successful than I expected. He looked around excitedly, thinking to himself, if it weren't for the Fyro territory, I wouldn't have been able to focus entirely on exploring like this. Ryzen gazed at the city gate before him. He thought, by building a fortress stronger than any other stronghold on the mid-continent, this place now serves as a safe zone comparable to the vast territories of the Empire. After that, he hurried out again, out the door. All right, time to continue the hunt for Kan's hidden treasure today. As Ryzen quickly descended into a basement, he thought, joining the Fyro territory's security team was definitely the right decision. A moment later, he observed through his binoculars and eagerly recalled. Lord Folan sometimes personally explored the dungeons around the region. By accompanying her, I've learned so much about newly discovered ruins and how to explore them. After a few minutes, Ryzen discovered a treasure chest. I wonder what kind of artifact I'll find this time. As soon as he opened the chest, he said in surprise, "This is..." Ryzen took out a book and muttered softly. A game notification appeared, item information unidentified ancient chronicle legendary grade. Ryzen shouted in amazement, a legendary item. He then excitedly waved the book around. This is the first legendary item I've found since I started my career as an explorer. But wait, this is no time to get emotional. I need to quickly appraise it with the highest grade appraisal stone. Ryzen quickly used the skill to examine the book. Appraise. A game notification rang out. You have failed to appraise the unidentified ancient chronicle artifact. You have consumed 1 high-grade appraisal stone, 27 remaining. Hearing this, Ryzen said in a slight panic, "That's right, it's a legendary item after all, so it can't be that easy. But I still have 27 stones left." After that, he did not give up and kept using the skill. But each time the system announced, "You have failed to appraise the unidentified ancient chronicle artifact. 26 appraisal stones remaining. You have failed to appraise the unidentified ancient chronicle artifact. 20 appraisal stones remaining." Ryzen pleaded, thinking, please let it work this time. The game system's voice still rang out. You have failed to appraise the unidentified ancient chronicle artifact. 13 appraisal stones remaining. You have successfully appraised the unidentified ancient chronicle. Only then did Raison say joyfully, "I did it, the appraisal was a success." The book immediately lit up and floated in midair, accompanied by a voice from the game. "You have successfully appraised a legendary item for the first time. Player Raison has excavated the first legendary artifact. An artifact dating back 1,000 years named Chronicle of the Great Demon World War I. A record of the dimensional war between humanity and the demon race has been discovered. In the next 10 seconds, the history of 1,000 years ago will be replayed before your eyes." Over at Jinung's location, he was deep in thought. That's right, it turns out Pipuji has been playing a key role all along. Jinung looked towards Pipuji, who was lying there calculating something. Perhaps it was Cassius's soul that led us to the dungeon, where it once rested on the northern continent. He found it a bit hard to believe, thinking to himself, "I never thought Pipuji was such an important creature. Though in the end it's still just a gluttonous turtle." Nearby, Pipuji was carefree, humming while eating. Unlimited meatballs, absolutely delicious. Suddenly, Jinung realized, wait a minute, I now have 3 of the 7 legends, the key elements that once stopped the invasion of the demon world. He thought excitedly, this means I'll become the one with the greatest responsibility in repelling the upcoming attack from the demon world. He smirked slyly, calculating that if he gave the divine orb to Pipuji, Cassius would awaken and reach the mythical level. Furthermore, if the remaining dragon gods gathered, he might even be able to tame those dragon beasts as well. Beside him, Kaka spoke up softly. "Master, forgive me for interrupting your beautiful thoughts, but you surely know what we need to do next, right?" "Unlike that turtle, my master is quite intelligent, isn't he?" Jinsung answered, a little uncertain. "The first thing to do is to evolve Pipuji, the dragon god." Kaka nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. You truly are worthy of being my master." Jinsung felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself, what is this being praised by my subordinate like? This feels so strange. At the same time, Kaka quickly said, "Pipuji needs to evolve into a dragon god to obtain the divine orb and reach the ultimate realm. So of course that must be our top priority." He glanced at the yellow turtle and suggested, "Perhaps Pipuji knows how to evolve." The turtle replied slowly, "To evolve, Pipuji needs a high-grade spirit herb that is at least 100 years old." Hearing this, Jinsung pointed at Pipuji and replied, "A spirit herb, you say? Then I guess he can just find one and eat it himself." The yellow turtle hesitated for a moment before nodding. "That's right." Jinsung asked curiously, "So if we let him handle—" Nearby, Pipuji suddenly jumped up and said confidently, "That's right, I'm about to evolve. My current spiritual power has already reached level 99. Jinsung, still worried, asked, "Kaka, let's put Pipuji's evolution aside for a moment. Chaya, I have something I want to ask. If Pipuji becomes the Abyss dragon, will the other dragon gods gather once more to stop the demon world?" Just like Kaka shook his head and replied, "No, master. The current situation is vastly different from the old days." Jinsung thought silently to himself. So according to Kaka, if the treasure dragon rises and becomes the Abyss dragon god, the unawakened dragon gods would indeed gather. But right now, aside from Cassius, so even if Pipuji evolves, they won't appear anymore. Thinking this, he sighed and said, "What a shame, I was hoping to tame more dragon gods." Suddenly, Jinsung asked with a bit of curiosity, "Then I have just one last question. In the past, the combined power of the dragon gods was able to repel the invasion of the demon race. So this time will we have to fight without them? Is that even possible?" Kaka, lying lazily on Sarah's head, replied, "I can't be sure about that. I only know what happened in the past. As for the future, who can predict it?" he continued. "But there is one thing I'm certain of. The power of the remaining 4 dragon gods will surely appear in some form to stop the attack from the demon world. They have always strived to protect the human world from invasions from other dimensions. If they knew the demon world was beginning its invasion, they would definitely help in some way." After saying that, he closed his eyes to rest. Sarah explained in Kaka's stead, "Of course, they don't necessarily have to appear in person." Jinsung was slightly confused. "What do you mean? You're the only one who knows. Are you going to tell me or not?" Sarah patiently explained, "The dragon gods can share their power with humanity, meaning they can grant their authority to outstanding individuals, people they deem worthy to help protect the human world." He smiled lightly and reminded him, So it's best for you, Master, to always remain vigilant. Zera quietly warned, there are still other humans just like you. Jinung smirked and replied, you're right. Then a moment later, two beasts appeared on the ground, locked in a struggle. Jinung quickly dealt with one of them. As he fought in this action manhwa, he said, I also have to get even stronger. I can't lose to the top rankers. Jinung pointed forward and commanded, everyone charge. Kosis and Caesar swiftly attacked as directed. Just a few minutes later, everyone cheered happily. All right, we caught it. Jinung quickly used a skill. Next monster summon? The game system's voice chimed in, monster summon successful. You have summoned a new intermediate grade monster. With that done, Jinung immediately took control of the newly captured monster. All right, go fight my new intermediate grade monster. He glanced at the game screen, did some quick calculations, and then spoke. We've swept all the way to Area 85 without any trouble. The monster summoning is also going very smoothly. Looking at the current situation, Jinung thought with a bit of pride that they were all getting stronger. Then he began to worry, thinking about how to help Pipuji evolve faster. I need to buy up all the spirit herbs being sold on the auction house and feed them to it. If I let it eat on its own, who knows when it'll evolve? Jinung continued to think to himself, maybe if I pour the entire guild budget into this, I can keep up the pace. I'll pay it all back. He shook his head slightly, trying to think of another way. No, that won't work. Most of the tax revenue is being invested in developing the territory, so I can't just spend it recklessly. I'd be summoned for abuse of power and embezzlement. Anyway, the priority right now is to get to the demon castle in Area 80. The quest is about to expire and there isn't much time left. After thinking it over, Jinung called out loudly, all right, everyone on your feet. We need to move to the next map quickly. He reassured everyone. It won't be long now before we reach Area 80. Once we reach the demon castle, I'll let everyone rest, so just hang in there a little longer. Suddenly, a game notification popped up. The player Renan has for the first time excavated a legendary artifact, a relic from 1,000 years ago named Chronicles of the Great Demon. Recording the dimensional war between humanity and the demon race has been discovered. In the next 10 seconds, 1,000 years of history will unfold before your eyes. Jinung thought in astonishment. What on earth is this Chronicles of the Great Demon World War? The game system announced, if you do not wish to watch the video, please close this notification. Jinung pondered, if it's being posted as a world announcement, it must be incredibly important information for this manhwa recap. Since the hunt just ended and this might be news related to the demon world, I might as well use this break to watch it. He quickly pressed the yes button, confirming he wanted to watch the video. Instantly, Jinung was pulled into a dark space. Suddenly, a nearby light caught his attention. A majestic goddess appeared, looking at the red dragon before her. She asked softly, have you been awakened? Jinung's jaw dropped in utter amazement. Could that red dragon be one of the 4 remaining dragon gods? Helena looked up at Rancho, asking curiously, have you been awakened? Hearing this, Jinung thought in shock. Could that red dragon be one of the 4 remaining dragon gods? The goddess Helena continued to ask the dragon, is it true that you have awakened? Rancho nodded and replied, yes, just as you see. Nearby, Jinung thought to himself in surprise. That red dragon is bowing its head, and isn't that person the sun goddess? Helena calmly remarked. A dragon god awakening at this very moment? Perhaps this is fate. Rancho replied softly. Yes, I too can feel the place I must go, and the place that eagerly awaits my presence, goddess Helena. Helena quickly summoned a ball of fire, causing the space around them to ripple. At the same time, Helena's voice rang out softly, oh, sun goddess. She looked at the spatial portal before her and said, please put an end to this long and brutal war between the dimensions. Rancho replied politely as he stepped through the portal, may you be safe? His soft words echoed back, I will never let you down. A moment later, in another dimension, the immortal before Lugaris asked softly, Dragon God, can you help Lugaris? Is there any hope left? Oh, God of darkness, he continued to ask Lugaris. You can do it too, can't you? Seeing Lugaris bow his head in submission, the immortal immediately commanded, very well, be on your way and fulfill your destiny. Watching this scene, Jinung guessed it seems they are 2 of the 4 remaining dragon gods that Kaka mentioned before. He glanced to the side, thinking to himself, And over there are the god of wind and the dragon god. Norphus and the god of earth and the dragon god Milik. Suddenly Jin-sung looked up in astonishment. Huh. That's a person's voice. Nearby, a steady voice continued. Okay, has disappointed me, but I trust that you will not. In the distance, a familiar figure gradually appeared. Back in the reality of the game, Jin-sung had been sitting asleep for a while. Seeing this, Kaka called out worriedly, Hey, Papuji? Papuji rushed over and asked, What do you need? Kaka said urgently. Hasn't the master been acting a little strange? Papuji nodded in agreement. You're right, it's already been 15 minutes, Kaka continued. But the master never usually rests for more than 5 minutes. Something is wrong. It said with a hint of fear, I'm getting really worried. I'm going to wake the master up. After that, Kaka went over to Jin-sung, pulling at his face to wake him. Hey, master, are you sleeping? It's time to get up, everyone's starting to worry. A moment later, when he still didn't wake up, Kaka started to panic. Why isn't he waking up? It quickly grabbed his face and shouted, Hey, wake up, master! You can just open your eyes for a second and say you want more sleep. Suddenly, Jin-sung slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Kaka asked in surprise, Huh, you're awake? Immediately after, Kaka's body was suddenly enveloped in a surge of energy. What is this, it thought in confusion. Could it be that my power has awakened? Just as Kaka was pondering this, a spatial rift appeared above Jin-sung. That's right, this is the power of a dream demon. Is this really happening? With that thought, Kaka quickly flew towards the rift, and just like that, it swiftly dove into the spatial tear. A moment later, Kaka was transported to a chaotic place. It asked in a panic, Where is this place? Below Kaka, a fierce battle was still raging on. As it flew around, it said in bewilderment, What is this? Is Master dreaming of a battle? Oh my gosh, of all the dreams, why did he have to dream of this one? He's such a battle maniac. A moment later, Kaka regained its composure and flew around searching. Anyway, I have to grab something valuable before Master wakes up. Is this why I have the power of a dream demon? Looking around, it still wondered with a bit of concern. But what kind of battle is this? It thought curiously, in all my long life, I've never seen a war of such a massive scale. A moment later, as everyone cheered that the war was reaching its climax, 4 dragon silhouettes suddenly appeared high above. Seeing this, our protagonist thought with a surge of excitement, those are the dragon gods. Isn't this the war in the demon realm? He looked on in amazement as Lugaris and Renosho dealt with the demonic beasts, unable to believe he was standing in the middle of a legendary battlefield. With that thought, he immediately grew excited, thinking, This means there must be legendary items here too. I wonder what the most valuable item I can take out of here is. He excitedly said to himself, Just you wait, master. Then our protagonist eagerly set off. I'll find an item so valuable it'll make your jaw drop. I'll prove that I'm not useless like Papuji. Papuji furiously retorted, When was I ever useless? At that very moment on the screen, Ryzen was explaining to his audience, As you all can see, I'm holding an emergency broadcast today because footage of the Demon Realm War has been unveiled for the very first time. Let's analyze that video together in today's stream. He then said quietly, To be precise, this war took place over 1,000 years ago. A few amazed gamers commented, So this is a story related to the Demon Realm. Is this video related to the new update just like those videos about the hidden classes from before? According to viewers, this video is about the monster wave that's about to pour out of the Demon Realm in a few weeks. Risen continued explaining that it was a story about the dimension. The gamers suddenly erupted in discussion. Whoa, so this is a new main storyline. An epic story like this is what makes the game so compelling. If you could tame a dragon like that and command it, you'd feel like a real summoner. Honestly, anyone who thinks they're better than the summoner, Ian, needs a reality check. How do you know so much Ian is my role model? Suddenly, one gamer noticed something with a bit of shock. He quickly commented, Wait a second, I recognize that guy. That white-haired swordsman holding the greatsword. This gamer quickly typed, That's right, it's Xa. He typed again with certainty, That person is definitely Za, a subordinate of Ian's. Seeing this, Ryzen was a bit confused. Huh, Ian? He asked, puzzled. the unofficial #1 on the summoner rankings. The gamers quickly commented, "I told you I'm his fan, Ian is the ideal role model for me. That's why I remember the names of all his famous subordinates and summons." Ryson offered some light praise. How fascinating. An important NPC in the main storyline is merely a player's subordinate. A baffled gamer asked, "How on earth did Ian manage to recruit such an overpowered subordinate?" Reason turned back to the screen and said, "All right, let's keep watching. Perhaps we'll discover something even more interesting. Right now, in Jinung's dream, the dragon gods are gathering to attack a single person." Sagan said with a smirk, "Gathering 4 of the 5 great dragon gods just to stop me." "What an honor." Facing him, Sola declared resolutely, "Today, right here, this meaningless war between dimensions will come to an end." Hearing this, Sagan laughed even louder. "Is that so? The power of the dragon gods is indeed formidable, but you lack the strength of all 5 great gods." He continued excitedly, "Then Khalifa and the countless Banrocks will still crush you. Do you really think they can stop me nearby?" Witnessing this, Jin Sheng was a bit stunned, thinking how incredible it was. With that level of power, not even the combined forces of all the Kirin players could hope. Meanwhile, Sola laughed mid-battle. "Who said the 5 great gods haven't gathered yet?" Sagan looked at him with a menacing grin and said, "Don't talk so big. I killed Kuss with my own 2 hands." Upon hearing this, Jin Sung on the other side panicked. What, that mage really killed Kuss? Besides Sagan, the dragon god? Khalifa whispered, "I won't be swayed by his empty boasts." Sagan replied, "Of course not, Khalifa. That's just the desperate struggle of someone destined for defeat." Then Sagan pointed his staff forward, declaring boldly, "You will face the defeat you deserve." He quickly commanded, "Entire army charge forward, drown them in fear and despair." Suddenly a flash of light appeared in the sky and a massive bolt of lightning struck down right in the middle of the battle. In just a moment, nearly half of Sagan's demonic beasts were wiped out. He looked terrified, stammering, "This is..." From above his position, a giant foot slowly descended. Sagan looked up in horror. "It can't be you people!" Opposite him? Sola chuckled softly. "Do you get it now, Sagan? Those weren't just empty words." He said confidently, "You claim to lead the dragon gods. The supreme abyssal dragon god is here." Staring at the sight before him, Jin Sung stammered in disbelief. "Oh my god, does that mean..." He said incredulously, "Pipuji will turn into that in the future." Elsewhere, Pipuji wondered to himself, "Why are my ears burning so much today?" Sola asked with a slight smile. "So do you understand now?" Sagan said, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "So you weren't just bluffing." Then he arrogantly continued, "But is one abyssal dragon god enough to fill the void left by Kuss?" "I know the abyssal dragon god is powerful," Sagan asked arrogantly, "but can it truly complete the power of the 5 great gods?" Sola calmly replied, "You're right, however. What's important is the one riding the abyssal dragon god." He quickly introduced the dragon knight Zera. He is the one who will fill that position. On the back of the abyssal dragon, Zera stood and declared majestically, "From this moment on, I shall invoke the pact of the 5 great gods." He quickly called out, "All dragon gods, use your full power to serve this oath." Zera's words caused the very space around them to tremble. "As the emissary of the god of war, Ares, I, Zera, will fulfill the pact of the 5 great gods." At his declaration, the other dragon gods gathered, and all the dragon gods representing the 5 great gods would fulfill that oath. A second later, the entire area erupted in a blinding light. Immediately after, an immense wave of energy was unleashed. Seeing this, Sagan stammered in terror, "This can't be!" But it was too late. Sagan's army was almost completely annihilated. Beside him, Sola announced loudly, "Here and now today we will witness the end of the long-standing war between the spatial dynasties." His words were quickly met with the cheers of the people as the dragon gods joined forces to fight. Nearby, Jin Sung also smiled in excitement. Elsewhere, Kaka had acquired a scroll. It thought happily to itself, "Awesome! I just got this amazing item, but how do I pull him out of this dream now? Master will be waking up soon." Kaka thought about Jin Sung, who was still asleep, and considered for a moment. If he didn't escape the dream by then, it If I get anxious, this thing will disappear too. The system panicked at the thought if I fail, I'll be no different than that useless Pook Pook. Bitpuji might even mock me, saying, "Do you see the difference in our abilities now?" The system shook its head, thinking, I can't let that happen. Then the system continued to ponder, but why should I be worried if I was able to get in from somewhere? It looked up at the spatial rift and said with a small laugh, "Then I just need to find the way back to where I came from." The system laughed loudly as it flew towards the rift. "Just you wait, you troublesome master. When you wake up, I'll give you this gift." The system's voice echoed softly. The system had left Yan's dream. Meanwhile, in the demon realm at the first gate, a system notification sounded. "You have failed at the 17th gate of Demon King Haikian's trial. All party members have been sent back to the first gate." After that, Eaton's party was immediately ejected. The game system's voice rang out again. "You have currently used 7 out of 10 lives. You have 3 chances remaining. If the entire party fails, your affinity with Demon King Haikian will drop drastically." Seeing this, Spron thought anxiously, "Damn it, can we even pass this trial?" Besides Sen and the Dark Mage, the rest of them are too weak. He looked around at the people before him, assessing them. The Summoner Kanan is a bit better than the other guild members, but it's still not enough. The other team members quickly helped each other up. "Oh my god," Huni asked bitterly, "is there any way to clear this stage?" Spron thought on feeling a bit helpless. "We've come this far, there's no turning back now." Beside him, Sen quickly asked, "Leader, what do we do now?" "We only have 3 chances left." He quietly suggested, "How about we ask for help from other high-ranking players?" Spron thought to himself, "Yes, Sen is right, there's no other choice." He said pensively, "But who should we ask now?" In front of him, Silent quietly offered an opinion. "Remia seems to be the best choice." He continued, "She doesn't belong to any guild, her skills are very solid, and she has worked with us before." Spron nodded in response. "All right, I'll contact Remia. But Remia alone won't be enough to complete this quest." Silent nodded with a hint of concern. "That's right, no matter how hard we tried, we only managed to clear 17 out of 30 gates. Even if Remia joins, we still won't have enough power." He continued thoughtfully, "Our current party is lacking an assassin class, and calling on other high rankers is pointless. Samuel Jin, the #1 archer, is too much of a hassle," Silent said quietly. "Then there's only one last card to play." He thought to himself, right now the Titan Guild needs a substitute ranker in the demon realm. A moment later, Silent suggested, "Yan, I think we can count on him." Hearing this, Huni, who was next to him, frowned and thought I should have thought of him from the very beginning. Spron silently calculated, Yen will definitely be a reliable ally. He can both cover the summoner position and handle the role of at least 2 people. He thought on with a growing headache. But Yan is a member of the Lotus Guild from the Roosevelt Empire. Just the thought of having to share the first hidden guild reward with the Lotus Guild was painful. Spran quickly imagined Jin Sung's face. "The hidden quest reward is mine." After thinking it over, he said, "But that's still better than failing." Huni suddenly shouted, "Do we really need Yan that badly?" The boy thought fearfully. "I was hoping to complete the hidden quest without Yan knowing." "My dear brother, is this really how it's going to end?" Silent asked with some curiosity. "This Yan." "So Honey knows Yan," Yi Xin replied with some concern. "Ah yes, we're quite close to him." He continued gently, "I know I'm not qualified for the summoner role, but if we have Yan," Yi Xin said calmly, "we can definitely complete this mission." Back with Jinung, Kaka let out a small sigh and said, "You're awake now. If you had woken up any sooner, I would have been in big trouble." Jin Sung, just waking up, asked confusedly, "What are you talking about?" Kaka grinned and replied, "Let me explain." It happily announced, "I've awakened the power of a dream demon. I'm useful now. Master, praise me." Hearing this, Jin Sung stammered, "Kaka, you—" Kaka nodded and said, "That's right." His eyes welled up with tears moved. Jin Sung quickly hugged Kaka tightly to comfort it. "You're not useless, not at all. You're amazing." "Don't blame yourself," it asked, confused. "You damn master. What's wrong with you?" "Let me go." A little later, Jin Sung quickly calmed down and asked, "So how did you learn that skill?" Kaka said excitedly, "I'm not sure either, but this skill is super awesome, and I got it while you were sleeping, Master. I received this skill when I left your dream." Hearing this, Jin Sung thought in astonishment, "But I wasn't sleeping. What does it mean? Keika continued to chatter. Master, you just had an epic dream. I've never seen anyone dream about a dimensional war before. It was so cool. Jinung looked at the game's notification screen and immediately realized. So you just watched a video and thought it was my dream? A notification panel quietly appeared. Greedy Dream Demon. A dream demon is a type of demon capable of making things from dreams into reality. Kaka, a greedy evil dragon, can acquire rare items in dreams. It has successfully awakened this skill. From now on, Kaka can use this skill in other people's dreams. Jinsung thought in surprise. Oh, so Kaka can use the skill without me having to be asleep. Then, he was even more astonished, thinking, if that's the case, Kaka said it was just in the world of 1,000 years ago, right? Jinsung wondered to himself, could I possibly get the divine orb of the Abyss Dragon God? Please tell me you brought it with you, Kaka. He quickly said, so did you bring anything back from my dream, like an orb, for example? Keika replied with a smug grin, I brought back the best thing for you, Master. Jinsung prayed internally, please let it be the divine orb. Kaka quickly took out a certificate of commendation. What do you think, Master? I'm great, right? Seeing Jinsung's silence, it became even more delighted, saying, are you speechless with emotion? I'll do my best in the future too. Jinsung furiously shouted, you idiot! Why did you bring this back? You were supposed to bring back the godly jade. The godly jade? You hear me? Kaka retorted. Stupid Master, how was I supposed to know I had to get that godly jade? Jinsung pinched its cheek, cutting it off. Shut up! Kaka still tried to explain. I don't know anything about the Abyss Dragon God's domain either. Jinsung questioned, you really didn't bring back a single jade? Not even one? Kaka replied angrily. Of course not, Master. Jinsung scolded again. You stupid lizard. You're even more useless than Puk Puk. Kaka shouted back, I'm not like Puk Puk. The two of them failed to notice a game notification quietly appearing. Searching for information. Item information, ancient scroll, unidentified. Rank legendary. Jinsung picked up the scroll and asked doubtfully, this is a legendary item. This ancient scroll? Kaka said with a smug grin. Master, don't be sad that I didn't bring back the divine jade. It boasted proudly, because I found this instead. This ancient scroll is a map leading to the divine jade's location. Hearing this, Jinung exclaimed excitedly, really, you did a great job, Kaka. He thought happily, so this is an unidentified item, huh? Then Jinung quickly used a skill to find out more about the scroll, appraise. The system announced that this was a high-grade artifact and couldn't be appraised with a basic skill. He turned to Kaka and asked worriedly, hey, I can't inspect the item, what should I do now? It quickly suggested, it seems we'll have to find a high-level explorer specialist because the explorer class usually has special appraisal skills. Jinung thought silently, an explorer class. It must be him, that guy Racin, the one who discovered the materials about the Great Demon World War. He's quite famous in the fan community. A moment later, he said with renewed energy, all right, let's go find him. Suddenly, he paused and said, what the? I was just about to set off. A message from Huni appeared on the notification screen. Yun, are you free? If you're not busy, could you help me with something? Jinung said worriedly. What is it now? Why is he suddenly calling me so familiarly? A few minutes later, over at Shran's location, Silent asked in surprise. What? He refused. Huni replied sadly. Yeah, he flat out refused. Said he was busy. Silent said worriedly to herself. Is this quest too difficult even for him? Someone in the party spoke up softly. Could it be that he's afraid of failing because the quest is too hard? So if he failed, he'd be in an awkward position. Silent nodded slightly and said, that makes sense. The greater the reward, the higher the risk. Beside her, Huni thought refusing to give up. No, Yin isn't the type of overpowered main character to skip a hidden quest just because it's difficult. The more challenging it is, the more fired up he gets. The boy wondered, so what on earth happened? With Yan's abilities, a quest harder than the Demon King's trial would be a piece of cake for him. Back with Jinung, he sighed and thought, if only the invitation had come a few days earlier, I would have accepted it. Jinung chuckled and thought further, if the wave of monsters from the demon world begins, we won't be able to return to the demon world for a long time. Assuming I complete the quest right now, where would I even go next? He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Just because I wanted to make the most of my time here, I postponed looking for Ryson. And the result is this. A few hours later, Jinung and the others arrived at their destination, the Devil's Castle, the 80th gate of the demon world. He exclaimed joyfully, "We're finally here, the Devil's Castle!" The system hurriedly announced, "You are the first to set foot in the 80th gate of the demon world. You have received 100,000 fame points. For the next week, all loot related to the demon world collected from the 80th area will be increased by 1.5 times. XP received will be doubled for the next week, and the item drop rate will also be doubled." Seeing this, Jinung thought with a hint of regret. If I hadn't been held up by that quest, I would have explored the entire demon world and collected all the first discovery achievements. Oh man, what a waste, what a waste! I'm kicking myself. A moment later, he turned to Yan-kun and asked, "Yan-kun, isn't that the Demon King Ricardo over there?" He nodded and replied, "That's right." After hearing that, Jinung and Kaka excitedly ran towards the castle. "Then let's hurry up, meet him, and complete the quest." Suddenly, Yankin quickly stopped him. "Wait, something's not right," he said with a cold tone. "The demon castle is in turmoil." Immediately after, a notification slowly materialized in front of Jin Sheng. The game system explained, "When the conditions are met, the hidden content of the quest. Demon King's Ambition 3. A hidden quest chain will be activated." A moment later, a chaotic battle scene unfolded before Jin Sheng's eyes. He asked nervously, "The Demon King is under attack and I have to go help him." The game system responded, "To meet the Demon King Ricardo, you must eliminate the demons attacking the castle. The more demons you eliminate, the more your affinity with the Demon King Ricardo will increase." Hearing this, Jin Sheng smirked and gave an order, "This is interesting. Let's go, everyone." He quickly directed Vaipuji to charge forward. Beside him, Huangui let out a mighty roar, preparing to attack. The demons and their demonic beasts heard the sound and immediately turned around. The moment they saw Huangui, they instantly recoiled in panic. "What in the world is that?" one of the demons asked in a chilling voice. "What is that monster?" he asked grimly. "Why isn't it obeying our commands?" Meanwhile, our overpowered main character Jin Sheng quickly commanded his summoned beasts. "All right, everyone, prepare for battle." He swiftly had Casus use its ultimate skill, Dragon Burst. At the same time, the demons charged towards Jin Sheng, growling, "Who is this bastard?" he thought to himself, and quickly issued a command. "Are they from the demon tribe?" As soon as Lai Lai attacked, a notification appeared. "You have dealt 176,598 damage to the low-level demon Maristo." Seeing this, Jin Sheng mused that the demon's stats weren't significantly higher than those of demonic beasts. He looked at the approaching demons, assessing them, but unlike the wild instincts of beasts, their AI was remarkably human-like, and their movements were completely different. The demons quickly surrounded Jin Sheng, shouting, "Get him!" He just chuckled to himself. But without overwhelming power, it's all useless. Jin Sheng swiftly signaled, "Yan-kun, you're up." Yan-kun nimbly swung his axe at the demons, unleashing a wide-area attack. Then Jin Sheng continued to command his companions. "Now it's everyone's turn." He shouted for everyone to charge forward. From a distance, Jin Sheng looked down at the demons on the ground with a satisfied smirk. He thought gleefully, "This is such a great way to grind experience points, and I'm about to hit level 200 before this attack wave even ends." He thought excitedly, "The top player on the server was only level 199. If I reach level 200 first, the number 1 rank will be mine." Just then, Yankin approached Jin Sheng and said, "Master, I believe we're almost finished here." He pointed behind them and continued, "At this rate, reinforcements from the Demon Castle will be dispatched soon, and then we can go inside to meet the Demon King." Hearing this, Jinung felt a bit regretful, thinking, "Damn it, this overpowered main character was having such a good time farming. If we meet the Demon King now, the battle will end too soon. I can't miss this opportunity. It'll probably be fine to be a little late, right?" he said excitedly. "Yan-kun, we still have plenty of energy, and we've already transferred enough anyway. If we eliminate more enemies, it will surely benefit the Demon King." Right? Yan-kun fell silent for a moment, thinking. Then he said, "That's true. Let's wipe out these demons together." Jinung breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's such a simple creature. He continued to command cheerfully, "All right, let's keep fighting. Everyone." Yankin replied seriously, "I will do my best." He quickly used a skill activating Yankin's special ability, Berserker's Rage. The game system announcement rang out as Yankin slammed into the attacking demonic beasts. Yankin's defense decreased by 30%, while his attack increased by 50%. He then leaped high into the air. Then Yankun activated his special attack skill, Mana Eruption. Watching from the side, Jinung couldn't help but admire him. "Awesome Yankun! His skills are so impressive, and that area of effect attack is truly astonishing." Zera, standing nearby, thought with a hint of jealousy. "I could do that much too." Suddenly, Jinung looked up. He noticed the castle gate had opened and thought, "What's that?" If that gate opens now, won't all the demonic beasts swarm into the castle? From inside the castle, the figure of a demonic beast slowly emerged. Seeing it, Jinung's face went pale. Zera and Yankun, who were nearby, were also horrified. Everyone who saw it immediately recognized the legend of the Demon World War. The legendary beast, Banrock. Seeing this, Jinung grew worried. Come to think of it, the Federation had already announced this. Among the hundreds of new types of beasts appearing in the Demon World, only 15 were legendary-grade monsters. He recalled the developers' announcement that the new monsters in the Demon World expansion would include hundreds of beasts. This included 15 legendary-grade beasts. Jinung thought in a panic. I still remember it vividly. Even in my dreams about the Demon World War, out of all the beasts. He recalled with horror that only Banrock, the monster that burst forth from the blood-soaked statue. Across the battlefield, Banrock was violently preparing to launch an attack. Seeing this, Jinung immediately remembered its unique trait. It was the only one that didn't distinguish between sides, attacking both demons and other monsters alike. The monsters hit by Banrock's attack screamed in agony. Jinung swallowed nervously. That attack dealt a whopping 300,000 damage, and the splash damage alone exceeded 100,000. He observed it, calculating that its level was definitely lower than Yonkin's, but its combat power was far superior. Is this the inherent power gap between tiers? Jinung broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this monster might be even stronger than Yonkin, and its potential is nearly on par with Kaisa's. Then his thoughts turned to excitement. I want it. Jinung chuckled and muttered to himself. With such insane damage at this level, if I could just grind by spamming its area of effect skills at an efficient farming spot. Zera, standing beside him, remarked with disgust. Standing. Master, I can see your little scheme perfectly. At that, Jinung began to worry and calculate again. But the current level gap is too large. Banrock is already over level 300. Yankin asked quietly, Is this your first time seeing Banrock in the flesh? Jinsung nodded and replied, Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it in the flesh. I only caught a glimpse of it in a dream about the Demon World War. Yankin explained, Banrock is a true tyrant. Even high-ranking nobles don't dare to touch it. Jinsung asked with a hint of wonder, But why did it suddenly appear in the demon castle? Is Ban different from normal beasts? Yankun asked, confused. What do you mean? Jinsung explained. Beasts are originally free creatures scattered throughout the demon world, but this one appeared from the demon castle. Isn't that strange? It's like a tiger jumping out of the main gate. Yankin chuckled lightly and asked, Seeing you this interested? You must want to Banrock for yourself, right? He continued, Let me be blunt. Banrock is a beast that can be tamed. Hearing that Jinsung got excited, Oh, really? Yankin held out his hand and continued, Proof. He's right in front of you. He gently pointed to a person levitating high above. That person was the master of Banrock. Jinung was a bit surprised. Is that a demon? Yankun nodded and replied, Yes. He is the 7th ranked in the demonic hierarchy. He quickly introduced the demon lord, Lord Ricardo. Jinung asked in disbelief, That demon is the master of the demon castle. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, So that demon lord really managed to tame Banrock. That means a demon lord can also be a summoner just like me. Suddenly, Ricardo glanced down towards Jinung. He quickly flew to where he was standing. Ricardo gently landed on the ground, then spoke casually. It's been a long time since I've seen a half-demon. Was it your summoned beast that was just fighting the destruction demons? Jinung looked at Ricardo before him, thinking to himself, does a demon lord really need to be that handsome? A moment later he nodded and replied, yes, you are Demon Lord Ricardo. Correct? I was sent by Seraphim. Ricardo curiously asked about Seraphim. What does he want now? Jinung quickly took out a scroll and said, this is related to the destruction demons. There's a letter from Seraphim. If you read it, you'll understand immediately. Ricardo gently stopped him. Wait a moment. He turned his head and looked around, saying, first, let's deal with the minions around us. We can't have a serious conversation in a chaotic place like this, can we? Ricardo gestured behind him for Jinung to see the current situation. He chuckled and said, all right, let's clean this up quickly. I'll lend a hand. Ricardo looked at him with silent approval. From what I observed earlier, although not as strong as Ban Rock, your summoned beasts and subordinates are not ordinary at all. As a half-demon, you will surely be useful. This Manhwa recap is getting intense. With that thought, he said, then I'll leave it to you. Jinung nodded in response. Understood. The game system announced that his affinity with Ricardo had increased by 15 points. Jinung smirked gleefully. There's no way I'd pass up this opportunity, he thought excitedly. With a golden opportunity like this, reaching level 200 is just a matter of time. Jinung quickly gave the order. All right, let's protect the demon castle together. Jinung smiled, calculating. Now how can I make the most of this demon lord and get everyone talking? This is a key part of his revenge and reincarnation. Meanwhile, at the teleportation gate to the 89th demonic region, Rymia was swiftly using her attack skills. After that, she immediately annihilated the nearby monsters. Rymia wiped a smudge from her face, saying wearily, that was a close call. Beside her, Cassandra came forward to praise her. Well done, Rymia. I can't believe you cleared Area 91 in one go. Rymia replied, please, I'm not just anyone. This is to be expected. I'm absolutely loving this. A moment later, seeing the system notification, you have successfully changed to the Demon Commander class. A dual class has been established. She exclaimed happily, finally, after all that hardship, I've got a dual class. Cassandra chuckled and teased. Still upset you weren't the first one to clear it. Rymia cut her off, snapping, shut up. She thought worriedly even Area 89 had a first clear reward. I wonder how far Jan has gotten. A few seconds later, Rymia quickly prepared to move. All right, let's hurry to Area 80. We need to get to the Demon Castle to complete the main quest. She explained the plan. Inside the castle, the Great Mage Slaw is being held captive. We have to rescue him to find the location of the Sunstone. Cassandra asked, confused. But that's not your main goal, is it? Rymia muttered to herself, slightly annoyed. This Manhwa review is full of intrigue. Yes, my real target is her. She thought, fuming about that guy Yan, the one who was ahead of her in the demon world content. Then Rymia quickly used a teleportation skill. Fine, I'll ignore everything else and head straight for the demon castle. A system message chimed, you have used a speed boost skill. Your movement speed has increased. Rymia thought resentfully, just you wait, you damn summoner. At the inn where Eaton was staying, Huni's grumpy voice echoed loudly. What a dirty player, acting all high and mighty like a big brother. He's so deceitful, so cunning. The kid whined in distress. Let's see if I ever help you again. Eaton comforted him in a gentle voice. He probably had something urgent to do. Don't be so bitter. He then added, but actually, have you ever really helped Jan? Isn't it because you tagged along with him that you got to leech off so many benefits? Huni felt a pang of guilt, thinking, did you have to be so blunt about it? Eaton continued. Thanks to him, you became the #1 dark mage on the server. The quest was shared automatically while you intentionally hid it, so don't act so high and mighty, he said cheerfully. With this monster event, the quest rewards aren't as important as they used to be, so there's no need to feel regret. Thanks to him, we saved time and were able to do the pure-blooded demon quest. Huni, though a bit reluctant, nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're right. During that time, I became a half-demon through that quest, so it wasn't a waste of effort after all. The kid gently suggested, so how about we each go do our dual-class change quests and meet up later? After all, we both have quests waiting for us. Huni quickly stood up and said, just hanging around here is a waste of time. Eaton, slightly surprised, praised him. That's the first time you've said something that makes sense. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. We don't have much time left. If we keep sticking together, we probably won't be able to get our dual classes before the demon world closes. A few minutes later, the two of them parted ways to do their own quests. All right, see you after we complete our class changes. As Huni walked, he planned, to get the summoner class, I have to head east to the City of Wrath. I have to get my dual class before the demon world closes no matter what. Suddenly he cursed in anger. Damn it! That arrogant big brother of mine is probably flying all over the demon world with his new dual class already. Just you wait, I'll catch up to you. Huni quickly walked towards his quest location, but he suddenly turned around and asked, what is it? At that moment where Jin Swung was, Yankin signaled and said, shall we charge in at the same time? Seiza replied coldly, I know that without you telling me. Immediately after, both of them charged forward to attack simultaneously. Just a few minutes later, Yankin and Seiza calmly said, it seems we've cleared out almost everything, Master. Jin Swung looked at the level up notification. His magic power stat had increased, and all hidden quests were completed. You have received an additional 10 fame points. He thought happily, jackpot, I leveled up twice in a row. Furthermore, his magic power contribution towards the noble rank had skyrocketed, and he even got more fame points. I wish it was always this smooth. Beside him, Ricardo spoke up. Well done. He asked with admiration, so your name is Yan, right? I'm truly impressed by your power. Now shall we continue our conversation? Scene change. The bright sun was shining on the surrounding houses. Har happily brought out a plate of food. Hey, Folan, try this. I just finished preparing it. As she lifted the lid, she exclaimed in surprise, giant foie gras steak, she praised, with praise. Oh my God, this is so delicious. I knew it. It's a masterpiece, isn't it? You're absolutely in love with it, right? Haran immediately noticed something was off. Wait a minute. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Fiolan replied while eating. Oh well, Quinn said this tastes like the cheap liver sausage from street food stalls. The answer made Haran's face darken. What kind of street food sausage tastes this good? What stall sells sausage this high class? Do they have a Michelin star or something, she thought to herself? So was it a success? I need to buy some ingredients and try making it for real. Jin Sung will also be having dinner at 8 o'clock. Just then a noise from the door caught their attention. Haran asked in confusion, Sister, are we having a visitor today? Phelan was also surprised. Quinn said he'd only be online this afternoon. It can't be anyone else. The stranger finally spoke up. Hello. She then asked if she was Fiolan, the Lord of Piro. Fiolan replied blankly, yes, that's right, and you are. Hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. I'm in the right place then. The castle is so big I got a little lost. She introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Levia, and I'm here to see Yan. Is he here? Haran suddenly became suspicious. Wait a minute. Who is this girl looking for our overpowered main character, Jin Sung? And she's pretty too. Meanwhile, Fiolan was trying to think, Levia, that sounds so familiar. Levia, a priestess. She finally remembered. Wait, you're Levia, the official first-class priestess. The one who's always been a mystery, Levia politely confirmed. Yes, that's right. But is Yan not here today? And she added, I need to see him for a very important quest. At this point in the Manhwa recap, Jin Sung was still on his mission. Sir Ricardo, may I ask you something? He responded. What do you want to ask? Jin Sung then voiced his question. Why is your Banrock so incredibly strong? He honestly revealed. I've been observing your Banrock fight, and there are a few things I don't quite understand. Jin Sung took out a book. Before coming to the demon world, I researched monsters through a book on ancient biology, so I have a basic understanding of various monsters' stats, including the Banrock. From there he shared, but there's something I can't explain. Normally a Banrock is only on par with other legendary beasts or summons, but the power of this Banrock surpasses them. This is a great scene in this action manhwa. Ricardo, however, snapped, impressive. He radiated a powerful aura. You were sharp enough to notice that. Then he confirmed. Just as you said, the Banrock is a legendary beast, but it has another special trait. Then Ricardo intensified his energy, making the entire space glow. The beast Banrock gradually appeared against the magical background, As this manhwa review of this reincarnation story continues, Jin-sung was stunned. Wait, what? Next, Ricardo took out an orb, confusing our hero. What is that? Kaka suddenly burst out in anger. Impossible. It turned out he recognized the object before them. It was a spirit orb. Jin-sung became more and more confused. Someone please explain what this is, so I can be shocked too. So Ricardo began to explain these things. Most beasts lack consciousness and act purely on instinct, but higher-level beasts begin to form a will of their own. He added a legendary monster like the Banrock has the intelligence equivalent to a child. The Banrock possesses a special ability. Ricardo provided some incredibly useful information perfect for a hero's quest for revenge. It has the ability to, in other words, it is a rare creature that can dominate other monsters with the exception of summoned creatures. Here he explained the reason is because it has a special skill called mana sharing. A Banrock can lend its own mana, and conversely can also borrow mana from other creatures. To make it easier to understand, Ricardo gave an example. If the target of the mana sharing is weaker, the Banrock can even control them, just like this. Jin-sung was utterly astonished. With that kind of power, could our overpowered main character tame even stronger monsters? He was still puzzled. But why could a demon king like him use this ability? Kaka excitedly jumped onto Jin-sung's head to explain. It's all thanks to the Spirit Jade Master. Jin-sung was speechless. You really like to show off your knowledge, don't you? Kaka added that the Spirit Jade can store a unique ability, and it must be holding the Banrock's mana sharing skill. Ricardo whispered, assessing the legendary Phantom Kaka, surprised that someone here knew about the Spirit Jade. He then continued to elaborate on the topic. The more beasts under its command, the more mana the Banrock can absorb. And thanks to that, it can flexibly use its power for both offense and defense. Ricardo added, furthermore, I can also transfer my mana to the Banrock through that skill, making it even stronger. Do you understand now? Jin-sung immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Ricardo. I've learned a great deal. He smiled in response. Don't mention it, you helped protect this castle. I'm just repaying the favor a little. Ricardo could tell with just a glance that he seemed to have other questions. He saw right through him. For instance, that he wanted to know how to obtain a Banrock like that. Jin-sung could only give a wry smile. How did he guess that? Keika immediately chimed in, Your ambition is written all over your face, master. Ricardo chuckled in amusement. What summoner in an action manhwa wouldn't be curious about this? He then offered a word of caution, but a Banrock is not a beast you can eat. You've only just started on the path of a summoner, haven't you? Ricardo pointed out the immediate danger. If you go to that place now to capture a Banrock, you'll be devoured instantly. Jin-sung sighed to himself, so it's not going to be easy. And that place... Even so, he still wanted to know. Then could you at least tell me where that place is? Ricardo instructed, it's not that hard to find, although you can't go there just yet. If you go to the Zhao region of the demon world, the spirit grave, the forgotten soul, you'll see it right away. Now can you show me Seraph's letter? Jin-sung was sure of one thing. It would be a long time before he could set foot in the 15th region of the demon world. Suddenly a thought struck him and his ambition, fueled by his reincarnation, began to soar. If he could tame a Banrock, it would be worth grinding all night. After reading the letter, Ricardo understood a little. So that was the reason the destruction demons were causing a commotion. Seeing his expression, Jin-sung was bewildered. Is something serious going on? Ricardo said, perhaps you're not familiar with the political situation in the demon world. This manhwa review will explain it briefly. He began to summarize the situation. The demon world is divided into two main factions. Ricardo continued. The moderate faction makes up about one-half the neutrals, about 10%, and the remaining 40% is the destruction demon faction. He revealed a critical issue. Demons can absorb mana from the souls they destroy, which is why the destruction faction loves to wage war and seek revenge on other dimensions. But the moderate faction opposes this. This confused Jin-sung. Shouldn't the moderate faction also want to participate? Why do they oppose it? According to Ricardo's explanation, it's because it goes against the order of the gods. He explained that if the demon world attacked other dimensions, they would become the enemy of countless worlds. At that point, the demon world itself would be in peril. But Ricardo confidently stated that of course the destruction faction was certain of their victory. Jinung silently noted that this was typical thinking for a bunch of warmongering demons. Ricardo then provided the latest information. Recently, several demon kings from the destruction faction had risen in rank and gained more power, signaling that another dimensional war was about to break. Jinung had already figured it out. This was basically the beginning of the demon world's invasion event, so he asked, "Is there any way to stop it?" Ricardo gave a bitter smirk. "Unfortunately, it's already too late." He explained the whole story. 1,000 years ago, he had sealed the demon dragon Khalifa in a remote place, but it has now awakened. Ricardo continued the narrative. To open a dimensional gate and invade the human world, 5 of the 10 strongest demon kings must join forces. Previously, there were only 4 demon kings in the destruction faction, so they couldn't open the gate, but now they have 1 more. He emphasized the crucial point, the demon dragon. Khalifa has broken the seal. Our overpowered main character, Jinung, was stunned upon hearing this. Is Khalifa really that powerful? But that wasn't all. Ricardo disappointedly revealed that the destruction faction could now open the gate at any moment, even right now if they wanted to. Sunlight streamed gently into the small room. Meanwhile, Har had some concerns on her mind. What kind of important quest would require Anne's help? She's a top-ranking priestess. Couldn't she find anyone else with the right skills? Folan also became suspicious. For a top-tier priestess to approach them like this, it was a golden opportunity for them. If they could recruit her, it would be a huge advantage for their guild. So both of them decided they first needed to find out what this quest was about. Har was the first to speak. "Miss Levia, if you don't mind, could you tell us the details of the quest?" Folan internally freaked out, thinking being so direct with a top player is a bit rude. But Levia was very relaxed. "Of course, no problem. I actually came here to ask for your help in completing this quest." Folan and Har were completely astonished. Really, a top-tier player is asking for help. This quest must be incredibly difficult. Even after reading the information on the quest window, both of them were still stunned. She shared it so easily. Just like that, at that very moment, as this Manhwa recap continues, Jinung was shocked by the information he had just received. Is Khalifa truly that powerful? This made him worry. "I received this quest before I even reached level 100. If I keep thinking it's simple, don't tell me Iriel's quest is to defeat Khalifa." Meanwhile, someone else was getting annoyed. Rahan grumbled while cleaning his ear, "Who the heck woke Khalifa up anyway?" A single tear suddenly fell from the corner of Jinung's eye. The system window popped up. A new hidden quest had been activated for meeting certain conditions. Jinung subconsciously repeated, "A quest." He gathered some information. Seraphim knew that the demonic destruction faction was planning to release the demon dragon Khalifa and attack the human world. Jinung was well aware that to prevent this, Seraphim had sent a request for aid to the demon king Ricardo, but Khalifa had awakened before the letter could be delivered. So the destruction faction plans to use 6 summoning stones in Area 50 of the demon world to open the dimensional gate. From this he deduced that if he destroyed these stones, the demons would be forced to return to the demon world. Within 10 days, he must destroy at least 1 stone to repel the destruction faction demons and reduce the scale of the invasion. Jinung exclaimed as he read the notification, "I've hit the jackpot." The system showed the reward 50 high-grade mana stones, 10 blessings of the demon god, and no quests could be refused. This took him by surprise. The reward is 50 high-grade mana stones. Jinung immediately started calculating with the mid-grade mana stones he had saved up, he could upgrade the Spirit King's Judgment to +10 and break through twice. If he got the high-grade mana stones from this quest, its upgrade power would skyrocket even further. The more he thought about it, the more his ambition grew. He absolutely had to complete this quest. Ricardo noticed his excited expression. "You seem quite enthusiastic. Do you think you can do it?" Seeing Jinung so determined to stop the dimensional war, he silently acknowledged that Seraphim had not chosen the wrong person. Jinung confidently declared, "Can I do it? I will definitely do it." Hearing this, Ricardo decisively turned to leave. "Very well. Let's set off immediately. We don't have much time. And he declared, "The Demon King Ricardo will accompany you." That made Jinung even more confident. If a powerful Demon King was with him, even an SSS rank quest would be no problem. The television was now broadcasting. Right now we have some extremely hot news for all the eagerly waiting Kalen players. The Demon World Invasion event has been officially announced. It will begin in 1 week, at noon on October 1st. They announced that as soon as the spatial gate in the Demon World opens, a total of 6 gates will appear. 3 on the northern continent and 3 on the central continent. The broadcast continued, stating that the monster wave will have 10 phases and last for 10 months. If they fail to defend against the monster wave, the central and northern continents will become part of the Demon World. The TV displayed the update schedule, Wave 1 from October 1st to October 15th. Difficulty level 1 to 3. Monsters will be low to mid-tier demonic beasts or low-tier demons. Wave 2 from October 16th to October 25th. Difficulty level 4 to 7. Monsters will be low to high-tier demonic beasts or low to mid-tier demons. Wave 3 from October 25th to October 30th. Difficulty level 8 to 10 with monsters ranging from mid-tier to an unconfirmed legendary tier demonic beast. After reading, Jinung commented, "The basic rewards aren't that appealing, but the EXP and items dropped by the Demon World monsters are extremely valuable." According to the information on the screen, joining the Special Task Force guarantees a minimum of 10,000 gold per day. They specifically highlighted the summoning area on the central continent as the Senway Plateau. This made Ji-hoon exclaim, "What the Senway Plateau?" He then analyzed that the Senway Plateau is right on the edge of the Fyro territory, the land of the Lotus Guild. If monsters are summoned there, they will immediately swarm into our territory. From this, one thing is certain. If we defend well, this could be a huge opportunity for the entire guild. A ton of EXP fame points and rare items. But he also knew the opposite consequence. If we can't hold them off, all our efforts in building Fyro will turn to dust. Ji-hoon felt so restless that he stood up abruptly. Just sitting and thinking is useless. He had to log into the game and check the territory situation immediately. However, he had been waiting for a while. But where was Jinung? At such a critical time, there was no sign of him. When is he coming back from the Demon World? A sharp blade was thrust forcefully into the ground. Jinung panted with exhaustion, not expecting it to be this tough. He assessed to himself that the quest wasn't actually too difficult, but keeping up with Ricardo's speed was pure torture. To travel all the way from Zone 80 to Zone 50 in just 3 days. The more Jinung thought about it, the more discouraged he felt, especially since Ricardo didn't even travel with him. For the entire journey, he still remembered Ricardo's blunt words, "I'm going on ahead." Jinung let out a long sigh. By now, that guy was already at Zone 50 with Banrock. Well, he was grateful that Ricardo had cleared out the gates in Zones 60 and 70 for him. He also knew very well that he wouldn't have made it in time otherwise. Just then, Ricardo suddenly appeared. "You're just in time." Jinung's jaw dropped in surprise. "But couldn't you have at least let me hitch a ride on Brock's back for a bit?" Then, he bravely stood tall. "At least I wasn't late. I guess the hardest part was just getting here, right?" But then Ricardo deliberately provoked him. "Perhaps I was a bit harsh on you. After all, you've only just reached the demon state." Jinung was absolutely furious. "If you knew that, then why did you leave me behind?" Ricardo got straight to the point. "All right, now let's go over there together. First, we need to destroy the summoning stone in the southern area." Jinung was bewildered, realizing they had to destroy a specific one first. A few specific stones. What did that mean? He spoke up suspiciously. "Wait, sir, Ricardo." Jinung asked seriously, "Do you know where these 6 summoning stones will open spatial gates in the human world?" Now he had a firm resolve. In this reincarnation story, one of the gates would open in his old home Seonil, and he had to stop that gate at all costs as part of his revenge. Because Jinung, our overpowered main character, knew the problem at hand. A wave of monsters from levels 1 to 6 would be manageable. But when the Fyro territory wouldn't be able to hold out, if possible, I want to block at least one more gate on the northern continent. Unlike The central continent, the northern continent, isn't strong enough to withstand a monster wave. Hearing his question, Ricardo thought for a moment and finally answered, "If you give me a map of the human world, I can mark the approximate locations of each gate." Jinung couldn't hide his joy. Really? He thought to himself, this is great. In the worst-case scenario, at least I can still protect the territory of the Lotus Guild. Meanwhile, in this action manhwa at the Demon Castle, a place was shrouded in a horrifying light and an explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the atmosphere. Remia, who had just finished a magic circle, was panting. She admired her handiwork and exclaimed, "It's a success I've found where Sola is sealed." Before Remia's eyes was the very thing she had been searching for all this time. It was bound tightly by chains. Cassandra suddenly screamed, "You were just lucky." "Do you remember how many times we nearly died to get here?" Rymia insisted. "It was all thanks to my skills, not because of luck." In truth, as we see in this manhwa review, she had to admit that Cassandra wasn't wrong. This time it really was luck. If things had gone just a little differently, I would have had a hard time clearing this mission alone. For some reason, Remia couldn't understand why. Ricardo didn't show up, which is precisely why I got this chance. The giant Sola was just unsealed by her and fell heavily to the ground. The system immediately announced, "You have successfully broken the seal of the Archmage Sola. The quest power of the Sun God, a hidden quest chain, has been completed." The system added, "Archmage Sola will become your subordinate. You can now accept Sola as a subordinate." Sola had now returned to his human form. His pristine white shoes were touching the ground. He knelt down respectfully. "I am Archmage Sola. I welcome the messenger of the Sun God who has freed me. As per the ancient oath, I pledge to follow and serve you." Sola looked up, his eyes filled with seriousness. Looking straight at Rymia, he had already guessed, "Seeing the emissary of the Sun God appear before me, it seems a dimensional war is about to break out." Rymia confirmed, "That's right. That's why I came to you. Sola, I need your strength." This also made Sola worry. Have the demons of destruction still not given up on their ambitions? If things continue like this, the dimensional gate will soon open. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, he unleashed a massive surge of power. Sola touched the space, and at the same time said, "Indeed, I can once again sense the energy from the summoning stones. The catalysts for opening the dimension are being reactivated." He then revealed, "Although we failed 1,000 years ago, now that we know the demon's plot, we still have a chance. First, we must reduce the number of dimensional gates as much as possible." Hearing this, Rymia offered, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Sola replied immediately, "Yes, in fact there is." He then unleashed a huge stream of power without warning. She stared blankly in the direction of the magic flow. Rymia exclaimed in amazement, "What is that gate?" And Sola explained, "It's a teleportation gate to Area 50 of the Demon World, where 6 of the summoning stones are located." Rymia couldn't believe her ears, being teleported from Area 80 straight to Area 50, but she felt a bit down. Will it be safe? The monsters there must be incredible. Honestly, I've mostly made it this far thanks to luck. On top of that, Cassandra hasn't even been awakened yet. What's wrong, Rymia? Are you scared of going to Area 50? This remark hit Remia's pride. What? Who said I'm scared? She enthusiastically took the lead. Then let's go right now. Sola followed. Yes, let's go. Rymia could only comfort herself. Well, how strong can the monsters there be anyway? At worst, we'll just encounter some high-level beasts. She had faith in her companion. Besides, we have a legendary archmage with us. If it gets too dangerous, we can just let this overpowered main character Sola handle it. Sola bravely requested, "I will go first. Emissary of the Sun God, follow me." Rymia readily agreed. All right, she mustered all her courage to face the challenge. "Once I get through this gate, I'll definitely surpass Yan this time, right?" At that moment, Ricardo was still reading the information on the system. He asked again, "So you mean each of us has to destroy 2 summoning stones?" And Jinung believed, "That's right, it's the most effective way." Ricardo suggested, "Then I'll handle the stone on this side, and you take care of the one on the other side." Hearing that Jinung was startled, "Huh? Aren't we working together? But from Ricardo's perspective, we need to destroy as many stones as possible as quickly as possible. Splitting up is the most logical choice. He even urged him on, "Why are you still standing there stunned? There's not much time left. Hurry up and go." Meanwhile, Jinung was still in shock. Is he really going to make me face the monster guarding the summoning stone alone? And it's a hero rank monster, nearly level 400. He finally let out a sigh. There's no other way I'll have to do it. All right then. After traveling for a while, Zera grew a bit impatient. So where is the stone we need to destroy? We've been walking forever and haven't seen it. Jinung guessed to himself, we must be getting close. There it is. As expected, the stone is right in front of the group. It's over there, the Dark Abyss dungeon. Back with Remia, the amount of power there was swirling intensely. The system announced, "You have entered the Dark Abyss dungeon. You are the first to discover the Dark Abyss dungeon. For the next 7 days, all EXP gained will be doubled." A notification panel appeared before her. You have received 100,000 experience points. Upon receiving this news, Remia was so happy she jumped for awesome. I've finally surpassed Yan. She was so emotional she wanted to burst into tears. No matter where I went or what I did, Yan was always the first. Now that I'm in the demon world, I can finally be the one to lead. Sola spoke up. Remia, this Dark Abyss dungeon has 3 floors. She had figured as much. The summoning stone must be on the 3rd basement floor, right? Sola confirmed, that's right, we have to go down there and destroy it as soon as possible. He reminded her, because I opened the teleportation gate, the demons of destruction might detect us. If we delay, high-ranking nobles or even the Demon King himself will appear to stop us. Remia instinctively tightened her grip on her magic staff. The Demon King? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. She composed herself and shouted, all right, let's go. Remia walked straight to the door. She panicked when she realized, wait, have they already detected us and arrived? This confused Sola. Impossible. How could they know so quickly whatever it is something is approaching? Instantly, the door burst open with a flash of blue light. A monster leaped in from the outside. But as soon as it got inside, it fell unconscious. At that moment, Remia was startled by the sound of a human voice. Huh. What was that? Is someone here? Jinung couldn't understand why the notification for being the first to discover the dungeon didn't appear. Meanwhile, there was no one at the entrance. Remia stood frozen on the spot. A player has already entered a dungeon in the 50th zone of the demon world. There's only one person who could do that. She stammered, are you Yan? Jinung was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Excuse me, but who are you? Do I know you? Remia's voice grew higher. What? How can you not know me? You really don't know who I am. Jinung still didn't recognize her. Well, I spend most of my time playing the game, so I don't get out much. Have we met before? Remia was at a loss for words, unable to believe someone like this existed. This came as a huge shock to her. I've worked so hard just to surpass him once, and yet this whole time he didn't even know I existed. She then introduced herself. I'm Remia. Does that name ring a bell? Jinung mumbled the name. Remia sounds familiar. Remia. Finally, he remembered. The top mage on the unofficial rankings, Miss Remia. She replied nonchalantly, thanks for recognizing me. Remia then began to chat comfortably. So, Yan, what are you doing here? Jinung explained, I'm on a quest to destroy the summoning stone. He then extended an invitation. The difficulty of this quest must be insane. Do you want to party up with me? Having a top-tier mage like you, Remia, to help would be great. They both had the same goal, so teaming up made sense. But what's in it for me if I work with him? She let out a frustrated sigh. I went through all this trouble to get here just to surpass Yan, and now he's asking me to cooperate. Suddenly Sola screamed, wait, what? Who are you? He was startled to see a familiar face. Sola, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, the confused man asked, old man, do you know me? Sola gestured wildly. You don't remember me? Sola replied, I've gathered many memory fragments, but I haven't fully recovered yet. Then Sola insisted, Miss Remia, we absolutely have to cooperate with them. Remia pointed to herself. Do I even get a say in this? Sola looked overjoyed at this moment. That was the only way to complete this mission. Remia realized if Sola herself was so insistent, there must be a reason, and she had to admit that cooperating with him now might be a precious opportunity. Remia agreed, saying, "Perfect timing. I also came here to destroy the stone. Since we share the same goal, let's work together." Gaining a new teammate made Jinung very happy. "Thank you so much, Miss Remia." She shook his hand. "I look forward to working with you." The system immediately updated. Remia has joined your party. Meanwhile, in this Manhwa recap, Iriel was discussing another topic. "So Khalifa has finally awakened." Grepper responded, "That's right, Miss Iriel. These things were already destined to happen, weren't they?" "Yes, that's correct. If Yan had grown stronger sooner, he might have been able to prevent Khalifa's awakening." Thinking of his achievements so far, Grepper was pleased Yan did his absolute best. He nearly stopped the reincarnation of the Dragon Khalifa. The growth of our overpowered main character has surpassed our wildest imaginations. Iriel immediately brought up the challenge ahead, but Khalifa awakened even faster than predicted. It's as if this world was destined for that rebirth. From here, she warned, we can no longer prevent the dimensional war. We must find the best solution for this situation. Grepper agreed, "Yes, Miss Iriel." Right at that moment, Iriel had a plan. They had to give Yan a new mission. At the same time in this action manhwa, a fierce battle was raging on the second floor of the Dark Abyss. Jinung seriously scanned his surroundings. This dungeon is no joke. If it weren't for Remia, our whole party would have been wiped out long ago. Remia focused all her energy to gather her largest flame. A system window suddenly appeared, startling Jinung. "Wait, what's this?" It announced that he had failed the quest, The Shadow of the Dragon Khalifa. Hidden quest. Iriel's favorability has decreased by 10 points. The quest, The Shadow of the Dragon Khalifa. Hidden quest has been updated to a new mission. Jinung stared at the mess in bewilderment. What is this? The quest required him to find Iriel immediately. Time remaining 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. If you fail to find Iriel within the specified time, her favorability will drop drastically. Jinung couldn't help but curse. "Damn it!" Jinung roared. Why did such an absurd quest suddenly appear? I never accepted a quest that could be failed, so how did this happen? Why is Iriel suddenly treating me like this? Just then Cain sensed danger and shouted a warning. "Be careful, master!" As fast as lightning, Cain dealt with the monster that was about to attack. After finishing it off, he reminded him, "Whatever you just saw, don't get distracted." At that moment, Jinung's focus returned to the battle. "That's right," he told himself. "This is no place to let my mind wander." Now Jinung could see that Remia's fire magic was very effective against swarms of monsters. But to maximize its effect, he shouted an order, "Taunt the monsters and fall back immediately." Cain blocked them from getting close to Remia. The current situation made Remia very anxious. There are so many of them and they're so fast. It's hard for me to manage while my skills are on cooldown. The golden tortoise opened its massive mouth and charged forward. Just then, a monster was about to attack Remia. Seeing the golden tortoise deal with the enemy in an instant, Remia was stunned. Yan's summoned beast is drawing all their aggro. Now it's her turn to prepare a spell. With that, Remia channeled magic into her staff. This was the moment. And just like that, at the most opportune moment, she unleashed her power. Inferno Remia's overwhelming magic made the monster scream in agony. After that attack, the surroundings were covered in thick smoke and dust. Jinung was stunned. He couldn't believe it. A single spell wiped out a whole horde of high-level monsters. It had to be as powerful as Cassius's breath. He had to admit, she truly lived up to her reputation as the unofficial #1 mage. Sola, standing behind her, was also in awe, truly worthy of being a messenger. Then he cast a magic circle. It's time for this old man to show his power. Jinung's jaw dropped once again. Is that mage Remia's subordinate? Is his power on par with Sa or Yanku? He might even be stronger. Seeing Sola's information in the system, Jinung was certain. A mythic-grade NPC. No wonder he was so powerful in this action manhwa. Meanwhile, Remia was also marveling at Jinung. Are summoner class players normally this powerful? She started connecting the dots. He controlled his summoned monsters perfectly, supporting her inferno spell at the most critical moment. Furthermore, the power of his summoned beasts was terrifying. Remia noted that on top of that, he had incredibly strong subordinates, and his own combat skills were exceptional. This overpowered, how can he command a high-level demon? Remia glanced at Jinung again, to be able to control his summons with such precision in the midst of chaos. At that moment, they were both in awe of each other. Truly a rare genius. How can I best utilize him? Next, the group moved to the third floor of the Dark Abyss dungeon. Sola instructed, "The summoning stone is here. Focus, everyone focus." He warned them, there will definitely be a powerful monster guarding this stone. Sola opened the gate to the new area, and just as predicted, a ferocious monster stood in the middle of the hall. A legendary grade monster, the Evil Dragon. Jinung's excitement was palpable, a mythic grade monster, and a dragon no less. I want to capture this one. Seeing the Evil Dragon's attack pattern, Jinung knew exactly what to do. It's using its breath attack, we have to dodge or block it now. Sola got into position, understood Shadow Shield. Remia also combined her power, Chaos Pit. The two of them combined their powers to create an immense force, but the system sent a notification. You have taken critical damage. HP decreased by 4,647,980. Jinung couldn't understand what was happening. I used a defensive spell but still took a massive amount of damage. A single hit dropped my health to just 10%. He felt a tinge of regret. Hay and PH were both defeated by that attack. If he had known, he would have recalled them just like he did with Lai. But with his weapon in hand, Jinung felt more motivated. Luckily, its absolute defensibility kept it safe. He gave the command. Roar of the Abyss. Dragon God. Huang Kui obeyed its master's order and immediately charged. Jinung reminded Sola and Remia. Great, hold that shield steady. He had just noticed a spot on its neck that had no scales. Therefore, Jinung was certain it was the weak point. He immediately commanded Sa and Yanku. Jinung ordered them to attack its neck. The two received the command and unleashed powerful attacks on the evil dragon. Jinung understood the situation perfectly. Just the two of them weren't enough. If we don't finish it right now, we won't get another chance. This Manhwa recap is getting intense. So this time he charged in to fight himself. Jinung gathered all his momentum and stabbed the evil dragon hard in the back. The system continuously updated the evil dragon's HP. Waiting for the perfect moment, Jinung called out to Karimia. Now she swiftly unleashed a fiery attack. All right. The attack slammed into the evil dragon, rendering it unable to retaliate. However, just a few seconds later, the evil dragon managed to extinguish the flame. Jin Sung grew anxious. Can we capture it like we did Kalel? He was clear-headed enough to understand the reality of the situation. It's impossible. The evil dragon is 2 ranks stronger. It's a mythic-grade monster. This definitely won't be as easy as Khalil was. But the current situation is extreme. If they couldn't take it down right now, a single blow would be enough to wipe them all out. Jin Sung once again assumed a fighting stance. Even though he didn't want to, it had to end here. He and Huang Kui charged forward together, combining their strength. Everything was now going exactly as Jin Sung had planned. Good, just like this? Following the sequence of events, he continued to command them to restrain it. The blade successfully plunged straight into the evil dragon's chest, making it roar in agony. A system notification appeared. You have successfully defeated the mythic-grade monster, the evil dragon. Fame points increased by 15,000, FB increased by 98,979,881. Finally, Remia could breathe a sigh of relief. We took it down. She was still terrified. What in the world was that monster? Sola was also stunned. Even in the entire demon realm, mythic-grade monsters are rare. I never expected one to be guarding the summoning stone. He was truly grateful. But thanks to Yan, we managed to defeat it. And Rymir also had to admit it. Without Yan, we would have failed. Meanwhile, Jin Sung, our overpowered main character, was ecstatic. This is the first time I've ever defeated a mythic. I wonder what kind of items will drop. They better be worth all the effort we put in. It should be at least an epic grade item, right? But the sight before him left him bewildered. Huh. What is this item? A system notification appeared. Obtained Soul Stone of the Mythic Grade Evil Dragon. Classification miscellaneous item. Quantity 7. An Evil Dragon Soul Stone. He recalled that normally defeating a boss-level monster would drop a whole pile of items. So why did it only drop these few stones this time? The system updated with more information. The Soul Stone of the legendary beast, the Evil Dragon, only appears in areas with high mana density in the 30th zone of the Demon Realm. It can only be used by the Summoner class. It can be sold for a high price at the Demon God's altar in the 30th zone of the Demon Realm. Upon learning this, Jinung's face filled with it's just junk. But a second later he was surprised again. What's this? So a system like this exists too. Now Jinung could rest a little easier. If that's the case, then taming and controlling the evil dragon wasn't impossible after all. This is a great plot point in this action manhwa. Being naturally curious, he wondered. Wait a minute. I wonder if Remia picked up any of the stones? Unable to contain his curiosity, Jinung called out to her. Hey, Ria? She turned around looking puzzled. Is something wrong? Jinung scratched his head and said, It's nothing major. I was just wondering, did you happen to pick up any items after we defeated that monster? Remia replied. I did. I got an item called I think I got about 3 of them, but they're exclusive items for summoners, so they're not very useful to me. Jinung exclaimed. I knew it! Seeing his reaction, Remia started to put the pieces together. Did she just figure him out? Jinung's weakness. You need these stones, don't you? This caught him off guard, making him flustered. Well. Inwardly, he was cursing his luck. Damn it, was I that obvious? Jinung asked. Hey, could you sell them to me? Seizing the opportunity, Remia started to tease him. Let's see now. These are epic items that can be used to summon the legendary evil dragon, aren't they? She said, deliberately dragging out her words. Just because I can't use them doesn't mean they're worthless. Now what price should I sell them for? I wonder. Jinung gritting. Again. This girl, she wasn't just a fire mage, she was a true witch. He racked his brain, trying to figure out what Remia wanted. There had to be something she needed. I wonder if there's an item specifically for mages among the things I've collected. Remia then interrupted his train of thought. What are you planning to trade that requires so much thought? Jinung requested, Hold on, give me a few seconds. Remia harbored a wicked thought. If he wants these stones that badly, then this is my chance to strike a great deal. This time I'll definitely turn the tables on Yan and get my satisfaction, so she deliberately rushed him. There's no time, Yan. We need to destroy the summoning stone and get out of here. Jinung started to panic. Wait, hold on, A moment later, Remia realized. But pushing him too hard wasn't a good idea. Whether I like it or not, maintaining a friendly relationship with a top-ranked player like Yan would be more beneficial in the long run. In the end, she decided to make a reasonable exchange. Then Remia spoke up, Ian, I'll make you an offer. She revealed her request. First, let me destroy the summoning stone with my own hands. Remia declared clearly, I want to be the one to personally destroy it. Jinung wondered, what does her quest require her to destroy it personally? Or does she just want the fame from destroying the stone herself? Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter to me. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. All right, be my guest. But when you said first, does that mean there's another condition? But Remia wasn't that easy. That's right, there's one more condition. Jinung could only grit his teeth and accept. Fine, just say it. He silently prayed, please don't let this turn into a robbery. Remia made her offer, let's hunt monsters together non-stop. For the next 3 days until the demon world closes, we will continue to hunt. These words left Jinung stunned with surprise. He yelled out, Really? Is that all? Remia affirmed. Of course, I'm not the type to go back on my word. Just like that, Jinung remarked. Remia, she's actually a good person. He agreed wholeheartedly. All right, let's do that. Remia then handed over the 3 stones. Excellent, the deal is set. Only she knew her true intentions. Getting such a good deal from a pile of junk is a real bargain. Ramia was very pleased with her achievement. Not only do I get to destroy the summoning stone and stop the wave of monsters, but I also get to drag a pro like Yan along to hunt with me for 3 whole days. Meanwhile, Cassandra looked utterly bewildered because behind Jinung, everyone else was showing clear signs of fear. Cassandra smirked smugly. It seems like Ramia just made a grave mistake. She clutched her stomach, laughing, "Oh, well, this looks fun, let's just do it." Ramia was incredibly excited. "Shall we begin?" Then she raised her staff and unleashed her magic. A terrifying stream of power set the space ablaze. The system continuously announced, "You have completed a hidden quest. Power of the Sun God. Hidden quest chain, you have received 350,000 fame points." The news was now spreading everywhere. Players Ian and Remia have successfully stopped the monster wave in Zone 4. The monster wave scheduled to appear on the Senta W Plateau on the central continent has been cancelled, thanks to players Ian and Remia. The system provided another update. The second summoning stone has been destroyed. The monster wave scheduled for the Rolenka Mountains on the northern continent has been cancelled thanks to the Demon King Ricardo. Everyone who read the announcements was completely bewildered. What is this about? What is happening? Seriously, what in the world is going on? What in the world is happening in the demon realm? They asked each other in confusion. Could the demon realm be in a civil war? That's right. This is the first time I've seen a monster wave cancel itself. But hey, at least 1/3 of the gates were destroyed, so that lessens the pressure a bit, right? If the monster wave hadn't been stopped, both the central and northern continents would have been devoured by the demon realm. How could the developers let the game become so unbalanced? To be honest, it's all because of Ian and Remia. The current news has everyone furious. They've messed everything up. The players who couldn't enter the demon realm were actually looking forward to that monster wave. Now there are no good farming spots left. The young man screamed. Are the high-ranking players trying to monopolize the playing field? Or what I think Ian and Remia need to explain why they robbed everyone of this opportunity, Johan commented. Even though Min was glad the guild's territory was no longer threatened, this situation might cause big trouble later on. Seriously, he couldn't understand Jin Sung at all. What the hell are you doing in the demon realm back to Jin Sung? Remia's face suddenly turned pale. Wait a minute, Jin Sung responded. What's wrong? She trembled and pointed forward. Let me rest for a bit, can I? Please? Jin Sung was bewildered. We just took a break 5 hours ago. Feeling his disapproving gaze on her, Remia trembled even more. No, Jin Sung was just enthusiastically reminding her, we're only halfway through the 3 days. Who knows if we'll find such a good monster hunting spot after the demon realm closes? He intentionally intimidated her. Miss Remia, you don't want to miss this opportunity, do you? Remia's face turned even paler. This guy is insane, completely out of his mind. Is he even human? Now she could only swallow her bitterness. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have made the deal. Jin Sung enthusiastically took the lead. Let's hurry up now. Meanwhile, Remia was in utter agony. This is hell, true hell. She couldn't help but recall the past. At first, it was truly wonderful. No one had ever coordinated so perfectly with her as Ian. The two of them wiped out hordes of demon realm monsters, accumulating tons of EXP and magic stones. Only now did Remia truly feel this terror. But after 5 hours, then 6 hours, and even after 30 hours without sleep, the two of them still hadn't stopped. She wanted to collapse on the spot. This wasn't normal at all. Remia couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. This is bad. If I don't rest, I'll die for sure. She begged desperately, Ian, just give me 10 minutes. Just a 10-minute break, and then we can continue. I need to check my cooldowns and inventory too. Jin Sung let out a sigh and agreed. All right, fine. Remia's heart warmed up. Thank you so much. But she never expected his next sentence to send a chill down her spine. But only 10 minutes. She cursed furiously in her mind. He's insane, completely insane. I swear I will never party up with this gaming addict again. Remia then focused on something else, but she wondered, will there ever be another monster hunting opportunity as good as this? The gold tier items? The amount of EXP I couldn't even dream of before entering the demon realm. It feels like I'm in a double bonus event. After a while, Remia regained her energy. Alright, just this once, I have to force myself to endure 3 full days of non-stop hunting with him. Because now she was very determined. Besides, I don't want to lose to Ian either. Even if I die, I'll hold out until he logs out first. I will survive this. It seemed like a new achievement was unlocked, but unexpectedly, Remia just lay motionless on the floor. The group gathered around, calling out, "Hey, Miss Remia, are you asleep?" Jinung worried, "What do we do now?" It looks like she's completely passed out. Huangqi also noticed, "It seems so, Master, she has been forced into a sleep state." Jinung was still confused. "What, but we've taken so many breaks already?" La chimed in, "I knew it, mages are so weak. They get exhausted after just a little hunting." Even after hunting for 3 hours, resting for 5 minutes, and then sleeping for another 3 hours, we've relaxed as much as possible and she still can't handle it. Humans are truly fragile. Finally, Jinung figured out the reason. She was force logged out by the system. Then he calculated there are about 3 hours and 50 minutes left before the demon realm closes right. It would be a waste to stop here. Jinung eagerly suggested, "How about we hunt for another 3 hours? Cassius was even more excited. 4 hours would be even better. La agreed. "Master, will go for as long as you want." Suddenly, someone called out to Jinung, "Master." He turned to Han and asked, "What's wrong?" Zera reported frantically, "Pipuji is acting strange. He just ran over there. You have to come see." Just then, a surge of blue power erupted from somewhere. Jinung instinctively looked up. "What the heck? What's happening to Pipuji, Jin?" Jinung stared intently at the system screen, raising a hand to stop Zera, his voice urgent. "Wait a minute." The continuous flashing blue light on the interface made his expression shift to one of shocked amazement. Could this light be a blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a barrage of notifications appearing one after another? Pipuji's soul fusion level has reached its maximum. The soul fusion training progress of the summoned beast Pipuji has increased by 7.12%. Current soul fusion level 99, proficiency 100%. Pipuji's soul fusion level has increased. The summoned beast Pipuji has absorbed a hero-grade spirit herb. Jinung mumbled, momentarily stunned. Pipuji ate the spirit herb. He let out a small laugh, a mix of pride and relief. This greedy pig is finally about to evolve. The light spread throughout the area, and she immediately looked up, exclaiming with excitement, "Master, look!" Amidst the blinding light, Pipuji's familiar round figure appeared. Seeing this, Jinung was choked with emotion, his eyes turning red. "I've raised him through so much hardship. Now I understand how parents feel when they see their children grow up." In that moment, he suddenly imagined the future. So it's about to turn into a dragon. An abyssal dragon god. No wait to evolve into an abyssal dragon god, it needs a dragon pearl. The smile on Jinung's face slowly turned into one of pride. That means it will evolve into an abyssal dragon turtle first. A blinding flash of light erupted. "Hurry up and show me your cool new form, Pipuji." A small arm slowly emerged, followed by a short, gently wagging tail. When the light faded completely, Pipuji was gobbling down food with gusto. Both he and Zera's faces changed color instantly. Their expressions darkened. Jinung froze and then slowly sank to his knees, his voice trembling. Utterly bewildered, "Pipuji, are you done evolving?" It looked up, chewed one last bite, then lay down with a lazy sigh. "Master, what are you talking about?" Pipuji's calm voice was like a thunderclap, and he fell backward in shock. "I didn't evolve. Pipuji, Master, snap out of it." Jinung clutched his head, his eyes a mess of confusion and anger. What? What is going on? Why were there such epic effects if it wasn't an evolution? Pipuji yawned. Its voice was light, but it was driving him insane. Everything has its time after all. Pipuji let out a long sigh. Its eyes lit up slightly. "I feel like I can evolve now." He immediately shot up, leaning in close with eyes full of anticipation for this overpowered main character's next move. "Really, is it true? You can evolve, right?" Papuji's face paled slightly as it forced a smile. That's right. Papuji, I can finally evolve. Hearing this, Jinung erupted in joy, laughing loudly and jumping up. Then do it, evolve now, Papuji. He was finally able to say those words. Its entire body began to tremble, sweat pouring off it. Just trust me, Papuji. But just as he was about to cheer it on, the system screen suddenly flashed. What is it now? A system notification appeared in mid-air. Summoned beast Papuji has met the conditions for evolution. Evolution quest of the abyssal dragon turtle. Jinung froze silent for a moment. An evolution quest. What's this? His expression turned serious and sharp. Let's see. Jinung scanned the information on the screen. To evolve into the abyssal dragon turtle, find and retrieve the abyssal seal of Papuji. Difficulty unknown. Requirements. The summoner must possess an abyssal turtle at maximum soul fusion level. Reward evolution of the abyssal turtle. What the hell? He was instantly annoyed, his expression darkening. He yelled in frustration, Damn it! What is this? Instead of just evolving, Papuji is making me do a quest. While Jinung was still complaining, Papuji's familiar voice spoke up. Master, I need the abyssal seal to evolve. He propped his chin on his hand, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. Are you my summoned beast or my boss? If you want to evolve, go find it yourself. Its gaze immediately fell, its ears and tail drooped, and its eyes welled up with tears. You'll bring it for me, won't you? Refusing will make Papuji very sad. Jinung froze, unable to meet its gaze. This turtle was using its cuteness to manipulate him again. He gave in helplessly, his voice tired. All right. How could I possibly let you be sad? Hearing that, Papuji immediately leaped up, cheering with excitement. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Master. Jinung crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing in thought. Okay, if the reward is that clear, then finding the sea... Now where do I find this abyssal seal? At that, Kaka immediately sat up, its round eyes sparkling like stars. Master, how about we go find that explorer? He raised an eyebrow, confused. An explorer who... Kaka sighed in exasperation. You know that person. The one who showed you the dream from 1,000 years ago. Jinung froze as the memory hit him. That's right, the player named Vincent. If anyone would know, it's definitely him. He held out his hand, giving Kaka a proud thumbs up. Besides, I need to find him anyway to get the artifact from the dream appraised. Papuji huffily turned its head away, cheeks puffed out. It's not like I was expecting praise or anything. It hopped onto Jinung's back and curled up, ready to set off. Let's go. Let's go find the abyssal seal. I want to evolve as soon as possible. He touched the system screen, his gaze turning thoughtful. Hold on, there's somewhere I need to go first. Jinung grew quiet, his expression serious. Khalifa's quest had failed, but it didn't just disappear. It transformed into another quest. The time limit was 10 days, and now only 3 days remain. An image of Iriel flashed through his mind. He had to go to the surface and meet her first. System screen? The system notifications blinked erratically, followed by a barrage of urgent alert sounds. In 10 more minutes at midnight, the entire Demon World server will shut down. A continuous stream of announcements appeared, making the atmosphere heavy. When the server closes, everyone's face was tense, worried that all players would be forcibly logged out. Everyone stood frozen, their faces taut with tension. Please log out. Before that time, there are 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining as the Demon World server is closing. Meanwhile, in the background, a steady snoring sound could be heard. During this time, all spatial gates leading to the Demon World will disappear, and the Demon World content will be temporarily inaccessible. Iriel spoke in a warm, deep voice with a hint of excitement, yet maintaining her usual composure. Welcome back, Yan. It's been a while. Also in 12 hours, the previously announced monster wave will appear at 4 different times. Jinung stepped forward, placing his right hand solemnly on his chest and bowing in return. It certainly has been a while, hasn't it? It's a pleasure to see you again, Iriel. Let's prepare thoroughly to face the monsters from the Demon World. From behind, Grepper also spoke slowly. Long time no see, you've changed so much. It seems you've gotten much stronger. He turned around, a wide, joyous smile on his face. Mage Grepper's gaze lowered slightly, becoming more serious. First, we need to discuss the current situation. Unfortunately, the demon dragon Khalifa has been unsealed. I just heard the news as well. I heard the dimensional war has started again because Khalifa has awakened. Grepper exclaimed in surprise. Wait, how do you know about this? Yan need. Ariel's eyes also lit up with curiosity as she hesitantly asked, That's right, Yan. How do you know everything in such detail? Jinung gave a wry smile, waving his hands around as he began to recount the entire sequence of events. When he was finished, both of them were left speechless. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed in disbelief, So that's what happened. So much has occurred. So were you the one who destroyed one of the 2 summoning stones, Yan? He replied calmly, his voice firm. That's right. I destroyed one and the Demon King Ricardo destroyed the other. Grepper narrowed her eyes and then burst out laughing excitedly. Yan, you've managed to surprise me again. When I heard that the 2 summoning stones were destroyed, I was wondering what could have possibly happened. Ariel lowered her head slightly, her voice growing quiet as she spoke awkwardly. I didn't know anything. To be honest, I was angry with you for not contacting me at all until I was freed. Jinung winked a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. I knew it. Talking things out honestly solves everything. Ariel's favorability increased by 20 and Grepper's favorability increased by 10. The screen suddenly flashed and a notification appeared. The Space Mage's favorability was already at its maximum. You will receive an additional bonus reward. He froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. A bonus reward? She smiled calmly, holding a small cloth pouch in her hand. Now I'm certain you are a hero who far exceeds my expectations. Yan, I think it's time to give you this. Jinung stared at the item in his hand, his voice filled with amazement. You have obtained the item? Spatial Orb. What is this spatial orb? The system immediately provided an explanation. Spatial Orb classification other rank legendary. The owner of this item can move through dimensions. Certain conditions must be met for its use. This item belongs to player Yan. He exclaimed, his voice a mix of excitement and confusion. Something this valuable. Grepper, how do I use this? Grepper smiled faintly and replied calmly, When the time is right, you will know. Jinung stared grimly at the crystal orb in his hand. He figured she wouldn't elaborate even if he asked, but he was grateful all the same. Creeper nodded, her voice stern. Now then, Ian, there is something I need you to do to stop Khalifa. He replied without hesitation. Of course, just tell me. Just then, a flood of system notifications appeared showing the shadow of the demon dragon Khalifa. Hidden quest chain. For some mysterious reason, the demon dragon Khalifa has been unsealed earlier than expected. As a result, the dimensional war has broken out once again. Just like 1,000 years ago, it won't be long before Khalifa and his countless destructive demons will cross the dimensions and launch an all-out attack. However, humanity is now much weaker than it was 1,000 years ago, while the demons have grown even more powerful. More notifications popped up, filling the screen. To stop them, one of the 7 treasures of the Holy Wheel King is needed, specifically the Sacred Armament Treasure. Your mission is to find the Sacred Armament Treasure by passing through the spatial gate opened by Creeper. Enter the Imperial City of the Holy Wheel King and borrow one of the 7 treasures, the Sacred Armament Treasure. Difficulty SSS. Requirements unknown, no time limit, no reward. This quest cannot be refused. Jinung paused, lightly touching his forehead, a weary look on his face. I still have so much to do, like evolving Pipuji, for example. And now I get another massive quest like this. Well, at least it doesn't have a time limit. I'll prioritize evolving Pipuji and tackle this quest afterward. He looked up and said in a steady voice, I understand. I'll do my best. Ariel clapped her hands in delight, a radiant smile on her face. That's the answer I was hoping for. Ian, come to the magic tower whenever you're ready. Jinung turned and waved goodbye. All right, I'll be there soon. His fingers flew across the virtual panel in front of him. Okay, now where can I find Ryzen? I saw on the official community forums that he's currently on the central continent. Suddenly, Jinung paused for a moment, a distant look in his eyes. He quickly got a reply to his message. Hello, Rinsen. I'm contacting you because I have a question. Are you free right now? Are you that famous summoner, Ian? I'm not so sure about famous, but yes, I am the summoner, Ian. On the other end, Rinsen was so excited he nearly jumped out of his seat. It's really Ian. Ian is actually messaging me. Ian chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling as he watched the rapidly appearing messages. I guess I am pretty famous, he thought. Come to think of it, after being the first person to achieve several major accomplishments. That makes sense? He quickly replied, of course I'll be there right away. All right, then let's meet at the Lord's Castle in Fo in 1 hour. Okay. Jinsung stood silently for a moment, his gaze faltering. But this was a bit much. He chuckled, his voice tinged with a hint of challenge. All right, the meeting is set. Just then Kaka appeared and tossed a neatly rolled scroll to Jinsung. Here, master, take this. He reached out and caught it, replying succinctly, thanks. Jinsung looked at the glowing scroll in his hand, a clear smile on his face. It was finally time to return to his territory. The scene changes to the Pharaoh territory, where ancient structures stood tall under a blazing red sky. In the grand hall, Kabul's deep, heavy voice echoed. So if the monster wave appears in these two places, our territory will also be affected. Johan maintained his usual calm demeanor. Based on the announced difficulty level, the first wave is still within the suppression team's control. He sighed for a moment, his eyes heavy with worry. But from the second wave onwards, things will be different. The mid-tier monsters are much stronger than the low-tier ones. Krovin's face showed unease, and he added gravely, since you have experience in the demon world, I trust your judgment. He frowned, his voice filled with unconcealed frustration. Hey Johun, what is Yan doing down there? Why isn't he showing up for such an important meeting? Even when we're discussing such a critical matter. Run just smiled, his voice calm but full of confidence. He said he's preparing for an extremely important meeting. His eyes were firm with trust. If he says it's important, it's definitely not a small matter. He spoke with conviction. Let's just wait and see. Meanwhile, our overpowered main character Jin Sung sat before a control panel, his expression intensely focused. He had about 45 minutes until his meet. Time is money. Not a single minute can be wasted. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched the magic stones fall. Now is the time to use all the magic stones I've worked so hard to collect. Hundreds of them sparkled, their blue and dark purple hues reflecting on his excited face. I have to upgrade at least 15 more times today. Break through the level 2 transcendence limit and go straight to level 3. But a sense of unease immediately crept into his mind as the light faded. The sound of a failed upgrade vibrated through the room. Wait, didn't I fail an upgrade last time? But Jinsung's eyes quickly sharpened with determination, his whole body radiating a condensed energy. No, that was just my bad luck being purged. This time I'll upgrade all my weapons to at least level 10 and at least 2 items to level 15. He took a deep breath, the light from the magic stones reflecting around him. All right, let's start upgrading. From outside, a blinding light shone through the window. Seeing this, Haran and Fiolin were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with confusion, not understanding what was happening. Immediately the system announced a successful upgrade, but Jin Sung's legs trembled, unable to stand firm. What the hell? He collapsed to the ground, his eyes dazed, dark circles visible under them, his breathing ragged. I used up all 800 mid-grade magic stones and didn't get a single level 3 transcendent item. Am I really this unlucky? Jin Sung mumbled, a sense of despair washing over him. I have 4 level 13 items, 1 level 12 item, and the best I got was the Spirit King's Judgment Spear at level 14. I really thought I could upgrade all my gear to level 3 Transcendence this time. For a moment, he rubbed his chin, his mind clearing up. Compared to before when it stopped at plus 11, this was already much better, but it still felt disappointing. Jin Sung's eyes lit up again, his resolve sharpening. Perhaps he should gamble one more time with the beast's heart. He began to select each piece of equipment on the screen. High-grade magic stones were meant for Tier 4 transcendent equipment, but they could still be used on items that couldn't be transcendently upgraded. I know this method is both expensive and risky. A brilliant light erupted around Jin Sung, but what's a real man afraid of? If you're going to risk it, you go all in. Yes, the radiant aura made Ryzen freeze, looking up in confusion with his jaw dropped. He raised a hand to scratch his head. He mumbled to himself, "Is that an equipment upgrade?" A series of notifications flashed on the screen so bright that it made him take a step back. The Spirit King's Judgment has been upgraded from plus 13 to plus 14. Successfully upgraded the Spirit King's Judgment. The Spirit King's Judgment has been upgraded from plus 14 to plus 15. Player Yan has successfully upgraded to plus 15 and now possesses a Tier 3 Transcendent item. Jinung anxiously closed his eyes, his heart pounded. But I don't dare look at the result. At least it reached Tier 3, so I've broken even. He suddenly froze. His gaze was stunned. Wait, there's more. There's no way I have enough magic stones left. The screen immediately started flashing. A notification rang out, leaving Jinung utterly astonished. Player Yan has successfully upgraded to plus 20. The weapon became It radiated a brilliant aura. The Spirit King's Judgment has been enhanced to plus 20 and has reached Transcendent Tier 4. You can no longer use high-grade magic stones on weapons exceeding plus 20. Jinung's eyes immediately lit up. His heart felt like it would leap out of his chest. His whole body trembled with joy. This is it! You have successfully crafted the first Tier 4 Transcendent weapon in the game. Fame points increased by 300,000. Ryzen stood on the other side, his mouth agape, completely stunned. The beast's heart was truly worth it. He grinned smugly, his eyes gazing lovingly at the legendary weapon in his hand. The first Tier 4 Transcendent weapon on the server. This is insane. I wonder how much this would sell for. Would it be enough to buy a house in Gangnam? Now then, Jinung firmly gripped the weapon, feeling its weight power and the light emanating from the blade. I feel like I could easily solo ban Rock now. He looked in terror at the spear tip pointed at him, his face instantly turning pale. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. Please spare me. He froze, speaking awkwardly. Huh, who are you? A moment of recognition passed. Jinung sheepishly scratched his head, giving a weak laugh. Oh, it's you, Ryzen. Why did you have to show up right now? He said, flustered, trying to break the tense atmosphere. Sorry about that, I just maxed out an item. Ryzen immediately replied, I saw the server-wide message. I totally get that feeling. It's great to meet you, I'm Ryzen, he said hurriedly, his voice full of admiration. Is that the legendary Tier 4 Transcendent item now? Oh, I guess I'm showing off. Hearing this, Jinung looked a little smug, a self-satisfied expression on his face. That's right, I just got lucky. Ryzen held his forehead, his eyes shining with admiration. Wow, can I get a closer look? He immediately broke into a smug grin. Of course, but it's already soul-bound, so you can't equip it. He exclaimed in amazement, so this is it! Ryzen kept running back and forth from one side to the other. His eyes were a mix of shock and curiosity. This is amazing, so this is what it looks like. Jinung sighed, speaking helplessly. Can we get down to business now? He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. My apologies. But then Ryzen broke into a relaxed smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Crafting the first Tier 4 Transcendent item in the game, Yan, you are truly phenomenal. This is going to be the talk of the town for a long time. This is enough content for 2 whole days of streaming. Our main character gave a slight smile and replied, Perhaps. I should probably stay off the forums for a while. Hearing this, Ryzen frowned curiously. So, what can I help you with? Jinung replied calmly, pulling out an old map. I have a favor to ask you. He clutched the map, his voice calm yet sharp. This map marks the location of an item I desperately need. Since it's an ancient relic, I can't appraise it with my current skills. Ryzen's eyes immediately lit up with interest. I can tell it's a special item just by looking at it. How interesting. May I see? He cheerfully accepted the map, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course, I'm grateful, but Ryzen's mind was still racing, his expression thoughtful and silent. Could this be a rare artifact? If even he couldn't appraise it with his skills, it must be a high-grade item. Suddenly, spiritual power erupted and the map began to glow in midair, emitting a mysterious aura. Let's see what this thing is. He paused, his gaze heavy, but immediately Ryzen was bewildered as he looked at the notification screen. What legendary grade wish? Granting treasure map? Miscellaneous category? Legendary grade artifact. Jinung frowned, feeling confused and bewildered. What is it? What's wrong? Ryzen was startled and stammered, No, it's nothing. But how did you get this item? This is a legendary grade artifact. Only the Explorer class can find something like this. He avoided the scrutinizing gaze, trying to act casual. I just happened to pick it up. The man tilted his head slightly. I see. Ryzen broke into a smug grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm so glad I agreed to help Yan. It's been so long since I've appraised a legendary artifact, and this time it was handed right to me. How many days of streaming content will this give me? A moment. Yen, I need to stop by the auction house before appraising this. I need a high-grade appraisal stone. Crossing his arms, Yan smirked. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I have some right here. Ryzen's face went pale when he saw the mountain of neatly stacked stones before him. What these stones are incredibly expensive. How many do you have? Yan smiled calmly, his eyes filled with confidence. I stocked up because appraising legendary items requires a lot of high-grade stones. You can keep the rest as payment for your work. Ryzen laughed in satisfaction, his eyes filled with admiration. Amazing, as expected of the #1 summoner on the server. All right, thank you. Instantly, spiritual energy exploded and the map began to glow brilliantly, the surrounding space trembling with the artifact's mysterious power. Let's begin the appraisal. A series of notifications rang out consecutively as the map became. Appraisal of the wish-granting treasure map artifact has failed. One high-grade appraisal stone has been consumed. Appraisal of the wish-granting treasure map artifact has succeeded. Ryzen held the map in his hands, his eyes shining brightly, unable to hide his excitement. All right, it's a success. The artifact appraisal skill has increased from level 4 to level 10. Successfully appraising a legendary grade artifact, you have received 100,000 fame points. He excitedly handed the map to Jinung. Here, take a look. His eyes showed satisfaction. Thank you. A continuous stream of notifications appeared on the screen. Item information wish-granting treasure map. Miscellaneous category legendary grade artifact dragon pearl. A treasure necessary for an emoji to transform into a dragon god. It is one of the 7 treasures of the Saintly Wheel King. The Saintly Wheel King created 7 treasure maps, leading to the locations of his 7 treasures and entrusted them to his 7. The wish-granting treasure map is one of them, and it now belongs to the player Yan. Upon using it, Jinung was slightly bewildered as he observed the ancient characters. What's this? Why is it all in a difficult ancient language? This is my weakest area. He slowly rubbed his chin, his gaze thoughtful. So I just need to use this map to pinpoint the location of the dragon pearl, right? Jin Sung's hand gently touched the frame of the map. Let's see where it is. In front of the two of them, the ancient characters materialized in the air. Ryzen looked up, observing intently, his eyes filled with confusion. This is a map. Yan naturally replied, That's right. It's the map that leads to the item I'm looking for. Jin Sung's finger lightly touched the floating characters. All right, let's see where the dragon pearl is. He suddenly paused. His gaze fell. What is this? The person behind him asked in confusion. Yan, what's wrong? Annoyed Jin Sung waved his hand and gave an order. Hey Kaka, get out here now. It immediately appeared, still looking drowsy. What's the matter, master? Don't bother me. He immediately raised his voice, questioning harshly. The map you gave me doesn't show the location of the dragon pearl. It's a fake. Kaka froze for a moment, its eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. That's impossible. Wait a second. It's really not there. What is going on? Its eyes suddenly lit up, its voice cheerful and excited. Master, I know why the map isn't showing the dragon pearl's location. Jin Sung calmly crossed his arms. Why Kaka quickly spoke up, its eyes glinting slyly. Because the dragon pearl doesn't belong to this era, and this is no ordinary map. His eyes darkened. His voice lowered. So what kind of map is it exactly? It replied calmly. This is a magical artifact. It can display a map of the continent where its owner is currently standing. So to find the dragon pearl with this map, Kaka continued to explain, its voice gentle and steady. You need to go to the exact continent where the dragon pearl existed in the past. Only then will the map display that region and reveal the true location of the dragon pearl. Jin Sung pressed urgently. Really, so where is that continent? Its expression grew heavy. The Maurya Empire. Hearing that, Rinsen froze, momentarily bewildered. That summoned beast just said, "The Moria Empire." The person behind Ryzen cried out in alarm, his face pale. "Did you just say the Moria Empire?" Seeing his reaction, Jin-sung replied calmly, his eyes slightly surprised. "That's right, you know about it too." The man answered hesitantly, a sense of unease in his voice. "Of course, it's an ancient empire that existed even before the Celestial War 1,000 years ago. I discovered it while researching ancient relics." Kaka chimed in nonchalantly, its body still floating leisurely in the air. "That's right, the very empire once ruled by the Holy Wheel King. If you go there and open the map, you'll find the location of the Dragon Pearl." Hearing this, our overpowered main character paused, scratching his head in confusion. "Wait a minute. The Holy Wheel King, that name sounds familiar." A thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Jin-sung spoke quickly. "That's right. The item Ariel asked me to find." Ariel and Griper said I needed to find the sacred armament treasure, which is one of those treasures. He smirked, a look of triumph on his face. "This means I was being led to the Moria Empire from the very beginning. The domain of the Holy Wheel King. Everything is connected." Behind him, Kaka watched quietly and thought to itself in admiration. The master really is a quick study. With that, Jin-sung clenched his fist, his voice filled with excitement and enthusiasm. "All right, now let's go find the Holy Wheel, King Evolve. Pippuji get the sacred armament treasure and then crush the invasion from the Purple Demon Realm." He suddenly paused, his gaze shifting to Pippuji, who was casually enjoying a meal. "But first things first. This creature is so demanding. I have to find the Seal of the Abyss for Pippuji. Hey, Ryzen, do you know anything about an item called the Seal of the Abyss?" The man immediately bowed his head in embarrassment, his voice full of self-reproach. "No, I've never heard of it. I'm sorry. I couldn't be of any help." Jin-sung smiled warmly and replied casually, "It's all right, you don't need to apologize." Kaka then explained leisurely in this manhwa, a look of eager excitement on its face. The Seal of the Abyss is an item that contains the essence of water and ice. Owning it will grant you immunity to frost. It increases ice magic power and ice attribute resistance by 10%. Our protagonist raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. It was definitely an item that would make any ice mage drool. "Do you know what it looks like?" Ryzen paused for a moment upon hearing the question, his eyes wide with bewilderment. "Of course, master. It's a sparkling teardrop-shaped blue gem." He hesitantly began searching his system interface for the teardrop-shaped blue gem. Could it be that Ryzen was casually holding the abyssal seal? His voice filled with confusion. "Does it look something like this?" Our MC was suddenly stunned, completely speechless. What Jin-sung was also taken aback by the item. He brought the seal closer to his pet and asked calmly, "Pippuji, is this the abyssal seal?" Pippuji raised a brow, its voice lazy and questioning. "Nope, not a chance." "Master, where'd you find this knockoff? Pippuji thinks you need to be careful not to get scammed." Jin-sung awkwardly averted his gaze. "I see." Ryzen then gave a sheepish, embarrassed laugh and explained, "This gem isn't the abyssal seal. The name and description were identical, so I assumed it was the real thing." Our MC paused, a look of helplessness on his face. "So that's it. I got my hopes up for nothing." Ryzen's expression turned serious, his voice steady. "This item is called an abyssal fragment." The scene then transitions, showing him standing before a mysterious tower shrouded in a cold mist. "A while ago, I went to the abyssal tower to help a mage friend with a quest and happened to find this." Jin-sung let out a slow sigh of disappointment. "What a shame. If it were the real abyssal seal, I'd be willing to pay any price for it." Seeing his determination, Ryzen grew curious and gently pressed for more information. "Why do you need that item so desperately?" Jin-sung glanced helplessly behind him and answered nonchalantly, "I need it to evolve this little gluttonous turtle of mine." Hearing this, Pippuji protested indignantly, "I am not a glutton." Ryzen slowly stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. "Yeah, and if I help you find that item?" Ryzen slowly made his proposition. "Would you be willing to grant me one request?" "Of course," Jin-sung grinned excitedly. "If it's within my power, I'll do anything." Ryzen then scratched his head shyly, speaking in a slightly embarrassed tone. "In that case, could you let me join the Lotus Guild? A system notification immediately chimed in. Ryzen has joined the Lotus Guild. Amidst the white snowy landscape, Ryzen spoke with a determined voice. Actually, about that so-called abyssal fragment. I didn't find it inside the abyssal tower. There's a small hidden dungeon right behind it. He slowly knelt, his eyes scanning the area. Ryzen suddenly froze, his face a mixture of shock and confusion, and inside he found a gem. The abyssal seal appeared before him exactly as I had described. Ryzen sighed heavily, a hint of unease on his face. But I can't touch it. The gem is surrounded by an incredibly powerful aura, so I can't confirm what it is. Is it the abyssal seal? I smirked confidently. My intuition was screaming that this was it. With that, he decisively moved forward to lead the way. Seeing this, Jinung spoke up, a bit confused. Isn't that the direction of the northern coast? Not the abyssal tower? Ryzen turned his head, his gaze firm, and spoke in a clear voice. That's right, its location is behind the abyssal tower, but it can't be reached by normal means. He and the others paused for a moment, their eyes dazed. We've arrived. Above them, 3 mystical magic circles appeared, rotating in sequence. It's moving. But what in the world is this? He observed it calmly, his voice growing steady. A teleportation gate to a hidden dungeon. Follow me. Ryzen approached the gate, muttering strange numbers, before a mysterious light enveloped them all. In a flash, the gate began to teleport them, a vortex of light spinning at a terrifying speed. Jinung stood beside him, his eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. He spoke in an impressed, admiring tone. So many teleportation magic circles. So did you really find this hidden dungeon? Ryzen turned his head and replied calmly. Anyone can find it with enough patience, curiosity, and time. Jinung secretly watched him from behind, a satisfied smirk on his face. With the Papuji dungeon detector and Ryzen, I can discover even more hidden secrets in Khan, Truong Mo. He was absolutely right. In an instant, everyone stopped at the foot of a tower. Ryzen spoke seriously. We're here, Yan. Remember to stay alert. He stood tall, his eyes becoming vigilant and determined. When this stone door opens, a gatekeeper will appear. In the past, my friend and I died over and over again just to take it down. That monster is terrifyingly strong. Ryzen lowered his voice, his expression suddenly filled with heavy anxiety. It's a giant golem over level 130 with a wide area freezing skill. And on top of that, it has a series of extremely annoying crowd control skills. But our overpowered main character remained calm, saying reassuringly, "Don't worry." Jinung arrogantly swung his spear with incredible force, smiling smugly. I was planning on testing the power of my new +20 weapon anyway. Open the door. Ryzen was still anxious, his face pale and trembling. I'm sure you can handle it. Yan, but just to be safe, maybe you should call your teammates first. Kaka immediately sighed, his voice arrogant yet casual. Don't worry. That pile of rubble won't be able to touch a single hair on my master's head, no matter how many there are. Hearing that, Ryzen looked slightly embarrassed and forced a smile. Are you saying I'm useless in a fight? He trembled as he stepped forward, towards the gate. All right, I'll open the door then. He channeled powerful spiritual energy into the 2 doors. Heavy footsteps echoed along with a deep, menacing voice. Who goes there? The gatekeeper instantly appeared with an imposing aura. Wind and dust howled terrifyingly. Who dares set foot in the bottom of the abyss? Ryzen flinched back as he saw Jinung confidently charge forward. Yan, I told you it's fine. He headed straight for it, his presence no less intimidating. The light from the brilliant red gem on the gatekeeper's chest flashed, revealing its weak point. Jinung decisively thrust his spear straight forward, striking the critical point. Immediately, a series of system notifications sounded. You have dealt critical damage to the Abyss Gatekeeper. The Abyss Gatekeeper's HP has been reduced by 5,238,775. You have successfully defeated the Abyss Gatekeeper. Outside, Ryzen froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? Kaka spoke lazily, with a calm and relaxed demeanor. He already told you there's no need to worry. The MC looked at the weapon in his hand with satisfaction, a pleased smile crossing his face. The damage is even more insane than I imagined. This equipment is truly top tier. Jinung waved his hand with a composed look. Risen, shall we head deeper inside now? Raisin was startled for a moment, then hesitantly replied, yes, let's go in. Raisin thought to himself in awe, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Yan, you're even more incredible than I thought. A cold system notification rang out, entering the hidden dungeon, the bottom of the abyss. He stood proudly, his expression. He remained unfazed as a horde of monsters charged toward him. What is this? Is this all they've got? Swarms of monsters rushed forward with immense power. He calmly eliminated them one by one with a smug look on his face. Compared to the monsters from the demon realm, these things were nothing more than insects. Jinung nimbly leaped into the air, appearing right in the monster's blind spot. He excitedly unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. It had been a while since I got to mow down enemies like this. It's a great way to relieve stress. The other man watched him intently, his face filled with awe. It was truly astonishing. To single-handedly defeat such powerful monsters with ease, that was the mark of a top-tier player. Jinung casually spoke up, how much further to the place with the seal of the abyss? Rinsen immediately hesitated before speaking, a hint of anxiety on his face. From this point on, the dungeon's layout is identical to the last time I came here. The item you're searching for is certainly deeper inside. Sensing something, Papuji urgently chirped, that's right, Papuji, it's in there. Papuji. He decisively stepped forward to lead, his eyes filled with excitement. All right, if Papuji says so, then it must be right. Let's head inside. I can finally get my hands on that troublesome item. Suddenly, the entire area began to tremble violently. Debris from the surrounding structures rained down, creating a cacophony of crashing sounds. Everyone's expression changed in an instant, a mix of confusion and terror on their faces. What is this? An earthquake? All the conditions to awaken the seal of the abyss had been met. The abyssal power that had been slumbering in the depths had finally awakened. Raisin was horrified, his face drained of all color as rocks continued to crumble around them. This didn't happen the last time I was here. What in the world is going on? Jinung smirked, as if it were obvious, but a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Hey, with special effects, this grand, what do you think is about to happen? A blinding light erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire space, a clear sign that an incredibly powerful boss was about to emerge in this action manhwa. Massive boulders crashed down, kicking up thick plumes of dust. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the chamber, scattering the dust. A system notification rang out clear and urgent. A being that has slumbered for 1,000 years has awakened. He couldn't hide his thrilled smile, his eyes burning with anticipation, as the boss finally appeared with a terrifying presence and glowing red eyes. The Lord of the Abyss had risen. He looked up, his face ashen, his eyes wide with a fear so intense he couldn't even blink. Oh my god, that boss's stats are insane. At that moment, a shocked Rinsen pointed forward, his voice trembling. Look, that's it. Before them, the seal of the abyss slowly materialized, pulsing with a mysterious light. His face grew even paler, and he hesitantly advised, Yan, we should fall back. If we fight this boss alone without calling for backup, I won't be able to help you at all. Jinung was unfazed, his gaze sharp, and his voice firm with confidence. True, but wouldn't it be a shame not to face a little challenge for such an important item? He stepped forward, his stride steady and sure, an arrogant smirk spreading across his face. Raisin, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Behind Jinung, his summoned beasts stood ready for battle, their bodies crackling with energy, their gazes fierce but utterly loyal, ready to claim the seal of the abyss. Amidst the swirling dust, Rinsen's anxiety grew, especially since Jinung refused to call for backup. No matter how powerful Yan was, facing a level 350 legendary boss was bound to be an extremely difficult fight. I was too reckless. If I'd known this dungeon was going to be this hard. A moment later, Raisin's expression hardened with resolve, his fists clenched tight. Whatever it's worth losing a level as long as I can record Yan's fight. The boss's eyes held a sharp glint. Its deep voice boomed a warning. Are you worthy to inherit the power of the abyss? Below, he remained calm. Observing with a determined gaze, he thought, it's attacking. The air suddenly grew heavy as the boss tightened its grip on its weapon, preparing to charge forward. The hammer came crashing down with terrifying force, instantly cracking and shaking the ground. He calmly dodged, his face impassive as he analyzed his next move. The giant hammer had an extremely powerful attack and high defense, but it was slow. In that case, I'll use my speed to my advantage. Jinung leaned to one side, his voice ringing out with a sharp command. Kusa's prepare your breath attack. Let me know when you're ready. Beside him, Kus instantly appeared, already in a ready stance. Understood, master. Next, two more summoned beasts appeared beside him. Lai and Hei joined forces, attacking from two directions, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks toward the boss. Jinung's gaze sharpened as he calmly reassured himself. It's faster than I thought. Even though I can still dodge, it destroys the terrain as it moves, so I have to be extremely careful. Instantly, he had to leap high into the air to avoid its savage attack. Even with Pipuji's defense, I can't withstand these attacks. I have to maximize our speed advantage. Jinung moved quickly backward, his resolute voice shouting commands, Lai, wide area speed buff. On the other side, he calmly closed in with Hei. Hei, decrease its agility. Instantly, a screen of spiritual energy enveloped the boss's position. The hammer in its hand gradually began to slow down. Well done, Hei. Seizing the opportunity while it was distracted, he appeared right behind it. The boss became enraged, instantly swinging its hammer to attack. You insignificant creatures! Such nimble feet. In a moment of distraction, Lai swiftly closed in and landed a critical hit. A series of sounds from the system rang out. Summoned beast Lai has inflicted critical damage on the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss's HP has decreased by 18,769,800. Jinung looked up with an excited smile and said calmly, Well done, Lai. Now then, Hei. Hei's eyes turned crimson, charging forward with immense killing intent. In the midst of the raging whirlwind, he tightened his grip on his weapon. Holding a majestic stance, a continuous stream of notifications rang out. Critical damage dealt to the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss's HP has decreased by 44,873,900. Suddenly, Jinung paused, his eyes wide with astonishment. Judgment lightning has been activated. A blinding beam of light shot straight down, enveloping the boss. Judgment. Lightning inflicts an additional 22,136,800. He observed calmly, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smug smile. A perfect lightning strike. The activation rate is usually extremely low, so I rarely get to see it, yet it succeeded this time. But ahead of him, the boss's gaze seemed to change and it stood as if completely unharmed. It looks like upgrading my weapon to the maximum level has significantly increased the activation rate. That's truly amazing. A crimson killing intent enveloped the entire area. Rinsen froze for a moment, putting a hand to his forehead in disbelief. It's still standing even after Yan's finishing blow. Ugh! Jinung's expression darkened, and he was startled by a piercing scream. Yan? But while he was still stunned, the boss swung its hammer down with immense force. He stared in shock right into its furious eyes, and thought to himself, it's still not defeated. Not only that, but it also resisted the paralysis effect from the lightning bolt. It must have status immunity. This monster is tougher than I imagined. The powerful hammer continued its assault, and the ground seemed to tremble. Earth and rock flew everywhere, and the summoned beasts were suddenly thrown back. A heavy sound echoed from the system. The summoned beast has taken a critical hit from the enemy. Jin Sung stood frozen, speechless. No! Just as the heavy rocks hurtled towards him, Pipuji bravely appeared to block the attack. A shield of friendship. Pipuji. Jinung was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with pride and emotion. It seemed Pipuji had changed. Resilience flashed in its eyes. Pipuji wasn't just a glutton. Pipuji would protect its master. He smiled triumphantly, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Well done, Buji. You're amazing. Jinung stood proudly in front, gesturing his command. Cassius, are you ready? It immediately spewed dark purple flames towards the boss, a breath of destruction. The boss still stood strong, hissing through its teeth. Foolish. The hammer in the boss's hand was too powerful, sending it flying. Do you think that's enough to take me down? Thick smoke filled the air. Jin Sung watched, stunned and inwardly shocked. This boss is tougher than I thought. He felt a flicker of unease. All the summoned beasts are heavily injured. Damn it, if I had Hyun, or at least Saria, to help with healing, this would be much easier. Just then the boss's HP bar appeared. Jin Sung breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, the Abyss Lord's HP had dropped below half. Now the real battle begins. I can't let my guard down for even a second. He tightened his grip on his weapon. His gaze became resolute. This is when it might switch to a new attack pattern. All right. What's next? A healing skill? Please don't let it be healing. A series of notifications rang out from the system. All combat skills of the Abyss Lord increased by 30%. The Abyss Lord's healing rate increased by 15%. The exclusive skill Abyssal Fog has been activated for the next 15 minutes. The Abyss Lord's defense increased by 27.5%, and all its attacks now reduce the target's speed. Watching from the side, he looked helpless, his face filled with frustration and discontent. Are you kidding me? With all those stacked buffs, how is he supposed to fight this? Boys? Even I couldn't take it down alone. Jinung felt a flicker of unease, but his body remained agile, standing firm amidst the rubble. This is intense. One small mistake and I'm dead. Suddenly, his expression changed, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. But this is what makes it fun. Let's go, Bougie. The two powerhouses closed in on each other, the very space around them seeming to tremble from the air. From the Chan, the heavy hammer prepared to strike down. Die, you insect! Jin Sung's face became unusually calm as he readied an attack. A new attack. He unleashed a barrage of sharp arrows like a downpour. Seeing this, Rinsen anxiously looked away, a cold sweat running down his spine. No way, not even Yan could dodge this attack. I can't bear to watch. At that very moment, Papuji bravely stepped forward. Papuji, it formed a solid wall blocking every single attack. He immediately smiled triumphantly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Well done, Bipuji, you're the best. Its eyes became resolute, its voice clear and firm. Master will always be protected by Bipuji. Riding on Jin Sung decisively dashed forward. All right, I promise. He leaped into the air. He silently vowed, I will definitely take it down. Jin Sung swung his spear powerfully, his gaze determined to help his companion evolve into a true dragon god. Jinung rushed towards the boss like a roaring wind. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and thrust it straight at its most vital point. The blinding light made Rinsen panic, his face turning pale. What is this? What am I witnessing? Ahead, the boss staggered backward, its massive body about to collapse. He pushed back a high-level boss so easily. Just watching through the screen doesn't do justice to how epic this battle is. If this were edited properly, it would definitely get tens of millions of views. No right at this moment. A volley of sharp arrows flew straight towards Jin Sung. This is worth hundreds of millions of views, but our overpowered main character wasn't scared at all. He calmly leaned back, dodging them beautifully. The boss immediately spewed a dark purple breath at him. The scene unfolding was like something straight out of an... Despite the relentless assault, the boss struggled to defend itself. Ryzen exclaimed, "This is insane, am I dreaming? Is he really soloing that boss? This is truly a world-class battle." The boss's eyes filled with rage, and killing intent flooded the entire area. The boss immediately threw its hammer, which tore through the air. It staggered back in pain from the terrifying force of the attack. It raised its hand, gathering the power within its body. I will freeze you. But Pipuji's protective shield was incredibly sturdy, blocking every single attack. Good job, Pipuji. Jin Sung decisively rode on Hei, charging forward. He leaped into the air, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Let's go. Ashley bravely closed in on the boss, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, Lai also attacked relentlessly with its sharp claws. In just a moment, Jin Sung grinned triumphantly. It left an opening. From high above, he plunged straight down towards the boss's head, lightning crackling around him. This is the moment. It's time to end this. Risen, who had been watching from the side, was too stunned to speak. The boss collapsed instantly, shattering into countless pieces that scattered everywhere. He landed casually on the ground, a hint of pride in his eyes. You have successfully defeated the Lord of the Abyss. Jin Sung slowly walked over to Ryzen, looking completely relaxed. That was intense. But like I said, we won. He grinned smugly, his voice filled with joy. You got all of that on camera, right? Just then, you are the first to clear the depths of the Abyss dungeon. You have received 350,000 fame points. Rai-san immediately clasped his hands together, overcome with excitement. That's right, I recorded everything from start to finish. The view count for this Manhwa recap is going to be explosive. Jinung slowly approached the Seal of the Abyss, which glowed with a dim, mystical light. He calmly reached out his hand to touch it. It's time to get what we came for. A sharp pain shot through his hand and Jinung recoiled in shock. What is this? Why did that happen? This item cannot be collected in its current state. Pippuji then slowly crawled forward, its eyes filled with determination. Pippuji, leave it to me. Master? He smirked and raised an eyebrow. Ah, that's right. You're the one who meets the requirements. It eagerly approached the Seal of the Abyss, its eyes filled with longing. Pippuji, this time let's evolve for real. The system immediately chimed with an announcement. The summoned beast, Pippuji, has met the conditions and has received the Seal of the Abyss. Pippuji laughed with excitement as it felt the spiritual energy coursing through its body. Pippuji, I feel so powerful. Pippuji Jinung was so overjoyed, he was moved to tears. His long-held wish had finally come true. All right, this time it's definitely for real. Raisen suddenly turned his head in alarm, his expression grave. Yan, look. Jinung was startled and stammered. What's going on? At a crucial moment like this, footsteps radiating a powerful aura slowly approached. A figure shrouded in a blinding light appeared and spoke in a deep, steady voice. Unbelievable. It has been less than 30 years since the Abyss dragon god left the human world. Yet now a new Abyss turtle has appeared, fulfilling all the conditions, and you are its first human master, to first overcome that trial on your own. Every word he spoke was filled with awe and admiration. It was truly an unexpected chain of events. Jinung was momentarily bewildered, then turned to press the question, "Who in the world are you?" He leaned in close and whispered, "Kaka, who is he?" Kaka immediately jumped up in exasperation, retorting in a high voice, "Do you think I'm an encyclopedia of the Abyss, Master?" In a flash, its demeanor turned serious and its voice dropped. The dragon god of the Abyss ascends to the heavens after 1,000 years. It seems it's been 30 years since the previous dragon god of the Abyss, after you stopped the invasion from the demon world. Ascension. Only one dragon god of the Abyss. A divine being can exist in each dimension at a time. That's why Pippuji only appeared after the previous dragon god of the Abyss ascended. Kaka maintained a calm demeanor, explaining gently, "He is the new creature that has awakened to replace the abyssal turtle?" Jinung raised an eyebrow deep in thought. "So that's how it is. I didn't think it would take this long." Up ahead, Pippuji was struggling helplessly within the Seal of the Abyss. It's only thanks to Pippuji that I learned about this. Normally it takes hundreds of years to gather enough soul fragments. Pippuji, what's happening? Pippuji managed to gather enough soul fragments in just 30 years. What an extraordinary creature. The sovereign suddenly waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly, "Perhaps it is the will of the gods that a new dragon god of the Abyss be born so quickly." He maintained his arrogant posture as powerful spiritual energy flowed from him. "As the sovereign who guards the Abyss, I officially permit the birth of the new ancient abyssal dragon." A blinding light shot straight towards the Seal of the Abyss. Everyone present froze in their tracks, dazed and unsure of what to do. Our main character, however, smiled in satisfaction, feeling a sense of triumph. That's right, this long journey is finally coming to an end. This time it's really your moment, Pui. Instantly, the sovereign vanished, leaving behind only a hazy, illusory mist. The next time we meet will be after you've obtained the legendary planet and become the dragon god of the Abyss. A series of notifications then rang out in this amazing action. You are the first person to clear the bottom of the Abyss dungeon. You are the first person to be acknowledged by the sovereign of the Abyss. Pippuji slowly raised its hand into the air, then a pair of wings sprouted from its back. Raisen froze his eyes wide with utter astonishment. This This is Pipuji. After its evolution, Pipuji grinned excitedly, a satisfied look in its eyes, the ancient abyssal dragon. The summoned beast Pipuji has successfully evolved from an abyssal turtle dragon into an ancient abyssal dragon. This part of the Manhwa recap is always exciting, but look, everyone's eyes showed a hint of confusion. What in the world is this? Pipuji smugly admired itself, its eyes filled with satisfaction. Wait, it really did evolve, right? It's definitely bigger, but I kind of imagined it would look cooler. It excitedly began to show off, causing everyone to pause. So, what do you think, Master? I'm super cool, right? Jinung managed a strained smile. Yeah, sure. Kaka, however, showered it with praise, its voice full of excitement. You look amazing, Pipuji. You're the absolute best. He froze, too flustered to speak, completely caught off guard. Jinung calmly stood before the status screen, his expression turning serious. Well, I guess looks aren't everything. Lines of text from the system then appeared with a notification. Tamed creature information, Pipuji Abyssal. Turtle, dragon level, 196. HP 687,525 out of 687,525. Classification Ancient Dragon. Attack Power 4,150. Rank Defense 66,643. Trait Lazy. Agility 1,025. Intelligence 825, an extremely lazy and gluttonous dragon. It hates working and only enjoys snacking on delicious food. Its favorite food is meatballs. Special skill. Lazy Dragon. This overpowered main character has quite passive. It's too fat to fly. The more it eats, the more its HP and defense increase exponentially. Each time it consumes dragon grass or a dragon elixir, its HP and defense increase permanently. Voracious Predator targets an enemy dealing damage equal to 1,500% of its attack power and healing for the amount of damage dealt. If the enemy's HP drops below 20%, it can be devoured. This does not apply to bosses or players. After devouring an enemy, it must wait for digestion before using the skill again. The cooldown is 3 minutes. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. If disturbed while eating, it creates a shield that absorbs damage equal to 50% of its max HP. This effect also activates when using the special skill Lazy Predator. The shield can only be created once every 5 minutes. He let out a helpless sigh. Even after evolving, Pipuji's skills were barely any different. Could this even be called an evolution? Jinung focused his thoughts, a pensive look in his eyes. The other abilities were just average, but Blessing of the Abyss would be a useful skill. It's an incredibly valuable healing ability. Just then, the screen switched to the next piece of information. Blessing of the Abyss. A special skill of the Abyss. Ancient Dragon. When activated, all allies within a 30-meter radius or 13,750 HP. Every 0.33 seconds. During this time, the caster cannot perform any other actions. If stunned or disoriented, the skill will be cancelled. The duration is 3 minutes with a 15-minute cooldown. Images of his summoned beasts flashed through his mind. The biggest weakness of my summoned beast team was the lack of a healer. I always had to rely on teammates like Zera, who was a priest class player. Jinung's gaze turned to the joyful and excited Pipuji. But now with Pipuji's new skill, he didn't have to worry anymore. He felt a surge of pride in the power he now possessed. With just his team of summoned beasts, we already have sustainable and overwhelming combat power. Jinung marveled happily, a proud smile flashing across his face. This manhwa recap shows just how Good job, Pipuji. You've gotten much stronger and cooler. But this shell looks a bit strange, doesn't it? Pipuji suddenly raised its hand and tossed the shell away, speaking casually. It's too heavy, Master. I don't need it anymore, Pipuji. Huh, Jinung exclaimed in alarm, a bewildered look in his eyes. You can just take it off like that. More importantly, as soon as it did, an information window immediately popped up. Shell of the Abyss. Ancient Dragon. Classification Other. A legendary grade crafting material. Durability 1 out of 1. Durability can... This is a legendary material from the Abyss Ancient Dragon, a divine creature. It is known as the best material for crafting shields, with a value that cannot be measured in gold. The hard shell absorbs 20% of all damage when used as a shield. Legendary material. A legendary grade crafting material has a high chance of producing legendary equipment and a very low chance of producing mythic equipment. Only master-level blacksmiths can use legendary materials. Item belongs to Jinung. Jinung snapped out of his daze and said firmly, "It's not a dragon without its shell." He wearily walked out of the room, a thoughtful expression on his face. Anyway, Papuji has successfully evolved. Everything is ready now. I need to rest a bit before continuing with the remaining quests. Suddenly, the rich aroma of a lavish meal filled the air. Oh, Heron prepared food for me. A note read, "To Jinung, don't skip your meals, make sure you eat well." Jinung felt a bit shy and muttered to himself, "I'll finish this quest and then go on another date with Heron." This part of the action manhwa adds a nice touch of romance. With that, he sat down and ate heartily. Just then a message popped up. "Jinung, can you come to the guild for a moment? Can it wait? I've logged out and I'm eating right now. I probably won't be back on soon since I have to finish a quest." What's wrong? Well, how do I put this? Someone came to the guild and I think you should know, Johan said in a heavy tone. His eyes. "So what is your reason for coming to our guild?" Ramia asked in a low voice, her gaze slightly downcast. "Yes, I came to see Jan." With that, she placed a hand on her chest and declared firmly, I want to join the Lotus Guild." Johan thought to himself, even though our guild's reputation has grown significantly lately. "Why would she want to join a mid-tier guild like ours?" he asked. "So you want to become a member of our guild?" Remia replied. No, I'm sorry, I misspoke," Remia asked. "Recently, monster waves from the demon world have appeared, right?" She continued. "Thanks to my and Jan's efforts, the scale of the wave has been reduced, but there are still countless monsters and players fighting. The problem is that too many people have conflicting opinions." Ramia continued, "So it's impossible to fight effectively or have a proper strategy." Johan looked at her and asked, "So you're looking for a reliable group to coordinate with in battle?" Ramia replied, "That's right, I want to cooperate with everyone, at least for the duration of the monster wave." He stood with his arms crossed looking at her as he spoke. "Our guild always welcomes new members if you want to join Ramia, but I'm still curious why you didn't choose a larger guild." Ramia became flustered, staring intently ahead as she replied, "Well?" She thought to herself that monster hunt with Yan in the demon world was nothing short of hell. But Ramia continued to think. He created the perfect opportunity for me to use my abilities to their fullest potential, memorizing my cooldown times and coordinating flawlessly. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't forget it. I hate to admit it, but Ramia mustered her courage and spoke. "The truth is," she continued, "I can't be satisfied with anyone else anymore. Only when I'm with Jan can I be truly satisfied." Johan immediately spat out his drink upon hearing Ramia speak. Heron asked in astonishment, "What do you mean by that? Satisfied with Jan?" He looked at her in horror with a helpless expression. The phone screen displayed Jinung, "Try to survive." He stared at the screen, asking in shock, "Survive what?" A loud voice called out Jinung. Startled, he turned around and asked, "Oh my God. Heron, what are you doing here?" She was crying as she said, "How could you do this to me? I only have you yet. You're always fooling around with pretty girls." Heron continued to ask, "What did you do with Ramia?" A confused Jinung asked Heron, "What are you talking about? You should at least get the full story before you get mad at me." He looked quite tired, his eyes staring off into the distance as he let out a sigh. When he returned to the game, Ka spoke up. "Master said he was going to rest, but now he looks even more tired." Bipuji also spoke up. "That's right, normally he's full of energy after logging out, but this time is completely different." CA asked worriedly, "Master, is something wrong? Why do you look so exhausted?" Jinung replied, "It's nothing." He thought to himself, "I couldn't even rest because I had to explain things to Heron. Maybe I deserve this for neglecting her for so long, it asked. Anyway, where are we going now? Jinung said. Bapuji, you've evolved too, right? I want to do the Holy Wheel King's quest. But of course, for a quest like that, the enemies will be much stronger than before, he continued. So we have to prepare thoroughly. Jinung then said, by the way, a Demon World Gate has opened recently, so let's go there, he added. We can treat it as combat training, while hunting monsters to level up. At the Saranka Plains, the Dimensional War Defense Base, a small troop was moving through the wooden city gate. A soldier told Jinung that if he wanted to participate in the Dimensional War, he should go to the barracks to He asked in surprise, we have to register too. The system announced you have joined the Dimensional War Defense Force at the Saranka Plains. To join the battle, you must register as a member of the Monster Hunting Squad. He thought to himself, it seems the registration is over there. Jinung, our overpowered main character, excitedly thought surely they'll give me a high position in the Monster Hunting Squad, right? He stood there staring at the registration soldier who was sound asleep. Jinung could only stare at him in silent disbelief. He suddenly spoke up, hello, I'd like to register for the Monster Hunting Squad. The man jolted awake with a scream. The soldier said, what is it? Why are you so late? Everyone else registered and left a long time ago. Fine. Fill out this form and give it back. As Jinung filled it out, he thought, what a hassle. He handed the paper to the man and said, here, it's done. The soldier took the paper, tossed Jinung a tag, and said, this is your ID and rank. The system announced, you have been registered as a monster hunter for the Demon World invasion at the Saranka Plains. He looked at the tag angrily and shouted, what a private and D rank at that! In this part of the Manhwa review, Jinung thinks to himself, I have over 10 million fame points, and they made me a private. This is outrageous. Oh well, I guess they don't count fame points. He clenched the tag in his hand and said, all right, change of plans. I'm not just participating for half a day anymore. I'm going to grind for all 3 days. I have to get promoted no matter what. The scene shifts where two massive monsters crashed into each other, delivering a powerful blow. A loud shout was heard, stop them! If we keep getting pushed back like this, the Saranka Plains will fall. Someone else replied, it's no use. The NPC soldier's defense line is about to break. Another person continued, the front line has been breached. Someone else said, we can't stop them anymore. We have to abandon the Saranka Plains for today. The person next to them said, it would be more effective to stop them at the Libelia Plateau. An argument broke out, no, if the front line collapses faster than yesterday, Libelia won't hold either. The monsters are coming. Seihui spoke up. Everyone get back. This action manhwa introduces Seihui, the top-ranked magic-type player, a mass setting the sky above ablaze. She thought to herself, good, my timing was perfect this time. Seihui then said, we have to hold out for at least 3 more hours. I'll provide support with my fire magic. Everyone do your best to hold on. With a sharp gaze, the female warrior stood ready to fight amidst a sea of flames. She frowned in surprise and asked, huh, what's happening? A scream was heard. What the hell is that? A high-level monster appeared. Run. Hui thought to herself, why is there a high-level monster here? It's already hard enough dealing with those other monsters by myself. No, I'll just deal as much damage as I can and let the other players team up to take it down. The fire was still burning as the girl tried to control her breathing. She faced the massive monster, the red flame still raging fiercely. A purple energy orb exploded, engulfing a small monster. Someone screamed, what was that? Where did that long-range attack come from? He was caught in the blast and sent flying at high speed. The system announced you have taken 13,200 damage. The dark power completely surrounded her. The situation was extremely dangerous. Seihui thought, and here I thought I could handle this. There was no tanker to block that charge, and I couldn't dodge in time? Do we really have to give up on Saranka? And just then, as this manhwa recap reaches its climax, Jinung appeared. With a smirk, he shouted. Cassius locked onto the high-level monster, charging into the purple energy controlling the beast. The breath of destruction. Seihui thought in astonishment, Cassius, the dragon god of war? She stared wide-eyed, thinking to herself, no way. Jinung asked, am I late? Everyone stared at him, murmuring excitedly, "A summoner who controls a dragon, I can't believe it." That's right, he's the unofficial #1 summoner Yan. Jinung said, "Cassius, let me get on your back." He asked, "What about the targets that aren't locked on Master?" He replied, "I want to fight by myself now." Jinung announced, "I want to show everyone the power of this planet-destroying weapon." Jinung raised his weapon, facing the giant monster head-on, smiling with confidence, ready to face the enemy before him. Seihui thought to herself, he took down that high-level demonic beast with his own attack, without even needing to summon a spirit. She continued thinking, his summoned beasts are terrifyingly powerful too. I think Yan is even stronger than most of the players here. He and Remia must have taken down at least 200 Sekalos in the demon world. Jinung flashed a confident smile, his gaze fixed forward. A voice called out, "More high-level demonic beasts are on their way." The voice continued, "There's a named demonic beast among them." He spoke up, "Everyone hold back the others." At the same time, Jinung shouted a command. "Cassius," he ordered, while riding on his back. "Use your breath of destruction on that huge beast and then charge forward." The clashing attacks created a massive and powerful explosion of light. The two beasts roared, unleashing powerful attacks. Jinung commanded, "Attack its legs again and throw it off balance." He continued, distract the monster." Holding his weapon, Jinung added, "All right. Now land the critical hit on the beast." He yelled, "Let's finish this." In an instant, the giant monster collapsed before Jinung. Everyone was stunned once more. Wait, did everyone see that was a named demonic beast over level 250? "Oh my god, I can't believe it." "That's insane," he called out. "What are you all standing around for? Are you planning to let me take care of all of them alone? Everyone charge and wipe them out. EXP and rewards are waiting." The group snapped out of their stupor and faced the giant monsters. The announcer said, "The broadcast of the Kalen World event is still live. Just a few minutes ago, the players were being overwhelmed," he continued, "but the tables have turned completely after Yan. The unofficial #1 summoner defeated a boss." The announcer went on, "Wait, is this real? He's not a melee class yet. As a summoner, he dealt over 400,000 damage in a single blow to a named demonic beast." He exclaimed, "This has to be a game bug. Isn't Federal Soft going to do something, ban him and fix this bug now?" The girl thought to herself, "Looks like I'll be pulling an all-nighter again. Yan." She continued thinking, just how addicted to this game is he, that the content can't even keep up? Jinung slung his weapon over his shoulder, thinking, "Good, that should be enough to get rid of the newbie." He stared intently at the screen, thinking, top 10% contribution rate after just this one short battle. Looks like there are no real top rankers here. Jinung said, "Puji, it's your time to shine. Activate your skill and devour the ones with low health." It replied, "Got it." Puji, he continued, "Okay. That nameless commander tomorrow, I will definitely fight wearing a new rank insignia." The system window announced, "Papuji's unique skill, Greedy Predator, has been activated." A burst of blue light erupted from Papuji's small body, pushing back the surrounding enemies, and because the target was below 20% HP, the Devour skill has activated. Everyone stared wide-eyed in astonishment, thinking, "This is so unbalanced." The system announced again, "Papuji's skill, Don't Bother Me While I'm Eating, has been activated. A shield with 337,620 durability has been created." Papuji lay with its eyes half closed, enjoying the after-meal bliss. That wasn't tasty at all. Papuji. Jinung thought to himself, it can perform area of effect crowd control while also acting as a tank to draw aggro. This action manhwa, he looked ahead thinking, but Papuji's area of effect healing skill is the truly fearsome one. I wonder when I'll be able to use it. Everyone cried out in shock as they saw the Kaipa spreading its wings. Look up there, what the hell is that? I've never seen that magical beast before, Jinung thought to himself. It's a high-level magical beast, a Kaipa. This is bad. He continued to think its attack range is terrifyingly wide. If I don't stop it, the players with low HP and weak defense will be wiped out. A loud scream was heard. What kind of monstrous attack range is that? We're all going to die at this rate, Jinung thought. All right, it's time to use Papuji's skill. Jinung commanded, "Papuji, take me up." He mounted its back and soared into the sky. Papuji flew in front of everyone. Jinsung shouted, "Everyone gather around my summoned beast!" Someone spoke up, "What are you crazy? If we group up, its area of effect attack will wipe us all out." Se Hui then said, "Yan must have a plan, everyone just do as he says." Someone else agreed, "That's right, we'll die if we just stand here anyway. If he doesn't have a plan, I'm going to expose him on the forums. I'll even write a controversy section on Yan's wiki page." Pipuji urged him on. Jinsung raised his hand and clenched his fist, looking extremely tense. He thought to himself, all right, they've gathered around Pipuji. The fiery silhouette of the Kaipa soared, signaling its powerful presence. Everyone screamed in terror, "It's attacking!" "Oh no, we're done for." Jinsung said, "All right, now's the time. Activate Abyssal Blessing." Pipuji emitted a bright white beam of energy, slowly revealing the power awakening within it. The system announced, "Pipuji's unique skill Abyssal Blessing has been activated." Jinsung exclaimed, "We just took a hit from a high-level magical beast and our HP didn't drop at all." The system announced, "You have received 219,840 damage from Kaipa's Hellfire. Thanks to the Abyssal Blessing, you have recovered 137,500 HP." He thought to himself, Kaipa's attack deals fire damage over time, but the Blessing of the Abyss restores a fixed amount of health per second. Fanko spoke up, "As long as you're not weak enough to be one-shotted by its attack, then everyone is practically immortal, so focus all your ranged attacks on it." Ji screamed as Gongmin withstood the relentless, thunderous blows. Jinung rushed towards it, ready to deliver the finishing blow. With his weapon in hand, he sliced off the beast's head. Jinsung excitedly shouted, "We've defeated a high-level demon beast." Everyone roared in unison. It was all thanks to Yan's command, truly phenomenal. The announcer's voice came on, "Breaking news from the front lines of the demonic wave." He continued, "Thanks to the outstanding performance of the summoner Yan on the northern continent, the battle on the Saranka Plains is nearing its end." Johan let out a weary sigh. "This guy said he was busy with a quest, but he ran off to—" "Since when?" the elite monster uttered. "How could a great demon like me be defeated?" Jinsung said, "The final boss is dead. This wave is over." Everyone cheered for him in unison. "Ian, thank you." "Thanks to you, my points were doubled. It's all thanks to Yan as number one." Jinsung approached the registration desk and spoke to the soldier, asking if he knew what to do. "All right," the soldier said nervously. "Just a moment." The soldier then announced, "Since you have spent all 28 million points, you are now an S-rank company commander." Jinsung held the badge in his hand and thought, "This rank is truly worth it. Even the NPCs are treating me completely differently." He then asked, "I have a few questions. How many ranks are there above company commander?" The soldier looked at a piece of paper and replied, "There are 4 ranks above you. Regimental Commander, General, Chief Commander, and finally Commander-in-Chief." Jinsung asked again, "Is that so? How many points do I need to become the Commander-in-Chief?" The soldier replied, "You need 300 million points, but the rank of Commander-in-Chief isn't based on contribution points alone." Surprised, Jinsung's eyes widened as he asked him, "What do you mean?" The soldier continued, "You also need an item that grants authority directly from an emperor, whether it's from the Muspel Empire, the Cayman Empire, or even a relic of the Holy Wheel King, the Emperor of the Forgotten Empire." Jinsung's eyes flew wide open. His face couldn't hide the astonishment at what he had just heard. Jinsung thought to himself, "The Holy Wheel King is involved in this too." A giant purple demon roared fiercely as warriors rushed in from all sides trying to take it down. Jinsung pointed forward and commanded, "Boggy block it, now is our chance." He shouted, "Concentrate all firepower and destroy it." Jinsung continued, "Sao Hui, create a firewall behind us to keep the monsters from approaching." She replied, "Roger." The ferocious monster burst into flames, a blazing red fire engulfing its entire body like a suit of armor. He continued to command, "Everyone get in close and land a critical hit." It charged forward at high speed, sending anyone who dared to block its path flying. The monster tossed Jinsung into the air, making him cry out in surprise. Jinsung mustered all his strength, raising his weapon to the sky, unleashing a sharp blue beam of light to strike back at the enemy. A loud cheer erupted. Yan just took down another boss-level monster. He thought to himself, good, now the other players also know how to deal with these monsters. Jinung continued his thoughts, plus some of the top-ranked players have joined. The team's combat power has increased significantly, so it should be fine if I leave for a while. He looked ahead thinking, but the difficulty this time is truly insane, far beyond what was initially announced. Jinung mused. According to the quest Ariel gave me, if I can obtain the seal of the Heavenly Guardian, I can stop this destructive monster horde. Therefore, while everyone is holding the line, I must quickly complete my mission and return. He asked Hui, can I have a minute? She turned around and replied, sure, Yan, what's up? Jinung said. Starting tomorrow, I probably can't participate in the monster hunting squad anymore. I'd like to ask you to take over the position of captain again. Cao Hui asked in astonishment, huh? Why so suddenly? He explained, I have an urgent quest to complete, and it will probably take about a week. Cao Hui said, I see if that's the case, then there's no other choice. Jinung continued, just hold out for 1 week. I'll return with enough power to wipe out the entire Demon World horde. Even if my contribution points drop a little, I'll earn them all back in a single battle. Meanwhile, in the Demon World, the scene in this Manhwa recap suddenly shifts to a place with a mysterious purple sky. A powerful beam of purple light pierces through the sharp fangs of a dark monster. Rahan puts all her strength into her weapon, creating a long, sharp slash of purple light. The system announces, your demonic energy has increased by 850. Current demonic energy, 39,580. She says at this rate, in just 2 more weeks, I can become a noble. The system announces that 10,200 more demonic energy is needed to advance to the noble rank. Rahan continues, once I've gathered enough energy, I'll officially become a noble. Then I just need to participate in the Dimensional War, kill over 500 human players, and gain recognition from the Demon King Mahamyu. She declares, just you wait. You weak insects, just wait a little longer. When I reach 50,000 demonic energy, I will return immediately for my revenge. This is a classic revenge story in an action manhwa. The Dimensional War. A spatial gate emits a blinding light signaling the start of a massive battle. Jinung, our overpowered main character, looks around and says, it's been a while since I've been back here. He calls out loudly, Riper, are you here? Jinung glances around and says, is she still with Ariel? He sits quietly in a room full of books, his eyes showing intense focus on something. Jinung thinks to himself, that's fine too. I've been meaning to search this place for a while now, to see if there's anything valuable around. Jinung's eyes widen as if drawn to something. This is a great part of the manhwa review. He picks something up and says, this doesn't look ordinary at all. The system announces Spatial Energy Charger, classification Other, rank Unranked. This charger was created by the dimensional mage Grepper after hundreds of years of research. Jinung thinks this is the real deal. The system panel explains that thanks to this item, even non-dimensional mages can activate items that use spatial energy. When used, the cooldown time of all skills is reduced by 5%, not applicable to summoned beasts or the unique skills of subordinates. Items that can be activated by the Spatial Energy Charger are the Spatial Orb, the Spatial Energy Scepter, and the Spatial Energy Shield. This is one of Grepper's most precious treasures. He ponders, wait a minute. The Spatial Orb. Jinung says excitedly, that's the orb Grepper gave me last time. The orb in Jinung's hand emits a brilliant and powerful blue light. He says, I knew it. The system announces the spatial orb has been unsealed. This is a huge power-up for our overpowered main character. The spatial orb has been unsealed. Jinung says, that's right. The system displays item info spatial orb, classification Other, rank Legendary, spatial energy capacity up to 1,000. Special ability. Each unit of energy allows for teleportation up to 1,000 meters. Mark coordinates on the map to open a teleportation. It continues, if 1,000 energy is accumulated, all of it can be used to travel to another dimension, a classic trope in reincarnation manhwa stories. Cooldown 1,200 minutes. Teleportation gates can only be opened to places you have previously visited. Gates cannot be created during combat. Jinung says, so that's how it works. The system displays more information. Players of the Dimensional Mage class can directly charge the item with energy. Players of other classes must use the Spatial Energy Charger. Item belongs to player Jinung. He holds it in his hand and says, "With this, I can freely use the Spatial Orb." This sounds amazing. Jin-sung suddenly wonders, but would Grepper really give it to me so easily? She appears and asks a question, a perfect cliffhanger for this Manhwa. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be here so early. Have you been waiting long? Jin-sung replied awkwardly. Not at all, I just got here myself. Grepper continued, now that you're here, does that mean you're ready to go to the Moria Empire? She said, I can open the portal right now. Jin-sung stopped her. Wait, Grepper, before we go. He turned to her and asked, could you give me this? I really need it for a quest. Grepper asked in astonishment, huh? Where did you find this? Jin-sung replied, while waiting for you, I was looking around and happened to discover it. He pleaded, it turns out to use the spatial orb you gave me. I need to have this. Please, I need it to find the Guardian's treasure. Jin-sung continued. And of course, I'm not that shameless. I'm not asking you to give it to me for free. Grepper asked in surprise, then what do you plan to trade for it? Jin replied, something of equivalent value to the spatial energy charger, of course. Jin-sung thought to himself, damn it, what do I have to trade right now? He thought while checking his system panel, I've picked up a lot of stuff lately, but I can't even remember it all. If I look carefully, maybe there's something valuable. Jin-sung's eyes widened as if he'd just thought of something. Ah, that's right. He continued to think the monster egg I got when I advanced to a summoner in the demon world. Jin-sung looked at it thoughtfully. I've been trying to figure out what kind of egg this is and how to hatch it ever since, but I haven't found any clues. Besides, it was just a bonus gift. It can't be a legendary monster, right? Jin-sung spoke up. This is an item I had to risk my life to defeat a legendary monster in the 50th zone of the demon world to obtain. Can I trade it for the spatial energy charger? Grepper said, oh, this color and texture, I can tell just by looking that this is an extremely rare item. If it hatches successfully, it might produce an incredibly powerful beast. Jin-sung looked at her and asked in surprise, is that so? Grepper asked. That's right. So may I have it? He replied happily, of course I'm only entrusting it to you because you're the great Grepper. Jin-sung looked at her and continued, the only person who can successfully hatch this egg is the legendary summoner Grepper, the one who once hatched a griffin, a legendary summoned beast. She asked, is that so? Yes, it is. Grepper spoke, all right, since you've given me such a valuable item, I will give you the spatial energy charger. Jin-sung thought to himself, this NPC is so easy to persuade. The system announced, you have given the unidentified monster egg to the Dimension Mage Grepper. You have received the spatial energy charger from the Dimension Mage Grepper. The conditions for using the spatial orb have been met. The seal has been removed. The Dimension Mage Grepper is very pleased. Affinity with Grepper has increased by 5. He thought what my affinity increased, I thought it couldn't go over 100. But oh well, the higher the affinity, the better. Grepper spread her arms, concentrating a massive amount of power, creating a blue electric vortex. She said excitedly, all right, you can now go to the Moria Empire. Jin-sung said, thanks, Grepper. Just you wait. Guardian. The scene shifts to Rahan, who thought to herself, it's wonderful being the only pure-blooded archdemon to rule the demon world. I'll get to enjoy privileges no one else has. Her eyes widened in shock as she noticed something unusual. Rahan exclaimed in surprise, what is this? The system announced Player Second has completed the Birth of the Demon King quest. The Birth of the Demon King quest you are holding has been deleted. You have failed to complete this quest. Favorability with this Demon King. Mahamiu has decreased by 10. Rahan thought, what? Did someone else also become a pure-blooded demon like me? She continued to think the Birth of a Demon King quest was given to me by Mahamiu himself. I could have easily completed it long ago if I wanted to. Rahan pondered, but if I did that, the Demon God's Tower hidden in Hapia Valley would be activated. And then other players could also choose the demon race, and more importantly, they would get the chance to become pure-blooded demons. She thought, that's precisely why I deliberately didn't complete it. That idiot. Rahan said, "Damn it, I should have completed the quest earlier to get the reward." She continued, "It's too late for regrets now, so does this mean I have a rival? If so, I must surpass that person at all costs." Rahan declared, "The faster I get stronger, the better." Jin Sheng's voice was heard. "We've finally arrived," he continued. "This is the territory of the Maurya Empire." The system announced, "You have entered the fourth island of the Sumeru continent, South Sumeru Island. You have entered the territory of the Maurya Empire." That evening, at the media company, a voice said, "Tonight our federal company is lit up like a beacon in the city, which means we have to work overtime again." Sumin said, "It's all thanks to our beloved players, specifically the ones who always get ahead of the content or don't follow our intended path." Junho spoke up. "If everything had gone according to the original content plan, a whole bunch of players would have taken on the Become a Demon quest by now. But the current," he continued, "we never expected a top-ranked player to intentionally not complete the pure-blooded demon quest, just to monopolize it. Because of this, our content deployment schedule has been completely thrown into chaos." Junho said, "According to our initial calculations during the Dimensional War phase, at least 30% of new and old players should have become demons. If not, the advantage of choosing the demon race will completely disappear," he said. "Originally, the Dimensional War event was supposed to end with a victory for the demon faction." Junho continued. "At that point, the demon and anti-demon factions would be clearly defined. Humans, demons, and anti-demons coexisting on the central continent. Clashing in faction battles, creating long-term PvP content that was our ultimate goal." Sumin spoke up. "We have to admit we were too complacent. We overlooked the scenario where a player would do anything to achieve their goal." Uihua said, "Therefore, we will increase our monitoring of top-ranked players who have a major impact on the game's content, especially," he continued. Yan. The design team's nightmare. Someone asked, "What did he do this time?" He replied, 30 minutes before the meeting started, we got a notification that he teleported to the Maurya Empire." The entire staff groaned, while some called their families, "It's that guy again." He was the first person to set foot in the new region. "Looks like we can't avoid overtime again." "Sorry, honey, I won't be able to come home this week either," Ui Huan continued. The only silver lining was that the Maurya Empire content was already complete. At least it wasn't like the time the Demon World test area was breached. He stood up to present, but this meant that the human faction's chances of winning were increasing, completely contradicting the original script. Ui Huan said, "Now we only have two options. One is to pray that a bolt of lightning strikes that bastard's house. Yan's house, so he can't continue the mission. Or two, he could go back to work rushing to create new content to revive the demon faction." Immediately everyone sighed, "Of course it's more overtime." Back with Jinung, the system announced, "You are the first to discover the southern continent of Jambudvipa." Jinung spoke up. "The southern continent of Jambudvipa sounds familiar, doesn't it? I think it's a place from the novel Journey to the West that I've read. I wonder if this place is anything like Journey to the West." The system displayed a basic friendliness increase of 5 points with all residents of the southern continent of Jambudvipa. From now on, FP earned in the southern continent of Jambudvipa. For the next week, the drop rate for unique items from boss monsters in the southern continent of Jambudvipa will be doubled. He said excitedly, "A whole stack of buffs. The feeling of unlocking a first discovery achievement is just awesome. I guess an automatic quest will pop up now, right?" The system displayed, "You are the first to discover the Maurya Empire. For the next week, you will receive a 70% discount when purchasing items at stores within the Maurya Empire. The automatic quest to become a citizen of the Maurya Empire has been You must complete the naturalization process within 12 hours. Jinung stared intently at the system window and said, "Oh, speak of the devil, there it is. To become a citizen, I need to collect 20 high-quality wools from the Kadabs in the Matura grasslands and offer them at the king's altar." He thought, "I wanted to explore the dungeon first, but it looks like I have to prioritize this citizenship quest. Collect wool. Where in the world are the Matura grasslands?" Kaka asked, "Master, where is that map I gave you?" Jinung asked back, "This is it, right?" He was surprised as he read the notification. "The seal has been removed. Conditions have been met." Jinung exclaimed, "This map is so detailed it even marks the locations of Jiandu and Jubong Simbo." He continued, all right, let's head straight to the Matura grasslands. Then Jinung thought to himself, even though Jeonu and Jubaung Simbo are important, becoming a citizen of the Maurya Empire is the top priority. He continued to think, without citizenship, I could be attacked by NPCs at any moment. Jinung thought in surprise, level 300 and they're just border guards. He thought to himself, fighting those NPCs would be a huge pain. I have to be careful not to provoke them. Jinung pondered. If I ride a flying beast like Pin, I'll definitely become a shooting target for those guards. He thought for a long time, and then felt frustrated playing the game like this. Whether it's a Kotobi or any other monster as long as it's below level 250. He panicked when he turned around and discovered something. It spoke up, Master, the Kotobi is over there. Jinung asked in shock, huh, where is it? He looked ahead and said, is your eyesight failing you? It replied, what, no way. Jinung asked if that Kotobi monster was the sheep over there. Kaka spoke up, Master, think about it. Doesn't the quest require collecting wool? He replied, I know, but I didn't expect it to actually be a sheep. Jinung petted it again, thinking to himself that it looked even weaker than the deer in the tutorial area, but it was level 274. He couldn't be careless. Jinung said, all right, I just need to hunt it and get the wool. Kaka said, hey, Master, calm down. It continued, is it really necessary to kill a sheep just to get its wool? Honestly, you're being too violent. Jinung spoke up. Yeah, you're right. I'm just used to killing things to get items. So he continued, all right, let's just shear it peacefully then. Kaka added, besides, these monsters give so little experience that it's not even worth killing them. The system displayed a series of notifications. You have obtained some good quality wool. You have collected enough items for the Maurya Empire Naturalization Quest. 20 out of 20. Offer the wool at the king's altar to receive Mauryan citizenship. Jinung noted that he had met all the quest requirements. So the next destination is the king's altar, right? He arrived at Kapala City with its ancient buildings made of light-colored stone packed closely together. Jinung said, what a magnificent city. I wonder if the king's altar is inside. Of course it is, it's marked on the map. He thought to himself, the level 370 guards here look incredibly fierce. This place gave off a really dangerous vibe. Cheech asked, hey you, who are you? You don't look like a citizen of the Empire, Jinung thought to himself. If they all ganged up on me, I would be done for. I guess I will try the diplomatic approach. He said, oh, you must be tired from guarding day and night, right? The man looked at Jinung in surprise without answering. He continued, I am just a passing traveler, but I know a little something about weapons. Jinung spoke up, your sword looks quite old. A weapon like that is completely unworthy of your station. Cheech said, I had not really noticed. Jinung asked, in that case, if you would be willing, would you like to accept a sword I have with me? The man asked. What kind of sword do you have? Jinung replied. Jinung. Yes, in fact, this sword is far too extravagant for me. He thought, I have been saving this item for an occasion just like this. Jinung mused that it was a hero-grade sword he had picked up while hunting monsters in the demon world. Normally it could be sold for a high price, but no one would buy it, because he thought to himself it has a level requirement of 350. Even among the top players in Kailan, he was only at level 205, so no one could use it. Jinung handed the sword to Shich, thinking it was basically a useless treasure. But the NPCs here are all over level 350, so they can definitely make use of it. Keeping this item to build rapport with NPCs was a smart decision. The man accepted it from him with both hands. Shich said excitedly, oh, this aura. It is definitely a special grade sword. The system announced, Shich, the captain of the Kapala City Guard, is very pleased. Shich's affinity, the captain of the Kapala City Guard, has increased by 50. He thought, I did not expect the affinity to increase by that much. The man said cheerfully, of course I am extremely grateful. It was my fault for not recognizing a gentleman like you and keeping you waiting out here. Shich turned to look at Jinung and said, please come inside the city. He asked, so you have come to the Sacred King's altar for naturalization in the Maurya Empire, huh? Jinung replied, that is right, I have traveled all this way to become a citizen of the Shich said, the weapon and general goods stores are concentrated in the west, and the Sacred King's altar is in the northern square. Jinung asked, But how can I meet the Sacred Wheel King? The man asked back in surprise. The Sacred Wheel King. Jich replied, meeting him is not impossible, but first you must pass a harsh trial. Jich continued, you must pass the tests of the Iron Wheel King, the Bronze Wheel King, the Silver Wheel King, and the Gold Wheel King. He continued, only after passing all of them will you be granted an audience with him, Jinung thought to himself. It sounds like they are all very strong, but I have to overcome them. He said as he walked into the castle, well, I will figure it out somehow. I will worry about that later. For now, I need to focus on getting my citizenship. The system announced, you have offered the good quality wool to the altar of prosperity. The system window continued to display, you have completed the naturalization quest. Naturalization to the Moria Empire. You have completed the Moria Empire naturalization quest. You have received 10,000 reputation points. He was startled when the old man asked, are you the one who offered this tribute, Yan? Jinung replied, yes, that's me. He said, congratulations on becoming a citizen of the Moria Empire. It must have been very difficult to gather so much high-quality wool. You did a great job. Jinung, our overpowered main character, thought to himself, it really was hard. The drop rate for the wool was terribly low. The old man handed something to Jinung and said, this is your certificate of citizenship for the Moria Empire. This is just the beginning. You will need to accumulate many more reputation points. Jinung thought to himself, this reminds me of the badge I received from the monster hunting squad. The system announced, Certificate of Citizenship of the Moria Empire rank. Common type Other class. Sudra Grade 0. This is a certificate of citizenship for the Moria Empire granted to those belonging to the Empire. This certificate helps maintain a basic level of friendliness, and it can be transferred to other players. He thought, Sudra, is that a class name? That sounds so strange. Kaka laughed and said, Sudra, you're a Sudra master. Jinung asked in surprise, huh? What is it, Kaka? It continued to laugh, Master is a Sudra. Jinung asked irritably, did you eat something weird? What's going on? If it's something funny, then tell me. Meanwhile, in this action manhwa, the warriors were joining forces to face the intense flames erupting from their opponent. Someone said, damn it, these demons are too strong. We can't hold out any longer. So Hui said, it's only been a short time since Yan left, and yet we've already been pushed back this far. It's just as expected without Yan. She ordered a retreat, abandoning the Saranka plains. Sei Hui thought, we'll be able to defend more effectively from the Libelia Plateau, but if the plateau falls, the Empire's border will be in danger. Until then, we can only hope Yan returns soon. Johan said, this is really chaotic. Violin agreed. That's right, the northern region is clearly being overwhelmed by the monster wave. Rohun asked, while resting his chin on his hand. But that's not all. Have you heard the rumors? With the Demon King's tower being opened, more and more people want to change their race to demon. She stretched and said, luckily, no one in our guild has done that. Even one person leaving right now would be a huge loss. So we're pretty fortunate. Johan spoke up. That's right. Once a player changes their race, they automatically leave the guild. That's why it's rare to see members of top guilds do it. However, more and more high-level players who aren't in any guild are switching to the demon race. Violin said, but the stat bonuses that he continued, those who become demons are more likely to side with the demon world. The defensive line against the monster wave is about to break, and the dimensional war will heavily favor the demon side. Perhaps this is the scenario the developers wanted. He spoke up. But the situation isn't that bad yet. The race change quest isn't easy, and most players who switch to the demon race will be mid-tier around level 170. Johan said, it will probably take about another week before we see a significant increase in the number of demon players. We won't have to face other players immediately. Until then, we can only pray for Yan's swift return. This part of the manhwa review is crucial. On the other side, Jinung shouted angrily, what? How dare you call me a lowly slave? What kind of game dares to label a paying player as inferior? He turned back to Kaka. Stop laughing. If you laugh again, I'll confiscate all your meatballs. It replied, I'm not scared. The master in this manhwa recap looked at Ka with a deathly glare. No messing with the meatballs is a serious matter. If you ignore the meatballs, you'll face my wrath. Ka replied softly in confusion. Jinung thought to himself, but if I complete this quest, I'll probably escape this low-class commoner label. But this detailed and vast world is the real charm of Kylan. Thanks to that, there's never a shortage of content to explore. Jinung continued to think, this quest is important, sure, but I should fully enjoy the world the developers painstakingly built. Who knows, I might find hidden secrets in a place like this, a classic move for an overpowered main character. He said aloud, all right, let's check this place out, let's go. Jinung went straight inside, hoping to find something interesting. The room had high ceilings and many paintings, and every item displayed inside exuded an air of luxury. Jinung held an antique in his hand, thinking, this kind of antique shop can also be considered a high-class casino. The prices might be steeper than a regular casino, but the beauty is that I can use my knowledge to appraise the items, he pondered. Is it because it's my first time here? A lot of these items look strange and the prices are a bit steep. But he said cheerfully, no problem, I'm loaded with money right now. The owner approached him and asked, welcome to my shop, traveler. Are you looking for something? Jinung turned around and replied, oh, I'm not looking for anything in particular. I've always been interested in antiques, and this shop looked interesting, so I dropped by to have a look. The man said enthusiastically, oh, you have a discerning eye, young man. This is where I display my rare treasures, collected over 450 years of traveling across the southern islands. There isn't another shop like mine in this world. He thought, wait, you're 450 years old, are you even human? The man replied, that's right. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Renovance. The system announced affinity with Renovance, owner of the antique shop in Kapila City, has increased by 10 points. The chance of obtaining high-grade items when purchasing antiques has increased by 1.5%. Jinung introduced himself, I am Yan. He thought to himself, an increased rate. Socializing with NPCs really does have its perks. I have a good feeling about this. I have to make a huge score today. Jinung asked Renovance, do you have anything special to recommend for me? The man asked back. A recommendation. What kind of item are you looking for? He replied. Anything as long as it's an interesting item. Renovance stared at Jinung intently, looking surprised. He burst out laughing. Interesting! Most customers are only focused on finding weapons, so it's not very interesting at all. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Renovance reached out, pulled a door open, and said, very well. He looked at Jinung and spoke, I will open the third floor just for you. Jinung looked inside, astonished. Renovance introduced, this is my secret collection. He turned to look at him and said cheerfully, feel free to choose any item you like. The system displayed you have entered the Kapila Antique Shop. You have accessed a hidden area. Fame points increased by 3,500. You can only purchase a maximum of 3 items. After purchasing, you must wait for a period of time before you can buy again. Jinung thought to himself, wow, the items here are much higher quality than on the first floor, which means the purchase limit is as strict as the one at the Demon Slave shop. Keika was surprised when it saw something inside the room. That Jinung spoke up, what should I choose? I want to find some accessories and shoes with good stats. He asked in surprise, huh? Kaka panicked as it knocked an antique into his face. Flustered, it said, Master, that's the one. Buy this one. He asked while rubbing his cheek. What is it? It replied. What else would be in an antique shop besides an antique? Yeah, that's right, Kaka said. My intuition tells me this is definitely a treasure, so we should buy it. Master Jinung thought to himself that it was true Kaka always had accurate judgment. It was hard to explain, but perhaps it recognized the rarity of this item. He spoke up, all right, let's do it. Kaka, I trust you. It continued to fly around the room and observe. Kaka suddenly found the item it was looking for. It brought it back to Jinung. Here it is. These two are the best. Oh, he said, walking over to pet it. You really are my Kaka. Choosing you from the slave market was definitely the right call. Kaka let out a loud cry. Stop that, his master said, but I'm not satisfied with just 2 items. Let's clear out the entire first floor as well. Keika, I'm counting on you. It asked indignantly, Master, are you planning to exploit me until I'm exhausted? Jinung suddenly picked up a cup in his hand and examined it. Put them all on the table, I'll take this entire lot. He looked at them and said, now, let's appraise them. The system displayed you have successfully appraised an ancient artifact, you have successfully appraised a legendary grade item. You have successfully appraised an excellent grade item. Intuition has increased by 5 points, and luck has increased by 1 point. He said, maybe I've been underestimating gambling all this time. Oh, Kaka, from now on, I have to make full use of you. It glared at Jinung angrily. Master, this is what you call a gambling addiction. Kaka closed its eyes. Today was just a lucky break, and we only profited because we got a 30% discount. If we bought them at the regular price, there wouldn't be much profit. Snap out of it. He said, oh, is that so? Jinung looked at it and spoke. All right, now it's time to appraise the real deal. He excitedly looked at the glowing book and commanded, appraise. The system announced you have successfully appraised a legendary item. Jinung thought to himself, oh, this is a pretty good magic item with decent options. I could sell it for a high price, or if the Lord wants it, I'll let her have it for cheap. He then thought, what is this book, a chronicle? Jinung and Kaka stared with their mouths wide open, amazed by the 3 large items radiating a brilliant light. It smugly exclaimed, just as I predicted. Even though I was a bit skeptical at first, my memory was accurate. Both of them stood watching the items, which emitted a light that filled the entire room. The system announced you have successfully appraised a mythic-grade ancient artifact. You have obtained the royal seal of the Holy Wheel King. He stared in astonishment, his eyes wide at the item in his hand. Whoa, a royal seal! I've really hit the jackpot this time. The system popped up, one of the 10 conditions to establish a nation has been fulfilled. Jinung thought to himself, this seal is a mythic-grade treasure, an essential item for building a nation. I heard that previously only 2 players on the central continent owned one. They probably got it by accumulating a huge amount of points in the Tower of War, or by defeating a dungeon boss. Holding it in his hand, he thought I would have had to go through hell and back to get this. Yet I unexpectedly found it here. This is truly incredible luck. Truly, Jinung continued with his thoughts. Although the seal isn't mandatory to declare oneself king or establish a nation, possessing it will allow the nation to grow exponentially from the moment it's founded. He looked at the system panel. Now let's see the description. It displayed Royal Seal of the Holy Wheel King classification, Ancient Artifact Grade Mythic. Durability 350 out of 350. This is the seal of the Holy Wheel King, the king who ruled the 4 continents of Mount Sumeru for thousands of years. The wielder of this seal will gain transcendent leadership abilities, becoming a brilliant monarch and creating a long-lasting era of peace and prosperity, and increases leadership by 3.5%, increases all combat power by 3.5%, and grants 1 million fame points. Reputation. This reputation score cannot be used and will disappear if the seal is destroyed. The development speed of the entire territory increases by 30% for 1 month after the nation is founded. The base morale of the territory's residents is applicable even to outposts that haven't reached kingdom level. He mused, amazing, a mythic grade item is truly on a whole different level, especially the ability to increase leadership by 35%, which is extremely useful in my case. Jinung thought to himself, all my summoned beasts are legendary grade, but my leadership stat is so weak that I'm always struggling. He exclaimed, Kaka, you're the best, you're so cute. It screamed, Master, stop it right now. Jinung spoke up. But something feels wrong. Why is the Holy Wheel King's seal in an antique shop when I was planning to meet him in person? He looked at the system window and said, whatever, I'll find out when I meet him. Jinung commanded, let's go, Kaka. First we have to get to the Gate of Trials. It's also time to summon everyone. The Gate of Trials. A large, intricately decorated door appeared, leading to a place for testing one's strength and training. Jinung asked in astonishment, what, I'm not allowed to enter the Gate of Trials? The soldier replied, that's right. How dare a lowly Sudra like you come to a place like this? You must be accompanied by at least 1 Satya to set foot inside. He shouted, guards, throw him out immediately. Jinung calmly replied, all right, I'm leaving. Jinung exclaimed, what the heck? Why is a level 400 NPC appearing here? He asked in surprise. I just wanted things to go smoothly for once. Why is it so difficult? And what is a Satya? The class names here are so strange. Saria and Sa said with a laugh. Seeing our master get humiliated is quite amusing. Jinung angrily retorted, My master is being looked down upon and that's what his subordinates say. So, do you know what a Satya is? He replied, A Satya is equivalent to a knight of the Maurya Empire. Sa continued, As for master's current class, Sudra, it's the lowest rank for commoners. Satya is 2 ranks higher. Brahmin priest noble. Vaishya warrior Sudra, commoner slave. He asked, so I have to climb 2 ranks at once? Jinung was surprised. But how does Sa know everything so well? He asked. So do you know how to become a Satya? Za spoke up. You need to accumulate merits for the Maurya Empire. Jinung thought he even knows about this. He continued, You can register as a Maurya soldier and then hunt monsters in the southern outskirts to accumulate merits. Jinung thought to himself, that's great. So there are about 2 weeks, just 10 days left. I have to complete all the quests and then join the suppression team. He said aloud, Thinking too much is useless. I need to act now. First I'll go register as a soldier. Jinung said triumphantly, From now on, every second, every minute is precious. We'll have to race against time. To do that, I need reliable teammates to fight alongside me. The scene changes at this moment. 2 beasts are engulfed in a sea of fire. Ramir stood calmly amidst the surrounding ring of fire, holding a long staff looking very majestic. Cheers erupted. That's Remia for you. Wiping out a whole horde of monsters by herself is truly amazing. Cassandra said, You've wowed everyone again today. Just listen to those cheers. She looked ahead and thought to herself, but it's still not enough. Remia continued to muse. Annihilating a few hundred weak monsters is not satisfying at all. Most importantly, I don't feel any joy, not a single bit of excitement or sense of accomplishment. She recalled sadly and then sighed. Compared to that time Remia was bored following that player, that madman and enduring those hellish monster hunts, the present was far too easy feeling, almost too peaceful, she mused. However, it was so harsh back then that I thought I could die at any moment, but that very pressure helped me unleash my full potential perfectly. It was a teamwork experience you just couldn't find anywhere else. Remia looked up, her eyes gleaming. It was genuinely fun being challenged to my absolute limit. Back in the present, she was a bit dejected. But now this kind of trivial monster hunting is no longer exciting. Remia looked at her system window, her voice faltering. What's this? Did someone just... She focused on the system message. Hello, Remia. How have you been? Perfectly fine, hello. Her eyes widened in surprise as she read the message. Actually, I need a favor from you, Remia. I'm sorry to ask, but could you help me? Cutting over to Huni, the boy shouted a reminder. All right, Dad Lamb. The cooldown is down to just 10 seconds. He continued. When I give the signal retreat, immediately got it, Huni exclaimed in shock. Why is this guy bothering me at the busiest possible moment? What is it this time? The boy stared intently at his system window. I won't give a long explanation since I'm sure you're busy. Currently, I'm undertaking a mandatory quest to prevent an invasion by the Demon Legion. To complete this mission, I need the best teammates I know, and more importantly, people who can coordinate perfectly with me. Huni's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the messages. The system window continued, I'll be blunt. This hunt is on a completely different level than the previous ones. But I believe that with you, Remir and you, Chun, we can absolutely conquer this objective together. Remia read the message intently. Of course, the rewards will be as massive as the difficulty. If you decide to join, you should get some good rest first. Huni was reading it too. In 7 hours, come to the Fire-O territory. Meet at the square in front of the Lord's castle. Everyone stared intently at their system. I'll be waiting for your answer. If you decide to come, you definitely won't regret it. Before long, the group had gathered at the Lord's castle. Huni thought to himself, of course I could have guessed I wasn't the only one he called. The boy was a little surprised, but I never expected him to also invite Remia, the #1 mage, and Levia, the top cleric. Huni asked, Hey, why aren't Haz and Yan here yet? There are only 2 minutes until the meeting time. Chun asked him if he had ever seen Yan be late. Why are you so restless? Nervous. The boy spoke up. Of course I'm nervous. What kind of quest would make an overpowered main character like Yan assemble a team like this? I can't even imagine how brutal this action manhwa hunt is going to be. Remia thought to herself, why am I this tense? She was startled when Levia spoke up. Are you nervous too, Miss Rimia? Rimia thought that this quiet girl was surprisingly perceptive. She replied, Oh no, I'm not that nervous. By the way, Miss Levia, why did you join this party? She replied, I'm on a quest and need Jan's help. So I figured if I help him first, he might return the favor, Levia said cheerfully. Rimia replied, I see. She thought she'd never seen this side of her before, so she didn't know how to react. Rimia told herself, all right, that's enough. Time to focus on the mission at hand and not worry about trivial matters. I already know what to expect when hunting with Jan anyway. A brilliant blue light suddenly enveloped the entire space. She wondered to herself, why all of a sudden, why is a portal opening up like this? Jinung cheerfully appeared from the teleportation gate. He called out, Is everyone here? Thank you. This time I definitely won't let you all down. Rimia was secretly astonished. This monster, our overpowered main character, said he was going to rest, yet he just came back from hunting monsters. Jinung said in surprise, But I see a new face here. Johan introduced her. This is Levia, who has been supporting our guild for a while. Jinung continued, It's a great pleasure to meet you. I am Jan. He smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, with this lineup we can easily earn 6,000 contribution points. Jinung urged, There's no time for long explanations, everyone get into the portal quickly. He announced to everyone, I'll explain the full plan after we get to the other side, but let me tell you this first. Jinung turned back and warned, On the other side of this gate is a hell that none of you have ever experienced before. As he walked, Jinung said, All right, let me explain why I've gathered you all here. He continued, According to the hidden quest chain I received, to win the War of the Voidtide, we need the treasure of the Holy Wheel King, one of the supreme holy artifacts of the gods. That's why I started the quest to find it here. Jinung spoke up. However, to continue the quest, I need to raise my rank by 2 more levels, which means I have to earn 6,000 contribution points by hunting monsters. He continued, The war situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for humanity. At this rate, I won't be able to complete the quest in time. Johan added, It's clear the scales are tipped heavily in the enemy's favor. In just 1 more week, the players who switch to the demon race will join the battle. At that point, the demon faction is almost guaranteed to win. Jinung said, I believe no one here wants to witness humanity's failure. He continued, Luckily, I have a teleportation orb. It can bring other players here within 2 minutes. That's why I invited you all to assist with the quest, Jinung said. I believe your abilities are more than enough to help me complete this in time. He began, Now then, let's begin the hellish hunt for contribution points. It will be grueling, but the rewards will be well worth it. Johan shook his hand, saying, I'll join. Of course, I've been itching for some action myself. Jinung said, This is what friends are for, doing things like this together. Rimia spoke up, Very few people can keep up with your insane style of monster hunting. Jan, so I'll join in too. Huni chimed in, Jan, no one can coordinate with you as perfectly as I can. Levia hesitated, But if we came here through a teleportation gate, she continued, then we can't get back unless he opens it again. Everyone thought, Oh, that's right, she has a point. He agreed, Exactly, getting in is easy, but getting out is not a simple matter. He continued with conviction, So let's give it our all in this hunt. When we have 6,000 contribution points, I will send everyone back whether you want to stay or not. Therefore, you are all my precious comrades, the ones who will stop the invasion of the Demon Legion with me. The Moria Imperial Dungeon, with its large, gloomy stone pillars, amidst a purple glow, amidst a beast charged at the group of people who were trying to attack it. Jinung commanded, Huni, cast a wide area slow spell and pull the Death Knight away. The boy replied, Got it, Jan. A colossal pillar of dark energy enveloped the space, blasting away the group of people and monsters around them. He continued, Levia, use an area of effect heal. She poured all her strength into using her light magic, creating a cross-shaped barrier to stop the monsters from advancing. Jinung asked if Rimia was ready for a major attack. She replied that she was ready. Rimia was concentrating all her power, controlling a massive stream of fire that erupted right in front of her. He continued, Good, now let's wipe out the rest. Jinung thought to himself, Damn, are those heavy armored soldiers? I can't believe they withstood my attack combo. Humanoid monsters are usually smarter, making them much harder to deal with. The skeleton approached the soldier. He shouted as he saw it get closer. "Damn you! Are you going to share my fate?" Jinung asked, "Oh, is that the Shadow Mage's revenge skill?" He thought to himself, "This guy has a tactical mind." Jinung continued his assessment. Furthermore, Levia is using her healing skill very effectively without overhealing, which is a wasteful mistake many clerics often make. He was pleased. I didn't expect our first time partying up to go this smoothly. This formation is even better than I expected. This means I can act a bit more freely now. He called out, "Hey H, aren't you getting bored? Let's go take care of some monsters together." He replied, "I'm about to collapse here. But since I've come this far with you, let's just slash them all." Jinung swung his glowing staff and attacked the monsters alongside Rune. The sharp end of the staff slammed into the ground, creating a loud noise and kicking up a cloud of dust. He asked, shouldering his weapon, "Is everyone okay?" Everyone replied one by one. "This is easier than our last hunt, isn't it? Even an adult like me finds it manageable. It was difficult, but we still managed to get through." Levia seemed a bit confused. "But this is strange. The dungeon completion rate is over 90%, but we haven't seen a single named monster appear yet." Jinung mused, "Oh, now that you mention it, that is strange." Rune asked, "Doesn't every dungeon have a hidden boss room?" He replied, "Usually, that's the case." Jinung pointed forward. "That path over there looks like the way to the boss room." He pondered. "You can tell just by looking that it's full of traps that will activate when we enter, but we don't have a trap disarming expert in the party." Jinung spoke up. "There's no other way. I guess we'll have to use a trap detection scroll." Keika spoke up. Master, it proposed a solution. You don't need to use that. I'll trigger all the traps to disable them. Just watch me." He tried to stop it. Kaka. "Stop! What if you get caught in a trap?" It seemed angry. "Good grief, Master doesn't understand his subordinate's abilities at all." Kaka said, "Have you forgotten, Master, I only take damage from light element attacks?" Jinung replied. It dashed forward and said, "Watch me, Master." A barrage of sharp arrows rained down relentlessly, creating huge, fiery explosions right above Kaka as it rushed through the trap. Remia said, "Oh no, that cute creature." Rune spoke up, "But it looks completely unharmed." Kaka flew through the sea of flames, speeding towards Jinung. It raised its claws as if disabling the set traps. Kaka puffed out its nose when praised by Jinung. "Good job, Kaka. I can always count on you for the important stuff." He turned back and said to everyone, "All right, let's keep going." Both of them looked at the small wooden bridge spanning a deep, dark chasm. Jinung thought to himself, "Even though I know this is just a game, looking down still makes me dizzy. I don't dare take another step." Remia was the same. "I can't go. I'm so afraid of heights I can't move." Levia spoke up. "What's wrong with everyone? Hurry up." She continued, "If we let the boss counterattack..." Levia worried. Spoke up, "The whole hunt will be ruined." Jinung exclaimed in amazement, "What is this? It's just like a scene from a martial arts movie." Yohu said, "She is truly extraordinary." He thought to himself, there's no need to use the suspension bridge anyway, riding Phi is the fastest way. Jinung extended his hand towards her and said, "Remia, get on." Both Rune and Huni were furious when they heard him speak. The two of them could either use the suspension bridge or wait for Phi to return. Phi landed, and both of them got down safely. They were startled when they heard a voice, "Yan Remia." Jinung spoke up. "That's Levia's voice. Let's go check it out." He asked Levia, "What's wrong?" She replied, "I found the boss of this dungeon." Camelop roared in anger. "Who dares to trespass on my mountain lair?" Jinung looked ahead, thinking, he looks really fierce. The creature looked at them and said, "Come and face me." The Mountain King Camelop. Camelop let out a furious roar, gathering all his strength to unleash an incredibly powerful attack from above. Jinung grimaced, worrying inwardly. "Damn it, there's no time to wait for Hun and Rune." He turned to his teammates to remind them, "For now we have to handle this ourselves. Stall for time until Hun and H arrive." Remia spoke up. "There's no need to stall. With my magic I will..." Before she could finish her sentence, she screamed as a powerful blow struck her directly in the face. He looked smugly. "You fools don't even think of taking another step closer to our boss. We will make short work of you. Jinung thought to himself, Henry didn't see any named monsters appear. This is a troublesome type of dungeon where the boss and named monsters appear at the same time. First, we have to taunt the named monsters to keep them occupied. He pointed forward and ordered Boj advance. Jinung continued, Levia, I'm going to use a taunt skill. Got it. Jinung commanded Boj taunt. A brilliant light flared up powerfully around it. The system announced Summoned Beast. Boj activated its unique skill. Roar of the Turtle Dragon. Camelop laughed loudly. Do you think my subordinates and I will fall for such a simple taunt? The system displayed the Mountain King Camelop's movement speed has been reduced by 15%, down from 25%. The movement speed of the bandit leader Troy has been reduced by 35%, down from 40%. He calculated silently. As expected of a boss, its status resistance is incredibly high. A reduction of only 15% means I can't attack recklessly. Jinung thought, first I have to take down the two named monsters that are separated on either side. Defeating them one by one to isolate Camelop. He said, all right, and rushed towards the creature. Jinung looked at his teammates with excitement and said, it's been a while, hasn't it? Let's fight. At a famous game company, someone exclaimed, that's incredible. Naj-chan, the assistant team leader, spoke up. He truly lives up to his reputation as the most troublesome player in Kylin and the unofficial #1 summoner. Seeing this performance with my own eyes, if this were a live stream, I'd probably throw my entire salary into donations. Yi Hui Huan said angrily, no wonder your salary always disappears. That's why you're still living in that tiny apartment, you idiot, he shouted in shock. Dai Trang turned around and asked, why did you hit me? This is workplace violence. He replied, and you're asking why the more fans he gets for these insane plays, the more overtime we have to work. How many times has that guy Yan ruined our plans? Di-chan asked, why are you acting like this? You're supposed to be the star of the planning team. Is Deputy Manager Kim Wee Huan, who's treated like a team leader, really going to be this weak? Wee Huan said, Kylin is currently in the middle of a major update. I absolutely hate seeing meticulous plans ruined by game-addicted rankers. And he is one of them. He spoke up. Anyway, Jihan, do you understand why I called you to the monitoring room? He replied, yes. It must be because of the rankers you just mentioned, especially concerning the balance with the demon faction players, right? Ui Huan replied, good, you're sharp. Then he suddenly unleashed his anger on Jihan, our overpowered main character. Your schedule for the next 3 days is completely canceled. Starting tomorrow, you will report directly to the monitoring room. He continued. Your mission is to analyze the combat power of the top-ranking demon faction players and Yan's party for 3 days, and prepare a report for next Monday's meeting. Jihan thought to himself, I knew there was a reason he wanted me to monitor Yan's party. He continued to observe that the top players of every class were gathered here. This was a golden opportunity to assess the current strength of the human faction's top player. Johan and Huni hurriedly landed on the ground. He exclaimed, damn it! Has the boss fight already started? Sheree let out a malicious grin, gathering his strength and swinging his sword straight down at Jihan. He looked at Huni and commanded, perfect timing takes them down. Jihan spoke up, you think adding one more mage is enough to beat us? He gave the order, Huni support me, the rest of you keep the boss busy. Johan confidently replied, then let's add one more support warrior to the mix. Jihan said, as expected, I feel much more at ease with you here. Johan looked at him smugly and said, just trust me. Jihan requested, Levia support Johan. She replied, got it. He turned to Huni and asked, Huni, you know what to do, right? We're going to focus all our DPS from the very beginning to take them down quickly. The kid replied, okay. Jihan continued to command Baji, one more dragon's roar, we have to end this in 20 seconds. They're slowed by the taunt. Huni closed his eyes, gathering magic, creating a purple light to seal the enemy's power. He and Huni combined their strength, focusing on the Shadow Seal. This Manhwa recap is getting intense. The system announced Shadow Seal. The Spirit King's judgment has been enhanced by Ganji-hun's Shadow Seal skill. It continued to display. While the Shadow Seal effect is active, The attack power of the Spirit King's Jihan announced the discovery of a weak point, then he charged swiftly towards the enemy. Sheree was hit screaming in agony and fear. The system message appeared again, inflicting critical damage on the bandit leader Sheree. This is a highlight of our Manhwa review. The bandit leader, Sheree, has been marked with the shadow mark. He roared in anger, "Damn it! But this weak attack isn't enough to take me down." Jihan pointed at him. "No, you've been hit on all 3 weak points by an attack bearing the shadow mark. You're finished." The bandit opened his eyes wide as if he didn't understand what was about to happen, when suddenly a massive explosion took Sheree down in an instant. The system announced that due to the accumulated marks, Sheree's HP had decreased by 157,989. He still managed to speak. "This isn't enough," Jihan said smugly, "but your health is already below 20%. Sheree seemed to realize the situation, screaming in horror and despair. "No." Jihan stared intently at him and said, "That's right." He then called out, "Pipuji, greedy predator." Pipuji dashed toward Sheree. Finally, the bandit leader was defeated, collapsing to the ground. Jihan cheered enthusiastically, "Excellent! 1 down." Rimia thought to herself, "My God, to use Shadow Seal. A skill often criticized as useless in that way. This overpowered main..." She continued her assessment. Without perfect skill utilization and seamless coordination with teammates, it would be impossible. What a perfect revenge plan in this action manhwa. How could he do that? That's Yan for you. Meanwhile, Rune gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his arm to block the blow with his shield. He silently realized that with Levia's healing ability, they could hold on, but they still had no chance of winning. Pushing back, she suddenly rushed forward and said, "Let me help." A voice rang out, "Miss Levia, why is a healing priest?" She charged forward, weapon in hand, shouting, "I'll send you to your maker in a single blow." With that said, Levia unleashed a devastating blow, sending the enemy's weapon flying and launching the foe into the air. Jinung, Pipuji, and Huni stared at her, their eyes wide with astonishment. Nearby, Ramir and Cassandra were equally stunned by what they had just witnessed. Dichan thought to himself, a priest specializing in healing who instantly erupts with offensive power at the first sign of an opening. Truly incredible as expected. The #1 priest is no pushover. He was startled by a voice echoing, "The boss fight over here seems to be going well?" "Yeah." Dichan turned and said, "That person looks awfully familiar. This is getting more interesting than I thought." An image of Rayhan appeared, her eyes closed as if she was concentrating on something. The Demon King of Destruction, Mahamiu, praised her. "Well done, Rahan." She replied, "Thank you, Demon King." He continued, "You have finally met the conditions to attain the title of a noble, save for a single requirement." Rahan replied, "Yes, my Lord Demon King, I will complete the mission you've assigned and return immediately." Mahamiu looked at her expectantly. "I'm counting on you, Rahan." He then said, "Once you pass the final test, you will officially become a noble of the demon realm. I trust you will not disappoint me." Rahan declared, "I will not fail to meet your expectations." A blazing red torrent of power engulfed the entire space, forming a massive and ferocious magic circle. A large building was being engulfed by an immense stream of fiery lightning from the magic circle. The lightning seemed to strike Rahan directly. She winced, struggling to endure it. The system announced, "You have met the conditions to proceed with the quest. Quest Blood Body 4 has begun." Rahan said, "Good, with this, I am 1 step closer to becoming a noble. My power now far surpasses its previous limits." She thought to herself, "Just you wait. I will become a true noble and lead the demon race to victory, proving to everyone that I am the true, overpowered main character." Rahan muttered to herself, "Especially you summoner Yan, the one who humiliated me. I will have my revenge and personally destroy you and the territory of your Blue Flower Guild." Jinung stared ahead in astonishment as if he had noticed something. He thought to himself, "Huh? Why am I suddenly getting goosebumps?" "This isn't a status effect, is it?" Johan asked. "Hey, Yan, what's our next move?" Jinung cursed himself. "Damn it, I shouldn't lose focus while the boss is still up." He ordered them to continue taking hits and taunting the monster. Jinung continued to command, "Levia, keep healing the tankers. Hun, buff the Death Knight and have it charge forward." He continued giving orders. "Rimir, use all your mana to unleash your ultimate skill." Jinung shouted, "Jo-hun, get out of the way!" As Rymir focused his power to attack Camelop, the boss's body began to dissolve amidst the intensely blazing flames. Camelop furiously slammed an attack forward, roaring, "You wretched scoundrels!" Jinung's pets suddenly charged toward him. They attacked in unison as he swung his weapon and shouted, "Great, it's almost over." Jinung suddenly lunged forward to attack Camelop, dealing the finishing blow. At last, the boss was defeated, concluding another chapter in this action manhwa recap. Was defeated, the battle ended. The system announced that you have defeated the dungeon boss Camelop. He let out a sigh of relief and spoke. "It's finally over." Jinung looked at his teammates and said, "Everyone seems to be exhausted." He continued, "Except for Levia. She looks as fresh as ever." Jinung said, "All right, since we cleared the dungeon faster than expected and earned quite a few extra points, let's take a short break in the real world. After all, mental health is important. And since our team is large, accumulated stress can easily lead to conflicts." Jinung continued, "The race change to the demon race in Kalen will completely change the tactical landscape. Looking at the revealed privileges, this power is truly overpowered. He thought that becoming a divine demon race would allow the use of extremely powerful demon magic. Equipping demon race items, and especially all combat stats, would be converted to the demon race system, increasing their power by about 1.3 times. Pure-blooded demons also had an easier time advancing to nobility than half-demons. In addition, they would receive respect from low-level demons and special quests instead of the usual promotion challenges. Furthermore, pure-blooded demons accumulated demonic energy much faster than half-demons. With such overpowered perks, everyone would surely want to change their race. Jinung looked ahead as usual. They only told one side of the story. He thought to himself, even if you become a pure-blooded demon, you lose more than you gain. Why don't they understand? He put his glass down on the table, deep in thought. Not only would you lose your guild titles and the territory you've built, but you'd also lose skill proficiency, and all attacks would be affected by the magic resistance stat. The 30% increase in combat stats would only be. Jinung mused, well, everyone has their own opinion, and in the end, the result of the dimensional war will prove everything. He reminded himself to stock up on magic resistance items later. Jinung spoke up, "All right, break's over, let's continue." Many spirit beasts of all kinds were lying on the ground, exhausted from the recent battle. Jo-hun spoke up, "My legs are shaking like crazy. I'm not the only one, am I?" Huni replied, "Of course not. I'm about to die over here." Rymia had completely collapsed. It had been a long time since she'd hunted with Yan. It was really hard to keep up. Levia said, "I'm still fine." Someone thought to themselves, wait, how is she still so energetic? She looks even more energetic than at the start. Jinung spoke up, "We still need about 170 more contribution points. I think we can finish the rest on our way to level up. Everyone did a great job." Rymir added, "This time we finished without anyone collapsing midway." Jinung teased, "You just fainted a moment ago." She trembled and replied, "I was just resting my eyes for a bit." Huni lamented, "What a shame we finished a full 2 days ahead of schedule. I wanted to hunt with Ian some more." He looked at the boy and asked, "Oh, really? Should we go hunting again then?" Everyone screamed in terror. "No, please spare us," Ian announced. "I'm going to rank up now. You can follow me to spend your contribution points on shopping, or you can return right away. I'll open a portal for everyone." Jo-hun spoke up, "I should go back first. I need to prepare for the interdimensional guild war." Huni also shared his thoughts. "I need to get some deep sleep first." Rymia also replied, "Since we've been getting constant news that the situation isn't looking good, I'll return to the battlefield." Levia spoke up, "I want to continue helping Ian with his quests." He thought to himself, she's starting to scare me a little. It's her first time with me, but she's already keeping up with my pace, and she hasn't shown any signs of fatigue from start to finish. Her control hasn't faltered at all. Ian politely refused. "I really appreciate it. But the quest I'm currently on can't be done in a party." She reluctantly said, "Then I guess I'll have to go back." He replied, "Yes, let's do that," Ian thought to himself. Is it just my imagination, or does Levia really want to stay with me? He walked over to the door and announced loudly, "All right, I'm opening the portal now." Levia turned back and asked, "Ian, can I ask you for a favor?" Ian asked. What is it? She replied. When you finish your current quest, please help me with mine. Of course. But what kind of quest is it? Ian thought to himself. Thanks to Levia, I've progressed much faster than expected in this action manhwa. She looked down and hesitated. It's a rather difficult quest. He stared intently at Levia as if in thought. Ian smiled and said, There's no shortage of difficult quests. He returned to the Moria Imperial Palace. A guard yelled, It's this commoner again. How dare you set your filthy feet in here? He held the artifact in his hand. Who's the commoner now? This is a great revenge scene for our overpowered main character. Kneel, you lowlife. The system displayed you have spent 5,000 contribution points and have successfully ranked up. Player Ian's rank in the Moria Empire has been promoted from Vaya to Shachia. From the rank of Shachia, you are permitted to enter the Moria Imperial Palace. From the rank of Zachia, you are now qualified to challenge the trial gate at Capilla. The guard was terrified. My apologies, Sir Ian. I have offended you without recognizing you. Please forgive me. He held the artifact in front of the guard and asked, And what if I don't forgive you? Ian asked. Anyway, I can enter the trial gate now, right? The guard replied in confusion. Huh? Yes, of course, Sir Ian, he said commandingly. Lead the way, I'm going in right now. Ian asked. Are there any rules or details about the test that I need to know beforehand? He replied. My apologies. We've never been inside, so we don't know. But it's said that you'll automatically understand everything once you step through the gate, Ian thought to himself. At least this system is convenient and to my liking. The guard pointed forward and said to him, It's over there. The trial area is inside that rocky mountain cave. Both of them stood there staring ahead intently. Just then a voice rang out. It's been a while, dear viewers. I'm H, the resident MC and reporter from ETBC for the game, Kalon, bringing you another fantastic manhwa recap, and I'm Lucia. They continued their commentary. We are broadcasting the epic world event of Kailan, the Dimensional War, live from the Konus Desert on the central continent. They were so moved they were on the verge of tears. We finally made it to terrestrial television. We've worked so hard for this. Lucia then added, Please like and subscribe to the ETBC Gaming channel. H announced during the broadcast, the battle has begun. He stated, the situation on the central continent was predicted to favor the Demon World side. The monster waves here are larger than in the northern continent, and the distance between the H continued, but surprisingly the player side is overwhelmingly dominant. Because right here, Sakharin spoke up. Excellent. We survived Korra's icy hell. Focus your attacks while its skills are on cooldown. He said the Titan Guild and its leader Sakharin have appeared on the battlefield, and just now the high-level monster Korra was defeated. The two hosts were excited. Could this battle end favorably for humanity? This is a key moment in this action manhwa. If it were that easy, why would we even need to be here? H spoke up. According to my sources, there's about to be a major turn of events in this battle. Sakharin looked at the system window, which made him exclaim in surprise. System notification. For the first time since the Dimensional War began, demon race players have appeared. A mysterious figure in black boots walked forward, surrounded by an aura of dark power. The host shouted, They're here, Lucia commented. The players who have transformed into demons led by Rahan, the strongest warrior in Kailan. Sakharin spoke. She disappeared for a while. We thought she quit the game, but who knew she'd return as a demon? What an incredible manhwa review this is turning out to be. Rahan waved her hand forward, yelling, It's time for a massacre, she declared. Wipe them all out. From now on, Kailan will belong to the demon world. Lucia announced, The Dimensional War has entered a new phase, she continued. What will be the outcome of this battle? How will it end? Cutting back to Jinung, he thought to himself, Even though I'm in here, I still have no idea what this test is. He looked ahead, pondering, I can't bring my subordinates, and I can't even ask Sa. Kaka was fast asleep when Jinung suddenly called out, All right, time to consult the Kaka wiki. He was surprised to see it sleeping soundly. Jinung frowned at Ka, thinking, Is it sleeping? He immediately woke it up. Hey, wake up. It asked in a sleepy voice. What is it, master? I was having a nice sleep. Jinung asked angrily. What? How are you even sleeping? You never normally sleep. Kaka seemed to snap awake at his question. It opened its eyes. Kaka asked loudly. That's right, isn't it? Why was I sleeping? He looked at it helplessly and replied, How would I know? Taka continued. Just kidding. The Shadow Tribe. My race can't sleep. This is the first time I've ever slept. It asked with half-closed eyes. Master, do you remember that ancient book I begged you to buy at the antique shop? He asked back in surprise. The antique shop Jinung thought to himself, that's right, the book. Taka wanted to buy was the Sen Chronicles or something, right? It spoke up. Actually, that book was a legendary grade item that could unseal a unique skill. Master? Jinung looked at Kaka and asked, So you just ate that expensive item? It looked at him and replied, That's right, Master. Kaka said, Think of it as an investment in the future. Now my unique skill has been unlocked. This is a classic development for an overpowered. Unlocked, it will surely be a great help to you later on. Jinung thought in silence. He held a grudge in his heart. I originally planned to buy a book at the auction house to break the seal for Kaka, so I guess the goal was accomplished. But swallowing your master's things without permission is going too far. I'll deal with you later, Jinsung warned. You owe me for this one kid. Jinsung looked at it and asked, So what's the new skill? Kaka was surprised but remained silent. It looked at him and warned, Master, check the skills later. Look behind you. Jinsheng asked, Are you trying to change the subject? What is it? Sua suddenly appeared in front of them. He stared intently at the boy. Jinsung, holding his weapon, asked in confusion, How did you... He thought to himself, I couldn't sense his presence at all. Sua spoke up. Calm down, young man. I haven't come here to fight. He looked at Jinsung and asked, I apologize for startling you. You're the one who entered the trial cave, aren't you? Jinsung looked up at Sua, wondering. Could this NPC be the examiner? Jinsung replied. That's right, I'm here to take the test. Sua said, Oh, it's been a long time since someone as exceptional as you has appeared in the Moria Empire. It must be thanks to the grace of the Holy King. He bowed and said, I am Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you. He wondered to himself, is that praise because of my reputation? The man continued, It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Suuta, a vassal of the 7th Holy King and the Iron Wheel King Huka. He turned back to Yan and said, Follow me. I will guide you through the test to have an audience with the Holy King. The two stopped in front of a cave entrance. Suta spoke, We have arrived at the testing site. He added, With your abilities, passing this test shouldn't be difficult at all. Suta raised his hands in excitement. Let's begin right away. The system announced that illusions of demonic beasts had appeared. Behind him, numerous demonic beasts appeared. He watched intently and thought their levels are lower than the monsters on the outskirts of Nam-es province. But they are all named monsters, so they won't be easy to deal with. Suta said, These are the illusions of the demons that dwell beneath the Dongsong Shrine. Even though they only have half of their original strength, they are still formidable opponents. Now show me the full extent of your abilities. The scene shifts to Rahan, who raised her sword high, preparing to unleash a sharp slash downwards. This is a key part of her revenge storyline. Her attack created a brilliant golden light, sending debris flying everywhere. The system announced that the bamboo blade skill had been activated. The demons cheered, amazing Rahan. It's great that you became a demon. That's right. Sacrificing everything for power was totally worth it. She agreed. These fools didn't even adjust their magic resistance. It is time for a slaughter. Become my sacrifices. At that moment, Sei Hui was horrified by Rahan's power. She thought to herself, this is bad. Even without the demonic beasts, this demon army is still too strong. With our current forces, we cannot hold out. She looked crestfallen. Saran, I'm sorry to have to say this. He spoke up, holding this position is truly beyond our capabilities. Digging in will only cause us more losses. Saran ordered all troops retreat. The members of the Titan Guild covered the other players as they fell back. The demons were a bit smug. They're running away. When I was human, I never got to experience this feeling. So this is what victory tastes like. Rahan thought to herself, I thought I would meet Jan here, but where is he? Do I have to go north to his territory? She continued to speculate. No, he will definitely come. He is not the type to run from a big stage like this. Come quickly, Jan. This time I will crush you. Everyone was discussing the situation. Just as we'd expect in this Manhwa recap, the demon faction's entry into the battle has turned the tide. The human faction is Johan spoke, but as predicted, Violin added. As soon as the demon faction players join the fight, the situation will immediately reverse. Kabuli asked worriedly, what do we do now? Are we just going to accept defeat like this? Johan spoke up. You fool, why do you think Jan went to Moria? He will definitely return with a way to turn the situation around. He asserted with the absolute faith you'd have in an overpowered main character. When he comes back, victory will surely be ours. In a modern building, an elevator door lit up in the quiet space, a classic scene break in a reincarnation manhwa. At that moment, the elevator doors suddenly opened and a loud shout came from within. Sorry, everyone! Ui Huan rushed in, panting, his voice extremely urgent. We have an urgent request for the testers. The atmosphere in the meeting room immediately became tense. He wore a serious expression and announced loudly, right now there is a player who is completing a quest. Mission with unusual speed. To slow down that person's progress, we need to implement emergency monster control. One person stood up, his face a mix of surprise and annoyance, but isn't managing content progression the responsibility of the planning team? Why do we have to handle this too? Wei Huan didn't seem too surprised by their attitude. He said enticingly, that's why I've spoken with Director Choi. If you can make the player fail this mission, we will give you extra vacation days and special overtime pay. Immediately, the whole team erupted in cheers. This offer got them very excited. They should have said so from the start. Everyone rushed off amidst joyful shouts and bickering. Everyone was determined to claim this juicy reward. Get out of the way, that vacation is mine. No fair. Let me join in. A group of warriors clad in silver armor stood solemnly, making the scene cold and tense. Suddenly, a sharp dinging sound echoed. A notification panel lit up, logging in Kai Lan demon target at the Dongsong Shrine. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere changed, and streams of magical energy began to swirl violently. From that vortex of magic, a figure in a black cloak emerged. A brilliant light tore through the darkness as he swung a giant sword, slashing down at the ground. Creating an intense explosion of energy, a notification appeared, Summoned Beast Finn's HP has been depleted. From the void, a giant creature with glowing purple wings appeared, charging out with overwhelming killing intent. It let out an ear-piercing screech. The dark figure turned a sinister smile on his face and raised his hand to summon a brilliant purple energy orb, which he then threw straight at Finn. Its shriek echoed in panic. Before Finn could react, it took the full force of the orb and a storm of dark energy spread out. The scene was chaotic, with a death mage on one side and a divine ice bird on the other. They clashed, creating a dark patch in the sky. Suddenly, the summoner dove down like a lightning bolt. He unleashed an incredibly powerful slash and a blue light exploded. The sword's path tore through the dark energy, and its pained roar echoed through the space. A notification sounded, Summoned Beast Finn's HP has been depleted. Elsewhere, Jin Sung. The summoner was panting, sweat pouring down his face. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! I've lost both the bald dragon and Finn. Those two monsters were the biggest nuisance. Beside him, his older brother watched with a worried gaze. Jin Sung stared straight ahead. Quickly analyzing in his head, the one with the scythe can deal massive single-target damage at crucial moments, and that other monster uses incredibly annoying area of effect spells. On the battlefield, warriors fell one by one, their eyes filled with despair in the enveloping red and black light. A deep, dull sound echoed. The narrator's voice was firm. Those 5 demons feel like they're being directly controlled by players, not AI. They are extremely intelligent and coordinate seamlessly as a team. Thinking this, he pursed his lips into a confident yet wary smile. This is tougher than I thought. But it seemed this wasn't a problem for Jin Sung, our overpowered main character. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly, his voice ringing out powerfully, but that's what makes it interesting. All right, let's treat this as a 1 versus 5 PvP and go all out. This is a highlight of our action manhwa recap. Meanwhile, in the operations room, the observers stared intently at the screen showing the battle, and one person exclaimed, "Actually, this is the first time we've ever directly controlled monsters to attack a player." The two supervisors fell silent. One man muttered with a serious face, while another with a cheerful expression whispered. Considering the difference in levels and skills, even 5 of them couldn't possibly win. Hearing this, Huan thought for a moment before saying, "If that player was so easy to take down, we wouldn't have had to resort to this method." Let's see how things unfold. On the screen, the boy held his glowing weapon, let out a war cry, and charged in, ready for a merciless battle. Jinung landed a strike on a demon's side, making it scream in agony. After being defeated, he was immediately knocked out of the arena, clutching his head and complaining, "Damn it, I'm the first one to be eliminated." The overpowered main character noticed the demon's strange behavior and grew suspicious. Instead of attacking after their comrade fell, they immediately created distance from him. This was clearly a tactical maneuver, not the behavior of a simple AI. Just then, a blast of magic shot straight toward Jinung, interrupting his train of thought. Jinung looked at the scythe in its hand and easily deduced that its attack attribute was darkness. He knelt on one knee, muttering to himself, "If only someone could withstand a single hit, we could have confirmed the attack attribute. But that's impossible. I have no other choice. I'll have to gamble on it being the darkness attribute." With that, Jinung shouted his command, "Pipuji, you're up. Kaka, now is the time to use your new skill." They excitedly received their orders. He also smiled and charged forward. "Cassius will charge with me. We're taking down that annoying lich first." Jinung commanded loudly, "Cassius, use your wide area breath attack." As soon as the words were out, it immediately spewed a torrent of red flames. The demons and the lich struggled to block it. The lich created a thin barrier to stop the destructive power of the fire. At that exact moment, Lai leaped forward, attacking with its sharp claws. Jinung's voice continued to ring out, giving the next order. Baipuji used the Abyss Restoration Blessing on everyone. It powered up and replied, "Understood." Bug. Denis thought to himself, that summons wide area healing, whether it's a dragon or a turtle, is a real nuisance. We have to completely cut off Yan's chance to counterattack. A stream of dark energy appeared right as he finished that thought. Seeing this, Jinung inwardly exclaimed, "Excellent, just as I predicted." He quickly recalled his strategy. If they act like humans, they'll target the troublesome support first. My prediction that they would act like humans was spot on. Bipuji stared blankly at the dark energy flying towards it. The lich appeared behind Jinung, booming, "It's too late for you to realize it now." The blow sent Pipuji staggering back, clutching his head in pain. He immediately gave the order, "Kaka, now!" It took a deep breath, activating its unique skill, Demon's Nightmare. A notification window appeared, "Kaka's unique skill. Demon's Nightmare has activated the domain of darkness." Kaka flew up as streams of dark energy swirled around it. All dark attribute damage dealt to the party is reduced by 50%. Jinung recalled his earlier preparations and smiled with satisfaction. "I checked all the unique skills that were unlocked when Kaka could sleep." He looked at Pipuji, who was gradually recovering. He continued his train of thought. If the attack attribute of that scythe wielder is darkness, Kaka's unique skill will reduce his attack damage by half or even more. As Den attacked, he thought to himself, even though the damage has been reduced, this level of explosive damage is still lethal. Jinung shouted another command. "Good, now again. It's Pipuji's turn." It took a deep breath, gathering energy as its belly swelled up. The greedy predator skill was activated. A shield materialized, blocking his scythe and shocking the lich. The system displayed the information. "The skill Don't Bother Me While I'm Eating from the Summoned Creature Pipuji has been activated. A protective shield with a durability of 343,762 has been created." Jinung charged forward, adding, "Don't underestimate Pipuji's survival skills. That's the reason he has always been with me this whole time," seeing the lich intending to flee. It immediately grabbed his hand. With sparkling eyes, Pipuji asked, "Where are you going? Come play with me." Outside of reality, Guji lay there with a contorted face, groaning to himself, We're done for. This was a barrage of attacks unleashed by the summoned beasts. Jinung smiled with satisfaction as a notification appeared. The monster Lateros has been defeated. The Lich and his demons stared wide-eyed in confusion. One of them yelled, "How could Vice Leader Han be defeated right now?" In the game, he and his summoned beasts turned to look at them. Now only 3 remained. He tried to reassure the group with a shout. "But it's fine, our team's level is still superior. Snap out of it and give it your all." The demons tried to calm down at the Lich's command. "The honor of the testing team is at stake. We can't lose to a single player." He screamed, "We can't lose to a single player because of our special allowance and bonus vacation. This is what makes a great action manhwa." The moment he finished speaking, an attack from Jin Sung's spear pierced through. He stood watching the NPCs gradually fade away as notifications appeared. All monsters have been defeated. The Guiding Light quest has been completed. Jin Sung raised both fists to the sky in celebration. "Great job, everyone! That was super fun." Suda walked up behind him and exclaimed, "Well done, Yan. That was a magnificent battle." He smiled modestly. "You praise me too much, Sua." The man extended his brightly glowing hand towards Jinung and continued, "You have proven your abilities. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a token." A brilliant golden light shone as Sua held up the glowing gem. His voice rang out with pride. "This is proof that you have passed the trial gate of the Maurya Empire." A notification then sounded. "You have passed the trial gate of the Maurya Empire. Fame has increased by 150,000. After speaking, Suda handed the fiery gem to him, Jinung. The voice was full of pride. "Now you can proudly call yourself the mightiest warrior of the Empire." What a moment for this manhwa recap. The system seemed to recognize the gem, and a notification announced that the item Maurya Royal Soldier's Necklace had been acquired. Elsewhere, the other players roared in astonishment. "What the hell is this? How could we lose?" Another one gritted his teeth, overflowing with frustration. "Damn it, that monster was so close to winning." The air was thick with confusion. Guji spoke with irritation. The 5 strongest people controlling a boss with overwhelming stats couldn't take down a single overpowered main character. He looked back sweating and trembling as he said, "I'm sorry, Manager Kim. We failed to stop Yan's quest." Seeming to have anticipated this, Ui Huan let out a soft sigh. He spoke calmly, "It's all right. The opponent was simply too strong." His mind was already filled with calculations. Yan is one of Can's best players after all. It was like an amateur going up against a pro. This manhwa review just gets better and better. He's not a professional, so don't be too discouraged. That statement left everyone stunned. It was so absurd. Who's the real professional here? Who's the real amateur here? The atmosphere in the meeting room was a mix of exhaustion and relief. Ui Huan spoke up, his gaze firm. "In any case, everyone did their best. I'll ask Director Choi to grant you all some extra vacation days. For all of you, he's such a good person." The team felt a huge weight lift off their shoulders and they all cheered with joy. But that joy was quickly replaced by worry when another member frowned and said, "But I'm still so mad at him." "Our testing team's reputation has taken a hit." Guji crossed his arms, his indifferent gaze hardening as he replied in a serious tone. "This isn't just a problem for the tester team. The entire game company is being shaken by a single overpowered main character. This is anything but normal." A glint of determination suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Next time we at Yan will not let this happen again." Back in the virtual world shimmering with brilliant golden light, looking at the necklace before him, he exclaimed excitedly, "This necklace is so dazzling!" "It's perfect timing. I was just needing a new necklace." But upon closer inspection, Jin Sung was stunned. "What is this? It's not an accessory, but a miscellaneous item." Instantly, a wise old voice unexpectedly rang out. Sua chuckled softly. "You seem quite disappointed. But that's understandable. After overcoming such a difficult trial, it's only natural to have high expectations." Hearing this, the boy laughed awkwardly, waving his hands dismissively. No, that's not it at all." The atmosphere softened. The old man's steady voice rang out, his gaze serious yet full of trust. "Do not worry, this necklace contains boundless power. For now, it is just an ordinary necklace with no special abilities, but when you become strong enough, you will understand what I mean." Jinshung was stunned, his hand clutching the brilliantly glowing necklace. his eyes shining with a mixture of excitement and curiosity. So does that mean when I break the seal, it will become a legendary item? For a moment, Suwa simply offered a mysterious smile before speaking. Now follow me. Music. The space around them warped, and a giant magic circle appeared glowing with ancient runes. He slowly explained, "This magic circle will transport you to the royal gardens of the Moria Imperial Palace." Clutching the necklace, Jin Sheng watched the magical blue light envelop him. His eyes filled with a slight worry. Noticing this, Suwa reassured him. "When you arrive at the palace's magic circle, a royal messenger will be there to greet you. Just follow them." The energy swirled violently, its light reflecting on his determined face. He said softly, "Thank you, Suwa." The old man nodded slightly, his expression a mixture of pride and concern. "Good luck." Just then a system notification chimed. "You have completed the Gate of Trials quest. Fame has increased by 150,000. You are now being teleported to the Moria Imperial Palace." Jin Sung and his spirit beast vanished into the swirling light. Moria Imperial Palace. The inner court. A moment later, he appeared in a vast section of the Imperial Palace. Jin Sheng looked around in astonishment. "It's so beautiful. It's like stepping into the royal garden of a faraway kingdom." From behind him, a man named Machau, dressed in ceremonial attire, emerged and asked with a "Are you Yan?" When he nodded, the man gave a slight bow, his voice low but composed. "I am Machau, the guardian envoy sent by His Majesty." After a brief pause, he added, "Please follow me. His Majesty is waiting for you." Jin Sung walked down the corridor toward a large door. Machau turned back and said softly, "This way." And so he followed. He reached out and gently pushed the door open, a brilliant light flooding out from within. Jin Sung took a deep breath. The man's voice still echoed in his ear. "His Majesty is inside, please enter." He stepped in and carefully surveyed his surroundings. A question echoed in his mind. Has the quest started already? Suddenly a voice rang out. It was a deep, warm voice, yet filled with a majesty that startled him. "So you are Yan the warrior who conquered Suta's trial." Before our overpowered main character Jin Sung now was a majestic king in golden armor, seated on a golden throne surrounded by jade-inlaid pillars. Sassoka's voice rang out steadily, "Welcome to my palace. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Staring at the scene before him, a feeling of awe mixed with tension surged within him. So this is the Holy Wheel King. His aura is completely different from Suta's. Jin Sung immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head deeply before the throne. "It is a great honor to meet your majesty," the king. His eyes radiated wisdom as he said, "I have heard about you from Ariel." Hearing the king speak, Jin Sung looked up startled. His eyes were wide with surprise. "You know Ariel?" "Yes." Sassoka stood up, his magnificent cloak swaying gently in the light. He walked towards Jin Sung step by step. He didn't hesitate to praise him. "You are the hero who bears the fate of another world." Sassoka greatly admired his spirit of justice and courage. A brilliant golden light illuminated the entire grand hall of this action manhwa. He raised his hand and a brilliantly glowing cube gradually materialized in his palm. Sassoka then spoke. "Here I give you something of great importance." Jin Sung was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, "That is..." His mind raced. Could this be real? A dazzling burst of light erupted. The cube transformed, spinning in the air, no longer keeping him in suspense. The king smiled, his deep voice echoing throughout the grand hall. "That's right, it is the Sacred War Chronicle." Seeing Jin Sung's expression, it was as if Sassoka had already anticipated everything. "This is the reason you sought me out, isn't it?" He raised the holy seal high, its golden light reflecting on his determined face. Jin Sung thought to himself, "I finally have it. Can I now turn the tide of the dimensional war?" At this thought, he shouted out loud, "Thank you, your majesty!" A moment later, Jin Sung looked directly at the king and said joyfully, "Thanks to this, our world will be able to stop the invasion from the demon realm." Sassoka looked at him, his smile gentle but his eyes filled with trust. "I hope your efforts will be justly rewarded." Jin Sung nodded slightly, his heart swelling with emotion, and asked quietly, "Could you please tell me what effect the Sacred War Chronicle has when used?" The king raised an eyebrow slightly. His lips curved into a mysterious smile. Ah, of course. The scene opened up to a majestic space. He was standing in the middle of a vast expanse of land. Beside him, Pipuji and Kaka were overjoyed. Sasoka's voice explained calmly, "When you use it, the Holy Wheel King will dispatch a divine legion across the boundaries of the spatial dimensions. Furthermore, your army will receive the blessing of the war god, guaranteeing victory against the demon realm." After listening for a moment, Jin-sung frowned, puzzled. "Wait a minute, aren't you the Holy Wheel King? How can you exist across different spatial dimensions?" Sitting opposite him, the king smiled faintly, his eyes full of understanding as he began to explain, "Actually, there's a reason for that. Although I bear the title of Holy Wheel King, I am merely the Emperor of the Maurya Empire. This title is simply an honorary one passed down through generations of kings. Maurya. A story from the past is revealed in a brilliant golden light showcasing majestic divine warriors. Each one exuded a formidable aura." Sioka's voice rang out like a bell, explaining that in the celestial realm there are 4 gods known as the Holy Kings. They are the Gold Wheel King, the Silver Wheel King, the Bronze Wheel King, and the Iron Wheel King. When you use the Sacred War Chronicle, one of these 4 will bestow their blessing upon you. Hearing this, our overpowered main character seemed to understand, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He clutched the holy relic in his hand, realizing that the title of Holy King represented these gods. "Then, are the 7 treasures of the Holy Wheel King also related to them?" He nodded slightly, his voice echoing slowly. "That's right, as far as I know. These 7 treasures are scattered across the lands, including the southern continent. The treasure I hold is the Sacred War Chronicle." Hearing this, Jinwoo frowned, his mind filled with questions. No wonder the Dragon Pearl was hidden on the outskirts of the southern continent. So Emperor Sioka doesn't know about the Dragon Pearl. At that moment he bowed to him, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this valuable information." With that, Jinwoo strode through the brightly lit grand hall, approaching Ma Chamut. As he walked, he muttered his calculations. "Now that I have the Sacred War Chronicle, I just need to use the Dragon Pearl to evolve Pipuji and I'll be set. I have 1.5 days to find the Dragon Pearl before my space magic fully recovers." Immediately after, Jinwoo approached the giant glowing magic circle at his feet and turned to ask the man, "This magic circle can take me anywhere, right?" Ma Chamut didn't deny it, bowing his head slightly. "That's right. Anywhere on the southern continent." Having received the answer he wanted, he raised his hand to the sky, lost in thought for a moment. Then, after a short while, Jinwoo spoke softly. "I want to go to a place called Shi." The man was stunned upon hearing this, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation as he asked, "Do you really want to go there?" Jinwoo replied in a calm voice. "It's just for personal reasons. Is there a problem?" He wondered to himself, why is he suddenly asking that? In the quiet hall, Ma Chamut waved his sleeve, his voice trembling slightly. "It's nothing. I can send you there right away, but please be careful." Pausing for a moment, he added in a low voice, "That is the land of dragons." This statement shocked our hero, his eyes widening in bewilderment. The land of dragons. The ground trembled and sand swirled as a warrior charged forward, confronting a giant red-eyed monster. Meanwhile, an urgent reporter's voice echoed from the sky. "We are currently at the Konus Desert, where a fierce battle is raging. Today, the demon faction has launched another vicious assault." The scene was chaotic, with spells exploding and flashes of purple and red light clashing between attacks. This action manhwa is full of non-stop fights. The players of the demon faction were shining, taking advantage of the chaos to continuously eliminate their opponents. In a large, brightly lit room, the guild leaders sat around a circular table, their faces grim as the reporter's voice continued to drone on. "At this rate, the human faction might lose again today." As soon as he heard this, Shran slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with rage. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. "Damn it, too many members from the Muspel Empire have defected to the demon faction. Those bastards." As the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense, Phiolan spoke up calmly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Our Lotus Guild is also from Muspel, but isn't it the Black Moon Guild from the Kondon Kingdom that has a whole slew of traitors?" "Excuse me, I'm only talking about the Sprender and Oakland guilds. The atmosphere grew more and more tense. She let out a soft sigh and ran a hand through her hair. Everyone was on edge due to the unfavorable war situation. It was true that two of the three great guilds of the Muspel Empire had defected en masse. So what Shran said wasn't wrong. Phelan recalled the previous scene and continued speaking. The fact that Shran lost the one-on-one duel proves that the players from the demon faction have superior stats. With so many switching sides, it's no wonder we're being overwhelmed in this action manhwa. Saren clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. That's right, we need magic resistance measures. But magic resistance items are rarely used, so they're hard to find now. The person next to him heard this and felt helpless. Honestly, I can't think of a solution for this situation either. Phelan looked at the scene before her and thought to herself, everyone's morale is plummeting. They're on the verge of giving up. If only Ian would return soon, we might have a chance. The scene shifts back to Jin Sung. A brilliant blue light tore through the sky. Jin Sung appeared amidst the dazzling energy. Until then, the others would just have to hold on. Upon arriving, he was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this Shichi? A notification suddenly appeared. You have entered the Shichi Plateau, the land of dragons. You are the first to discover the Shichi Plateau, the land of dragons. After staring for a long moment, Jin Sung excitedly raised his hand, a radiant smile on his face. Hey, check this out. The loud shout woke the creature up in a foul mood. What is it, Master? I was sleeping. Tae was surprised, its eyes widening as it saw something in the distance. A green, dragon-headed monster appeared, baring its sharp teeth with a ferocious aura. Our overpowered main character calmly said, I thought you might want to see this? Immediately after, giant black skeletons emerged. Before them was a massive gate, carved with the figures of two roaring dragon heads as if ready to devour everything. Jin Sung's voice rang out slow and full of excitement. This is the land of dragons. The scenery was breathtaking. CA seemed displeased, scowling as it said, Hey master, I may look like a dragon, but I'm not one. Have you forgotten? It shouted in frustration, startling Jin Sung. Isn't it time to summon Cassius, master? As if suddenly remembering something, he awkwardly scratched his head. Right. The sky lit up as the summoning spell was cast from thin air. Cassius appear. A giant black dragon appeared in a brilliant flash of purple and blue light. Cassius's deep, powerful voice echoed. It's been a long time since I've returned to this place. He pondered for a moment and then spoke again. The land of dragons. Perhaps I've set foot here in a past life. Hearing this, Jin Sung's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed with joy, Cassius, you know this place. That's great since we're here. Let's go for a little hunt. But before he could finish, Cassius frowned and interjected. A hunt? Are you kidding me? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. He shot a sharp glare directly at Jin Sung, his voice laced with suspicion. Shouldn't we be returning to the human world to stop the demons? Let's hurry and find the dragon pearl. At that, Jin Sung sighed, raising his hands in surrender. All right, I was just kidding. A brilliant golden light reflected before him, and Jin Sung looked up to observe it, then said thoughtfully, We are in the land of dragons. Even though the location of the dragon pearl has been marked, it's located right here. He approached a glowing golden chest, which contained countless treasures. Jin Sung's eyes fell upon a series of characters, and as his fingers touched the ancient script, he asked with curiosity, What are these characters here at the dragon pearl's location? Cassius, who was standing nearby, seeing his confusion, it spoke up to explain that is an ancient language for Dragon's Altar. Hearing the name Dragon's Altar, Jin Sung's eyes widened in shock. Is the Dragon's Altar a type of dungeon? The creature beside him was also confused by the name, stammering, I'm not sure either. This is the first time I've ever heard of it. Just then the air trembled and a deep, powerful voice echoed, its owner's eyes glowing a brilliant red. The Dragon's Altars, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. The boy turned in surprise and asked quietly, Cassius, didn't you lose all your memories from your past life? Cassius lowered his head, not denying the reincarnation fact, and spoke in a low voice, tinged with a hint of sadness. It's true that most of my memories are gone, but as a dragon I still retain some fundamental knowledge. Pausing for a moment, Jin Sung spoke softly. Then do you know what the dragon's altar is for? Kuss's explanation echoed through the mystical space. An image of a colossal dragon god appeared amidst a sparkling universe, radiating a majestic light. The dragon's altar is a place where dragons like me offer treasures to the holy dragon in exchange for new power. It is said that if a non-dragon offers a tribute, the holy dragon may grant that being one wish. Suddenly a sharp deduction was made. So that explains why the dragon pearl is here. Hearing this, a flicker of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Why? The reply was a startling revelation. The scene flashes back to the enraged dragon god. A young man's hand gripped a swirling blue energy, aiming it straight at the dragon. Someone must have offered the dragon pearl to the holy dragon and received something in return. That person was definitely not a dragon, because to the dragon race, the dragon pearl is a priceless treasure that cannot be traded. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as the blue light flared violently. The holy dragon seemed to awaken in the void. Even a god would be tempted to give it up. Back in the present, Jin Sung and his companion were talking. It frowned, its eyes filled with suspicion. This isn't good, master. If what Kuss said is true, then things are much more complicated. Hearing this, the boy? His expression turned grim. What do you mean? Jin Sung's gaze grew serious as he slowly processed the cold, echoing words. A bold plan was proposed. If the dragon pearl was offered to the holy dragon, then it must be hidden deep inside the dragon's altar. To get it, we have to steal it. And this could be a life-threatening mission, a perfect setup for an action manhwa. The scene before them was surprisingly peaceful. Pipuji was grazing on grass as leisurely as if nothing was wrong. The boy stood beside it, frowning as he asked, "Why do you always think of the most difficult solution?" Jin Sung looked up quietly, considering another move. His voice sounded naive. "Isn't there any other way? What if we just asked the holy dragon to borrow it for a while?" The creature face-palmed loudly and yelled, "Unbelievable, master! Think before you speak. If Pipuji uses the dragon pearl, it will disappear. How are you planning to return it?" The atmosphere grew tense, but it was mixed with a bit of humor. The boy still managed a forced smile. "Who knows, it's like borrowing money and paying it back later." The creature looked at its master, Jin Sung, with a helpless expression. "Are you planning to find another dragon pearl to pay it back?" Suddenly, its expression turned serious, its eyes filled with determination. "We have two choices now. One is to give up on the dragon pearl and return to the secret records of the Holy War. Two is to risk our lives to steal the dragon pearl. The success rate, and even if we succeed, we will face the wrath of the holy dragon." Cassius, who was standing nearby with his red eyes burning like hellfire, added a revelation: the dragon's altar is guarded by 4 guardians sent by the holy dragon. A majestic scene unfolded before their eyes. Amidst a purple and blue light, giant dragons awaken one by one. They take the form of dragons with power equal to or even superior to me in my unawakened state. Those beasts will immediately surround you. At this moment, Jin Sung gazed thoughtfully at the horizon, thinking to himself that if his subordinates were here, they might have a chance. But there's no time to summon them, and with our current strength, we can't possibly face those guardians. What should I do? Do I have to give up now? Suddenly, Cassius spoke reassuringly, causing Jin Sung's eyes to light up. "But don't worry too much." Cassius looked down at him and said slowly, "If we can steal the dragon pearl, we still have a chance of survival." Jin Sung looked over at the towering figure and asked softly, "Why?" Cassius continued, his voice lowering. "If Pipuji becomes the abyssal dragon god, thanks to the dragon pearl." As those words rang out, everyone looked towards Pipuji. After thinking for a long moment, an idea struck him. That's right, if Pipuji transforms into the abyssal dragon god. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jin Sung looked over at Pipuji, who was still blissfully munching on grass. Its innocent expression, completely oblivious to everything around it, made him sigh helplessly. But can we really trust Pipuji, that worm over there still engrossed in chewing grass? Cassius also saw the scene and spoke with great authority. "Even so, the abyssal dragon god is no ordinary dragon." A blue light flashed, and a mystical jade-green dragon appeared, its entire body shimmering like a river of stars in the sky. Cassius's voice rang out again. It is a being that holds all the powers of the dragon race, a perfect entity. With that power, we can even face the guardians of the holy dragon. Immediately after the scene cut back to the chubby Pipuji still sitting there chewing on grass. Jinsung stood beside it frowning in thought. If Pipuji becomes the abyssal dragon god, it will reach the mythical grade, a rank that far surpasses even the legendary grade. Thinking of this, Jinsung just smiled confidently and gave Pipuji a firm pat. That's right, if I can't trust you, Pipuji, who can I trust? Let's get going, Pipuji. As they set off, he asked, the holy dragon will intervene directly, won't it? Cassius took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. The holy dragon cannot arbitrarily interfere. Jinsung's eyes showed a mix of determination and worry. It's like how a company chairman doesn't do the menial tasks himself, right? A stream of sparkling blue light radiated through the air. From behind Cassius, with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, shouted out, "Good, then there's no reason to hesitate anymore." He flashed a bold smile, his voice full of energy. We'll steal the dragon orb without the holy dragon noticing. The Federation soft skyscraper appeared in the night, its windows glowing brightly, reflecting a cold blue light. Inside a room surrounded by a series of giant screens, images of battles were being watched intently by someone. Seok Jin wore a half-crazed, half-amused smile, chuckling softly as he watched. If I'd known this mission was so interesting, I would have volunteered to be a supervisor long ago. He suddenly shot up screaming in horror. Wait, where is Jin Shung going? Seok Jin's eyes filled with confusion as he saw Jin Sung's image on the monitor. What the hell? Is he really planning to enter the dragon's den? His voice turned serious, almost a growl in his mind. The original plan was for the human side to retrieve the Sacred War Chronicle from the Maurya Empire. To balance the fight against the demon world, the Dragon Orb mission wasn't even— this is all connected and it shouldn't be possible to complete it at this stage. Zoin thought to himself, a mix of panic and bitter irony. According to the script, the dimensional war was supposed to end in humanity's victory without the Abyss Dragon God ever showing up. If that happens, all the months of hard work from the planning and development team will be for nothing. His voice echoed with manic excitement. Seok Jin laughed out loud. But it's no loss for me. Let's just see if Yan can get his hands on the Dragon Pearl. As long as I get a good show out of it. Go on and be as reckless as you want, Yan. Suddenly the atmosphere grew heavy. Earth-shattering roars tore through the sky. From within a cold blue mist, giant black dragons emerged one after another. Jinung dove straight down from the sky, his weapon aimed at the colossal dragon below. But before he could even celebrate his move, another dragon roared, opening its maw to unleash a terrifying torrent of flames right at him. Two of the beasts lunged at each other, tearing and biting relentlessly. Landing at a distance, Jinung's eyes glowed fiercely as he growled, "So it's true. They don't call this the Land of Dragons for nothing. This land is blessed by the Dragon King himself, making the evil dragons here stronger than anywhere else. I get it now." Jinung materialized in a flash, of blue light weapon in hand. His face was calm but tense. This is going to be a real pain. Wyverns are weak to magic, but our main attacks are physical. The sky was a blazing canvas of blue and fire. Hundreds of dragons and demonic bats swarmed down, their blood-red eyes burning in the night. Jinung gripped his weapon tighter, shouting over the deafening roars, "How long is it going to take to kill all of them?" The air was thick with bloodlust, smoke, and fire as Jinung leaped onto Hai's back. There's no other choice. Even if we lose our first blood bonus and items, we can't afford to waste any more time pinned down here. The horde of monster dragons descended like a black waterfall, surrounding them completely. He yelled, "Casus, clear a path instantly." The black dragon Cassius responded to his call. His massive wings spread wide, blanketing the entire sky. Then a violent explosion of blue energy erupted, sending dragon after dragon flying. Seizing the opportunity, Jinung charged forward, shouting, "All right, let's push through." The sky was clear and blue. The scenery seemed peaceful, but it concealed an immense power. He walked forward slowly. Surrounding him were colossal statues of dragons, carved from white stone. The sight before him was truly breathtaking. Jinung asked quietly, his voice filled with awe, "Is that the dragon altar?" An echo from the distance seemed to answer him. After scouting ahead, the little familiar reported back, "Looks like we found it, Master. Now we just need to find a way to sneak inside." Still hesitating a bit, the two discussed their plan. He tilted his head playfully and suggested, "Or instead of stealing it, we trade something for the dragon pearl." The familiar immediately shot down the idea, "Absolutely not. We don't have anything nearly as valuable as the dragon pearl." Hearing this, Jinung let out a soft chuckle. "You're right about that. So we can't back down now. Can you go on ahead and scout?" A magical light enveloped the familiar as it flapped its wings and took off. Of course. The massive door carved with the image of a divine dragon creaked open, revealing a brilliant blue light. It turned and flew straight inside. Spreading its small wings, its voice filled with confidence, "Just leave it to me." "Master?" Behind them, Jinung and Cassius watched the entire scene unfold. Jinung tilted his head and asked, "Cassius, do you know if there's a specific area inside the dragon altar where they keep treasures?" He looked straight ahead and replied, "I'm not certain, but it's most likely on the lowest level," without making him wait long. Cuss then gave a specific example. The dragon's den has 7 floors with a magic circle on the top floor for the holy dragon to descend and a gate on the first. It's sealed and guarded by protectors. After hearing his explanation, Jin Sheng excitedly clapped his hands. So the treasure must be near where the protectors are stationed. The atmosphere lightened up a bit. Suddenly Kaka rushed over, exclaiming softly, full of joy, "Master, I've found the entrance." He pointed down to the foot of the mountain, explaining clearly as he gestured, "The Tower of the Dragon's Den starts from the cliff below the entrance in front of us, which is equivalent to the 40th or 50th floor of the tower. In the magnificent hall, bathed in blue light." Kaka tilted his head, thinking, "There's a large, uniquely shaped window on the lowest floor. We can use Phi to enter from there." He looked straight at him, his eyes full of questions. Jin Zheng then spoke up. "Can't we just go straight down to the first floor to get in?" Kaka shook his head, his tone much more serious. "It's not that simple." He pointed into the distance and recounted everything he had seen. "There's a barrier from a sea dragon surrounding the lowest part of the tower. Getting close will get you sucked in and trapped inside." Those words made the atmosphere freeze. Hearing Kaka's words, he seemed to understand. "I see. So the window you found is the only way in, right?" Our overpowered main character's gaze was incredibly sharp as he summoned Phi and gave a decisive command. "Phi, it's your turn." A flash of light appeared and Phi materialized, its wide wings tearing through space. Jin Sung leaped onto its back and Kaka and the others quickly followed. His voice rang out, echoing through the area. Towards the dragon's den, "Let's go." Jin Sung and his comrades shot through the brightly lit sky, a classic scene in any good action manhwa. Kaka's shout rang out, "Jin, see the entrance over there, we're going that way." Once inside, they prepared themselves to fly down. They went into a free fall. They landed hard on the ancient stone floor. Kaka looked up in amazement. "I can't believe we got into the dragon's den so easily." Immediately, a system notification appeared in mid-air. "You are the first to discover the Dragon's Den dungeon. After conquering the dungeon, you will receive double all rewards except for item rewards." This manhwa recap, Jin Sung exclaimed in surprise. "What is this?" The system displayed a series of notifications. Time remaining 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Dungeon difficulty SSS. To clear the dungeon, you must destroy the spatial barrier on the lowest floor and open the spatial gate within the time limit. The space trembled and the gate they had just entered slammed shut. Jin Sheng gasped in shock. The door. A blue light flashed before them and a system message appeared. "If you fail to complete the objective within the time limit, the soul of the holy dragon will descend and the challenger will die." He smirked and said, "Damn it, I knew it. Things were going suspiciously well, but this is just ridiculous." The scene then changes and the sound of clashing metal rings out, echoing as Cassius swung his sword straight at the door, but nothing happened. He stepped back, panting heavily. "It's no use. This door is almost impossible to break." Jin Sung nodded his gaze. "Cold. I suppose so." Jin Sung thought for a moment. "Damn it, a timed dungeon. I've never heard of this kind of thing before, and a high-level one with no information at that. This is just too unfair. If I die here, all my efforts up until now will have been for nothing. His companion beside him panicked. Master, we must retreat now. He turned back, stunned, and asked. What it trembled, pointing down the deep, dark hallway, its voice fading. I can feel an incredibly powerful dragon's aura. From that direction, it seems the holy dragon's guards have discovered us. Jinsung glanced forward, his voice filled with irritation. Their reaction time is annoyingly fast. He waved his hand and gave an order. We only have 19 minutes left to destroy the barrier on the lowest floor and return to the human world before the guards catch up. He then glanced at Cuss and Finn with a bit of panic, thinking to himself, I originally planned to wait for the summon cooldown after entering the altar, but there's no time for that now. I'll have to clear this dungeon with just Finn and Cuss. With that thought, Jinsung quickly dashed forward, shouting, All right, let's begin. As he ran, he growled out a firm command, Kaka, stay 20 meters ahead of me and constantly scout. Its blue wings flashed with light as it replied softly, Understood, Master. A voice echoed in Jinsung's mind. I'll use Kaka as a radar to quickly detect enemies and react in time. Now I just have to give it my all. This action manhwa is getting intense. Suddenly, Kaka stopped, its eyes wide with panic as it stared ahead. In front of them, 3 colossal gray-skinned creatures appeared. Their eyes glowed blood red. Its voice rang out, Master, enemies ahead! One of them charged towards him, its fist swinging down like a hammer. Jinsung shouted, leaping and thrusting his spear straight into its chest. The sound of impact echoed, as he wondered if his summoned beasts could handle this. A shriek tore through the air. Finn swooped down, its brilliant blue wings shining, only to be struck by an enemy's spear. Seeing the scene unfold, Jinsung gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it! The dungeon corridor is too narrow. Finn can't fully spread its wings. A worried look flashed in his eyes. This is bad. Finn can't use its full power. The monster's relentless attacks caused it to falter. A burst of blue light erupted, and Finn's body vanished in midair as Jinsung yelled, Finn, cancel summon! Jinsung tightened his grip on his weapon and charged into the horde of monsters. He thought, now it's just Cuss left to complete this dungeon in time. Crap, the tension is real in this manhwa recap. Jinsung told himself, luckily they're only around the high 200s in level, so they aren't too difficult to handle. He landed on the ground, thinking, in this situation I need to switch to more suitable equipment. From the control room, Ko-Jane watched through the screen, stunned. He's changing gear in such a critical situation, and it's status effect equipment. Inside the dungeon, Jinsung used a skill on his spear, causing it to glow with arcs of lightning. Bolts of electricity coiled around the weapon, like divine serpents electrocuting each monster it touched. Jinsung charged into the pack, realizing, so the priority now is to reach the lowest floor in time, not to eliminate every monster. Our overpowered main character is smart. Outside, Ko-Jane also clenched his fists in excitement, realizing the strategy was to use status effects to paralyze the enemies. Looking at the screen, Ko-Jane wondered, but can even Jinsung complete this impossible mission? This is a great manhwa review. From what I know, a time-limited dungeon like this shouldn't exist in CAN. Normally, the event wouldn't trigger until the guards discover you. He seemed slightly panicked. What is the reason behind this unprecedented event? Inside the dungeon, Jinsung continued to charge forward while Ko-Jane also came to a realization. This is all just a trap set by the company's management aimed directly at Jinsung to prevent him from clearing content faster than expected. He burst into speed, dodged a monster's blade, and dashed straight ahead. He continued his analysis. If he really destroys the barrier and opens the space gate right now, the internal balance of Kai Lan that the company worked so hard to establish would completely collapse. That's why they were determined to stop him, at all costs. Zejin clenched his fist, his eyes filled with triumph. Jinsung, forget the portal and go find the dragon orb now. That's the only way for you to complete this mission. Meanwhile, Jinsung stopped for a moment, panting heavily. He finally reached the lowest floor. In front of him was a giant map, and he scratched his head in frustration. What the hell? Why is the map here as confusing as a maze? He gritted his teeth and told himself, I don't have time to search all these rooms. Jinsung said unhappily, Damn it, it's a mess even at the last minute. Kaka appeared, pointing urgently. Master, I can feel dark energy from that direction. Hearing this, he paused, his eyes filled with suspicion. Dark energy, darkness. What does the dragon orb have to do with dark energy? A thought flashed through Jin Sung's mind. So that must be the direction of the portal, the condition to clear the dungeon. He looked at Teus standing behind him and asked quietly, Teus, haven't you sensed the dragon orb's energy yet? He shook his head, frowning at the gloomy distance. I'm not sure, but I think there's something to the west. Jin Sung's eyes glinted with determination as he ordered, There's no more time to think. Even if I die once the dragon orb is more important right now, we're heading west, no more questions. Just follow me. Kaka at his side suddenly became stubborn. Even with reincarnation, I don't want to die. Suddenly it realized something was wrong. The ground began to shake and crack. Kaka screamed, Master, stop! Look below! The ground split open as a giant dragon emerged from the deep abyss. He immediately backed away, horrified in his mind. What the hell is that, Draco? Kaka's face turned pale and its whole body trembled as it rushed towards Jin Sung. This overpowered main character gritted his teeth, thinking, a hero class, level 420, it's practically a whole dungeon on its own. There's no way I can defeat it. A roar erupted, creating a fierce whirlwind. Jin Sung rushed forward, cursing, What kind of garbage game design is this? Jin Sung screamed internally as he dodged the shockwave. If only I had Hal, it would be 3 times easier with his speed-boosting skill. Questions echoed continuously in Jin Sung's mind. What the hell? Why is every room stuffed with a boss-level monster like this? At least they're big and slow. In the midst of the chaos, he shouted, Teus, have you found it yet? He awkwardly scratched his head and said, The energy is getting clearer. I see movement over there. Teus raised his hand and pointed straight ahead, his voice firm, There it is, definitely to the west. Before them, a giant green magic circle appeared, glowing brightly. Jin Sung gritted his teeth. Now that we're closer, I see there's a barrier around it. Can we break it in the time we have left? Breathing heavily, the light reflecting off the weapon in his hand, he yelled, Just start breaking it. As soon as Jin Sung unleashed his skill, streams of energy struck the formation and the spear's slash shattered the lock. The door opened. Seeing the pile of treasure before him, Jin Sung could only sigh. Damn it. It's one obstacle after another on this quest for revenge. He waved his hand and ordered, Spread out and find the dragon orb. Jin Sung immediately rushed forward, digging relentlessly with his hands. His voice tinged with desperation. Oh God, I'm definitely going to die. But behind him, the system panel showed 37 minutes remaining. His helpless voice echoed, I'll go crazy if I die without finding the dragon orb. And Jinwoo clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on his summon's every move. Amidst a chaotic pile of gold and precious gems, Kaka was rummaging through everything. Suddenly something startled it, its eyes widening. At the same time, Kosus popped his head up, shouting breathlessly, Master, it's here! From the space in front of them, a brilliant blue light shone as the dragon orb materialized in midair. Kaka, flying beside it, cried out in an excited voice, The dragon orb! The dragon orb is right here! Master! A system message appeared, time remaining 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Jinwoo tightened his fists, screaming internally. This light was identical to the aura surrounding the royal seal. There was no mistaking it. This was the dragon orb. The display flickered, time remaining 2 minutes and 23 seconds. He tensed his muscles and dashed forward, knocking Kaka aside. He screamed desperately in his mind, Please! Jinwoo poured all his strength into his legs, pushing off the ground and lunging forward. His arm reached out, passing through the light as the system message flashed. Time remaining 23 seconds. His trembling hand touched the dragon orb. Time remaining 4 seconds. Just as the system displayed, time remaining only 1 second, he anxiously gripped the dragon orb in his hand. Jinwoo had finally seized the item, his body now floating in the air. A blue-white light erupted and Jinwoo decisively snatched the dragon orb and dashed away. A blue light exploded in midair as he held the dragon orb tightly. A notification window popped up. You have obtained the item Dragon Orb. Jinwoo clutched the orb, his voice filled with excitement. I did it! I gave it my all. The dungeon began to shake violently, and a system alert chimed the time limit has expired. Another cold notification appeared. You have failed the dungeon conquest mission. Jinwoo froze. All the hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. The notifications continued. The enraged spirit of the holy dragon will descend. The massive shadows of dragons appeared one by one. Kosus looked up, his face turning pale, his breathing heavy as the enormous dragon approached. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this wave of monsters is an unbeatable game mechanic anyway. With that thought, Jinwoo shouted, Kosus cancel, summon thinking I can't let these precious summoned beasts and slaves die for nothing. Suddenly a cold, deep voice echoed from the void, making Jinwoo freeze. You are audacious? A colossal dragon formed from purple energy materialized, its mouth roaring like a final judgment. A mere mortal dares to dream of seizing the holy dragon's treasure. The arrogant voice continued to echo throughout the purple-tinged space. Consider it an honor to die at my hands. Hearing this, Jinwoo was startled, his body tensing up, his eyes flashing with terror. A massive vortex of dark purple energy like a tornado rushed straight towards him. Jinwoo was sucked into the center of the vortex, quickly trying to resist. In the middle of the swirling sea of energy, he gritted his teeth, sweat rolling down his cheek. This is frustrating. It's been a while since I felt this helpless. But still, at least I got the dragon orb. That's enough. Along with that, a notification appeared. Player Jinwoo has died. The scene changes to the territory of the Lotus Guild. A streak of blue light flashed and Jinwoo appeared, his body still surrounded by residual energy. This is a classic reincarnation trope in action manhwa. After the battle, his two teammates cheered joyfully, "You're finally back?" He appeared amidst the lively scene with a radiant smile and spoke, "Yeah, I've returned." Beside Jinwoo, Kaka also cheered happily. His teammates rushed over. Looking him over from head to toe, one of them suddenly spoke up, "But you're looking really healthy." Jin Sung chuckled and replied, "That's right." He stretched his arms out to his sides, enthusiastically declaring, "I used the death penalty to get a full day's sleep, so now I'm at 100%. The man chuckled at his words. "I'm not even going to ask how long it's been since you last slept." What a beast. Violen tilted her head, teasing him with narrowed eyes. "Are you neglecting Heron because you're too focused on Ian? I heard she's been really worried about you lately." Jin Sung raised a hand, smiling slightly. "Don't worry." The scene flashes back. A memory appears and he says with a bright smile, "I already went on a date with Heron the other day." Back in the present, Jin Sung asks, "But more importantly, what's the status of the Imperial War while I was gone?" Jo-hun replied in a heavy tone, "Not good at all." On the battlefield, the demon faction is slowly gaining the upper hand. The demon faction gained the advantage as soon as players who switched to the demon race joined the fight. And the biggest problem is that ever since Rahan appeared, even the top-ranking players have been falling like flies. Jo-hun added sadly, "Our guild has lost 20 elite members, and even Violen was almost taken down by Rahan." She raised her fist, shouting angrily, "Do you know what that witch said?" A flashback image appears, Rahan holding a greatsword mockingly. "How boring is that all you've got?" Her ice-cold eyes appear, speaking with immense arrogance. "I've lost interest. This isn't fun at all." Back in the present, Jin Sung's teammate roars furiously. It's infuriating Rahan joined the evil side just because she couldn't win as a human. That's right. Even if we lose this war, I'll definitely crush her. He smiled faintly, his voice calm. "Is that so? Well, that confidence of hers is only temporary anyway." Jin Sung looked up with a slight smile. "Because I've brought back the final key to end this war." Over here, Jin Sung stands on a white stone platform with his brother beside him. The round and adorable Pipuji, glowing brightly, appears as Jin Sung says, "Pipuji summon." Jin Sung thinks with excitement. Finally, a mythical grade summoned beast. I must be the first one on the entire server. Jin Sung's face is filled with excitement as he exclaims, "Pipuji, do you know what I brought for you?" It lets out a big yawn and asks curiously, "What is it? Is it food?" "Meatballs, right?" Jin Sung takes out a blue orb of energy and says, "I brought you the dragon orb." Its jaw drops, its eyes shining like stars as it stammers, "Is that really the dragon orb?" He holds the orb up in front of Papuji, the light reflecting on both of their radiant faces. It's so moved that it says softly, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to actually bring it back." Hearing this, Jinsung is taken aback. What? The past of broken promises flashes by with Papuji's complaint. "You always promise me meatballs but never give them to me." It starts to cry, its voice full of blame. Master is just a big liar. He turns away with a sigh. So petty. Still remembering something from so long ago. Forget it. No dragon orb for a summoned beast that doesn't trust its master. Papuji quickly apologizes. "Master, I was wrong." It frantically hugs Jinsung's leg. "I was wrong. Please forgive me this one time. I promise to be more obedient from now on." He thinks to himself coldly, "I need to instill some discipline before it evolves and gets even more out of hand." Jinsung looks down and says, "All right then. Since Papuji knows how to repent, I'll trust you one more time." It immediately bows its head, moved. "Thank you, Master. Even if I become an abyss dragon god, I will still be loyal to you." Seeing this, Jinsung was incredibly satisfied. That's right, that's how a good summoned beast should act. Meanwhile, Kaka thought to himself, he's the very definition of a terrible master. A true tyrant. A moment later, he handed the glowing orb to Papuji, instructing, "Here, take this carefully." A blue system window popped up. "You have used the Dragon Pearl item on the summoned beast Pipuch." The creature raised its two hands to accept it. A blue light formed a massive vortex of energy in the air. The system announced, "All evolution conditions for the summoned beast Pipuji have been met. The evolution process is now beginning." Staring at the massive form slowly materializing within the light, Jinsung was stunned. My god, that's even bigger than Cassius. Just how large is it going to become? Jinsung burst out laughing in excitement. "So this is the Abyss Dragon God. How incredible!" "That's right, a myth-grade dragon should look this majestic." Amidst the blinding light, he shouted with full force, "Go Papuji, become a true dragon god." But then as Papuji appeared, so did a system notification. "A portion of the Dragon Pearl's power has been sealed. The summoned beast Papuji's evolution has failed." Jinsung looked up, his eyes wide with utter shock. "You have received the Dragon Pearl item." He glared and shouted in astonishment, grabbing Kaka and shaking him violently. "What the hell? Why did the evolution fail, Kaka? What's going on?" The creature replied softly, "How should I know? My lord, perhaps Papuji is simply too weak to evolve. I'm not the Kalen Wiki." A deep voice suddenly echoed from the void. "I never expected to find my precious treasure here." Jinsung quickly turned to look behind him, his eyes widening in shock. That voice. The atmosphere grew heavy, as the silhouette of a divine dragon appeared, continuing, "And to think it's in the human realm." The system chimed in, "The soul of the holy dragon has descended." He looked up worried. "Damn it! Why did the holy dragon follow me here? Aren't gods forbidden from interfering in the human realm? Isn't this a violation of sovereignty?" A stream of thoughts raced through his mind. "I risked my life to get that dragon pearl. Even if you are the holy dragon, don't think I'll hand it over easily." He immediately yelled, "Cassius!" A heaven-shaking roar answered his call. The dragon appeared and unleashed a massive stream of fire, a breath of destruction. The dragon god's voice continued to echo. "Do you really think a dragon's power has any effect on a holy dragon?" Then a purple energy barrier materialized, blocking the flames. Jinsung gritted his teeth, standing firm on Cassius's back, his determined voice ringing out, "Is that so? If a dragon's power is useless?" He leaped forward, launching an attack. "Then try this on for size." Jinsung unleashed a powerful torrent of blue lightning. It slammed directly into the holy dragon's purple energy. The voice echoed with arrogance. "Interesting. A mere mortal dares to confront me." Before his eyes, Saito appeared enveloped in a purple aura, his voice dripping with contempt. "You certainly have what it takes to infiltrate the dragon's altar and steal my treasure." Saito raised his hand and twirled it slightly, his gaze fixed on Jinsung with amusement. "Very interesting indeed." He stood still, clasping his hands behind his back and emphasizing, "My most precious treasure is right here." Jinsung looked skeptically at the rambling Saito. Was he really a holy dragon? Or was this just a transformation trick to fool him? This Manhwa review highlights the tension. Jinung raised his weapon frantically, trying to keep his distance. Wait, don't come any closer. He was now breaking out in a cold sweat. Stuttering, he asked again, "Are you truly the holy dragon?" The being raised its hands high, affirming with absolute certainty, "Indeed, I am the holy dragon Sekido." He declared with immense confidence, emphasizing clearly, "No matter how many times you attack, I will remain completely unharmed." Sato leaned close to his face, asserting firmly, "Do not be afraid, human, for I cannot harm you either." Jinung was terrified, gritting his teeth as cold sweat dripped down. He shot to his feet, unable to meet the dragon's gaze in his disbelief. "Easy for you to say you're the one who finished me with a single strike at the dragon altar." But Sato just smiled calmly and explained, "How amusing. That only happened because you were within my domain. This, however, is a different dimension. If I were to touch you, the deity of this place would not spare me." The more Jinung heard, the more confused he became, and he had to ask, "Then why are you here?" The dragon reached his hand forward, his words laced with hidden meaning. "Naturally, to take back what belongs to me." Jinung was now completely paralyzed, able to do nothing but grit his teeth in resignation. "I can't move. Is this also part of his power? Damn it." After all the effort it took to get the dragon orb. "I'm losing it this easily." Sato, on the other hand, was overjoyed to have his precious orb back. "Well now," he exclaimed, his smugness palpable, "I have fulfilled my purpose for coming to this place." But then suddenly Sato held the dragon orb back out towards him. "I've had a change of heart." He had made a different decision, one that would benefit the boy. "Human, I will give you a chance to prove your worth." Now Jinung sat inside, lost in thought, his chin resting on his hand. He couldn't stop thinking, what exactly does he mean by worth? Sato had presented Jinung with a trial? "I mean to see if you are truly worthy of being the master of the dragon orb." Jinung held the orb, still completely baffled. "Then how am I supposed to prove it?" The dragon began to state his demand. "If you can bear the weight of destiny upon your shoulders, then that action itself will be the clearest proof of your worth. I shall return when my assessment is complete." After hearing those words, Jinung's mind went completely blank. What was that all about? He just spouts some cryptic nonsense and then leaves. And what the hell is this weight of destiny anyway? He could have at least given me a clear objective like hunting a certain number of Jinung tried to focus on the immediate task. Whatever, there's no point in overthinking it. There's nothing I can do about that now. Even though I failed to evolve Pipuji, I did manage to get the Imperial Jade Seal. I'll just focus on the Dimensional War for now. He began tapping on the screen, studying it intently. "First, I need to prepare my anti-demon gear." Jinung thought carefully before making his selection. "Let's see. This armor is a bit redundant, but the judgment of the Spirit King is irreplaceable, so I'll keep it." Finally, he slotted the magic stones into place. All right, time to enhance the gear with the remaining magic stones. As everything started coming together, Jinung was ecstatic. Perfect, a complete set of anti-demon gear with maxed out stats. I even managed a pretty decent upgrade on the Transcendent option this time. It's not perfect, but it's the best I can manage for now. All right then, it's time to hunt some demons. Indeed. The battle had begun once more. Lucia hovered in the air, announcing the overall situation. The Dimensional War is tipping in favor of the demon race. Today marks the 22nd day of the war. This battlefield is located right next to the Lotus Guild's territory. She relayed the detailed military announcement. This proximity was likely why the guild members were on special assignment. Despite their determination for today's battle, the guild's numbers had dropped sharply after the last fight. Lucia, however, brought everyone some good news. The human faction, which had been overwhelmed, saw a surprising turning point today. Yan, the #1 summoner on the entire server. She announced the appearance of a key figure who had returned to the Dimensional War after a long absence. Lucia predicted the future of the battle, adding that the top players from the human faction were also present on the battlefield. A fierce battle would decide the outcome of the war. Hearing this, Jinung scratched his head, his expression unhappy. He had heard about it, but seeing the guild's numbers drop so severely with his own eyes was truly shocking. Jo-hun, standing beside him, also voiced his agreement. "That's right?" They began to murmur about the information they just received, clearly frustrated. "We used to pride ourselves on being one of the top 5 guilds on the server, Yet now we're in this state because of one person. He was also incredibly skeptical in his mind. If it were Shran, it would be understandable, but to suffer such heavy losses just from Rahan, a guy who shouldn't even have that level of control. Perhaps the developers are really pouring all their resources into the demon faction. Immediately after, Jinung held out his hand and gave an order. "Johun Violin, you two command the guild members." He steeled himself ready for the confrontation. As for Rahan and his horde of demon vankers, leave them to me. He then called out to Remia. She was standing there and heard him call. She was slightly startled. Yes. The system notification also appeared. The dimensional war is about to begin. Jinung smiled and gave a careful instruction. When the battle starts, follow me. Hearing this, Remia also smiled happily. She slowly moved to walk behind him. All right, the system displayed a countdown timer. The 22nd day of the dimensional war will begin in 10 seconds. Honey then raised his hand looking for instructions. "Yeah, and what about me? What should I do?" But he calmly gave an order without much concern. "Just keep doing what you've been doing. Fight." The countdown began. 10. Rahan stood with his arms crossed, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Yan. He's finally here. The time flew by surprisingly fast. 9876. At this moment, Jinung used the remaining time to prepare. Time to summon. He smiled, waiting for the final seconds to pass. 3-2. Just as the announcement declared the start of the battle, the atmosphere instantly became tense. 1. The 22nd day of the dimensional war has officially begun. Through a monitor, someone was listening to the commentary. The demon faction is determined to win, to solidify its position, while the casters focused on describing the situation. The demon players are attacking frantically. Regardless of their class, they are all charging straight to the front lines. Lucha, finding the match even more interesting, asked for an opinion. There are many opinions that the power balance between the races has been broken. What do you think, Hens? He was also focused on the game and offered his thoughts. It's hard to jump to conclusions. After all, the demon race was only recently released. Hens offered his speculation on the overall situation. The balance in Kalen usually self-corrects over time, even without special patches. In other words, things will eventually stabilize, but people still say it. They concluded their point. The balance of Kalen is always perfect. Jay-chan, casually sipping a soda, scoffed. That's because they achieve balance by grinding the players down. How boring. He had a very deep understanding of the game's structure. In reality, that miraculous balance is largely thanks to the gamers. The explorers, a playstyle that not even the developers could have anticipated. But from another perspective, Jinung was extremely worried and panicked, calling out her name. Remia was completely taken aback as he suddenly grabbed her hand. Jinung's eyes narrowed, emphasizing that it was just one player. He watched Jinung's actions and realized that just one person could shatter the balance they had worked so hard to build. He was so eager pulling her along that she became a little flustered. Jinung had observed Remia carefully and trusted her. "When we were hunting monsters, I noticed you have many great support skills." Remia clung to him, confused about the situation. That's right, but so what? He wanted to leverage her strengths for his own benefit. "Buff me with speed and attack power, and only use your attack skill when Light Beam is on cooldown." Remia trusted him completely and decided to do as he said. Yan's plans always worked out well, so there was no harm in listening. "I understand." Jinung felt his body changing, seizing the opportunity. "Thank you." The system updated Jinung's current status. Movement speed increased thanks to the acceleration skill, and attack power increased. Next, he immediately ordered his mount to jump high. "Hey." Jinung leaped off its back, turning back to give an order, "Take good care of Remia." As she climbed onto Hei's back, unused to it, she worriedly said, "Be gentle." Then he immediately used his power to fly into the sky. Everyone looked up in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. They watched him with great excitement, confident that it was Yan. This overpowered main character was taking back control of the battle. The enemy side saw that Yan has appeared. Liam raised his weapon, looking extremely aggressive. Is he here all by himself? A summoner daring to charge into battle without any summons. What an arrogant fool. He flew higher, aiming for a quick victory. I'll slice you in two. Their clash made this action manhwa battle incredibly tense. Liam was struck and screamed in agony. The system provided another update on our main character's power. The unique skill Thunder God's Art has been activated. Jinung landed on the ground, a wide, eager smile spreading across his face. All right, come here now. Come, my prey. From a distance, Rahan watched the intense fight. When she saw what was happening, her expression changed instantly. Liam was struck down, looking utterly pathetic. His comrades saw this and roared in outrage. That bastard Yan! How dare a weak summoner like him act so high and mighty? They all surrounded Jinung, scheming that if they all attacked at once, even he wouldn't be able to hold out. Let's crush him. One of them raised a sharp spear, preparing to strike first. Die? But our hero showed no fear, not even flinching. That's right, just keep coming at me. They snarled ferociously, baring their fangs. One with glowing, malevolent eyes frowned, observing him closely. But Jinung leaped up and parried the attack with incredible ease. This manhwa recap is getting intense. You switched to the demon race and this is all you've got. So weak. The attackers were gradually becoming stunned, doubting their opponent. How can a summoner be this fast? He advised them while simultaneously attacking with his weapon. You should really find a proper buffer for yourself. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed past Jinung's face, catching him by surprise. Jinung turned to see the sniper and taunted, "You're going to regret missing your chance to hit me." Logan was still dazed and didn't hear clearly. What did you just say? What if I attack you again? System notifications kept popping up, showcasing Jinung's incredible abilities. You have successfully dodged the enemy's attack. This is a classic feature in this kind of action. The transcendent option of the Spirit King's judgment has been activated, reflecting 197,650 lightning damage. The others saw this, and their faces immediately turned pale. What just happened? Yan didn't even lift a finger. Look, the archer was struck by lightning. He looked at the screen in complete shock, realizing it was the transcendent option of the weapon Yan was using. He had disappeared before the battle started, and now he has reappeared. Seeing him now, he couldn't help but be amazed by his new equipment, perfectly prepared for the Great Demon World War. Jinsung raised his hand high to summon his mythical beasts. Vinkus, come forth! He commanded them all to take flight. Annihilate them for me. Phoenix stared forward with a piercing gaze and flapped its wings powerfully. Meanwhile, Kosus breathed out a giant sphere of power. At his command, a fiery tornado swept through everything, unleashing a wide-area attack. Huni was staring intently in one direction, bewildered, as if the kid had noticed the enemy's movement. The number of players on the demon side had suddenly decreased. Are they retreating? Huni's face lit up as he watched. I get it. Then the kid quickly reported the situation to him. Yan is drawing all of them towards him. On the other side, they were furious. He's summoned his monsters. This fool dares to venture deep into the demon faction's territory. They repeatedly rallied each other to counterattack. Does he think he can take on all of us alone and survive crush him? But the more he heard, the more interested Jinsung became. Oh, how scary. I'll play with you for just 10 more minutes. Your turn? Kaka received the order and eagerly joined the battle. Yes, a master. It flew around the area, summoning its skill, demonic somnambulism. The system updated the status on the general notification board. Slave Kaka has activated the unique skill, demonic somnambulism. The system provided a general explanation of this skill. While Eternal Darkness is in effect, the entire party's attack power increases by 5%. The enemies were still looking around in confusion. What is this smoke? The system interrupted again to clarify the function, and all incoming dark-type damage is reduced by 50%. A critical warning also appeared immediately after. Additionally, all hidden enemies within the range will be revealed. Then Jinsung seized the opportunity to summon another monster. Lie summon. Lie, follow me. Slaughter all enemies with less than half HP. As it charged towards the enemy, it replied to him, Yes, master. Rimmer, not wanting to be a burden, acted quickly. Hey, follow your master. She flew up and used her power, a buff skill. The system notification made him joyful. Player Rimir has activated a speed boost skill for the entire party for 15 minutes. The entire party's movement speed increases by 23.5% and attack speed increases by 10%. Jinung could now do everything much faster and was incredibly grateful. Thank you, Rimir. Other notifications popped up one after another. Player Rimir has activated the skill Fire Fury. For 7 minutes, all normal attacks will deal additional fire damage. For 7 minutes, the entire party's attack power increases by an additional 5%. The enemies were getting completely overwhelmed for some reason. Damn it! How is he so fast? What kind of summoner has such insane attack power? He's unstoppable. At this point, the more he fought, the more fired up he got, not forgetting to give credit. That's Rimir for you. Her buff timing is perfect. More congratulatory notifications appeared from the system. You have dealt critical damage to player Big Chiun. Lightning Judgment has been activated. Down below, Rimir was catching her breath. I sighed in relief. After hunting monsters with Yan, I've become very familiar with his attack rhythm. Even though I'm not originally a support specialist, H, who was observing, was also extremely surprised. The player Yan was sweeping through the demon faction's territory with a terrifying offensive momentum. No demon could stop him. Jinung's teammates were also very proud. Yan was doing a great job. He was holding back most of the demon faction's players, causing their formation to fall into disarray. This gave their team even more morale to charge forward and fight. Good entire team advance and keep the pressure on Rahan. Watching from a distance, couldn't understand it. What the hell? Is he using a buff item or something? Our formation was broken just trying to stop that guy. The human faction is starting to push us back. Her eyes bloodshot, she stepped forward and made a decision. This won't do. I'll deal with Yan myself. Rimir remained behind trying to provide support. Jinung gave a satisfied thumbs up, praising her repeatedly. Awesome, I knew I picked the right support. She wasn't happy with that title and angrily reminded him, I'm not a support. I'm a main damage dealer, you know. You're being ridiculous. He turned back before leaving to give some instructions. I've caused enough chaos now, I'm retreating. Use a wide area magic spell to land a powerful blow on the gathered demons. Rimir smiled brightly, turning back with a smug look. I was planning to do that from the start. You don't have to tell me. I'll wipe them all out and won't leave a single one standing, just you watch Yan. Then he quickly turned around and left in a hurry. Let's go, Finn. Jinung, flying high above, observed the entire scene below with great satisfaction. Thanks to breaking the enemy's formation, the tide of battle is turning in our favor. Everyone is controlling the area very well in this Manhwa recap. He clearly noticed a hard-to-fix weakness. Only the mages or demon lords were proving to be a real nuisance. They were constantly bombarding our side with magic to suppress us. Jinung pointed upwards quickly, giving a signal. Finn, fly up to that high rock. Having found the ideal spot, he dismounted and opened his screen. All right, I can observe the entire battlefield from here. Jinung drew his bow, waiting for the right moment. I wonder if my archery skills have gotten rusty. Then he leaped high into the air and fired it excitedly, boasting about the cost. These are mithril arrows, each one costs 1,500 gold. The opponent hit by the arrow grimaced in pain. Where did that arrow come from? Jinung flashed a bright smile, feeling much more confident. It's been a while since I used a bow, but my skills are as sharp as ever. At this moment, Rahan had also arrived, stepping onto the grass. She looked at her pained subordinate with a hint of worry. An arrow that can take down a mage in a single hit. Rahan strained her eyes, looking into the distance where someone else was. Only one person could do this. She swung her sword powerfully, deflecting the arrows. Rahan saw his silhouette standing on the mountaintop. She was absolutely furious, her eyes narrowing in shocked recognition. Yan. Seeing her expression, Jinung could only scratch his head awkwardly. Oh dear. It seems I really made her furious. How scary. Meanwhile, Jo-hun quickly commanded Rahan's army. She's finally here. He ordered everyone to put up a solid defense. Block her. Don't let her overwhelm us like last time. But Rahan was no pushover, counterattacking all by herself. How dare you block my path? Get out of my way. You trash Johun continuously encouraged everyone to hold their ground. We can stop Rahan. She was surprised by the opponent's unified strength. How could this ragtag bunch coordinate so perfectly in such a short time? In such a short amount of time? Damn it! Rahan was unfortunately struck by a flying arrow. You have received critical damage from player Yan's attack. Health decreased by 77,940. She opened her eyes furious and began to curse. Yen, are you playing the role of an archer now? How dare you pull such a cowardly stunt on me? Raihan furiously unleashed her immense power. Stop hiding and shooting arrows like a dirty rat. Come out here, Yan. While she was disoriented, suddenly his voice rang out. I agree. Right after that, he abruptly appeared diving down. Exuding the confidence of an overpowered main character, he issued the challenge. Today we'll finish the fight we started last time once and for all. Rahan ascended a high hill, her aura fierce. Down below, Jinsheng's teammates were incredibly anxious. Yen is battling Rahan. The two are in a direct confrontation, causing the enemy forces to get distracted and turn to watch what those two are fighting. What are we still doing here? We have to go watch now. They gathered nearby to observe the battle. Besides, interfering would only get in their way. Damn, I really want to watch, but we have to hold the front line. Can't we just fight while live streaming it? I absolutely have to watch this battle. Ramia slowly approached, anticipating the final outcome. The two strongest fighters on the battlefield have finally clashed. The outcome of this duel. Huni broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the result would decide the entire tide of the war. For now, all we can do is watch. To kick things off, Rahan was the first to speak, her words dripping with sarcasm. At least this fight will be worth watching. Your entrance was as flashy as always, Yan. But this didn't anger Jinsheng in the slightest. You always start with these pointless provocations. You haven't changed one bit from when you were human. He didn't want to waste any more time on talk. Enough with the trash talk. Let's get to it. When you were human, you couldn't defeat me, so you joined the demon race. Let's see just how much stronger you've become. She immediately flew up and charged forward, aiming for victory. Don't expect any mercy from me this time. But he was no pushover either, retorting. So you think I was using my full power last time? Rahan grew anxious and suspicious, demanding to know what he meant. So you have dual swords now? She declared, first before quickly charging straight in. Today we will settle all our scores. The two clashed intensely like fire and water, their weapons colliding with terrifying force. The burst of power that erupted from the impact worried everyone watching. What a violent collision! Lucia also appeared, broadcasting live and providing commentary. The two strongest players on the battlefield have finally clashed. Ian and Rahan are locked in a fierce duel. The announcer's voice echoed through the channels. This is a classic action manhwa showdown. The outcome of this fight will decide the winner of the dimensional war. He was unfortunately knocked back by a surprise attack. A sphere of energy appeared between them, surprising them both. Ian stepped back a bit, laughing loudly with praise. Not bad. You've learned a few new tricks, haven't you? Rahan now stood solemnly focused on the fight. Enough, don't think you can be arrogant for long. It's time to get serious. He gritted his teeth, trying to focus his observation. Damn it, she's stronger than I thought. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance, kicking up dust and smoke. Rahan unexpectedly appeared behind Ian. Luckily, he reacted just in time to turn and parry the attack. Rahan was knocked back, calling out his name with hatred, Ian. He struggled to hold his ground against the assault. Damn it, Jinung was worried, knowing full well his opponent's true strength. They were both on the same level, but the bonus stats from the demon race gave Rahan superior physical strength. He couldn't hide his concern. Moreover, that insane speed was the real problem. Jinung tried to dodge her attacks while searching for a way to stand his ground. She's even faster than me when I'm riding hay. At this speed, no matter how I attack, I'll never be able to hit her. Rahan's speed was truly monstrous. His body was now covered in gray dust. Luckily, my magic resistance stat is high enough to block those attacks. From a distance, she quickly realized the problem. So you've increased your magic resistance? It seems you've prepared thoroughly to fight a demon. Rahan displayed an air of extreme confidence. But even so, you'll still be crushed by my hand. He also felt that he was clearly the underdog. That's right. With my current speed and reflexes, I can only manage to block and hold on. Jinung turned, trying to find the right opportunity, but a chance to counterattack will surely come. Rahan at this point was still a bit wary of her opponent. His magic resistance is higher than I thought. No matter how many normal attacks I land, I can't take him down with critical damage. She put one hand on her hip. To land a decisive blow, I have to use my strongest skill to finish him off instantly. Rahan held her two large swords, waiting for the perfect moment. Jinung, our overpowered main character, had already figured out her next move. Here it comes, her violent demon slash skill. I've never underestimated Rahan, not for a single second. I've analyzed everything from the way she hunts monsters to her development progress and the skills she acquired upon becoming a demon. He had spent a great deal of time researching it for this moment of revenge. Violent Demon Slash is a destructive skill with a single hit damage coefficient of 300%. With Rahan's proficiency, this coefficient could exceed 400%, meaning the damage would be at least 600,000 to 700,000. At this, Jinung smirked in anticipation. And what does that mean? If I take a direct hit, I'll die instantly. Johan was also extremely worried when he saw the problem. Shouting Ian's name, Fiolan clutched her head, not daring to imagine the worst. No, he can't possibly dodge it in time now. At that moment, Jinung observed carefully, analyzing the situation. She has seized the initiative. No matter which way I move, I can't avoid the violent demon slash. But suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. I remember something I read in a strategy book. It posed a question: when you're forced to the edge of a sheer cliff, with no way to climb back up, how do you survive? Jinung braced himself and looked down. The answer was right there. Immediately he turned around and ran straight towards his opponent, taking another step off the cliff's edge. Rahan was still extremely confident in her own abilities. Is he planning to counterattack instead of dodging? Resistance is futile. One slash is all it takes to end you. She looked at him, feeling absolutely certain. Even if you attack me, a summoner's skills don't have enough damage to take me down. Just then, Jinung's eyes widened as he observed locking onto his target. He was focusing on one specific part of Rahan. The two charged at each other fiercely. At that moment, Jinung successfully landed a hit on her. Rahan couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened as she stammered, "Impossible." Then Rahan was the one who began to fall and collapsed. Rahan's teammates looked on, stunned and worried, while Jinung's face showed a satisfied smile. The surrounding area was engulfed by the explosion. Ramir covered her gaping mouth in shock. Lucia and Hens couldn't believe what was happening before their very eyes. A thick gray smoke covered everyone's view. Rahan's figure slowly emerged from behind the smoke. She gradually collapsed to the ground, sprawling out on the dirt. Everyone who witnessed this scene began to murmur in excitement. Rahan is down. The strongest demon has been defeated. Lucia turned her head, her face still showing utter disbelief as she stammered. Does that mean the player Jan? The smoke slowly cleared, revealing the astonished faces of the crowd. Ramia was still standing intently, watching the whole scene. A face faintly appeared through the smoke. A familiar spear was planted firmly into the ground. Jinung's gauntlet was covered in dirt and mud. His teammates were waiting with bated breath. The reporter's voice rang out, declaring the victory. Summoner Yan, the last one standing, is Summoner Yan. Jinung himself was surprised by his victory. That was a close call. Seeing this, his teammates were filled with pride. That's our Yan. I knew you could do it. How did you possibly survive a direct hit from that brutal demonic slash? He even defeated Rahan in a one-on-one duel without summoning any beasts. Jinung wiped some dirt from his face, his joy growing. It's a good thing I calculated her maximum damage beforehand, otherwise we both might have gone down together. It was definitely the right decision to prepare magic resistance gear. Then he immediately rushed forward, calling out to everyone. It's time to collect the spoils of this action manhwa battle. After all that effort, the system immediately sent the items to Jinung. You have received loot from Dark Rahan. A series of items were transferred to him. You have received a legendary grade item, the Phantom Cloak. You have received a hero grade item, the Great Sword of Kalinphus. Jinung accepted them, his eyes sparkling with joy. Oh my god, 2 legendary items. I wonder how many players Rahan had to kill to gather all this amazing gear. At this, she was naturally filled with rage. No, my legendary items. Behind her, cheers of his name echoed continuously. Jinung seemed very excited, thinking of putting on a show. Should I give the fans a little something extra? He then turned around, raised his spear high, and shouted, "Everyone, I have defeated Rahan, the strongest power in the demon realm." Jinung felt as if he had finally achieved his revenge. All the humiliation and losses we have endured for so long. He felt that he had brought back their glory, ending the cold treatment the human faction had to endure. While the Federation openly favored the demon realm, Jinung pointed directly at the enemy and declared, "Today we will reclaim our justice and honor." At that moment, Hun raised his weapon and called out to everyone, "Lotus Guild, follow Yan." They all shouted the slogan in unison, charging forward to fight and claim victory. Today we will retake at least 2 territories. The others couldn't stop talking about this resounding victory. Yan is truly extraordinary. He took down Rahan and completely turned the tide of the war. Hasn't this war been going on for a whole month? Yet as soon as Yan appeared, boom, Rahan. The ruler of the battlefield fell in a single blow, but to be honest, there's something very unusual about it, isn't there? A summoner winning against a magic swordsman in a close-quarters duel? That's a truly overpowered main character, without needing a summoned beast. The news was constantly reporting, raising questions in the community about how Yan could have survived Rahan's brutal magic resistance. Even if you gathered all the magic resistance gear currently in the game, you still wouldn't reach 50%. A summoner surviving that explosion was in theory impossible. In the end, the broadcast stations came to their final conclusion. What was the conclusion? That Yan was either a hacker or a top-secret player working for the Federation. He was a pawn planted by the Federation to steer the game at critical moments. That's my take on it. Jinung watched the news about himself and sheepishly scratched his head. Being called a professional hacker was the highest compliment a gamer could receive. The others saw this and sighed helplessly. Here we go again. Hun couldn't take it anymore and decided to speak up. He slammed his hand on the table. "All right, you're amazing, and you defeated Rahan, but let's focus on the meeting now. After the human realm's victory on the central continent, we've reclaimed 2 large territories. Thanks to that, the situation on the central continent is much less tense." Violin emphasized their next plan. The next step is to join the war on the northern continent. He turned, seeing the impossibility of it, and made a prediction. But if we advance to the north, Rahan will return to the central continent and the tables will turn instantly. But suddenly Jinung pounded his chest, declaring with certainty, "No. She won't appear on the central continent anymore, I guarantee it." Hun turned to him, sweating and looking apprehensive. "How can you be so sure? You have your own move planned, don't you?" "Because I'll be on the northern continent." Hearing that he was at a loss for words. "Right, of course, this guy is truly addicted to this game." Jinung continued with a smug, self-satisfied look. "Think about it, this is Rahan, the one who calls herself the strongest in Kalen, and she lost to me. Do you think she's just going to leave me alone?" Hun listened for a moment and was finally convinced. That makes sense. He propped up his chin, his eyes showing immense confidence. "Just you wait, as soon as her penalty time is over, she'll immediately come looking for me to get her revenge." In another world, as night was falling in the demon realm's 100th district, the city of Wrath, a bolt of red lightning struck the ground, terrifying everyone. Rahan landed with a face contorted in fury. Veins bulged on her face, as she frustratingly realized the truth. So he's still not dead. She walked down the street, unable to accept her defeat. I let my guard down. I should have known he'd have a trump card. For instance, that skill that reflects extremely powerful single-target damage, the brutal magic slash, and that absurdly overpowered weapon. Suddenly, Rahan stopped in her tracks. An aura of power erupted from her, terrifying everyone nearby. She was looking for any way to vent the rage in her heart. But it was all because I was overconfident. Next time, Rahan closed her eyes tightly, taking a deep breath to calm herself. There will be no more mistakes. She stood on a high wall, confident in her own strength. One thing is certain, he can't keep up with my speed. No matter how powerful his attacks are, they're useless if they don't hit their target. Rayan's eyes narrowed as she made her final decision to get revenge on Yan. He ran off to the northern continent, didn't he? Then I'll follow. She opened a teleportation circle, her heart filled with determination. I will hunt him to the very end and crush him. I must become the strongest in Kylan. At this time, Jinung and his comrades were already waiting on the other side. As soon as Hui spotted him, but her face was already blushing as she approached. Ian, you're finally here. He leaned in close happily, asking about her situation. You must have gone through a lot. I heard you had to fight alone on the northern continent while we were away. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't hesitate to share her hardships. That's right, we were short on top-tier players, so it was really tough. See Hui's face paled as she remembered the dark moments. There were times I thought it was all over, especially when even Hun was defeated. Hearing this, he felt a pang of guilt and regret. I'm sorry we had our reasons and couldn't come sooner. She turned back, worried about the worst-case scenario. We're very grateful that you came to help, but will it be okay? What if Rahan appears on the central continent? But Ian was extremely confident, offering some reassuring words. Don't worry, that won't happen. Hui, get ready. He sat on a cliff edge, waiting with an air of absolute confidence. As long as I'm here. This battle will end with a victory for the human realm. Suddenly, a giant rhinoceros appeared in the distance. This Manhwa review just got more exciting. Ian quickly leaped up swiftly, commanding the formation. Block it, don't let it get past. Ian slammed his spear into the ground. His expression bright, but he was unfortunately blown away by its immense power. Suddenly, a voice from the other side rang out confidently. Ian is in the north. Victory will be ours. The enemy forces had gathered here. Seeing him, they were stunned. Damn it, he was supposed to be stuck on the central continent. Why is he in the north? Damn it, what do we do now? Rahan isn't even here. The cowards didn't think twice. They immediately turned to flee. I'm sick of the death penalty, let's retreat. But suddenly a weapon flew towards them in a surprise attack. The others who saw it were terrified. Rahan appeared behind them with a vicious look. Her revenge was about to begin. She immediately commanded the formation. You weaklings with this attitude will never win the war, everyone hold your position. She narrowed her eyes with hatred, determined to get her revenge, and I will handle Ian. Rahan dashed forward at incredible speed, swinging her sword. Ian was slightly surprised by this, and as he turned his head, he gave a mysterious toothy grin, showing no fear at all. It's her. Suddenly someone shouted her name, Hui. Ian realized the situation was serious and spoke up. A warning sound went off. Everyone fell back. Luckily, he turned just in time to block the attack. Rahan's eyes burned with hatred as she aggressively roared, Yan. He remained perfectly calm, a knowing smile on his face. I knew you would be back. It is time for a rematch. Fiolin emphasized their next plan. Jin Sung unleashed a strike that forced the two apart. Rahan was knocked back, still unable to understand what was happening. She had clearly launched a surprise attack, yet he was completely unfazed. She looked at the man before her, breaking into a cold sweat of suspicion. Does this guy really think he can beat me anywhere with pure skill alone? If that is true, then he was not running to the north. It was then that Rahan was stunned to realize the truth of the matter. He was intentionally luring her to the northern continent as part of his revenge. Jin Sung, meanwhile, maintained his initial carefree demeanor. You are here sooner than I thought. Did you get a good rest? Realizing this, she regained her composure and focused. If that is true, then this is a trap, but it does not matter. I have rested very well. I do not know what you have to be so cocky about. Then Rahan seized the opportunity, sword in hand, and charged forward. This time it is your turn. To rest, the two clashed in an incredibly tense battle. The others watching from the sidelines murmured excitedly, just as expected. It is another fierce battle. We should not interfere. We will only get in their way. We cannot let the broadcast be ruined. Suddenly a small vial flew straight towards him, and then it suddenly exploded, spraying smoke and dust everywhere. Jin Sung stared at the object before him, completely bewildered. What is this? It does not deal any damage or cause any debuffs. Just then, Rahan immediately explained clearly, that is Heavenly Scent, an item that allows me to locate you no matter where you hide. Her entire body radiated a murderous aura as she declared decisively, I will find and kill you again and again. At least 25 times within 30 days. The opposing side saw this and cheered enthusiastically. That is Rahan's kill order. Now Yan has nowhere to run in the human world. Jin-sung, however, just smiled brightly, showing the confidence of an overpowered main character. Fine by me. That makes things easier now I do not have to look for you anymore. He also decisively made a counter-declaration. In that case, I will kill you 29 more times in the next 30 days. Even if you get on your knees and cry and beg for mercy, I will not listen. Fiolan turned back and quickly helped by commanding the formation. Hold the line. Do not let them surround us. She tried to contain the battle, feeling extremely anxious. Yan is keeping her occupied, so the situation is much less tense. I wonder if he is okay. In the sky, the fight grew even more intense. A classic scene from a great action manhwa. Rahan created clones of her, intending to launch a surprise attack. Let us see if you can block this. Phelan felt dizzy just watching the movement, worrying that speed is terrifying. There is no way he can react in time. She immediately wanted to call for backup. We have to help Yan now. Johan turned back in alarm and stated clearly, no, there is no need. He gave a bright smile full of trust in his comrade. Can you not see how confident Yan is? He must have anticipated everything. Johan had high expectations for Jin-sung's true abilities. Just trust him and watch. At that moment, he reacted swiftly, summoning a howl. Seeing this, she scoffed, her expression full of contempt for her opponent. You think you can catch me by riding a summoned beast? But he had no intention of doing that. Who said I was going to ride it, Guardian of the Wind? He raised his hand high to receive the stream of power flying towards him. Buff me! The system immediately displayed a notification about Jin-sung's action. The summoned beast Hylie has activated its unique skill, Guardian of the Wind. For the next 2 minutes, all stats, attack, defense, and willpower will be converted into agility. Witnessing this, Rahan was momentarily surprised. Is he using a skill meant to buff his summon on himself? Wanting to seize this perfect opportunity, she leaped up, drawing her weapon. I have to strike before the effect activates. But before she could do anything, Jin-sung too slow. Rahan was hit, and only then did she realize it in utter shock. He matched my speed. Seeing her fall to the ground, he emphasized with growing interest, the buff lasts for 2 minutes. Rahan immediately regained her composure and flew up, her expression filled with determination. I will defeat you within that time. But suddenly her face twisted in frustration. Damn it! Rahan completely lost control, dropping her 2 swords. You have received critical damage from the human realm player Yan. Provoked even further, she angrily picked up her swords and charged, You bastard! But Sung's attitude was the complete opposite, utterly carefree. Is this all you've got? The system then announced the result. You have received damage from the demon realm player Rahan. Health reduced by 1,598. Seeing the notification, Rahan was instantly indignant. What is this? Why is the damage so low? Jin-sung's attitude was completely relaxed, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. She couldn't comprehend her opponent's strategy. Just how high has this overpowered main character raised his magic resistance? That's when this is why I can take a hit. If you're jealous, open your wallet and upgrade. But Rahan was determined not to lose this battle. You think I'll just stand here and take it? At that moment, she sensed a surprise attack and saw his summoned beast right behind her. Rahan then taunted him to provoke a reaction, using a summon in a one-on-one duel, you coward. But of course, Jin-sung didn't care, retorting, so what? He then seized the opportunity in this action manhwa to charge forward, swinging his spear. Take another day off. Thunder cracked and a blinding light filled only 27 more times to go. Meanwhile, Lucia was live-streaming a report on the dimensional war in the northern continent. In another surprising result for this manhwa recap, the summoner Yan has once again defeated Rahan in a solo match and led humanity to victory. She was at that moment completely captivated, admiring his talent. Yan is truly extraordinary. To defeat the #1 player Rahan twice. Hen, standing beside her, noticed her over-the-top excitement and tried to signal her. Yes, it's truly astonishing. He added with admiration, providing more details. Not only did he defeat Rahan, the top player of the demon realm, but he also turned the tide of a war that was heavily skewed in the demon's favor. Lucia turned her head back, a smug look on her face, and whispered, taking credit for herself. Thanks to my efforts, Yan's equipment is becoming more and more optimized to deal with Demon Realm players. She revealed more about the secret behind Jin Sung's gear. As a result, magic resistance items have become fiercely contested items at auctions. At the auction, the auctioneer continuously brought out items like helmets that added 10% magic resistance. Buyers eagerly and continuously placed their bids. The starting price was 100 million, then 120 million, 150 million, 200 million. She was giving an update on the difficult situation at the time, a fitting end to this part of the Manhwa review. Not only magic resistance items, but also magic penetration equipment skyrocketed in price to the point where even major guilds struggled to afford them. Just then, Jin seized the opportunity. I knew this would happen, so I stockpiled magic resistance items early on. I wonder just how much profit this investment will bring. Kaka, standing behind him, had to sheepishly and quietly remark, Master is truly a schemer. He looked at the treasures in his hand and thought, if things keep going like this, I'm afraid I'll never get a chance to use the Royal Seal or the Dragon Pearl. But he couldn't get complacent. The war wasn't over yet. He frowned, wanting to find the answer soon. He was certain he knew how to use the Royal Seal, but the Dragon Pearl was still a complete mystery. And as for that holy dragon, what exactly are his conditions? Oh well, the outcome will become clear before the war ends. For now, I just need to focus on victory. Lucia turned back to the screen, continuing the broadcast. In any case, with equipment designed to counter the demon realm becoming more widespread, the balance of the battle is gradually stabilizing, isn't it? H also chimed in enthusiastically. That's right there. Used to be many complaints that the game was too biased towards the demon realm. But once again, he stressed the most crucial point. The Federation's balance has always been perfect, just as public opinion assessed. Jay Chan was in the company's meeting room presenting a report. Currently, there is a major obstacle in balancing the battle in Kylan. If a solution isn't found soon, everything will collapse. His face darkened at this. He questioned the planning team leader, Kim Enon, further on the issue. Do you mean the balance between the two factions was established before the Royal Seal was unsealed? Hearing this, Jay Chan emphasized and confirmed it once more. That's right, team leader, looking at the current situation. The human realm is gradually overpowering the demon realm. Jay Chan corrected the information one more time. It's not because the human realm is stronger, but because they are fighting from an advantageous position. Once the front line is pushed to a certain point, I believe the war will balance itself out. Jay Chan didn't stop there and posed a hypothesis. So what if the player Ian, our overpowered main character, opens the Royal Seal? He had already considered the scenarios that would occur in that case. When the Royal Seal is unsealed, one of the dimensional gates will be destroyed to stop the army of the Holy Wheel King. At least a few lesser demon god-level entities must appear. According to the plan in the final wave, each gate will be guarded by a demon god. Jay Chan bluntly stated the outcome of this plan. The demon realm will be completely unable to stop the Holy Wheel King's army. In other words, all of our long-laid plans will go to waste. He once again stressed the true gravity of the situation, all because of a single player. Hearing this, Kim Enon's arm began to tremble uncontrollably. Is there no other way to resolve this? If anyone has an idea, speak up. At that moment, Jay Chan immediately offered his own thoughts. I believe there is only one way to resolve the current situation. The scene shifts to the demon realm at night. The scene was desolate. Rahan floated in midair, surrounded by powerful arcs of blazing red lightning. Her eyes were rolled back, a terrifying sight. After a moment, Rahan landed on the ground, clutching her forehead as she exhaled. Suddenly, she screamed, "So that's how it is! That bastard Ian? No wonder he's always so arrogant." Rahan recalled Jin Sung's image and screamed again. He's completely decked out in demon resistance gear. He only knows how to rely on items. Does he really think having good equipment makes him a top player? Don't think you're the only one with the money to buy that stuff. Fine. If you can do it, so can I. Rahan gathered her power and items materialized in the air, enveloped in a red aura. She clenched the energy in her hand, her voice firm. Even if you flee to the ends of hell, I will hunt you down for my revenge. Elsewhere, Jay Chan and Ui Hyun were talking. He leaned his head back. Tisk, you fool. I told you to do the mission, not to cause more trouble. Jay Chan retorted, what I just followed my orders and reported back. Recalling Jay Chan's words, have the system send a prophecy to the Demon King's temple that's the best solution. As everyone had agreed, Wee Hyun casually sipped his coffee and said, that's right, Kalen is run by an AI. In a world where everything is controlled by the system, we must avoid direct intervention or arbitrarily creating entities. He continued, if administrators interfere in Kalen, a virtual world promised to be more real than reality, the immersion will be ruined and complaints will flood in. Then he imagined himself as a saint, his two hands. Lightning flashed as a voice boomed, hello, this is the general manager of Kalen. A few patches will be implemented soon. We hope everyone looks forward to them. The others looked on with weary expressions. Dechan replied with a bright smile, so we'll intervene in a suitable way. Through a prophecy. It's a prophecy sent to the Demon King's shrine to urge even the demon tribes who haven't joined the war to get involved. Thinking about the demons, Ian continued, that way, the mid-tier demons and demon kings who are currently staying out of it will be forced to join the war. Ui Han pointed at him. Then even if the gods summon their armies, the demon side won't be easily overwhelmed. You've really thought this through, haven't you? Dai Chan replied with a broad smile. I don't want this large-scale world event to end meaninglessly. We can't let such a grand spectacle fizzle out so quickly. Ui Han frowned, his tone slightly teasing. But it seems you still don't have a way to handle the problem with Ian and the Dragon Pearl, do you? Or is it that you don't want to touch Ian? Are you a huge fan? He gave a faint smile, his voice firm. Ian's situation is beyond our control. Recalling the image of Sato J. Trang said loudly, ever since that player exploited a bug, the administrator shouldn't intervene directly. Now everything depends on the NPC. How will the Holy Dragon Sato act? Sung Min said, but we can't even interfere with that. Whether or not Sato acknowledges the master of the Dragon Pearl is part of the main scenario, it can't be changed. Ui Han closed his eyes and replied leisurely, in other words, we can only wait and see how the meta plays out. And because of that, we'll have to work overtime until this project is over. It was a battle between demons just like any other. This action manhwa recap shifts to Rahan and Jin Sung, locked in a fierce battle. Rahan launched an attack, but he swiftly dodged it. Rahan frowned and shouted loudly, you fool! Do you think fancy gear can replace actual skill? Today I'll show you what real skill looks like, Jin Sung questioned in a sharp voice. You dare to attack again right after resurrecting. He found it impressive, but thought to himself, I can't believe she tracked me down so quickly. Thin Hung is quite effective after all. Jin Sung swung a powerful blow at Rahan. All right, let's see what you've got. But in an instant, Rahan was already behind him. She moved through the air with dizzying speed. Jin Sung stood there lost in thought. It looks like she's equipped with some heavy-duty demon-piercing resistance gear. The damage this time is much more significant than before. He whipped around with a smirk, his voice dripping with contempt. You're terrible at using your own equipment. Then with a single decisive strike, Jinung slashed straight at Rahan. The blow landed and she winced in pain. Clutching her chest with a horrified expression, she thought to herself, how did he hit me when I was moving so fast? Rahan yelled. That was just a lucky shot. With that, she furiously charged at Jinung to attack. He stood his ground completely unfazed. The moment Rahan got close, he swiftly blocked her, his voice mocking, too slow. Rahan was thrown backwards, screaming in disbelief. What the hell is this? Jinung with a gleeful expression said, You've already shown your hand. You're fast, I'll give you that. He then moved towards Rahan at a blinding speed, leaving brilliant streaks of light in his wake as he yelled, But that's all you've got. Your attacks and movements are way too predictable. What's the point of a speed buff if you fight like that? Such a waste. As he finished speaking, blood splattered through the air. In that very moment, Jinung had landed a clean strike right through Rahan's chest. He whispered in her ear, You can't even control your own movements in my presence. The atmosphere grew more terrifying than ever. Jinung forcefully yanked his spear free as Rahan's eyes turned completely white, filled with agony. You arrogant fool! Immediately after, a ground-shaking explosion erupted violently. Jinung shouted, One more thing. You said my power comes only from my equipment, right? Hearing this, her eyes widened and she broke out in a cold sweat, her face filled with astonishment. Jinung stood majestically, surrounded by golden lightning, and spoke in a mocking tone. Equipment is a part of one's skill set, you fool. You're a long way from catching up. Rahan's eyes widened in disbelief. She wondered, equipment is part of your skills. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, powerful bolts of lightning pierced through Rahan's body and she screamed in pain. The entire area was now bathed in a brilliant crimson light. Rahan stomped her foot hard on the ground, shouting in fury, "You bastard! You dare say my control isn't good enough? Equipment is a skill. How arrogant." The scene fell silent. Rahan stood there, covering her face, lost in thought. Calm down. Think this through. She had to admit she could hardly beat Jinung in a one-on-one fight right now. Suddenly, as if remembering something, her eyes shot open. But I have a duty to lead the demon world to victory in the dimensional war. A wisp of pink smoke drifted past. Rahan muttered, "He's nearby." Thinking about her desperate struggle, she told herself, "First, I'll hunt as much prey as possible." A footstep sounded along with a voice. What was that? It was Jinung. He looked directly at Rahan and asked, "Aren't you tired of losing 3 times in a row yet?" But Rahan, with a distant gaze, replied casually, "No, I didn't come here for you." Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. "After 3 failures, I've finally understood. It's a shame I can't beat you in a duel." Jinung's expression was one of helplessness. To be so blunt about it is a bit... Thinking of the other players, Rahan's voice became firm. "There's still plenty of delicious prey for me to hunt. The more champions I defeat, the closer I bring the demon world to victory." Jinung scoffed. "Fighting to win the war instead of for revenge against me? How touching." He then pointed his spear at Rahan. "But you don't actually think I'll just stand by and watch, do you? If we want to win the dimensional war, we both have to fight, right?" She clenched her fists, her eyes rolling back in her head, her tone full of defiance. "But keeping you busy here benefits the demon world. And have you forgotten? I can track you anywhere thanks to my heavenly scent." Suddenly, Rahan lunged. "So I'll always know when you're on my tail." In that instant, the space warped and lightning bolts shot out one after another. Rahan had quickly used a teleportation stone. She sat down in a corner, closing her eyes wearily. If I had used that teleportation stone a second later, I would be dead for the 4th time. But Rahan screamed in frustration. "What now, Jinung? The spatial gate to the demon world is closed. You can't follow me here." Rahan's scream echoed all the way to where Jinung was standing. "You will never kill me again." He gave a triumphant smile. "You plan on running away like that? But what's the point? I have a way to open a gate to the demon world that you know nothing about." Suddenly, where Rahan was, a blinding blue light appeared, shattering the silence of the space. She broke into a cold sweat, her eyes wide with shock. "What did you say?" From within the light, Jinung emerged with a twisted grin. "Where do you think you're going?" Rahan collapsed to the ground, her face a mask of absolute terror. "No!" He advanced on her, the glowing tip of his spear aimed right at her. His voice ringing out, "What do you mean, no? Come here, I'll finish you myself." Rahan broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it, wondering how on earth he could have invaded the demon realm. Wait, he should be leading the human faction right now. Did he really come this far just to hunt down one person? Meanwhile, Jinung gripped his azure spear, a terrifying smile on his face. With a single powerful throw, the azure spear pinned Rahan straight through the chest. She was thrown backward, looking to be in immense pain. Rahan could only think to herself that he was a complete madman. She was pinned down by the tip of Jinung's spear, lying motionless in agony. He sat majestically and declared, "Rahan, there's one thing you don't know about me." Jinung's hand tightened on his spear, his face dark as he spoke. "I'm more obsessed with this game than you can possibly imagine." Elsewhere, Hens mentioned that the War of the Void seemed to be dragging on endlessly. It had now entered its final week. Lucia responded enthusiastically at that moment. Both the human and demon factions were still locked in a fierce back-and-forth battle. Suddenly, Lucia asked, "Come to think of it, haven't there been some changes in the war recently?" Hens replied, "That's right. And that's exactly what has brought the war to a stalemate," he added with a cheerful expression. "The reason is that the 2 strongest players, Ian and Rahan, have both vanished from the battlefield." Without the two strongest players, neither side can gain an advantage. Lucia wondered, are they planning to stay out of the fight until the very end? The scene shifts to where Huni and Rune are talking. The young boy suddenly asks Rune, what's Yan doing? I haven't seen him around at all, Johan said in a firm voice. The only reason we can fight without fearing Rahan is because Yan must be keeping her busy in the demon realm, a true, overpowered main character. Back in the town, the quiet night sky was suddenly disturbed by Rahan. This action manhwa is about to get intense. She screamed as she ran. You bastard, how long are you going to keep hunting me down? But Jinung couldn't care less. Riding on the back of a beast he had just summoned, he declared loudly, who knows? Maybe I'll play with you until the War of the Void is over. Rayhan glanced back as she ran frantically, her voice filled with panic. You psycho! Have you lost your mind? This is the 6th time. Just as she finished speaking, she was pierced from behind through the chest by Jinung's spear. Rayhan could only let out a pained cry while he wore a triumphant expression as if he had just achieved a great victory. This is the kind of revenge story our manhwa review tick. Once again, Rayhan floated in midair, her body enveloped by bolts of energy. The scene dyed a brilliant red. This is the reincarnation part of our manhwa glowing brightly. After a moment, Rahan dazedly wondered, Yan? He's not here, is he? Jinung's voice came from behind her. Sorry to disappoint you, Rahan. He added, I was waiting for you to come back, but if you want to run, that's fine too. Jinung's expression was now truly terrifying. Rahan dropped to the ground, waving her hands. Wait, hold on, he asked coldly. What is there to wait for? Jinung gripped his spear, resting it on his shoulder with a defiant posture. Oh, you want to write a will? Fine. I'll wait. But inside she was thinking, I've already died 6 times. My level has dropped by 21. One more death, and I'll lose everything. She was utterly terrified, her face pale as she hastily tried to stop him. Can we just stop here? The War of the Void only has a few days left. Rahan didn't stop there, adding, you don't want to be stuck here forever either, right? How about we pause this meaningless fight until the war is over? Jinung was slightly stunned to hear that. He pointed his finger, asking in a hurried tone, you want to become the hero who ends the war? Right. He brought a hand to his mouth, speaking in a raspy voice. That's right. Returning to the battlefield is better than fighting with you here. In every respect, that's the best choice. Rahan heard this and sighed in relief, a wise decision. If you return to the war, I promise I won't attack you again. But suddenly the spear was right at Rahan's neck, making her jump in terror. Jinung, with a gleeful face, held the spear and said, but it seems you're still hesitating, so I'll just kill you one more time and figure things out later. It's going to hurt a little. Rahan screamed miserably, no, but nothing happened. She was scared out of her wits, left cowering pitifully. Leaving Rahan huddled in a dark corner behind him, Jinung tossed a sparkling blue crystal in his hand, thinking that if he tormented her to this extent, she definitely wouldn't dare return to the battlefield. There wasn't much time before the gate opened, so he had to use a high-grade teleportation stone. He leaped high into the air, his body enveloped in a blue light laced with lightning. While hunting Rahan, he also took the opportunity to gather information about the dimensional war for this manhwa recap. The scene shifts back to Jinung sitting in front of where players were gathering. As the end of the war approached, the fighting became more and more fierce. As a result, players from both factions who had been quiet while he and Rahan were absent were now flooding into the battlefield. Next was an image of a person standing, an announcement for the new contribution rankings for both factions. And that wasn't all. They had just announced a new system, special titles for those with outstanding achievements. Its purpose was to stimulate the player's competitive spirit to the absolute limit. He was stunned to learn that the title for the #1 rank on the human side was Dimensional Guardian. An information panel appeared with some pretty impressive numbers. That reward quickly became the topic of discussion among the players. The community was buzzing about this reward. Most thought the options were rather mediocre. Hey, have you seen the first place reward? The options are pretty insane, right? Yeah, but I wish they were more combat-oriented. I'm not sure if it's worth fighting for the top spot. Jin-sung covered his face and let out a mischievous smile. Our overpowered main character had already calculated everything. But if one knew how to utilize options 1 and 3 of the title, their combat power would skyrocket to an unimaginable degree. It was even better if he was the only one who, seeing this, Casa could only think helplessly, "Oh no, Master is plotting something again." But not long after, he closed his eyes and sighed, opening the system panel. But currently, his contribution rank was only 1,220. I wasted too much time on my revenge against Rahan. If I want to climb to number 1, I have to start grinding hard. Casa asked with a doubtful look. What is your plan now, Master? Are you going to rejoin your allies from the human faction? Jin-sung calmly replied, and it asked curiously, "Huh? Why not?" He thought about the image of himself standing over a defeated monster because of the contribution sharing. If I achieve a great feat in this action manhwa's dimensional war, the scene shows other players getting items. The points will be split evenly among all participants. If there were more points, I might consider it. He added decisively, but there's no time now, so I'm forced to fight alone. Since I've already taken Rahan out of the fight, everyone should be fine without me. A moment later, both Seiza and Yan-kun arrived. Jin-sung greeted them cheerfully. There you are, my loyal subordinates. Seiza and Yan-kun. Seiza had a bored expression on his face lightly, with a blaming tone. Master, you abandoned your subordinate, and now you're acting so casually. Are you playing the hero protecting the weak again? Jin-sung calmly replied. No, this time it's different. His voice was firm. From now on, we're going to wreak havoc on the front lines. Hearing this, Zera was stunned with his eyes wide open. Then he clenched his fists in delight. Finally, an order that I like. It's been a while since I've had a real fight. He stood behind with his arms crossed. In the battles today and tomorrow, stick close and protect me. He frowned, unable to believe what he just heard, and let out a grunt. Now Jin-sung was pushing Zera forward like a shield to block the incoming arrows. In other words, be my shield. Zera immediately shouted in anger. Are you kidding me? Doing that will make the battle even more boring. How can you? My master even survived without me, and you give an order like this. But Jin-sung calmly replied, this way I can focus on fighting more effectively. He raised his hand, summoning a helmet. I knew you wouldn't like it, so I prepared a special reward. Zera excitedly took the gleaming helmet, unable to contain his joy as he exclaimed, This is it! Where did you get this? With a radiant expression, Jin-sung said, That's not important, so are you more interested now? Zera blushed and replied hesitantly, Well, yeah. He recalled obtaining the items from Rahan, thinking to himself, Thanks to Rahan, I got some great loot for free. Then, in an enticing tone, Jin-sung added, If you follow my orders until the end of the battle, I'll get a deal. Hugging the helmet, Zera replied softly, All right, master, I will protect you well. Then he turned to Yan-kun with sparkling eyes. Yan-kun, you too, I'm counting on you. Everyone's morale was high, ready for this action manhwa battle. Jin-sung declared enthusiastically. All right, to make up for lost time, let's go wreak havoc on the battlefield. Not long after they all arrived at the Void Tide War, it was Yan. After a long absence, Yan had finally reappeared at the Void Tide War. Unlike before this time, he led his subordinates and charged straight for the front lines, acting all by themselves. De-hung turned and said, Now I see what he's planning. Yeah, leave the rear guard to us. Just focus on racking up achievements. Meanwhile, Jin-sung commanded Yan-kun Zera sweep the front lines. Both of them immediately sped up and charged forward. Ahead of them was a wall of shields with many spears pointed straight out. Someone shouted, Why has Yan suddenly appeared? Where is Rahan? We must stop him from reaching the front lines at all costs. The two of them continued unleashing their attacks. The real battle had begun. As the shield-bearers charged, Yan-kun and Zera retaliated fiercely, shattering them to pieces. From behind, Jin-sung cheered excitedly. Excellent, wipe them all out. The title of Void Tide Guardian will definitely be mine. Meanwhile, in Lukat's domain, his face darkened ominously before he spoke. So, the prophecy has come to pass. In the hazy chamber, candles flickered. Lukat asked in a cold voice, Is it true, Maha? Has the prophecy truly been delivered? Maha, with his eyes closed, replied in a calm tone, Yes, it has. My demon king Lucat. An image of a mysterious figure appeared, waving a hand to create a purple vortex as a voice echoed, Assist the demons of destruction and pave the way for the demon race's invasion of the human world. That was the prophecy's content. Lucat's voice was hoarse. But after a moment of thought, he said, For the demon god to personally deliver a prophecy directly to us, the demon kings, this is unprecedented, another demon lord spoke up. Regardless, once the prophecy has been spoken, we cannot ignore it. That is the demon lord of lust. It was Lucat, his face cold, his voice deep. Perhaps we don't need to act personally, but we must at least deploy demon lord level forces. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with thoughts. What a hassle. Right now, Maha still needs more time to grow stronger. If we mobilize demon lord level forces, we will surely clash with the supreme powers of the human world. But the prophecy is absolute. We have no choice but to obey. Having made up his mind, he reached his hand toward Maha and said, Maha, listen well by Lucat's command. I grant you the authority to command 5 sub-zero rank demon lords. Mobilize them and their subordinates to fulfill the prophecy. Maha immediately bowing respectfully to accept the order. I will carry out your command at once. His face twisted into a terrifying, sinister smile as black lightning crackled around him. He thought to himself, finally, the invasion of the human world I've long awaited is at hand. Maha stood on a rock, spreading his arms wide, and let out a roar that shook the heavens. The invasion of the human world that I have long awaited is finally here. Awaken my knights of war. The war against the human world has officially begun. At that moment where Rahan was, a notification window popped up. Sudden quest. The Demon Lord's army has been activated. This quest cannot be refused from now until the War of the Void ends. The other players also received continuous notifications. You must absolutely obey the Demon Lord's commands. The scene shifts to Jinung's battle, where our overpowered main character is fighting fiercely alongside his teammates. Everyone is giving a Demon Lord pierced by his spear, cried out in pain, adding to his contribution points. Then Jinung was lost in thought. Today is the last day of the Void War, yet my rank is still stuck at 9th place. If I grind hard and make no mistakes, I might be able to climb to 1st place. Jinung looked towards Yankin and Si. The two of them were defending the area around him extremely tightly. On the player's side, the summoned beast was actively creating a barrier to heal. Baji was tanking on the weaker front while Papuji provided support. Zera was constantly healing, so the defensive line was nearly unbreakable before the war's end. His thoughts continued to race. It's a shame I couldn't awaken the dragon god before the final day. The players who were healed cheered with joy. This summoned beast is so cute. This amount of HP recovery, its healing ability is top-notch. Even Papuji contributed significantly with his area of effect healing skill. On Jinung's side, purple beams of light continuously shot out, while attacks relentlessly targeted our guild. He stood there watching Yankin fight without rest. I've strengthened our forces by deploying Yankin. He's not as agile as Si, but his control is much better. With this formation, everything will be fine. He raised his voice. Yankin, from now on, protect the guild. Jinung's eyes were full of hope. He thought everyone was performing better than expected. Keika angrily breathed fire on a weak octopus monster, then it turned its back and walked away. The octopus grumbled after it. Wait, you damned lizard, stay right there. But Kaka didn't care. As the brief respite ended, Jinung could only think helplessly, except for this guy. He only contributed 0.1% of the effort. He ran over and grabbed him by the scruff. Stay close to me, don't do anything reckless. Kaka struggled. Master, just one more hit and we would have won? I only ran because I was surprised, not because it hurt. Kaka fumed, thinking to himself. His area of effect skill is quite powerful, so I'll save it for a critical situation. The area was now shrouded in thick dust and smoke, with purple-blue smoke swirling in the sky. Jin Sung stood silently, thinking that everything was going according to plan. If things continued this smoothly, he would reclaim the #1 rank and easily win the War of the Realms. But as he thought this, he paused, pondering, But things are going a little too smoothly, which makes me feel uneasy. Could the final day of the War of the Realms really end this peacefully? I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, Kaka looked ahead and let out a startled cry. He pointed frantically at the sky. "Master, this is bad," Jinsung asked. "Huh, so suddenly?" Kaka hid behind him, his voice trembling and drenched in sweat. "We need to retreat immediately over there in that place. Even my abilities can't begin to measure it." The very space began to tremble violently, with rocks and debris flying everywhere as a terrifyingly powerful demonic. It was a massive wave of jade-green demonic energy rushing towards them. Jinsung glanced at Kaka, thinking to himself, he faced a high-level monster like Ban Rock without flinching, yet now he's trembling in fear. This is definitely a terrible omen in this action manhwa. He immediately mounted the beast he had just summoned, his voice urgent. "Retreat. Let's observe the situation first." Their path ahead was already blocked by that green demonic energy. The aura was growing denser and denser. A colossal surge of demonic power was erupting from that direction. Kaka said fearfully, "I think another space gate is about to open." Jinsung asked, "A space gate? Does that mean something from the demon world is coming?" He replied, "Yes. And it will surely be on a completely different level than anything we've ever faced." Kaka clutched his head, screaming in terror. "It's possible even a demon king will appear in person." Hearing this, the boy pondered, of course they wouldn't let a grand world event like this end so blandly. This is a classic plot twist for a manhwa recap. It seems they're preparing a spectacular finale. They always pull stunts like this. Jinsung took out a compass. "I can use this if I need to." He gripped the compass tightly, calculating, "But I'll wait. I want to make sure I climb to number 1 first. Besides, no matter what appears, I'm confident I can handle it. A true cheat skill, fitting for an overpowered main character, should be saved for the last moment." Once again, Kaka pointed to the sky in shock and shouted, "Master, look!" which startled him. Had it already begun? Intense red lights like blazing flames appeared, looking powerful and overwhelming. Jinsung clenched his fists. A bolt of lightning ran down his arm. Jinsung looked up at the sky and said in a serious tone, "The time for jokes is over. This is getting really serious." Before them stood several terrifying ban rocks staring them down. He exclaimed, "Unbelievable! Are they making us face 5 ban rocks?" On the shoulder of one ban rock, a figure stood proudly, her voice challenging Jinsung. "Are you watching? I have returned." She remembered the time in the Demon King's hall, where she bowed before the Demon King Mahamyu, who had granted her another chance. The Demon King's army mission was assigned to all players of the demon race. Rahan looked up to receive the order. As Mahamyu's personal subordinate, she had received a special mission. It was to lead the Ban Rocks and the Demon Legion into the fray. She stood arrogantly on the Ban Rock's shoulder, setting the stage for an epic revenge story. Fear. Rahan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination as she declared, "Yan, I may have lost to you in the past, but this time victory will belong to me and the demon tribe." With that, Rahan suddenly raised her sword and commanded, "In the name of the Demon King Mahamyu's authority, I command the entire demon army to crush every enemy in your path." As she finished, a horde of Ban Rocks charged forward, brimming with fighting spirit. She stood there arrogantly and shouted, "The Ban Rocks, the most powerful monsters, have sided with us. Charge forward and bring victory to the demon tribe." Down below, the demon players who witnessed this couldn't help but cheer with glee. With the Ban Rocks and the elite army of the demon realm, we're definitely going to win this time. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, Jinung's party saw this and grew incredibly anxious. The girl said, "It can't be, those are Ban Rocks." Yu Jo-hun added, "Only a handful of players have ever faced this high-level monster, and now there are 5 of them." The young boy, Huni, also looked on worriedly, thinking, "Can we even defeat them in the time we have left?" A mysterious figure dressed like a sorcerer said in a low voice, "I never expected Ban Rocks to appear here." A girl with white hair also appeared, watching with a thoughtful expression. Cutting back to the battle, Rahan was now brimming with power. She charged forward with a Ban Rock and commanded, "Ban Rock, crush those insects." Seeing the imminent attack, the players screamed in absolute terror. A massive sound echoed out, a huge explosion that shook the very ground, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The system announced Banrock's unique skill. Seismic wave has been activated. Down below, the players who were hit were scattered on the ground. How are we supposed to fight these monsters? The system continued its announcement. You have been afflicted with the fear status. While under this effect, you cannot attack the Banrock. The Banrock swung its arm, and flames erupted violently around it. You pathetic humans burn in the flames of hell. But they didn't give up. The players continued to fight back. One of them yelled, "We can't engage in close combat. Focus all ranged firepower." The arrows they fired were sucked into a vortex of purple flames rendered completely useless. A player yelled in disbelief, "What in the world is that?" The Banrock's hands were now wreathed in summoned purple flames ready to strike. The demon realm has truly unleashed its strongest force. Kaka looked up at the sky, which was consumed by a vortex of blue lightning, and asked in confusion, "What do we do now?" Master Jinung just gave a faint smile and replied, "What else can we do?" His eyes were filled with determination as he declared, "We must win." Just then, from within the chaotic crimson-dyed space, a hand appeared, followed by a smirking mouth that spoke, "So this is the human world." It was none other than Ha-Sen, a demon king. He spread his arms wide and laughed. "I, the demon king, Ha-Sen, have arrived." Ha-Sen then roared, "Warriors of the demon world, trust in me and destroy all our enemies." The armed warriors charged forward in unison. Jinung wondered in a daze. A high-level demon king has invaded the human world. The demon king raised his hand, summoning a source of light in his palm, his dark face filled with smug satisfaction. The players below couldn't help but be shocked. What is that? What is that demon planning to do? Jinung summoned his weapon, thinking to himself, "Damn it, at this rate we'll all be wiped out." The players below shouted, "It looks like a wide-area attack. Put up your shields." Everyone was already incredibly exhausted, with no strength left against the pressure created by Ha-Sen. My ears felt like they were about to split. It was Yan, he shouted loudly. "Everyone do not counter his attack." Jinung stood there with his item and ordered the players, "All units listen up, retreat to the rear lines. Temporarily abandon the Anmia plains and fall back to the Saren Canyon to regroup." Hearing this, the players looked at each other in confusion. Abandon the Anmia plains. But today is the last day. Wouldn't it be better to defend? That voice belonged to Rimia. She continued, "If Yan ordered a retreat, he must have a reason. Stop arguing and move now." Phelan and Johan spoke up. "The Lotus Guild will follow Yan's order and withdraw." The players immediately began to move, their voices echoing. "Even the Lotus Guild is retreating." "That's right, it's Yan. Let's just trust him." Suddenly from the void, a deep red chasm appeared, radiating an immense pressure that overwhelmed everyone. A terrifying voice echoed, "Even the Lotus Guild is retreating." "That's right, it's Yan. Let's just trust him." Ha-Sen appeared again with a sinister smile and said, "It's too late, you pitiful humans." Ha-Sen ruthlessly launched a bolt of lightning straight down, roaring, "I will completely erase you." A single strike made the ground tremble and the sky roar with a massive explosion obscuring everything from view. Hit by the attack, everyone cried out in pain. Someone rushed out shouting non-stop, "How wide is the range of that attack?" He was panicked, unable to believe it. What just happened? Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky. That person released a wave of pressure that blocked the Demon King's attack. The two forces collided, causing a massive explosion. The girl clasped her hands in prayer and someone shouted with joy, "It's Miss Levia! That's her divine blessing skill!" Levia's eyes widened as she commanded, "Use your teleportation scrolls now while you still can." On the other side, Remia and her magic beast were trying to create a source of fire to fight back. Levia's voice continued to ring out, "Hold on until everyone is teleported safely. Hang in there." The Demon King, Ha-Sen, placed a hand on his chin, his tone mocking, "You're not bad humans. This battle is more interesting than I thought." Seeing this, Jinung gritted his teeth in frustration. At the Saren Canyon, massive rock formations were piled densely together. The players who had teleported there had looks of exhaustion on their faces. A boy said, "I feel like I just lost 10 years of my life." The girl continued, "If we were just 10 seconds slower, Banrock's skill would have stopped our teleportation and the entire army. Ian looked at everyone with relief, thinking to himself. Thankfully, everyone followed my instructions. Any slower and we would have lost over half our forces. Remia Fiolan, great job. He approached Yankin and asked, "Do you know who that Demon King is?" Yankun immediately replied, "That's Henan, if I remember correctly. He's ranked 90th among the Demon Kings." Ian broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking, what a Demon King ranked only 90th is this strong in this action manhwa. It's a good thing a higher-ranked Demon King like Ricardo didn't appear. He put a hand on his chin, calculating. The only comfort is that the stronger Demon Kings probably won't join the fight. If a Demon King ranked higher than Henan appears, the balance of power will collapse instantly. Phylan stepped forward and asked, "Ian, what do we do now?" "Even though we've regrouped, the power gap is too big. I can't think of any way to turn the tables." He answered in a serious tone. "On the open plains it might be impossible, but in this canyon we still have a chance." This overpowered main character looked around at the narrow space, making it hard for the enemy to dodge area of effect skills. "Besides, we have more advanced skills, so we'll have the advantage." He pictured the soldiers training. The key is to precisely calculate everyone's cooldowns so there are no gaps in the rotation of our area of effect attacks. Then a simulation appeared in his mind, the party fighting against Banrock. If they continuously spammed area of effect skills, not even Banrock or the Demon King could break their defensive line. Ian opened the notification window. Then he declared, "We just need to hold on for another 4.5 hours as you see in this manhwa recap. We don't need to defeat them, just survive until then. We will have to retreat and that's how we'll win." Rimia immediately asked, "But is this strategy even possible?" Levia spoke up. "Calculating everyone's cooldown times and giving precise instructions, even an AI would find that difficult." He said slowly, "Regardless if we don't do this, we can't hold out with our current forces," Ian said. With determination shining in his eyes, then he turned to his teammates. "Rest assured I will do my best to command. But everyone must coordinate perfectly and stick to the strategy." Ian clenched his fist, his voice holding a hint of playfulness. "If we're going to fail anyway, it's better to attempt the impossible for our revenge before falling than to just wait for death." Levia lowered her head, letting out a small laugh before saying shyly, "I believe in you, Ian. I'll fight with you." Ian and Levia looked at each other, leaving Rimia standing between them, feeling helpless. "Of course, if it's Ian's strategy, I trust it completely," Joe Hun said confidently. "Absolutely, our guildmaster will follow you. Now give us our orders." He said excitedly, "Thank you, everyone. Then please follow my instructions to the letter." Everyone gathered to discuss the strategy, listening with intense focus. On the other side, all eyes were on Fiolan, waiting for her instructions. Ian waved his hand, creating a streak of light. "From now on, everyone share the icons for your 2 main skills." He watched as they all received the light, thinking to himself, "This kind of command requires sharing skill information. No one does this. Not even in party hunts. It's a detail you only see in a reincarnation story. But we have no other choice now. Thankfully, the others helped convince them." Ian imagined the members playing instruments. It felt like conducting a war orchestra. Suddenly, a team member cried out, ending this part of the manhwa review. "A storm is brewing up ahead. Dust and smoke fill the air. The enemy is coming. The demons are advancing at lightning speed." Jinung immediately waved his hand and gave the order for everyone to get into their assigned positions. He thought to himself that they were moving faster than expected. It seems they want to end this battle before time runs out. Jinung opened his system window and contacted Huni. Jinung checked the status of the other areas. He asked Hun, "What's the situation on your end?" The boy frowned and replied, "It's not looking good." Right there, the demons were attacking with increasing ferocity. The neutral zone had almost completely fallen into the hands of the demons. A ferocious demon lord unleashed a stream of dark purple smoke. An old demon lord has appeared here. The tide of battle is turning heavily in their favor. If they break through this canyon, they will enter the territory of the Ren Empire. Once the north falls, my Lotus territory won't last long either. Ian, what's your plan? Jinung stood there deep in thought, calculating. The guild's territory should have been the top priority. But objectively speaking, the foe territory is the most important. As a commander, I have to make the decision to sacrifice something quickly and decisively. He gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit surging powerfully. There was no other choice. Any other way. Even if we lose the Lotus territory, we must hold this place. Huni replied, "Understood, I'll hold out for as long as I can." Jinung replied in a low voice, "Yes. Stall for as much time as possible." He thought to himself that he trusted Huni and the others there, while he would hold the line here. On this side, the band monsters advanced in unison. "They're here. The band rocks are swarming in." He shouted an announcement to the players. "From this moment on, follow my command." Turning to the priest, Jinung ordered, "All priests and everyone else move to the front lines." A band rock was soaring through the sky at a dizzying speed. The band rock is about to use its earthquake wave skill. His voice rang out, "Deploy the light barrier everywhere now." Levia glanced up indifferently, wondering if they could block the band rock's earthquake wave. A light barrier materialized, emitting an intense light, as if it were about to explode. The final battle of the dimensional war in this Manhwa recap had officially begun. Lucia flew high above, looking down at the canyon, and said to Hens, "The band rocks have finally flooded into Saren Canyon. This is the battle that will decide the outcome of the dimensional war." Hens replied, "On the other side of the canyon is the territory of the Ren Empire." Hens observed the scene below, analyzing how the Demon King and the band rocks had pierced through both the northeastern and northwestern fronts, causing the human side to lose 2 to 3 maps in the blink of an eye. Lucia asked again, "The outcome of this battle in the canyon will determine the winner. Hence, what do you think the situation will be?" Around them, observer eyes were activated. Elsewhere, players were watching the battle on their screens. This front was much tougher because it wasn't just the Demon King, but also countless band rocks. The only hope for humanity was their overpowered main character, his expression resolute. Yan was also there. Now back on Jin Sung's side, a massive explosion with a wide radius erupted. Its pressure was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the system announced the band rock's unique skill. Earthquake wave has been activated. Light barrier durability decreased by 78,122. The barrier successfully blocked the debuff effect. He stood there, a triumphant look in his eyes. It was a success, just enough to hold on. Just as calculated. The band rocks stood there bewildered after their attack failed. "We blocked the band rock's first area of effect attack using very few Jinung continued to think, but the next long-range attack would be difficult to withstand. So, the next step is..." As soon as he finished his thought, he raised his hand and commanded, "Hlywood, it's your turn. Use the giant summoning skill." Instantly, a giant appeared. It wore iron armor and held a sword ready for battle. The band rocks looked down confused. The massive giant stepped forward with such force that the ground shook, ready to quell the other band monsters. The players witnessing this scene from this action manhwa couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "It's a giant! Look at that massive size! It's going to protect all of us!" Amidst the raging flames, the huge giant stood tall, its fists clenched as if preparing for a fight. The band rocks charged, targeting the giant, but surprisingly, when attacked, the giant didn't fight back and just took the hits. "Wait, it's just a meat shield!" This situation made the players sigh in helplessness. What the heck is this? Is it just going to stand there and take hits? A voice rang out. "The giant is a taunt and tank type. Summon. It's not meant for direct combat." Everyone showed their helplessness. How disappointing! I thought it was going to throw a punch straight at Brocker. Ramir watched the situation unfold, confused, wondering. But this giant can't block an area of effect skill. What is Ian planning to do? Rahan stared at the giant and mumbled, "Right now the giant is drawing Ban Rock's aggro. But once the taunt wears off, Ban Rock will immediately unleash an area of effect attack. That one attack will be enough to shatter the remaining barrier, or at least that's what they thought." Jinung continued to give decisive commands. Now Levia, with a confused look, closed her eyes and began to cast a spell emitting a green light. Vines began to appear as she used the blessing skill of the Holy Scepter to unleash its power. It hovered in midair, radiating a light brighter than ever before, pulling the vines up with it. Rahan frowned, thinking to herself, "Damn it, they're planning to raise another barrier." She quickly turned to the Demon King Hen. "Don't let them cast the barrier." Hearing this, Demon King Han grew angry and raised his hand to cast a spell. A pathetic noble like you dares to order me around. If it weren't for Maha's orders, you would have been the first to die. As he finished speaking, a blast of power shot forward, creating a shocking explosion. The pressure wave sent all the players into a panic, their faces turning pale with fear. They shut their eyes and gritted their teeth, bracing for the impact. But when they opened them again, nothing had happened. It was all thanks to Jinung, our overpowered main character who had used his blessing skill, creating a barrier and protecting everyone. The barrier was raised at the perfect moment, just as the enemy's area of effect attack was about to land. Everyone erupted in cheers. That's our Ian. His timing is unbelievably perfect. He stood to the side drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, that was too close. Just act calm. Meanwhile, the giant was still taking a beating, but this time it was also being healed. Look, even the giant is being healed by the skill's effect. It's going to last much longer now. It put its hands on its hips and mumbled, "Come on, hit me again." Jinung pointed forward and shouted a warning. "Don't get careless. This is just the beginning." Everyone with healing skills, including Levia, kept healing the giant. He then turned to her and gave a command. "Ramir, you're up." Ramir replied excitedly, "I've been waiting for this moment, Ian." Behind them, all the other players readied their weapons. Readying their spirits for the coming fight, Ramir shouted, "All right, everyone. Let's show these demons the true power of humanity's magic." All at once, the players unleashed their attacks. The real battle in this act began. The powers they unleashed gathered into a colossal pillar of light that seemed to tear through space itself before erupting in a massive explosion. The blast radius expanded, engulfing the demons before they could even react. They were incinerated by the magical flames, able to do nothing but scream in terror. On the other side, Rahan was also caught in the immense pressure, forcing her to raise an arm to defend herself. Rahan cursed, angrily furious that they dared to counter with their own wide-area magic. In the center of the battle, the demons were still summoning their power to retaliate. The two torrents of energy clashed, dyeing the sky a grim color. From high above, Demon King Han was still relentlessly bombarding the barrier with his attacks. Jinung yelled, "The enemy's area of effect spells are raining down on his deadly energy blasts are slowly shattering the barrier. It can't block everything." Everyone tried to dodge cracks, began to spiderweb across the surface of the barrier as it weakened. Meanwhile, outside, the giant was barely holding on. It was taking more damage than it could heal, and it wouldn't last much longer. On this side, Jinung was still actively talking to Remia. Even though it's difficult, keep concentrating your power on wide-area attacks. Just one more wave of attacks can wipe out 30% of the enemy forces. While casting her magic, she replied, "It'll be tough, but I got it." Jinung was furious, gritting his teeth as he thought, "The situation is just as I predicted, but the damage is heavier than I thought. Damn it. It's not the right time to use it, but I have no other choice." Immediately he summoned Papuji. "It's your turn, go." With an excited expression, it accepted the command. Then it unleashed its skill, Bapuji's Abyssal Blessing. Bapuji moved towards the giant. It began to apply its skill, healing the giant to its maximum capacity. The giant, whose body was now covered in wounds, said, "Just finish me." Below, the girls cheered with delight. "Look, it's so cute, and it can heal too. I love you, Pui." Seeing this, Jinung puffed out his cheeks in jealousy. "Why is it so popular?" The cheering continued. "It's so adorable what strange taste they have." The space was now chaotic, with streams of magic weaving through each other, at times becoming overwhelmingly suffocating. Right at this moment in Saren Canyon, a fierce magical assault was unfolding between the demon and human factions, looking exactly like an endless meteor shower raining down on the battlefield. A rabbit was struck by a sword and let out a tragic cry. A young man watching through a screen muttered, "The human side is defending extremely effectively to minimize damage." However, at his feet lay the rabbit that had just been finished off, motionless. In another place, players watching the screen commented, "The power difference makes the outcome of this battle very difficult to predict." Jinung stood in the middle of the battlefield, his gaze distant, his mind already filled with calculations. If this drags on into a magical war of attrition, we'll be pushed back sooner or later. The best defense is a good offense. He gathered everyone. He commanded in a clear voice. From now on, all warriors and knights will follow me past the barrier and attack the enemy. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward and asked, But Yan, are you sure if we get hit by another earthquake wave, we'll be wiped out? Jinung stated with confidence, Banrock can't use that skill continuously. He looked towards the demons and continued, The cooldown is extremely long. If we time it right, we can strike and then retreat. Jinung reassured everyone, If we just stay like this, we will definitely lose. The barrier won't hold for much longer. I will fight alongside all of you. Trust me and follow me. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed a hint of confusion. Then he ordered decisively, All right on my signal. Charge with everything you've got. The band monsters had already started to move. Their powerful stomps made the entire ground tremble. The surface of the barrier now showed even more cracks from enduring the intense vibrations. The barrier's durability had dropped below 70%. There wasn't much time left. Jin Sheng's eyes widened. Now is the time. He mounted the beast he had just summoned and commanded in a powerful voice, Charge. Some of the others hesitated. Wait a minute. Are we really supposed to follow him? Another person chimed in. It's full of Banrock monsters and demon warriors out there. Is he being serious? Seeing the hesitation, Johan stood up and declared, Listen up, everyone. If he falls, we all lose. Are you just going to stand there and watch him die? The men looked at each other whispering, He's right, damn it. We either hide behind the barrier and get blown away by magic. Ahead, Jin Sung majestically led the army, his powerful voice ringing out, Or we risk our lives, charge out and fight. And follow Jin Sung? He turned his head back with a smile, thinking to himself, Thanks, Johan. Then he shouted, Kusvin? Instantly, two ferocious-looking beasts appeared. Instead of using targeted skills, they opened with a massive area of effect attack. Seeing this, Rahan was stunned and bewildered. Was he really going to make his move now? Jin Sung rode his beast right through the deadly flames, shouting, Everyone clear the way! The demons who witnessed this spectacle retreated in a panic. The leader cried out in terror, That's an attack from a summoned beast! Dust clouds rose and a deafening roar echoed everywhere. The demon leader's face went pale, sweat dripping down as he cursed, Damn it! The ground trembled and a blinding light erupted in the center of the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. The soldiers on the front line didn't even have time to react, only to let out a final scream. She was affected by it as well. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Johan stood firm, his eyes blazing with fury. A mighty roar went up. The enemy's vanguard has collapsed. Keep pushing forward. The ranks of soldiers roared in unison, the sound of their thundering footsteps shaking the ground as they charged forward. He, following his master's command, also rushed ahead. With dirt and rocks flying everywhere, he and the ironclad warriors charged straight into the enemy formation like a crimson whirlwind. A terrifying explosion rang out as a brilliant blue-white light erupted from the center of the battlefield. The demons were sent flying with. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the remaining demons were revealed. Their eyes were filled with fear. The narrator's voice began to speak. In this exciting Manhwa recap, the warrior-class players of the human faction are charging from the barrier, launching a fierce counterattack against the demon. Is this a desperate gamble? Or a masterfully crafted plan? The outcome remains to be seen. In the midst of the chaotic melee, Jin Sung swung his sword, and the energy wave he unleashed slammed into the demons in front of him. He panted, thinking to himself, So far so good, we just need to hold on for another 20 minutes and the barrier will reactivate. But can we really hold out? Just then a giant monster with blazing red eyes appeared. Without a second thought, Jin Sung rushed towards it. I might as well fight to earn some more contribution points. He launched himself high into the air, and with a powerful swing of his spear, he slammed the giant monster down, crushing its body into the ground. Landing on Hei's back, Jin Sung thought, I wish all the mid-tier monsters were this weak. Thinking this, he clenched his fist. That way I could farm contribution points to my heart's content. Jin Sung sat on Harley's back, observing his surroundings and muttering to himself, Are there any others around here? I need to take down at least one more. Suddenly a ferocious roar echoed from behind. Jin Sung whipped his head around, his eyes wide with alarm. He exclaimed, Damn it, the Banrock has gone berserk! Beside him, a teammate shouted, "Run! Even if we all team up, we can't take that thing down." But Jinsung, riding Harley, charged straight towards the Banrock. A thought flashed through his mind. Damn it! Facing the Banrock alone is suicide, but there are no other players nearby to help. Jinsung knew he couldn't wait for anyone else, because everyone was busy with their own missions. Seza and Yankin are fighting elsewhere. They can't help me right now. Despite his rational mind screaming at him, he thrust his spear toward the beast. Jinsung screamed internally, "But I can't just stand by and watch. Screw it, I'm going all in." This is the kind of epic moment you see in a top tier. The sharp tip of the spear plunged into the Banrock's crimson hide, which was as tough as forged steel. The beast roared its voice, cracking like thunder in the sky. "A lowly human dares to challenge me." A system notification popped up. "You have dealt a critical hit to the legendary beast Banrock." Banrock's HP dropped by 287,590. He took a deep breath, a confident smile appearing on Jinsung's face, his eyes filled with joy. That last attack dealt more damage than I thought. Before the dust even settled, he frowned slightly, looking at the bleeding wound on Banrock's chest. Could it be that Banrock's defense is weaker than anticipated? The system then announced that Banrock's passive magic recovery had activated. Banrock's HP recovered by 272,512. As if its strength was restored, Banrock let out a furious roar, a thunderous sound that tore through the air. His mind raced with disbelief. "What are you kidding me? That's completely broken." Banrock slowly rose to its feet, its roar shaking the very space around them. "You filthy human insects!" Banrock then shot high into the air, hurling a massive fireball downwards. The flames erupted, swirling into a vortex that threatened to consume everything. Banrock roared, "Die." In the middle of that sea of fire, Jinsung's soot-covered face showed pure disbelief. He was starting to lose his composure. "Damn it! How am I supposed to take down this monster?" Jinsung gritted his teeth, his tense gaze fixed on the giant regenerating monster before him. "With such an absurd regeneration ability, there is no way I can— Is stalling for time? My only option." Banrock suddenly charged straight towards him at a terrifying speed. That's when Jinsung snapped out of it, tightening his grip on his weapon and cursing quietly, "Damn it!" In that very moment, the ground exploded, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. His teammates in the back screamed in panic, "Yan!" The crimson scene left everyone frozen in shock. But through the thick smoke, a large figure slowly emerged. It was Sakharin, the guild master of the Titan Guild, and also the #1 warrior player. A collective gasp drew all eyes toward him. "Sakharin has appeared!" His sudden arrival sent Han into a panic. She cried out in shock. When did he get here?" As the dust settled, a surprised Jinsung asked, "Sakharin, why are you here?" Hearing this, he gave a faint smile and replied, "Didn't you say warriors should stick together?" He added with an arrogant smirk, asking softly, "Need a hand?" Our main character grabbed his hand and replied, "Stop trying to act so cool and just help me already." The two stood side by side, the flames reflecting on their faces. Jinsung spoke up, warning him, "Taking this monster down won't be easy." But deep down he thought with a surge of joy, "But if it is Sakharin, then there is still hope." In front of them, Banrock roared, its glowing red eyes glaring down. Not to be outdone, the two of them stared right back. Jinsung turned to Sakharin and yelled, "Old man, use that clone skill like you did last time." Hearing that, he was taken aback and shouted, "Who are you calling an old man?" Jinsung just grinned mischievously. "I call an old man, what is the problem? If you are not going to attack, I will just go in alone." Sakharin was completely exasperated. Since it had come to this, he gave a resigned smile, his eyes flashing as he drew his sword. "I'm not so old that you can call me that." In that instant, a brilliant crimson energy burst forth. Sakharin's entire body became a streak of light dashing forward. A storm of slashes followed one after another, the brilliant red light staining the sky. Phantom Shadow Slash. Not to be outdone, our overpowered main character also gripped his weapon and thrust it straight toward the monster. From a distance, Rahan watched with her arms crossed and smirked contemptuously. Even if they join forces, they cannot possibly defeat Ban Rock. Her gaze then shifted. As for Shran, a glint of deadly calculation flashed in his eyes. If they both died fighting recklessly, it would only benefit him. Without the slightest hesitation, Shran raised his colossal sword, swinging a ferocious slash towards Ban Rock, causing it to roar in hopeless agony. He didn't stop there. He charged through the smoke and dust, unleashing another relentless barrage of slashes upon it. The system's voice rang out. One hit slash has struck the target. Ban Rock's passive mana recovery has been weakened by the additional attack. Ban Rock has taken critical damage. Jinung was completely astonished as expected of Shran, the guildmaster of Tian, and the strongest warrior. I've never observed a master-class warrior from this close before. A red light flared once more, followed by a terrifying collision. He thought to himself, but his combat prowess is truly on a whole other level. The two stood close, their faces drenched in sweat, but their eyes still blazing. Jinung watched a secret hope blooming in his heart. If they truly joined forces, perhaps the two of them could actually defeat Ban Rock. But his optimism was short-lived, as Shran frowned and warned him. "It's no use, we can't beat that monster." Upon hearing this, Jinung cried out in frustration. "What are you talking about? I was just getting my hopes up. Now I'm completely let down." Old man Shran narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold. "I thought we had a chance, but no, that thing is on a completely different level." He recalled the earlier moments and spoke softly. "It absorbs mana from the surrounding demons and beasts to restore itself. If we don't stop that from happening, any amount of damage we inflict is pointless." Jinung gritted his teeth and looked ahead as a thought flashed through his mind. That's right. Ban Rock has the ability to absorb mana, which means as long as there are demons or beasts nearby, it has an infinite source of mana. Jinung suddenly thought of Fi and Kuss and fell deep into thought. Even if we try to wipe them all out, Kuss and Finn have already used their wide area attacks. They're on cooldown now. He then said to Shran, "Old man, how about I take care of the smaller monsters around us first?" Shran replied, "It won't help much, but it's better than doing nothing. However, I can't hold out alone for long either." The two of them then advanced toward the monster. Shran's voice continued, "At the very least, I can buy some time and reduce the casualties on our side. Let's go." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Shran, wait!" It seemed Jinung had heard that voice somewhere before. That voice, a shout that echoed through the sky ablaze with flames. Instantly, the ground began to shake. A massive pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the entire army of monsters. The creatures were swept up in the firestorm, screaming in despair. In the center of the flames, Ramia wore a triumphant smile. "Now you see the consequences of bringing only warriors, don't you?" Before the flames even died down, two figures appeared. She stepped forward, her eyes burning with intensity. "Levia and I will join the fight. Together we'll take down these hulking beasts. Let's go." A delighted Jinung ran over, shouting, "Ramia, Levia, when did you two get here?" She just smiled, her voice full of confidence. "We were watching from inside the barrier. Now that we're here, we have a way to defeat Ban Rock." On another side, Violin was using magic to create a barrier. Ramia continued, "The mages inside are still managing very well. Even without my command, they are continuously focusing their firepower under Violin's orders." She turned around, her voice firm. "I know it's safer inside the barrier, and bringing mages to the front lines is extremely dangerous." Ramia chuckled, the corner of her lips curling into a defiant smile. "But wouldn't it be better if... Are we taking down the Ban Rock right here?" Jinung clenched his fist, his voice echoing with power. "I was just thinking we'd need their skills. Levia's healing and Remia's incredibly powerful area of effect magic." The wind whipped around him as he tightened his fists, his eyes gleaming with resolve, with iron determination. "All right, if it has come to this, we have to take down at least 3 of them." She raised her hand high, and her magical power erupted, like a firestorm surging from the very earth. As she channeled destructive power, she yelled, "Fire magic erupt!" From the magic circle, brilliant golden flames surged forth, engulfing the entire horde of roaring monsters. But amidst the sea of fire, a Ban Rock still stood, towering over them. The moment the first wave of fire subsided, Shran charged forward, unleashing a relentless assault directly on the beast. Phantom image slash. A flash of blue light erupted, and Jin Sung appeared, weapon in hand. Gritting his teeth, he charged straight forward. A stream of energy. Red energy gathered around the beast as a cold voice commanded, "Lock target, concentrate the attack on a single point." In the middle of the brilliant sky, he roared, pouring all his strength into one final slash, striking directly at the Banrock's vital point. The system's voice echoed, "You have dealt critical damage to the legendary beast Banrock." Amidst the thick, billowing smoke, Jinsung stood tall, his gaze sharp and filled with pride. The system chimed again, "Player Yan has successfully defeated the Banrock." This incredible feat terrified the smaller demons. They clearly had not anticipated this outcome. His teammates were just as stunned as the monsters, frozen in sheer disbelief. At that moment, he held his weapon in his hand and slowly walked toward his party. From a distance, his teammates cheered with joy. "That was amazing, Yan! Oh my gosh! He actually took down a Banrock." But amidst their celebration, Shran's angry voice cut through the air. "You bastard! Did you just steal the final blow after I drained all its HP?" Jinsung just shrugged with a mischievous grin. "My bad, old man." He then yelled, his voice booming through the air, "I'll let you have the finishing blow on the next Banrock." Hearing that, he became furious and roared, "What the hell are you talking about? I will handle the next one myself." Gripping his sword, he charged straight toward the horde of monsters. His blue blade danced, creating brilliant arcs of lightning, while fiery red magic erupted violently from behind him. The very air trembled as waves of energy kicked up sand and dust. Ramia stood amidst the sea of fire, her eyes filled with exhilaration. Jinung launched himself into the air, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He gripped his lightning-wreathed sword, creating a powerful current of energy, a brilliant blue. At that moment, he roared, "I have stunned it!" The colossal Banrock bellowed in agony, and while it was still dazed, Shran descended from above at incredible speed. A moment later, he successfully struck it. Right in the head, his voice filled with excitement. "This finishing blow is mine!" The system immediately chimed in, confirming the result. "You have successfully defeated the Banrock." Amidst the intense flash of light, the remaining monsters shrieked, "Damn it! Those humans just took down 2 Banrocks in a row." Elsewhere, Rahan looked on, her eyes cold as steel as she gritted her teeth. "Yan, you bastard! Did you really manage to kill 2 of them?" But then her expression darkened as she cursed under her breath. "Damn it, that Demon King! What the hell is that useless fool doing? If he cannot fight himself, he should at least order the other Banrocks to attack Yan together." Hasen hovered in the sky with a smirk on his face. Rahan grew more confused. He has all that firepower, and he cannot even break a single one of the humans' wide-area shields. In the end, is he just some cheap, useless NPC? His red eyes flashed as a wave of killing intent surged forth. Suddenly, he burst into a crazed laugh, his voice dripping with utter contempt. Watching these insects squirm is so amusing. Hearing this from below, Rahan was startled, his face paling. What? Is that Demon King finally making his move against the brilliant blue sky? A blazing red orb of energy formed in Hasen's hand. His voice turned icy. "Very well, as thanks for entertaining me, I shall let you taste the true terror of the demon race." Meanwhile, Jinung cheerfully suggested, "Taking down 2 Banrocks is already a huge victory for us. We should retreat before the enemy can regroup." Saran agreed. "All right," Remya consents as well. Understood. Satisfied with the response, he climbed onto Hei's back to head home. But suddenly something caught Jinsung's attention. A red light now consumed the entire sky. Hasen stood at its epicenter, surrounded by swirling arcs of demonic energy. It filled the entire space with a deathly aura. He watched in silent astonishment. What in the world is happening? That Demon King. Did he spare us only because he had the power to wipe us all out whenever he pleased? Jinsung clenched the hexagonal artifact in his hand. "I have a bad feeling about this. It seems the time to use this item is fast approaching." As they arrived, everyone joyfully rushed towards Jinsung. With bright, calm eyes, he spoke with a confident voice. "Yen, our defensive line is solid. As long as we hold this position, even if we lose the entire northwest and northeast sectors, victory will still be ours." Hearing this, he smiled and made a quick calculation. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. If this continues, victory would be firmly in humanity's grasp. But whenever things go too smoothly, the developers always throw in some hellish plot twist. It's wiser to attack proactively than to wait to be ambushed. He tightened his grip on the artifact, deciding it was time to use the royal seal. But in that very instant, Jinsung's entire body trembled violently. An evil voice roared out, "You foolish insects, your struggles are futile. Don't you understand?" Immediately after the roar, the red light enveloped Hasen's hand, gathering more and more power. His energy then exploded into a barrage of blood-red beams. Hasen roared amidst the storm of demonic power, "The might of the demon realm will expand right here." With that, a colossal pillar of red energy shot straight down, exploding with a deafening thunder that tore through the clouds. Ramia trembled, her eyes wide with terror. She screamed, "Monsters are pouring out of it!" From within, the thick red smoke. Banrocks roared, their eyes blazing with fire. Hundreds, no thousands of Banrocks swarmed out, forming a blazing red sea of demons. One of them cried out in disbelief, "Are they all Banrocks?" Ramia stood there stunned. Beside her, Levia pointed towards the distance with a grim voice. And then a colossal black dragon emerged from the fiery storm. The scene was a blazing inferno, as if the gates of hell had swung open. A horde of giant dragons roared, their blood-red eyes appearing on the battlefield. She whispered softly, her eyes filled with utter shock. "A dragon has appeared too." Beside her, Ramir gave a bitter, hopeless laugh. "It is a whole swarm of evil dragons. There must be dozens of them." Seeing this, all the warriors screamed in terror. "We were already struggling with just 4 Banrocks, and now we have to face this horde of monsters too. Are evil dragons as strong as Banrocks?" While the humans trembled in fear, he looked up at the blood-red sky. The corner of his mouth curled into a ruthless smile. "So you've finally arrived." The entire crimson sky blazed. Hasen raised his hand. His eyes blazed with the fires of hatred, his voice echoing through the space. "My comrades are over here!" Jinsung yelled in desperation. "Damn it, 5 more Demon King-level demons? This isn't hell difficulty, this is just impossible." He gritted his teeth and ran his hands through his hair in frustration, his angry voice erupting like a growl. "Damn it all, how are we supposed to fight this?" A few had already given up. Levia and Remia tried to stay calm as they looked up at the blood-red sky. A bitter voice speaking out. "It's obvious the devs at the Federation set it up for the demon faction to win from the very beginning." Run asked, "Yan, is there really no other way?" He looked up and took out an item, then let out a defiant laugh. "What do you mean there's no other way?" Jinsung's lips curled into an arrogant smirk. "Do you have any idea how hard I had to work to get this? This is the ultimate revenge for our overpowered main character." In the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield, he raised the glowing royal seal to the sky. Jinsung's voice boomed like thunder. "Answer the summons of your true master, Royal Jade Seal." A divine light exploded, causing everyone to look up in astonishment. A brilliant rainbow-colored light erupted violently, and with it a system notification appeared announcing, "You have activated the Royal Jade Seal, one of the 7 treasures of the Holy Wheel King." In that moment, the light engulfed everything. He whispered with joy as the magic swirled, crystallizing into a colossal pillar of light that shot straight into the skies. Piercing through the clouds, the system announced, using the power of the Holy Wheel King to summon the world's army. That light then exploded, flooding the sky with thousands of multicolored rays, and Jinsung stood right in the middle of it all, a look of pure arrogance on his face. In a dark room, Seok Jin was glued to his computer, watching as Jinsung appeared on the screen, raising the seal high. It was only then that he understood. That's right, Yan has used the Royal Jade Seal. Seok Jin was on the phone with someone. "Yes, the Royal Jade Seal is working exactly as planned." He continued speaking while observing the screen. Normally, the heavenly soldiers summoned by the Royal Jade Seal could easily overwhelm the demons. But ever since the prophecy was unexpectedly fulfilled, the forces of the demon world have grown much stronger. Seok Jin seemed a little worried. Right now the AI system is calculating the probabilities, but the chance of victory is actually very low. Then a cunning smile spread across his face. What a cliffhanger for If that's the case, everything will proceed according to the original plan, just like the original script before Jinsung interfered and turned it all upside down. Seok Jin placed his phone on the table, his voice full of calculation. "That's right. If humanity fails, everything will return to its original course, and that is completely beneficial for our Federation company. He looked at Jinsung with admiration. You always know how to turn the tables, making the impossible possible. Seok Jin flashed a cunning smile, speaking with great anticipation. Show us, let us witness how you make the impossible a reality. Back on the battlefield, a brilliant rainbow-colored burst of light exploded, enveloping the space where Jinsung stood. Fully equipped soldiers appeared, cloaked in a golden aura. Hundreds, thousands of warriors in shining armor stood at attention in unison. Their swords held high, the air tense as a drawn bowstring. The army summoned from the celestial realm stood before him. From a distance, the expedition team watched the spectacle, completely stunned. One person whispered in wonder, "My God, what is that army?" The person next to him followed up, "Is that the heavenly army?" Their voices were filled with astonishment. The warriors were all over level 400. Just a light touch from them would be fatal. One of the warriors stepped forward, his deep voice echoing across the battlefield. "Are you the one who summoned us?" He stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am the great general of the Celestial Dragon Realm's army sent by the Holy Wheel King. My name is Bazu." He pointed to the object in the boy's hand and continued. "This jade seal contains the power of the Holy Wheel King. It is the ultimate authority and must not be used carelessly." Wasu then took a step forward, gripping his weapon tightly as he asked, "Tell me, for what purpose do you use this power?" Behind Wasu, rows of silver-armored warriors raised their swords in unison. He warned, "Depending on your answer, our blades may change their direction." The others watched in silence. Jinsung lowered his head, his hand tightening around the jade seal as he replied, "I want to protect this land and the people here from the invasion of the demon realm." Jinsung raised his head and continued, "If the Holy Wheel King is truly a wise ruler who governs with justice, he will understand my righteous will and grant me this power." Inwardly, the boy felt a bit embarrassed. Even though this was automatic dialogue, it still sounded so cheesy. Wasu was silent for a moment, his voice deep but filled with respect. "Indeed, you are worthy of wielding the power of the Royal Jade Seal." From the sky, the roars of giant monsters thundered. Wasu was now very sympathetic. Those creatures were truly a barbaric race that knew only destruction and slaughter. In a brilliant flash of light, he placed a hand on his chest, and behind him the silver-armored warriors stood at attention. Wasu spoke with a reverent tone. "We will support you and lead the charge in annihilating these invaders." A moment later, he turned and put a hand on Jinsung's shoulder. "The enemy is strong, but with the help of the Celestial Dragon Realm's army, we have a real chance of victory." The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly ignited with intensity. Wasu raised his weapon high, shouting powerfully, "From this moment on, the army of the Celestial Dragon Realm will fight under the command of Jinsung. Let us wipe out the enemy together." Before them, the soldiers raised their swords to the sky in unison, shouting as one, "We obey your command." In the distance, two other comrades watched the whole scene, their eyes filled with a mix of worry and reluctance. Ramiya also witnessed the sight, thinking to herself, "With the forces Jinsung just summoned, perhaps just maybe this is actually possible. We might actually win this battle." Gripping his weapon tightly, the boy's voice rang out, "By any means necessary, we must purge these demons from this land." Jinsung raised his weapon high, his voice booming, "Everyone follow me. Drive the demons out of our territory." Everyone's face burned with fighting spirit, their weapons held tight as if they were ready for anything. Wasu shouted, "Army of the Celestial Dragon Realm, advance." A soldier with a horn raised his head, blowing a sound that echoed across the entire battlefield. On the fiery battlefield, the warriors raised their weapons, shouting in unison, "Annihilate the enemy in the name of the Holy Wheel King." From the opposite side, Hasen stepped forward, a challenging smirk on his face. "That's right. This is exactly what I was waiting for. The prophecy was given for this very purpose, to wage war against the army of the world." The Demon Legion poured out continuously, their sharp weapons gleaming. Hasen shouted, "Come on, the time has come, my demon lords." The demon race roared fiercely, unleashing spells and demonic flames that burned the sky crimson. Their shouts tore through the air. "Let's show those arrogant celestial soldiers what true wrath looks like." The two commentators spoke up. Did everyone see that? The tide of battle is turning in a completely unexpected direction. The other one nodded in agreement. That's right. This is no longer a war between humanity and the demon world. It has escalated into an all-out war between the celestial and demonic realms. A father and son watched from their sofa as the commentator's voice continued, "This is truly a great war between celestials and demons. What will be the outcome of this battle?" Amidst the blazing battlefield, Jinung held the jade seal and shouted, "Army of the heavenly dragon realm, follow my command." Before Jinung stood two colossal evil dragons looking as if they could swallow everything whole. He stood firm, his face resolute as he spoke. One heavenly dragon soldier can take on two evil dragons, so don't waste too much of our forces on them. Brilliant orbs of light swirled in the air, a clash of lightning and fire. Jinung shouted his commands. It takes two heavenly dragon soldiers coordinating to subdue a single Balrog. Those of you from the human, assist the army of the heavenly dragon realm with all your might. Our overpowered main character thought anxiously. The Balrogs, evil dragons, and regular demon soldiers are no longer the main concern. The real threat is... The scene of the battle between the two factions flashed through Jinung's mind. From the distance, purple demon hunters rushed in their eyes, burning with fire as they drew their bows. Before his very eyes, one demon king after another appeared continuously, a chilling thought echoing in the grim atmosphere. The demon king stepped forward. With sharp eyes and low voices, a thought echoed, "Those cursed demon kings are the real danger." A man stepped forward, his entire body radiating crackling blue lightning. He gripped his weapon tightly and whispered, "I will handle them myself." With that, Wasu charged forward, sending rocks flying as the very air seemed to crack. The evil demons advanced through a blinding flash of light and smoke. Before the dust could settle, Ha-sen, who was standing nearby, watched Wasu fight his demons and sneered, "Do you really think a mere being like you has any chance of winning?" He spoke in a cold tone. A grand general of the celestial army meddling in this pointless battle. Wasu raised his glowing weapon high amidst the lightning-filled sky, his voice thundering, "I am here to punish you savage demons!" The moment the strike landed, the sky exploded. Patches of demonic energy vanished and Ha-sen was sent flying, his eyes filled with pure hatred. That's right. Relentless slaughter and conquest that is the very nature of us demons. Wasu stood firm amidst the vortex of lightning, his armor glowing dazzlingly. Ha-sen then gave a cold laugh. "For us, it is as natural as eating or breathing. And you dare call that a crime? You Celestials are unbelievably arrogant." Ha-sen's face darkened, his voice echoing like a curse. "That is nothing but your sophistry. A race with such a nature does not deserve to exist in this world." Dense bolts of lightning ripped across the sky as Wasu and Ha-sen clashed in a violent burst of light. Each was determined to win. Jinung's eyes were fixed on the fierce battle raging in the distance, and he thought to himself, "This battle is on another level beyond my current capabilities. There is no room for me to intervene. If I level up more and become even stronger, could I one day fight on that level too?" On the battlefield, Ha-sen chuckled softly. "As expected of a celestial general, you are truly formidable. I can't defeat you by myself." Just then, two colossal demon generals suddenly appeared behind Wasu. Ha-sen growled, "Bow! But that's only if I'm fighting alone." Wasu barely had time to turn his eyes, widening in horror as the two demon generals launched their surprise attack. Suddenly, the demon's arrows pierced through the general, who cried out in pain. The attacker smiled coldly, his eyes flashing within the black smoke as he summoned a sword to his hand. Ha-sen launched the sword, infused with dark energy, straight towards the man. Stunned Jinung screamed in despair, "Great General!" The general began to fade away, looking back at him to speak weakly. "I'm sorry I cannot repay your incredible courage." Jinung stood amidst the chaotic battlefield, feeling utterly powerless and thinking, "Is this really the end? Even with the royal jade seal in my hands, I still can't turn the tables." Jinung looked at his fallen comrades, realizing there was nothing more he could do. "Well, I guess I did my best. I have no regrets. At least I had some good times, so..." But then Jinung gripped his weapon tightly, his voice firm with determination. "No, it's not over yet." He looked at Pipuji, thinking, that's right, there's still one last hope. If it's activated now, the fighting warriors were suddenly drawn to a light that appeared behind them. The streaks of blue light now swirled like a violent storm, creating a shockwave that rocked the entire battlefield. The final trump card that will end this battle has been played. At this moment, everyone was stunned to see the light blazing in midair. A shout rang out. "What in the world is that? Is it some wide area magic from the demons, but it's not causing any damage at all?" Jinung's eyes lit up as if he knew exactly who it was. He has arrived. From the heart of the swirling light, Saito appeared, his voice echoing. "The one who will become the master of the Dragon Pearl. Your courage must be as fierce as a tiger, the lord of all creatures. Your spirit must be as lofty as a great mountain, your will as unbending as green bamboo." Saito's feet slowly touched the ground, surrounded by an endless blue energy. He smiled and asked, "Is there anyone like that here?" Johan exclaimed in astonishment. "What is happening?" Phelan then asked, "Who is that? He's so handsome." Suddenly, Sola's panicked scream came from behind. "No, it can't be. That person is Jinung." Smiling, his voice was deep and warm, yet filled with power. "If you hadn't appeared, I was about to come looking for you." Jinung looked up at him and continued, "I've been holding my breath waiting for you." The holy dragon bathed in ethereal blue light, then spoke, "Yan, to be perfectly honest, your abilities do not yet meet my standards." He bowed his head slightly, thinking, "I must apologize for not meeting your expectations." Saito clenched his fist and continued, "However, what the master of the Dragon Pearl needs is not just strength or martial arts, but also a steadfast will and a righteous spirit." As a memory of the past flashed by, he continued, "You not only possess courage and a spirit so extraordinary, it's hard to believe you're human, but also an upright heart willing to make sacrifices. For the sake of justice, you proved that yourself when you summoned the heavenly army with the royal jade seal." He extended his hand toward him, his voice ringing out, "Therefore, I, Saito, am willing to grant you this power." Jinung looked up, a single tear rolling down his cheek. He thought to himself, after all the hardships I've been through, even having to miss the entire war of the Void Dynasty, finally all my efforts are being rewarded in this decisive moment. He paused for a moment, his voice echoing in the silent space. He spoke as he reached out his hand, I shall grant you the right." From the holy dragon's palm, a mystical blue energy erupted, its light flooding the entire landscape. Jinung stood motionless, feeling the power coursing through his body. A notification appeared. "You have been acknowledged by the holy dragon Saito. The seal on the dragon orb has been broken. With the sealed power released, your charm and leadership stats have increased by 15%. With the sealed power released, you can now nullify 17% of all magic damage." He smiled, asserting firmly, "The power you have bestowed upon me I will use for the cause of justice. I swear I will not tarnish the name of the holy dragon Saito." His voice echoed one last time. "Very well, that is all I expected." With that said, Saito vanished into the void. Amidst the vast blue sky, Jinung turned around, his voice calling out softly, "Pipuji, come here." From a distance, it received the command and rushed over its eyes, wide, its cry echoing Roger Peep. He raised both hands. Mystical blue energy gathered into a magic orb in front of him, its light enveloping everything. Jinung shouted, pushing that stream of power straight forward. "Now all the conditions of the covenant have been met." The sky trembled. Mystical energy swirled into a giant magical storm. His voice rang out, "Power of the abyss, awaken." A stream of blue light exploded in front of Pipuji. The sound of the system notification announced Pipuji is beginning to evolve. Streams of blue energy were channeled by Jinung into his summoned beast's body. The demons below were stunned, shouting in astonishment. "Impossible. It hasn't even been 100 years since the Lord of the Abyss was sealed. How can this be happening?" The entire horde of demons flew up to attack the Pillar of Light. "We must stop this ritual before that dragon awakens." Just then, a deafening sound erupted. The Pillar of Evolution blasted them away. The transforming image of Pipuji began to emerge with a muscular arm covered in sharp spikes, and then its second leg appeared with distinct dragon scales. Finally, Pipuji appeared in a new, incredibly massive form and let out a mighty roar. The light was so bright that Jinung instinctively shielded his eyes, celebrating inwardly. Finally, he had done it. Pipuji. It spread its massive wings amidst the streams of blue light. Pipuji's complete body was revealed along with a system announcement. Summoned Beast. Pipuji, the turtle dragon, has evolved into the Abyss Dragon God. You are the first person to evolve a legendary grade summoned beast to a mythic grade. The light shone down on Jinung. He looked up and smiled. The system announced you have obtained the title Legendary Tamer Fame Points, increased by 500,000. The two commentators exclaimed in shock. Did everyone see that look at Pipuji in the middle of the battle? The commentary continued. He just successfully summoned the Abyss Dragon God, the first mythic grade beast in the entire server, and even received the legendary Tamer title. The demon generals exclaimed, "Has the power of the Abyss truly awakened? Impossible, we have waited 3,000 years for this day." After everything was done, Jinung beamed with satisfaction. What a spectacular performance, and at the most perfect time. The holy dragon, Pipuji, roared thunderously. Demon King. Have you forgotten your defeat 3,000 years ago? Daring to return to the human world? How foolish, watching it command of the sky. Jinung whispered to himself. After evolving, its personality has completely changed, and its appearance is so different now. Pipuji confidently declared, "But the power of the Abyss has awakened once again, just like 3,000 years ago. Yes, you will once again fall into despair." Jinung smiled brightly, his eyes shining as he looked at it. Is this really the same Pipuji that used to sneak snacks? My heart is about to burst with pride. Hasen appeared, a magic orb forming in his hand. A cold voice rang out, "Abyssal Dragon. God, no matter how strong you are merely an interdimensional messenger." Instantly, a massive surge of energy was unleashed. He declared with confidence, "If we destroy you before the 5 great gods appear, then this war will end with our victory." The demon generals in the distance simultaneously summoned their magic to support Henan. Pipuji immediately unleashed a beam of blue energy, ready to confront them. The two torrents of power collided, causing the very fabric of space to distort. Astonished eyes watched Pipuji, exclaiming in awe. As expected of a mythical grade beast, is that really the small and cute Pipuji from before? Pipuji's wings spread wide, its voice echoing. Now suffer the punishment for daring to provoke an interdimensional messenger. Instantly, Pipuji charged forward, its wings tearing through the air, creating vortexes of energy. Watching it rush towards the demon generals, Jinung wondered, "All right, who is controlling Pipuji automatically?" Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand and shouted, "Now is the time for the Abyssal Dragon God to face the Demon King. This is our chance to attack the demons while their kings are distracted." Jinung mounted Harley's back. He commanded everyone charge. Ramir turned to look at the system screen, her face filled with confusion and worry. Another notification. The message read, "Due to the activation of a special event, the Quest Sun God's Authority 2 has been cancelled. You have failed to complete the quest." Reputation points decreased by 100,000. Affinity with the Dragon God. Renown decreased by 1 point. She sighed to herself, so in the end I still couldn't complete the quest. It was a quest that couldn't progress according to the storyline anyway. So I'll have to accept it, but it's still a bit of a shame. Ramir gazed into the distance, telling herself, however, if we win this war, this small loss will be insignificant. But then something else appeared that utterly astonished Ramir. Another notification window popped up, leaving her stunned. Ramir tilted her head, her expression a mix of exhaustion and helplessness, muttering, "What is it now?" In the gloomy scene of a ruined grand hall, a mysterious figure sat silently on a throne, his cold eyes seeming to wait for something. His hands gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his lips parted slightly as he whispered, "So that's it. The time has finally come." The scene shifted. Pipuji appeared, its entire body radiating a mystical aura. A voice echoed through space. "I will finally be reunited with my children after so many years apart." From high in the sky, Pipuji dove straight down, its wings glowing a brilliant emerald green. Streams of multicolored energy from the demon generals shot out to block its path. Above, Pipuji was dodging and counterattacking the demon generals. Below, the conquerors of the human faction were busy dealing with the minions. It was flying amidst a circle of demon generals as beams of magic from all directions converged on Pipuji. Their combined attack created a massive explosion, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Then a brilliant light began to form in its mouth. Pipuji unleashed a jet of blue fire forward, the dazzling beams seeming to pierce through space itself. Henan was now struggling with all his might to resist this terror. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the power of the abyssal dragon god." The interdimensional messenger Jin Swung, watching the battle, happily mused to himself, "Our Pipuji is fighting so fiercely. This useless master has nothing left to do now." Suddenly he paused, taking off his glasses with a surprised expression. In front of him, space began to distort. Blurry figures and chaotic colors appeared. What is this? Is space being warped? Jin Sung suddenly remembered that's right. In the last war in the demon world, the 5 dragon gods had entered the battle on the orders of the 5 great gods. So could it be that those 5 gods are about to descend? The people below, look, what the hell is that? Those people are flying down from the sky. Hasen's voice grew grim. Yes, this moment had finally arrived. From high above, Pipuji spoke with majestic authority. Indeed, all resistance is now futile. The light made everyone instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes as its voice continued to echo. From the moment the interdimensional messenger appeared, your ambitions have come to a complete end. That light opened a celestial gate, and heroes began to fly down one by one, each one exuding a powerful aura. Pipuji's voice continued to resonate. All of you witness this. The 5 great gods have descended upon this place. Over here. Remia froze, her face filled with confusion. Wait, what is this emergency quest? Why is there no difficulty level? What on earth is going on? Suddenly a voice from behind made her jump. My messengers help me wipe out the demon world invaders from this land. The air shattered, and a giant flame erupted as if to engulf Remia. She was utterly terrified. What is this? Elsewhere! The mighty Kosus was radiating the majestic aura of a god. His deep voice boomed across the space. The god of war has returned. On its back was Cha, his eyes profound. He asked softly, "Have you remembered our master?" Sa's urgent voice rang out powerfully, "Let us return to our master god." Kosus carried him soaring through the clouds, his colossal form looking as if it would tear the sky apart. At that moment Maris appeared, his cold gaze looking down upon the battlefield. He sneered and said, "The demon race is as foolish as ever." Facing him, Hasen spoke in a clear voice tinged with bitterness. "This is inevitable, even if it means annihilation. Falling on the battlefield is the greatest glory for a demon." Maris raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. "I will acknowledge that spirit of yours." Not far away, Jinung was observing it all. His face a mixture of shock and disbelief. He thought to himself, "There's no longer any room for me to interfere here. It feels like watching a cutscene in a game, without any warning." Cassius landed beside him with a mighty roar, startling Jin Sung. On its back was Maris. Hearing the commotion from above, Maris turned his head. His eyes were indifferent, yet filled with immense power. He looked down and said, a familiar face, "It seems fate has brought us together once again." Cassius bowed his head, his voice ringing with deep respect. "Indeed, my god." Jin Sung screamed, internally shocked. "That's right. Cassius is the dragon god of war. And he was once the messenger." Maris chuckled softly. "Yes, you've endured many hardships over the long years." He looked towards the bowing Cassius and asked softly, "Cassius, have your memories not fully recovered yet?" Cassius replied, "That is correct, but now I understand everything." Magical power began to radiate from Maris's hands as his voice echoed. "Then spread your wings once more, Cassius." Cassius's eyes seemed to awaken at the voice of Maris, the god of war. "Are you not my very incarnation?" Upon hearing this, Cassius stomped the ground, spread its wings, and launched into the sky, enveloped in a brilliant blue magical light. With a burst of light, Cassius's entire body began to glow. A system window appeared before him. All evolution conditions for the summoned beast Cus have been met. Another notification appeared. The summoned beast Cus has evolved to the mythic grade. It then landed before Jin Sung in its massive transformed body. He looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What is this?" Is this a reward for all my efforts until now? But this is so sudden, Maris looked down and reminded him. Zera, you still have an unfulfilled mission. Kneeling there, he replied, That is correct. I am here to complete my final mission. Maris was extremely pleased with this answer. Very good. If you complete the mission left unfinished 3,000 years ago. He then spread his arms, his voice softening slightly. I will personally remove your shackles. A beam of light shot down from the sky, enveloping Zera. His eyes snapped open, glowing with power. Along with a system notification, all awakening conditions for the subordinate Zera had been met. A burst of energy erupted around Zera. He rose to his feet as a notification announced that the subordinate Zera was awakening from the legendary to the mythic grade. Jinung's eyes widened in disbelief. First Kuss and now Zera is awakening too. Kaka on his shoulder pinched Jinung's cheek. However, a quiet sense of unease began to creep into his heart. I feel like everything is slowly slipping out of my control. I haven't done anything, and yet everything is just... Cassius tilted its head, looking at him as Jinung wore a dazed and helpless expression. Zera spoke softly, O god of war, during your absence I have found my own path. He placed a hand over his heart, his voice filled with sincerity. I have found the final piece of my soul. After completing all my missions, I will remain by my master's side as a loyal subordinate. Hearing this, a moved Jinung exclaimed, Zera, is that really how you think of me? Hearing that, he clutched his head in exasperation. Perhaps I should take back my words right now. Maris spoke gently, That is fine. After you fulfill your duties as a divine messenger, experiencing a human life is also a good idea. He looked at Zera and smiled. You have found a trustworthy master. Both you and Kuss. Jinung scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. I only helped them bring out their full potential. In fact, I'm the lucky one for getting their help. Master, no, we're more like comrades, who always fight side by side. Keika on his shoulder nodded in agreement. Maris chuckled, speaking with admiration. It is that very heart that makes you their true master. A true master must possess the virtue of humility. He placed a hand on his shoulder. I have witnessed the path you have walked with them. It is thanks to your decisiveness and leadership that you have succeeded. Without your guidance, none of this would have ever come to pass. Maris smiled in praise. From the descent of the 5 great gods to their awakening, this is all your achievement. Be proud. His words served as an affirmation of all of Jinung Yanzef, the legendary Tamer. Just then, a burst of flame erupted, bringing Remia right behind him. As 2 streams of energy clashed in the sky, Jinung immediately asked, Remia, why did you suddenly appear here? She replied, I don't know either, I was suddenly teleported here. All the comrades were now fully assembled. They had all been summoned by the call of the gods. The team was all here. Jinung then looked directly at everyone and shouted, announcing the final battle. Maris, on the other hand, smiled and added, Now, O humanity, the time has come to end it all. 5 legendary gods appeared amidst a golden halo of light, radiating a transcendent aura. Maris raised her hand high and declared, All 5 gods will fight alongside you all. Hasen smirked arrogantly. Are you planning to play your final card? Immediately after, a surge of blood-red energy erupted before Rahan. His gloomy voice still echoed, But we demons will do the same. A giant demonic eye opened in the middle of the energy storm, with bolts of crimson and violet lightning that seemed to tear space itself apart. Helena held the staff in her hand, standing amidst a hazy stream of light. In the name of Helena, the sun goddess, I command. Then she waved her hand, creating a source of brilliant red fire, and shouted, Grant my faithful followers the power of the sun. The players who received the power. Their eyes lit up as they exclaimed, Is this what it feels like to be buffed directly by a god? Yes, this is a divine-level buff. Those demons are done for this time. Remia stood amidst that immense power, her face beaming with joy. Thanks to the power-up, her mana was now infinite. No matter how many spells she cast, it wouldn't run out. Furthermore, all her area of effect spells now dealt critical damage. Perfect now, let's burn them to ashes. From the sky above, Hasen had created a spatial rift, from which a dark and gloomy aura emanated. The fire in Helena's hand still flickered, her expression filled with rage. She cursed through gritted teeth. You bastard! Helena immediately unleashed her power forward, shouting relentlessly, "What are you trying to pull with that gate?" The torrent of solar power instantly struck the demons, causing them to scream in agony. The blast radius extended to where Ha-Sen was, forcing him to grit his teeth and dodge the attack. Right at the center of the demon world gate, the power flared up as if it would blow up the entire space. He stood there, bringing a hand to his mouth, and let out a delighted laugh. As expected, an attack from a supreme being is on a completely different level. Not long after the power was sucked into the gate, Demon King Ha-Sen said, "There's no other way. Even though it hasn't fully awakened, I must release it now." As he finished speaking, the flames erupted fiercely, forming a vortex that looked capable of swallowing everything. Jinung looked up in a daze, wondering, what is that? From within the gate, a monstrous giant arm reached out, looking terrifying, followed by glowing red eyes and a set of sharp teeth ready to hunt. Ha-Sen sneered triumphantly. "This feeling isn't bad at all. I never thought I'd be the one to release this thing into the human world." And of course that made the goddess Helena grind her teeth in fury. The demon dragon began to move its steps, devastating everything in its path, cracking the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. It spread its massive wings and let out a sky-shattering roar, the sound deafeningly loud. Ha-Sen shouted, "Behold, all creatures of this world, the beginning and the end of the War of the Void." Tide. The demon dragon, Khalifa, has awakened. Livia clasped her hands tightly, her voice softening. That is the very cause that started the previous War of the Void, Tide. The one who single-handedly faced the 5 dragon gods, and even the abyssal dragon god. A catastrophe in the flesh, the demon dragon Khalifa. Jo-hun witnessed the scene, sweating profusely. Damn it, just when things were looking up, another insane monster appears. Zakis saw this and reassured him, "Master, do not worry." Jinung hesitated, but Zakis beside him slowly said, "It's not like unlike the last war, it hasn't been summoned in its complete form this time." "Where did you get that confirmation?" "That's right, the Demon King also mentioned that Khalifa hasn't fully awakened yet." He sighed and turned to ask, "Where did you even come from?" Suddenly, Papuji's voice boomed from the sky as he flew down. "That's correct. This is merely a remnant of Khalifa." Jinsung looked up in surprise, calling out his name. Papuji continued, "So even without the power of the 5 dragon gods, with our own abilities, we are strong enough to defeat the demon dragon. The team's fighting spirit soared." Jinsung took his stance, ready to charge into the fray. "All right, everyone, let's move out." Zera, riding on Kusa's back, brandished his sword, ready for a life-or-death struggle. Everyone was brimming with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, on Rahan's side, she was also roaring relentlessly, firing up the demon horde. This is the final battle. The power of the dragon god will grant us victory. Hussein immediately commanded, "Demon dragon, Khalifa, incinerate them with your hellfire." From within its mouth, a blue flame began to glow. An earth-shattering explosion erupted as the flame shot straight down, but it was suddenly deflected by a barrier. Hussein gritted her teeth and roared in fury. "So you supreme beings have finally decided to intervene directly in this war?" The gods appeared, each with their own distinct aura. Maris spoke, "No, we are not intervening directly. We are simply maintaining the world's balance by adding a counterweight to the scales that have tipped in the demon realm's favor." All 5 of them combined their power, creating a massive torrent of energy as they chanted. "Now our apostles and our divine kin, in the name of the 5 great gods, unleash your full power and eradicate the demon dragon and the invaders from the demon realm." A sudden system notification rang out. All combat stats of the divine race have increased by 100%. Jinsung's comrades were utterly astonished by this surge of power. Jinsung, riding Hal, raised his spear high, his fighting spirit blazing, praying for the gods' protection. "Let's fight together until the very end." Both sides clashed in a massive battle. The battlefield descended into chaos, stained a grim dark red. Other demons targeted Zera, swarming him in an attempt to take him down. Zera would have none of it. Swinging his blade, he sneered, "You worthless insects, stay out of this." With a single sharp slash, the demons were completely obliterated. On the other side, Papuji spread his wings and unleashed a massive wave of fire, incinerating all the demons in his path. Khalifa recognized its ancient rival, its eyes flashing with recognition. "So it's you. It has been 3,000 years, hasn't it?" Papuji roared back. "Whether it's 3,000 years or 30 million, it makes no difference. You will be cast back into the abyss once more." The two titans clashed the impact, illuminating the sky and releasing a deafening shriek. He breathed fire at the demon dragon. "De Khalifa!" The immense pressure from the attack sent them both reeling. Just then a voice cried out, "In the name of Cassius!" Then an unexpected blast of power shot out, catching the demon dragon off guard. "Don't underestimate me. I may be weakened, but that doesn't mean you've gotten any stronger." Khalifa flashed a demonic grin. "I will annihilate your very soul." Cassius's voice startled the dragon. "In your dreams." Out of nowhere, Zera charged forward, gripping his sword, ready to end the demon dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he mercilessly plunged his sword into its back. The dragon shrieked in agony, "Zera, you bastard!" He then flew up his voice, a stern warning. "We've grown much stronger since our last battle." Without hesitating, Kosus unleashed a barrage of power, attacking the demonic dragon thanks to its journey with its master Yan. Then it flew off with Za. Its voice continued, fueled by the experience of fighting alongside him. Papuji also joined in releasing its icy power. With thousands of small ice shards, it spoke confidently, "If not for my master, I would have forever been just a useless, gluttonous turtle. He was the one who believed in my potential, who led me to this day." Papuji affirmed again, "And now I will repay that trust." With that, it charged forward, ramming its head straight into the demonic dragon's chest. The impact made the dragon roar in pain. A large crack now appeared on Khalifa's body. At that moment, the system announced 0 minutes, 1 minute and 30 seconds until the dimensional war ends. It stood there furious but unable to fight back. "You bastards." Once again, Za and Kosus charged in to attack. His sword blazed with light. Za swiftly slashed across the demonic dragon's chest. The decisive sword strike in this action manhwa left behind significant damage. Its wound cracked open even wider, revealing the flesh within. Khalifa couldn't take it anymore and collapsed with a thud. The fall shattered the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Za stood there and reported clearly, "Master, the demonic dragon's HP is almost depleted. This is the last chance to finish it." Jinung, our overpowered main character, received the information and immediately ordered his summoned beasts to charge forward. As he ran, he shouted, "It's time to end this battle!" The system immediately announced 0 minutes 30 seconds until the dimensional war ends. Raha watched the chaotic battle and cursed. Damn it, she looked at the demonic dragon that had just been attacked. Its body was weakened, she thought to herself. Khalifa is in a stunned state. If Yan manages to land a direct hit on it now, then Jinung was still fighting with all his might. He shot forward. Rahan turned and ordered, "Stop him quickly." The weapon-wielding demons cheered. "There's less than 30 seconds left. If we can hold him back, victory will be ours," Demon King Heian shouted. "Demon tribe, receive my blessing." His hands immediately created 2 streams of green energy and shot them downwards. The demons looked up eagerly, receiving it. The notification appeared with only seconds remaining before the dimensional war concluded. Jinung moved nimbly to fight back. He thought to himself, "They're all targeting me. I can't waste time here." A demon was stabbed straight through the chest by his spear. It cried out from the blow, but surprisingly it managed to grab hold of the spear shaft. He wondered in confusion, damn it, did this one also receive the Demon King's blessing? Jinung's eyes darted as he calculated his next move. I can't be stopped right now. A voice rang out Inferno. Shortly after, the demon was incinerated by flames, right before Jinung's eyes. Realizing something, he turned around. Jinung shouted Lady Ramia. She yelled, "Don't worry about me, go now!" He cleared the demons blocking his path while responding clearly. Rahan appeared to block him. "You absolutely will not pass." She tensed up, swinging her sword to parry the blow. Sakharin took a challenging stance. "It's time to finish our unfinished duel," she frowned angrily and cursed, "Sakharin, you bastard." With that, they both charged into battle. Neither was willing to back down. The system announced 0 minutes 15 seconds until the dimensional war ends. In front of Jin Sung stood a giant ban rock growling angrily. He looked towards the barely breathing Khalifa thinking, "Damn it! I just need to get past that ban rock to reach Khalifa, but there's no more time to waste on him." Suddenly someone called his name. Yan Jin Sung was startled and turned around. It was Levia. She urgently shouted, "Jump towards me." He thought, "Miss Levia, I have no idea what your plan is." Then Jin Sung immediately mounted Hei and declared, "I trust you." With that, they both leaped into the air, charging toward her. Levia's face was tense as she gripped her staff. In one clean motion, she struck them with a powerful blow that launched them even faster toward the Demon King, causing our hero to break out in a cold sweat. After that hit, Jin Sung was flying right above the ban rock. No way is this what she meant. The system countdown continued. 0 minutes and 5 seconds before the dimensional war ends. He decisively plunged his weapon into the ban rock's head. 0 minutes. He then leaped off, rocketing towards the demon dragon Khalifa. 0 minutes and 3 seconds before the dimensional war ends. Jin Sung used Hei's back as a springboard, launching himself through the air. 0 minutes and 2 seconds before the dimensional war ends. At that very moment, he let out a roar, gripping his spear and charging forward like a tempest, with blinding speed. Jin Sung successfully pierced the demon dragon's chest. It had no time to react, letting out a final scream. Seeing this, Levia and her comrades were utterly dumbfounded, while the demons on the other side stared with their jaws hanging open. The Demon King, Ha Sen, was even more horrified, his eyes bulging in sheer disbelief. The demon dragon stood frozen as a wave of power tore through its chest. A series of notifications popped up confirming a critical hit on the demon dragon Khalifa. The demon dragon's health plummeted by 265,580. Its body began to disintegrate into thin air. It vanished without a trace. At the same time, a notification confirmed the defeat of demon dragon Khalifa as Jin Sung landed gracefully on the ground. He struck a majestic pose. 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. The dimensional war was over. The large-scale world event, Kalen's Dimensional War, has officially concluded with a victory for the human realm. And so the massive world event in the hit game, Kalen, has come to a close with humanity emerging victorious. This is the kind of epic conclusion every manhwa recap. With the passionate participation of countless players, the Great War between the races was an overwhelming and spectacular affair. The company's stock chart skyrocketed thanks to the success of this event. Players flooded into Kalen celebrating their victory. The influx of people into Kalen and the growth of the Federation Corporation painted a very bright future. Images of the 5 great gods appeared majestically as hordes of demons were drawn into the newly opened space portal. Current players now have the chance to preview Kalen's new content. They are filled with anticipation for the next updates. On social media, players became the top trend, and the fame of those who officially participated in the war skyrocketed. Besides items like the compass and the dimensional orb, the spotlight was on Yan, the one who defeated the demon dragon Khalifa and led the human world to victory. Our overpowered main character stood atop a mountain of loot. An excited look on his face, he held a red crystal in his hand. Thanks to this war, the haul is absolutely insane. Kaka was also trying on items for itself. It wore a dragon robe like an emperor, but surprisingly, just sorting the inventory was completely exhausting. Is all of this really ours? This is more than enough for the Lotus Guild to become a major power. Jin Sung wore a thoughtful expression. But the greatest prize of all was the red crystal in his hand, Khalifa's Soul Crystal. The item information window for the Soul Crystal appeared. Item information: Soul Crystal of the Demon Dragon. Khalifa Mythic Grade. Total substats. Usable by a level 10 Demon Beast. It can be sacrificed at the Demon God's altar in exchange for a mythical equipment box. User-bound item. Yun, a crystal containing Khalifa's soul right before its death. A master synthesizer can use it for resurrection. Khalifa, or even to create a new dragon demon or a high-level demon beast. Jin Sung's eyes lit up as he stared at it, practically drooling. This first item is awakening my long-suppressed grinding instincts. His brother sitting next to him crossed his arms and shot him a glare. After a moment, Jin Sung was lost in thought. Sacrifice it at the demon god's altar? No way. Using it to summon a dragon demon is more valuable than any divine weapon. He stroked his chin, nodding. Legendary items can be shared with the guild members, with the guild. And so Jinung approached the mountain of items, picking up a large, exquisitely patterned bow. Holding it in his hands, he thought to himself, but this mythical item, the demon god's wrath, I'll keep for myself. This bow was an incredibly high-grade item. Besides its beautiful appearance, its effects were not to be underestimated, with damage even higher than the Spirit King's judgment. But only a Nobrisi could use it. Jinung's thoughts quickly turned to the demon world, a place teeming with rampaging demons. So the next goal is to reach Nobis and get a level 10 high-level demon beast, and for that, I must go to the demon world. He put his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest with confidence. A normal person would be frustrated by the conditions to get to the demon world, because the path there was sealed after the war. But I'm different. Jinung held the orb in his hand. I have the dimensional sphere. I can go whenever I want. His brother, back in the real world, he slung his backpack on with a look of disgust, but first he had to go to school. I hate school. Hearing this, Rohan reminded him, hey, do you want to get suspended? Just focus on your studies, kid. Jinung was still half asleep. I know. But I really don't feel like going to school today. The two of them walked to class chatting. Rohan asked if he had seen the Federation's announcement. What did he plan to do while waiting? Jinung replied, you mean the content update in 3 or 4 months? I've seen it. I'll just do quests, train my skills, and grind for items. Rohan continued, I asked the guild manager. You remember what we discussed before the war, right? Jinung turned and asked, you mean the Kingdom Declaration? He immediately replied, yeah, that. Don't tell me you forgot. Then Rohan crossed his arms. Our guild has grown rapidly over the past few months. This is our chance. Jinung immediately asked, what chance? Rohan answered. To go beyond the Kingdom Declaration and take over the entire Rospel Empire. The answer surprised Jinung, but Jinung immediately started walking as he replied. It's still too early. Even though the Empire suffered heavy losses, just their royal knights alone. We're still no match for them. Rohan nodded. You're right. Jinung stroked his chin, analyzing. So let's absorb the smaller guilds within Rospel to increase our strength. Many guilds lost their leaders or high-ranking members after falling into the demon world. This is our chance to merge with them. Rohan added, sounds good. I'll discuss it further with Folan and draw up a plan. He said in a firm voice, okay. Postpone the Kingdom Declaration for now, but first... Suddenly a voice called out. There you are, Jinung. It was Haran walking slowly towards them. Seeing this, Rohan turned to leave, not forgetting to say, I'll go on ahead, don't be late for class. He replied with a thanks. We'll finish our talk in class. Then he turned to look at Haran cheerfully. The two of them held hands and started walking. Jinung asked Haran, did you just get here? She replied, I was waiting for you, Jinung, so we could go to class together. He then said, if I had known, I would have come earlier. Better now. Suddenly, Jinung exclaimed, that's right. He turned to Haran and asked, want to come with me? She asked back. To class. Jinung moved closer to her with a mischievous look. No, to a place that's much more fun. Haran was startled by his words. A much more fun place. After he spoke, a portal appeared. It radiated a brilliant light with dazzling bolts of lightning. 2 pairs of feet began to step through. Jinung gestured and introduced, this is the demon realm. Haran stood beside him completely speechless. Seeing her reaction, he turned and asked, why are you making that face? Don't you like the demon realm? She replied, well, it is the demon realm and it looks pretty cool. But Haran thought sadly to herself, but I thought it would be something more special since you said you were taking me somewhere fun. Jinung approached her and said, come on, Haran, it's true I brought you to the demon realm, but this isn't our final destination. She wondered, then what? He gently touched her face and said affectionately, when we're done with our work here, let's go on a date. I've already picked out a fantastic place. Overjoyed, she threw her arms around him. That's my Jinung. Thank you, I love you. He was taken aback. You're too close, he thought with relief. Phew, thank goodness I listened to Johun and Fiolan. From a distance, Haran saw a demonic beast. It had a terrifying appearance, baring its fangs and growling. She asked, "Is that a demonic beast from the demon realm? I thought it would be scary, but it's actually really cute." Jinsung stood there speechless, thinking, "You think that's cute?" In any case, the plan for this manhwa recap was to help Harren level up in the demon realm, while he was still lost in thought. And as for me, I'll practice upgrading my alchemy skill. Harren had already reached the demonic beast and was relentlessly whacking it with her staff. Jinsung no longer hesitated and said, "All right, it's time to summon Papuji." As he finished his words, it appeared with vast wings soaring through the air. It landed right in front of Jinsung. "Master, you called for me," he asked curiously. "Papuji, why do you look smaller?" Papuji pressed its hands together in a cute gesture and replied, "Of course. Before I received a divine blessing that allowed me to become so overwhelmingly powerful." "I see," he thought to himself. "So that badass form was just a special buff." Suddenly a voice screamed, "No way!" startling Jinsung. Harren pointed in shock. "Wait, are you really Papuji? Oh my god, the tiny adorable Papuji from before has now turned into this big ugly creature." Papuji stood to the side, looking utterly dejected and at a loss for words. Then it couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. "I'm so sorry." He petted it comfortingly. "Don't be sad, Papuji. We're just not used to your new form yet." It turned back with a sorrowful gaze. "Harren probably hates me now. She won't give me your meatballs anymore." Jinsung quickly reassured it. "It would be hard to eat meatballs with this body, that's true, but I have an idea." He thought of Cassius's 3 forms and suggested, "How about you use transformation like Cassius to change your appearance? What about changing back to your old form?" Papuji sighed. "No, I look way cooler now. I don't want to go back to that small and weak form." Jinsung teased with a smile. "Is that so? Then I guess you don't want Harren's meatballs anymore, huh?" It turned away in a huff. "No, never." Then it suddenly closed its eyes and focused a stream of energy on its forehead. Surprisingly, it transformed back into its chubby and cute form. "How's this?" Seeing Papuji, Harren rushed over and hugged it tightly. "Papuji is back." She joyfully took Papuji's hands. "That's right, this is the Papuji I know. Welcome back." It replied happily, "Thank you, Pip." Jinsung stood there thinking to himself, even though its power, Papuji was now much weaker than during the Dimensional War. He recalled Khalifa's massive form, but if I refine enough to use Khalifa's soul crystal, I might be able to restore its former power. Jinung excitedly shouted, "All right, it's time to start grinding." He approached a mana beast that was roaring at the top of its lungs. Without hesitation, Jinung landed a solid smack on its head. The mana beast couldn't react in time and took the hit. He turned and shouted, "Harren, now's your chance, finish it with your arrow of light." She raised her hand, casting a spell that unleashed streams of light, and the mana beast was thrown back screaming in agony. Jinung raised his hand and created a beautiful magic circle. "Got it." Streams of blue light began to swirl into the magic circle. The mana beast was captured. Harren landed on the ground with Papuji and asked, "Was it a success?" Jinung replied, "Yes, thanks to you." He added, "If I had hit it myself, I would have accidentally killed it. You helped me a lot." She answered shyly, "Really? Then I'm glad." After that, Harren continued to actively defeat monsters, and the process repeated over and over. He praised her, "Good job." When Harren defeated a mana beast, she leveled up. Jinung, our overpowered main character, coordinated smoothly, opening the magic circle and waiting until they were on their last breath before capturing them. In his hands were 2 sources of light, one blue and one red. He then used the captured beast to refine and merge them. Jinung fused them together. He was leveling up Harren while also upgrading his own beast taming skill. The system window appeared. Mana Beast Fusion skill has leveled up. Harren brought over a pot and said cheerfully, "Jinung, it's ready." She opened the lid, revealing small fish and a plume of purple smoke. "This is a special Kello slime soup." The item information window appeared. Kello slime soup, a high-grade poison. Crafting score 1195. Property satiety plus 60. Value 44,235 gold. A soup refined from the mucus of the intermediate grade mana beast K. Area 107 of the demon realm. Its taste and smell drive mana beasts crazy. Looking down at the pot with its unbearable smoky odor, Jinung said, "You want me to eat this? Isn't this a poison?" Even Pipuji held its nose and spoke up. "I want meatballs, not this." Heron pointed at the information window and casually replied, "Come on. Do you really think I'd make you eat it? Read the full description," he exclaimed after reading the information. "Ah, so this is bait for mana beasts. A poison refined from multiple filtrations of Kello slime. Just one sip will poison them. Mana beasts absolutely love it," Jinung muttered to himself. It continuously drains HP but never drops below 5%, and it reduces movement speed by 50%. This is the perfect bait for capturing them alive. Heron asked excitedly, "So is it useful?" He replied with a bright smile. "Useful? It's absolutely perfect. Thank you so much. Let's go try it out right away." The three of them quickly hid behind a rock after setting the bait. Right on cue, a mana beast was drawn in by the smell of the soup. It slurped it up, continuously squealing with excitement. Then suddenly its eyes widened. Its mouth fell open and it let out a scream. It was quickly poisoned and collapsed. Jinung approached. "All right, open the magic circle and capture it alive." Jinung ran over and lifted Haran up, cheering happily. "Thank you, Haran, with this method. Maxing out the beast fusion skill is just a matter of time. You're so adorable." And so the work repeated over and over again in this action manhwa. Haran made the poison and Jinung was in charge of capturing. All right, let's keep grinding for experience points. As for the mana beasts, after eating the soup, they were all poisoned and collapsed. Pipuji ate meatballs to recharge its energy. The system announced Mana Beast Fusion complete. After completing the fusion, Jin Sung breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, leveling up from 9 to 10 is so difficult, the cost just skyrocketed. To level up further, I'll need to capture and fuse even higher level demonic beasts. He glanced at Heron, who was busy cooking some soup. Jin Sung mused, "This means I have to venture deeper into the demon world, but Heron's current level is too low to survive there. This overpowered main character always has to worry about his companions." Jin Sung approached and called out to Heron. She turned around. "What's wrong, Jin Sung? Are you saying you need to temporarily return to the central hub?" She asked in surprise why all of a sudden Jin Sung explained, "To upgrade my skills, I need to go deep into the demon world. It's too dangerous for you at your current level. It would be hard for me to protect you while also focusing on my task." Heron reluctantly replied, "Well, if even you're saying that, then it must be truly dangerous." She walked towards the portal to leave, but not before giving him a warning. "But remember, don't you dare skip class. I'll be asking around." He waved back. "Don't worry, I won't." But Heron had one more thing to add. "And don't forget you promised to take me somewhere fun when this is all over. I'm off now." After she disappeared through the portal, Jin Sung sighed. "I need to find a nice place for our date soon. But first there's someone I need to see." The scene then shifts to Serbian's laboratory. He was completely absorbed in his work. Suddenly a voice called out, "Sir Serbian." He turned to see who it was. It was Jin Sung. Serbian's face lit up with a smile. "Yan, it's been a while." Jin Sung smiled back and asked, "How have you been, sir?" Jin Sung was accompanied by Pipuji, who was now in a massive and impressive form. "I've brought you some interesting things," he said. "This manhwa review is getting more exciting.